She was thrown into the beast world, and the system forced her to get pregnant with a white tiger within an hour. Fail to complete, and you will be erased. As soon as Xiyao woke up, she heard a mechanical voice. Childbearing system bound. Task. Find a male and get pregnant within an hour. If you refuse, you will be erased or go back to being a zombie. She was confused. Just escaped from the apocalypse, and now she was being forced to have a baby. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a white tiger pounced toward her, its massive mouth wide open. Is this the task target? What a joke. Xiyao was still shackled and couldn't run away at all. The critical moment. She released her mental power. The white tiger paused in midair, its blue eyes regained clarity, and it fell to the ground, turning into a handsome guy. With fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs, but his gaze was filled with desire. The system urged. Only half an hour left. Hurry and use the childbearing pill. Xiyao gritted her teeth and swallowed the pill. Just as she was about to act, the handsome guy suddenly leaped up, crushed her shackles, and pinned her to the ground, taking control. She didn't know how long had passed when Xiyao woke up from hunger, her body aching all over. The system prompted. Task completed. You are pregnant. Reward. 2,000 points. Unlock level 1 supermarket. A supermarket entrance suddenly appeared before her, and she walked in, instantly being sucked into a mall. The shelves were filled with snacks and daily necessities, 100 times richer than the supplies in the apocalypse. Xiyao picked up a bag of bread, almost crying. The system said again, the higher the talent of the child, the more points you get. Accumulate 100 million to be reborn. She took a bite of the bread, her eyes firm. Isn't it just having babies? For the sake of rebirth, she would do her best. In the distance, the handsome guy woke up, confusion in his blue eyes, the sweet scent lingering at his nose. He touched the marks beneath him, suddenly chuckling. You can't escape. Having just completed the task with the white tiger, she unlocked the entire downtown mall. Xiyao looked at the supermarket entrance in front of her, stunned. Wasn't this the most prosperous mall before the apocalypse? Even the layout was exactly the same. Just as she exchanged for 2 packs of instant noodles, she heard movement outside. The white tiger beast man from yesterday returned, carrying a deer in his mouth, transformed into a handsome guy with white hair, kneeling before her. I'm sorry, I lost control. Yesterday, his blue eyes were filled with regret, 8-pack abs faintly visible beneath his animal skin skirt. Xiao's face flushed. It's okay. She was munching on crispy noodles when a handsome guy suddenly asked, What are you eating? It smells good. Xiyao handed him a piece, and he tasted it, his eyes lighting up. What is this? It's better than raw meat. From a supermarket. Xiyao replied vaguely, but she was calculating in her heart. After giving birth to this child, she would find a stronger male to have more babies. Once she had enough points, she could unlock the fresh food area, and then she could cook deer meat. The system urged again, quickly level up to 2, unlock the mother and baby area, and treat the baby well. Xiyao touched her belly, her eyes firm. For the hot pot, cake, and crayfish in the supermarket, she would do her best. The handsome guy looked at her sparkling eyes and suddenly chuckled. Little female, you have my baby in your belly, and I will take responsibility for you. Xiyao was taken aback and met his gentle gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. This beast world didn't seem so bad after all. As soon as she said she had no fertility, the white tiger beast man kissed her. I will take care of you and the baby. Bai Yin gently stroked Xiyau's long hair, dropping a kiss among her locks. Yao. I will protect you, not let anyone bully you. Xiyau's heart stirred, and she whispered, Actually, I have fertility and mental power, and I can soothe your manic phase. Bai Yan's eyes widened in shock. A female actually has talent? You are truly a treasure. He roasted deer meat and handed it to her. Xiyao took a bite and suddenly gagged. This meat has no flavor. Bai Yin panicked. Is it not to your taste? We'll go hunt something else. Xiyao shook her head and pulled out a bag of sauce from the supermarket. Try adding this. Once the sauce was brushed on, the aroma instantly doubled. Bai Yin took a bite, his eyes shining like stars. What is this? So delicious. A secret. Xiyao smiled, but in her heart, she was calculating. Once she reached the level 2 supermarket, she could exchange for pots and pans, and then stew deer soup, roast deer ribs. Just thinking about it made her drool. Bai Yin looked at her mischievous expression and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Yao, once I stabilize my manic phase, I will take you back to the tribe and let everyone know. You are my female. Xiyao leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and silently nodded. The system prompted. The baby is very healthy. Quickly level up to unlock calcium tablets. She touched her belly, her eyes firm. For the baby and for the snacks in the supermarket, she had to have more. In the distance, several beast men hid behind trees, whispering. Bai Yin actually found a female, and one with talent. Should we snatch her? Don't be foolish, he is a 5th grade, 9th tier white tiger. They didn't know that Xiao's mental power had already sensed everything, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Want to snatch her? First, ask the chili powder in her hand if it agrees. As she just sprinkled cumin powder, the white tiger beast man flaunted 3 big pieces of roasted meat. What is this divine taste? Xiao's morning sickness kicked in, and she couldn't swallow the unseasoned roast meat. Yin had just run out to look for wild fruits when she exchanged for salt and cumin powder from the supermarket and sprinkled it on the roast meat. The aroma exploded instantly. She was enjoying it when Yin returned, and when he saw the roast meat, his eyes widened. One bite sealed the deal. Xiyao, your talent is amazing. A month later, Xiao's belly started to show. Yin wrapped himself in bear skin, letting her ride on his back, taking you back to Qingyan tribe. Just as they reached the tribe's entrance, they encountered 3 lion demon beasts emitting black gas, pouncing towards Xiao. Yin, be careful. Xiao released her mental power and instantly built a barrier. The demon beasts were frozen in place, their bodies stiff. Yin roared and pounced, pinning the beast to the ground and rubbing it. Another demon beast suddenly sprang out from the shadows, and Xiao's legs went weak, almost falling, but a large tail suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her to a safe area. Xiao looked up and saw a strange beast man, looking at her with concern. Are you okay? After Yin finished off the demon beast, he rushed over to protect her in his arms, growling at the stranger. Stay away from her. The beast men in the tribe gathered around, astonished. Yin's female actually has mental power. That's amazing, she can immobilize the demon beasts. Xiao leaned against Yin, touching her belly and breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the baby was okay. The system prompted, points 500, still need 1,000 points to reach level 2 supermarket. Her eyes brightened. It seemed that defeating monsters could also earn points. The stranger looked at Xiao and suddenly smiled. I'm the chief of the snake tribe in Qingyan tribe. Nice to meet you. His gaze was probing, making Xiao feel inexplicably. This beast man was not simple. She was wrapped around the waist by a python's tail and cried out in fear, "Let go of me. I'm afraid of cold-blooded animals." Xiao touched the icy scales around her waist, goosebumps all over her body. Yin rushed over and pulled her in his arms. Don't be afraid. It's the shaman Inthe. He saved you. Inthe retracted his snake tail, his handsome and cold face showing little expression. Are you sure you don't dislike pythons? Xiao bit her lip. No, I just need to get used to it. But inside, she was wailing. A fluffy white tiger would be so much better. Suddenly, the tribe erupted in chaos that a pale-faced female screamed. Yin, how would you do this to Chenghua? Bringing back a wild female. Yin punched the male beside her. You can insult me, but you can't insult my Yao. The male was beaten to a pulp, and the female was too scared to speak. The old chief walked over with a delicate girl, who glared at Xiao with hostility. It was Chenghua. Chenghua looked at Yin with grievance. I waited for you for so long. Xiao raised an eyebrow, about to speak when Yin directly pulled her away. Yao, let's go. I don't want to stay in this broken tribe. Zhe suddenly spoke up. She's pregnant. It's not safe outside. Yin paused, his face turning dark, as Xiao gently tugged at his hand. Don't be impulsive. She looked at Chenghua and suddenly smiled. Just because you wait for him, does that mean he has to like you? What kind of logic is that? Chenghua's face turned pale. I saved him back then. Saving a life doesn't mean you owe your body, right? Xiao replied lightly. Moreover, he is my male now. Yin's eyes lit up, holding her even tighter. Yes. Yao is right. The tribe's beastmen were dumbfounded. This little female looked soft, but her mouth was so fierce. Mo's lips curled up slightly, and his gaze at Xiao had a hint of interest. System prompt. Confront green, T200 points, keep it up, host. Xiao secretly laughed. Earning these points was much easier than fighting monsters. She lifted the animal skin to reveal her pregnant belly, causing the green tea to collapse on the spot. Impossible. How could you be pregnant? Chenghua pointed at Xiao and screamed. You must have a terminal illness. Exiled females are all bad news. Xiao smiled faintly, pulling back the animal skin to reveal her bulging belly. Sorry, I'm pregnant with a Yan's child. Yin protected her in his arms, coldly smiling at Chenghua. My Yao is perfectly fine. Who are you to say anything? The tribe's beastmen erupted in cheers. Yin is going to be a dad. Congratulations. The old chief quickly tried to mediate. We're all family. Hurry back and rest. But Yin said that treehouse she stayed in, I find it dirty, so we'll build a new one. Chenghua stomped her foot in anger, and her brother quickly pulled her away. Stop making a scene. The tribe needs Yin. The next day, Xiao dug out an old iron pot, her eyes lighting up. with the fish Bai Yin just caught, paired with a sauerkraut fish package from the supermarket. Boiling it up, the sour and fragrant smell wafted straight to the sky. The tribe's beastmen were drawn to the smell, sniffing intensely. What is this? It smells amazing. Xiyao served a bowl to Bai Yin, who slurped it up, squinting his eyes. Yao, your cooking skills are amazing. Inthe was standing at the door at some point, his cold face still, but his eyes were fixed on the fish and the pot as Xiyao smiled. Shaman, would you like to try some? Inte's throat moved, and he surprisingly nodded. The beastmen watched this scene, amazed. This little female not only has spiritual power, but can cook such delicious food? Bai Yin hit the jackpot. Changhua hid behind a tree, watching Xiyao surrounded by everyone, her nails almost breaking. Why? Why does this foreign female get to take everything that belongs to her? Xiyao didn't care what she thought, happily calculating points in her heart. Once the sauerkraut fish conquers the entire tribe, she wouldn't have to worry about points for upgrading to a level 2 supermarket, right? Then she could exchange some flour to steam buns and make dumplings, making them drool. She used a bowl of salt to make the entire tribe's females revolve around her. From now on, you are our leader. The smell of sauerkraut fish wafted out of the tree house, and 2 females walked in, eyes glued to the pot. What is this? It smells too good. Xiyao served them 2 bowls, and the 2 of them couldn't stop smacking their lips. It's so delicious. Can you teach us? The ingredients are hard to find, but I can give you this. Xiyao handed over 2 bowls of salt. The 2 females instantly exploded. Oh my, such fine salt. You are so generous. You should know, in the tribe, a small bag of crushed salt crystals could be exchanged for 5 monster crystal cores. Bai Ji and Lan Shu held the salt, excitedly rambling. From now on, we are friends. If you need anything, just call us. The news spread, and the tribe's beastmen were stunned. Bai Yan's female actually had so much salt. When Bai Yin returned, there were several heads of prey piled on the ground. They all gave it to me to thank me for the salt, Xiyao said with a smile, handing him a bowl of sauerkraut fish. Bai Yin slurped a mouthful, his eyes shining like stars. Yao, you are amazing. On the day the new tree house was completed, Xiyao set up stone slabs, sprinkled cumin and salt, and grilled the meat until it sizzled with oil. The entire tribe's beastmen gathered around, sniffing intensely. This smell is incredible. Bai Yin was sweating profusely from grilling, but the corners of his mouth were up to his ears. His female was just that charming. Changhua hid behind a tree, watching Xiyao surrounded by everyone, shaking with anger. Her brother sighed. Stop comparing. She has salt and skills. You can't compete. Changhua gritted her teeth, but another thought emerged in her mind. Once she got some salt, let's see who would still care about that Fox Clan female. Xiyao didn't care what she thought. The system prompt sounded. Points 1,000, about to upgrade to level 2 supermarket. She touched her belly, smiling happily. Once she leveled up, she could exchange for some milk powder and diapers, and she wouldn't have to worry when the baby is born. The beastmen were happily eating, and no one noticed that Inthe stood in the corner, watching Xiyao with a deeper look. Just after she gave birth to twin tiger cubs, the system exploded. Points 6,000, open a clothing store or a pharmacy. Xiyao felt the labor pains coming, and Bai Yin anxiously carried Inthe over. This time, it's really time to give birth. Xiyao said through gritted teeth. Inthe flicked his snake tail, deliberately leaning closer. Do you want to see my complete beast form? Xiyao inched closer to him. The icy snake body pressed against her hot skin, surprisingly comfortable. She swallowed a pain relief pill, and 2 hours later, 2 milk-weak whimpers echoed. 2 little tiger cubs wrapped in animal skins closed their eyes, searching for milk to drink. The system went wild. 2 level talents. Points 6,000. Upgrade to level 2 supermarket. New store available. Xiyao looked at the light screen, her eyes widening. The clothing store had soft dresses, the pharmacy had various ointments, and the furniture store could be exchanged for comfortable beds. Opening one required 5,000 points, making her wince in pain. Bai Yin stood by her side, watching her changing expressions, nervously asking, Yao, what do you feel uncomfortable? No, I'm thinking about changing something. Xiyao smiled and touched his hand. Inthe was packing things up when he suddenly said, the hyena clan has been restless lately. Be careful. Bai Yan's expression darkened. If they dare to come, it'll tear them apart. The tribal orcs came to congratulate them, bringing many spoils of the hunt. As Xiyao looked at her points and gritted her teeth. Open a clothing store. Wearing rough animal skins all the time is too uncomfortable. System prompt. Clothing store opened. On the light screen, dresses, t-shirts, pants. It dazzled her. At that moment, a roar came from outside the tribe. The hyenas are here. Bai Yin transformed into a white tiger in an instant, roaring as he rushed out. Protect Yao and the cubs. Xiyao held the little tiger cub in her arms, her eyes turning cold. They come to cause trouble right after she gave birth? Do they really think she is easy to bully? She pulled out a dagger from the supermarket and hid it under her pillow. Mose appeared at the door without her noticing. His snake tail tensed. Need help? Xiyao nodded. Watch the cubs for me. She wanted to let these hyenas know that a female with cubs is not to be messed with. The sounds of battle shook the tribe, and Bai Yan's roar echoed in the sky. Xiyao gripped her dagger, but her mind was calculating. Once they drive back the hyenas, she'll exchange their crystal cores for points and then open a pharmacy. At that time, she wouldn't fear any injuries. She was attacked right after giving birth, and the green tea was still shifting blame. If you want to blame someone, blame your male for being too weak. The hyena clan launched a surprise attack on the tribe, and Bai Yan roared as he charged out to fight. As Xiyao held the little tiger cub and saw Tang Ji, covered in blood, being carried back. Yin and I was crying frantically. Mose has entered a berserk state. No one can save him. Cheng Hua hid to the side, still being stubborn. Who told him to be weak? Shut up. Xiyao snapped coldly. I won't let him die. Bai Ji was startled. Yao, what are you going to do? Su Zio's eyes were resolute. Level 2 supermarket, their first aid kits. She exchanged for bandages and hemostatic medicine, squatting beside Tang Ji and quickly tending to his wounds. The tribal orcs were dumbfounded. This little female not only knows how to cook and has salt, but can also heal injuries? Cheng Hua watched this scene, jealousy making her eyes red. What is that thing you have? It must be witchcraft. Better than you who only knows how to shift blame. Xiyao replied without looking up. Bai Yan returned after driving back the hyenas and saw this scene, instantly feeling teary-eyed. His female is so amazing. Tang Ji gradually regained his breath, and Yin and I knelt down. Thank you. From now on, they'll listen to you. Just as Xiyao was about to speak, the system prompted. Saved orc 300 points for 1,700 points left to open the pharmacy. She felt a stir in her heart. It seems saving more people can also earn points. Mose appeared behind a tree at some point, the blood on his snake tail still fresh. Looking at Xiyao with a complex gaze, Bai Yin walked over and held her in his arms. You must be tired? Xiyao shook her head and looked at Cheng Hua. This green tea, if she dares to cause trouble again, she won't be polite. In the tribe, the orcs were discussing. Bai Yan's female is amazing. With her around, we won't be afraid of getting hurt anymore. Cheng Hua listened to these words, her nails digging deep into her palm. She would never lose to this outsider female. She spent 5,000 points to open a pharmacy, saving an orc on the brink of death. Better than a shaman. Jin Bao, open a level 1 pharmacy. Xiyao looked at Tang Ji's wounds, without hesitation. 5,000 points were instantly cleared, and the pharmacy lit up on the light screen. She rushed in, exchanged for iodine, bandages, and hemostatic medicine, and quickly treated Tang Ji's wounds. As she wiped with alcohol, Tang Ji twitched in pain, but the bleeding gradually stopped. Cheng Hua pushed the door open, excitedly shouting. Did Xiyao kill him? I told you she's a fraud. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tang Ji lying steadily, his wounds neatly bandaged. Yin and I roared. What are you scheming? Yao saved Tang Ji. The old chief leaned over to take a look, gasping. The bleeding really stopped. Bai Yin hugged Xiyao tightly, grinning proudly. I knew my Yao is the best. Xiyao leaned against him, too tired to keep her eyes open. System prompt. Saved her 500 points. Pharmacy upgrade progress 10. She felt delighted inside. These points were worth it. Cheng Hua watched Xiyao being surrounded and praised by everyone, trembling with anger. Casey frowned. Aren't you leaving soon? You're embarrassing yourself here. Cheng Hua gritted her teeth, unwilling to leave. Yin and I brought water to Xiyao. Yao, from now on, if you say east, I will never go west. Bai Ji and Lan Shu nodded. Well, listen to you. Xiyao smiled and looked at Bai Yin. With him around, and these people, this beast world doesn't seem so difficult. Mose stood outside the tree for a long time, his snake tail gently swaying. He looked at the brightly lit tree house, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes that even he didn't notice. Tomorrow, he must check on Tang Ji's condition. And by the way, check on that amazing little female. The old chief exclaimed in surprise. What is this wrapping? And this wound really isn't bleeding at all. Bai Yan's little female, could it be that you are a healer? But wait, aren't females supposed to have no talents? Unless that Xiyao felt that the old chief understood quite a bit, and asked, unless what? The old chief said solemnly, unless you are a holy female. Only a holy female can possess both high fertility and the abilities of a male. But I've lived so many years and have never encountered such a mythical existence that Xiyao felt relieved. She pretended to be profound and said, since we are all siblings in the Bai Yin tribe, I naturally won't hide it. Everything I use to treat Tang Ji, as well as my ability to cook delicious food, are indeed my innate abilities. 0.010. Holy female. What? Bai Yan's little female, are you serious? Is this really your innate skill? You actually possess talent? This is unbelievable. The old chief was both surprised and delighted, almost unable to catch his breath at this moment. All thoughts of Bai Yan and the brave males faded from his mind. He looked at Xiyao with fiery eyes, as if he were gazing at a treasure. Bai Yan felt uneasy and held Xiyao a little tighter. However, he also knew that his little female's extraordinary talent could not be hidden for a lifetime. Yes, I originally didn't want to reveal it, but in times of crisis like this, I have to stand up and hope everyone can keep it a secret from me and not spread this matter outside. Xiyao specifically reminded. She was also aware that her talent was easily coveted by others, and being a female made her a walking treasure. She turned to look at the envious Chenghua and said coldly, "Especially you, Chenghua. I know you hate me, but you need to understand this clearly. When it comes to the safety of the tribe, you should know what is more important." "That's right, Chenghua. You need to remember this." The old chief followed Xiao's words and specifically warned his granddaughter. He knew his granddaughter's character well, and if Xiao really was the holy female, he indeed needed to give Chenghua a good talking to. What could be more important than the holy female? "Grandpa." Chenghua stomped her feet in frustration. Who knows if this female is lying to create a scenario for herself? You need to clarify this and not be deceived. Bai Yan coldly said, "Who has been lying? That person knows in their heart." You. Could Chenghua not hear the underlying meaning? Especially when it was a sarcastic remark from her beloved? Her eyes turned red. The unconscious Tang Ji was restlessly twisting his body, raising his hand to scratch at his wound. "Tang Ji." Yin and I immediately rushed over to stop him. "You can't do that, Tang Ji. You'll ruin the wound." The self-healing ability of male beastmen was indeed strong. He felt the wound itching so soon. "Yin and I, you must stop him from scratching the wound. Otherwise it will get inflamed, and he will definitely run a fever." Xiao took one look and knew that a fever was inevitable, which is why she specifically exchanged for ibuprofen. Sure enough, not long after, Tang Ji was burning up all over, twisting his body and mumbling nonsensical words. "Ooh, Tang Ji, don't scare me." Yin and I touched Tang Ji's forehead and found his whole body was shockingly hot, causing her to cry in fear. Kaisi trembled and couldn't help but say, "I remember there was an orc of the 1st rank and 5th level who got seriously injured and sick, just like Tang Ji. His wounds became infected, and he was burning all over. Even though Moze treated him, he ultimately couldn't make it and passed away." As soon as these words were spoken, Yin and I cried even harder. The old patriarch fell silent, as this incident had indeed happened before. "It's okay, don't panic. I'll give him this medicine. If he gets through it, his fever will subside." Xiao calmly walked up, stuffed ibuprofen into Tang Ji's mouth, watched him swallow it, and reminded Yin and I, "He'll start sweating all over after taking the medicine, so use hot water to wipe his body later. Just make sure he doesn't catch a cold again at this time. Understood?" Yin and I looked at Xiao with red, swollen eyes, as if she were looking at a deity, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay, I understand." Then, Xiao leaned against Bai Yan's embrace and said weakly, Yin, I just gave birth today, and I've been busy. I'm so tired. Carry me back to rest. The little ones must be hungry too. We need to go back and feed them." "Okay, Yao, you've really worked hard." Bai Yan, who already felt heartbroken for her, naturally wouldn't let her walk back, swiftly picked her up and carried her back to their treehouse. Lan Shu and Bai Ji followed to help with the feeding, and only left after Xiao and the 2 little tiger cubs had fallen asleep. Bai Yan's little female, Yao. After sleeping, they woke up the next morning, and just after finishing feeding the greedy little ones, the old patriarch and Yun and I rushed in. Xiao casually asked, "What's wrong?" "Tang Ji should be fine now, right?" Yun and I replied with gratitude. "Yes, after Tang Ji took the medicine you gave him, he has been sweating a lot. I was busy all night, and by morning, his body temperature had returned to normal. He woke up and ate something. His wounds are still not healed, so he can't move around much. He specifically asked me to come and thank you properly. Once he recovers, I'll have Tang Ji bring you some delicious game." Xiao chuckled and said, "Let him focus on healing. Hunting can wait, and I'm not in a hurry for this meal." Yin and I eagerly agreed, okay. At this moment, whatever Yao said was good. "Holy female, you truly are a holy female," the old clan leader exclaimed excitedly. Initially, he had some doubts, but the medicine Xiao gave to Tang Ji last night actually worked. He had a fever all night, and now his temperature has gone down. It was truly incredible. Such amazing medical skills could only be achieved by a holy female. With that, He had no reason to doubt anymore, and his attitude towards Xiyao became extremely warm. Never would he have thought that a holy female would one day appear in our Qingyan tribe. It truly is a blessing for our tribe. The old clan leader laughed heartily. Bai Yin, you did a great job this time bringing back a holy female. How many years would it take to encounter a holy female? She has fallen into the Qingyan tribe, possesses perfect fertility, can strengthen the tribe, and has an exceptionally high medical talent. This is a significant boost. It is the will of heaven for the Qingyan tribe to develop into the #1 tribe in the northern wilderness continent. Bai Yin pressed his thin lips into a line and lowered his voice. Old clan leader, the little tiger cubs still need rest. If there's anything, let's talk outside. Okay, then let's go outside. The old clan leader smiled broadly, not minding at all, leaving Xiyao to take care of the cubs while he went outside with Bai Yin. Old clan leader, the holy female you mentioned has no proof at all. I think we shouldn't call her that just yet. Bai Yin felt heavy in his heart. He had heard of holy females before, and knowing about them made him anxious. This little female is definitely a holy female. She gave birth to little tiger cubs, saved Tangji. What more proof do you need? The old clan leader glanced at him deeply, sighed softly. Bai Yin, you should understand that in the beast world continent, there are many males and few females. Even Bai Ji and Lan Shu have more than one male, let alone a holy female who bears heavy responsibilities. You should be more open-minded. We are all from the same tribe. You should actively recruit beast husbands for the holy female. What do you think of Kaishi? The old clan leader certainly had his own selfish motives. After all, she was a holy female. If his grandson Kaishi could become the second beast husband of the holy female, it would be quite impressive. Bai Yin felt uncomfortable and said coldly, this matter is not for me to decide. Moreover, if Xiyao really is a holy female, are you sure you can keep her? If the imperial family in the capital knows of her existence, they will surely take her away. A holy female should match with a strong, talented male beastman. Kaishi is only at the 3rd rank and 7th tier. He's still far from it. Upon hearing this, the old clan leader's face turned red and pale. But he couldn't refute it, only saying earnestly, I know, which is why you need to recruit more beast husbands for the holy female and make sure she stays in the Qingyan tribe. Bai Yin listened with one ear and let it out the other, casually brushing him off before returning to his wife and children. The news of the holy female couldn't be hidden for long. The entire Qingyan tribe knew that Xiyao had bravely saved the life of the critically ill Tangji, and she was indeed a genuine holy female. Walking on the road, the males looked at her with fiery eyes, displaying their feathers in front of her, while the females looked at her with admiration, all trying to befriend her. Only Chenghua was resentful and filled with grievances. I can testify that on the day we went out to pick fruits, I saw Chenghua talking to a male from the hyena tribe. She didn't refuse the food he offered and brought all back. Doesn't that mean she accepted his courtship? The hyena tribe later came to demand females, and Kaishi drove them away again. This was clearly being a whore while trying to set up a signboard. No wonder they were angry and came to our tribe to snatch females. Chenghua went too far this time, causing our males to get hurt, and Tangji almost died. She must be punished. Yes, she must be punished. The tribe's beastmen gathered together to denounce the hyena tribe's attack, and most of the females stood up to identify Chenghua. Chenghua had no way to argue, her face pale as she tried to hide behind Kaishi. Kaishi also looked disheartened. He pulled Chenghua out and said solemnly, this matter is indeed Chenghua's fault, and she will be punished. Brother, you can't do this to me. Upon hearing of the punishment, Chenghua fell to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. The old clan leader felt heartbroken, but still gritted his teeth and said, then take Chenghua to the female cave for confinement. No one is allowed to let her out. The female cave? I don't want to go to the female cave. I am a female with fertility. Why should I be locked up in the female cave? Grandpa, I am your granddaughter. Why are you helping others and not me? Male beastmen dragged Chenghua away, and she wailed in grievance, causing the old clan leader to shake his head. Bai Yin reminded, let's not talk about Chenghua for now. The hyena tribe is known for being vindictive. We need to strengthen patrols recently. I'm worried they will continue to retaliate against our tribe. Kaishi also regained his spirits. Bai Yin was right, and it would be tough for everyone recently. From then on, even at night, the Qingyan tribe was brightly lit, with everyone united and on high alert. And for a short time, no sightings of the hyena tribe were seen nearby, just when they thought everything would be peaceful. Inside the female cave, Chenghua, who had been pampered by the male beastmen, stared blankly at the cave ceiling. A strong sense of unwillingness and resentment swept over her, and she struggled to get up, wrapping herself tightly in animal skins. Stealthily, she slipped to the cave entrance, and, taking advantage of the shift change of the guarding male beastmen, transformed into a weasel and sprinted in the opposite direction of the Qingyan tribe, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Changhua had escaped, and this news quickly spread back to the tribe. Su Xiao had a faint sense of unease, and even when Bai Yan's passionate kiss landed on her lips, she did not respond. Bai Yan panted heavily, seeing her distracted. He couldn't help but gently bite her and said in a hushed voice, "What's wrong? Are you still worried about the orange blossom? If she ran away, then let her go. No one cares about her. It's just one less vicious female." Su Xiao pushed him and frowned, saying that if she just ran away, it would be fine, but she was worried that she would seek revenge. Bai Yan's hot palm covered Su Xiao's slender waist, constantly wondering. She had no talent, so what could such a weak female do for revenge? But she was a female, just like how she could lure the males of the hyena clan. She was familiar with the terrain of the Qingyan tribe and knew of your existence. She could ally with others to take revenge on the Qingyan tribe and on me. Su Xiao let out a light sigh, cradling Bai Yan's face with both hands, and told him her worries word by word. Hearing Su Xiao's serious words, Bai Yan's brows furrowed tightly. He leaned down and kissed her, then turned to get up. "Yan, where are you going?" Su Xiao asked as she saw him heading for the door. Bai Yan, putting on his beast skin, said, "Your worries might come true, so I need to remind Kaisi and the others." "Okay, be careful." After Bai Yan left, Su Xiao began to play with the little tiger cubs. They had already opened their eyes. One cub had blue eyes like his father, while the other inherited her black eyes. They would usually transform into their beast forms automatically, and their fluffy fur felt incredibly nice to the touch. After a long time, both little tiger cubs grew tired, and Bai Yan still hadn't returned. Instead, there was a commotion outside. Roar, roar. The fierce roars of the magical beasts sounded like thunder, completely waking Su Xiao up. The two little tiger cubs, who were just about to fall asleep, also made ee sounds. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knocking at the door, and Bai Ji's voice followed. "Yao Yao, open the door quickly." Su Xiao immediately went to open the door for her. Bai Ji's eyes were already red from crying. She grabbed Su Xiao and hurriedly urged her to bring the two little tiger cubs out. "Yao Yao, we must leave here now. We need to protect these two little tiger cubs." Su Xiao quickly tied the cub to her body while asking, "What happened? Is it the hyena clan again? I thought I heard the sound of magical beasts." "No, I didn't see the hyena clan. It's magical beasts, so many magical beasts. It's like a beast tide. Everywhere you look, there's magical beasts. I don't know how it got to this point. My male has already sacrificed one. They can't withstand so many magical beasts. Bai Yan asked me to find you and take you away from the Qingyan tribe. We can't stay here any longer. If the males can't hold on, this place will soon be leveled by the beast tide." Bai Ji's tears streamed down her face. Just thinking about her second beast husband dying in front of her made her heartbroken. 012 betrayed trapped beast. How could this happen? Beast tide? Seeing Bai Ji so sorrowful, Su Xiao's face paled significantly as she tightened her hold on the cub and left the treehouse with her. From a distance, it was unclear who had set the fire, but flames swept over the treehouse, and in the blazing light, the fierce faces of the magical beasts were reflected. They roared and swiped their claws, and one arm of the rhino beast man was directly severed, with a mournful scream lingering in the air, unable to dissipate for a long time. "Yao Yao, let's run quickly. They won't hold on much longer. Let's head west towards the beast forest. There's the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe. Their tribe is very powerful. Even if they won't take us in, they will clean up the magical beasts that follow us to their territory." Bai Ji held back her tears and led Su Xiao to run in the opposite direction. Roar, roar, roar. They didn't know how long they had run, but the roars of the magical beasts behind them were getting closer. Warning, warning, danger detected for the cub. The host can choose to use 100 points to exchange for a teleportation talisman to send the cub to a safe area. Would you like to exchange? Just as a huge black shadow leaped from thin air, it instantly enveloped them. In a panic, Bai Ji stumbled and fell to the ground, and with the impact, the cub flew out. Su Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and she made a decisive choice. Yes, exchange. The exchange was successful, and she was being transported. A flash of blue light appeared and disappeared in an instant, and the little ones flying in midair, including the one tied in Su Xiao's arms, vanished into thin air. The magical beast roared frantically, its claw about to strike Su Xiao's back. Roar! A white tiger, stained with fresh blood, suddenly appeared, recklessly crashing into the magical beast. Its clear blue eyes had already been dyed red with blood, and it protected Xiyao behind it, growling at her twice. Xiyao knew that Bai Yin was telling her to run quickly, but seeing the magical beast counterattack, her eyes narrowed, and she instinctively raised her hand to release her mental power, trapping the beast in midair. Bai Yin reacted quickly, seizing the opportunity to leap up and tear the beast apart. Every time she used her mental power, it consumed too much physical strength, and Xiao's face was already devoid of color. Unable to help herself, she asked the system, Jinbao, when can I use my mental power infinitely? Instead of being so weak, the host wants to use mental power infinitely, needs to focus on nurturing the next offspring. The higher the talent of the offspring, the more points they gain, which can light up the vitality water. Drinking a bottle can immediately restore energy, allowing continuous use of mental power. Finding a higher talent male orc to breed offspring can also enhance mental power. The host's S-level mental power can be upgraded to SS, SSS, SSSS, or even SSSSS peak mental power, and then you will be able to protect your little ones by yourself. Nurture offspring and gain points. In Xiao's eyes, a competitive fire ignited. She had never been weak or helpless, and she was determined to become stronger. Bai Yin transformed into human form and seriously told her, Yao, you all need to leave quickly. Run along this path. I can't leave you behind. The little tiger cub had already been escorted to a safe area by the system, and Xiao didn't want to abandon him at this moment. Bai Yin shook his head. He pointed to the other females he had escorted, each of them with tears of fear and sadness on their faces, gazing at them with despair and helplessness. Bai Yin's gaze was resolute as he leaned down and gently pecked Xiao on the lips, sighing, Yao, I know your gifted abilities. If possible, I hope you can take this group of females and escape quickly. My brothers are still fighting fiercely. We can't let them sacrifice themselves in vain. I need to do my best to bring them back. So please. Tears welled up in Xiao's eyes. What about me and the cub? Bai Yin looked at her with a lingering gaze, slightly raising his lips. I promise you, I will definitely live to see you and the cub. All right, that's what you said. If you go back on your word, I will go find another male to have cubs with. Xiao sniffed and deliberately threatened him. All right. Bai Yin suppressed the sadness in his eyes, finally hugged her for a moment, and then transformed into his white tiger form, rushing towards the direction of the flames. Yao, where's the little tiger cub? Bai Ji looked at her empty arms with a pale face. Don't worry, the little tiger cub is fine. We need to focus on escaping. Xiao wiped away her tears, her gaze resolute, and said to the other females, if we can run faster in beast form, let's all transform and keep running forward without looking back. Good. They were already leaderless, and with Xiao's title of sacred female, they obeyed her without question. At that moment, the rabbits, mice, and cats transformed and dashed towards the pitch black ahead. Boom! When they reached a canyon, a massive rock rolled down, blocking their path. Howl! The sound of hyenas echoed in the sky, and soon, a pack of hyenas with glowing green eyes stood above the canyon, eyeing them hungrily. It's the hyena clan. Lan Shu was taken aback, clenching her teeth. How did they get here? Ha ha ha! I told you this is the easiest way. Look, so many females are brought to you by me. This is a sure win deal. How you plan to thank me? The arrogant voice of Cheng Hua rang out, and everyone looked up to see Cheng Hua riding on the back of a hyena, a sinister smile on her lips. Now, what is there to not understand? Their Qingyan tribe was sold out by Cheng Hua. Cheng Hua, are you crazy? You actually collaborated with the hyena clan? Those magical beasts were deliberately lured here by you? Bai Ji's eyes were about to burst with rage, wishing to devour her flesh and drink her blood, scolding, you ungrateful wretch. Do you know how many of our tribesmen you harmed? Even your own grandfather and brother are among them. You crazy female. You also caused the death of my male. You won't have a good end. Ha ha ha, grandfather? Brother? Did they think of me as family when they threw me into the female cave? They all deserve to die. Cheng Hua's expression twisted with rage, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Xiao, especially at you. You are the most deserving of death. You shouldn't have come to the Qingyan tribe. If you hadn't appeared, our tribe would still be fine. You fools should know who to truly hate. It's her, the one who brought this disaster. Lan Shu shook her head, saying, Cheng Hua is really crazy, vicious, and insane. Xiao's gaze was icy and piercing. She coldly said, Cheng Hua, you should not have been locked in the female cave back then. You should have been killed instead. You are beyond saving, foolish and jealous, and yet you bring disaster to innocent people. You are the most cold-blooded fool. 013, Hyena versus Python. Xiao continued to scold. Do you really think these hyenas will listen to you? They are just using you to attack the Qingyan tribe and to capture females. In the end, you are merely a tool for them to reproduce, and you are still feeling smug about it. Is your brain covered in shit? Orange Flower's face turned ugly from the scolding. She pressed her lips together and stubbornly said, I made a deal with them. As long as I help them get females, they will let me stay in their tribe and allow me to choose male orcs freely. Isn't that great? It's much better than staying in the female cave. So Xiyao, don't try to sow discord here. I won't be fooled. As soon as she finished speaking, the hyena, carrying her transformed into human form. A thin figure with an ordinary and slightly lewd face, and hugged Orange Flower tightly, starting to grope her. You little female, you really talk too much. But thanks to the information and terrain you provided, I was able to get so many females. The hyena male ignored Orange Flower's struggles, leering as he kissed her several times on her face and lips, leaving her with a foul taste of his saliva, making her want to gag. Kung Fu, what are you doing? You promised me you wouldn't force me. Orange Flower said angrily, trying to push him away, but the strength difference was too great, and she couldn't push him off at all. Kung Fu laughed loudly. Little female, that was just to trick you. Did you really believe it? Orange Flower was instantly furious, hitting him. You actually lied to me? Kung Fu, you're the leader of the hyena clan. Do you not keep your word? Don't say that. When we brought you fruits and prey, you didn't refuse us. But when we came to the Qingyan tribe to find you, your stupid brother kicked us out. So tell me, who is tricking whom? Kung Fu squinted his small eyes and grabbed Orange Flower's chin, saying, Do you really think our hyena clan is easy to bully? You dare to mock us and even make demands? You are dreaming. Soon, I will take all of you back to the tribe and throw you all into the female cave to reward my brothers. What? The female cave? No, Kung Fu, you can't do this to me. Orange Flower struggled painfully, and Kung Fu, feeling unhappy, was about to throw her away. Orange Flower quickly shouted that fox tribe female. Her name is Xiyao. She's a holy female, identified by my grandfather as a holy female. She has a gifted ability. Go after her instead, don't harm me. My God, why isn't there a lightning bolt to strike Orange Flower dead? This malicious female not only wants to harm our males, but also wants to kill us. To kill Yao Yao. Bai Ji's eyes were blazing with anger, wishing she could personally eliminate this disaster named Orange Flower. Holy female? All the hyena's eyes, glowing green, focused on Xiyao. Kung Fu was also very interested in the holy female. He casually threw Orange Flower aside, leaped forward, and landed right in front of Xiyao. You are the holy female? Kung Fu's undisguised gaze scanned Xiyao from top to bottom, his lewd eyes making people feel uncomfortable. Xiyao responded coldly. Am I a holy female? It's not for me to decide, nor is it for Changhua to decide. Why don't you take me for a test? Ha. Where can I take you for a test? The only places that can test for whether you're a holy female are in the capital or the first tribe of the northern wilderness. Do you think I'm foolish? I don't care whether you're a holy female or not. If you really are a holy female with extremely high fertility, we just need to be affectionate a few more times, and we'll know if you're pregnant with a cub. Kung Fu laughed arrogantly, raising his hand to touch her face. After scanning, it was determined that this male hyena's talent was Earth-based, a third-grade, 9th-tier male beastman. The talent was too poor and not worth wasting time on. Xiyao coldly snorted, directly slapping his hand away and disdainfully said, You are not worthy of having me. Kung Fu was immediately embarrassed and furious, and he waved his hand, saying, Take these females back to the tribe. Once we return, I don't believe they can still be so arrogant. They'll have to obediently wait in the female den for us to pamper them. The male hyenas let out excited howls and rushed down to take the females away. No, let's go. Bai Ji and Lan Shu struggled, but they were no match for the males. Each one was thrown over their shoulders. Kung Fu forcefully grabbed Xiao's arm when a dark, cold, massive snake tail swept over and sent Kung Fu flying. Following that, a giant python, flicking its tongue, fixed its cold brown eyes on the group of hyenas, quickly coiling them together and biting them with its venomous fangs, mercilessly attacking. The bloodthirsty action caught the hyenas off guard, and they cried out in pain. Bai Ji leaped and shouted, It's the shaman Mo-Ze. He has come to save us. You all better hide. Taking advantage of the fight between the hyenas and the python, Xiyao led them to a safe area. Then, step by step, she walked towards Changhua. Changhua collapsed on the ground, looking blankly at Xiyao, feeling flustered and asking, What do you want to do? Changhua, you can even harm your beloved grandfather and brother. You're truly ugly and filthy inside. You caused the death of Bai Ji's male. You caused the death of the companions you lived with day and night in the tribe. You're the one who truly deserves to die. Su Xiao's anger surged as she raised her hand, using her mental power to imprison Chenghua, leaving her with no chance to escape. Panicking, Chenghua exclaimed, "What have you done to me? Why can't I move? This is my talent, S-rank mental power. Chenghua, you should feel honored. You'll be the first scum I kill using my mental power in the Beast World continent." Su Xiao's lips curled slightly, her smile wicked and enchanting. Under the terrified gaze of Chenghua, Su Xiao unhesitatingly closed her 5 fingers. Crack! Without giving Chenghua a chance to react. Just like she had killed zombies in her past life, her neck snapped with a sound, her eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. As Su Xiao returned, filled with killing intent, she faced the completely bewildered females, her palms damp with sweat, hesitating on how to explain. Baiji hugged her tightly, crying, "Yao Yao, you did well. Chenghua deserved to die. She killed my beast husband. She got what she deserved. You did what I have been wanting to do." Lan Shu clenched her fists and said, "Yes, Yao Yao, you did great. I also wanted to kill that evil Chenghua. Yes, Chenghua deserved to die. Yao Yao, you were right. Yao Yao, you protected us." The group of females spoke one after another, and no one blamed her. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of warmth returned to her cold eyes. 014. He has dual talents. Bang bang bang. A few loud noises pulled their thoughts back to the battlefield. The furious Mo-Ze was killing wildly, ignoring the countless wounds on his hard scales, his bloodshot eyes wickedly staring at the heavily injured Kung Fu, who was struggling to escape. Slowly approaching him with a serpentine tail, Kung Fu was scared silly. Half of his legs had already been eaten by Mo-Ze, and he could only keep moving backward while crying out, "No, don't kill me. I can give you all these females. You can have whatever you want. I can even give you the position of the leader of my hyena clan. Please don't kill me." Mo-Ze paid no attention to his nonsense, directly opening his bloody maw and swallowing Kung Fu whole. The screams gradually faded away. Watching the bloody and violent scene before them, the females felt both exhilarated and fearful, not daring to approach Mo-Ze. "What should we do?" Mo-Ze, the shaman, has entered a berserk state. Will he treat us the same way? Lan Shu was somewhat worried. After all, males in a berserk state are known to be indiscriminate. After finishing off Kung Fu, Mo-Ze heard their voices, his bloodthirsty eyes coldly gazing at them, the killing intent in his gaze not yet dissipated, and he actually started to slide towards them. "Baiji, you take everyone and hide well." Su Xiao frowned and urged, then walked out more quickly. Baiji was startled and could only shout softly, "Yao Yao, be careful. Mo li danger. The witch doctor, it's me, Su Xiao. Do you still remember me?" Su Xiao saw Mo-Ze's beast form up close, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She patiently said, "You've wiped out the hyena clan. We're safe now. Can you still return to your human form?" The giant python flicked its tongue, and Su Xiao's reflection was mirrored in its brown eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, a snake tail wrapped around Su Xiao and began to crawl forward with her. Baiji and the other females shouted behind, "Yao Yao." A cool breeze brushed by, and Su Xiao felt like she was going to be thrown up. She quickly pressed one hand against its body, releasing her mental power. The giant python let out a painful groan, and its movements slowed down. Su Xiao shouted, "Mo-Ze, wake up." As her mental power continued to flow out, she felt like she was about to faint. Suddenly, with a splash, the giant python disappeared, and a handsome man fell into the nearby river with Su Xiao. The icy cold water helped Su Xiao regain some clarity. Seeing Mo-Ze transformed back into his human form, she sighed in relief. Gritting her teeth, she dragged him out of the water to the shore. Completely exhausted, she sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "Mo-Ze, are you okay? Why are you still not awake?" Su Xiao used the last bit of her strength to pounce on him, raising her hand to slap his cheek, only to find that he was extremely hot. Could he be running a fever? Why is he so hot? "Jinbao, can you check his condition?" According to the system's detection, this python beastman underwent a mutation after swallowing the hyena beastman, and is currently breaking through his power, about to be promoted to the 6th rank, 1st tier. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. A 6th grade 1st tier, his strength was actually comparable to Yan's? He had just eliminated so many hyenas. It was detected that this male beastman possessed dual talents, which were healing and dark magic. The talents passed the review, and it was recommended that the host take the fertility pill to give birth to a serpent beastman offspring. Su Xiao was taken aback. "What? At a time like this? You're making me have a baby with him? Are you crazy?" The python beastman has entered a berserk state and has advanced, unexpectedly triggering his mating season. If the host doesn't help him now, he might explode from the pressure. Su Xiao said blankly. How could this happen? Bao, you don't want to force me to have a baby, do you? Don't go too far. I don't have any strength left. The system detected the results. And Bao was just stating facts. Besides, didn't the host want unlimited spiritual power? This dual-talented male orc could better stimulate and upgrade your spiritual power. So you should seize the opportunity. One sentence hit the nail on the head. Su Xiao thought about everything that had just happened. If her spiritual power could become stronger and more complete, she could protect the entire tribe. And Yin wouldn't. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. Moze was burning hot all over, covered in fine sweat. The male orc in heat had heightened senses, and he could smell the unusually sweet scent coming from Su Xiao. He flipped over, opened his misty eyes, and pulled Su Xiao into his arms, pinning her down. His nose rubbed against her fair cheek. His scorching lips brushed against her face and lips. Su Xiao pressed her hands against his chest, her heart in a battle between reason and emotion. Suddenly, she heard Moze call out passionately. Su Xiao's heart trembled as the person she wanted to protect flashed through her mind. She quickly exchanged for a childbirth pill, swallowed it, and then slowly closed her eyes, letting go of her hand and calmly accepting everything that Moze offered her. As a cold-blooded creature, it was the first time Moze felt such warmth in his life, and all his passion was devoted to the soft little female before him forever. At the same time, the Qingyan tribe, filled with debris, had turned into a wasteland. The white tiger lay in a pool of blood, barely alive. Suddenly, a blue light flashed by, and two adorable little tiger cubs landed on the white tiger, completely unaware of their situation, making soft cooing sounds. A streak of white light crossed the dark forest as several yellow-striped tigers rushed out, surrounding Yin and roaring. Two men in black robes walked along the path opened by the tigers, looking down at the scarred white tiger and the two clueless little cubs on him. After checking, it was indeed General Yin. He had survived the frenzy phase. It seemed the high priest was right. The holy female had truly appeared, and his prophecy had come true. The black-robed man swept his staff over Yin, then picked up the two little cubs, exclaiming in surprise that they were all white tiger cubs, the offspring of General Yin. My God, are these the cubs born from the holy female? Where has she fallen to? Quickly, let us take General Yin back and report to the high priest. Yes, when the sky began to brighten, Su Xiao finally fell into a deep sleep in extreme bliss. In that moment of losing consciousness, one thought filled her mind. Whatever you do, don't look for a male snake. They are truly exceptionally talented, not to mention that the other party has special characteristics. It's really too exhausting. My life could be at stake. 015. Helping others brings joy. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming pregnant. Reward points. 3,000. Successfully activated rapid childbirth pill. Level 1 vitality water. Activated SS-level mental power. Xiyao Fronith. She was awakened by the noisy sounds of the system, which were ringing in her head. Opening her eyes, she saw the dense trees and the clear blue sky. Remembering what had happened last night, Su Xiao suddenly sat up, causing pain to flare up in certain parts of her body. Hiss! Su Xiao let out a strange cry, feeling her whole body sore and weak. The next moment, a large hand reached over, gently massaging her waist, making her feel much more comfortable. Suddenly, she sensed something was off and looked up to meet Moze's deep brown eyes. Both of them froze simultaneously. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Moze's handsome face as he silently turned his head away, apologizing. I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. I was in a rage period and couldn't control many of my actions. Su Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. She was actually using him to get pregnant and had already come to terms with it in her heart. She softly said, I know it's okay. In a critical moment, I was trying to save you. Life is at stake, so you don't need to take it to heart. Don't take it to heart? A hurt expression flashed in Moze's eyes, and his thin lips pressed into a line. In a hoarse voice, he said, Yeah, last night was also my first time, but I don't regret it. Just having you for a brief moment makes me very happy. Su Xiao looked at him in surprise, sensing his faint feelings, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She couldn't respond for a moment and fell silent. I know you still have Yin in your heart. Now that the Qingyan tribe no longer exists, let me take care of you for now. I don't seek to be your second beast husband. I just want to be by your side, Moze, who had always been like a flower on a high peak, said in a humble tone, which made Su Xiao feel a bit of compassion. All right, let's go back and see if anyone has survived. Also, what about Bai Ji and the others? We ran away last night, and I don't know how they are doing. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and stood up, her body suddenly feeling weak, and she fell into Moze's arms, who caught her around the waist. Moze's handsome face returned to its initial indifference as he looked down at her, lowering his eyelids and saying, "Your body is still very weak. I'll carry you over. And I also want to thank you for helping me successfully get through the violent phase. Otherwise, I might have really gone mad last night and devoured those females." Xiyao recalled the madness of last night, and her face turned red. She buried herself in his arms and murmured, "No need to be polite." Moze held Xiyao and quickly flew back to the canyon they had been at before, where there were still the corpses of the hyena tribe. But Xi and the others were nowhere to be found. They rushed back to the Qinyan tribe and looked at the ruins in front of them, where charred remains were scattered everywhere, making it impossible to tell whether they were from magical beasts or the tribe members. Xiyao struggled to come down and searched around, but found no trace of Bai Yin. "Jinbao, where's Bai Yin? Is he still alive? And what about my cub? Where did you teleport it?" "Host, don't worry. The male white tiger beast man has stable vital signs, and the cub has also been teleported to his side. They are both safe now, and you can focus on nurturing your offspring." Xiyao let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly are they? Can't you just tell me directly?" "No information unrelated to the breeding system will be disclosed. Jinbao has already made an exception to inform the host about the situation of the white tiger male beast man. The host should focus on breeding offspring, while increasing points. They can also activate more different functions." After the system finished speaking, it went silent. No matter how much Xiyao asked, it wouldn't respond. Xiyao could only go with Moze to search for Xi and the others. Looking at the footprints on the ground, they must have gone to the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe for help. Moze carried Xiyao on his back and followed the footprints, quickly discovering their destination. "Are we also going to the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe?" The Wolf clan is known for being social and united, especially the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe, which is large in scale. Their leader, Munan, is a cold and ruthless guy. He has dual talents and is very powerful. Ordinary beastmen do not dare to provoke him. I suspect he won't take in the females from our tribe. After all, he doesn't have a kind heart. Xiyao curiously asked, "But Xi and the others are females. Isn't there a shortage of females in the Beast World continent? Does he really want to keep females out?" Moze replied with a sigh. "Munan doesn't like females. He's in his prime. And not only does he reject the females of his own tribe, but even the daughter of the leader of the first tribe, who has her eyes on him and wants to bring her beast husband to follow him to the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe, he disdainfully rejected. He's still a single man to this day, so it's hard to say, is he really such a strange guy?" Xiyao murmured that no matter what, they needed to ensure Xi and the others' safety first. The Qinyan tribe was no more, and they had to find a new tribe that could protect them. Moze quickened his pace, and soon they could see a towering city wall in the distance. "Look, that's the base of the Night Grey Wolf tribe. Help! Is anyone there? Save me." Just as they were about to reach the territory of the Night Grey Wolves, a female voice calling for help came from the woods ahead. Xiyao patted Moze's back and said, "It's a female. Moze, hurry and see if it's Xi and the others." Moze obediently rushed over and saw a strange female lying on the ground, sweating profusely and straining, with blood all around her feet. Xiyao's eyes narrowed, and she quickly jumped down to check, "Are you about to give birth?" "Yes, I'm going to give birth. I came out with my beast husband, but he fell into a deep pit and broke a leg. I want to go get help, but I tripped, and now I'm going to labor." The unfamiliar female grabbed her hand urgently and pleaded, "Please go save my male. He's in the forest, in this beast forest. Above is the nest of the vulture clan, and to the south is the swamp of the crocodile clan. They are all aggressive. If they find him alone and injured, they will definitely not let him go. Please, I beg you." Xiyao frowned and said, "You are about to give birth, so your situation is the most important right now." But facing her helpless and heartbroken gaze, Xiyao helplessly turned to Moze and said, "Moze, can you help find her male beastman in the beast forest?" Moze pressed his lips together and replied, "Okay, I'll go quickly and come back fast. You all need to be careful too. You be careful as well." "All right." Moze got up and disappeared into the beast forest, and soon he was gone without a trace. 016, he is Munan. Xiyao guided her. "All right, Moze has gone to save your male. You can relax and give birth now. Don't get distracted. Take a deep breath." "Hoof, hoof, hoof." The unfamiliar female took a deep breath and then cried out in pain, "I can't take it anymore. Why is giving birth so difficult? I want to transform into beast form to give birth. I'm in so much pain. Am I going to die soon?" "Don't worry." Xiyao had never delivered a baby before and could only rely on her own experience. Seeing the unfamiliar female in pain and rolling her eyes, She immediately exchanged 5 points for a quick birth pill, brought it to her lips, and said, "This is my medicine. It can help you give birth faster. Hurry and take it." At that moment, the unfamiliar female was too desperate to care whether the medicine was toxic. She felt like she was dying and quickly swallowed the pill. A few seconds later, the baby was successfully born, and in an instant, it transformed into a cute little bear cub. Xiyao carefully picked up the little bear cub and brought it in front of the unfamiliar female, smiling as she said, "Congratulations, you have given birth to a male bear cub." The unfamiliar female gasped for breath, looked at the little bear cub with affection, and murmured, "Indeed. It's so hard for bear cubs to be born. I've been in pain for so long, and all I got is this little guy. Thank you so much. If you and T happen to pass by, I might have really died here with my cub." The unfamiliar female expressed her gratitude. "My name is Xia. I'm a female wolf. The Dark Night Gray Wolf tribe up ahead is my home. It's my first pregnancy, and I really don't know anything. I thought I could hold out until I got back to the tribe to get help." Xiyao eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as she smiled and said, "My name is Xiyao. I am a female of the fox tribe. I was staying with my male in the Qingyan tribe, but last night I was set up by the hyena tribe. They lured beasts to our tribe, and most of the males sacrificed themselves. The females of our tribe were planning to seek refuge in the Night Gray Wolf tribe along this path. So, Inthe and I happened to pass by here. It's fate, I suppose. You and the little bear cub are meant to survive." "Huh, is that true? The hyena tribe has gone mad, right?" Xia said indignantly. "So the beast tied yesterday was aimed at the Qingyan tribe. They really have gone too far, doing such despicable things. Is there anything that can't be competed fairly? Don't worry, Yao. I will go back and tell our leader to help teach the hyena tribe a lesson." "That won't be necessary." "Why not? We have already taken our revenge. The hyena tribe no longer exists." Xiyao said lightly. "What is more important now is to take good care of the remaining females in our tribe. They should have already arrived at the Dark Night Gray Wolf tribe." "Females? Aren't they welcomed by every tribe?" "Don't worry, Yao. You saved me and the little cub, so I will definitely help you." At this moment, Xia's body had recovered a bit, and she patted her chest with great spirit. Xiyao smiled gently at her. "Then I'll trouble you. Soon." Inthe brought back a strong male, whose leg was a bloody mess, and his face was terrifyingly pale. "Xiyao, are you okay? I'm so worried about you." Xia rushed over, holding a bear cub, tears mingling with her smile. "Look, I gave you a healthy little bear cub. This little guy is so energetic that I almost thought I was going to die here." "Goof, goof, goof. Xia, don't say such unlucky things." Xiyao gently comforted Xia, then looked down at his little bear cub, feeling touched. "Thank you, Xia, for giving me a bear cub. I feel so happy right now." Inthe coldly splashed cold water on them. "Happy? Hurry back to treat your injuries, or if your leg ends up disabled, you won't be able to laugh." Xia urged. Right, let's hurry back to the tribe." Inthe transformed his tail into a snake tail and dragged Xiyao out of the pit, then used his snake tail to pull him all the way back. Xiyao looked at the tall city walls in front of her and the bustling tribe that seemed endless, her eyes filled with envy. No wonder Bai Ji and the others came here for help. The Dark Night Gray Wolf tribe was indeed much larger than the Qingyan tribe. Even if the demon clan came, they would hesitate in front of these city walls. Inthe softly said, Yao, everything will be all right. I will take you to live a new life in the new tribe. If you want to find Bai Yin, I will accompany you to look for him." The flower on the high peak, having fallen to the mortal world, was also a gentle and understanding male. Xiyao nodded and followed Xia into the territory of the Dark Night Gray Wolf tribe. The aroma of food and the small buildings made them feel as if they had entered another world. "Xia, are you okay?" A few male orcs rushed over, pulling Xia left and right, clearly anxious. Xia replied, "I'm fine. It's Xiyao who is injured. Hurry and call the shaman to take a look at his leg injury." "Did you give birth to a little bear in the wild?" A male with a buzz cut glared at Xiyao with a hostile look. "How did you protect Xia? I told you Xia is about to give birth, and you still dare to take her out. It's one thing for you to get hurt, but if anything happens to Xia, you won't be able to pay for it even if you die." Xiyao, knowing he was in the wrong, gritted his teeth and admitted his mistake. "It's my fault. I didn't protect Xia well." A wolf howl suddenly erupted, and another male beside Xia transformed into a gray wolf and lunged at Xiyao, completely disregarding his injuries and ready to attack him. "Sabi, enough, stop." Xia's eyes turned red with anger. "Lenova, hurry and stop Sabi." The buzz-cut male Lenova calmly replied, "Xia, this is a duel between males. I can't interfere. Just leave it be. Sabi knows his limits and won't kill Xiyao." Xia was so angry she was stamping her feet, wishing she could intervene herself. Suddenly, a deep wolf howl echoed, and the male orcs watching the commotion all turned serious, parting to make way and kneeling on one knee respectfully. A massive dark night gray wolf slowly walked in, its green eyes filled with fierce killing intent, exuding a powerful presence with each step. The chief, Lenova's face paled, and he quickly shouted, the earlier arrogance instantly subdued. Is he Munan? Xiyao stood calmly, not avoiding his sharp gaze, curiously sizing him up. Munan could sense a unique gaze directed sharply at Xiyao, and he was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the owner of this gaze was actually a beautiful little female. 017, precisely stepping on his landmine. Munan was a solitary and aloof dark gray wolf, with strength and talent that were not weak. After years of battles and killings, he exuded an aura of unapproachable authority and a chilling, killing intent. Even the females of his own tribe did not dare to meet his gaze so directly. Yet this little female before him actually dared to look him in the eye. Munan playfully curled the corners of his lips and transformed into human form. The man, dressed in black cloth, had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, gray hair and green eyes, and a handsome, charming face that was truly eye-catching, causing even Xiyao to take a couple more glances at him. She understood why the daughter of the leader of the first tribe would be attracted to him. With looks like that, anyone would drool. Mose leaned over and said lightly, Yao, wipe the drool. Huh? Xiyao believed him, touched the corner of her mouth, found nothing there, and couldn't help but glare at him with a flushed face. You lied to me. Mose curved his lips and said, you were staring for too long. In a little while, you might really start drooling. Xiyao muttered, no way. Munan lazily asked, what's going on? Fighting here? Lon Nova replied, Chief, it's Jalawa who took Xia out. Not only did he get himself injured, but he also caused Xia to give birth to a bear cub in the wild. This is extremely dangerous. As Xia's second beast husband, Savi is naturally upset about this. Xia, did you sneak out again? Munan frowned, looking at the bear cub in her arms, and said, the shaman said last time that you were pregnant with bear cubs. So there was a high possibility of complications during childbirth. Why are you so disobedient? What if something went wrong? Xia was scolded by him and immediately drooped her head, weakly saying, I already encountered danger. It was Yao and her male orc who helped me and Jialoa. She helplessly recounted what had happened earlier, and upon hearing this, Savi and Lon Nova's expressions turned serious and fearful. The two strong male orcs walked in front of Xiyao, bowing respectfully to thank her, little female. We really appreciate you saving Xia in time. Otherwise, we can't imagine what life would be like without Xia. Xiyao waved her hand and said, there's no need to be so polite. I just helped a little, and besides, females should help each other. Seeing that Xiyao was beautiful, kind, and exuded a faint, sweet fragrance, the male dark night gray wolves present all had a good impression of her. Munan glanced at them, knowing exactly what this group of gray wolves was thinking, and felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. He looked at Xiyao with a cold expression and asked, so, that group of females was with you before? Indeed, they came here, right? Leader Munan, may I ask where they are now? Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright and clear, and Munan could see his reflection in them. Munan turned his head away uncomfortably and said coldly, they want to seek refuge in our tribe, so I sent them all to the female cave. Female cave? Xiao was taken aback, then her gaze turned cold. She laughed in anger and said, are you joking? Bai Ji and the others are all fertile females. You didn't even test their fertility before throwing them into the female cave? Why is that? The beast world already has more males than females. You can't just because of your own inadequacies and disdain for females deny other females and males the chance to find their happiness. Can you? No. Disdain for females? The nearby male dark night gray wolves dared not breathe, all looking at Xiyao with admiration. This little female is so impressive, so brave. Every word hits the leader's sore spot. Munan narrowed his eyes dangerously, quickly walking up to Xiyao and gripping her chin tightly, ominously saying, who did you say is incapable? Little female, you better take responsibility for what you just said. Xiyao let out a cold snort. Isn't this something everyone already knows? It's already spreading outside. Isn't it a bit late for you to ask someone to take back that statement? Everyone knows I'm not capable. Munan coldly glanced at the other wolves, who were trembling and lowering their heads. Who dared to speak up? Very well. I want to let you know whether I am capable or not. Munan gritted his teeth, especially as he got closer and caught a whiff of the sweet scent on Xiyao. His eyes deepened, and an unfamiliar feeling stirred within his body. He wrapped his arms around Xiyao and was about to take her away. A snake-tail whipped towards them, and Moonin barely dodged it while holding Xiyao. Turning around, he met Mo's fierce gaze. Moonin raised an eyebrow with a wicked smile. So you are the male beast man of this little female? Turns out you are a giant python. So what? This is the territory of our night gray wolves. Did you not consider the consequences before stepping in? Mo sneered. Even if you rely on your numbers to kill me, so what? Even if I die, I will never let you harm Yao. Mo's 6th grade first level aura was equally strong. His dark attribute talent was poison, and as a snake tail swept by, the nearby gray wolves felt dizzy from the poison gas. A hint of appreciation flashed in Moonan's eyes. You're quite impressive. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he would usually cherish talent. Wait a minute. Brother, are you crazy? They are the lifesavers of me and Xiyao. You can't treat them like this. Xia was stunned, never expecting the situation to turn out like this, and quickly shouted, if you keep this up, I won't pay attention to you anymore. And next time when Ina comes to find you, I won't help you hold her back either. Brother? Your siblings? Xiyao didn't expect that Xia was Moonan's biological sister, and couldn't help but mock him. Your sister is innocent and kind. Really doesn't resemble a petty male like you at all. Petty? Moonan gritted his teeth and glared at her. You really know how to get on my nerves. Xiyao pushed him away with her mental strength, successfully escaping his embrace, and said coldly, you were the one who sent Bai Ji and the others to the breeding cave first. Who can you blame? Moonan snorted coldly, saying, the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe never accepts useless members. Even females must have value to receive the protection of our wolf clan. Understand, little female? As he spoke, an elder was hurriedly brought over by a group of people. Chief, I've already tested them. These females all have reproductive ability. The best is B grade, and the worst is C grade. Although the levels are not high, they can still bear offspring and do not need to be sent to the breeding cave. The newcomer was the tribe shaman, and he smiled, clearly pleased with the arrival of so many females. Xiyao was also taken aback, not expecting them to have brought Bai Ji and the others to test their fertility. She raised her eyes to Moonan, who gave her a rather proud look, as if saying, you got slapped in the face, didn't you? 018. She has no fertility? But Xiyao wouldn't indulge him, disdainfully saying, Moonan, you are really childish. Since you brought them to test fertility, why lie to me here? It's clearly your problem, and you should apologize to me. The smile at the corner of Moonan's mouth froze, and he incredulously said, apologize? Me? Yes, you deliberately lied first. Shouldn't you apologize? Moonan was instantly speechless, seeing everyone staring at him, wanting to see his reaction. His expression darkened, and he began to change the subject. Han Qing, the shaman. Xia gave birth to a little cub outside. Can you check her physical condition? Also, check on a little cub. He then said to everyone, it's a joyous occasion that Xia has added a little cub to the tribe. Today we should eat and drink. Savi, go get the wine I stored in the cellar to share with everyone. Upon hearing there was wine, the wolf pack leaped with joy, cheering loudly. Xiyao couldn't help but curl her lips and say, how childish. She didn't necessarily want Moonan to apologize. She was just unhappy about him lying and rushing to the female cave without understanding the situation. What? You've already given birth to the little cub? The Hanqing shaman was surprised, and when he saw the little bear cub in Shasha's arms, he incredulously said, Shasha, you didn't have a difficult labor? You are a Dark Knight Grey Wolf, and you gave birth to a cub of the brown bear clan. The size difference is so great that it must have been difficult. Did you give birth in the wild by yourself? Could it be that my initial assessment was incorrect? No. Hanqing shaman, I did have a difficult labor. It was Yao who saved me. She gave me a pill, and I was able to give birth to the little cub smoothly. Xia pulled Xiao's arm affectionately and said, Yao is the savior of me and my cub. This little female's medicine helped you give birth smoothly? The Hanqing shaman looked Xiao up and down and asked curiously, little female, are you also a shaman? No, I'm not. Mo's is the shaman. He has dual talents and healing abilities. Xiao waved her hand, pulling out Mo's and explained, I only have a little knowledge of medicine. Yao, you're being too humble, Xia said, looking at her with admiration. After you gave me that medicine, I really felt like I was holding my breath, and suddenly I gave birth to the cub. You're really amazing. I've never seen a female with medical skills in my life. Xiao couldn't help but look at Moonan, just in time to meet his deep gaze. After a slight daze, she pursed her lips and asked, does that mean I'm valuable? Moonan scoffed lightly and said, didn't you say it yourself? Females need to verify their fertility. Han Qing shaman, take this little female to check her fertility and then decide whether to keep her. Xia glared at him and said, with Yao's medical skills, she can definitely stay. Brother, you're really being unnecessary. No wonder you're still a single old bachelor, unable to find a female to care for you. Xia. Moonan glared at his sister, who was undermining him, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for her just having given birth, he would definitely transform into a wolf and fight her. Han Qing shaman smiled and said, all right, little female, you can come with me. Okay. Xiyao nodded obediently and followed the Han Qing shaman to the testing point. Sasha naturally followed her, along with other males who had a good impression of Xiyao, all curious about the test results. Seeing that a large group was following Xiyao, Moonan frowned and hesitated for a few seconds before also following along. On the way, the Han Qing shaman tested Sasha again and was surprised to find that, aside from being a bit weaker than usual, Sasha was still very healthy and didn't look like someone who had gone through a difficult childbirth at all. The Han Qing shaman smiled at Xiyao in a flattering manner and asked, little female, do you still have that medicine you gave Sasha? I really want to know what kind of amazing medicine it is. Xiyao apologetically said, I'm sorry, Han Qing witch doctor. Actually, that medicine is considered my talent. It's not something that can be easily obtained. Moreover, it's just a tiny pill, so you probably won't be able to detect its ingredients. The quick conception pill also needs to be exchanged with points, and unless it's necessary, I wouldn't waste points to exchange for it. Talent? Han Qing, witch doctor's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I must have heard wrong just now. Little female, are you saying that you possess a talent? Yes. If Xiyao is temporarily staying here, she won't hide this matter, especially since she has already given Xia the medicine, and she can't conceal where the medicine came from. Moonan, being the suspicious wolf spirit he is, would definitely jump to conclusions, so it's better for her to say it outright. I have never seen a gifted little female before. If you really have talent, that would definitely be a great miracle for our tribe, oh no. For the entire beast world continent, Han Qing, the shaman, is now interested. They have already arrived at the testing point, and Xiyao quickly spotted Bai Ji and the others who were arranged to rest here. Bai Ji, Lan Shu. Xiyao saw them and happily rushed over to hug each of them. Yao, that's great, you're okay? Bai Ji and Lan Shu, upon seeing Xiyao and Moze, immediately brightened up, their previous gloominess gone. Yes, we went back to the Qingyan tribe and found it no longer suitable for living. You all should stay in the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe. Xiyao brought up a sad topic, and both Bai Ji and Lan Shu quietly wiped their tears. Yet they nodded firmly. They could tell from Xiao's tone that their males had almost no chance of survival. They didn't dare to ask or think about it. Yao, come and test your fertility. Xia called her over to a nearby stone pillar, which was transparent and engraved with patterns of wild beasts. Little female, just place your hand on this stone pillar and meditate silently. The Han Qing shaman instructed her on what to do. Xiyao obediently pressed her hands against the stone pillar. After more than 10 seconds, the stone pillar showed no reaction at all. Huh, why is there no reaction? Could it be that this little female has no fertility at all? If the testing divine stone doesn't respond, doesn't that mean no fertility? What shame for such a beautiful little female. It wouldn't matter how pretty she is if she has no fertility. Would the chief still take in this little female? A group of males whispered to each other, stealing glances at the calm expression of Moonan. Suddenly, the motionless stone pillar erupted with a layer of golden light, filling the entire pillar without pause. Crack, crack! The sturdy divine stone couldn't withstand this force any longer, and small cracks began to appear on the stone wall, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded. 019, Super S-level fertility. Xiyao sensed something was off and quickly released her hand. Even so, the golden light from the stone pillar lingered for a long time. Oh my, I never expected to see such an SSSS-level fertility before I die. The Han Qing shaman, coming back to his senses, cried with joy, Heaven bless our wolf tribe. Chief, this little female is a once-in-a-century holy female. I've never encountered a holy female in my entire life. Holy female? The male wolves were stunned. Everyone knew what a holy female meant. The old patriarch was right. Yao is indeed a holy female. Bai Ji, Lan Shu, and other females proudly chimed in. It has been discovered after all. Only Moze smiled bitterly. Once Xiyao was identified as a holy female, she would be surrounded by a group of males eager to show off. And he wondered if he would still have a place by her side. SSS-level fertility? Moonan was also surprised. He never expected Xiyao to be a holy female. Xia sighed. Yao is truly impressive. Huh, wait, little female you look like. The Han Qing shaman, seeing the golden light descend and the faint red glow left at the bottom, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you pregnant? Pregnant?" Not to mention the other wolf tribe members. Even Bai Ji and Lan Shu were shocked. Mo's heart skipped a beat, and a spark of hope ignited in his brown eyes. Xiyao touched her flat belly and nodded straightforwardly, saying, "Yes, I'm pregnant with a little cub." Although she had just conceived, she didn't expect that the divine stone would detect it so quickly. Bai Ji, in a daze, said, "No, Yao, didn't you just give birth to a little tiger? It's only been a short time, and you're pregnant again? Is it Bai Yan's posthumous child?" Bai Ji was worried about upsetting Xiyao, so she didn't dare to continue. Xiyao shyly responded, "It's a little snake." "A little snake?" They all turned to look at Mo's, whose lips couldn't help but curl up. After all, he was the only python beastman here. "So that's how it is, Yao. You truly live up to being the holy female. Your speed of pregnancy is really enviable." Bai Ji sighed in relief, not feeling that the relationship between Xiyao and Mo's had progressed too rapidly, but rather feeling extremely envious. After all, in a beast world continent, females can have multiple males, not to mention a holy female. Is this python male the second beast husband of the holy female? Han Qing, the shaman, seemed to have figured it out. He didn't think much of it and instead smiled, saying, "The fertility of the holy female is indeed strong. I wonder if you've considered taking a third beast husband?" Xiyao looked confused, huh? Nearby, the male wolves immediately straightened their chests and flaunted their muscular bodies, starting to display like peacocks in their courting season. "Are you kidding? That's the holy female. She just gave birth to little tiger cubs and is already pregnant with snake pups. Her fertility is so enviable. Don't even mention a third beast husband. The fourth and fifth would all be vying for her." Han Qing, the shaman, waved his hand dismissively at those males, saying they had no chance. With their talents and abilities, they weren't worthy of the holy female. I'm talking about our leader, who is quite the catch, with excellent dual talents. The holy female could definitely consider him. Sasha's eyes lit up, and she joined in the commotion, saying, Yes, my brother may be a single old bachelor, but he is an excellent hunter. With him around, there's no worry about food or drink. Yao, you should accept him." Munan's expression became a bit stiff, and he lowered his voice to shout, "Sasha, Han Qing, enough. Enough of what?" Sasha couldn't help but mutter, "This is the holy female, after all. Brother, are you really not capable? What kind of female do you actually want?" Xiyao calmly said, "I'm not considering the beast husband situation for now. Let's just go with the flow." After testing, Munan, a male orc from the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe, is a 6th grade 7th tier with dual talents in wind and hidden systems, meeting the requirements for breeding. The host can have a litter of wolf cubs after giving birth to the little snake cub. Xiyao was speechless at the sudden appearance of the system. She had just gotten pregnant and was already being made to think about the next litter. Munan spoke in a teasing tone, "Since she's a holy female, we should treat her well. Savi, take them to find a vacant house to settle in." "Yes." Savi immediately led them away. After watching Xiao's figure completely disappear, Munan finally withdrew his gaze. "Chief, that's a holy female. Your innate abilities are very strong. Even if you dislike females, you still need to ensure your lineage." Han Qing, the shaman, sighed and advised him. Munan pressed his lips into a thin line and replied gently, "Han Qing, you also said she's a holy female. Can the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe keep this hidden, or should we report it to the imperial capital immediately?" Han Qing was taken aback and hesitated. If the imperial capital finds out, they definitely won't let it go easily. But she's a holy female. Even if you are unwilling, I think we should find a male from the wolf tribe to become her beast husband before she gets lured away by the imperial capital. I'll go look for suitable young males right away. After saying this, Han Qing ran off, leaving Mu Nan feeling frustrated in place. Because of Xiao's identity as a holy female, Savi prepared a 2-story vacant house for her, and based on Shasha's reminder, arranged for the residents to be very close to Mu Nan's, almost like next-door neighbors. Xiao didn't realize this at all and was quite satisfied with the 2-story small building. After relaxing, she felt hungry. She exchanged 2 packs of turkey noodles at the supermarket. For some reason, ever since she got pregnant with a snake baby, she craved spicy food. Just as she boiled water and put the noodles in, Mo's arrived, casually taking the bamboo chopsticks from her hand to help cook the noodles and mix them according to her instructions. Seeing her enjoy the food, Mo's lips curled up slightly as he said, Yao, thank you." Xiao glanced at him, swallowed the noodles in her mouth, and slowly said, "There's no need to thank me for something like this. It's a very happy thing that my beloved little female is pregnant with little snake babies. Mose took the opportunity to confess, Yao, let me take care of you and the little snake babies. Xiyao saw the expectation in his eyes and sighed softly. Mose, is it okay, even if I don't like you that much yet? Mose's gaze dimmed for a moment, shaking his head and saying, Yao. Liking you and wanting to take care of you is my business. You don't need to worry about anything. Perhaps from the first moment he saw Xiyao, he was captivated by this delicate little female. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed in to save her without any hesitation. At this moment, the proud Mose also fell humble. 020. There's nothing that a hot pot can't solve. After all, you are my little snake cub. When I give birth to the little snake cubs, I will need you to take care of them. Xiyao pressed her red lips together, giving him a sense of reassurance. Whether it was by Yin or Mose, they were both just tools for her to have children. There were certainly feelings involved, but it was just a matter of depth. Just thinking about the little snake cubs in her belly made Xiao's scalp tingle. She still felt a bit apprehensive about these cold-blooded animals. And she had no idea what the little snake cubs would be like. The females of the Qinyan tribe had settled in the night gray wolf tribe, celebrating the birth of Shasha's little bear cub at night, with the entire wolf pack singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. The males had brought out quite a bit of wine from the cellar, drinking freely, and the air was filled with the aroma of alcohol. Xiao sniffed the air, feeling a bit tempted. This was wine brewed from wheat, and it tasted quite good, but unfortunately, she couldn't drink it now. Mose noticed Xiao's craving, but since she was pregnant, she couldn't drink. He said, You're hungry, right? I just went hunting a large wild bull with Lenoa. I'll go cut a piece of beef leg for you to roast. Beef? Xiao had a flash of inspiration and followed to watch Lon Nova and the others butcher the cow, just as they were about to throw away the organs. She called out in time, Wait, these are beef tripe, beef tongue, beef stomach, and beef heart. They're all edible. Don't throw them away. It's too wasteful. Lon Nova was taken aback and asked in confusion, Can we eat these? We haven't tried them before. Do we cook them like this? The few males looked at the organs with a hint of disdain. You guys wash these organs clean, and Mose, you cut some meat from these parts. We'll have hot pot together later. Xiao directed the several males to work. They exchanged glances, and although confused, they obediently followed her instructions. Shasha leaned over and asked, Yao, what is hot pot? Is it for dipping vegetables? Besides meat, do we have any vegetables? Yes. Although the wolf clan doesn't like to eat vegetables. Hanqing the shaman has planted some, and I've sent someone to pick some. Shasha hurriedly asked Savi to go gather the vegetables. Do we have a big iron pot? The kind that can be placed over a fire to cook? We have everything ready for you. The wolf clan watched Xiao bustling around with eager eyes, curious about what this little female was going to bring them. Chief, have you heard of hot pot? Renova, following Xiao's instructions, had cleaned and cut the beef organs and brought them over, watching them set up the big iron pot with curiosity. Mu Nen pursed his thin lips, his dark gaze fixed on Xiao, and coldly said, It looks similar to the kind of vegetables eaten by the nobles in the imperial capital, but the flavor is too bland and not very tasty. Huh, does that little female like to eat such bland things? Renova immediately lost interest. Male beastmen preferred meat and had no interest in clear broth. Xiao had no idea that Lon Nova and Mu Nen were misunderstanding each other. She exchanged several packs of hot pot base at the supermarket and, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, ripped open the packaging and added it to the pot. After adding water and bringing it to a boil, the aroma of the hot pot immediately filled the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Shasha exclaimed, Yao. It smells so good. This hot pot is amazing. I've never smelled anything like this before. The base made from beef tallow and chili was very fragrant, and I was worried that you might not be able to handle it too spicy, so I intentionally lowered the spice level a bit. Suggesting that the beef and beef tripe she had just cut could be put into the pot to cook, noting that they didn't need to be boiled for too long before they could be picked out and eaten. Okay, Mose obediently complied. Among the vegetables brought by Savi, there were cabbage and greens, as well as some unfamiliar wild vegetables that Xiao tossed into the hot pot after washing them. The aroma of the hot pot grew increasingly enticing, and Xiao couldn't wait to hold her bowl, picking up a piece of beef tripe and beef tongue with her chopsticks. Taking a bite, the fresh, spicy, and fragrant flavors filled her nostrils, awakening her taste buds. Xiao felt completely satisfied, forgetting about the heat, and ate joyfully. Seeing Xiao enjoying her meal so much, the others swallowed hard enjoying the hot pot feast. So spicy but so delicious. What kind of earthly delicacy is this? I never imagined I could eat such gourmet food. Oh my, I never knew that beef organs could be eaten like this. How many delicious bites have I thrown away before? I declare that hot pot will become my favorite food. A meal of hot pot successfully conquered all the wolf clan. They were eating with tears and snot, but couldn't stop. At this moment, taking a sip of the brewed wine felt like reaching the peak of life. It was so beautiful. Woo woo woo. The wolf clan was so happy eating that they began howling. It didn't look bland at all. Renoa looked at them, eating the hot pot with envy, sniffing the aroma, and couldn't help but swallow. He glanced at the unmoving Moo Nan next to him and chuckled. That leader, I'm going to check on Sha. With that, he rushed over to eat. A group of beast men was having a great time, and a large wild ox was quickly devoured to the bottom. Xiyao held her full belly and squinted her eyes happily. Indeed, there's nothing that a hot pot can't solve. Seeing Moo Nan drinking alone in silence, Xiyao thought for a moment and brought him a bowl full of hot pot ingredients. Here, give it a try. What's the point of just drinking? You should always try something new. Moo Nan looked up, his dark eyes locking onto her, and slowly took the bowl from her hands. He silently took a small taste, and his eyes lit up. He forced out a compliment, saying it was indeed delicious, completely different from the bland soup in the capital. Xiyao laughed proudly, of course. My flavor is fresh and spicy. Ordinary people can't make it. Looking at Xiyao, who resembled a little son, Moo Nan felt a surge of strange emotions in her heart and was just about to say something. Suddenly, the Hanqing shaman rushed over, pulling Xiyao away while saying, Hee, you really are the holy female. How can you be so amazing and even whip up such delicious hot pot? I'm already so old, and I can still taste such wonderful food. I would feel embarrassed not to give you something in return. Gulme. These are the youngest and most talented, outstanding young wolves from our night gray wolf tribe. Look at these perky butts and big chest muscles. They're definitely good material for producing female offspring. Pick whoever you like and take them back as your beast husbands. It will be even better if you like them all. I'll give them all to you. 021. The snake eggs have been laid. The Hanqing shaman made a shocking statement, and the male wolves he arranged even posed in front of Xiyao, hoping to win the favor of the holy female and become her beast husbands. Xiyao felt helpless and was too embarrassed to speak. In this dark night gray wolf tribe, the only one who could be selected by the system was the leader, Moo Nan. I tend to get sleepy after eating, and since I am currently pregnant, I won't consider these things for now. Thank you, Hanqing shaman. I'm going to go back and sleep. Xiyao laughed and pretended to be sleepy. Moze immediately walked over and coldly said to the Hanqing shaman, the shaman is getting old. It's better to rest early. Yao is pregnant, so we won't consider adding more beast husbands for now. We're going back to rest. He didn't give them a chance to continue and took Xiyao back to rest. Hey, the holy female will be able to give birth in a little over 2 months. We can start selecting now. Think about it some more. The Hanqing shaman was unwilling to give up and shouted, Moze shaman, remember not to be jealous. Hanqing shaman, is it really that urgent to find a beast husband for the holy female? Moo Nan asked, having appeared by side at some point, his tone calm. Of course it is. Just look at how charming the holy female is, and she can cook such delicious food. If we don't seize the opportunity, we will regret it. You, as the leader of our wolf tribe, should take the initiative to become the holy female's beast husband, but you are unwilling. I can't force you, so I have to look for other suitable candidates. Is that not allowed? Moo Nan was rendered speechless by his words, and he turned his head away awkwardly, lightly coughing into his fist and saying, no one said they were unwilling. What did you say, leader? And nothing. The words almost escaped his lips. But Moo Nan felt embarrassed and could only return holding his bowl. The Hanqing shaman watched his departing figure with a sly smile, chuckling, I knew it. He's just being coy. After being single for so many years, he really has no means to pursue females. He still has to rely on this old bone of mine to hint at it. TSK. Once it's successful, remember to give me a big reward. As the weather in the northern wilderness continent gradually turned cooler, the male beastmen of the dark night gray wolf tribe began hunting and stockpiling supplies. They dug out a cellar where they would store their prey during the winter to ensure they wouldn't run out of food. Bai Ji and Lan Shu gradually let go of their concerns and selected male from the wolf tribe to be their beast husbands, moving in to live with them. Xiao's belly has grown a lot, and she will give birth in half a month. Sasha's little bear cub really likes Xiao, and she brings the little bear cub to play with her every day. Oh woo! Just as Sasha and Xiao were sharing their experiences of being mothers, a series of wolf howls came from outside, and the sound seemed a bit off. What is happening? Xiao furrowed her brows lightly and stepped outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, A cool breeze blew in her face, making her pull her thin garments tighter around her. She began to miss her down jacket. We need to concentrate on the signals. Sasha, holding a mischievous little bear cub, said worriedly, winter is about to arrive, and at this time, it seems that my brother and the others will have to go out to clear a wave of magical beasts again. Do we have to clear a wave of magical beasts before winter arrives? Yes, we need to hunt and stock up on supplies ahead of winter. The magical beasts do the same. Every winter, they will erupt in large numbers and raid various tribes for a feast to gather energy for the entire winter. Sasha sighed lightly. If we don't clear them regularly, their numbers will quickly surpass ours, and that would be even more troublesome. Xiyao and Sasha arrived at the city gate, where Moonan had already rallied a group of male wolves ready to go. Moze, are you going? Xiyao immediately saw Moze among the crowd. His gaze filled with concern for him. Moze's indifferent expression softened a bit upon seeing Xiyao. He walked over and embraced her, whispering, well, since you're here at the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe, you should make some contributions. Follow them along the way, and if anyone gets injured, I can help treat them. Xiyao asked, how long will it take? About half a month or so, to clear that group of monsters back to the border. Moze said gently. Yao, don't worry. I will definitely come back to be with you before you give birth. Okay, just don't get yourself hurt. Xiyao knew that Moze had made up his mind, so she advised him. She looked up and saw Moonan staring at her with an inexplicable expression. Xiyao blinked her beautiful eyes, standing there in confusion. Then she saw Moonan walking towards her step by step, and his deep voice rang out, little female, when we return victorious, I have something to tell you. Huh? Xiyao was somewhat surprised. Seeing his serious expression, she gently nodded and said, all right, then I'll wait for your safe return. They watched the wolf tribe's army leave, and only a group of males led by Savi remained in the tribe to guard and take care of them. For the next half-month, there was no news from the wolf tribe, and the females in the tribe forced themselves to smile and get through each day. It wasn't until the day Xiyao had stomach pains and was about to give birth that the tribe became busy. Xiyao lay weakly on the wooden bed, having exchanged for a quick conception pill, but she did not take it immediately. Seeing her frequently looking outside, Sasha knew she was waiting for Moze to return and couldn't help but advise, Yao, they will be fine. The tribes across the entire northern wilderness, including the imperial capital, will send people together to clear the beast tide, not just our wolf clan's team. They must have been delayed on their way back. After all, the temperature in the beast forest they went to is lower than here, and I heard it has started to snow. Traveling in the snow always slows things down. Xiyao, I promised Moze that I would wait for him to return before giving birth. She gritted her teeth and took a pain-free pill first, then exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling much better. After waiting for another half an hour, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Moze returned, looking weary and travel-worn, his handsome face tense with emotion as he almost lunged to the bedside. He grasped Xiao's hand and said apologetically, Yao, I'm sorry for coming back late. Xiao bit his wrist hard to vent her anger, and then said, forget it, I won't hold it against you. It's not too late, right? Seeing him return safely, Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and swallowed the quick childbirth pill she had exchanged for. Poof, poof, poof. Soon, Xiao gave birth to 3 round snake eggs. 022, open a level 2 clothing store. What? Xiao stared at the 3 snake eggs, momentarily speechless. Although she didn't have to face the baby snakes immediately, as a live-born beast man, suddenly giving birth to 3 eggs still caused quite a shock to her heart. Congratulations, host, on producing 3 snake eggs. Now, we will start testing the offspring's talent abilities. The first baby snake, male, talent in dark, wood level, ability above 4th grade, 5th tier, reward points for 1,500. The second baby snake, male, talent in telekinesis, unknown, a level, ability above 4th grade, 5th tier, reward points, 5,000. The third baby snake, male, talent in healing, curse, a level, ability above 4th grade, 5th tier, reward points, 5,000. Congratulations, host, on a total of 14,500 points from this birth. You have successfully unlocked the first level of washing marrow pills. You can use 5,000 points to open the latest store in the mall, or use 8,000 points to upgrade to a second-level pharmacy. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Even though the baby snakes had not yet hatched, the system was already able to detect them. Instantly receiving 14,500 points, the fatigue Xiyao felt after giving birth disappeared in an instant. She was filled with joy and chose to use 5,000 points to open the clothing store without hesitation. Oh my, she had long wanted to change into new clothes. Especially with the cold winter approaching, she wanted to wear a warm down jacket. Congratulations, host, on successfully using 5,000 points to unlock the first level clothing store. With a whoosh, the originally gray clothing store presented itself in color, and the chain at the entrance was unlocked. Xiyao walked in and saw t-shirts, dresses, jeans, and short skirts. But who the hell could tell her why they were all summer clothes? Xiyao, it's the middle of winter. Who on earth is still wearing shorts? Short skirts and short sleeves? Are they trying to freeze to death? The level 1 clothing store has summer clothes to unlock winter clothes. Please upgrade to a level 2 clothing store. It only requires an additional 8,000 points. 8,000 points? Xiao's heart was bleeding again. However, looking at the gray down jacket, the sweater, and the thick cotton padded coat, she glanced down at the cloth clothes she was wearing, which were already considered quite good for cloth clothes. But they were not warm enough. Even as a Fox clan member, with her fur coat, she couldn't possibly transform into her beast form for the entire winter. Xiao gritted her teeth and confirmed the use of 8,000 points to upgrade to a level 2 clothing store. She was determined for her down jacket. Fortunately, the points she earned this time were enough, and even after upgrading to a level 2 clothing store, she still had some left. Thinking about this, Xiao felt a bit of comfort in her heart. All right, congratulations to the host for successfully using 8,000 points to upgrade to a level 2 clothing store and unlocking winter clothing. Accompanied by the system's voice, the winter clothing area that was previously gray transformed into vibrant colors. Xiao looked at the colorful down jackets, long sweater dresses, and woolen coats, feeling a wave of comfort in her heart, wishing she could wander here for an hour or two. However, the cost of purchasing points was too high. A long down jacket required 25 to 50 points to redeem, and even the cheapest clothes required at least 5 points. She glanced at the second floor of the clothing store, which was locked off by the stairs, and couldn't help but ask, Xiyao, do I need to unlock the level 3 clothing store to go upstairs? What kind of clothes are up there? Yes, host, the second floor area requires unlocking the level 3 clothing store to access. Upstairs are men's clothing, children's clothing, and accessories. How many points are needed to unlock the level 3 clothing store? Unlocking the level 3 clothing store only requires 13,000 points. Only? What do you mean only? Xiao is so angry that she wants to curse. Whose points just fell from the sky. These are all earned by her hard work in raising her little ones. Xiao, feeling angry, left the shopping mall and saw Mo-ze gently holding 3 snake eggs in his arms. They were all immersed in the joy of having offspring and didn't notice Xiao's unusual behavior. That's great, Yao. 3 snake eggs, which means we'll have 3 little snake babies. You're amazing. Xia looked at the 3 snake eggs with curiosity. Do these little snake babies need to be hatched? How long will it take? How do we take care of them? Mo-ze didn't answer her and walked straight to Xiao's side, gently leaning down to kiss her lips, softly saying, Thank you, my Yao. You and the little babies will be my most precious treasures, more important than my life. Mo-ze, who had always been a lone wolf, never imagined he could have a beloved female in his own bloodline. The happiness of this moment took shape. Xiao looked at Mo-ze eagerly and asked, Mo-ze, you wouldn't ask me to incubate these snake eggs, would you? I really can't do it. Mo-ze, feeling both amused and helpless, replied, How could that be? You're a female of the Fox clan and not good at incubating eggs. You can rest assured and recuperate. I'll take care of the egg incubation. I'll find a dry room and transform into my original form to incubate the eggs. You just need to focus on resting. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Okay, there are plenty of rooms in the tribe. You can choose whichever you like. Xia said happily, My brother must not know this news yet. Where is he now? Has he returned to the city? I'll go notify him right away. Although he seems unfriendly. He's actually a man of few words, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He cares about you, Yao, and before he left, he told me to take good care of you. Hearing Xia mention Mu Nan, Mo-ze's expression of joy suddenly faded. His thin lips pressed into a straight line as he called out to her, Wait, you shouldn't go. Mu Nan hasn't returned. Xia halted in her tracks, looking at him in confusion. What do you mean? My brother hasn't returned? How is that possible? I just clearly heard Lon Nova's voice. Aren't they together? Mo-ze turned his head away, speaking in a low tone. What I mean is that Mu Nan is missing. Missing? Xia was struck like a bolt from the blue. She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. My brother is a dual-talented, 6th grade, 7th tier orc. He's very strong. How could he go missing? You must be lying to me. I'm going to find Lon Nova right now. With that, Xia turned and dashed out. Mose, is what you said true? The chief Mu Nan is missing? How could this happen? Xiyao was also surprised by the news of Mu Nan's disappearance. It should be noted that Mu Nan was the pillar of the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe. Moreover, that proud and aloof male beast man had clearly said before leaving that he would come back to talk to her. So how could this happen? Mose sighed lightly and said that this wave of magical beasts was even more troublesome and powerful than expected. Originally, they thought most of them were intermediate magical beasts, but unexpectedly, they were high-level magical beasts. 023. Mu Nan's disappearance. Star-level magical beasts. We joined forces with other tribes and managed to drive them to the border. But when we were preparing to retreat, star-level magical beasts suddenly appeared around us. Mose's expression darkened as he hoarsely said that star-level magical beasts are even more formidable than high-level magical beasts, and they had never appeared in groups before. This time, a small team suddenly emerged, causing us to suffer significant losses among the beastmen. To successfully cover our escape, Mu Nan and Lon Nova held the rear, and in the end, only Lon Nova returned heavily injured. We never saw Mu Nan again, and now, even we do not know whether Mu Nan is dead or alive. Star-level magical beasts? Xiyao had heard of star-level magical beasts. In most areas of the northern wasteland continent, there are only mid to high-level magical beasts, which lack intelligence and only possess primitive beast instincts, knowing only how to slaughter. However, star-level magical beasts are different. They have thoughts, can cooperate in teams, and their nature is one of violent bloodlust. They will even hunt orcs in return, making them more formidable opponents. Just as male orcs are categorized from 1st to 9th rank, star-level magical beasts are similarly classified from 1 star to 9 stars, with star patterns engraved on their bodies, symbolizing their strength. Xiyao frowned and said, I heard that star-level magical beasts rarely appear in the northern wilderness continent. Even if they do, they mostly appear in the universe beast forest. How could they suddenly appear here? Could it be that something happened in the universe beast forest? It's also possible that there is a problem in the western wilderness continent. Mose lowered his eyelids and said with great certainty, the western wilderness continent and the northern wilderness continent are adjacent, and the boundary is just separated by a beast forest, which happens to be the universe beast forest. This is also very likely. Xiyao is not very familiar with the terrain and situation of the beast world continent. Listening to Mose's analysis, she believes that anything is possible. Awoo. Soon, the sound of wolf howls came from outside, the sorrowful howls of female wolves. Xiyao recognized it as Shasha's voice as soon as she heard it. Xiyao was still worried. Ignoring Mose's obstruction, she went out to look for Xia. At the city gate, a group of male wolves hung their heads in deep sorrow. A slightly smaller gray wolf was continuously howling, trying to rush out of the city gate, but was tightly held back by Savi, who refused to let her go. Xia, calm down. We will go find Chief Munin. You are a female. Going out alone will put you in danger. Listen to me. I will definitely bring the chief back. Savi, with a face full of sadness, tried to dissuade Xia, not wanting her to take the risk. He is my brother, and now I don't even know if he is alive or dead. He has protected our people for so many years. He has so many scars from fighting against magical beasts. He has endured so much. He must be alive. I have to save him. Winter is coming soon. If I don't rescue him, he might really. Xia was no match for Savi, and could only give up and transform into her human form, crying continuously in his arms. The atmosphere became gloomy. Severely injured, Lenova struggled to prop himself up, directly kneeling on the ground. I'm sorry, Xia. I went with the chief to hunt a star-level magical beast, and we were trapped by a scheme. I dragged the chief down. He got into this mess because of me. Lenova, don't say that. The chief is protecting not just you alone. Some males, unable to bear it any longer, also kneeled on the ground, saying, it is our lack of strength that led to the chief's disappearance. Blame us. Xia, with tear-filled eyes, saw Lenova's bloody wounds and his wavering body. Her heart ached, and the words of blame were stuck in her throat. Lenova, you need to recuperate. Your wounds are still bleeding. Xiyao pulled the Hanqing shaman over and frowned, saying, Hanqing shaman, hurry and bandage him up. In such difficult times, we can't let anyone get hurt again. The Hanqing shaman quickly stepped forward to treat his wounds, shaking his head and sighing. What the holy maiden said is right. Lenova, you are a fierce warrior besides a leader. You must take good care of your body, otherwise, how can you take care of Xia and the tribe? Even a tough man like Lenova had tears in his eyes, and he nodded helplessly. Xiyao walked up to Xia and comforted her. Sha, Moonan is so smart. He must still be alive. Right now, you need to calm down. Savi and the others will organize the male orcs to search for Moonan. Don't wear yourself out. Your little bear cub is still waiting for you to take care of him. Hearing about the little bear cub, Sha finally perked up, holding Xiao's hand and crying silently. Bang, bang, bang. Just in this sad atmosphere, someone knocked on the city gate. Who could it be? Is it my brother? Hearing the commotion, Sha excitedly ran towards the door, thinking it must be her brother coming back. Sha, Xiao shouted that it was too late for her, and Sha had already opened the door. Standing at the door was not Moonan, but a strange male orc. Hello neighbors. We are the male orcs of the crocodile clan. My name is inthe. The chief said that during this operation against the beast tide, he heard that your Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe has encountered some issues, so we specifically came to visit and see if you need any help. Inthe's sneaky eyes darted around as he looked past Sha, constantly surveying the inside as if searching for someone. Sha replied unhappily, No need, you should leave quickly. Inthe hurriedly said, Hey, don't be in a hurry. Our chief is also leading a team to participate in the task of eliminating the beast tide. He once saw Chief Moonan being ambushed by a star-level beast when he was alone, and we were wondering if Chief Moonan has returned safely. If he hasn't, we can send some males to help look for him. Shasha's eyes lit up. They indeed needed manpower the most right now. She eagerly said, Yes. My brother is really lost. Chief Moonan has just been slightly injured, and he has already returned. We don't need your help. Xiyao interrupted Sha in time, shaking her head at her with a cold expression. Back. Kuna looked at her suspiciously. Who are you? You said Chief Moonan has returned. Is it really true? Our crocodile clan is just trying to help. Don't lie to me. Trying to help? It's hard to see the crocodile clan as being so kind-hearted. Xiyao sneered and said, I've already told you that Moonan has returned and is recovering. What? Do you need an injured person to come out and meet you to feel reassured before you believe it? Are you genuinely trying to help? Or are you looking for an opportunity to retaliate and fight for territory? 024, Crocodile and Silly Bird. Upon being called out, Kuna's expression became a bit awkward. He cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times and said uncomfortably, Little female, don't speak recklessly. We are neighbors, and it's only right to help each other. We are here with good intentions, yet you still doubt us. This is really inappropriate. Xiao coldly said, I told you Moonan is back and healing. He doesn't need your help. Please leave. With such a firm tone, Kuna was uncertain whether her words were true or false. This was originally a test. He couldn't see through Xiao and didn't know the truth of her statement. He could only awkwardly smile and say, Is that so? That's really great. To come back alive from the hands of a star-level magical beast. Moonan truly deserves to be the leader. I'll go back and report this good news to our leader. Kuna left, glancing back 3 times. Xiao immediately ordered someone to close the city gates, saying that they should not open them unless absolutely necessary before Moonan returns. Sabi had never seen a female so capable of stabilizing people's hearts and quickly responded, Yes. Holy female. It was the first time Sha had seen Xiao with such a cold expression, and she felt a bit uneasy, as if she were facing an angry brother. She said awkwardly, Yao, I'm sorry, I was reckless. I was still harboring a glimmer of hope, thinking that the crocodile clan would rarely lend a hand. Xiao softened her expression and patted her arm, saying, Haven't you heard of crocodile tears? Do you really believe what such cold-blooded animals say? Who walked out holding a snake egg, fell silent, feeling a bit insulted. Xiyao was right. The crocodile clan has always been aggressive. They fought with the Savi over the ownership of a waterhole, and if it weren't for their strong leader, they might have taken it from us. They've also done many underhanded things behind our backs. They would never be so kind as to help us find the leader. Lon Nova's wounds were bandaged, and he looked at Xiao with gratitude, calmly informing all the beastmen about the news of Chief Moonan's disappearance. He stressed that they must not leak this information. They were surrounded by enemies. The crocodile clan has always been eyeing us, coveting our high walls and wanting to seize our land for a long time. Their leader, Scar, has a grudge against Chief Moonan and will definitely not let this go easily. We need to work together to overcome this crisis. Do you understand? Understood. All the males were filled with passion. Before they could plan how to find Moonan, a vulture's unpleasant cry echoed in the sky. Xiao looked up and saw several vultures circling above their territory, their sharp eyes constantly examining them. It was the vulture clan from the upstream canyon. Savi said in a deep voice, These guys never dared to soar above us before. This time they're quite bold. Xiao pursed her lips and said that they, like the crocodile clan, were also probing for news about Moonan. She didn't know if the two clans had formed an alliance, but if they did, The Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe would be in grave danger. This was a tribe that, by Xi and the others, had worked hard to stabilize. And Xiyao did not want it to disappear just like that. What should we do? The male orcs, including Lan Nuawa, all fixed their trusting gazes on Xiyao. It must be said that Xiao's wisdom perfectly balanced the inherent recklessness of the orcs. Xiao said decisively that there are simple bows and arrows in the tribe, and suggested using them to shoot down the group of silly birds. Sai scratched his head and honestly said that no matter how one looks at it, the Vulture clan are still talented orcs, and arrows probably wouldn't kill them. Xiao smiled with her lips curved, knowing that they couldn't be shot dead, but she still needed to give them a bit of deterrence. Did they really think that the Dark Knight Grey Wolves were so easy to bully just because Moonin was in the tribe? Yes, that's right. The holy female was right. She would go get the bow and arrows. The male orcs were stirred up by Xiao's confident words and immediately scavenged for makeshift bows and arrows, each getting one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bows and arrows were aimed neatly at the annoying vultures, and they all shot at once. The vultures above were startled and quickly flapped their wings to fly away. Shasha breathed a sigh of relief, finally driving this group of guys away. Xiao reminded them not to let their guard down and that they needed to increase the number of people patrolling every day. All right, everyone listened to the Holy Maiden. Savi was also following Xiao's lead. Shasha anxiously asked, "Who should go find my brother?" Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know if the Crocodile clan and the Vulture clan are secretly watching us. If they find out that our team has been gone for a long time, they will definitely guess that Moonin is missing. At that time, the camp will be in danger. We need to think this through carefully." All right. After the communication was settled, Xiao went back to rest. After all, she had just given birth and was feeling exhausted. The host body produces a lot of waste. To facilitate the birth of higher talent offspring, a level 1 cleansing pill could be exchanged for use, which will refresh the whole person. The system reminded her at the right time. Xiao pulled out the light curtain and saw that the cleansing elixir required 100 points to redeem. She felt a bit pained and hesitated. The cleansing elixir has great effects and is worth much more than its cost. The host can also redeem the beauty-enhancing elixir, which helps maintain youth and beauty, and is key to obtaining more beast husbands and offspring. Xiao, Jinbao, do you know what you resemble? You particularly look like an ancient brothel keeper. Xiao couldn't help but mock the system, resigning herself to using 100 points to exchange for a level 1 cleansing pill and 25 points for a beauty pill. Both pills were fragrant, and without much mental preparation, Xiao swallowed them in one go. After taking the pills, Xiao lay down and had a beautiful sleep. In the latter half of the night, she was awakened by a foul smell. She groggily opened her eyes and found that her body was secreting a lot of dirty substances, as if she hadn't bathed in 10 years, with clumps of mud coming off her when she rubbed her skin. Xiao was taken aback and quickly boiled some water for a simple rinse. During this time, she greatly missed the modern bathroom. Once the mud and dirt were washed away, Xiao felt much lighter. Her vision improved, her hair was black and smooth, and her fair skin was flawless. Truly the daughter of a creator. After taking a shower and feeling refreshed, Xiao decided to push open the mall's doors and stroll into a clothing store to shop for clothes. My sweater, long skirt, down jacket. Xiao cheerfully tried on several winter long skirts and sweaters, excitedly filling her shopping cart to the brim. 025. Side quest to save the Wolf King Moonin. Finally, she picked up a long white down jacket to finish off her shopping. Looking at her full cart of clothes, Xiao felt satisfied and comfortable. When it was time to check out, the total points required to pay was 150, which was still within an acceptable range. So she decisively used her points to redeem it. Another benefit of this mall was that the items she redeemed could be stored in the mall, ready for use whenever she needed them. Xiao couldn't wait to put on a soft, cream-colored sweater dress. She felt empty inside, and her socks and shoes were still not in place. Seeing the gray lingerie and shoe stores in the mall, her next shopping goal was definitely them. When Xiao appeared in front of everyone, all the males, including the females, were captivated by her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was strikingly beautiful. Xiao's every smile and frown carries an innate charm, and she is wearing uniquely styled clothes, looking as beautiful as a woodland fairy. Shasha swallowed her saliva and said enviously, Yao, your clothes look so good. How did you make them? And I feel like you are even more beautiful than before after just one night apart. Shasha, these are all my innate abilities, created by me. If you like, I can make one for you next time. Xiao said generously that she indeed wanted to improve the overall living standards of the females. But right now she had too few points to make that many changes. Sasha's eyes lit up, and she happily said, "Really? Yao, you're so kind. Truly worthy of being the holy female. That's amazing." Everyone had gathered, and this time they were going to discuss who should go rescue Chief Munan. Except for Moze, who had transformed into a giant python and was currently incubating eggs. All the Wolf Clan members were present. Savi said in a deep voice, "La Nova has already been seriously injured. Let me go rescue Chief Munan." La Nova struggled to get up and said, "I can go too. I can still fight." The shaman Han Xing pressed him down and said irritably, "With this old body of mine, I finally managed to bandage your wounds. So don't try to show off here. If your wounds reopen, it will be a hassle again." Sasha also looked at him with concern. "La Nova, I know you are the general of the Wolf Clan, but your current physical condition does not allow it. Let Savi go instead." La Nova said dejectedly, "I understand." "No, Savi can't go." Xiyao suddenly spoke up. "Lenua is injured, and if Savi is also not in the tribe, the Vulture Clan and the Crocodile Clan will become suspicious and turn against the tribe's camp." "Yes, when I was patrolling this morning, I saw crocodile orcs wandering nearby." Xiyao, the only Bear Clan member who married into the Wolf Clan, said, "Just now, a vulture orc flew overhead. I don't know if it was intentional or not." Sasha gritted her teeth and angrily scolded, "How can they be so outrageous?" Han Xing, the shaman, sighed. "This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong." After pondering for a moment, Xiyao said, "Why don't I go? I am a Bear Clan orc, and it's completely normal for me to go back to my own tribe occasionally. They won't be too suspicious." Sasha immediately looked at him with gratitude and exclaimed, "Xiyao, are you really willing to go look for my brother?" Xiyao nodded and looked back at her with deep affection, saying, "Yes, Sasha's brother is my brother. It's my duty." "Xiyao, is your leg better?" Xiyao glanced at Xiao's leg. After 2 months of rest, it seemed there was no problem. Xiyao patted his leg and confidently said that male orcs are not that delicate. After such a long recovery, he was already fine and there were no major issues. Xiyao was eating the wild fruits handed to her by Sasha and mumbled, "The best way is for you to go out alone to look for Munan." Following the route they took back, you should be able to find clues about Munan's disappearance. Ding dong. Identified keywords. Side quest triggered. Save the Wolf King Munan. Does the host accept the task? Xiyao choked on a piece of fruit flesh lodged in her throat, almost choking. She questioned, "What the heck? Keywords? What did I say?" "Jinbao, why do I have to save someone?" Completing the side quest will earn 1,000 points. Xiyao swallowed the fruit pulp and confidently said to Jialua, "I suddenly feel that you definitely can't go alone. How about I accompany you to find Munan?" Jialua looked confused and said, "Huh?" Sasha was also surprised and asked, Yao, are you going to find your brother too? As a female, can you handle the dangers outside? Otherwise, should I go with you? Xiyao replied, "Sasha, you don't need to worry about me. I have my own special abilities." Xiyao shook her fingers, and a strand of mental power locked onto Sasha. Sasha immediately felt as if her body was bound, unable to move at all. In her panic, Xiyao withdrew her hand, and only then did Sasha feel a release, gasping for breath in fear. Yao, this is mental power, my innate ability. It really is the holy female, such a powerful talent. Han Xing, the shaman, was moved to tears, feeling incredibly lucky to witness a legendary existence at this age. Xiyao said firmly, "Besides, I am not a female of the Wolf Clan. I belong to the Fox Clan. I will go with Jialua, and we won't be suspected. It will be easier to look after each other on the way. You are a holy female. What if we encounter danger?" Savi and the others are hesitating. "Stop talking nonsense. If we delay any longer, we don't know if Munan is still around." Xiyao immediately made up her mind. No one could influence her to earn those 1,000 points. She instructed Sasha and the others not to tell Moze about this matter for now, as he needed to focus on hatching the eggs and shouldn't worry unnecessarily. Afterwards, Xiyao and Jialua tidied up briefly and left the dark night gray wolf tribe under the eager gazes of the crowd. The weather outside had turned much colder, and out of the corner of her eye, Xiyao caught sight of the sneaky crocodile orc following them. She sneered, realizing that our guess was right. They had been watching us all along. Jialua frowned and said, "Let's take a detour towards the bear tribe. These scoundrels. If it weren't for the urgency of finding Chief Munan, I'd really teach them a lesson." Familiar with the route, Jialua transformed into his beast form and rushed with Xiyao towards the bear tribe. Once they entered the bear tribe's territory, the crocodile orcs following them finally returned home. After taking a long detour, Jialua and Xiyao had to travel for 3 days and nights before finally seeing the snow-covered beast forest. Su Xiao couldn't stand the cold anymore, so she put on the long down jacket she had exchanged for her and wore a hat. Fully armed and able to blend in completely with the snowy ground. 026 Hidden System Attribute. Jia Luo crawled in the nearby snow, lowering his voice and speaking seriously. Up ahead is the beast forest at the boundary line. Magical beasts often come out here to act on opportunities, so the Holy Maiden must be careful not to get targeted by them. Okay. Su Xiao looked around and found that this was indeed the battlefield previously swept by Mu Nan and the others. The white snow still bore the remnants of the magical beasts, indicating how fierce the battle had been. Now, she had no idea where Mu Nan was. It had snowed last night, and even if there were footprints, they had been covered. Su Xiao felt a bit melancholy for a moment, not knowing where to go to find someone. Ding dong, identifying the keywords. The tracking potion was activated. The host could use points to exchange for it and successfully track down the Wolf King. The system came online just in time, and Su Xiao quickly opened the interface. Indeed, seeing the colorful tracking potion, exchanging for a bottle required 5 points. For her 1,000 points, Su Xiao decisively chose to exchange. Taking out a bottle of tracking potion, Su Xiao tilted her head and drank it down. Just a few seconds later, she felt a bit dizzy, shook her head, and noticed that the scene in front of her had changed somewhat. A black guiding line appeared on the originally pure white snow, extending into the beast forest. The tracking potion had taken effect. The host only needed to follow the tracking line to find the Wolf King Mu Nan and bring him back to the tribe to earn 1,000 points. Su Xiao sniffed her red nose and waved her hand, saying, I know where Mu Nan is. Jialuo, follow me. Okay, Saintess. Jialuo obediently kept pace with her. As soon as they entered the beast forest, a chill hit them. Jialuo cautiously observed his surroundings. The dark beast forest was eerily silent, which was concerning. For some reason, Su Xiao felt as if a pair of eyes was watching them from the shadows, making her uncomfortable. Roar. The sounds of magical beasts echoed from all directions. Su Xiao, focused on following her path, was startled by the sudden roar and almost fell into the snow. Jialuo tensed up, shielding Su Xiao behind him, gritting his teeth and saying, This is bad. There really are magical beasts hiding nearby. Saintess, be careful. If a magical beast comes out, I'll hold it off. You run as far away as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook. 3 wolf-like magical beasts, baring their teeth and glowing red eyes, charged out and knocked Jialuo down into the snow. Roar. Jialuo also let out a commanding roar and immediately transformed into his bear form, swinging a paw to engage with the 3 magical beasts. They're high-level magical beasts. I can't hold out for long. Saintess, you must go. Jialuo shouted to Su Xiao with great effort. Otherwise, none of them would escape. No, Jialuo, if I leave, you will undoubtedly die, and Shasha will be heartbroken. Su Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. She raised her hand, and with her powerful mental force, she directly lifted the beast that was suppressing Jialuo and slammed it against a large tree, causing it to emit a tragic cry. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining 2 beasts noticed Su Xiao's presence and lunged at her with bared fangs and claws. Su Xiao raised both hands, grabbing their necks in midair, forcefully trapping them. As she tightened her wrists, the originally fierce, high-level magical beast let out a suffocating scream, desperately struggling with its limbs. Su Xiao's forehead was covered with fine, cold sweat, and she felt that all her strength was quickly depleted. Now, even with both hands exerting force, she was still unable to exchange for vitality water. Su Xiao could only shout, Jialuo, finish them off. Okay, I'm coming. Jialuo was stunned by Su Xiao's strength. By the time he regained his senses, he quickly jumped up, raising the ice spear in his hand to deliver the final blow to the 2 magical beasts. Bang bang. The 2 magical beasts fell limply in the snow. Su Xiao also lost her strength, leaning against the tree trunk, trembling as she exchanged for a bottle of vitality water and drank it, feeling her physical strength recover significantly. Saintess, are you okay? Jia Luo was startled and looked at her with concern. Su Xiao waved her hand and pointed to the 3 beast corpses, saying, I'm fine. While the bloody smell hasn't dissipated yet, Jialuo, bury their bodies under the snow. Let's hurry and find Yunan. This beast forest is just too unsafe. Sure, leave it to me. Jialuo quickly buried the corpses in the snow and then ran swiftly through the beast forest with Su Xiao. Jialuo, it's right ahead. We're almost there. After an unknown amount of time, the black line's mark was almost at its end. Su Xiao spotted an entrance to a cave, and the end of the black line was right there. Her eyes brightened as she directed. There's a cave up ahead. Yunan must be inside. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xiyao got down from Jiao's back. The cold air inside the cave was strong, so she tightened her down jacket and hurriedly walked around the cave. But she didn't see a single shadow. She quickly asked, Jinbao, what's going on? Is this tracking potion even useful? Why can't I see Munin? Host, the tracking potion is highly reliable. No issues at all. Then where did Munin go? Did the host forget the Wolf King's innate abilities? Xiyao had a sudden flash of inspiration and thought, right, Munin has dual talents. Besides the wind element, there is also a hidden element. Could it be that this hidden element is stealth? As Jiao transformed into human form and entered, he heard Xiao's words and nodded, saying, yes, holy maiden. Although I haven't seen it myself, I have heard from Xia that leader Mu Nan can conceal himself and disappear in front of everyone. Xiao suddenly realized that this was invisibility. No wonder they could escape from the star-level magical beast. In other words, Mu Nan was at this moment in the cave. Just invisible, and they couldn't see him. Xiao patiently wandered back and forth in the cave, shouted, Mu Nan, it's Xiao, are you there? You're safe for now. Jiao Luo and I are here to find you. Please show yourself soon. Mu Nan. The soft and tender voice of the little female echoed in his ears. Mu Nan groggily opened his eyes, and in a daze, he really saw the stunning face of the little female. He whispered with a smile, am I already dead? I can see the little female. That's wonderful, but I didn't have time to say what I wanted to say to you. Little female, I actually quite like you. Mu Nan, are you here? Xiao sensitively heard Mu Nan's deep voice. She followed the sound all the way to the stone wall, reaching out to feel around. Accompanied by the words, I quite like you, Xiao also touched the wolf fur that still held some warmth. 027, Mu Nan, I will take you home. Mu Nan, I have come to take you home. Xiao sighed softly and gently whispered in his ear, I really came to find you. You're not dead. The sweet scent from Xiao's body reached Mu Nan's nose, and his dazed mind became much clearer. In the next moment, his seriously injured beast form appeared before Xiao and Jiao Luo. The silver-gray wolf fur was covered in blood, which had already congealed into clumps, and his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes. The most severe wound was a long gash that extended from his abdomen, nearly causing his internal organs to spill out. Little female, Mu Nan gasped for breath, looking at her weakly. Your injuries are quite serious. It seems you can't be moved right away. Xiao furrowed her brows, feeling very troubled upon seeing his injuries. You actually came to find me? I thought I was going to die here. Mu Nan took a breath and spoke after gasping for air 4 or 5 times. The Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe is surrounded on all sides. If you die here, the tribe will definitely be divided up by the Crocodile clan and the Vulture clan. Is that what you want to see? Xiao was thinking about what kind of healing medicine to exchange at the while verbally provoking him. Did they dare? Mu Nan's momentum rose suddenly, but then he collapsed, dejectedly falling to the ground. Seeing him in such a listless state, Jiao Luo hurriedly said, the leader has been missing for a few days and must not have eaten anything. I'll go find some game for him to eat. Before Xiao could stop him, Jiao Luo dashed out. This guy, Jiao Luo, was injured himself and still wanted to go hunting? This was really too reckless. Xiao shook her head helplessly and sighed. She exchanged mineral water from the supermarket and fed it to Mu Nan, who was already dying of thirst. Then she exchanged for medicine and bandages from a first-class pharmacy, first treating and bandaging the lighter wounds on his body. She was at a loss when it came to the most serious wound on his abdomen. What should I do? I have never sewn up a living person before. Xiao muttered to herself, yet decisively threaded the needle and said, trembling, Mu Nan, I'm going to stitch up your wound. It might hurt a bit, so you'll have to bear with it. The first-level pharmacy didn't have any anesthetics. So after a moment of thought, Xiao exchanged for a painkiller and gave it to Mu Nan. Mu Nan trusted her completely and said, it's okay, little female. I've endured worse pain. Do whatever you need to do. Then I'll get started. Xiao didn't want to drag it out any longer. Her gaze became firm, and she immediately started to stitch up Mu Nan's wound. The gray wolf remained tense, not making a sound at all. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao finally sighed in relief. Her hands were covered in blood, and although the stitches on the gray wolf's abdomen were crooked, they were at least closed up, and everything was disinfected and bandaged. Mu Nan, are you okay? After finishing everything, Xiao was sweating profusely. She looked worriedly at Mu Nan, and seeing him in a dazed state, her heart sank. She hurriedly exchanged for some ibuprofen for him to take. Outside, the sky had darkened significantly, and Jiao Luo had not yet returned. Not to mention Mu Nan, Xiao herself was hungry. She exchanged for some cookies and bread at the supermarket, and also got milk and grapes from the fresh produce section. Mu Nan, eat something first. Su Xiao opened the packaging of the red bean bread and brought it to Mu Nan's mouth. Mu Nan, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by the call, and in a daze, he ate the red bean bread. It was the first time in his life he had tasted such a fragrant, sweet, and soft bread, which aroused his appetite. He managed to get up and ate a total of 30 red bean breads and 6 bottles of milk before finally feeling satisfied and falling asleep again. Su Xiao looked at the packaging bag that had disappeared into thin air, feeling a mix of emotions. Jinbao, this side quest rewards 1,000 points, and I spent nearly a third of it on him. The Wolf King Mu Nan Tian has good talent. If the host can give birth to little wolf cubs for him, they can earn more points, which is a sure profit. What else can Su Xiao say? Truly deserving of the title of the reproduction system. All her thoughts are focused on procreation. Hoo. It started to snow outside again, and the cold wind is rushing in through the cave entrance. Su Xiao lay exhausted near the gray wolf, feeling cold even with her down jacket tightly wrapped around her. As she shivered, the gray wolf opened its green eyes and slowly moved closer to her, pressing its warmest spot against her. The sudden warmth made Su Xiao, in her drowsy state, instinctively lean towards the source of heat. Hiss, she accidentally pressed against a wound, causing Mu Nan to gasp. However, looking at Su Xiao's serene sleeping face, a strange feeling surged in his heart, sour yet soft. He nudged his wolf head closer to her, gently sniffing the sweet scent on her, and soon fell into a deep, sweet dream. When Su Xiao woke up and opened her eyes, she saw Mu Nan, who was devoid of any fur, and realized she had unknowingly been held in his embrace all night in an ambiguous position, instantly freezing in place. Mu Nan also opened his eyes, his deep green gaze locking onto hers. Feeling something unusual around her waist, a blush appeared on her fair face. Su Xiao shot him an annoyed glare. Mu Nan, you're still injured. What are you thinking so early in the morning? Seeing Su Xiao's shy expression, Mu Nan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he grinned widely, leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her, and in a low voice said, "Who was it that said I couldn't? Now you know whether I can or not." Su Xiao felt a tingling sensation in her ears, took a deep breath, and silently stepped out of his embrace. She said, "We just escaped death, and you're still talking about whether we can or not. Jiao hasn't come back all night, and we don't know if he's in danger. If you're not seriously injured, we need to return to the tribe as soon as possible." Although Mu Nan knew that Su Xiao's words were reasonable, he particularly enjoyed the time alone with her. He said somewhat sadly, "I understand. Let's leave here and find Jiao first." Mu Nan transformed back into a gray wolf, crouching down, wanting Su Xiao to climb onto his back. Su Xiao declined, saying, "You still have injuries. Don't carry me anymore. I can walk by myself." However, Mu Nan insisted, "Your speed is too slow. Just get on. There are hidden dangers in this beast forest, and among the star-level magical beasts I've fought, there is a 3-star magical beast. Its strength is formidable. If I hadn't hidden, I might have already been done for. From my intuition, this guy is definitely lying in ambush nearby. If we encounter him, your speed won't escape his claws." 0028, 3-star magical beast Mu Yi. 3-star magical beast? Su Xiao's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Mu Nan was right. Reluctantly, she climbed onto the back of the gray wolf. When they reached the cave entrance, a cold wind blew in. The thick layer of snow that had already accumulated, combined with a night of snowfall, made it difficult to walk, stepping out. Half of her legs sank deep into the snowdrift. This snowy path isn't easy to walk on, Mu Nan. Should we clear some of the snow first? Su Xiao gazed into the past, the accumulated snow along the way. 029, the tribe was attacked, but they made a perfect comeback. What are the requirements to unlock the level 3 supermarket? You need to accumulate points to reach 50,000, and then it will automatically upgrade to a level 3 supermarket. A friendly reminder, the business district spiritual spring is also extremely useful. The unlocked level 1 spiritual spring can heal injuries and enhance physical strength, improving cultivation. With each upgrade, the effect of the spiritual spring becomes better. 50,000 points? She has only accumulated half of that, and still needs to produce more offspring. Su Xiao sighed lightly. At least she knew that 030, the little snake, had hatched. Shasha asked nervously, Yao, is he okay? He was already seriously injured and has been running back without rest. And then he got into another fight. No matter how strong his body is, it can't hold up. You all crowded him together. How could he not faint? Su Xiao said calmly, "Don't worry. He has fainted. I'll help clean his wounds, and then let him rest well." With a few experiences in cleaning wounds, Su Xiao proceeded methodically. 031. The three-person arena of despair. Chapter content is being processed. Please be patient. 032. Please give Mu Nan to me. Chapter content is being processed. Please be patient. 033. Bright Holy Lion, Xiyao. Chapter content is being processed. Please be patient. 034. Main storyline task triggered. Main storyline task. Xiyao didn't expect the system to trigger a task at this moment. And it wasn't a side quest. It was a main quest that sounded crucial. The last side quest had been completed and 1,000 points had been issued. This time, completing the main quest would grant her 5,000 points. Would the host accept the main quest? The screen popped up with two options, one for yes and one for no. 5,000 points. Who wants to snatch the food from the cub? That was indeed the case. Mu Nan grabbed Xiao's arm and said seriously, "The danger is right in front of us. Yao. This time I have no choice but to personally escort you to the imperial capital." He prided himself on the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe being a safe place. But facing hordes of star-level magical beasts, he couldn't guarantee he could protect Xiao. He could only endure the pain in his heart and do this first. Yao's safety was more important than anything else. "All right, I know," said Xiao. The charm of a pot of instant noodles. Xiao went to a second-level supermarket to exchange for water and many packs of instant noodles, and personally cooked the noodles for them. When the aroma wafted out, everyone started to drool. Inthe felt that the jerky in her hand no longer tasted good and stared longingly at the pot of noodles, clearly wanting to eat but too embarrassed to say anything. "Fortunately, I was clever. I could forego other things, but I had to take that pot with me." Xiao was very satisfied, using the nearby flat stone. 037. The identity of Moze, the shadow beast. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, the sound of vibrations caused by the tide of monsters came closer. The snow accumulated above the canyon trembled and collapsed down. "Stand guard, protect the holy maiden and Yaina." Jin Yang's eyes sharpened, and along with the other male beastmen of the lion tribe, they skillfully surrounded Xiao and Yaina. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters let out bloodthirsty roars, and the dark tide of monsters surged. 038. 3 talents, shadow form. The shadow beast? This was the first time Xiao had heard of this type of monster. 3 talents? Jinbao, are you sure? And isn't he in tiger form? What does this shadow form mean? She never expected that Mu Yi was a rare monster with 3 talents. The first 3 talent she had encountered so far. For the sake of points, Xiao was indeed a little tempted. The shadow form allows one to transform into anything. 039. Those who believe in me shall gain eternal life. To completely change this world? Mu Yi paused for a moment, then said mockingly, "Who has that ability?" "Little female, you're thinking too fantastically." Xiao said seriously, "Who said that?" "Mu Yi, I am the holy female. Those who believe in me will gain eternal life." In order to win over Mu Yi, she had shamelessly embraced the identity of the holy female. "Eternal life? I'm not really interested in that." Mu Yi replied with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Gain the holy female, become the beast king. The leader of the lion clan, Taizhan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, stared at Xiao with fiery eyes for a while and said excitedly, "Is this the holy female? Truly beautiful and extraordinary. I am the leader of the Qian tribe. My name is Taizhan." Xiao lightly nodded her head and said, "Leader of the Iron Fur, my name is Xiao. Father, one of my beast husbands is dead." When Inthe saw the Iron Fur, she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed into Tieshan's arms, crying bitterly. Huangfu Yuhua looked at the delicate child in her arms with heartache, smiled slightly, and began to hum softly. The child in her arms, perhaps due to the maternal instinct, relaxed her furrowed brow and fell into a comfortable sleep. Haha, this general is joking. Since it's a time of chaos, there isn't a place in the world that isn't like this. No matter where I set up a tea stall, it's all the same. The old man said with a smile. Mandolin immediately exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide as she looked at Baida, then turned back to glance at the leisurely enjoying the beautiful scenery, Qi Yuding, and then turned back to stare at Baida, unable to speak for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the figures of the ancestor by Qingtian and the divine craftsman Lu Ban appeared before Baida, all radiating vitality and joy. Murong Sun groggily opened her eyes and saw Zhao Ling looking at her with a worried expression, while Yoshi beside her had red eyes and a face full of guilt. Ha he! The members of the Longhu army laughed heartily at the flustered appearance of the Tianlangren, unable to close their mouths. Haha, it's so funny. Chun Lei is usually so honest. I didn't expect him to pull such a trick, instantly fooling the Tianlangren. Although he didn't gain much. Just making the Tianlangren angry is already very good. The fourth general was a fierce warrior, even more explosive than the Yulan eagle, who would whip and punch his soldiers for the slightest failure. His name was Gun Gun Danzi, which means ferocious tiger in Tianlang language. Upon entering the town, Bai Da and his companion felt a peculiar warmth among the people around them, even feeling as if they were meeting relatives and loved ones. After traveling through the ghostly desert for so many days, anyone would marvel at the beauty of life and the lovability of humanity. They felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Originally, Xiao Chuqing quite liked Yu Bei, but seeing her constantly sizing up her son made her a bit displeased, especially with Feng Zilin's frowning action, which made her believe her son did not like Yu Bei. The empress was taken aback, tears falling more fiercely, her lips biting pale, her gaze at Zhao Che filled with resentment. After Guolin joined, the subtle balance of the subtle demon tree suppressing humanity was instantly broken. This principle applied not only in the folk world, but also in the official arena, which is why the organization department, when selecting officials, not only considers talent, but also examines connections. Guolin was a person who valued gratitude and wished to repay others' kindness double. He always felt he owed too much to his master, but didn't know how to repay him. Because, compared to his master's great abilities, he felt relatively weak now. Clearly loving Jun Wuxia, the feelings over the past 3 years had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, they continued to grow. However, when looking at him, he had to pretend to be heartless. Is this really good for him? Yu Fengzi stepped into the void, leading Guolin to fly westward for hundreds of miles before finally landing. You old man, we traveled all the way here to gather herbs. Why are you stopping us? Feng Feiyong said unhappily. The queen, pregnant, would be incredibly honored if someone else gave birth to a prince. Although she was already a noble consort, the queen would certainly not think of leaving her any face. 041, Central Market, 9-colored deer clan. Is this very strange? In the beast world continent, the more beast husbands a female has, the more it demonstrates her reproductive power. Different beast husbands can be assigned various tasks, allowing a large family to coexist harmoniously and protect the female and her offspring. Jin Yang naturally said, the remaining 7 beast husbands of Ina had their own tasks, including hunting in pairs, taking care of the cubs, and protecting her so that they could safely get through the long winter. Of course, Ling Xian's actions this time. Feng Wuhan did not want to stop. If she didn't let her showcase her role, she might cause some trouble for Feng Wuhan later. But I believe the National Security Bureau is not incompetent. Such matters cannot be mistaken. So Lung Xian must still have some reservations about me. As the last word fell, the air around Ling Chun buzzed and vibrated. The air was pierced, as if an extraordinary divine weapon was about to be unsheathed to slay the world. Zhang Zhao glanced at Cheng Pu. Did you not hear the Lord just now? You should know. Why don't you just become the Lord yourself? The problem is they don't consider our feelings at all. The noise was such that we couldn't help but listen. The major powers in the sky all showed astonished expressions. The holy soldiers placed in the upper domain, and even the holy realm were things that suppressed the aura of the sect. Unless it was a matter of life and death for the sect, they wouldn't generally call upon the holy soldiers. The Sacred Soul Sword sect actually called out the Sacred Yuan Sword, which shows how great their killing intent towards Jianfeng is. The guitar was spotless, without a trace of dust, as if it had never been abandoned, often roaming between its owner's hands. Amipa. It was great that the junior sister of Cihong Jingjai was willing to help. The young monk clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Qin Chuan. Although the time spent was short, because of the joint operation, both sides had developed some goodwill, which was also what Sun Quan wanted to see. If everything was solved by the other party, there would be no way to talk now. Self-reliance and perseverance are the only ways to gain the most basic respect. Although Karma as a support was extremely strong online, it lacked stable immediate control. Zhao Yuan watched all this from the side, unknowingly, smiling widely, picking up the tea beside her and gently sipping, not wanting to disturb this warm scene. And when Jun Moyan heard this voice, a gentle warmth appeared in his eyes. In the knee-deep snow, a man dressed in regular clothes, with a dark complexion making it impossible to discern his true appearance, seemed to carry nobility in every movement, indicating that his identity was certainly either rich or noble. You all get up. How can we sisters easily kneel to unrelated people? Wang Kaijun gritted her teeth and said while trembling. Without needing words, Jun Moyan's highly recognizable gaze made Song Qinghan and the others understand that he was looking at the wine cup placed in front of him earlier. No matter which way, it was impossible to wash away the deep-rooted stirrings of desire within the heart. Third uncle, I plan to ask casually about something. The more I ask, The more information I can get to judge. But before I had the chance to speak, the old blind man lightly tapped my foot with his cane. Suddenly, the eyes of the king of you brightened. He thought of Ling Wushuang's big move today, which was nothing but to protect the foolish king. In this way, the foolish king will be her soft spot. If she controlled the foolish king, wouldn't she have to worry about Ling Wushuang not being obedient? Inside the wooden box was a waterproof and fireproof tube, and inside the tube was a scroll. Could it really be the thing he was looking for? Born foolish and silly, missing for 2 years. Yichan said, as everything matched too well, it would lead people to misunderstand that the master was Dongfang Zihan. 042. The 4 great nobles of the imperial capital. Yao is the female I am pursuing. Xiyao retorted unceremoniously. Don't always use your identity to scare people. Females are already rare in the beast world. If you keep bringing up accountability, are you planning to wipe out all the females and take responsibility for the offspring of all tribes by yourself? I didn't mean that. It's your female who is disrespectful. Tingsing's face turned red as she angrily said, besides, the 4 major nobles of the imperial capital. QB didn't quite understand what Lin AI meant and turned to look at her in confusion. Is this the Benlong fist technique? Just like playing house? Ling Hao mocked, curling his lips, suddenly gripping Wei Xing's fist and giving it a light twist. By that time, as long as the Yin family moves out under the pretext of treating Yin Xuanji, how could the ancient clans still compete with the Yin family for the Misty Peak? In the violently twisted and deformed space, he looked at the rows of black sickles breaking through the wall, his expression slightly distracted, his finger still numbly pulling the trigger, while his consciousness seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, returning to the war-torn alien battlefield 20 years ago. Because of the changes in the black hole, the swallowing force disappeared, so the land of the Great Void was no longer absorbed. Just a second of surprise, Shunshur didn't even feel it. It's worth noting that years ago, he watched the ant ball in the animal kingdom, listening to that special voice narrating the greatness of ants. He was genuinely moved. That's right, I have to thank you. You gave me the inspiration. Li Fangchang excitedly pressed Lin Ying'er's shoulder. Although she claimed she was never afraid of snakes, insects, mice, or ants, seeing such things from a distance with mental preparation is completely different from being caught off guard and having one brush against her face. Therefore, escaping from a long dynasty's time and space was clearly still unsafe. They were far from it. There was no way out. Su Weiyou could only continue his journey of escape. As long as one does not reach the end of their lifespan, there is no need for other means. And a cultivator's appearance will remain unchanged. Yin Xuanji still looked quite young. If she were at the end of her lifespan, that would be quite strange. What are your plans? Xianjiu did not immediately agree, but instead asked about Qinqi's thoughts. After Xing Baizhou and the others changed their clothes, they strolled down the street and finally found a seaside restaurant to order some French cuisine. Just as that sentence fell, Yang Ling'er directly plopped down on the ground, rubbing the spot she had just bumped and starting to console herself. So what if he betrayed us? He's just a beginner in foundation building. Can he change the situation? Cui Yinshan said coldly. He was already glad he had the foresight to pay in advance. Otherwise, he would have definitely given this shop owner a chance to argue. Just as he was about to ask the other party a question, for some reason, the words changed mysteriously before they reached his lips. Wang Chun gained confidence from Wang Lin's words, pointing at the already slumped Zhou Bian on the ground, and said in a deep voice. He had already understood Wang Lin's plan and knew exactly how to arrange the next steps. Meanwhile, Qi Shihua, not answering the phone, made Song Lihai feel increasingly uneasy. Everything was indeed, as Hao Qingmei said, something was off everywhere. Jiang Mo slightly curled the corner of his mouth, his figure flickering out and directly using his fist to block the person's long knife. The reason Lu Chun did not notice Hemero Kalashizi was that on one hand, Hemero Kalashizi was hiding her strength, and on the other hand, she had no hostility towards Lu Chun, which led to Lu Chen's unawareness. Sizhua and others returned to the camp of the Jingwo army. Regardless of the time being late at night, once again gathering all the pre-appointed heavenly summons in the main tent for another meeting. These two, one with eyes shimmering with colorful light, the other with a pair of large flapping ears. 043, evil female, familiar situation. Chang Yin's words sounded very ordinary, but in the ears of the female, they were warm and comforting. Chang Yin Tingxing's eyes filled with mist, feeling very moved. What's wrong? Do you believe my words now? Su Xiao glanced at them faintly. Their previous attitude was so arrogant. Didn't they only trust Su Jingjing's words? Tianqing blinked and carefully sized her up, hesitatingly said, Speaking of which, why do I feel Lu Feifei hurriedly ran over, took Mo Xian from Mukin's hands, and then carried him to the car. Li Feng switched to the underwater camera, and the piranhas on the arrow had already turned to white bones, with strands of meat hanging from the bones. And a pair of sharp teeth gleamed coldly. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Hong Xiang was naturally happy to have so many capable people, so he held a ceremony for Yuan Shao and his subordinates, as well as Sun Jian and his subordinates, to join the Hongxiang Martial Hall together. The lakeside was still quite bright. After all, the streetlights and other facilities were well equipped. There were no pedestrians in this area, but there were still quite a few antis dancing over at the square. If this battle vehicle could utilize Earth-based spells or protect itself with Earth-based spells, it would inevitably significantly enhance the strength of Earth-based cultivators. Near the ancient blood-colored wooden door, the manifestation rippled out in circular waves like lines, expanding in circles. As this layer of ripples spread, other colors in the visible light were eliminated and replaced, leaving only the bright, pure red, dazzling as ever. Ha ha ha! A soul realm cultivator with an unknown background? I see Daoist you. You really are getting old and confused. Soul realm, huh? What is soul realm? The red-haired old monster mocked without reserve. Lu Xiling sent me a message again. You did well, just now. Now, take her to buy clothes by a few $1,000s worth. Something pretty. With his strength, let alone opening a void passage, he probably couldn't even shatter the void. But at that moment, where that spirit talisman fell, the void quickly collapsed, and a void passage suddenly appeared. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chun Xinzi looked at Feng Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with deep caution. Elder you said a mysterious person offered 300 top-grade Yuan spirit stones? Feng Xian's eyes widened slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword. However, what Luo Yonghao didn't expect was that all the evidence of his crime was in his own hands. That's right, I said while taking out the tablet from my back pocket and shaking in my hand. Let's walk while looking at it. Since we roughly have a direction, let's head back to the playground first to avoid having to run again later. After saying that, I prepared to go downstairs. But in the current situation, could she still decide subjectively? Perhaps this was Lin Chunyu's way of comforting her inner self at such a crucial moment. It was merely a comfort. As for other things, they couldn't even be considered. The area within a dozen miles was covered by blood clouds. Even the sky gradually darkened. Luo Chan felt an increasing sense of tension in his heart. He looked at Duan Ren and, taking advantage of the moment before Duan Ren and his group moved, he flashed his body like a black meteor crashing toward Duan Ren. It wasn't that Long Yuqing's martial art cultivation was low, but that the opponent was too strong. Not something that people of the Great Zhou Tian, Great Achievement Realm, could deal with. Even if it were himself, while needing to protect Lan Ku and Ouyang Shaoqing, it would probably not be much easier. Step by step, amnesia is just the beginning, the old man said, unable to help but raise the corners of his mouth. The third party has news. As soon as the old man's voice fell, Lu Mingyao immediately stopped her actions. Now, she was essentially dancing with her life. However, just as Ren Shuang was speaking passionately, she suddenly felt her body lose balance at a certain moment. By the time Ren Shuang realized what was happening, she had already fallen into Du Fei's hands, and together with Du Fei, they were being aimed at by countless firearms. 044, she will kill the holy female. A venomous female without reproductive ability? Jin Yang seemed to have heard some huge joke, looking at Su Jingjing with a mocking gaze. Just as he was about to say a few words for Su Xiyao, he was stopped by her. Su Xiyao? Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Su family? The one who caused trouble and was expelled? Tianqing recalled Su Xiyao after hearing Su Jingjing's words, suddenly realizing, no wonder I find her quite familiar. Perhaps having seen all kinds of life and death in the world, I have gradually matured in recent days, facing these mixed and wildly chaotic situations. I am filled with a sense of disgust that is not fitting for my age. One day on Earth is equivalent to 246 years in the first alternate dimension. If the Faith Channel has problems, Zhou Ping might have to stay in the first alternate dimension for hundreds or even thousands of years, or even never return. Some people wanted to be more cautious, planning to send out signals for support, but after seeing Yang Tian's performance, that idea was suppressed. Don't worry, I'll add another 200,000 for you. Enough for your mother's surgery, the young master said, handing a white pill to number 2. As Yang Tian straightened his chest, the ancient pressure swept through the entire venue. Even the scorching aura emitted by the spirit fire of the underworld river was suppressed considerably. Therefore, the new Shinfeng group set its sights on the American wealthy businessman Mike during the art auction exhibition worth $6 billion held in S City. Since they could be used to heal Xiyao, then they should also be able to heal these fish, right? The Kanghan Academy. This force only wandered around the periphery before retreating towards the direction of Qianfu City. Big eyes. No death, no rest. So the brothers swore to the sky as if making a vow. Leaving the ancient town, Yang Tian moved forward, the scenery beneath his feet constantly retreating, almost turning into a remnant shadow. They were calculating something. Weren't you the clearest about it? Kai Jior winked at the former, smiling particularly joyfully. Meanwhile, Rin Yuan's face grew increasingly grim. Lin Luo said with a smile, as if all the true essence within that golden eagle had already become his. Although the efficiency of the weekend was greatly reduced due to Chongwei suppression, the wonders of the Chongqing Gong were always there. From beginning to end, all I wanted was the plaything in their hands, to treat me however they liked, to play with me however they wanted, completely not treating me as a person. Back then, on Anthony Island, he had guessed that Qin Ran had other arrangements for a retreat, but he never dared to think in that direction, and over time, he let it go unmentioned. Mu Qiyuan nodded, unlike before when he carelessly tossed his sweater aside to the deputy commander. This time, he held it himself. The Phoenix clan had already discovered the invitation for the martial arts competition and marriage proposal. This matter did not need Chu Feng to notify them. Moreover, these crystal flying dragons had purposeful advances in destruction, even biting some people, and those bitten by the crystal flying dragons immediately showed some strange symptoms. Thank you for your hard work, team leader. Hanging this title means the work won't be idle, and you even specially sent someone over just to escort me? For Prometheus. Just the time spent collaborating with the hermit to reorganize the Zoroastrian sect that was scattered by the disaster department in S-City had approached 10 years. If we count from the earliest time when the two sides got to know each other, it has far exceeded 10 years. The crowd responded and retreated, leaving only Lan Rongyue, Shun Miaoqing, and Ling Mi in the room. Shun Miaoqing suddenly released Lan Rongyue's hand, looking at her warily. At that moment, Tianing shook his head helplessly, as this had already sent Tian-Ing into an endless ice cellar. Indeed, a zhuang did not lie. This treasure dragon had already mastered the water cannon, and looking at the data and the materials, this treasure dragon seemed to be developing quite well. I had sent a message to Ouyang, but he only replied with a string of ellipses. What does that mean? What is he thinking? Picking up on Feng Hua's words, Sister Yinran frowned slightly and said to us, Titi Jinping. Lin Baoshu thought carefully, but still couldn't figure out who it was. After pondering for a while, she guessed it might be a friend from when this body was still Ruo Shu. Just now, the Dou family had said that this shadow puppet was of low status. And when Yuko changed the topic to the old lady, which made it seem as if the Dou family was deliberately mocking the old lady for being involved with low status. Although the old lady was old, she was not confused. She often felt that the Dou family was not as obedient to her as before, and at this moment, it felt even more jarring. However, Song Kuei did not take action. He just watched Zhou Tian, waiting for Zhou Tian's response. While the leading man in black and the two beside him also did not move, all vigilantly staring at Song Kuei. Zhou Tian trembled all over, and then slowly closed his eyes, absorbing the memories and understanding the information that had just been injected into his mind. He was not concerned about the feelings of the person beneath him who was still hanging with tears, but rather frantically sought the release he needed. Of course, Xiaoyan did not take off his mask. Ji Chen looked at the ruins of Chanyang, feeling an unbearable heaviness in his heart. The loss of life weighed heavily on him. Next, Xing Tian took the head even more than before. Remembering scenes from 10,000 years ago was unbearably tragic, and Ji Chan did not dare to make a sound. Immediately after, an incredible scene reappeared. Dong Qianhua, holding a toothbrush handle, let out a scream. Her body flew into the air and crashed in a wall behind with a bang. Her body slid down the wall like cotton and fell motionless on the ground. However, Luo Cheng could not care about that, holding Lu Ting in his arms, trembling as he gently patted her pale, bloodless face. Cheng San furrowed his brows. He was an extremely ambitious person, but usually kept it to himself. Hearing what Lu Ping said, he couldn't help but recall various past events and fell silent for a moment. The other few people gathered around Fu Changqing, whispering a few words. When they looked at Lin Haiping again, there was an obvious look of fear. The master's courage was truly great. He actually brought this evil spirit here as if it were nothing. However, Bully He was not in a much better situation. After being hit by a punch from Hao Shegwo, he staggered back and almost fell on the grass. Even though he ultimately steadied himself, he was still shaking his head, which had just been hit by Hao Shegwo. Luo Cheng knew that if he had been in seclusion for several years, Luohua's realm would not have stagnated and would have improved. Just as the monk was about to say something else, a command to set off again came from the front of the line. The soldiers standing on both sides of the road, upon receiving the order, gradually gathered back onto the road, each finding their own position to stand properly. When he saw the Liyang sword pointing at him, along with the cold gaze looking at him, Han Pan couldn't help but shiver and actually spoke to yield. Hearing the news, Heal and Minji came out early to greet them, meeting them 50 miles from Chang'an City, joining Chun Yi and his group. 045, slapping Su Jingjing's face. The Crown Prince's consort spoke correctly. The safety of the Holy Maiden is more important than anything else. The strategist beside the Crown Prince immediately leaned in to whisper in the Crown Prince's ear that even if they were to bring her back, they had to wait until the Holy Maiden safely entered the capital. This was a critical period, and the Crown Prince must not act impulsively. Ling Cheng felt conflicted inside and finally hesitated, saying, "Yao Yao, wait for me a few days, and I'll bring you back to the capital." Su Xiyao sneered, saying that He Jiang had offered a bounty for the Shura sect to assassinate Wu Tian, but he never expected Wu Tian to gain the title of Shura Nemesis. Now, even if Wu Tian encountered a master from the Shura sect, his combat power would at least increase fourfold. Moreover, He Jiang's price wasn't high, and the strength of the assassins sent by the Shura sect wouldn't be that formidable either. There are even more generous offers. Look, do you see the mountainside and the mountaintop? Not to mention the 8th tier, there are even mounts at the 9th tier and Holy Domain level. Guanhui pointed upward again. Almost everyone knows that the reproduction of the elven race mainly relies on the mother tree, and the chance of reproduction through mating is very low, but our dark elves are slightly different. Inge thought for a long time before finally narrating to Zhao Yi. I think after the chaos sleeps, these Jiaozu warriors will regain their wits, and it will be difficult for them to heed your commands again. Wang Long sighed and said to Ling Li, Lin Fei previously transferred 1 billion to the CC account. So CC made a one-time payment to buy the villa. As one after another braised ducks were taken away, Hu Tang stared wide-eyed at the person who took the duck. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at others for not seeing through. Savoring Zhao Yi's verses. The originally melancholic song, You raise her wine glass, and let out a charming giggle. At this moment, they finally understood what the sect leader meant by reassuring them. Meanwhile, in the dark command room, dozens of screens displayed scenes of motorcycles in motion and the conditions of various travel routes. Look, Jean Taishi smiled and opened the travel guide to one of the pages before handing it back. However, Zhang Zian was completely unimpressed by Yu Yingfeng, still burying her head in Yu Yingfeng's arms and crying. Otherwise, anyone attempting to meddle in this matter would incur great karma with the heavenly teacher, leading to serious consequences, perhaps even a fight to the death. Huang He had no way of predicting the subsequent developments of this matter. Exactly, young master. Mission already said she doesn't team mind. What are you afraid of? Dong He walked in with a basin of hot water. After the explosion, the port was thrown into chaos, with both Japanese and Ryukyu people screaming in terror and running away. In an instant, the light transformed into several dissipating light membranes and completely vanished, and on the sea, apart from the water, the enormous silhouette of the transport ship seemed to have never existed, completely disappearing from sight. Furthermore, star power, in an uncontrollable form, spread across the entire planet, breaking the natural rules of Fantasia. Influenced by the star power, countless ferocious magical beasts were born in the world, along with evolved orcs, threatening the safety of humans and elves. For these highly intelligent beings that have lived for an unknown period, it is difficult to deceive their eyes with lies. Their eyes are accurate in judging people, even surpassing Wang Pingyu's mystical eyes that can glimpse fate, which is also an important reason why the winged Jiaozu trust Wang Pingyu and reach an agreement with him. Gowda retracted the dagger and leaped away sharply. The machine then exploded with a loud bang, igniting a towering fire and stirring up large clouds of smoke. That pilot was definitely dead beyond recovery. This guy is no rookie. He is a trained agent, and his instincts in this area are always very sharp. The saying, the more you say, the more mistakes you make applies perfectly here. 046, lamb noodle soup captures hearts. Jin Yang obediently had someone bring out a large pot and instructed them to cut the lamb and throw it in to cook. Su Xiao exchanged spices at the supermarket and put them in the pot to remove the fishy smell. After boiling for a long time, the pot emitted bursts of fragrance, attracting the attention of the black-armored guards and Ling Shang. This smells so good. I'm already hungry, said Tianxing, holding her stomach and sitting beside Changyan, drooling at the meat aroma. When Fong Yuan's soul detached from his body, it immediately formed a shell, a very dangerous move, especially in the enemy's lair. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at the moment Yu Wushuang dodged, a sense of deadly crisis emerged in her heart, and her face changed drastically as she hurriedly cast the ancient god's finger. It's fine, it's fine. This is just the truth, Fong Jingmin said generously, patting the motorcycle seat. In Ao Yue was willing, but her son acted like a fool. How could she not be anxious as a mother? Only his eyes inherited a bit from Luo Chenxi, looking much rounder than Mui Chen's. Without waiting for the person on the big net at the cave entrance to see her clearly, she charged into the cave from below. Hua Weiyang and Han Shan nodded. They had also seen Feng Kuang's reverse sky ability, and everyone witnessed the storm Feng Kuang unleashed, which was terrifying. When a collision touched the white ape's chest, a massive internal force passed through, shattering the white ape's chest and splattering a large amount of black liquid. The sky tore apart, and the majesty of the conqueror surged like the sea. The youth resembled a war god, possessing the supreme posture of a king overlooking the world. Those who needed to contact the animation company learned about the company's strength through the registered information on the official website. Really? I was wondering how I could hold on for so long. Xiang Yu looked at his current state and thought of Yang Qilong. Although both were pierced by 1,000 arrows, he was much luckier than Yang Qilong. At least he was still alive. This time, the 5 factions unexpectedly did not retort. Even the Huashan faction was the same. The actions of the short elder were too disgraceful, and they had no face to counterattack. The shop owner's face immediately turned red. He was just trying it out, and it turned out this thing wasn't a good treasure after all. He had spent quite a bit of fairy stones to obtain it back then. At that moment, under the signal of a security guard, Qinli parked the car in the parking lot of the Grand Hotel. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingxi opened up like a floodgate, pouring out many of her usual grievances. No, my consolidation plan was a step late. Long Ye's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Recently, our army has been flying the white flag and has not engaged the enemy. The rebel forces are extremely powerful, especially with archers like Yang Yuji lurking in the back. Their combination is quite formidable. Right now, our army has no foolproof plan, so we haven't gone to war. Li Yuanfang said. What? Is it really a divine dragon? Qinli saw the appearance of the red dragon, which was only about a foot long, but he was sure it was indeed a dragon, easily slaying the invading enemy. Linny did not rejoin the battle, but silently surveyed the scene, watching the bloody fighting inside the iron cage. Liang Fei stepped forward, specifically thanking Aunt Salon. By the time he turned around, Yi Pingping had already disappeared, presumably to visit the farm. Let her go. Perhaps she was tired of the hustle and bustle of the city and could relax in the countryside. However, this state of affairs did not last long. When the lights came on at night, someone came looking for them again. 047, if you can make a move, don't just talk. Am I feeling guilty? Not all. Su Jingjing's tone became sharp, biting her lip, her resentful gaze fixed on Su Xiyao. She raised her chin and said, Very well, tell me if you're the holy maiden. You're the youngest daughter of the Su family, and I am your elder sister. I now command you to quickly serve 2 bowls of lamb noodles. Both the crown prince and I are hungry. Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Tianxing puffed her cheeks in anger. Su Jingjing, how come I never noticed how unreasonable you are? The Chilean Han had a wise monk protecting him, which was why he withdrew from Sengluo City. However, although the Tibetan soldiers had retreated from Sengluo City, many civilians remained in the city. If these dragon beasts acted maliciously, the civilians would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Thus, General Chilean Han was determined to launch a full-scale attack to reclaim Sengluo City. Hey, Xianyan, teach me the academic law. Strange, every time I mention this, his cheeks would darken, and this time was no different. No, his cold tone sent a shiver down my spine. Although Xianyan didn't explode in anger on the surface, he must have been very angry inside. Yes, I dare not, Yang Tong said as he left in a dejected manner. Seeing Yang Tong leave, Du Biao and the others felt there was no need for them to stay here and also left. Years ago, the ancestors of Leishan entrusted the 5 dragon beast kings on Baozi Mountain to their beloved disciple, the flying god of war Han Fei, and then continued south to pursue the tooth beast. Upon hearing this, Yu Fuo was momentarily stunned. Did Jiaxiu say this because he knew the court was preparing to forcibly conscript their cattle and horses? Indeed, the Xiongnu were not yet strong enough to dare refuse the court's conscription. These mineral veins, buried here for millions of years, have been quietly lying here without a trace of change, like a stagnant pool. With a loud bang, Guan Yinfei pushed the giant threshold away with a rebound. and the two retreated from each other. Inthe held a sword in one hand, her left hand resting on her chest in a gesture of prayer, and then bowed. Respected leaders, guests, and current audience, good afternoon. The host passionately held the microphone to host this basketball game. We are going to establish a new anti-Japanese base here. It will be called the Jinbowu Anti-Japanese Base. Wu Feixiong shouted, and upon hearing that a base would be established in the cave, everyone began to discuss. As soon as they exited the Baimao Gate City, Xiyao saw the Shiliang army's camp shining brightly under the night sky. It turned out the soldiers were dressed in white. The camp had white cloth raised. Instant kill. The chakra at Li Yun's feet suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. The chakra igniting in a brilliant and dangerous glow. Meanwhile, their lackey, the Lu landlord, held the order with a pale face, muttering to himself, "I'm finished." If he had known about Chu Feng's capabilities, he would never have dared to confront him. Qin Luo smiled seductively, her tight top revealing her belly button, her laughter making her waist hard to conceal, truly full of charm. However, the two listening to her spoke with anger on their faces, of course. Mo Chang's anger was feigned. However, Li Liang immediately thought of De Xiong, who had signed a long contract with the Hurricane team, which earned him his internal signing contract. Although he had unknowingly won the opportunity to be selected, De Xiong had already made significant sacrifices. Just as the captain was about to call for the team to gather, a colleague who had stepped on the evidence hurriedly called me over. While moving the deceased body, they discovered a line of blood written by the deceased's hand. "My dad killed me." At that moment, Old Man Huan's face darkened again. Li Yun had said someone informed him about the chakra conflict syndrome of Zhao Mein. However, Li Yun continued to say that Zhao Mein had been hiding outside for a long time, which caused a sudden cloud of gloom in Old Man Huan's heart. What a sudden idea. How about we call those two idiots over? Just treat it as a trip? Zhang Fan said. 048. Use foresight to see who the murderer is? For the first time being so noticed, Su Xiao was startled by their enthusiasm, grasping at the lion's mane, and quietly asked, "Is the Holy Maiden so popular?" With this treatment, one would think some leader from the imperial capital had returned. Jin Yang's deep voice responded, "Well, the status of the Holy Maiden is comparable to that of the High Priest and Beast King." Wow, so impressive. Su Xiao immediately felt confident. She raised her chin slightly, waved her little hand at the crowd, revealing the anger she had been holding back. Lin Jingji didn't greet Lin Jingyi properly and headed straight for her carriage. The wet nurse holding the child was a bit far away, clearly unwilling to let her see the child. With this in mind, no one wanted to stay with her any longer, and they all made excuses to leave. Soon, only Su Tei'er was left on the spot cursing. Yang Xiyao appeared to dissuade Su Muley from the anxious thought of wanting to repay the money. With a clear train of thought, Xiao Ziyu calmed down a bit, researched the usage, and conducted a test. Although the testing stick could produce results in a minute, that minute felt incredibly long for Xiao Ziyu. Although Su Ruyang was sitting here talking, it seemed somewhat vague and always leaned towards the kitchen side. However, Jiangwu wouldn't blame Caramel, because she knew that Caramel said these things for her own good. How could there be 800 times? Even my mother teases me. Lin Suhui pouted in displeasure. The scene of encountering the Grand Princess outside the Grand Tutor's residence often echoed in her mind, asking herself why. Why did the Grand Princess praise Lin Wanxin, but ignore her? Although Huang Tingshan usually stayed out of the world, he understood the principle of lips and teeth cold. Once the 6 major sects were dealt with, the most prominent in the Wu Kingdom would be Huang Tingshan. The waiter placed the dishes one by one on the dining table, and only then did the two end their previous conversation. Qin Zhaomu was quite fierce, relying on the effect of the potion to unleash his combat power, wielding a golden heavy spear to stab at the fire-red dragon frantically. The two gradually became familiar with each other and later conversed harmoniously, which was rare, and since Zhong Qiao also liked it, I allowed it. However, at the same time, although he didn't feel physically tired, there was a sense of fatigue in his bones, prompting Jill to stop and rest. Although he still appeared indifferent, he was no longer silent and no longer contained coldness, giving a fresh feeling. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the effect reaching expectations. With a sudden grip of his left hand, a torrent of magical power surged into where Rod was. Rod was like a giant whirlpool, continuously absorbing magical power. And after reaching a certain level, it rapidly expanded. Roar! The blue-haired beast was surrounded by blue light and suddenly counterattacked, but it forgot it was in a snow pit. As soon as it stood up, its hind legs sank down several feet deep. When a citizen of one country attacks a noble of another country, and there is solid evidence, according to international conventions, The noble of the other country can handle the citizen of the first country according to their own laws. Lin Yun let out a bitter laugh and sighed. This matter is long to explain. Before he finished speaking, he felt a weight on his shoulder as Kuin Tai, unable to hold his liquor, leaned over to talk and ended up falling asleep just like that. A king who was already accustomed to using various unconventional means would never truly trust handing over an important fief to them. Did the divine kingdom encounter an invasion from the starry sky? It must be Athena. This is really annoying. Xiao Li's thoughts moved, and in an instant, dragon energy surrounded him, freeing him from the pressure of the dragon ascending path. Upon seeing Mutu, Lin Feng smiled, and when Mutu walked over, they shared a tight hug, thumping each other's chest and smiling at each other. Think. Guyu nodded without hesitation, his expression full of the desire to survive. 049, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Su Xiao has gone crazy. Su Jingjing was trembling in fear, worried that the high priest would actually use his foresight ability for Su Xiao. If that happened, she would be finished. My foresight ability is randomly triggered. Not just anyone can appear in my prophetic dreams. The deep voice of the high priest sounded, making one feel intoxicated just by listening to it. Su Xiao pouted and said, "Really? That's such a pity." So, yes, that's the point of the Dragon Boat Festival. Gong Jiaxi rolled her eyes at Song Duanwu, but smiled as she spoke. The man was so frightened that he trembled and did not dare breathe. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, but he found nothing. Xiajun had already grabbed his neck with one hand and unsheathed his sword with the other, waving in front of him before throwing it away. Almost instinctively, the demon hunters who had not left yet launched their attacks simultaneously, using thunder magic, fire magic, and ice magic all at once against the dragon. It was unclear who turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness, but a glow suddenly appeared beside her, revealing a shimmering light within the tent, making the entire tent look like a crystal palace shining in the night. What a beautiful sight. It felt like a dream. She secretly rejoiced. However, the waves of the long river continued to churn restlessly, much like the grievances and grudges in this world, rising and falling endlessly. Tang Jian felt a touch on her shoulder and slowly raised her head. With cracked lips, she still wanted to tug at Ryu's clothes for water. But upon seeing Ryu's face, she froze as well, surprise written all over her dust-covered face. The meaning behind the bug's words was self-evident, and just as her mother cast a half-surprised, half-happy gaze at Mo Qinyan knew she had to give her mother an explanation. There was no escaping it. There was no sign of the assailant's face in the footage, indicating that the other party had already been on guard, and judging by the collision marks on the Audi A6, it seemed they intended to crash with lethal force. When Fishbone casually touched the back of his neck for the third time, Yao Jingtian, who had been staring at the surveillance screen without blinking, finally spoke into the communicator at his collar. In simple terms, the visual effects of this battle were truly shocking. Moreover, the battle situation was full of twists and turns. If the live broadcast were to be moved to a cinema, combined with the appropriate temperature, gentle breeze, and the scent of withered grass by the lakeside, it would clearly become a realistic VR blockbuster playing in theaters. Inside the main hall, everyone was stunned. Elder Liu came to his senses and struggled to ask a question. Just then, Tang Yun, who had not taken the Black Tiger Hall invasion seriously, followed behind the sweating Wu Biao, swaying as he walked out, not even bothering to change his oil-stained blue work uniform. He accepted the gratitude of the cone quite calmly, just as he had accepted Bu Peng's thanks moments ago. After obtaining the information he wanted, Wei Yong excitedly arrived at the prison cell specifically set up for Li Tian. Although Yin Feng had transformed to an entirely new level in terms of both the quality of his true energy and the strength of his physique, he still did not dare to claim that he was invincible among his peers or of the same age. Everyone in the banquet hall was amicable, yet this one boy was displeased about this and that. Considering the occasion today, it was not hard to guess that this boy was from the host family. The six-eyed mask of the second-in-command of Shadow Nightmare, Baiban, unexpectedly appeared in that marvelous battle in the Komiya Star Domain, causing Mu Qingzhou, the long-absent elder brother of Shadow Nightmare, to become restless and personally contact Yao Jingtian and Fishbone through interstellar communication technology. After a while, Lung Jianfeng put down the materials in his hands and sighed heavily, calling over the Night Owl and Yukhag brothers, saying, "We need to discuss this seriously." His tone sounded somewhat heavy. 050, prophetic dreams, the future beast husband. Choosing the high priest as a beast husband? Don't mention Lingjia. All the beast men were shocked and gaping. Holy female, how dare she choose the high priest? The high priest narrowed his eyes, his eerie dark red gaze fixed on her. A shadow of darkness in his eyes. Xiyao tugged at the corners of her mouth, smiling more ugly than crying. Holy female. You must be mistaken. The high priest has always avoided women. He is not suitable to be chosen as a beast husband. The high priest, Wei Xiaodong, looked at the empty space in front of the large window, where there was a stone table and several stone stools. Therefore, he did not need to use force to pressure them. The chaotic furnace had already recognized him as its master. Compared to the violent shouts from the knights, the strong shots from the forest hunters were much quieter. The two had been at a standoff for a long time, but neither had moved first. Tian Buguang strode toward the control center, asking as he walked. After inquiring, the sergeant informed him that at 3 a.m. today, the bandits launched a powerful attack on the A1 planetary base in front of the Stargate and occupied the base. A super genius is hard to find. If a country can produce one in 100 years, it would be quite a laugh, let alone 7 appearing at once. What does it mean when 7 super geniuses with high IQs come together? It can change the entire world. I'm afraid even your sister will have times when she is exploited. At this moment, what we can do is eliminate unnecessary troubles. Regardless of whose they are, anything that is detrimental to our Kai family must be removed. I believe the Kuai family does the same. Kai Feng said, with a loud crash. 7 red electro chains burst out from the point where the red shadow and the green light curtain collided, shattering the temporary magical shield that Wei Wuxian had just set up. Ling Tai said this ought a long story. He only came back to his senses after being pinched a few times by Su Mingyan. To Shihong's surprise, most of the dead were disciples of the slaughter sect, while the concubines under Master Can Bird suffered relatively few losses. We will talk about it later, seeing more and more people arriving. Although many were shocked by the sudden appearance of the illusion, there were also some among them with ill intentions toward by Fawn. In the center, the Han army had already engaged in a decisive battle with the Qi Yin tribe's army, the sounds of killing echoing. This time, there would be no extraordinary experts performing. It was a true battlefield massacre. Infantry and cavalry were entangled, swords and spears clashing, blood splattering. Here, human life was as cheap as paper. Not convinced? What are you not convinced about? If this king did not wish to bully Yu Yang, even a single sage would be enough to sweep through your entire Yu Yang. You country bumpkins only know martial power. How would you know what the world of the strong is like? However, Cha could care less about what a mofo might pull. At this moment, a slightly late mommy arrived at the CD store, but found no trace of me. Wanner, a beautiful night worth a fortune. We must not waste it. Han Yi gently placed his wife, who had already lost most of her resistance, onto the couch, softly helping her undress. Peng Baowan said, "Do you think being smart and capable will get you an official position? Speaking of intelligence and capability, not to mention the entire county, even in our bureau, there are several smart and capable college graduates. It's not my turn. The only benefit of such a battle might be that the victor gets a chance to command the loser, as long as it is not too excessive. If it is not too much, then the loser must obey the victor's commands. Of course, if it is too much, Hakurai Raimu will still come have tea with you." Seeing the economy of Qianghai Island increase 50-fold, many would surely be shocked and completely disbelieving. This figure is truly astonishing. Just as Zhang Kong's victory speech stirred up the NBA, a piece of bad news from the homeland suddenly jolted the dazed Zhang Kong back to reality. 051, family reunion. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Su Xiyao counted the people once and said angrily, "How long are we going to tie them up? Let them go." Ling Bo personally stepped forward to untie the ropes of Su Xiao's third brother. The eldest brother, Su Jin, looked suspicious and asked, "Little sister, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who brought you back? Why do they listen to you so much?" Ling Jia smiled without showing any emotion and said, "The youngest daughter of the Spirit Fox clan, Su Xiao. After testing, the underground creatures blocking our way are becoming stronger. Moreover, some special underground creatures have appeared, either highly toxic or capable of self-detonation, with immense destructive power. What we're most worried about is this issue, and now it is clear what is happening. Fei Fei and Murong Mingyan are new classmates, so you shouldn't make things difficult for her anymore." Although Guan Tingting doesn't have a good impression of Murong Mingyan's arrogance, she doesn't want any cracks in the unity of Class 7. The girl crying in the corner is the biggest victim of the whole situation. You want to bypass her and understand the situation? Enough with the nonsense. Let's move forward. This country cannot leave behind a single warrior. Tianming's voice came from nowhere, filled with a strong smell of blood. Boss Wang took a deep breath, secretly telling himself to stay rational and not let anger cloud his judgment. Chu Yinyang had already retired, living a peaceful life, but as soon as he heard there was trouble with Li Yuqian, he immediately bought a plane ticket from Nanyang to the capital and promised to help Li Yuqian investigate the whereabouts of his parents. Some situations had already been made very clear. The parties involved should understand, but they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Only when these issues materialized in front of them did they realize what kind of situation they were in. In the end, with the help from the other side, Fan Fei obtained the Orange Axe of Shadow Sorrow from the 1980s and the reins of the Blood Death Warhorse, along with Okada Hiroshi and Shaft President Wakeo Hiroshi. Shinhan's friend Murayama Masao, and others, there were long-standing grudges that had continued since the era of insect production, so their relationship had naturally not been good, resulting in several conflicts so far. "Everyone, I must take my leave," Lin Feng said, waving his hand, and then he boarded the sword with Tai Xia, flying off into the distance. Moreover, Luo Feng had no powerful forces backing him. All he could rely on was himself. He stared blankly at the screen, wondering what all this was about. His father's hospital room. How could she possibly go there? Did she already know about her background? Song Han was also starting to lose her grip. Lin Feng held Song Han tightly, and slowly he felt that the mysterious energy was no longer the same as before. Coming into this cave felt like entering another world. Ruan Xinru, who was still a virgin, surprisingly spoke such shameful words to two battle-hardened individuals. Diao Monrong leaned closer to listen to what the stall owner was saying, carefully noting it down. "How about this? I'll take you home. You've drunk so much. And you can't drive." AI Xiyao approached and supportedly Moran. Qing sobbing, was helping him leave in a disheveled manner, leaving only Diao Monrong and Mo Yuyong and Gong Ruomu behind. There was no great fortune, but would there be a beating? The young master's cold voice suddenly rang out, catching in Yuran completely off guard. Qi Ruan was left speechless, huffing a few times in annoyance before leaving the office. Qi Yuanzhong quickly smoothed things over with a few words and sent Qianqian to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the Old Eight team, led by Zhang Ying, and the bodyguards of the Liao family, led by Biaogu, all subtly surrounded them. After seeing the spirited expression of Old Master Miao, Chunda smiled slightly and walked directly to Old Master Miao. 052, set her up. Su Zheng, this old fox. And Su Jingjing, this little fox, what are they up to? Clearly, they're all from the Spirit Fox clan, yet they insist on killing each other. Such shameless beings. Su Mo was very angry, itching to grab these two and give them a good beating. Su Jin said in a deep voice, "Su Zheng has always been very arrogant. This isn't the first time he's targeted us. He wishes he could drive away all the male orcs around our mother. He has already chased away our mother's fifth beast husband." Everyone present showed a look of horror when Bai Qizhong mentioned the name Li Chao, and quickly turned their gaze to Li Xiaozong. The extensive use of golden silk namu for making coffins has led to it being nearly extinct. Anyone using golden silk namu at any time is not an ordinary person. As for the ship-shaped coffin made of golden silk namu, discovered in the Golden Triangle, it has a burial style reminiscent of ancient Huaxia in the Dianchuan region. In the west wing of the Yin Prefecture Government Office, Chai Xiao's personal guard, Meng Tong, was fast asleep, having just returned to his room after being on duty until the early morning. Overcome with drowsiness, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. However, some leaders felt it was too extravagant. They thought it would suffice to drive a rugged jeep. And now, flying to a meeting might affect the image of the special zone. Zheng Penghai and the cunning rabbit easily broke free from their ropes, found the sword and rations that their master had prepared, and quietly left the campsite. Not long after they set off, suddenly a person jumped out, startling Zheng Penghai and the cunning rabbit, who immediately went into defense mode. Nowadays, discovering that the remnant page demon fox is not as malicious as imagined. He has a bit of a desire to help the remnant page demon fox, but just as this thought began to take root, the sky suddenly changed dramatically, with countless lightning bolts flashing in the dark sky. Fully soaked, Musun opened his eyes and, without saying a word, took out a crossing calamity pill from his Chinkuan ring. Now the construction site, along with the maritime police and fishery administration personnel, has several hundred people who also need to purchase seafood from fishermen to enrich their meals. The fishermen present their best catches for the soldiers to choose from, and the payment is just a small matter. He hasn't thought it through yet. He'll figure out later. Wang Wei didn't reveal that he had actually already decided to use it for alchemy. In the inheritance of the divine doctor sect, there are formulas for refining medicinal materials using dragon saliva, but he didn't have dragon saliva before and had no place to buy it. So he didn't examine those formulas closely. Xiyao said, "Didn't you see it last spring festival? They were rehearsing for this year's spring festival gala. She mentioned wanting to go back after the spring festival. Yang Yun said no more. Feeling a surge, dark battle armor enveloped him completely, leaving only a pair of determined eyes visible beneath the helmet. With the sound of the wind, hundreds of eyes in the martial arts arena almost instinctively turned to a corner in the last row. At this moment, Yi was also thrown into the excavator by the first-generation patriarch. He stood in mid-air, as if waiting for someone, and as two streaks of light crossed the sky, a strange smile appeared on his lips. A few minutes ago, he was just muttering his own name, the rank of Second Lieutenant Reese, but now he was truly speaking without reservation. In a world of magical beasts, the hierarchy is much stricter than among humans. For a divine dragon, which is an existence beyond the 9th rank, if it were at its peak, and a magical beast dared to infringe upon it, there would have been rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. It doesn't matter who it is, regardless of what the person with the surname by intends, at present. It should be unlikely for someone to harm her. These 30 or so individuals can be considered seasoned veterans among the slackers. I wouldn't dare say I could take them all down, let alone Wu Hua and Chunyu. The weasel chirped excitedly, seemingly unable to contain itself. Deep down, it has never been a docile creature. 053. The malicious female has been thoroughly exposed. Su Jingjing walked into Jiang Ling's room and saw Jiang Ling still in a deep sleep, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. Jiang Ling, it's your fault for being too easy to deceive. Who told you to be willing to meet Su Xiyao? This is your fate. Su Jingjing approached Jiang Ling step by step, holding a pill in her hand, and said viciously, I will never let you wake up. You will sleep forever. As long as you die, it will prove that Su Xiao's medicine has problems. Only then can I. Suddenly, a massive shadow of a hand appeared out of nowhere, crashing into the surrounding chains of laws. Shang Jingxing was still planning to ask some questions, but the dizziness from the teleportation hit again. Everything went black and then bright, and everyone returned to the initial cave. The only difference being that the merit light curtain had completely vanished, and a passage had appeared behind the treasures. It seemed that the cultivators of the same sect were grouped together, while the idle, ungrouped cultivators formed another group or merged into smaller teams. At least one thing was certain. They genuinely wanted to recruit her and had no malicious intent. She wanted to ask about the reason for the waiver, but given their obvious hostile relationship, she couldn't bring herself to ask, so she kept it to herself. Anyway, Shang Jingxing was very pleased to see her in such a state of pent-up frustration. Upon arriving at Yinmen, it was not Jin Hengguang who came out to greet them, but Chen Che. Seeing only the respectful Chen Che and his few soldiers behind him, Lu Hanxiang was somewhat surprised. As the king of finance, hundreds of billions in capital flow would not escape his notice. If he knew that the Gigabit Club was supporting him, what would his thoughts be? If he could use 10 billion this time, would it be possible to borrow the power of the Gigabit Club again when the financial war reached a fever pitch? Did the switcher swap just one, or did he swap all the newborn data from that year? But in the end, the Song family fell, and the Ling family became very awkward, failing to attach themselves to the Song family's thigh and almost getting implicated instead. This attitude pleased the middle-aged man, making him even more reserved. The 6 of us sat down, and Lu Qing attentively poured water and wine for his dad, Ma Mi, and Yue Hong, and poured a drink for Yulan, who was sitting on my lap, held by my left arm. Old Meng was hovering in this area. Fong Lang issued another order, speaking while his gaze sharpened again, and the killing intent manifested once more. Uncle, I don't like anyone else. I only like you. I won't go on dates with anyone else, you idiot. I hate you so much. Gu Meng was both angry and sad, and now she missed the domineering uncle from before. To this end, Fong Lang's palms attacked Wei Yixiao, and not long after, Wei Yixiao fell to the ground. Director Lin, but I can't drink. I get drunk from just beer, and I get dizzy from the smell of liquor. I'm a bit troubled. The 2 kids returned to Amsterdam, very excited, and when they got off the train, they were discussing various delicious foods they wanted to eat. As for establishing a pirate crew to defeat the 7 warlords and ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors, that was pure nonsense and completely not on Fong Lang's mind. When this sentence came out, Brother Zhu and the others reacted and recalled many rumors about me. For a moment, my sister looked a bit surprised. Chen Chun's sister? He only felt that the person in front of him had turned into Zhao Chun Chun, and her beautiful, fiery gaze made him unable to resist, losing his senses. Zhang's words were quite rude, leaving no face at all. Su Ling, feeling superior, definitely couldn't accept this, and pointed at Jiang without waiting for a response, but was waved away by Jiang before he could speak. However, looking at He Linfeng's expression, he seemed unaware that He Lin Shui was also involved in this action. 054. force him to reveal his true colors. At dawn, a circle after circle of beastmen had already surrounded the sacrificial altar near the imperial capital. Su Jingjing was tied up in a bundle, trembling as she knelt on the altar, her eyes blankly staring at the air. She never dreamed that she would end up in such a situation. It turned out that Jiang Ling was pushed down by Su Jingjing. What a vicious female. Our little females are all innocent and cheerful. How could there be such a wicked one? The television station wanted to interview them, and the families of the rescued wanted to treat them to a meal and even give them red envelopes. After finishing a day's training, Xiaochan and a few others were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, while other competitors with less training were still at it. It was mentioned that Dr. Xing had settled in Luo City, and your subordinates should escort you and hurry on your way. Xiaochan said this and prepared to leave. The enemy could also slide. Master Yi had clearly informed him that sliding skills were only taught through professional training for exorcists, which further confirmed that the attackers were exorcists. As Xiyao had said, every one of them was radiating energy, sharp and formidable, all skilled hands in their own right. Taoist Li came at this moment to give me an explanation. As soon as he spoke, the moonlight around turned a faint crimson, and the sacred and ethereal aura gradually became strange and terrifying. The white osmanthus appeared vividly stained with blood. The next day, when I appeared at the company with Mu Shichuan, unsurprisingly, all the employees' gazes were fixated on me, their expressions filled with astonishment. Moreover, the Zhang family stance was simply not wanting to get involved in the disputes, but they did not wish to offend the royal family. Ever since Lu Yi entered the Han River and dived hundreds of meters, he had not seen a single shrimp soldier, which was completely illogical. There were many reasons why so many people had never truly mastered this most basic and genuine technique. Tang Xing was leaning by the bedside, and coincidentally, his position pressed down on Shi Shuyue's right hand, and as soon as Shi Shuyue woke up, Tang Xing also woke up. This strange matter spread rapidly, circulating throughout Anshuan, discussed in the streets and alleys. The owner of Ye Tower heard of it and reported the matter to the authorities, claiming that a sorcerer had deceived him into a lavish feast, requesting the governor to investigate. Sisterson, you don't have to worry. I've always thought a man should have the spirit to sweep through the heavens. I thought you had a discerning eye, but in the end, I'm still utterly disappointed, said Luo Xiener with regret. Fiona saw Yunjia's nervous expression and knew something was wrong. She decisively stepped forward and slapped Lisa across the face. He simply couldn't understand what this imperial tier elder was doing, although his father had been famous for nearly 10,000 years. It was unreasonable for an imperial tier to kneel before him. Chu had always listened to him. The two of them stood on either side, peering down at the majestic great wall under the coverage of the thought field. Even at night, it still exuded a tremendous presence. The youth was filled with confusion, and at this moment, the joy on his face had silently disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. The youth squatted down and picked up a piece of white bone, noticing that the shattered bone had nothing particularly special about it. Moreover, to rescue a person surrounded by so many guards without even engaging in combat and not letting anyone catch a glimpse of his figure, such strength, Jean Million thought with certainty that he, Yu Xiaotian, couldn't do it. The sword intent true dragon, covered in emerald scales, suddenly roared, no longer crashing around like before, but instead soaring straight up with a roar. Now that you're in your territory, you can kill or rob as you please. Do you think there are such foolish people in this world? Wu Hao said lightly, looking at the youth. This was just like Long Mo getting lost, only because of severe injuries. Luo Shuiyao and Mu Yunfeng both fainted, and when they woke up, they found themselves in this lush and dense forest, which was truly incredible. Now, the only thing he could do was send a memorial to Zhu Yuanzhang. The current Zhu Yuanzhang had changed somewhat in character, but to turn that Zhu Yuanzhang, who fully supported this punishment, into a complete opposition was not easy at all. After Yang Xingling finished speaking, she completely lost her reason, pouncing towards Chu Feng like a wild beast, seemingly intent on devouring him alive. Choosing a broadcaster in this category really had less popularity compared to others, and they could easily be scolded by viewers. This world is the homeland of the gods of the upper realm. His willingness to attack shows his confidence. Jiang De waved his hand again, and another guard came in carrying a cloth bag, which was covered in dust and looked filthy, causing Zhao Ji and others to frown. Although Ma Chao had been on the battlefield for a long time, he had little experience with this formation. The only one he was familiar with was the long snake formation set by Han Wei and Jiasu during the campaign against the Chong King, Beigong Boyu. Shui Yezi caressed the amaryllis, and suddenly thought of herself in the past, involuntarily letting out a desolate smile. I find it hard to understand why a perfectly good spring festival has to make oneself look like a lantern, thinking that this would bring happiness and satisfaction. Inthe said as he took out a long whip, and then inthe lingling naturally thanked him again. The sound of fabric rubbing came from within the curtain, and after a while, the curtain was lifted, revealing a fair face. The Fengshan ceremony at inthe confers upon the emperor the acknowledgement of heaven, proving that one has become the son of heaven, carrying a sacred significance. The Fengshan grand ceremony became an ancient ritual unique to inthe, also constituting an important aspect of the worship and belief in inthe. A full rack of bottles and jars shattered on the ground, making a loud noise. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and various colored wine flowed together in a winding stream. The Empress Dowager seemed to struggle for a moment, suddenly widening her eyes. Someone, "Ye girl wants to harm me. Ye girl wants to harm me." The Empress Dowager suddenly became agitated, mumbling something incoherent. On the other hand, Sister Wan seemed unwilling for him to meet the spirit turtle. She simply said to Ning, "He just wants to see you." He had understood most of it. The meeting ended, and Captain Song arranged for everyone to return and prepare, because he also had to arrange everything related and the equipment. The departure time was set for a week later. Xiyao had 70,000 troops, and you still feared not having those 5,000 captives? Zhao Yi smiled. As the government forces' defense in the north became lax, sending Jianli out, seeing Jianli and Lu Ban's figures slowly disappear into the darkness, Qiuli Ju smiled slightly, turned around to head back, but after just a few steps, he heard a commotion of shouting and killing behind him. Shenlan asked him, not with a curious, gossiping look, but with a serious inquiry that Yin Shirshio could not firmly say no to. He only felt a gloomy and oppressive sensation behind him, an intuition of strong enemies lurking, and the ever-elusive Fu Yu was like a huge shadow that couldn't be dispelled. Even if he could make Xiyao miserable, it would inevitably come at a great cost. 055 completely defeated unknown system talent. In just half a day, news reached the imperial capital. Su Zheng boldly kidnapped the eldest prince Ling Sheng as a threat, ordering the Black Armor Guards to release Su Jingjing. The squad of Black Armor Guards, concerned for Ling Sheng's life, had no choice but to let Su Jingjing go, only to be captured by Su Zheng's army. Since the Beast King is unjust, the Spirit Fox clan can only rise to the challenge. The Lion clan does not deserve to be called kings, so let my Fox clan take on that role. This is true blood from Su. The blood has stained her bare body red, and there is hardly a complete piece of flesh on her entire body. But it still depends on the appearance of others. She poured a basin of cold water on Zhou Yu. After all, the Yabo people are quite cunning. If it weren't for the sudden visit today, catching them off guard, Qiu Si and the other attendants wouldn't have been exposed. Cheng Jingchuan once thought that Qiu Si's weakness was the autumn scenery, and he even breathed a sigh of relief. Someone who has no weaknesses and wants nothing is undoubtedly terrifying. The empty mountains are silent, and the night is cold. Fu Hongxue moved forward, unable to see anyone. But when she turned around, she saw a lamp. She was very excited. Before he could react, she reached out to grab his hand that held a knife. She knew that Li Xuanhuan would definitely fulfill this promise, and she trusted that Li Xuanhuan would never reveal this secret. No one in the world distrusts Li Xuanhuan, not even his enemies. Due to Qianlai assigning many old employees to other cities, many of the waiters here are new faces, but fortunately, Ling Er happened to be here. They also knew that if they disobeyed in such situations, it would only bring more trouble to Zhang Jiping. There had been many such examples in the past, which ultimately caused Zhang Jiping even more trouble. So, they could only follow Zhang Jiping's orders, quietly leaving the tent to make more arrangements. Enough, stop talking. Tian Mo really can't take it anymore. Even Mayor couldn't help but laugh. As expected by Song Ming, just 10 steps out, Song Ming's gaze swept over the gravel beneath his feet, and his mental energy spread out, suddenly sensing the difference in the gravel below. However, the electric baton, which usually isn't heavy, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Their strength was simply insufficient and of no use. My beloved, I have no confidence in my heart, and I don't know whether returning to Jiankong this time is a good thing or a bad thing. After a long time, Sima Yao finally spoke in a low voice. Tian Mo then took out a hat from the ring, woven beautifully, and it was a magical item, though its specific level was unclear. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, the first strongman of Haotian continent, upon stepping into the status of martial emperor, once sacrificed to the heavens here, triggering a celestial phenomenon, bringing down torrential spirit rain from heaven and earth, which lasted for 100 years, allowing Haotian continent to enter 1,000 years of martial arts flourishing era, hence the name Chaotian City. All right, you pick a time to call me, and I'll give you a 20 discount. After saying that, Aunt Fat went out to serve other customers. After saying so much, do you have any concrete evidence? Song Ming naturally wouldn't easily trust him and said coldly. I walked forward and saw that many bronze coffins had been hollowed out on the sides. The inside of the bronze coffins was spacious and had become the resting place for the four-handed monsters. Looking around, the four-handed monsters were everywhere, and, at this moment, they were all staring at us, and I ended up feeling scared again. Some streamers might disappear after just a month, half a month, or even a week. This is quite normal. She was not worried about her parents because she understood Jiang Jinruin's character. He would definitely take good care of them. The person she came to see was still Suzit Sai, just like last time, but last time she came out of anger, this time she came out of joy. Kobai Nung had been attacking the area around Juyong for about 10 days, suffering heavy losses and unable to break through the defenses of Juyong, and the surrounding areas. Kobai Nung wanted to bypass this direction to plunder the 3 counties of Yuyong, Guangyang, and Daijun 056, the true form of a 9-tailed celestial fox. According to the system's detection, this unknown system talent is a branch of the mental system, a type of telekinesis, a power that causes both physical and mental pain to others. The higher the level, the more severe the pain. A branch of the mental system? It sounds much more powerful than my SS-level mental power. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. Jinbao, can my mental power be extended? Of course, as long as you accumulate 50,000 points. The temperature in the entire jungle was humid and stuffy. At this moment, the corpse of the Hunan man had started to rot slowly, and maggots had begun to grow on the body. A breeze blew by, releasing waves of foul odor. Suddenly, a vampire baron was forced into a desperate situation by me. In his last moment of life, he chose to fight back. Dursa wants to follow you. Can you take him along? Hank pointed to Dursa, who was looking at Hao Yin with anticipation, and said, Dursa is very knowledgeable about the living habits of these armored turtles and flame dragons. He should be able to provide you with a lot of help. The 2 young men, clearly of European descent, exchanged glances and then carefully observed the signboard, finally confirming it was the place someone had told them about before walking in. However, no one knew that when Yi Xian issued that order, the 3 ancient sects and the 7 powerful lords of the demon clan had already secretly arrived at the starry sacred land. After hanging up the phone, Heizi fell in a deep thought. What kind of logic is this? There isn't even a shadow. How could such a large convoy not have shadow? And in this world, even if it can deceive radar, it shouldn't be able to deceive the naked eye. As a planner, one should not be overly concerned. Feng is certainly not a petty person. Don't worry, Taifu. If I can't persuade you into return, I'll send him on the road with Liu Bei and Shawnee. Sister Lin Miao, let me use your phone and also the car. Liu Yifei shouted loudly as soon as he entered the room. He was very clear about the serious consequences of killing Harmon Khan here. It would likely lead to the collapse of the entire axis. If he wanted to survive, he would have to use some celestial-level martial arts, or even rely on the extremely precious Dragon Tooth sword. Moreover, the Yin Yang wheel, as Kong Chongfeng's life-bound treasure, was closely related to his soul, so one could say the Yin Yang wheel was the second him. After sailing smoothly for years, recent events had not gone well, making Zhang Yuefan extremely irritable, and she no longer had the patience to continue. Not to mention the identity of the crown prince. The privileges granted by the emperor suggested that in the future, at least in the northern region against the Xiongnu, there would be no more obstacles. The tall and thin person was named Linda, while the seemingly honest man was called Zhao Rong. Both Linda and Zhao Rong were sons of officials, but their fathers held relatively minor positions. These 2 were also idlers, so they hit it off with the original owner, and the 3 of them engaged in quite a bit of shady business together. Qin Wei's loud call interrupted Lu Qi's thoughts, prompting him to rush over to the side of the prince. For this situation, Qin he didn't mind, as the purpose of this trip was to discuss business, not to make comparisons. Moreover, if this tavern were entrusted to him to manage, it would undoubtedly be much better than the one across the street. His void escape relied on divine consciousness to activate. The more solid the divine consciousness, the farther its range would extend, thus allowing him to escape a greater distance. At the entrance again, Luo Xiun smiled, watching the Zhu family's carriage gradually drive away until it turned the corner. When Rong Chun left, he cast a complex glance at Pei Huayan, who gave him a faint look, seemingly mocking him. The people added later, unless they had the approval of the proper host, could at most only be of second rank. 057, Sweet apricot is in labor. What are you doing here? A deep, magnetic voice rang out, causing goosebumps. I heard from the Grand Elder that you are resting to recover from your exhaustion after purifying the toxins in Moonan's body. To express my gratitude, I personally cooked vegetable meat porridge for you to try. Can you turn back into human form now? Xiyao handed him a bowl filled with vegetable and meat porridge. And as she sniffed the aroma of the porridge, the tail of a nine-tailed fox wagged even more happily. Even if it turned into a beast and let out a painful howl, the captain of the Beiqian longship directly pierced through the beast's jaw, leading straight to heaven. In the cherry blossom grove, all the blood curses were here. Mu Fengye returned to the ground with a container filled with blood curses. And on the ground lay about a dozen bottles of blood curses, each containing concentrated essence. Enough for everyone in the world who had once been a blood curse master to revert to their former identity. Dressed mysteriously, Yin was ready to expose you. At the moment the sword struck the empty shadow, Yin Yu's astonished and angry voice rang out on the scene. The treasures obtained from the Divine Realm Mountain, you and I will share equally, and Yin will definitely not go back on his word. As for the soul band in front of him, Yin Yu completely disregarded it. Of course we are resting. Are we supposed to spend the night in the Red Robe sect? Feng Ryu replied irritably. In the instant the blood hand exploded, a sharp red light suddenly burst forth from within, rushing towards Zhao Ming at an extreme speed, so fast that one could barely see a flash of red. Lai San was so cooperative that Yizhuo was happy to save trouble, mostly keeping a straight face and listening to his ramblings without interruption. Yang Jian understood that this was another trick by A.O. Long to mess with him. In the end, Yang chose to remain silent. It was the best way to end things. The next moment, in the water, the octopus shot toward the swimming fish like a bullet. Looking at the now empty elegant room, Liang Haoxian suddenly gripped his wine glass tightly, and under the immense pressure, the glass shattered into pieces on the ground. Yet not a single shard pierced his palm. It might not be that simple. The person who dared to set up a barrier must have anticipated you. Qin Baoyu's expression was serious. At this moment, he actually hoped that Xia Tian's speculation was true. If Yin Zimo was indeed that mysterious figure, then they still had hope of getting out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Hui, have you heard the saying, a lazy donkey on a grindstone pisses a lot? Qin Jiao couldn't help but speak as he looked at Yang Hui, who had just returned from the bathroom for the third time. Haha, see you're really naughty. Deliberately teasing me, right? Qin Howren blinked, shyly touching Lang Siyu's hand and timidly asking. Su Zimo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. These two really couldn't be placed together, as they would end up fighting. Now that the fishing hook had been thrown out, he would naturally set aside the idea of having Guzhisi and Lily get engaged and wholeheartedly focus on finding Ruyan. When Xiong Fu and Xiong Mu heard He Xian's words, they were overjoyed, thinking they had found a big spender. It was also at that moment that Lu Yueshi felt her stepsister was quite terrifying, so when she had the chance to act, she would definitely not hold back. Suddenly, Sun Wuji's flesh quickly shriveled, and all the vitality and spirit rushed into Chu Feng's eyes. Are you doing this on purpose? Trying to make me feel touched? Chu Sha's smile was as beautiful as a flower, captivating the world. However, this son, he seemed to have jumped out of nowhere. Before being picked up by that pair of cleaners, there was a blank slate, and no one knew where he came from. The alchemist running ahead, releasing toxic gas, was also dumbfounded. Could it be that his own farts were so stinky that they left the opponents disoriented? Or was it that the other party would rather turn and face death than take another whiff of that sour gas? Hee, in this situation, can it be called a praying mantis catching a cicada, with the oriole behind? Seeing this, Yi Luo couldn't help but tell a not-so-funny joke. 058, Si Chin's violent period. Su Xiao decisively exchanged for the quick childbirth pill, walked over to Tianxing, and comforted her, saying, It's okay, Tianxing. Your two little ones will meet you soon. Just hang on a little longer. Tianxing's gaze focused as she looked at Su Xiao, suddenly tearing up and saying, Holy Empress, I was blind and mistook Su Jingjing for a friend, but she caused me to have a difficult labor when you were expelled from the imperial capital. I didn't speak up for you. It was my fault. For days had passed, and there was still no sign of the whale. The three brothers were very anxious and kept changing the ship's course, drifting on the sea. The two elegant and outstanding young gentlemen also gained the admiration of almost everyone present. After Zhang Xiao surrendered to Cao Cao, Cao Cao admired Hu Chei'er for his bravery and thus bestowed gold upon him. Mu Yi was momentarily stunned. He had only learned the name during the spiritual communication with Xian Ji, but didn't know the surname. Now, hearing it and looking at their ears and tails, he suddenly recalled the two ancestral strongmen, the fox emperors from the island nation in his past life. Never mind, Yu Qingru rushed in and started kicking wildly, sending one thug flying out, while another smashed his head through the glass, looking like a turtle. My lord, please don't be angry. The purpose of my visit is simple. I represent my master and all the troops of Qinsong to pledge allegiance to the prince. I just wonder if Colonel Xiyao has the authority to make decisions. Shui'er said. Li Mingyu also sensed Su Yang's hostility, but he appeared indifferent and walked beside Zhu Muyi. Yes, Prince, Yueter said, as she walked over to help Fu Lin change clothes, then served him in washing up. The formation's spirit charged out, the spears sweeping and colliding with the breaking formation. The demonic energy entwined and instantly dissipated before recondensing, crashing again. Let go of me. I'm from an assassination family. If you continue to be so rude, I will not let you off. Hong Lai struggled on Lan Qing's shoulder, since he knew the status of the person behind it. Fang Yao didn't want to mess around anymore, and gently pulled out a fire talisman from his item bar and tossed it towards the offering. Faced with such a scorching gaze, even a person who usually eats short on the mouth had to grit their teeth and accept it. Recalling the appearance of the bullhorn insertion, he vaguely mentioned a few points. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to him. There was no helping it, as the three of them were too stunning, and besides, their news was posted on the bulletin board. Hearing Fang Yao's words, Lu Lijun could only silently nod in the direction of Fang Yao and the others. After a brief rest, the polo match was finally about to begin, with one team led by Xia Rushi and the other by Qin Qingfeng. Yes, Sunda responded, flying up the mountain, reaching the summit where the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from afar. Sunda accelerated towards the villa, and the sounds of fighting grew louder. By the time he arrived at the villa, it was already a chaotic scene. But I never expected that today I would fall into someone else's trap. I heard Yin Nanchuan somewhat hopelessly mention the turning point. It was said that a mouthy person left directly and turned back after a few steps. By the way, this middle-aged man is right. If you sell it to us again, we'll make you aware of which part of your body can float on water. Although even Zhang Ming was intimidated by her extravagant demeanor, Lian Xiao looked out the window at the endless land in the night, feeling a sense of vanity and pride. Thinking, this is the territory I conquered. The two then fought again. The monks seemed to have taken medicine, growing fiercer with each battle, which left Xiao Hen feeling quite frustrated. He then abandoned the idea of killing him head-on with a weapon and instead considered using some tricks to take him down. Players around the archway quickly dodged falling wood and stones from the collapsing archway, while those further away looked on in shock at the slowly descending Xiao Hen, their expressions becoming extremely vivid. Perhaps in Changpu's optimistic attitude had influenced Qin Runin, lightening her originally heavy mood a little, and she regained her spirit. Arrogant, stubborn, unstable, rigid, irresponsible, living in a dream, unrealistic, unable to adapt, stagnant, behaving oddly, heading in the wrong direction, emotionally unstable. The rare edition borrowed yesterday seemed to contain detailed descriptions of this naval battle. As long as it was properly connected, organized, and restored, it might yield something useful. The undead felt that, aside from being somewhat unreliable, this gem was quite good, especially in simulation and disguise. It's just that with her mother having mobility issues and some things needing to be tidied up at home, plus the late hour, it delayed things. It wouldn't be like last time with Wan Li, where not only did he not handle him, but he also let him set himself up on the altar, making it impossible to reach out now, right? Sima Nan smiled, but made Hong feel as if he were suddenly in a cold sweat. How could Zhu Wanbang, who was overly sensitive to his sister's reactions, not understand what she was trying to convey at this moment? Was there really no possibility for Su Feng to cure her? He strode in, first looking at his sister's face. The release felt very inadvertent, as if it were natural damage that no one would notice. But Ruanzhan lingered there for a long time before walking into the entertainment city. Just then, a man dressed in red strolled over to the two, his demeanor graceful and composed. He slowly approached, and as he walked closer, he smiled and said, "Go find them, kill them, and reduce the number of people who will suffer in the upcoming disaster. This way, I can also redeem myself." However, there were still a couple of fearless third-level demon beasts coming to harass Long Tongue and the others. After all, demon beasts can sometimes be provoked by primal combat intent and attack aimlessly. Wei Ling and Wei Zi have now completely mastered the battle puppet left over from their previous lives. In the future, if they want to progress further, they will have to rely on themselves. 059, large-scale blind date scene. Leaving? Su Xiao grasped the key point in the conversation. Where is he going? The place of exile? No. The high priest said he would stay away from the imperial capital, The place of exile, inthe, contained him once he was fully beastified. If possible, he would seek the origin of a nine-tailed fox and end his life there. However, in my impression, the reproductive capacity of a nine-tailed fox clan was extremely low, and over time, there would be very few clan members left in this beastly world continent. The so-called origin referred to Xiyao, who suspected that she had transformed into a robot, the kind with rusty joints that couldn't move freely. Stiffly, she turned to look in the direction of the man, so tense that she could even hear the clicking sound of her neck turning. He snatched her bag and the shelf she was holding, putting everything in the car's trunk, then stuffed both her and her brother into the back seat. If you really need anything, just let me know, and I'll see if I can help, Songhai said. In the end, Jiyu looked at Lu Xian's departing figure, feeling the cold sweat-soaked fabric on his back, her gaze slightly colder. It was hard to come by a rare treasure that could be used to cultivate spiritual awareness. How could Duan Ran simply devour it? The night in the mountains was exceptionally quiet. By around 9 p.m., there were hardly any people moving in the village. Damn, this brother is truly invincible. It turned out that this beam of light had an extremely perverse effect. It reduced the enemy's health and added it to his own. In other words, if no one could break his ghostly form, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Mingyi then remembered that earlier, Dr. Li had said to come back in a few days to check Wei Qingqing's pulse. By then, he should have noticed something. They had all seen the power of nature's lightning, and upon seeing similar lightning from the egg, they immediately retreated. Since Brother Su says so, then I will hide it. If today Brother Su dies in my hands, I will burn incense and bow in repentance every year, Tang Xian said as he retreated to his original position. Raising his long sword high, behind the transparent wall, Lin could see a large creature slowly floating. It was over 10 meters long and resembled an elephant. It had 5 limbs, 4 of which appeared to have joints, and one limb looked like a tentacle that could twist freely. Just being able to see Lin Luo made her satisfied. Seeing Lin Luo's strength, she knew he wouldn't make her wait too long. The robust zombie laughed maniacally while starting to throw things around. Wang Bao was tossed back and forth by the robust zombie, looking quite miserable. Although the elder found it strange, there was nothing unusual in this vast world. Shi Qingshan might have had an adventure or perhaps encountered misfortune, so he didn't suspect Shi Qingshan of being evil. At the same time, the deceased second door master Dongboi fell into the white giant cauldron and was refined on the spot, instantly breaking the forbidden array of the 9 in alchemy technique. At this moment, 6 more people came up from the mountain behind the crowd. Some recognized them. One was the sword saint of the east, Wu Tianzheng. One was the leader of the Wuxing sect, Feng Tiansheng, and the other 4 were the 4 incredible siblings. Kamala knew that the behind-the-scenes buyer of the cosmic spirit orbs through the intermediary was a collector, so she led Queer and the others here to sell the orbs. For some unknown reason, perhaps to prepare a special safe, the collector didn't meet with them immediately. As if recalling something, Wang Ba was already ready to give up at this point, feeling a bit tired. Nie Xingxiong hesitated, knowing that there was only one chance, once the battle was over. How could the incredible siblings escape back to Mongolia? He glanced at Nie Xinglong and Nie Xingyuan, wanting to hear what they had to say. 060, 100,000 points. Finally obtained. You shouldn't have followed me. The Grand Elder has already told you that I entered a berserk state and can't control myself. I'm afraid I might unintentionally hurt you, so you should leave quickly. The violent power within Si-chan had accumulated to a certain point, and his dark red eyes turned cold and merciless, with a bloodthirsty, killing intent swirling in his gaze. I will not leave. Su Xiao raised her hands to calm him down. Si-chun, the winter break in university is earlier compared to the heavy academic load of high school. There are still a few days left until the holiday, and a couple of days ago, each one received a call that his cousin is coming back. Director Yang said seriously, Li Changfu, report to work tomorrow morning and sign a new employment contract with your section chief. The 4 of them sat around the fire, and it was unclear who started first, but everyone began to ask about Qin Yu's background. Once everyone got their own scores, they could practice separately and then gather on the weekend for rehearsal. Although time was still tight, if they only practiced this one song, there would be enough time before New Year's Day. Regardless of the environment in which one grows, it is survival of the fittest. Those who fail can only welcome death. Li Chanfu just tugged at his clothes on the side, staring at their official conversation. Suddenly, a heated argument broke out in front. Seemingly someone was in a dispute, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. It has always been the source of suppressed power within, and it is also the driving force for it to continuously strive for a higher position. However, what O'Neill did not expect was that the tall and strong Wu Dao was able to execute a high-quality change of direction while moving at high speed, instantly leaving O'Neill behind. As Wu Dao made a backhand dunk, sending the ball into the net with both hands. Seeing Yuan Xiao kneel, Cao Cao followed suit and bowed his head, filled with passion. Wanted to learn something from Long Xian. The more abundant this purple energy is, the more cautious Mo Xing is towards the fierce beasts within. Having lived in the core area for many years and constantly absorbing this purple energy, the strength of the fierce beasts inside cannot help but improve. This is also the reason why the core area is exceptionally dangerous. Another officer nudged the middle-aged officer's clothing, reminding him that the person sitting opposite was a student and that he should pay attention to his approach. Although she said this, her facial expression clearly indicated, "I'm just being polite, don't take it seriously." Olgua had once received noble education in the state of Chu and understood that the difference between Chu and Jin was that the latter had a larger population while the former had more talents. Looking at Mu Li's strange smile, for some reason, Mu Jie suddenly felt a strong tremor in his heart. From the boy's deep, bottomless dark eyes, he could not see a hint of ripples, as deep as a secluded pond. The scars on Ruan Yinyan's hands and legs made Xiao Chuxi frown slightly. Just as Xiao Chuxi attempted to untie Ruan Yinyan's clothes, she instinctively pushed him away, thinking about how she had just fallen asleep from exhaustion on the bed. Ruan Yinyan felt a surge of anger inside. Lowering her gaze, the light hidden in her eyes was bright. After thinking for a moment, she finally bit down on Si Liang's chest. Mo Xing personally arranged the new residence for himself and Mo Shirhan, filled with all kinds of precious and rare materials, making the new home elegant and grand. What was rare was that the spiritual energy inside was very rich, as Mo Xing had also set up a gathering spirit array using gathering spirit stones on the floor of the room. However, does this guy really know how to handle the so-called nemesis of the 1,000 doors, the Lu Run divine dice, to change the numbers on those 4 dice? The hosting by Ting Ting and Li Anbua was very successful, and Yian's parents took many photos of them. She secretly pulled Yian aside, insisting that he must print them for her backup. 061. The shopping mall is splurging on stores. Wait, Jinbao, one at a time. This is 100,000 points. Xiyao was very excited, rubbing her small hands as she pushed the door to enter the mall. The gray area of the 3-level supermarket had been updated. The daily necessities section had everything from toothpaste and toothbrushes to shampoo and sanitary napkins. She could finally wash her hair without using the difficult-to-lather soapwort from the beast world. Although drinks and alcohol weren't that important, it's nice to have a little sip. It was only later that he learned Yenner was pregnant, but he forcibly made her abort the child. He originally thought everything was agreed upon between them, but it seemed that this was indeed the case. Aunt San, please tell me more. We are family. What is there to hide? Luo Lingjin was infuriated by Luo Qingrong's indifferent attitude, secretly cursing the girl for her thick skin. But she still wore a friendly smile as she chatted with Jiang. How long has that house been abandoned? Where did those who died go? Didn't the local government handle it? I asked, taking a glance at Han Juanjia. Perhaps due to his excessive affection, he had lost the ability to discern truth from falsehood. If those 2 guys were here, they would definitely spot the clues at a glance, as they had seen little of great storms, but each had a clear heart. Lin Su forced a smile at her reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but there was no time left. The fight surged like a tornado, and on the opponent's body, blue light glowed. That was the aura of a 6th-tier quasi-martial saint. So with little time left, both of them were too lazy to go through the motions. Seeing this, the host naturally had to cover it up a bit. Dong Itsuan, I said I would definitely return. What you want to also obtain. Isn't it quite a taste to be betrayed by the one you love? Is it painful that the person you love once reveled under me? And how Ian became sharper as he spoke, looking at his increasingly uncomfortable face with a hint of inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. And Jihua was in a highly guarded mansion in the upscale residential area of the North District, currently in a state of tight security, with some worry and melancholy. The old lady returned to Long Yu's apartment. As she stepped through the door and looked inside, she immediately saw Annie sitting on the sofa. It's okay, Z. I believe things will be fine when I go on stage. Although she said this, Zhao Zi clearly felt that Kim Haoyan's nervousness had not lessened much. Wu Li could dodge the threat of a sniper rifle, but one must know that there was not just one sniper rifle aimed at the scene, but a full 10. It was simply impossible to defend against. Although in name Tang Sanzang was the master of the monkey and the old pig, in reality, it was just a temporary cooperative relationship. The monkey and the old pig protected Sanzang from being devoured, while Sanzang gave the monkey and the old pig the status of participants in the journey to the west. The Bald Gang was definitely a fiercely competitive faction. As long as you had the ability, no matter what means, you could step on others, otherwise, you would be the one stepped on. Isn't Dyer at home? How could she appear here? Especially in this form. After September 18th, Zhu Qingluan contacted people from all walks of life to organize the Liao Ninja Lin Black Anti-Japanese Support Association, taking the position of president, actively raising funds to support the Northeast Volunteer Army. Later, he also raised supplies and food to support the 19th Route Army's resistance in Shanghai, providing assistance for the battles in Rihe, the Great Wall, and Feng Yuxiang's Chahar allied army. The whole sun rumbled as if responding to Xingyang's call. The swirling fire clouds in the sky began to rotate, and finally, from the fire clouds, it seemed that giant fire dragons, thousands of kilometers wide, emerged. With several enormous fire dragons that could be said to cover the sky, mixed with thunderbolts diving down from the sky. 062, synchronized foresight. This Ling Sheng really couldn't understand human language, treating my warnings as mere background noise. Xiyao squinted her eyes and was about to get up when Si Chin's strong and powerful arm wrapped around her waist. His silver long hair lazily draped over his shoulders as Si Chin opened his eyes and nuzzled against her shoulder, savoring the faint sweet scent emanating from her. Stop it. The people outside are about to rush in. Xiyao couldn't stand him. So beautiful. Tao Zhui gazed at the short sword scabbard, which had a beautiful peony flower on it. At this moment, it was deep autumn, and the 2 ginkgo trees outside the temple were shedding their leaves, covering the ground in gold. Since it wasn't a festival season, the temple was very quiet, appearing a bit desolate in the autumn wind. Suddenly, Zhuge Xuanquan tensed up, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He quickly assumed a defensive posture. The differences and nuances among the various races, Linger would help her master analyze and optimize. Her master mainly needed to comprehend the attributes of spiritual energy. Yao Shichi turned her face away and pushed him. Stop messing around. Give me the porridge. And you should eat something too. Thinking about how she had taken care of him all day yesterday, she guessed he hadn't eaten. It was precisely this excessive repression that led the Su family to come up with the idea of a marriage alliance between Su Mayan and Shen Tianyue from the Shen family. Klein chose not to practice everything. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew and saw no need to waste too much time on it. Master, you don't need to thank Linger. It's what Linger should do, Linger replied, though her mechanical voice sounded slightly different. Chu Qiao smiled and bent down, picking up a few pine cones from the ground, some of which were half buried in the soil, and rubbed one on her body. This was a cold continent, with red lightning raging in the black sky, and a biting cold wind blowing against the black cliffs. At the top of the cliff, in front of an altar, a figure appeared out of thin air. Tianya rubbed her forehead, wondering what she had done wrong. Out of the blue, an uninvited guest had arrived and seemed unwilling to leave. Was this guy planning to stay with her all day just because he didn't want to work? Ling Xiao was right. Even if the 2 of them teamed up, they were probably not Ling Xiao's match. This was evident from their hard clash. But they didn't understand what Ling Xiao was really here for. It was supposed to break out into a fight, but now they had to stop. Not yet the time. Second brother looked at Wu Shiye with a half-smile, thinking he was changing the subject. Fei Peng didn't respond, but turned his gaze to the distance. His expression gradually becoming serious, a hint of melancholy flashing between his brows. People of this era seemed to only know how to confront things head-on, especially Uchiha Tianjima. A complete brute. Perhaps he was a good ninja, but he was definitely not a good leader. Hanan also looked up, although it was still snowing in this land. The moonlight seemed to penetrate the heavens, and it was a full moon. That day, a group arrived at the newly developed resort of the branch company. The resort had beautiful scenery, and the air was remarkably good. Facing this refreshing view, Tianya couldn't relax. The longer she stayed here, the more oppressed Tang Shui felt, and the more reluctant she became to leave, tears streaming down her face. Thunder rumbled, the heavens roared, and dark clouds instantly obscured the sun, while the surrounding woods were filled with the chaotic cries of birds and beasts. However, Lu Dongzhan did not agree and politely declined Li Shimon's goodwill, leaving the Tang dynasty. Halfway through her words, Chu Miao Miao suddenly realized she had misspoken, quickly turning to bow to Liang Chun and the fat guy, and politely smiled. Looking back, all these events were somehow related to Lin Jie. If there was a knife at hand right now, Ma Shanglong might not be able to resist rushing over to stab Lin Jie to death. 063, Talent Attribute Roulette. An earthquake? The others had no idea what they were communicating about, all looking confused. Ling Cheng was not interested in anything else, just staring at Si-chan with unwilling eyes, murmuring, "How could this happen? The high priest actually survived the frenzy period? Impossible. It shouldn't be. All of this is turning into my fault." Ling Jia glared at him in frustration. "It was your fault all along, unfilial son. You're driving me crazy." Tong Yinxin sighed heavily, and the gloomy aura surrounding her gradually disappeared into the corridor. In her memory, she hadn't mentioned the weapon unsealing to Qianhao. She only asked him to steal the spiritual grudge. So how did he know about the unsealing? After finishing, Qianhao didn't forget to stomp on Li Zixiao's chest twice, blood flowing down his hands while Li Zixiao showed no reaction. After the referee repeatedly reviewed the finish line footage, it turned out that when they reached the finish line, Li Hongqin's half shoulder was the first to cross. Jun Ninglan glanced deeply at the vast grassland, silently vowing to rescue Yizhen and openly bring her out of the Turkic camp. The military family head, Bing Feng, had clearly expressed his opinion, but the other elders had differing views. Yi Ning cried so hard that she nearly lost her breath. After all, Aunt Lu was merely an unloved concubine without status during her lifetime, and the old lady's decision to hastily bury her was considered a kind act. Tian Yin stared in surprise at the crimson battle sword, suddenly feeling transported back in time. With profound cultivation, a battle sword could traverse the horizon. This was undoubtedly the Taichung sword. However, it had failed to exert its true power in Wu Xian's hands, which was why Tian Yin hadn't recognized it. Qinyu was not surprised by Zhou Song's choice. The 27th colored brick was specially set up by him, and he could not accept that the game would end without anyone stepping on it. Li Yi was different from the others. He was only afraid of the enemy's artillery, not their numbers. Meanwhile, the Shenzhou Football Club had qualified for the top 16, thus securing an additional bonus of 500 yuan, bringing the total prize money to 63 million yuan. Sitting on the throne of confinement, Lu Zong tilted his head, gazing at the wilderness below. 5 years had allowed him to digest the entire city of the Snow Mountain Fortress. Had he not forcibly suppressed his own level, he would have already reached LV3. Jiang Yin could see through the trick at a glance. The 6th-ranked underworld staff was owned by the underworld mage, Xiaofeng Canyu. At the same time, Lu Zong understood why the task-type undead servants needed to be in groups of 3. If one was missing, their team would not be established. It could be seen that in Huaihe City, north of Davishan and south of the Huai River, the 59th Army of Zhang Zizhong had been forced to retreat after a bloody battle with the Xiaozhong Division and was now back to Xinjiang. The decision Lu Zong made could be said to determine whether they would travel at their own expense or with public funds over the next 5 years. Dong Rui remained silent. They naturally would not think so. They did not know about the Xiao family and the Xinyuan clan, nor did they know how many officials of the great Zhou supported the Orthodox. Dishes were served one after another, both cold and hot, meat and vegetarian, all presented on extremely luxurious plates, with the styles of the dishes being exceptionally exquisite. After identifying the attack targets, these warplanes dropped multiple high-explosive torpedoes into the sea. These high-explosive torpedoes locked onto their targets in the air and quickly headed toward their respective targets after entering the water. Several warships on the sea, including a few escort submarines, could not escape the lock. "I heard it's not that fun there." Yin Hao's voice was confused, and low laughter could be heard from the other end of the phone. 064, disaster strikes. The ground shook violently, and the stone gate at the city entrance collapsed with a roar, about to injure someone. Su Xiao stood in front of them, lifting one hand. Her mental power wrapped around the shattered stones, binding them in midair. "Hurry and leave." Seeing them frozen in place, Su Xiao frowned and reminded them. Okay, thank you." Holy Maiden. The orcs finally snapped out of their terror and quickly hid in a safe area. Fortunately, the Tianshui prefecture still had officials like Yinshang and Liang Su, who were knowledgeable about human affairs, and the welcoming banquet was still arranged. When Ji Mu saw Yan Xia, her previously smiling face instantly turned sour, and she let out a cold snort. There was a flicker of fairy light, a warm pink hue reverberated, reflecting in the river with gentle ripples. The light shimmering in circles. It was a flower boat coming upstream, with the sound of a zither and the melody of bamboo flutes ringing out from it. It was one thing for the whole courtyard to work hard to complete the task, but each person had their own feelings, and the emotions were real amidst the efforts. At this moment, Su Wuji had already begun to break the formation in the secret passage, but this time he was not alone. On his way to the secret passage, he encountered his junior brother Qiu Daoi, and the two had been fighting in this secret passage for several days. Now, they had reached a critical moment to break the formation, and success or failure depended on this one move. The reason for this was that Guyi was also afraid that Gu Mu would be swayed by the Bai family and be sent away, abandoning her. In a corner of the camp, Dong Xiao was lounging with his legs crossed on the bed, while Wang Hu fanned him from the side. At this moment, hearing the shopkeeper speak so seriously, they didn't dare to delay and immediately got up to walk to a nearby table. Although some of the workers encountered misfortunes, such as being unable to adapt to the extreme cold and losing body heat, or dying from desert toxins, more than 90 of the nearly 300-person team ultimately returned alive. In the front yard, Ing Shuangsong and others were a bit anxious. This time they came out without bringing all the yam from home, only taking part of it. If they wanted it, it wouldn't be too late to bring more to sell. When Tang Lei arrived at the nearest post office to the tube building, he did not see the citizens of Jiang City scrambling to buy the Gungshin monkey stamps. In fact, the post office was somewhat deserted. Luan was sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed, and Yin Lingyuan leaned in to observe. Aside from noticing her slightly rapid breathing, there seemed to be nothing unusual. She promised that if Huahua still looked as ugly as before, she would definitely take back what she just said about adopting it. Of course, a strong attack was also an option, but Carter was not an idiot. Would he directly launch such a strong attack in front of Chen Xiao? Qin Feng was seriously explaining to Zhang Quan, and he was talking about the crops that started from the second generation, as the first generation had limited quantities, and Qin Feng didn't want to explain it specifically. When she finally felt a bit tired and opened her eyes, she found the surroundings pitch black. Was it already deep into the night? We really aren't. Yin Lingyuan kept arguing, while Yuze protected her, stepping back into the yard step by step. After a week of training, although Chen Xiao spent most of the time practicing dribbling, she also had some knowledge of other things. The sausages and cured meats made earlier had been quite a lot. To ensure the stock, Yi Yinshu planned to buy more meat tomorrow, and the more hands, the better. It should be known that when Lu Sin burst out, under normal circumstances, the opponent had already entered garbage time. Once they stepped across the other shore, that existence could be easily detected by the source of the Great Tao. Now at this critical moment, it was not like a million years ago, with too many worries. He started off with a flurry of words, and before Su Mei could speak, he had already sealed her mouth with a series of 3 questions. So she changed into a cool green silk dress, adorned with a simple black obsidian dragonfly hairpin, and went out for the appointment. Let's just see. The orange peel was the principal of Yao Guang. He scratched his head, and in just a few days his already sparse hair could vaguely see the scalp. 065. Reclaimed the little cub. Unknowingly, the once cold and unfeeling Si Chun had sunk deeper and deeper. He could hardly imagine how painful it would be to lose Su Xiao. Su Xiao apologized. Si Chun, there was no way at that time. I have mental strength and can protect myself in the ruins. I couldn't just let that female go in. She would have died. Si Chun pressed his thin lips into a straight line, clearly not so easily appeased. Su Xiao saw him silent and was not in a hurry. However, Wei Suo could feel that there were many people in this factory, and each one of them was a master. It seemed that the young master of the Jiulong Association, Long Outyin, was inside. Many forces sent a congratulatory gift to befriend the desolate world. In the dark and deep sky, a faint light quietly pierced through the endless black curtain from the horizon, bringing a glimmer of brightness. However, in this battlefield of war, darkness still remained its main tone. Perhaps they did not pay attention to the emotional harm this incident caused to the people of Nanhua, but now, the sensitive Zhou Nan could immediately feel something was wrong. No, I know you drink. You could drink a few liang of white liquor. What is this little bit of wine? Now that I've drunk it, let's see if you can drink half a cup. President Fu waved his hand and looked at me. Xian Shuang, this weight seems a bit light, Luo Yu said while taking heavy steps. However, due to the cold ice ball behind him, his voice trembled as well. All around was pitch black, and the ground was unfathomably deep, with only the stars hanging high in the sky revealing a few points of starlight, illuminating this space. On the other side, Xiao Yiqing also took a few steps back. Moreover, under the fire attribute energy attack from Luo Yu, he felt a slight burning sensation in his right palm. Looking at Luo Yu, he seemed somewhat shocked. A second-level warrior actually possessed such power. Once the team spirit of a squad leaves, the mental pressure on the U-16A team becomes immeasurable. To completely erase the earlier memory, Li Wei left the scene temporarily while everyone was still in shock, to prevent them from seeing the restoration of memories face to face. If the Ming army dared to take the initiative to engage them in battle, running out to fight them, it would be exactly what they wanted. One should know that during field battles or night battles, he might not fear the opponent. This was precisely when the Ming army's firearms could not exert their full power. After realizing this, Zhanmi decided to lower her posture and adopt a sincerely humble attitude. Within the 9 realms, no matter how contradictory or hostile they were, it was still an internal conflict among their own people. Blood could be shed, but they absolutely could not have their brains splattered. The earthen city was about a mile away from them, and the cavalry was not too far away in the forest. At this time, only by reaching the earthen city first could they defend it. Otherwise, in open terrain, a single cavalry charge could likely take out the 3 of them. And they couldn't rely on Fu Man, as he had brought mages too. The strange fluctuations stirred the magical power in the surrounding environment, forming a pattern that Jiaosheng could neither see clearly nor understand. Subsequently, the eyes of the corpses behind him all opened, revealing pairs of glowing blue eyes filled with the scent of death. Therefore, Li Lingyi did not want to be overly polite if Stannis did not surrender. He did not mind directly annihilating the opponent here. After all, the strengths of both sides were not on the same level. Not only were there the Wookajin, but soldiers from the Stark and Tully families were also here, adding up to nearly 20,000. For this reason, Li Lingyi even specifically went to find Li Yin to express his gratitude, but the latter was indifferent and instead said something serious. After watching the fireworks, the two concluded their nighttime activities, stayed one night in a hotel, and the next day went shopping. 066, the Great Migration, Lingbo said proudly. The North Wilderness continent was fought for by the Lion Clan. Why can't we? These were all areas that were divided earlier. Even if the Fighting Eagle tribe submitted to the Lion Clan, they would still harbor resentment. Ling Jia frowned tightly, looking quite serious. It was unrealistic for the Fighting Eagle tribe to settle down for a long time. Then let's choose a new site and build a brand new imperial capital. Su Xiao's voice was cheerful as she stood up and pointed forward. The dragon might released by Yu Yin only targeted the blood beasts, and the impact on humans was minimal. The soldiers cast awed glances at the giant dragon in the sky before quickly starting to clean up the remaining blood beasts. Thank you. I wanted to come as soon as I got the call, but unfortunately, there was traffic on the way, so I arrived late. Long Aojiao glanced at Yun Xian and smiled. Each path was an unpredictable future, and from the perspective of the tentacles, every figure was a blurred gate of reality and illusion. Such rules were indeed cruel, but the 2 sects that managed to stand out from below the first level, their 30-year-old juniors, might even pose a challenge to the young members of the ancient 8 clans. Shun Gongbao did not answer, but instead asked, "You must be my junior brother's disciple, the 6-eared macaque, right?" He actually knew where Yu Luocheng was and naturally also knew about his disciples. However, upon seeing the 6-eared macaque for the first time, he felt a hint of fear, not from the surface, but from the depths of his heart. Hearing this, the crowd of demons was momentarily confused. Bai Zi continued, "I will directly give this throne to Yu Luocheng. If anyone has an objection, speak up." As he said this, Bai Zi released his tyrannical aura, implying, "Let's see who dares to oppose." Afterwards, the timer on the chest of Evil Digga stopped flashing, and due to insufficient energy, Evil Digga forcibly transformed back into Masaki Kengo. The fallen god was cut in half, and after the black wind dissipated, the stunned expressions of the crowd were astonishing as they looked at the 2 pieces of the commander. It seemed like a remarkably intelligent brain was calculating every move it could make. It was evident that the true purpose of a law enforcement team was indeed quite similar to what Yi Fenghui had guessed. On the way back, a parade unexpectedly started, and thinking that Zheng Yao might still be napping, he decided to stroll alone. Rilai stood by Xiqian's side with a peaceful expression. It was his call that resonated in the illusion, waking Xiqian up. The current effect was very strange. Hair that hadn't been styled would immediately become messy with just a slight movement after being neatly arranged, and since the deceased was lying on the bed, could it be that the murderer killed her and then meticulously styled her hair? That was simply too perverse. Half a month later, Taishang Laojun held a Dharma meeting at his residence, sincerely inviting friends from the heavenly realm and Buddhist realm to come and debate. Due to Laojun's deep qualifications and wide connections, guests came and went in an endless stream, and several ancient Buddhas from the Western Paradise also arrived, making the scene very grand. Only the roaming Yama could have such an inconspicuous movement technique, appearing directly behind him. Qin Anlin felt quite self-torturing, just watching as Tang Yu turned her body around. Lu Weilon looked at Li Ling, her eyes sparkling, her features perfectly sculpted, her face like warm jade. With exquisitely delicate features, her simple hair accessories and attire made her seem independent from the world, captivating and stunning. Infuriated by Yi Fenghui's earlier words, the demon warriors tightened their grips on the chains in their hands. In fact, controlling the phantom chains to snap the necks of nearly 20 people already ensnared was completely within their ability. The stoic demeanor during the day turned fiery and intense at night, like the scorching sun of summer, capable of burning people and keeping them restless all night long. 067. The orcs from a northern district have come to seek refuge. All right, I will listen to you. Su Yang listened to Su Xiao's words and was full of energy. He had people move out the last of the beef, which was all sliced and neatly arranged. After the water boiled, Su Xiao put the fresh noodles exchanged from the supermarket into the pot. She also exchanged some scallions, green vegetables, and eggs from the fresh section, added some seasonings, and then served it all, placing the beef slices on top of the noodles. While everyone was distracted, she exchanged for something. Originally, the third Prince Zhuge, Su, was a step slower than Ning Qingwei in entering the passage. He had initially thought about guarding outside to prevent anyone else from coming in. If it were the palace guards, it wouldn't matter, but what if it were thieves? Who? A jolt went through him, and the silver needles in Yu Qianqi's hand flew out like dozens of ice shards, striking fiercely at a certain point in the darkness. That night the stars twinkled, and through the bamboo window, Xinjie gazed at the starry sky, playing with the jade bracelet on her left wrist, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Ma Jun heard the noise and instantly woke up, and Yushan followed suit, opening her eyes in a flurry, filled with surprise. The inner conviction and strong willpower urged him to continue up the mountain, braving the wind and snow, enduring the cold. As long as he thought of Sienna, he felt warm, and everything in front of him was not an obstacle. Yu Qianqi tugged at her mouth, rolled her eyes, and said, "Would you go to your death if asked? Doing good deeds for no reason. Does she need a purpose for everything she does?" Yu Qianqi thought helplessly. The power of this palm was clearer to the 4 elemental sovereigns than anyone else. They just never expected the Earth elemental sovereign would suddenly be so ruthless towards the Zongjing. Needless to say, it was another stormy night, and it was that night that I realized how deep I had fallen. "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" Shui Fei lifted Ouyang Jinxiu's chin, looking at her rounder face, feeling particularly uncomfortable. This place was not only at the very center of the suburban county, but also a crossroads. You could say that all the notable stores in the entire suburban county were on this street, which is why the rent here was much higher than in other places. No problem. Qin Fan smiled nonchalantly. Dealing with those few athletes was just a matter of raising his hand. By this time, there were no customers left on the 3rd floor, and Richard, out of courtesy, was the last one to enter the room. Since Liang Fei practiced the Divine Farmer's Classic, he not only had X-ray vision, but also had very sensitive hearing, able to hear any sound from afar. As his orders were issued, all the forces under his command, as well as some who were secretly preparing to profit from the situation, began to move. The first skill, resilience. After Garen was injured, as long as he left the battlefield, he would continuously restore health. Xiao Wuji seized the moment to pursue, leaping high into the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming fiercely at Yu Lianzhou. Time and opportunity were captured perfectly, making it impossible for Yu Lianzhou to evade. At this moment, Lin Xinru and the others all attacked together against this Hongfu, but their cultivation was even inferior to Yin Shui Yao. So how could they be a match for this Hongfu? It should be known that just moments ago, her father was telling her that it felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. How could it be that Lin Shen pressed it once, and it was fine? Hua Shire, with determined eyes, handed the dagger to Yao Yanxi, and just like that, they proceeded with the ceremony in order. The movement speed was super slow, with no protective skills. The mechanism decomposition was a circular skill similar to Fireman, with a not very large range, but a delay, making it hard to hit. "Now, you definitely can't get the money. I feel like you're quite short on cash. What are you planning to do?" Bao thought about giving her some money, but then thought again. She was originally going to harm herself. 068. Rescue the disaster victims in the North District. Can this trigger the keyword? Side quest. Rescue the disaster victims in the North District. Even if you didn't say it, I would still do my best to accomplish it. However, what does the main quest you mentioned, collecting faith points, mean? Su Xiao asked the system in confusion. Main task, collect belief points. This is based on the host's identity and status in the Beast World continent. The higher the admiration of all beastmen towards you, the more belief points you can collect. Belief points can be converted into points later on. This time, Mu Qing was well prepared and just waiting for the order from Yiming. The giant wooden man slapped the ground accurately, and Gong 12 temporarily lost his spiritual power. A light slap was enough to turn him into a meat pie. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuzi obediently raised her head. At that moment, Yuzi's eyes were clear, her expression calm, and a polite smile hung on her lips. There was no trace of resentment at all. She didn't try to deceive the other party on this point. In fact, she really didn't want to give him any bad impression anymore. She looked at Song Ju's distant figure, and in her previously indifferent clear eyes, there was a hint of a smile and a complex expression. The Demon Clan army that had just caught up with the expert team ahead showed a shocked expression upon hearing this, which made Wang Long feel a bit uneasy. Of course, Lu Fengwei hesitated. She knew the strength of the warriors in those ordinary villages was not comparable to that of her Nanhua City warriors. But Wang Long's strength was also evident, and even if something went wrong, Lu Feng believed he could handle it. Someone had indeed sent wine this morning, but they didn't drink it because they were not true alcoholics yet, and it revealed the two people shrouded in purple poisonous smoke. The situation before them indeed left everyone stunned again. With her mother's help, I sat up and leaned against the wall behind me. I had been to this hospital before because my grandmother passed away here. It wasn't that the doctors here weren't skilled, but my grandmother had reached the end of her life, naturally. So what we thought, it should be over. After all, the one who arranged the formation was just a teenager. In such a basic formation wouldn't have much power left. As the fairies moving the chess pieces ran to the east side of the map, they placed the chess piece representing mermen on the defense line. Because when separating from the fourth uncle Li Qingjing in the crossroads square, the latter mentioned exactly these two things. He thought that since he could stay in the foster care center, this young man's family, no matter how ordinary, should at least be able to come up with 100 to 200,000. So he needed to use it first and would pay it back once he made money. He challenged opponents starting from the third place on the martial arts rising stars list. As for the fourth to seventh places, AI Chongling clearly didn't take them a heart. Even if this mortal indeed had an exceptionally pure soul from the principle of equivalent exchange, it was impossible to achieve in the eyes of the succubus. Do you want to live? Prince didn't care whether it was coercive or not. What he needed to do was to exploit these people's weaknesses. If used properly, it could win the game. Because of these evil beings blocking the way, Yi Wuchen did not see the surrounded starry sky cultivators and could only sense their aura. The crew members who were eating also poked their heads out one after another to look at the source of the sound. Wenli Xiangang quietly extended his spiritual awareness and discovered that the sea beast only had a low-level cultivation of the third tier. This discovery made him even more delighted. And once an emergency task requiring the deployment of 101 was needed, it would definitely be something that local special police and special forces could not handle. That feeling of longing surged like an uncontrollable beast. Finally, Mu Yanxi chose to continue the previous actions. Especially the murderous gazes from Yi Zi and Xin, he made me feel a bit scared. Not only them, but the way Su Yuhan, Huang Zi, Yuan Xiu, and Xiaoling looked at me was also quite intense. 069, Harvest Belief Points. Thank you, holy female. I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime. The male monkey tribe immediately knelt on the ground, crying tears of joy as he thanked her. Get up, no need for that. The little cub deserves to be loved. Don't let the cub sleep outside anymore. Xiyao let out a heavy sigh of relief, watching as the little monkey woke up. Her shoulders felt like a weight had been lifted. Hoo. That's great. Long live the holy female. Long live the holy female. 1,000 other ships? Upon hearing the news brought back by the soldiers, the previously quiet officials erupted into chaos once again. The Prime Minister's residence didn't have any. The Yuelian didn't have any. And after searching the palace, the Dali Temple, and even the Jin Wangfu, he still found nothing. Luo Qingkue seemed startled by him, immediately falling silent, her big eyes glistening with tears, looking at him in fear. Space-time travel. Duan Kiskiviko Sneedeth. The biggest reliance of the Heavenly Army now is the technology of spatial jumping. With this, as long as there is enough energy, you can reach anywhere in less than a day, not counting the time to leave the planet's gravity and land. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk? Zihan pretended to be anxious, worried that the indifferent man might notice the drug she had given him. Although he mumbled that he couldn't quite grasp the situation, before he could finish, Applin stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth and looked kindly at Ricardo. Do you remember what I said? Besides the 2 leaders, we have 3 others of equal status, and this is one of them. He was born long before me. So he's the elder brother, Duan Si said with a grin. No wonder he's my son. He looks handsome in military uniform. Zhanya looked at Duan Ke, excitedly giving him a thumbs up and waving at him with a big smile. God, do you know what you're talking about? How could there be such technological products in this world? And you think I would believe that you can just snap your fingers and implant it in my body? Jerry laughed, as if he were dealing with a madman. I'm not really sure about the specific number of such spaceships, Mr. Lee, but this time the Master is attacking the lizard people with 50 of these escort battleships. The Heavenly Army did not hesitate and honestly told Li Wanli. Zhang Yu's had faint raindrops printed on the front of his clothes, probably 2 or 3 drops. My eyes were fixed on his chest, not knowing what to do. But then I thought, forcing someone onto Liangshan started with Lin Chong, so it might be better to let him go to Liangshan first. I wrote that Lin Chong should go to Liangshan to seek refuge and reminded him that Wang Lin, the leader of Liangshan, was not accommodating. When you get there, he would definitely try to obstruct you, so there's no need for nonsense, just kill him directly. Jia Jingjin immediately showed an awkward expression. How could he have spied on any divine realm? He was just relying on the system and gambling on the odds. Your Highness, something has happened. The old maid was flustered, beads of sweat on her forehead, and she spoke these words. Gao Linkai heard him snoring lightly and didn't have the heart to wake him. He thought he would hold on a bit longer, but he was naturally someone who didn't hide his feelings, and under these circumstances, he actually dozed off again. Wu Song let out a long howl, swung his club, and rushed towards the hillside. Just as he arrived at the foot of the hill, arrows rained down like falling rain from above. What I mean is I don't take my own matters to heart, but other things cannot go unexamined. Lu Shu had a dazed expression, her smile abruptly stopping before she could close her mouth, exposing half of her teeth, looking like a sunflower that had just opened its mouth. I'll go look over there. Audie Lily fumed for a while and then ran towards Jia Jin to grab the giant clam. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. After a brief silence, Li Gang, who was having a hard time sitting still in his chair, finally spoke up. 070, the East District is here to snatch people. Regardless, Sichin still sent people out to hunt. Not only do the orcs in the Imperial capital need food, but the disaster victims in the North District also need to eat. When Taizan came, he brought a batch of supplies, but the number of disaster victims was gradually increasing, and supply couldn't meet demand. Last night, there was a heavy snowfall, and the snow along the way was thick today. It seemed unlikely to hunt anything good. Su Jin only wore a thin cloth garment. Since the reconstruction of the Imperial capital began, he had not stopped. Huangshan asked him to seek revenge for Luo Ping, further insulting and belittling him, believing he had neither the ability nor the courage to do so. This filled Yushui Lu's heart with intense anger and resentment. The Master was simply a godlike figure. After taming the hunting dog monster, he even changed its name, treating it like a pet. Was this still the hunting dog monster that had once instilled fear in them? Tai Fei narrowly dodged Pei Donglai's first hand strike, still recovering his balance. And as he saw the second hand strike coming towards him, he was so frightened that his face changed and he suddenly crouched down. This sudden change made the others' expressions shift dramatically, a strong sense of crisis welling up in their hearts. However, after these individuals, no one else experienced a similar situation, which eased their minds. No, did I just see you looking at me with great dissatisfaction? The training director narrowed his eyes dangerously, clearly not thinking that Han Zeheo's words were correct. Instead, he felt that Han was just trying to appease him. By the garden behind the hospital, the captain encountered a serious-looking middle-aged police officer who introduced himself as Officer Xiao, stating he wanted to understand the situation regarding Li Tianqiu. The captain felt a jolt in his heart. This person sounded familiar, but seeing his serious demeanor, he immediately forced himself to maintain a calm expression while concocting lies in his mind. It seems that I truly have no fate with that bracelet. By the way, Chu Feng, didn't you go home? How come you're here? Zhao Jing asked curiously. Since he was already here and the spirit stones were so abundant, why not completely restore his true essence? However, what was strange today was that Li Tianju did not release the puppets. It was unclear whether he was holding back or thought he could preserve his life with just that curved knife. The circular ring in the hands of the great Shura god trembled increasingly, causing his expression to grow serious. This knife was likely more peculiar than he had imagined. The ancient gods had no time to pay attention to the suddenly emerging Jiuying, each with a serious expression, focusing entirely on the rapidly spreading black frenzy, waiting for the command to be issued from the center of the formation. Due to the small number of participants and the influence of the Dansec's competition rules, the annual alchemy conference was completed in one day. Wang Dehai fiddled with the Bodhi seed, seemingly a bit disinterested, his eyes hardly glancing at Yang Xinchuan across from him. Yi Qianlei's lips curled into a beautiful arc, not expecting that she would still feel shy. Yesterday, she had been quite bold at the Qinglu. Although he had previously refrained from visiting her openly due to concerns about the Bai family, his care for her had not diminished at all, always ensuring someone reported her whereabouts. In the end, it seemed that Murong Xianglong could no longer hold back and pushed Huang Fei aside, rubbing himself vigorously. The moment Ouyang Haotian fell, Arthur had already pursued closely, his sword viciously stabbing into Ouyang Haotian's heart. Purple Emperor, since everyone has decided to go, you, as the commander, must not waver. Lan Xin, being more seasoned than Jin Wuqiu and the others, immediately noticed that the Purple Emperor was concerned about everyone's safety and was reluctant to carry out this plan. The verse said, devoted to the organization, meticulously plotting and calculating. How difficult it is to run a business, acting all the time. I saw the giant snake trapped in the soil, so I ran out with you. The Purple Emperor said, feeling guilty. 071. Returning with a vengeance, the great battle. Qing Tian had not expected Su Xiao to ask such a sharp question. He frowned slightly, pondering how to respond. The Eagle clan orcs behind him were stubborn and immediately became unhappy. They had hands and feet, so naturally, they should contribute their labor and build houses themselves. We, the Eagle clan, don't build houses. What we build up in the canyon is called a nest. Shut up. Reluctantly, Ao Tian could only curse the system in his heart. If he didn't kill these monsters, he would never complete his task. Shu Qi was still trembling from shock and cautiously went to soak in the hot spring. The warm water still couldn't calm her down from the earlier shock. Shen Xiaoyang should not be guarding old Master Feng's room. It only contained Feng Xinlan, Feng Jipping, and Feng Xinlan's new husband. Feng Xinru occasionally went in and out, but she did not see Chen Xiaoyang's figure. Jiang Weiyu turned back and looked deeply at Qin Huan, his expression complex, but ultimately landed on a point. Qin Huan understood that this was a warning. After she left, she should not return, let alone appear in front of Fu Qinghe. There was no prelude to the entry, and it was initiated by Xiao Yu. This stimulation for Fu Qingtong felt like the first time he played with a knife, especially the sensation when the knife penetrated something. Mao Qing was stunned for a moment before finally understanding his friend's meaning. Even the police were helping that scum now. The snow outside was getting heavier, and the sky was becoming darker. Although it was daytime, the light felt absent. The sky was very gloomy. As Qin Fengzhan's car moved slightly, Yang Ruoli focused even more intently, later noticing that Qin Fengzhan's car slowly moved out of the parking space and drove away leisurely. Chen Panyun and Anna, resting nearby, felt that the surrounding oxygen seemed to have vanished without using any internal energy to resist. Breathing became rapid. Cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. What's wrong, Sister Mingwe? Why does it exude such strong killing intent? Could it be that something happened to Brother Tian? Supervisor, what does this mean? Why can I return to the Public Relations Department to work again? Chu Qiao had a premonition that this matter must be related to Meng Yanqing. What exactly was going on? Fortunately, the special care team didn't even look back, giving Fu Qingjue an injection and advising him before stepping out. He truly didn't know how he had grown so big or whether the Thunder Gate was just absorbing the natural chakra for its own use. However, upon seeing the powerful current approaching, Mizuki chose to retreat immediately. Later, an experiment was conducted where Mizuki attached the indestructible feature to the armor, surprisingly being able to withstand lower-level fire and wind ninjutsu. And it seemed to also somewhat reduce damage from mid to high-level ninjutsu. The ethereal and extraordinary voice, filled with sensitive poetry and subtle melancholy melodies, seemed to isolate the disturbances of the mundane world, dispelling gloom and mediocrity, bidding farewell to noise and superficiality, leading the audience into the world within the song, becoming intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. No one withdrew, so the ranks were officially conferred, and from then on, anyone would only have a code name, not a real name. The name was left for when they returned home to inform their wives and children. Gao Zhengxing began to confer ranks. In a few days, the peach orchard would be almost ready. This year, transforming these 2,000 acres would be enough. I plan to head into the mountains. You see if you can handle other matters on your side, Wu Xie said. All the holy magicians pricked up their ears. They had been oppressed by the divine clan for so long in the divine realm, living in great oppression. Home didn't know what Fu Duo had said to the madam, but she was observant and had a higher-than-average sense of observation, guessing that Fu Duo had gradually broken through the madam's defenses and was slowly advancing into the core. 072. The return of the war god by Yen. Su Xiao gave a faint smile. Who gave you the courage to provoke me again? Woo-woo. Su Jingjing was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She wanted to curse, but unfortunately, she couldn't open her mouth. She could only let out a mournful cry. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I even sealed your mouth shut, so you can't speak either. Su Xiao seemed to realize something. Her fingers moved slightly, and Su Jingjing felt her mouth loosen. She glanced coldly at the direction of Beihai. If she could still sense the murderous intent from Beihai 3 years ago, she might just kill him on the spot. After Xiao Tian set a password for the container, he closed it. He used his ability to look through the container and found nothing special. Its security was good, so Xiao Tian felt completely at ease. Except for a few moments when she showed emotions, it seemed that nothing else could affect her thoughts. Damn it. I thought it was just a simple task, and didn't T bring the communication token? Now, it's a big problem, Feng Huerong sighed. At this moment, the wound on Ma Changfa's back was still oozing faint blood, and with his left arm dislocated, it was really tough. However, he endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Hee, you so-called second-rank battle sage are nothing special, Yi Yanqing said, covering her painful chest. The joy of regaining something lost made Xia Fan anxious, hoping to rescue the person quickly. Luan suddenly opened his eyes, fully awake. The imperial edict had arrived, and he dared not continue sleeping. He quickly got up and hurriedly changed his clothes. The spatial blades in the Zhou Tian Yin Yang array seemed to sense an external force and instantly twisted and surged, capable of killing someone in the true void realm. But they were instantly annihilated by the spatial fissures of the Zhou Tian Yin Yang array. The old man with red brows knew very well that the devouring pearl had been taken by the other party. To know their location, he could only rely on himself. After all, that devouring pearl was recovered by him, and he could sense its position. The man in the black robe needed him to lead the way. Those who follow Lan Shui are doomed. Lu Xiaojia moved his hand, and a flash of bloodlight appeared as a severed head flew into the sky. He used his fingers like a knife and instantly cut through the opponent's neck. Tao Xinhui might have been extremely wronged. She sat there holding Yang Yang, crying while recounting the events. Lu Xulonghanti had time to rejoice at having boosted everyone's morale when Lu Faping spoke astonishingly again. Like a bucket of cold water splashed over them. The 3 realms are all interconnected by fate. Mortals gaze up at the heavens, oblivious to the sun and moon. With the 4 seasons changing between the underworld, everything follows cause and effect, and the great ones are merely those who smile at the way of heaven. Even more tragically, the body that was solely possessed by the Western route was targeted by the former Demon Emperor, the thousand-eyed Demon Emperor Jilson. After a chase, Jilson successfully subdued the Western route, making him one of the guardians of the tomb of the dimensional realm. All the immortals stood on both sides of the canyon, silently watching the flowing lava below, unsure of what expression to wear in the face of the situation. King Qian glanced at him and turned to walk out. Xiang felt fortunate that King Qian and Lian Fengyue were both extremely calm in dealing with matters. If one side were slightly less rational, the situation would surely descend into chaos. As soon as Ling Yichen entered, Wang Feifei began to cry like a slaughtered pig. Seeing Ling Yichen come in, she immediately lunged at him, wanting to fall into his arms and cry, but Ling Yichen actually dodged, and Wang Feifei fell directly to the ground, crying out in pain. A beautiful light from the past quietly opened a gap, illuminating the happy light into Baiye's life. 073. The high priest's face turned green. Good. Su Xiao's words gave him immense courage, and he gently kissed her forehead. Turning around, the softness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield, where those foolish guys were. Transforming into a white tiger beast form, he dashed into the battlefield at incredible speed, leaving destruction in his wake. They could only see a fleeting shadow as he sent several leopards and peacocks flying, as if he had opened a path to the heavens. He was the war god of the imperial capital. Then, under everyone's focused gaze, he calmly bent down to pick up the contract, smiled, and walked over to Bai Yifan, handing it over. The pharmacist Do wanted to take advantage, but Lu Meng was no fool either. Konoha relied on the saddle horse Yakomo to launch a surprise attack, hoping to steal the 3 tails and escape. They were dreaming. Because of his inability to fully grasp the male way of thinking, the preliminary preparations took a long time. As he spoke, a shadow-level powerhouse from the Earth-hidden village directly threw a kunai, which pierced through a slow-moving ninja. Just as his voice fell, a crisp sound echoed in his ears, followed by a chaotic noise. Walking on the street, he felt a bit disoriented, but using the navigation on his phone, he finally found a nearby large supermarket. Slowly drawing out the Zanpakuto tucked at his waist, the blade covered in chips, released in overwhelming killing intent with every inch he pulled it out. The attack of the Sword of Judgment was dual, attacking both the body and the soul. Luanhua's Yutang Tianxia could suppress its own trending search, which she accepted. After all, Luanhua was a top-tier star, and making headlines was a matter of minutes. However, how could a nameless person also steal my headlines? How could she not be angry? After a while, Xiangyang returned, followed by the burly butcher leopard and some elite players from Xiyao Mansion, along with the displeased Wan Cici, expressionless Xiao, Chu Chu, and the apprehensive Dongfang Ruoxue. The ghosts had black mouths and eyes, their bodies filled with thick resentment, like ink threatening to dye everything black. As I approached, the fierce aura from those ghosts was suddenly released, looking extremely ferocious. However, after I turned around in the Fengxian temple, I didn't see Taoist Gu Xian or anyone else. Not even Gu Tao, Niel Yin, or Han Qingtian. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. What is going on? The Huaxia players remained silent, but no one truly believed it. How could a dignified Fusang sect master not even have the antidote for his subordinates' widespread use of poison? Did he really think we Huaxia players were fools? Qiao Feng sat at the top of the hall, a steel-like man, who appeared somewhat fatigued after 2 years of constant travel. Who are you? Yuan Bufan shot a terrifying gaze through the blood-red coffin, scanning the black god up and down. Regardless, Li Jieqi was still ranked among the top 100 in the Forbes Global Rich list, so Wang Weiwei was considered lucky to be with him. The ancient ruler wanted to transcend, and the cosmic path urged the saints to launch an attack, enhancing their strength to ensure that the ruler would perish alongside the ancient saints. In his impression, he didn't have a deep memory of this uncle, who seemed to have gone out to make a living when he was 2 or 3 years old. Wang Laoba took a step forward, easily dodging, and reached out with his right arm to grab the tiger mouth of Ning Kai-chun, who was holding a sword. But this matter, he knew she also knew. She was too shy to speak, and he loved and protected her. His handsome face was hidden behind his hair, which danced wildly in the wind like snakes, with blood droplets dripping down from sweat. When he looked up, the view was drenched in red. Although he didn't want to speak, this news had already spread throughout the city, and the media hype was rampant. The president had to come forward to address it. 074. The fierce competition in the Shura field. The white tiger war god of the imperial capital had always been the best choice for female beast husbands, gentle yet powerful. A representation of strength. If he hadn't fallen into a state of frenzy and exiled himself, he would have long been surrounded by the females of the imperial capital. However, they never expected that General Baiyin had taken the lead. What was going on? Why was General Baiyin so close to the holy female? The high priest had just returned to the music scene, and many people had listened to his new song. The lyrics resonated with countless people. The bloodthirsty Black Rock cavalry watched Stanford become braver and braver, all following him as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Lin Zhao gently glanced at the fat man, smiling slightly, her smile a bit mischievous. She was clearly there to watch the excitement. If there hadn't been a wave of anti-corruption from above, characters of such high ranks would not appear in the script. Although the broadcasting industry dominated the entertainment circle, how did it fare across all of Huaxia? In front of some big shots, it was nothing at all. But this time was different. In the past, he always had a reason for causing trouble. But what was the reason this time? Back at the hotel, Hughes had already found the best chef, bought the finest wine, and was just waiting for Zhou Nan to return. 10 days later, the ruins would surely open again. After all, the 2 major sects couldn't just abandon their young disciples, especially since there were descendants of the sect master and elders among them. Others should be fine, right? After glancing at Lin Xinyue, who was caught by Qing Huan, Montauk Cheng's Gaza shifted downward. The heavenly master, like an ancient war god, retracted the fierce momentum from earlier and asked Luo Yu. For him, at this moment, Luo Yu had no chance of victory. He probably could only admit defeat. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he needed a plausible reason, and to celebrate the opening of the branch, specifically inviting the girls from Baiwa Pavilion for song and dance, was a very suitable reason. Lan Xian seemed to have no self-awareness, completely unaware that Tang Tang was afraid of her, as she held her out of the flower sedan, hugging and cuddling, without any regard for her image, just like when they were in the Zhenghua Hall, as if nothing had changed. But the performance was still just a performance. This army still couldn't escape the aura of farmers and fishermen. Although the formations were neat, they ultimately lacked the sharpness and killing intent of the Western Army and even the capital's Forbidden Army. System A, what are you doing? Why won't you answer me? Why is the gap between you now and before so big? Pan Yuhong urged the bald man. Chen Mu was somewhat puzzled and amused. What on earth was this Tang Li thinking all day, wanting her country to perish? Wang was feeling this way at the moment. He was so fond of this treasure knife, because of that flame-like shape coupled with the bright red color. It made Wang Nu feel an urge to hug it and sleep. Chen Qishui patted Chan Su's shoulder, knowing her husband Chen Mu's thoughts well, as they were deeply connected. With her own strength, she resisted several martial king-level powerhouses, and in that battle, fueled by anger for her beauty, she successfully defended against those martial king-level experts without suffering a single defeat. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant. I will do whatever you ask, just don't kill me. The man shouted loudly, unwilling to accept death so easily. However, moments later, Xianyuan Lingfeng realized just how wrong he was. Pan Yuhong's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Pan Yuhong didn't dodge or resist at all against Xianyuan Lingfeng's full-force strike, but simply took it head-on. On December 1st, during the game at the Chicago Bulls home ground, Skiles really did it. He kept his promise and gave out 10 VIP tickets. Sunjua gave one to Emma's friend, and other players also gifted tickets to their family and friends. 075. Are you from the future? I'm here. Not only was Su Mo craving it, but other beastmen were also watching Su Xiao eagerly. They had been boiling water since earlier, and even when the water ran out, they continued to add water and boil it. Are we all waiting here? Su Xiao still had some uncertainties. She exchanged fresh silk rice at the supermarket and put it in the pot to steam. When the fragrant aroma of the rice was about to be released, Su Xiao exchanged again at the supermarket, not knowing that the previous exchange had already exhausted all her spiritual power. How could she hide now? The scene was quite grand, with other cars filled with bodyguards. Such a display was relatively rare in the capital. Having 20 or 30 vehicles was already considered quite large. Zhu Yilong had seen the shadowy ghost messenger before, but it was just a fleeting moment. He wasn't sure if it was really him. Xiao Ling smacked his lips. Every 3 years, they had to invest countless medicinal materials to maintain the efficacy of the Wan medicine hot spring, which not every force could achieve. Is that so? Lu Qianma didn't believe it. In fact, she didn't need to disbelieve. She clearly knew the other party was lying seriously. After saying these words, Xiao Ling immediately began to swear an oath in martial arts. When Xiashan saw this, he naturally didn't back down. Before the second son of the Xia family could stop him, Xiashan had already completed his martial arts oath. However, he wasn't easy to deal with in terms of soul power control, and he immediately resisted old Su's probing. In such old houses, the bathroom was either next to or across from the kitchen. With my current state, I definitely needed to take a shower first. Bruce, being scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, I was afraid I would catch a fever if I didn't shower. Without saying a word, I hugged my clothes and entered the bathroom. So far, the performance of these newly appointed 4 kings had not disappointed the Almighty God. Absolute Danzi sneered. Although the laughing sect master was powerful, he was not easy to deal with either. With the 10th rank of the Divine Martial Heavenly Fire list, Sun Luo Yin Yan, along with many elders from the Medicine King Valley joining forces, even if they couldn't defeat the laughing sect master, he couldn't defeat them either. Zhe Jin violently tore off his battle suit with both hands, his strong upper body exposed to the air. He provocatively glared at Garen with angry eyes, letting out a huge roar, then lowered his center of gravity, preparing for battle. There was only one exception, and that was the chubby Wang Lei. When it came to critical moments, the chubby Wang Lei was quite loyal. Although he bet relatively little, he still placed his bet on Su Yi to win. Hee, sister. You don't need to worry too much. Narajozu knew why he was smiling, so he didn't say anything. In this way, the decision of Jiao Ying concerned the final result. Once it chose to assist by Zhe, Su Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. While others might not know the specifics, he certainly did. In fact, the root cause of all this was the Lord of Moyang City, and really. Avi merely smiled and refrained from commenting. Although Fan seemed unreliable in Avi's eyes, Fan was a very dependable friend, and even without a reminder, he wouldn't spread around Cassie's previous mercenary experiences. I sincerely apologized to the doll. After saying it, I was really afraid that the doll wouldn't forgive me. What would that kind-hearted boy do then? Feng Guang was worried about whether a few more Zerg would suddenly appear on the way, so she remained highly tense the entire journey, but until they reached the spaceship. Nothing unexpected happened, which relieved her. At this moment, Xing Lai couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have guessed what was going on and had to find another way. As for Feng Hua and the giant who suddenly appeared with his subordinates, it was said that his skills were about on par with Feng Hua's. So the two of them teaming up with their subordinates had no chance of winning. In the distance, Jinx breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the two enter the room. With Ari's abilities, their plan should be fine. 076. Female missing, 6-star magical beast. After the crisis passed, the orcs of the imperial capital and those from the northern districts became more united. Even on snowy days, they worked hard to build a brand new imperial capital. Ling Jia specifically let Su Xiao choose the location of the house. And the construction method was entirely up to her decision. The little ones also needed rooms. Bai Yin and Xiyao would need their own rooms if Ze returned in the future. Should they build a 3-story small building first? Xiyao in that ancient capital, there are too many old friends, and this time they can finally enjoy a few drinks together. Although they understand the situation, they can only watch helplessly because they can't afford it and can only listen to the big shots bidding. As Yuan Shun left the scene, Tianqi sat down on the ground. After experiencing life and death and the baptism of fame and fortune, Tianqi seemed to have become desireless. His only goal was to find his biological parents. These security guards are employees from a private security company run by a friend of his, who he happened to have called over. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who was only in his 20s, was actually a master-level powerhouse. This had never appeared in the history of their floating island. It was infuriating. That bastard actually dared to assault him. Even if he died once, 100 times, or 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Beside him, a young man with dyed blonde hair glanced at Tang Yao, his mouth curling into a sneer. The miserable wails continued, and the other strong members of the Ji family were instantly stunned by the scene. Their previous fighting spirit completely vanished. One by one, they turned and fled in panic. Shuiyin thought carefully and felt that aside from the fire butterfly, there shouldn't be anyone else behind the scenes, at least. They were the most likely suspect, as they had been sneaking around near the capital without anyone knowing what they were up to. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lu Xijia to understand the bloodiness of this ambush. The war of that year was so brutal that Lu Xijia still vividly remembered it many years later. That night, Wang Peng returned home in a good mood, humming a tune, and immediately picked up his son and spun him around a few times. Minister Jin's expression was as rich as it could be. This young man, who was usually known for enjoying life and beautiful women and was quite smooth and likable, was surprisingly underwhelming today. There was no hallucination, only a brief loss of consciousness. He was not afraid of light or sound. From my observations, there was no serious damage to the brain tissue. The current symptoms only indicated a mild concussion. But you should still get a brain CT done, Dr. Liu said methodically. The high-spirited, fighting intent soared to the heavens, bringing forth 120% of their combat power, fully prepared for battle. The legendary duo of Gulong is the pinnacle of life. The genius of Ling Nin has admired Chairman Hua Guifeng's achievement and retirement for 5,000 years. Moreover, that subtle capture made Guyu even more disappointed. Although the empty domain seemed polite on the surface, his heart did not think so. It seemed that 2 years of living like a god had made him forget the difficulties of the past. Yang Fan and Zhuo Panyu reacted quickly. When Liu Hua burst out of the tent, the two followed closely behind. Li Nan sent his third brother out and saw Li Dapeng and Xian Chi returning. With Li Dapeng even keeping his head down and not speaking, his expression clouded. Let's go. Chang Chi pushed Kawi, shouting to take him to the nightclub to celebrate, looking for 10 or 8 girls for him to have some fun with. The boy had grown up and should become a man soon. Oh my God, I'm suffocating. After shouting in one breath, Huang Ye's face turned red and his neck thickened. After Li Yanjing returned, she lost all desire to work and was somewhat restless. However, she didn't have to wait long before her phone vibrated. Across from the hot spring inn, there was a restaurant. This restaurant had a feature where diners could cook their own dishes. This was where Park Chushi wanted to cook. 077, great news. The black armored guards need to leave some behind. Otherwise, this place will soon fall. Xiyao calmly said. Their goal was clear. They did not want to spark a war. They used cunning and treachery to abduct females, and once successful, they would flee, making it difficult to catch them. Ling Jia asked, does the high priest have a better plan? I'll go personally, Xiyao replied, knowing the 6-star magical beasts were powerful, and he had no idea what their talent was. Wu Jingyang was still in a coma. He didn't know anything and had no awareness at all, thoroughly unconscious. His successful breakthrough also inspired Gao Fei. However, after a trip to Hongdu City, Gao Fei's fervor for power enhancement was no longer as wild as before. Jiyan and Jiqing passed the first test, and the pair of golden eyes of the emerald snake in the dark stared at the unaware Yan Jiqing, who was seen returning behind the Chun tombstone accompanied by the Duanshang knife and the Yin Ming sacred object. At this moment, Ling Yuan couldn't care less about the food expenses. He had more important matters to inquire about from Chai Ruofei. In fact, I was already quite similar to Xueqi now, but I still comforted Xueqi, telling her that I wouldn't go anywhere, just keep holding on, and in a few days, everything would pass. Suddenly, the two venerables were directly blocked outside, and the Tian Yuan venerable within my domain was even more unbearable. Under my fierce attack, he could hardly hold on. However, at this moment, the Withering Knight was still not truly at the golden level, as it had just been cultivated not long ago and was born in a laboratory, lacking the opportunity to corrode and absorb other ether armors, failing to receive better nutritional supplementation, resulting in its development still being incomplete. I have the Buddhist secret technique from our world, for meditations and 8 concentrations, which should be of great use to you. You can study it well. After saying this, Li Tian took out a piece of jade slip from his pocket and threw it to Li Jia. Here's a greeting card. Let me see what it says. Upon hearing that the diamond was real, the host hurriedly ran off the stage, picked up the greeting card from the gift box, and read it under the light before directing his gaze towards Tang Duo and the elder of the Tang family sisters. The teacher's salary is not only linked to years of service, but also greatly influenced by their title, with the latter far exceeding the former. Far across the trench, the left and right vanguards gazed at the sky dyed red by the fire, laughing and analyzing the battle situation on the opposite side. The coachman, Brother Gu, was a sturdy man in his 30s, not very talkative, but very capable. Before he could speak, Lin Xiao blocked him, and the sky-splitting seat coughed lightly and closed its mouth. Its original intention was to test Yano and see how he would react. But Lin Xiao guessed its thoughts the moment it opened its mouth, causing its actions to have to be aborted. When Li Mingbo came out, the queuing flying fish had already entered the landing channel and was flying towards the aircraft carrier, with the pilot making the final adjustments. Qi Yu's actions of drying his wife's hair became increasingly skilled. He started with hot air, then switched to warm air when her hair was almost dry, and finally changed to cool air so her hair wouldn't become too dry. Why? I don't want to, and you still dare to force me? Pisley's tone carried a hint of anger. Qing Feng didn't see anyone, but Mingyue saw Gao Qian and the Monkey King on a mountain road a distance away from the gate. The car's speed gradually slowed down, allowing Rain due to sleep more comfortably and giving her a little more time to rest. In fact, it also proved that he had indeed overthought. There was not a single sound around, and it was clear that everyone else had already gone to sleep. Yin was also a proud person. After being shouted at by Qi Bingbing, he couldn't hold his face anymore and ultimately had to turn around and leave disgruntled. 078, he is a traitor. Sweet apricot. This is a gift I prepared for little cub. See if you like it. Xiyao exchanged a few cute winter onesies for the little cubs at the clothing store, and they're soft and adorable. Is this clothes for the little cubs? It feels so comfortable to touch. Tianqing was surprised and took the sky blue onesie that Xiyao handed her, feeling the texture. Her excited little face turned red. I really love it. Thank you. Holy female. Xiyao gave Xiao Baihu a look. Just as Zhou Zhonggong walked out of the conference room, he saw the elevator open, and Su Fan walked out with a big smile on his face. Yang Bo shook his head helplessly and had to put down the carving knife. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bo took out a jade sword, infused it with spiritual energy again, and the jade sword sliced through the jade stone as if it were clay. Its sharpness took Yang Bo a bit by surprise. KFC's efficiency was extremely high. In less than a minute, 3 strong men worked together to lift a copper cauldron half a meter high, clearly indicating its weight. The cauldron emitted a mysterious red light, resembling a raging flame, with the 4 divine beasts intricately carved at each end, their faces looking incredibly fierce. Meanwhile, in a corner diagonally across from their table, a figure was sitting, occasionally holding a menu to cover their face, appearing quite sneaky. As I expected, Songzi was very happy when he found out. However, we didn't rush down the mountain that day. Instead, I stayed a few more days at Yinxing Palace. During this time, Songzi took me around to explore. Although this mountain wasn't large, it exuded an aura of immortality that made me, as a practitioner, yearn for it. I have a treasure pearl on me that can help him escape danger, but this pearl is in my throat, and it requires your masculine energy to draw it out. Shan Shan immediately blushed and said, "There's no need to mention her identity in the mercenary guild. Just the fact that she could forge a spatial ring that even the 3 top masters of the forging guild couldn't create was enough to make her a legendary figure." You awakened? Hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Tao didn't believe it at first and instead rolled his eyes. Nowadays, Big Whale has money and status, so he no longer sees living off others as a form of glory. The stone was made of ordinary granite, with varying depths of grooves carved by hand. Such patterns were often used as whetstones in the old society. Yao found it a bit strange. Tonight, Han Xiaoxuan was overly considerate towards her, and she felt something was off. After Han Xiaoxuan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, but there was no need to worry. The lights were off in the room, and Xiyao couldn't see anyway. From the trunk to the branches to the leaves, everything was a blood-red color, as if it had just been dyed with blood. The Orange Beverage Company ranked 5th nationwide, 11 places higher than Zhang Changshuan's Longfa Beverage Company. 13 battles, not bad. Hao Jian casually replied, but after he finished speaking, he felt something was off and froze. Fine, just tell him. It's time to show intelligence. Offending these people isn't a big deal. After all, they're all going to die anyway. They just know how to put on a show better. Ling Chushi vaguely guessed something. Jihan had definitely seen such a waste elixir before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to identify the spiritual herbs so easily. How did Feng Feng talk about me to you? Yimu rubbed his neck, quietly accepting the makeup artist's brush gliding across his face, and asked Ji and Qingju, I'm back. After a long time, Ling Yichen finally withdrew his gaze from Ling Chushi, smiling gently as he spoke to Huangfu Qingjue. Without these two foundations, using this move would be impossible to succeed. Perhaps one would be interrupted right at the first step. Seeing the excitement in the eyes of these Bander people, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. He had encountered such scenes many times during the liberation of various slave tribes, so he wasn't surprised. 079, Western Wilderness Continent Auction House. No, I'm very clear. I will not go back. Ling Sheng bit his teeth in pain, his cold gaze fixed on Xiyao as he said, Since you won't listen to my advice, Yao, don't blame me for being rude. What do you mean? Xiyao frowned, her feeling of unease growing stronger. Just as she was about to use her mental power to entangle him and force him to clarify, a cold wind swept from behind her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Jinhun Xiaofei was shocked upon seeing this. Who was this person in front of them? They could manipulate the vitality of the trees and the spiritual energy of the land. Xiaofei, who had the Earth Spirit Pearl, felt the spiritual energy of the land draining and was directly pushing towards the old man's staff, filled with confusion. All right, everyone, let's return to Ice Peak to rest. We'll discuss this matter when we get back. Chun Fei was still somewhat weak inside, having exhausted too much energy. He had only recovered 50% of his strength and needed a few more days to fully recover. Among the 720 major acupoints, aside from some critical points, Yi Guqing had actually sealed 543 acupoints of Gu Hao with his will, rendering him unable to move. However, Gu Hao's will was extraordinary. After a night and now approaching noon, he had managed to break through more than 30 acupoints. Yuan Yang was the legitimate wife, so it was natural for Sima Shangyi to stay here, but that was only under the premise that there were no prior incidents. He meant that the attack on Chaisang was only to capture the key figures in the city. That was the stronghold of Sister Shangxiang. If they could succeed, Sister Shangxiang would surely be severely weakened. This was not just a loss of a city or an army. Coincidentally, Zhuxiyu was traveling south, and, fearing that the home mansion would send people to pursue her, found a remote place to stay, ending up in this grassland. Seer, this time I will go with Chun Fei to the Sea of Emotions to save your mother. You don't need to follow. The island master, Bing Lan, said with an imposing expression, emitting an aura that left no room for resistance, and shouted at Bing Si. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly focused her mind on the platinum lightning. Could it be that it consumed her spiritual consciousness? That was too terrifying. Just controlling it for 2 attacks had exhausted her spiritual consciousness. If that were the case, how could she dare to use it for attacks in the future? Within 100 zhang of Ao Xiang, the scenery suddenly changed, transforming into a ghostly realm, with the presence of a chaotic ghost fetus in her mind, casting an illusion similar to a ghost realm, which was merely an easy task for Chun Fei. Nair SQ skill had the same mechanism as Sword Princess SQ skill, which was to refund the cooldown, as long as the dart was successfully caught. The cooldown would be refunded. I'm curious, what exactly are you doing here at Jiang Tianming Tower? Xing Zhe stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as he scanned Han Feiyang from head to toe. Days? Boynies had a deeper understanding of Yarlin's shamelessness and insidiousness. Overall, he was like a sand crocodile, enjoying lurking in the dark to set up traps, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once exposed, it would inevitably reveal a deadly moment filled with killing intent. At the very least, to succeed, one must be like the 9th prince, passing all 3 moves and showing obvious progress. The stone barrier of the Mars star fell in Dongjun, which would inevitably shift the Storm Eye from Sanghe to Dongjun. Therefore, Tianmin must prepare early to avoid being caught off guard. Soon, Shun Xianxin and Shun Anyun went to eat, leaving only Xianxi in the cabinet room. Spain always has sunshine, while this place is always so dreary with rain, making him uncomfortable and homesick. Sun Bu also understood what mayor meant, but he also knew that it was not yet the peak price. The value of this jade bracelet did not lie in the bracelet itself. It was worth millions. If he didn't have 5 million this time, it would be difficult to acquire it. 080, Bloody Mercenary Group. The 2-star monster proudly said. It's not that the guys from the North Wilderness are too stupid. They fell for my tricks so easily, helping me to pry away their females. This is too simple. I've also heard that not long ago, a natural disaster caused the imperial capital of the North Wilderness to collapse. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. You've really hit the jackpot. Other star-level monsters flattered him, lifting the 2-star monster to great heights. Is there no one engaged in production on your island? She looked around but didn't see a single ordinary person farming or herding. Everyone was busy practicing martial arts. Family reunions meant charging and breaking bones. And friends greeting each other meant shield slams. Seeing this daily communication style, Xiyao felt genuinely uncomfortable. The matter of the Beast Valley had too great an impact on the reputation of Zhengying Academy, which is why Peng Dizong spared no effort to seal the news. Even the people from Longyan Academy were unaware of the truth and would not know that the quota was actually obtained at the cost of Mu Hanyan's life. Kai Shihao disdainfully said to his elder brother, you like Xiyao, yet you didn't tell him. However, no matter how Ji Ziming thought, he couldn't figure out why Pega suddenly disappeared. EA successfully completed another project, and before leaving work, Vice President Yan Yan wanted to treat the employees to dinner. With the order given, the metal roof of the base opened layer by layer, revealing the blue sky above. Everyone suddenly saw a flash before their eyes. The hall was already devoid of Li Hoa's presence. Looking up, they saw a bright red flame soaring freely in the sky, showcasing various exquisite flying skills. So delicious. When Ziju finished the Tangyuan cake in just a few bites, and then spent a lot of time savoring the sweet taste from before. If he still wanted to enjoy a leisurely holiday with Lin Mingwei without any disturbances, apart from time, the economic foundation couldn't be neglected. Although he could borrow or rent. Wouldn't it be even more wonderful to have his own paradise? Chun Jinyao said gloomily, I knew my mom wouldn't miss this opportunity. She always bullies me with my brother. Is that really okay? An elderly lady who often greeted her took the initiative to strike up a conversation, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Zheng, sizing him up. The humanoid form that Iron Blockhead turned into was too clumsy. Not only was he half a head taller than a normal person, but his figure was also bizarre, and his appearance was exceedingly ugly, as if the creator used a chimney as a mold for making people. Su Jiangnan stared blankly at Wei Jing. In his impression, even if Wei Jing had a bit of a chivalrous aura, he still had a somewhat aristocratic demeanor and reservations in his speech. Such rough language was indeed rare. Kill. Yi Tianxuan was consumed by rage, having destroyed nearly all 99 ceiling formations around him. He was completely fighting against the humanoid biological army with his flesh and blood. Jing Yi coldly glanced back at Dong Shenianji and Zhuo Wuxia, then turned his body and strode towards the self-arena. Gue Yotsai's chubby face flashed a hint of panic, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to boast about how long the history of these 7 red headbands was and how valuable they were, recounting the legendary adventures he had gone through to obtain these 7 treasures. These dazzling golden lights swirled and merged during their diffusion, intersecting sharpness and thickness, coexisting dominance and gentleness, with the sword light complementing each other, as if depicting a world. Now, because of his matter, it had been 10 days since leaving the capital. The unexpected was natural, but the taste in the midst of it had certainly intensified. This background meant that he would possess enough wealth, undoubtedly a big fat sheep. 081. Auction in progress. The dimly lit meteor auction house was packed with all kinds of star-level monsters, and the smell of blood and sweat filled the space, making it quite unpleasant. Noisy and crude voices rose and fell, their eyes eagerly fixed on the auction stage, impatiently waiting to meet their females. Hurry up. We've been waiting anxiously. We've heard that many females are coming to this auction, and we all brought money, so let us see them soon. Everyone is a modern person now. We all know this is superstition. How could the east wind just lend? Furthermore, there was Sun Baobao, standing there in a daze, as if lost, with an expression exactly like Zhao Ronger when she died. Fortunately, although the situation was terrible, it was still within the realm of understanding. It was merely about obtaining a divine weapon that could plunder the powers of the 6 realms. What was even more unexpected was that the first call came not from Su Minghan or Nan Mingxiu, but from the long-absent Tanjian. Shen Mingdai knew she had messed up a great opportunity. She pressed her hands against her head in frustration, sighing repeatedly. However, in her previous life, Hong Lian already knew that making talismans was not just about using talisman paper. There was a higher grade, better quality material for making talismans, which was the skin and blood of demon beasts. Earlier, everyone had basically added the planner as a friend, so after creating a locked room in YY, she successively pulled the main personnel into the room. They continued to search, either going deeper to see if the Ghost Flame clan had a gathering place, or looking for heat sources useful to Wu Yu. Xianye just thought of something when he realized that his disguise skills were quite poor. He could only manage the simplest types of disguise, barely hiding himself. But it was definitely impossible to conceal the disaster nearby. Now, it was only possible for her to find a way. The arrival of several people did not startle the count of the Simikai clan at this moment. A mocking smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the trapped blood clan. Yuan Zhongqing was upright, holding grudges and repaying grievances, back then, who did not praise him as a virtuous gentleman. However, the others were different and did not respond to Yuan Zhongqing's call. Only he charged alone at Xiao Cheng. His small figure insignificant compared to Xiao Cheng's massive form, as if trying to shake a giant tree. Once the novice period passed, players were no longer protected by the system, and the effects of various scouting skills were greatly reduced. Generally, one had to kill 200 to 300 monsters of the same type before they could identify them, using skills like monster identification, or simply throw out hundreds of scrolls at once to try their luck, which would usually work. One move of Tai Chi produces the 2 instruments. The 2 instruments produce the 4 images. Seeing Murong Qingran's slow movements, the ghostly figure smiled proudly and struck down with a palm. But it was like being pushed to the ground by a powerful force. 2 months passed, and the fat man sat cross-legged in the protective sword array, his expression calm and peaceful, slowly and steadily practicing the innate 5-element sword essence. After that, it would be difficult to increase favorability. But Zhang Wei was not in a hurry. After tidying up his item bar, Zhang Wei took his leave. A strong wind swept by, and 8 snakeheads lunged toward the fat man, who was now completely immobile, unable to move even a finger, his entire form frozen in place. Difficult to deal with. Absolutely difficult to deal with. After arrogantly using martial arts to break through, he encountered such a troublesome powerhouse for the first time. Palace was clearly stirred by Ji's words, spinning in place to express his inner joy. Dong Wangxian felt that this guy was really good at fooling others and gave him a hard knock on the head with a bone knife. Upon learning that Xiao Cheng had only sealed the consciousness of 15 people without harming them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt ashamed for their earlier rudeness. They had long heard about Murong Yunyan and easily accepted this fact. 082, Hypnosis Mind Control. The several females who just took the stage were quickly auctioned off, all snatched by star-level monsters. Their eyes were red, following Jiang Xing off the stage, just waiting for the star-level monsters to pay before being taken away. Hurry up. It's your turn to go on stage. Jiang Xing impatiently pulled Tian's arm, dragging her onto the stage. I bid 60 crystal cores. I bid 80. I bid 100. Bai Xingyue smiled indulgently, like a knowledgeable scholar facing a preschool child asking 100,000 whys, with an understanding yet mocking smile that made Xing Tianyu somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering that he was currently in need of help, Xing Tianyu maintained a serious expression as he sought advice. Lu Bing was adjusting, and since Dong and the others had this money, they naturally couldn't look for her. They first needed to save it. With these gathering spirit pills, they didn't need to buy any for the time being, but they were more anxious about Lu Bing's food. No need to grind that. Just sit down, he said, having never seen a senior's home. Yao paused for a moment and then smiled, thinking that if Yao was seen like this by the Umbu people, they would surely not believe it. When did you smile so many times? How could this be? My family has a written agreement with Li Laoshi. The two almost simultaneously voiced their opposition. Everyone stopped what they were doing. I have a few words to say, Judah shouted loudly, climbing up onto a coal pile. And those around him came over upon hearing Judah's call. Back then, the Golden Hoop Fairy also used true essence to block the pagoda, relying on his thick true essence. But Ju Lushun Buddha was different. When the pagoda fell onto his true essence, it emitted a piercing loud noise, almost like crashing into steel. It was strange because this beast only revealed a bird-like head, and then the cave was bright. In the next moment, countless streams of light slowly penetrated from outside, entering the giant bird's body. The two's weapons clashed in the air, swinging and continuously attacking and defending. The waves generated by the collision of spiritual power blowing outwards like a typhoon. At that moment, the elemental power surrounding Lu Bing multiplied, forcibly squeezing into her body. She only then felt pain, as her dantian was becoming uncomfortable. However, these elemental powers seemed to have a will of their own, instinctively operating within her, making it hard to stop. He was the first to leave the city, slowly sliding down the rope towards the ground. This was the experience accumulated over more than 20 years of life. After Xu stepped onto the ground, he did not continue forward, but was there to assist below. The second to slide down the rope was Zhou Qingyun, who also landed smoothly on the ground. If we face the Celtics in the 7th match of the finals, and the game goes into overtime, how do we defeat them in the last 5 minutes? Those two black dragons were obliterated by the furious roar of the black shadow born behind by Xifen. Patrick desired a new rising elven society, a social atmosphere that rejects so-called aristocratic politics and eliminates the prevailing sense of decay. How do you feel now, seeing that everyone had sat down? Peng Hui's skin involuntarily twitched as he looked at Xiao with concern and asked. 117 to 103, almost the same score as the previous game against the Nets. The Rockets won again, maintaining their position at the top of the Western Conference. We few are loyal to the country. If one day the upper echelons make decisions harmful to the nation or betray this nation, we will directly take action to kill those at the top, with no exceptions. After Xiao finished speaking, he walked out of the conference room. In order to kill this pig demon, he could be said to have put in his utmost effort, as the life force within him was already running low. 083. Activate the teleportation array. Chaos, blood, screams. The meteor auction house was in complete disarray. When star-level magical beasts fought, it was a disaster scene. Although it was dim, the auction house, which was relatively stylishly decorated, was suddenly destroyed by more than half. The boss's expression was extremely ugly, and he shouted angrily at his subordinates. What are you doing? Who told you to fight each other? Can you hear me? Stop it right now. Anyone who dares to act in the meteor auction house will have to deal with me. The enraged snake didn't care what Xia Tianxin was saying, holding up the snake's staff and continuously spitting behind him. Outside the mountain, a giant figure floated in the air, blending with the night, making it indistinguishable. Up close, it looked like a dozen huge red lanterns floating in the sky, its gaze locked onto Nailan Yu, and its figure kept approaching. Meanwhile, Guizi, who had leveled up to level 6 in the middle lane, wasted no time and rushed to the bottom lane after finishing the line. Among these soldiers, there were also some bold warriors who swung their long swords to fight back, but they were only a minority, not even half. Even if everyone was not aware, it was undeniable that they had begun to shift in this direction. In just that moment, the barrel's control skill finally helped Kasha trigger her passive mark. Although the current position was not ideal, there were no more choices left. After dealing with the Korean Li Si, he had vented a large part of his anger, and his hostile feelings toward Han Fei had also diminished significantly. It turned out that the place he was born in was not much better than mine. Only at dawn would he ride Zoe back and forth on Dawn Island, while during the day, Alan would wander around Nord Island, enjoying the scenery under Reno's guidance. As a result, Xiyao actively typed in Pinyin in the chat box, asking Yin Juanze if he wanted to go play in the top lane, as he could fill in as the jungler. These skeleton monsters mainly roamed the corrupted land, hunting beasts that entered the corrupted land and giant crabs that came ashore at night. Jiang Bei remained silent, signaling Neo Fun to continue speaking. He was a professional assistant director and naturally had no problem with casting for the film. Soon after, 2 security guards each took a 2-pound perfume bottle, directly unscrewing the cap, and a strong fragrance instantly filled the air, so pungent that it was almost choking. However, he did not intend to let her speak. He enjoyed the process of life slowly slipping away from his hands. Link, standing aside, of course, did not bow along with them. He not only didn't bow, but also found the scene a bit ridiculous. Excluding these 3 guardians, the other 12 had a minimum cultivation level of Saint rank, with 4 peak Saint rank 7 members, all elite members of the Sea Feather Palace. Now, Long Zhan could only watch helplessly as the Bear King fell before him, unable to take revenge on his enemy. This man was dressed very luxuriously, in a top-quality suit handmade in England, and he really did have quite a bit of style. Although the Dan Tian was shattered, the Fulong Dan could be repaired, if the soul body was torn apart. As long as there was a trace of consciousness left in the sea of consciousness, it could be reshaped using the Source Wisdom Dan. However, the dangers involved were immeasurable. One wrong move could lead to total annihilation of the mind and soul, resulting in eternal damnation. The location for dinner was written on this. The man then gently pushed a note in front of Lin Ming. Old Seven could also see that the dark mass of zombies reappeared in the distance. He could also sense that there was a zombie king lurking nearby. It was normal to think this way. Who wouldn't keep a backup plan? However, powerful confrontations generally had the best scenes later, as most of the time they were in a mutual consumption process, suddenly concentrating their efforts to catch the opponent off guard at some stage. They arranged dish after dish on the table, while introducing the names of these dishes. Long Jie and Long Xiao also exclaimed together, "Don't destroy it. Such a magical treasure. If it's destroyed, it will never appear again and cannot be salvaged." 084 Master. What are your orders? Yao was right. No opportunity for survival should be wasted. Tian clenched her fists, her gaze becoming much more determined. Yao, are you going to stay behind to save Xia? Xiyao lightly tapped her head and said, "Yes, I can't leave Xia alone here. You all go first." Ding Xiang said, "All right, I'll lead them towards the Huanyu forest. It will be best if you can catch up with us." She threw the scissors in her hand, rolled her eyes at him without looking, then sat on a nearby round chair and poured herself a cup of tea to calm down. Her angry hands were shaking as she held the cup, her frustration boiling over. Zhang Qiqing was not as relaxed. He was battling fiercely while also trying to control the giant snake in the valley. The storage ring was very precious, as long as she could get it. All her losses this time would mean nothing. But she had only been wandering for less than a year when she met her master and father figure, and then began living a princess-like life. Yunqing let out a low shout, and his own momentum reached a peak like a mighty war god. The colonel was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't Ganso's strength be below a star god? But amidst the debris of bullets, a long, conical ice-blue star god lit up. Shortly after he arrived, the now popular uncle and aunt from the Yu kingdom rushed over. Without saying a word, they slapped Princess Yongjia directly in the face, angrily cursing at her. Later, they encountered 4 massive third-tier beasts at sea. The sudden appearance of those beasts caught the commander off guard, and the 4 experts on the ship fought against 3 of the beasts, while a sawtooth shark descending from the sky aimed to cut off the commander's ship. Everyone in the conference hall was watching him, their heavy gazes pressing down on him like mountains, making him feel a prickly sensation on his back and weakening his legs. After Gu Tianfeng briefly introduced Yi Zishi, he finished and then took Gu Zian to meet important business partners. The 3 of them hesitated upon hearing it. Getting caught with an official badge would mean dozens of lashes, and if people found out it was from gambling losses, they might lose their lives. Although they were infatuated, they were not foolish enough to gamble with their lives. Originally slim, Qin Xinglian had become plump due to Hefun's influence, making her want to cry and laugh at the same time. One day, 3 years later, Lan Xing opened his eyes and saw the familiar dome of the Yuehua Palace. He propped himself up with his arms, tidied his clothes, got off the bed, and walked towards the door, where he saw Yunqi. Clearly no match for Zhongxing. There was a large gap in their realms. With Zhongxing's strength, he could easily be compared to the 4 great princes within the Black Emperor sect. This does not refer to the proficiency of various moves like inch punches or farmer's 3 punches, but rather a general combat quality. It is a combat instinct that must be rooted in every cell through countless battles and tests of blood and fire. At this moment, Qin Feng was in this state. He wanted to see what tricks these royal direct descendants were up to. A fiery red beam of light shot out from the main cannon beneath the flagship. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and followed Han Xingqi's pace. He believed Han Xingqi wouldn't trick him. There must be some secret hidden behind this shabby Western hotel. Beneath its dilapidated exterior, there must be something unique. Otherwise, how could it attract Han Xingqi and others? This jade tablet was given to him by 2 disciples from the Beast Peak when he entered the trial ground, saying that if he encountered danger, he could crush the jade tablet to be teleported out. But it was too late now. Yang Na, behind Athena, had already launched an attack on her. 085. You have to hit yourself. The Langia forest was vast, and Wind Fortress was built by the lake, its foundation climbing up the mountain, displaying a dark style. Especially near the mountaintop, the tower-like buildings looked imposing from afar. The foot of the mountain was heavily guarded, with many guards strictly monitoring inside the city walls. 2 star-level magical beasts walked in front, and Xiyao lowered her head, hiding her sharpness in her eyes, pretending to be weak as she carefully followed behind them. Lin Jingyang examined several times and used various methods to verify, confirming he was not lying. Li Juanhao was greatly affected and could only sit aside in frustration, contemplating. Lisa did not disturb him. Seeing him frown deeply, Han Feng thought he must have encountered some troubling matter. Otherwise, why would a grown man be frowning? A martial saint with vital energy and smoke walked out of the military camp, but unlike Wudao Daoist, he did not flee. Instead, he roared with blood and energy, facing the eye of the thunder, tribulation like a giant. The merit list was not randomly arranged. It was a symbol of strength. If you weren't strong enough, how could you kill so many zombies? Frederica was left speechless by Li Juanhao's scolding, her body starting to flush red. Clearly, she was provoked by him. This made Han Feng feel a bit awkward. With so many people, it felt inappropriate to want to take someone back. He knew that in this tribe, the young forces they could find must be around 40. If it weren't for Emperor Chongzhen bringing them to the Forbidden City to serve as martial officials, they might never have had such confidential matters in their lives. A slight breeze at night carried a hint of coolness, and Han Feng's mind was racing, connecting so many things together, feeling increasingly that the Red Star was like a chess game, and Rose City was a very important piece in it. Pure essence leaked out. No, it exploded. The four-soul jade emitted a brilliant white light, shattering into pieces and scattering in all directions. Xiyao stared at her phone for a long time, her eyes becoming moist, and finally, she resolutely put down her phone. Ling Chao was excited to see Yu Zichen seemingly appearing out of nowhere and thought of going up to greet him, but was pulled away by Yunze, who said to leave first. When Ling Chao was dissatisfied and looked back to see Qing Rang's expression, he stopped causing a fuss. Qiyud lifted his clothes, pointed at his bulging muscles, and proudly said to everyone, outside Ghost City, Fenghua had already unblocked her acupoints and was anxiously searching for a way to enter the city. But to no avail. Seeing Ruo Xian and Guan Jingtian's time inside slowly pass, Fenghua was anxious. Yu Zichen always liked to scare people. Why did you still like to cling to him so much? Qing Rang, being kind-hearted, didn't say the words toad. In fact, Li Jiang knew that the market in the United States was huge and had strong purchasing power. But he had never conducted market research and didn't know what price their product could sell for, or how much could be sold each year. After several calibrations, Weapon No. 53 could precisely grasp the impact point, coupled with the detection scanning skills actively used by the floating tower. It was a piece of cake to eliminate any enemies within the shooting range. Accompanied by the boundless sun god fire, it was all evolved from the king's laws, burning and melting the outer domains, fiercely battling the dark sun king. In by Caiwei's boudoir, the lights were bright, and the mist filled the room as the crackling firewood burned, gradually filling the space. There were no palace maids in this Guanghan palace. It was said that besides the fairy Chang'e, there was only a jade rabbit and a toad. That's not right. To be precise, under the laurel tree in the courtyard. There is also Wu Gang, the woodcutter. Xivia and Xing Tianyu had just gone through a one-sided massacre outside, and due to the hurried descent, they hadn't had time to clean up, leaving them covered in splattered blood. However, that person, upon seeing her blood-soaked appearance, not only did not feel scared, but seemed to suddenly brighten up when he took a closer look at Xivia's face. 086, the Lord's courtship. Shindu was quite moved by Su Xiao's beauty, not to mention that the 3-star magical beasts acted for her. Even this lord wanted to make a move to compete for her. This is not the same concept. The feeling is different. Bazu felt a sense of frustration. He wanted to explain to Shintu, but couldn't articulate it. After all, the scene at that time was too bizarre. Bazu said bitterly, "It's the 3-star magical beasts that obey her commands, not just because they are attracted to her beauty." He didn't indiscriminately kill his opponents. As long as they didn't harbor murderous thoughts against him, he wouldn't act. He wasn't that deranged yet. Yes, Dan has a partner now, but she abandoned her partner and found a new one. Males can always do this, but can females? Furthermore, some females want to find 2 or 3 males. However, our tiger clan doesn't do that. Rui looked at Luo Li and said eagerly, "From here, one can see the gap between the 11th and 12th levels of the Yulong realm, let alone that Li Hexin's combat power is at the peak of the 13th level of the Yulong realm. After experiencing so many ups and downs, he had long understood that even the best friends could become enemies. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe in them, but reality was cruel and didn't allow him to do so. Jia Jian was startled and instinctively wanted to burrow into the ground. He grabbed his tail, and Jia Jian struggled a couple of times before standing still, shivering. Inside, there were 2 jade slips, one containing a cultivation method and the other about how to refine tools. The refining jade slip contained Feng Qinghe's insights. It could be said that this refining jade slip, if taken to any place on the continent, would definitely cause a bloody storm. Hearing her say this, combined with what Aunt Lon mentioned earlier about the sealing array not being established overnight, but rather reinforced and perfected by countless cultivators over thousands of years, he understood a lot. Life and death are fated. You don't need to worry. After a while, Long Aolong said to Bai Yi, who was standing beside him, in a calm manner, "Due to the sudden appearance of these 2 things, The two energies he had high hopes for not only failed to break the rebound array, but instead caused the power of the rebound array to increase dramatically. Not only bouncing the two energies back, but also making countless weapon attacks even stronger. However, Li Hexian wasn't particularly anxious now, because he had completely intercepted the sea monsters that were preparing to enter the water prison, and at this moment, no sea monster could enter. If he could have a confidant in this life, he would have no regrets. Furthermore, the Moon Fox had previously mentioned Shi Chuanim, who was in Fuzhou. The key to starting anew is not talent. As long as a good prize can be offered, there is no fear of not finding willing workers. But they couldn't grasp the specifics well. This is the so-called observer's dilemma. If it weren't for a surgeon's wife reminding him in time, he would have definitely missed this opportunity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel lucky. The model machine is mainly used for testing. Appearance is not important. If the workmanship is decent, it is already a pleasant surprise. In the midst of the conversation, Qi Lian took out the half-moon hairpin, the token given to Manhua by Yikan years ago. Radio communication is like the neurons of the human body. Without the command of neurons, a person becomes paralyzed. He knew he was just an undergraduate. Although the school was decent, it was considered a low-tier 211. And undergraduates in large pharmaceutical companies were basically at the bottom, with no connection to research and development. Wang Qingxun immediately recalled the first time he was falsely accused while saving someone on the street. If it weren't for Feng Yunling's help, he would have faced much more trouble afterward. Actions speak louder than words. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Zhao Kai found several valuable accessories from his belongings as a gift for his nephew and then hurried to the governor's mansion to see his sister. 087. Redeeming the former self. My father is getting old. When he was young, he was also quite the ladiesman, having many children, all of whom inherited the cold-bloodedness of the Python clan. They engage in open and secret struggles, and many have died, leading to political instability. To stabilize the royal bloodline of the Python clan, we can only send our daughter to be the wife of the Lord of Chengfeng Fort. Then we will be of one heart. Hong Ling said lightly. Otherwise, the West Wilderness continent you see now would completely become the empire of star-level magical beasts. This time, Shuang found Zhou Biqing, who was the best at making such identifications in the unit Zhou Biqing belonged to. The capital city was like a boiling pot, with various forces stirring restlessly. Some firmly supported Su Ruqing, but more believed that he could not escape this calamity and would inevitably fall to the bottom. So they needed to think of a retreat in advance. Bean-based foods should not be consumed too much in a day, or will cause bloating. But young Master Qingshu's pain was so severe that it was clearly not simple, the doctor pondered. But now, thinking of his proud and obsessive Siener, Bai Xuan didn't care about any cooperation. Bang! Just as Yudan Gue was about to defend himself, someone forcefully pushed the door open from the outside. Before the two could react, a voice filled with immense anger shot into the room like a suddenly exploding bass. Su Qingrui couldn't help but laugh this time. While Lin Hao twitched his lips, his gaze directed at Jin Xiaoyu. At that moment of eye contact, they both saw sympathy in each other's eyes. Hiss! Gu Shi frowned at the sudden sting on his lips, but his eyes widened more and more. Tang Xiao can help me handle the matters in the door. With Tang Ji here, I won't be in any danger. Yuer is my good sister. I must find her. After saying that, Huaro nodded at Tang Xiao and walked out. Did you provoke so many girls? Was it arranged by your master? Yang Ruodong shot a sidelong glance at Yang Tian and said, And what about the common people in Shizhou City? Should they be unjustly implicated by Lu Yinlin? Meng Qihan said, The poppy is famously known as the poison mistress. There is no poison she cannot cure, so don't worry. Su Lu didn't have a playful smile this time. He probably knew that I would never joke about Ai Ying's life. Every time the game character levels up, there will be a vibration effect accompanied by cool golden light. Zhou Yi's phone vibrated harder than an excavator, with waves of golden light flashing into his eyes. And his game character was continuously leveling up. Gubao looked pained. Surviving in the totem tribe was not easy, and without seeking shelter, what could be done? But after not being able to participate in mining for over 10 years, he could only tax other cultivation resources, and the development of the corner was not smooth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was survival in the cracks. Lin Shanghan returned home very late that night, making his mother suspect he had sneaked off to do something bad after school. All right, then let's add that one, and wrap them up together. I pointed at the two pieces of clothing that Ying had just liked and told the sales assistant. Seeing this, Lin Shanghan unconsciously tightened his grip on Li Yishuan's hand, very tight. Just as Gowa's mother was about to say something, The third master suddenly stepped forward and slapped Guo's mother in the face. Then he loudly cursed at her. Finally, I randomly pointed to a villager and inquired about Dogwa's father, especially when they learned that the visitor had come with the intention of exploring the mist. They were even more disgusted. Lin Shanghan didn't know what to do. At this moment, any comfort was futile, and she could only rely on herself to overcome that hurdle. The most important thing was that the person with the same name standing in front of her always had a smile on their face, which gave her a sense of inexplicable closeness. Upon hearing this, Gu Meng immediately frowned. As far as she knew, the company had invested heavily in this contract. She originally thought that even if the Song family was dissatisfied, they would still be willing to sign, but now it seemed that it couldn't be completed no matter what. 088, you are allowed to be my beast husband. A low, cold voice came from behind. Xiyao was tightly held in someone's arms, and even through the clothes, she could feel the other person's solid muscles and strong physique. Xiyao patted the other person's arm, and only then did he realize he was still covering his mouth, unable to speak. After releasing her hand, Xiyao restrained the mischievous light in her eyes, gently biting her red lips as she said, I was sent here by the meteor auction house. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I came out to turn over the corpse. Just as I saw the three fat guys charging towards me, I wasn't going to back down. I took a leap forward to meet them. At the same time, the scene with Yao Hua was quite different. Although he and Feng Ling were often at odds, they managed to get along reasonably well. When Lin Yu said this, the next moment, a wrath of heaven and earth descended upon Peter, instantly turning him to ashes. However, among the many disciples of the Dan sect, both Ken Rui and Yi Feng were seen as arrogant lunatics, completely unaware of their limitations, believing that the two of them could indeed cause a stir in the alchemy competition. But fate played a trick. Now Dan Taiwaner was severely injured while trying to save him, lying once again in this dim and cold place, while he could only helplessly watch her suffer in silence. When she finally managed to open her eyes, it was already deep into the night. The room was brightly lit with candles, and Lu Shenghao, dressed in plain clothes, was sitting at the edge of the bed, smiling at her. Yin Xiaoming nodded vigorously. I didn't hear the rest clearly, but I can guarantee this. Besides, we both went to Luoying Gorge together, and the brother I saw also saw everything. By the time Su Ju arrived, everyone had already obtained the abyss blood, while the corpse of the white bug general had been collected by Xiangang. Zombies and monsters receive sound waves through their ears, so when they're covered up, zombies become fearless, especially with the zombie driving technique of the Arctic bear tribe, which can indeed turn zombies into fearless reconnaissance tools. Long Xi looked confused, and Lan Hu instinctively explained. I hurried over to take a look and saw one of Frank's subordinates lying on the ground, covered in blood, with multiple bullet holes in his chest from an assault rifle. Ma Tsao's left arm was also shot by the man who had just fallen to the ground. Gaia naturally understood what her warning meant, calmed down, and quietly waited for her to release the second spell. Fortunately, Mo Jiangnan's spiritual sense was still quite strong. He had confidence in dealing with someone who hadn't even established their foundation yet. Since Chao Gu decided to widely promote and organize this matter, there were naturally people below to arrange and plan. The guests and offerings from the Duke's residence were also mobilized, spreading throughout the markets to investigate the guest list. However, mid-grade elixirs were different. The requirements for the alchemist's spiritual power and spiritual sense were very high. Without foundation establishment, it was impossible to refine them, and even the refinement stage could not be completed. He couldn't help but feel pity for Ma Yi, thinking that Ma Yi was unfortunate to have such a muddled leader. At this point, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would have been hard for them to accept that the seemingly invincible third young master had been defeated. Song Zhijin finally understood Su Mu's intention. It turned out he was not here by invitation, and anger appeared on his face. Bun Yasha, 20 years old, a Thai transgender with Chinese ancestry, took pride in her ancestral secret art of disaster prevention, which involved red paper pasted on the eyelids. Although it couldn't be compared to the witchcraft and poison arts prevalent in South Asia, it was brought from China by her great-great-grandfather. Remembering this, with Wu Yueming's reminder, Li Yuliang immediately recalled the name of Huangfu Baozhu, pointing at Huangfu Baozhu and exclaiming, "You are the immortal General Huangfu Baozhu, ranked third in martial arts." Li Yuliang inwardly lamented, regretting not inviting his senior brother Hu Gongshan, who was ranked second in martial arts, to come along. 089. Choose the beast husband, I choose him. The Tsungfeng fortress was heavily guarded. Can you take me away? It's too late now. It might not be suitable. Let me try again tomorrow night. No, there's also Shasha. I came to Tsingfeng Fortress specifically to take Shasha away. Another female? Then I'll think of another way to see if I can bring you out in a legitimate way. Okay. As dawn approached, the knight reluctantly sent Su away. These two were actually the Lu Prince and Xian Prince of the Lu royal family, who had met Su Hong in the Tongzhen dynasty. I was instantly stunned and said, "You have nothing to do with me. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll get angry with you." Wasn't he supposed to be the cold and domineering CEO? Didn't he always wear a poker face toward her? Why did he seem so flamboyant today? Remembering what Ling Jinma had said in the tent, she still held a faint doubt in her heart. But no matter what, the defeat of the Wanling kingdom was the best outcome. The corpse of the Xianyin saint and his life-bound divine weapon should be in the 5th-tier divine realm, Su Hong murmured. However, when his gaze fell on a certain spot on the old man's body, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Although she said she wasn't afraid, seeing so many people die in front of her made her heart ache terribly. For the citizens of the 6 state cities, as long as she opened the granaries to distribute food, it would be enough for the people of these cities to survive this disaster year. Such a person actually shared the position of deputy sect leader of the Tai immortal sect with her. It was indeed a shame. Moreover, this person was regarded as the most promising among the deputy sect leaders of the Tai immortal sect. Wasn't that a disgrace to the entire Tai immortal sect? Lin Zhongluo slightly pursed her lips, her eyes showing unwavering determination and a strong killing intent. Shen Ninghua couldn't help but laugh. Li Jinjing and the others would love for me to do this. As long as I execute a batch of people, they can incite the official from the previous dynasty to accuse me of killing maliciously, and then my reputation will be completely ruined. Of course, the 2 ironworks also needed to lay out plans simultaneously, ideally capturing blacksmiths who could build blast furnaces back to the Great Zhou. However, the southern desert had just gone through a great battle, and the tribes that had been annexed and annihilated had already become slaves, serving as pioneers for Lin Danhan, consuming the defensive fortifications and firepower of the Datong garrison. In her previous life, she ruthlessly abandoned her parents and family for this man, cutting off all her retreat paths and giving her heart entirely to him. However, this man, along with his family, tortured her to the point where her heart felt dead, worse than death. In fact, he was just a little older than her, calling her sister as a sign of respect. Moreover, thinking that her cousin liked her. If she married him in the future, she would have to call her sister-in-law. She couldn't possibly call her little sister now, could she? After crying for a long time, and once she had vented her emotions, she stepped on the gas and hit the road. However, tears still uncontrollably streamed down her face. Taiyu turned her head in confusion and saw Boss Tong standing not far away, holding a camera larger than Guyi's. Dressed all in black with a black duckbill hat, an ordinary outfit that looked strange on him no matter how she looked at it. Fragrant, this is the taste. So fragrant. Qinghe, you are really capable. Lu Ru praised continuously. After the intermediary finished the evaluation and told her the price, 150 million, and if she was in a hurry to sell, it could go even lower. In fact, loyalty is something that can be possessed as long as your strength is strong enough. So, in front of wise people, there was no need to say these hypocritical and beautiful words. Seeing the beauty's shy expression, Wang Bing couldn't help but laugh shamelessly. Xianer, no need to call him anymore. After these 10 days, Qin must be exhausted. It's rare for him to have a day off, so let him rest for a while. However, what Huan Mian did not know was that when Hua Xiqian saw Huan Mian alive and well in this world again, it was a fierce competition. Everyone's attention was focused on the outstanding Mu Yi, and the first madam felt dazed, thinking that Su Xiao's judgment was indeed good. But, Mu Yi? The sound of Shin Tu's gritted teeth came, his eyes narrowed, staring at Mu Yi with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, Su Xiao really chose the beast husband, and Hong Zhun hesitated instead. This was her planned selection of a beast husband, but Shintu valued Su Xiao highly. If he watched the nearly perfect demonic power erupt, amidst the screams that were almost tangible, those melted monk star shadows actually revived bit by bit, their facial features, arms, and upper bodies gradually exposing themselves to reality. My king, the Han army's arrows have stopped. Should we attack their camp immediately? Meng Ye looked sternly at Zhuge Liang, who stood on the high platform inside the camp. There was a thick layer of iron shields protecting him, and even he couldn't use a bow to injure Zhuge Liang. When the two of them left the room and appeared before everyone, all eyes were drawn to their necks, and for a moment, the gazes turned peculiar. That being said, if the young master can ensure that the 3 of us do not die, then we siblings will respectfully follow your command. taking the 3 jade talismans. Hong Wanqing bowed again. The two struggled desperately, trying to break through the sticky sensation of the space, but the result was only a few hundred meters away, while the goldfish swam around them, leaving them with no way out except hovering in midair. I'm just bored. These demon kings from Yaozhou are really something. All it took was my Dongwang bell to scare them away, and now I don't even need the bell, and they're still running. Don't you think that's infuriating? Ollie said with an unhappy expression. These were indeed clients from Nanfeng's past, and many still had ongoing collaborations, but that didn't mean they should be killed, right? All right, Sister Zhang, we've learned a lot about this matter. You take Zhang Wei to the hospital first. With such an incident, our school must take responsibility. Let's not make sarcastic remarks here. As for Lu Mu, I'll talk to him again, he said. Okay. Tian Yuji closed her eyes, and suddenly, golden light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire ocean. Yi Mukin was delighted, thinking that the miraculous event was about to appear, but below. The Qinglong raised its head and roared at him. They were on Jun Sha's blacklist. If they got hit, it would be strange if they weren't taken to jail. However, today the two did do a good deed. Seeing them so hungry and lifeless, they decided to give them some money to buy something to eat. No, the Ji family wouldn't dare. If anything goes wrong with Shengshi in the Ji family, then the wrath of the Sheng family is something the Ji and Lu families cannot bear. Being pulled by Mu Tian, Xing then felt the powerful inertia and stumbled forward, almost falling. Seeing Mu Tian's actions, he understood his thoughts and became anxious. Wei, we are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. Our bond is no less than others. Huazai shouted loudly. Iqiling said little. Only tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to maintain her smile. She didn't know if what she was doing was right, but she also didn't know what the right course of action was. Her heart always tangled in contradictions. The old man was stunned upon hearing this, and then his laughter became even more exaggerated than before. This definitely couldn't be blamed on the old man. After all, everyone present was amused by Ming Nan's words. Be decisive, can or can't. At this moment, Xiang Fan's impatience came out. How you been these past few days? Shengshi did not answer, but instead asked about other matters, and not answering sometimes is also a form of response. Chun Zheng casually knocked out the last guard on the roof, watching the black man running wildly, feeling as if there were countless grievances he wanted to express, but couldn't find the words. 091, Female Mutual Assistance. Xiao's small request was met as much as possible by Shintu. As soon as she mentioned wanting a female companion from the northern wilderness continent, Shintu waved his hand and had the guarded Xia brought out. Yao. Xia was finally released from that dark little room and happily hugged Xiao. It's okay now. It's okay. Xiao comforted her a few times, and only then did Xia realize that there were quite a few star-level magical beasts standing around. Suddenly, after being kissed by Bear Grandpa, who had a mouth full of yellow teeth, Flower Ant momentarily accepted her fate, thinking perhaps it was heaven's arrangement, and she could only be like this. At that moment, she didn't blame Bear Grandpa, and regarding his lack of hygiene, she could also be quite tolerant. The yellow teeth didn't matter as long as he was a man. I once absorbed the ability of a ghostly entity, and once activated, this ability would print a 3D map of the surrounding 100 miles in my mind, since I had been staying at the university residence. This ability seemed like a useless trinket to me, so I had never used it. Li Yuji had described one of his exploration abilities. He didn't have that many doubts. When he was told that the vegetables were brought back by his third brother, he believed it. Shinji was also confused and didn't notice the flaw in his sister's words as she pulled him into the tea house. After a round, seeing that Gu Zining showed no intention of buying, the man's attitude became somewhat cold. The boy in front of him was a classmate of Qiming from the Yuanwu department. He never expected to circle back to his own circle. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard someone shouting by the riverbank. Wasn't it the fool? Looking over, under the faint moonlight, that fool was no longer the same as before, and he bore no resemblance to Xiao. Due to the excessively luxurious lineup of mentors, coupled with top-tier participants like Shun Yi and rising topic figure Sang Ning, as well as Shun Yi's former teammate Qin Yu, he couldn't suppress the desire surging within him and immediately soared out of the palace, quickly surfacing. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very curious. Was the program supposed to start recording tomorrow? Why was it live now? Ghostly howling Yuluocha, but I still want to test the quality of your so-called number one in the world and see if you have aged. Chunkin said with a smile. From a magical perspective, Li Kong and Cancer were an integral whole, just as the leopard god said. His only hope was to find a rare spirit medicine. It makes sense. Those who go out to fish for tuna, besides professional fishermen, are some fishing enthusiasts. Although they are wealthy, they wouldn't waste resources here. Cheng Jinshuang saw Xing Yun's eagerness and chuckled, actually replying, "This." Saying that, she withdrew from Xing Yun's embrace, gently pressing and pulling at the head of the bed, unexpectedly pulling out a thick object. Currently, the Wang family is cooperating with the Mu-E group, so it's inconvenient to make an appearance. Although Wang Pu was somewhat arrogant, he was still clear about the importance of the situation, so he could only use his hand to teach by a lesson. It was indeed strange. Kunshu had already appeared, and the aura was so obvious. If someone were really stationed here, they should have shown up, Tung Chong said, in confusion. Then, a surprising piece of news came from the mouth of the Maoshan sect master. The cultivator who attacked him was a peak returning to the Void Realm cultivator. And this cultivator used a type of evil technique, which was the same evil technique that caused a bloody storm over 40 years ago. Originating from the evil sword immortal subordinate, Thunder General's technique. Sa Baining was also participating in such an event for the first time. After all, the Witch King hadn't summoned battle witches for over 100 years. Even if they summoned a battle witch like Sa Baining, a novice high witch, he wouldn't have the opportunity to represent the Holy Witch Hall. Generally, such events were attended by the Hall Master of the Holy Witch Hall. Namo shook his head. The intertwining of reality and memory had made it hard for him to distinguish where he was. 092, the incident in the Imperial City. Huh? Red light? What is going on? Hong Ling stopped, staring in shock at the red light from the glass ball. She and Hong Zhun were both dazed. Could it be that Su Xiyao was not the holy female? The red light, I have never seen before. Could it be that the little female is really not the holy female? Shinto was also very surprised, looking at the red light, unsure whether to be happy or disappointed. How could this be? Ji frowned. No, not lowly, Daoist friend, Su Wang Daoist, as long as you don't kill this king in front of Su Wang. The once high and mighty and full of disdain Zhishang by suddenly turned pale with fear, begging Su Wang for mercy. Immediately, the image on the rapidly flashing water mirror kept reversing, finally freezing on a single scene. The key point was that Linger had always been by Yi Xian's side. They had overlooked such a terrifying vixen, thinking it was just the master's pet. Before that, I needed to get rid of this thing. Nagato looked at the black stick inserted behind him. At this time, the Hegi's army had already surrounded them. A dozen war chariots carrying dozens of Hegi's special forces surged toward the assault vehicle in 4 formations. With so many special forces, what kind of tricks could they not think of to secretly ambush him? The newcomer was a handsome boy dressed in a blue long gown, looking no older than 15 or 16. However, in the next moment, Xiao Xinhe was greatly shocked because although the python bone demon blade struck fiercely against the flame barrier, the flame barrier merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of breaking. Prototype ship girls should show their true form as prototype ship girls. Just like me, we should choose a powerful admiral to unleash our talents, instead of doing ordinary human tasks for survival here. His current fire spirit magical barrier in the first segment was still too weak to form an elementary spell shape, so its defense time was very short. However, since the undead beast from below feared fire, this fire spirit magical barrier could pose a threat, preventing the undead beast from easily breaking out. The spiritual vein of the gathering spirit great perfection realm was full, and the muscles could no longer condense more spiritual power. Breaking through meant breaking one's own bottleneck. Just as Tang Feng and the others were preparing to enter the city, 2 long spears were thrust in front of them. In many places in America and Australia, there were plenty of useful medicinal materials. Unless it was a towering snow mountain, there was no need for high-level experts to go into action. They could just let the locals find things. For a while, searching for medicinal materials had become a popular industry among the locals. I had heard about you long ago. Master Shanshan, haha. Zhang Sanfeng started joking, which eased people's minds. The Wulu sect also needed to expand its strength, so they came to the Guishan Imperial City. After they put up a recruitment banner, those who had suffered setbacks in the Nye family flocked to the Wulu sect. Outside the carriage, the coachman L.V. Yong, hearing Spring Chow's roar, couldn't help but curse in his heart. His young masteress wife was so fierce. However, those people relied on their numbers and didn't care at all. One person cast one spell, and soon they would take you down. Ugh, annoying. Saying that, they were about to retaliate, and several girls started to fight in the carriage. You are breaking the law, the driver gasped, hugging his legs and trembling, not daring to move. Looking around, he saw that besides this ice river, there were no other caves or the like, and besides the hard rock walls, there were no other exits. Under such circumstances, although he had delayed for a moment with Lin Fuyu, the fox had long since disappeared without a trace. But fortunately, With Lin Fuyu's belt marking the way, Zhang Ruyun had not lost track. 093, ascending to the dragon. Mo Yan's eyes were fierce as he grabbed the Beast King's collar and said viciously, I am your eldest son. The position of the Beast King rightfully belongs to me. If you don't make a decisive move, I won't be able to hold back. I will kill you and take over the royal power of the Western Wilderness. I want this star-level beast to submit at my feet, not to be like you, timid and shrinking back, even offering your own daughter to Shintu just to ensure peace in the Western Wilderness. Is that so? Then why not challenge me right now? The crowd knew that the decision had been made, and they responded with a loud cheer, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They thought there was some event happening in the park, but upon entering, they found Xia Adong standing at the end of the line. Before Yang Sini could get up to open the door, Xiaoling hurriedly tossed the sunflower seeds in her hand onto the table and dashed to open the door. A few days later, the two rode on Gao Yu's celestial artifact, the 1,000-leaf wood blossom, flying over Mars. The Yuji star was suitable for long-distance interstellar travel, but for close star travel, it was not as agile as the 1,000-leaf wood blossom, so they switched to Gao Yu's celestial artifact. Xiaji tightly hugged Gu Beicheng, her empty heart being filled at that moment. Xiaji felt that if they could just hold each other like this for a lifetime, she wouldn't mind at all. Tang Jin took a deep breath, realizing he shouldn't have let Shen Bingwen see his cards. He felt foolish. They already knew each other. And this time, they must have colluded. He was unwilling to just give up, but if he continued with such a bad hand, it was clearly just giving money to the opponent. Shen Bingwen pushed him from behind, indicating he should fold. After tidying up, Lu Bu issued a public announcement. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that two big men had come to seek refuge. Yi Ming trembled with excitement upon receiving the call, momentarily unable to speak. So he pinched a cigarette and hid in the bathroom, taking a long time to calm down. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, stood up in anger and said, I am determined. We will attack Jingzhou. He immediately appointed Dan Fu as his military advisor, and the army headed straight for Xiangyang. Preparations had been completed, and the Qin army's siege was imminent. The god of war would reveal his true face, exposing his ferocious side. It was not a major matter to build a new government based on the Secret Investigation Guard. The new government would still be a secret agency, and the Secret Investigation Guard was originally a secret agency. The so-called construction of the new government was merely an expansion of the Secret Investigation Guard, with some internal structural changes. Hua Tian naturally did not know about their communication. He had never heard of the longevity fruit. In modern special operations, the emphasis is on overall teamwork and cooperation. For snipers who often carry out missions alone, it may seem they do not belong to this category, but in reality, they also have a strong team behind them to perfectly complete each mission. Zhai stood up, slowly approaching the Empress Dowager of the Qin Kingdom, who was only wearing a middle garment, unable to endure the current cold, shivering in place, her lips already turning pale. In fact, 1 million celestial crystals would be enough to establish the celestial spirit sect in the Yuntian realm, and even that much might not be needed. 100 celestial crystals would suffice. According to the original plan of the Barong Empire, they intended to arrive at Qianjing City within 3 months. Even if they couldn't reach Qianjing City, they aimed to occupy the entire northern region north of the Chuana River. However, they did not succeed and instead drained their national strength, causing great chaos within their own country. Jiang Shuahan nodded. The eastern continent was still in turmoil, and Yi Shiyun's extermination of a mortal society needed many helpers. Moreover, Jiang Shuahan still had to report the matter of ancestor Wu Yuli to Yi Shiyun. This was quite astonishing. Not to mention him, even the supreme being of 9 tribulations would turn pale from such injuries and would immediately retreat to recuperate. Meanwhile, within the Dangkong Mountain, 5 cultivators at the Return to Truth realm and many at the Illusory Reality realm had gathered there. 094, I am as female, Mo Zhe said coldly, because I'm stronger than you. You want to design to kill me, but unfortunately, that group of guys is not my match. I had no interest in inheriting the Beast King's position in the first place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone far away to the North Wilderness and refused to come back. It was your cold-bloodedness and narrow-mindedness that forced me to this point. You should never have pushed me into a dead end. At that time, there was only the forbidden area as an option, and I relied on myself. It's not that I can't do it, it's that I am too good. You should know that Tang Xian went to Jishintang countless times for her mother's illness, wanting to ask Xiao Qingfeng from Jishintang to treat her mother. But she returned empty-handed every time. They had no idea this was Liu Bei's scheme. For several consecutive days, they feasted on fine wines and dishes. And Li Ju and Guisi neglected military affairs. Liu Bei kept flattering and praising them, making the two dizzy and unable to distinguish east from west, becoming increasingly arrogant. Brother, why have you lost so much weight? Xiao Fanyuan looked at Xia Chengyuan with concern. He must have suffered a lot abroad. He wasn't as sturdy as before. Although Xia Chengyuan was already quite thin, he had lost even more weight, making Xia Fanyuan feel heartbroken. Lang Zhan, Ding Ren, and the others, including Shi Huan, at this moment had no trace of being from the Ren Kingdom. According to Sergei, as long as they didn't speak, even if they stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. The Xiao family had no relatives. Only Xiao Fanyuan, Gong Xiaoxia, and the old housekeeper of the Xiao family came over. You specifically waited for me just to say goodbye. Shinyi did not look at her, staring straight ahead with a tone that conveyed distance. Although placed in such a remote location, the box was very clean, without a speck of dust. Luge was stood in the middle, and although he was covered in blood and looked a bit disheveled, his imposing manner was not weak at all. He was calm and unafraid, with no expression of guilt or acknowledgement of wrongdoing on his face. Lamokir had long admired the wind god, and immediately he plopped down and knelt on the ground. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with the earth sinking, but only the space where the god of archery's bow was located remained unaffected. You are quite generous. I didn't expect you to invest so much for this girl. However, 30% seems a bit low. Chun Xing looked up at the sky, shaking his head repeatedly. Su Xiaodian did not know that Lin Shui had already arrived at Lungxi village, so she continued to joke on the phone, giggling while covering the microphone. Sure enough, as soon as Su Xiaodian raised her glass, the stars and wealthy individuals at several other tables rushed over, eager to toast her and Lung Xiaotian. As the end of the year approached, the men in the village were all out hunting in the mountains. At this time, wild game was particularly valuable, and there was no need to keep anyone in the village to guard it, as dozens of officials and soldiers from the Imperial Horse Monitoring were now residing in the 5-story village, along with 130 young men sent from Tianjinwei. In terms of workload, this was actually not too different from determining the final goal. The invisible energy field expanded amidst the electric currents, and as Eric's figure moved at super speed, fragments of sculptures on the ground, debris falling from the ceiling, and shards of broken glass all simultaneously erupted, exploding backward with a wave of milky white air. Kuntek complained, rude guy, but looking at the magic crystal card in his hand, he still smiled with satisfaction. Wei Mie began to understand that this test was not actually about measuring strength, but rather about testing sensitivity, to see if one could find a fatal assassination under the cover of heavy weapons. No wonder they were members of the guard. Sure enough, the next morning, Wei Mie and Leah Luke received an invitation from Pingshi Academy, asking them to attend a banquet at the residence of the Lord of Pingshi that evening. The cities where the 4 major academies were located had basically the same structure as He Port City, with the dean also serving as the city lord. Yao Yao, you aren't going to abandon me, are you? Not all. Both Sasha and I were taken captive. Su Xiao took a few steps back, blinking her beautiful eyes as she looked at him and said, the North Wilderness continent recently experienced natural disasters and earthquakes. After the imperial capital collapsed, it is being rebuilt. The star-level magical beasts took advantage of the chaos and kidnapped a number of females, and I was one of them. However, I'll let the other females go and return to Qingfeng Fortress to save Xia. What? They even kidnapped you? The crowd was in an uproar, shocked beyond measure, lamenting Lin Feng's incredible luck, with more feelings of envy and jealousy, wishing they could take Lin Feng down and seize the 5 types of heavenly fire. Today was also the day for Yu Man to receive her injection. After the injection, Shang Jiejia took care of Yu Man, while Qin Tianchen left the bedroom. Other troops had the opportunity to rest, but their special operations camp had just returned from Myanmar, first rushing back as if fleeing for their lives. They barely caught their breath upon arriving at Zhejiang, before being thrown into Shaoyang to carry out mission. Although she knew Jin Yu was currently with Sister Li, it was uncertain whether Yin Yu knew. If young Master Yin Yu was unaware, then he might be heading to Jin Yu's pharmacy. Amid their determination, one by one suddenly formed seals, and at that moment, the entire great hull trembled and erupted with a brilliant golden light. So how long do you think you and your subordinates can hold out? Fang Hanmin continued to stare at him and asked. The contract was indeed what he wanted, but he would not accept threats, and now there was another problem. Pressing down on a gourd would cause the ladle to float up. How could he know whether helping her would ultimately lead to Jiang Nianhua's downfall? One Rinshiyue also did not know what was going on. At this moment, her heart was inexplicably restless. Therefore, your investigation should not be limited to the capital, Ning Wei said delicately, not wanting to elaborate further. But this feels a bit unfair to Qi He. Speaking of which, he should also count as one of the victims, just like her. However, someone as powerful as him might not necessarily be in danger. Perhaps he can escape unscathed? Long live our emperor. Long live our empress. All the ministers respectfully knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and shouting. In the cold winter, after the demon Yang heavenly calamity, in the demon city of the Door of Desire, starving citizens resorted to cannibalism, suffering immensely, yet the vile Lord Fu Mabua continued to exploit the people in Demon City, living a corrupt life of indulgence and excess. Ila took out her phone and called home, as her parents would surely call the police if she didn't return all night. Sigh, why are there so many troublesome matters? Wu Xiang sighed. Just as she was about to continue her cultivation, a report from Old Rong came from outside the cave, sounding flustered and urgent. The two rode past, but it was just a fleeting scene. They barely managed to stop their horses. Fang Yin nodded and said, "It can only be this way. Let's go back first." Saying this, he took the lead in walking away. Qing Mingzi turned back to glance at the bamboo forest, shook his head, and followed. Indeed, he was a famous general of the Tang dynasty. Even in chaos, he issued the most advantageous orders for his army. "Brother Ida, please. By the way, check my current attributes in the system. Zhang Fei's martial power is now 95, without taking up weapons or mounts." He also needed to remember that he had only reached 96 with weapons and mounts. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't win. At the same time, Luo was conferred as a second-rank general of the Northern Expedition, leading the Iron Cavalry of Yuzhou, stationed in the northern nomadic tribes of Yuzhou Yongzhen. While Luo, he was posthumously honored as the general of the northern town and conferred the title of Duke of Yuegua. Since Luo, he had no descendants, his title would be inherited by Luo Cheng. Since Tong Nai wasn't coming back, Ila was too lazy to cook and just made a bucket of instant noodles, missing her mother a bit. If her mother were home, she wouldn't have to eat this stuff. 096, bubbling with acidity. Mo Zay suppressed the bitterness in his heart, trying to make his voice sound calm. "Since it's the beast husband that Yao Yao decided on, you can stay. I'll arrange a room for you." Not expecting Mo Zay to accept his presence so quickly, it was clear that Mo Zay really liked Xiyao, and his heart felt a pang of bitterness. "Muyi, you are the newly appointed leader of the Changfeng Fortress Star-level Magical Beast Army. Are you going to stay in the Imperial City?" Beishi had obtained the title and was ready to fight for the upgrade of mechanical beasts. At this moment, Wan Shan sent a message. "Check the guild channel. The thing around my neck is called Liuli. It can transfer my damage to you," Li Weisheng said succinctly. After a while, 4 or 5 people opened the prison door and walked in, and the leader among them was Shun Yun. Beishi followed the orc NPC into the central high-rise of the street and went to the top floor. That can't be right, can it? With such terrifying power, even someone like the military protector could be easily subdued by him. How could there be such a terrifying figure in the world? Just as they were halfway through, footsteps came from ahead, dense and urgent, not knowing from which passage they were coming. "Umph, you think you can stop me with this? You really don't know what's what." Kuan-Pung silently cursed in his heart while also paying less attention to the 4 people, not taking the matter to heart. The opponent was at the peak of qi refining, far surpassing him in cultivation. Now that Bai Ning Mountain was trapped, he would definitely not hold back and would retaliate fiercely. The footage seen by the Lost Ones should not be the same as that seen by Qin Rue and the others. Though I was certain that her strangeness was definitely related to the police uncle, I could only pretend to be confused and ask such a question. After a long while, Xiao Qiliang's eyes finally returned to normal from the dazzling light. At this moment, the mini laser device was still quietly set on the experimental table, and the laboratory was filled with a burnt smell. Wan Miao and Director Yu had also straightened up, smiling at him. "Then how about I be your boyfriend now? So you wouldn't have any regrets?" Yi Luo continued. His aura rose again, and in a flash, he charged forward like a giant blue ox, recklessly rushing towards the king of Koi. "Kissing me once isn't too much, right?" Zhou Xingyun raised his profile and pointed, thinking that this basic reward within common sense should be acceptable to Han Qiuyao. Longting couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If he really had jumped off a cliff, with such a tremendous impact, even the divine fire armor could only protect his skin from damage, unable to eliminate the harm of the violent impact to his internal organs. If that were the case, he would likely die from his internal organs being crushed upon falling. Zhang Lei's eyes suddenly flared with anger, and he turned his head to the side. "Looking for death? What are you staring at?" The bald man immediately cursed fiercely at Zhang Lei upon seeing his gaze. Ouyang Yin dismounted at the entrance of the mountain range, where the underbrush was dense and thorns were everywhere, making it impossible for the horse to run inside. Luo questioned, although the power unleashed by this formation just now was terrifying. It was still far from being able to annihilate a Qi master. Ling Xianzi and the others flew to the halfway point of the mountain, exchanged glances, and with a flash of light from 4 magical treasures, they launched a joint attack that shattered the not-so-strong formation into pieces. Several disciples of the Qingchang sect who were in charge of the formation suffered as a result, each spitting out blood. They had always been submissive to the Tianqi sect, offering them some cultivation resources every year. But the Tianqi sect's insatiable demands had caused them to harbor resentment. This time, he never expected that Mo Lien, as the only person privy to the information back then, would be so easily dealt with by the mysterious person, even with all traces cleaned up thoroughly, all of which happened during his carelessness while under the influence of the anesthetic. 097. The Kidnapped Prince. Mo Zhe is the Beast King, and his status prevents him from leaving freely. Xiyao comforted Mu Yi for a few moments, but Mu Yi was not particularly satisfied. His handsome face drew closer, and he decided to block her soft lips, embracing and kissing her for a long time before letting her go. Yao, let me stay with you tonight, Mu Yi said, tightening his hold on her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his words dripping with a charming allure. Goodness, he said, seeking intimacy. Dong Shuqiang did not continue. He knew that only Jiang Hanying could handle these matters. If she couldn't hold on, what could he do? So he waited for Jiang Hanying's decision. After clearing Mu Yun Cheng's meridians, his internal energy was expelled through the hand's Jian pericardium and the foot's Shaoyin kidney meridians. Mu Yun Cheng felt utterly weak, unable to even move his fingers or toes. Another S-class black-clad figure arrived from a distance, pressing a finger to his forehead and shouting, causing a huge crocodile with brown armor and yellow eyes to materialize. Zhuo Ling suddenly spoke sternly, "If you don't leave, come in with me. I have a lot to instruct you on." After saying this, he turned and entered the office. After taking off his clothes and lying on the bed, the comfort was unimaginable. Afraid of oversleeping, he hurriedly set an alarm on his phone, placed it aside, and closed his eyes. In no time, the quiet room was filled with the sound of snoring. By the time Sun Fu finished these tasks, it was already noon. He planned to invite Tang Guo to a restaurant to thank her for helping him with such a big favor. The sparring on stage had reached a fever pitch, and the outcome was about to be revealed. Next should be Luo Tian's appearance. However, the tree wounds had already dried, clearly indicating that the traces of the exchange had existed for some time. Even if caused by the Demon Emperor and the Fire Ancestor, it was likely that they had long since departed. After the steward finished speaking, he handed a bag to Lin Yu and then gestured for her to follow. Until night fell, everyone remained motionless in place, not even shifting their bodies an inch. "Senior Gu, I hope that one day we can meet again." While thinking this, Xing Luo slowly closed the 2 doors, and with a creak, sealed away a 300-year-old solo performance. Gowan raised his hands in front of his chest, making lewd gestures, and as he spoke, he turned his head, his gaze landing on Zhou Jin's face. Lu Chuanfu stood beneath a tree 100 meters away, gazing at the night sky with an anxious expression, seemingly worried about something. Lu Bu, clad in armor, donned the dragon scale light armor he hadn't worn in a long time. He strode in, holding the legendary weapon Etienne, forged with the painstaking efforts of all the artisans of the Qin dynasty. He did not know what the long years ahead would hold for him. What was there to look forward to on the road ahead? But Qin, who was certainly not one to sit idly by, this was clearly a case of being framed, and he could not let it go. Far from the city in the rolling mountains, an ordinary-looking sedan drove through a forest. Moments later, it stopped midway, and Lin Jinyuan stepped out, looking in one direction. On the mountainside, the outlines of several buildings could be faintly seen amidst the trees. At Chen Yuan's request, Zhou Sidong once again transferred to Lu Chuanfu's hospital room, naturally to prepare for Lu Chuanfu's escape that night. Chen Yuan frowned. He could sense that the terrifying energy just now came from the malevolent force of a 9 nether underworld. Then, it crashed into the edge of the venue's billboard, directly breaking through it, rolling down to the audience area below, before finally stopping. The water pipes burst again, spraying water everywhere like rain, flooding the entire bathroom. Meanwhile, Xiao had no choice but to activate his ghostly powers in a nearly exhausted state, preparing for a desperate fight. 098. The identity of the Holy Empress has been exposed, Sichan said, then let's head back to the northern wasteland immediately to avoid worrying them. Xiyao lightly bit her red lip, hesitating. Not for the time being, there are still some matters I haven't handled well. Sichan furrowed his brow tightly. Sensing a bad premonition, he asked what matters. This is the Western Wilderness continent. What else could there be? It's my matter, Moze's deep voice echoed, a spark igniting in his gaze as he slowly approached them. He pointed out, but you've got the wrong person. It was my parents who saw it. They went out for a morning exercise, and Haven Tea returned yet. You can sit here for a moment. I'll call them right away. The young man smiled as he led Ning Fuchen to sit behind the counter. Su Qin was a remarkable figure who almost manipulated the situation of the world 20 years ago, although he died a tragic death. His name has become known throughout the land. Who doesn't he know him? However, Li Tan knew little about his downfall. I promise you, as long as you can take me out, I will definitely fulfill my promise, the old man said seriously. No, this is not blackmail, but a fact. As he said, she indeed relied on herself as a judge, received 5 million, and played a game of secrecy. Everyone was shocked and silent, unsure of what to say. Even the usual 666 was not typed out, as they all seemed to be in a daze, not fully realizing what was happening. What is going on? How can there be such a large parasite in the meridians? Could it be the legendary goo worm? The child is innocent after all. If you have a better attitude and bring the child over, I can show you, but it depends on whether you as a father have considered the child. Lin Fan said calmly. At that moment, Su Fong became completely alert. She caught a glimpse of the smile on Brother Liang's face and immediately felt a sense of crisis. He was not a good person. However, after this incident, they understood that Master Lin was indeed a super expert and not as simple as others thought. The prince is truly considerate, Xiao Qi said with a smile, and his impression of Chu Shiji improved a bit. So this is the taste of the milk from the Qilin divine beast. Dian Feng thought for a moment and decided to give a score of 9 out of 10. Dian Feng, you really refuse to take the road to heaven and instead head straight to hell, Xiao Tian sneered, flames igniting around him without harming himself. He still looked gentle and refined. As soon as this flower touches the ground, it burrows into the earth recklessly, and with its whirlwind-like spinning, a powerful suction force emanated. At a glance at this name, one could tell it belonged to the royal family of the great Xia dynasty. This place was managed by Xia Ding and was one of his private properties. When I saw this, I was like, wow, this guy has this hobby. I was shocked to see Lu Feng wearing a red belly wrap inside. To be honest, if I hadn't come to Erdeo Bay today, most of the manpower from the Scorpion 6 Iron Hall would be at the edge of the city. Although Wu Tian's side was slightly weaker, they could barely be considered to have a so-called balance of power. Lu Feng seemed to notice my gaze and suddenly looked up at me with wide eyes, instinctively covering his chest. Based on Tan Si's identity as the leader of the fire gang, he could only barely attend the wedding banquet of the Qin and Xia families. And in reality, he had never seen the main figures of the top 10 families in the capital. However, the events of that day created such a stir that he had heard some rumors. Of course, Gong Yuer didn't mention it, as he had seen these two junior brothers fighting fiercely over their seating arrangement. Everyone shone their flashlights into the deep trench and saw a massive stone bridge slowly rising, which was emerging from the recess in the cliff. At this moment, a man and a dragon lay on the ground motionless, eyes tightly closed, their chests rising and falling only after a long time, their life force extremely weak, almost on the edge of death. 099, disband the harem, provoke the wrong person. Impossible. I refuse. The voices of Moze and Su Xiyao rang out simultaneously, and they united to shatter Shen Tu's beautiful dream. Shen Tu complained, I have already given in. What else are you not satisfied with? This is not a matter of giving in or not. You have already had so many wives, they are all old cucumbers, and I don't like them. Su Xiao said bluntly, moreover, they have been with you for so many years, they are all forbidden drugs. It turns out that excessive use of such forbidden drugs will definitely lead to death. Tianming finally expressed his thoughts. Damn, you are really despicable. Can you even relate this to posture? Get up and speak. Mo Ming looked at the ghostly eyes while lying on the ground, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Not far from the Zhongshan police station, there's a bus stop, and Zhao Jingdong strolled over. Duanmu Yuning smiled instead. That is also fate. Besides, if the drought really ends because of this, I would be satisfied and no longer ask for anything else. The Lingyuan continent has always been in a tripartite balance. Although the three countries have long harbored ambitions to swallow the other two and dominate the Lingyuan continent, they have remained inactive due to a lack of absolute certainty. It was her breath, her warmth, this kind of touch made it seem as if at this moment he and she were tightly connected, as if nothing had happened between them as before. Just as the two were about to call Lu Feng Big Brother, Lu Feng took the lead and said, All right, what Big Brother Feng? That sounds too ugly. Just call me whatever you want, I don't care about these things. feeling the overwhelming momentum of Long Xiao. Tianming slightly closed his eyes. He was not unprepared. His body had already slightly activated, and his divine power was so faint that everyone did not notice he had activated his divine body. Lu Feng happened to see Jiang Fur's cold gaze directed at him. Cold sweat broke out. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly corrected himself. He looked at her eyes in a daze, clear and pure, with his face clearly imprinted in her dark pupils. In such a situation, Han Wang could only comfort Yu Fei to grieve and adapt, and once again buried the recruitment talk deep in his heart, knowing that Yu Fei's family was not well off. After some consideration, he sent a month's salary of 20 guan as a token of goodwill, fearing that sending too much might provoke Yu Fei's resentment. The cavalry team today is no longer the same team that Li Yi led before. This is Han Wang's financial situation. With monthly operational costs reaching as high as 10,000 guan, plus another 10,000 guan for military pay, a fixed 2,000 guan is gone. Emperor Wanlong nodded repeatedly, his expression still pleasant, showing no anger or joy, but the people waiting below were sweating profusely. Their expressions varied. Climbing to the top of that spider's head, he decided to give it a rain of blessings, since it had caused Li Yaolao to roll in the dung heap. It was only right to shower this fellow with some urine. It can be said that the magic sword in his hand is just an ordinary mysterious sword. Only the material of the magic sword itself is much better than that of the mysterious sword. Han Shizhong was appointed as the commander of the Lianxing army, continuing to expand the military to reach a regular mixed army of 3,000 in service and 3,000 in reserve, even if he was not officially appointed. If the court sent another general, Han Shizhong could still marginalize them and become a rubber stamp. However, under the cold wind that surrounded him like a spider web, Yao Yuan finally decided not to continue to entangle with it and instead launched a thunderous, all-out effort. Cough. The soil here seems different from the one on our side. Cough. Why don't you come find us? After finishing this sentence, Yuan's face turned red to her ears. When Li Chunfeng confirmed that he was doing well and was at the strongest moment since his consciousness returned, he immediately launched a tracking operation. 100. The Mermen Prince. Mo Zhe frowned and asked, also, the South Wilderness Continent has contacted me. Kai Sa has captured the prince of the Mermen clan, and they're about to attack the West Wilderness Continent. Do you want to lead the bloody mercenary group to confront them? The prince of the Mermen clan? Shintu was already troubled, and hearing Mo Zhe say this, his expression was even more surprised than his. Mo Zhe smiled and said, it seems that Lord Shintu is unaware of this matter. Don't worry about it. Everyone knows my background. It's nothing. Zhen Tian just heard her almost slip her tongue and didn't take it to heart. After all, everyone knows, so there is no fear. He was anxious to save someone, but suddenly the war horse leaned forward violently, losing its footing and throwing him off. Everyone saw Feng Yi's face turn red, breathing very little, lying on the ground motionless. If it weren't for Chun Yin controlling the scale, perhaps it was lying there would be a corpse. Feng Junlan stared blankly at the magnificent, lonely, and empty palace, even though she didn't want to admit it. The emptiness and loneliness in her heart surged at this moment. The high-ranking generals present around showed shocked expressions. Transferring to the Navy? What about the Death God's Special Forces? Moreover, can a land Special Forces soldier transfer to the Navy? At that time, I regretted it deeply, but there was no way. Since ancient times, the people do not fight with officials. I could only accept it and grit my teeth to stay and manage the business. Of course, since Wang Chong came, he did not care about these matters. His purpose was to save Shen Yinran. He would not go back without rescuing Shen Yinran. A man with a shaved head and bare arms, wearing a big gold chain around his neck, got off the motorcycle, arrogantly pointing at the driver and shouting. Ran Xian knew himself very well, better than anyone else, whether in consciousness or subconsciousness. He knew that Rao Pei'er was absolutely special to him. It might just be the remedy for his face blindness. His relationship with Rao Pei'er was definitely not limited to this. They would definitely have frequent interactions in the future. In fact, the 9 extreme palace talents were betting, and Yetian was also betting. Yetian bet that the essence of divine abilities is in precision rather than quantity. As long as it is precise, even if he comprehends one divine ability, he believes he can crush everyone. Wang Peiyu narrowed her eyes, moved her body to dodge the little ribbons. Her mouth smiled sinisterly, her fingers moved again, and another object was shot towards the little dots. This time it was not dark, but somewhat yellowish. With Gong Sun Yang's wild laughter, the penetrated hole suddenly collapsed, and the entrance was sealed again, leaving Lu Kuei and Zhao Shiyu among others in the corridor. Unless Wang Zhongzi attacks the 100,000 troops from Heshi and Longyu. Pei Min will never fight a field battle with Mosley Masha. Turning to look at the high mountain Kagaya beside him, Ming Chuan found that Kagaya's face also showed a serious expression. However, the use of those devices has a lifespan limit. The energy transmission through the devices will cause certain losses to them, and the higher the energy required by the magic circle, the more severe the loss. Just like electric wires that transmit electricity, they will age and eventually break down with prolonged use. Managing the store and exorcising ghosts, I can handle it. They're specially brought here to help you. I heard from my royal brother that you are still going to 6 places. Take them along. Ming He grinned foolishly. The happiest among them was Xiyao Ying. She saw Dong Wanni's discomfited appearance and was simply overjoyed, while secretly giving Xiao Xianyun a thumbs up. The leading man hadn't even said a few words before Chunyu interrupted him, and the man whose words were interrupted showed an angry expression. What the hell? No way. Grandson, I'm not done with him. Lu Pengzi's eyes widened, and with a wave of his hand, he forcefully threw the mineral water bottle he was holding far away, looking like he had already recovered. 101 Divine Beast Hybrid. The weak females huddled together, looking at them with fear. With solid evidence, Yoshino's face instantly turned pale. Shinto was furious. Yoshino, you sent part of the females to the auction house, and you also captured so many females to imprison on your territory? What are you trying to do? Become a king by occupying the mountain? I actually didn't know these things. How much more are you hiding from me? My lord, it's my fault. At the same time, there are still more than 40 kinds of rare elixir techniques remnants quietly lying deep within the fire cloud ring. Rui, lend me a helping hand. In this situation, Song Paiyu did not draw the Mo Yun sword, but instead fought barehanded because the only combat technique he mastered was the spring and autumn decision, and he had not practiced swordsmanship. Only by using his strongest combat technique could he hope to win a glimmer of life. Naturally, the ladies joined in the excitement, all saying they wanted to taste the best pastries in the entire capital. When the pastries were served, just their appearance made the duke's pastries look inferior. Each pastry resembled blooming chrysanthemums, crafted like exquisite artworks, and the fragrance of chrysanthemums wafted through the air, enticing even without tasting them. Because in every era, there are great figures and correct and profound thoughts, but there are also fallacies. Dai Jian had known Xiang Chu for many years and had witnessed Xiang Chu's various exceptional qualities. He naturally developed a sense of reverence for Xiang Chu, which couldn't be easily dispelled in just a couple of days. Han Luo had just returned to the Zhiyuan when Wu Tian Meixiang visited under the pretext of a private meeting. Wu Tian Meixiang wore a fashionable summer outfit, her delicate and pleasant face still exuding a gentle demeanor, with her hands resting on the hem of her skirt as if waiting obediently for him. Based on past experience, Tai Ili Hua would soon spit out a portion of the absorbed spiritual energy. By then, being attacked from both inside and outside, it was likely that he would face certain death. After an exhausting journey with poor food, restless sleep, and constant fright, Cui Ping and Li Yuzhu fell ill upon returning to the Sita mansion, and it took them more than half a month to recover. So they didn't have time to send messages to Li Dalong. By the time the 4 brothers received the letter, it was already New Year's Eve. But how did you figure out that I encountered something unclean just from this? Zhang Beizi hurriedly asked. The personnel participating in this mission have all gathered. As the mission's overall commander, Shan Kaiying spoke loudly to everyone present. The octopus theft gang is rampant, and recently their activities have expanded to the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai areas. Hey, how do we invite Senior Su? Xiao Yifan raised a question that left Han Yu at a loss for words. Indeed, how would they invite Su Zijian? Second, have you ever seen someone gamble with just a single piece? The money on our table doesn't even add up to 100. It wouldn't even cover the gas money if the police came. The weather conditions took a sudden turn, and continuing work at this time seemed a bit inconvenient. The construction team likely had the same thought, so they stopped their actions. Today, this young master is sleeping right here in this land temple. What can you do to me? Perhaps due to the alcohol, Yuan Rui's voice, which was already androgynous, carried a hint of hoarseness, mixed with the strangely soft night air, making it sound oddly pleasant. However, the golden devouring beast, as the final product of an entire high-level research base, would naturally not be easily subdued. Even if a transcendent realm warrior fell, it would definitely be at the hands of a stronger warrior, and absolutely not by a non-transcendent realm warrior. These powerful demon race beings included the bull demon king, the monkey king, who could be recognized by Chu Xian at a glance, the scorpion spirit known to Shakyamuni, and the young lion turtle king whom neither of them recognized, who would eventually become sworn brothers with son Wukong, known as the Great Sage who moves mountains. Hong Jun knew that Wang Chuan had not guessed his thoughts correctly, but he was not discouraged, as such things were indeed a bit shocking to say out loud. 102. The first female cub. Hong Ling brought the shaman into the room, and Xiyao, with a normal complexion, leaned against the tense body of Si Chun, showing no signs of impending labor. It's okay, Hong Ling, I can manage on my own. Xiyao sighed softly to reassure them. It's not my first time giving birth. I could do it quickly, so don't worry. She had already exchanged for a quick childbirth pill, just waiting for the right moment to take it. Hong Ling looked even younger than her. She seemed hardly older than Lin Xiaoyan. If he said he was her father, 10 out of 10 spectators would not believe it. Lin Ziqian had previously relied on the water-avoiding pearl to have a divine sense range of 10 feet. Otherwise, with the fog array and the elusive dark arrows, he would have been in great danger. To rebuild this botanical garden, Li Ba had expended a considerable amount of resources, using up more than half of his stored jade stones. Whether through borrowing a knife to kill or direct action, once he struck, there was no room for resistance. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiang had also mysteriously disappeared while searching for Wu Yuro. From Belisi's methods, it was clear her strength had reached the pinnacle of a professional. Once Link reached level 60, upgrading the meditation room would elevate her to a high-level professional. At this point, he could no longer pretend to be innocent. After all, what was his was his. If Gu Yi really used this to cast a curse, no matter how eloquently he spoke here, the final outcome would inevitably be death. That's all I have to say. If Mr. Ma has any instructions, please convey them to them. Tao Tang turned his gaze towards Ma Guangming. After the series ended, all fans, media, and experts were extremely certain and eager to assert that the Lakers had become a very successful team, slowly acquiring all the qualities of a super strong team, which was both frightening and rare. However, just as the smile on his face had not faded, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Moreover, he had an income of over 40 taels every month, needing to buy 2 portions of snow ginseng paste for cultivation every month, which was incomparable to Su Qin. The gap in soul power and the combination of soul rings caused Dai Mubai to lose quickly. It was a one-sided battle where Guangling purely tortured Dai Mubai. I don't mind. I'm glad you could come to our store for filming, the foreman said as the store manager rushed over. Unfortunately, it had barely taken a step outside when it was bound by the chain sword swung from the twisted staff in Rain Palace Rin's hand, pulling it down to the ground. The guards at Hong Min showed expressions of difficulty, not knowing what they were listening to in their earpieces. Shaoling by Rong Rong and Zhou Yin sat in the office. Zhou Yin happily browsed the online comments about Bai Rong Rong's sword dance, reading fun or innovative praises to Bai Rong Rong and Shaoling. The atmosphere in the office was even more joyful than during the new year. Sensing others approaching, Bai Dong reined in her emotions and left gracefully, not wanting others to see her lose composure. Su Xinran, upon hearing Bai Rong Rong's request, immediately sent her the account without hesitation. They were good friends, and Su Xinran would not be stingy about this. Around 2:30, several local radio stations in New York almost simultaneously broadcasted the news of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. A little later, all entertainment programs stopped simultaneously. It was evident that Americans were very angry. As the elite soldiers took the opportunity to follow the rampaging cavalry, they charged out from the Tongwan Gate, wielding sturdy shields and sharp spears, engaging in a fierce battle with the garrison troops, and the Yuan army finally stepped onto the land of Kinki. At this critical moment, he not only chose not to sacrifice Thunder Tiger to save himself, but was willing to sacrifice everything to protect Thunder Tiger. 103. Talent draws until hands are sore. Congratulations to the host for drawing the wood element talent. Congratulations to the host for drawing the seduction talent. Congratulations to the host for drawing the illusion talent. Congratulations to the host for drawing the spatial barrier talent. Congratulations to the host for drawing the soul contract. The dazzling talents left Su Xiao in a daze, and the talents she drew transformed into beams of light that entered her body. Clearly, she felt nothing physically, so the path of physical cultivation was undoubtedly the hardest among all cultivators. It was also the easiest. As long as one had great willpower, even without a spiritual root, one could cultivate their own way. She replied vaguely, and Jishur did not elaborate on these matters, comforting Do Zhao a few times, then inquiring about Aunt Shui from Zhending, steering the conversation away. Qing Luo glanced at the family's expressions, seemingly satisfied, and slowly walked to the chair and sat down. At this moment, Long Yang killed Tian Yunhe and returned to his original form, feeling a deep sense of drowsiness, a side effect of merging with Long Su. Hearing the formal disciples say this, he quickly urged them to get up. As the spirit stone emerged, the lotus platform emitted an excited buzzing sound. The abundant spiritual power was directly absorbed by the lotus platform, and a waterfall of spiritual energy completely covered the lotus platform. Pan Jiaming noticed the disgust flashing in Ji Ruo's eyes, and a sudden realization struck him. He instinctively felt that Ji Ruo had misunderstood Xiang Junran. In my opinion, these Han people should be sent to Mr. Huang's mine to work. Just kill the Tartars. Luo Bing was filled with hatred for the Tartars, so his chosen method was rather extreme. Brother, this necklace is so beautiful. Can it really prevent others' attacks? Zhuo Tian looked at the light pink necklace in her hand, turning it over and over, appearing somewhat enamored. Compared to the Wei Tingyu she had imprinted, he was still a youthful boy. It was hard for her to associate him with that handsome, middle-aged man. Zheng Da recalled that during the enthronement ceremony, Ning Wang was the furthest away among the first batch of princes to send congratulatory gifts, and the gifts were also the heaviest, most to his liking. Now, he sent a flower that speaks, so one could imagine his awe and respect for him. Moreover, he had no soldiers, so how could he harbor malicious intentions? Thus, he nodded in agreement. Could it be that someone wants to know my strength? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of this. Hayakoto unleashed a full-force strike, only managing to cut a few crow feathers. The sensation of such a full-force strike against cotton was enough to make one want to spit blood. Halfway through walking, I dared not continue, and as I stopped, the short-haired girl also halted. Han Zhun immediately seized the opportunity, crying and sniffling as he recounted how he and Lan Ruoxin used to be such a perfect couple, what his name was, and how much he loved her. I Kong am right here. Come if you dare. Whether it's a million-strong army or a great power of the Chan sect, I await you here. His words were plain, without any heavy tone. This forensic expert with the surname Luo did not dare to express his dissatisfaction towards Nie Tianqi, but felt he could towards Ling Xiao. He had suffered a loss in front of Nie Tianqi and couldn't help but want to vent it on Ling Xiao. After saying this, Jiang Lan closed his eyes, spread his arms, and silently awaited death, a tear sliding down from the corner of his eye. No one does not yearn for power, nor does anyone lose the pursuit of power. Therefore, in the face of power, who would care about the fear of barbarians? In front of true treasure, any danger is fearless. Even the greatest danger is hard to stop the greedy hearts of those humans. None of the three noticed that the supposedly soundly sleeping Lan Ruoxin seemed to have heard this conversation, her body suddenly trembling, her frowning brows instantly relaxing, and a happy smile blossoming at the corner of her mouth. In this day and age, there are really those who are not afraid of death. Since you want to die, I'll grant you that. Hearing Lu Yanjun's threat, Song Paiyu raised an eyebrow and gently pulled the trigger. 104 soul contract. In the evening, after Si Chen had just coaxed the little cub Si Mian to sleep and placed her in the crib, he eagerly burrowed into the bedding and cuddled up to Su Xiyao, affectionately rubbing his cheek against hers. Mian, do you want to bring her back to the northern wilderness continent? Su Xiao passively endured Si Chen's kiss, asking vaguely, I don't want to leave Mian, but if I take her back to the northern wilderness, away from her mother, will she miss you? Si Chen's dark red expression was neither humble nor arrogant. Although his demeanor was serious and grave, his tone remained unchanged, calm as water. The sword's momentum, a realm of swordsmanship, can harness the natural forces of heaven and earth within the sword, Lu Yunxiao replied. As for others capable of saving by Feiyu, such as Gu Tianxuan and the like, they were surrounded by numerous enemies and couldn't possibly go to support Bai Feiyu at this time. Bai Feiyu shouted again, and this time unleashed a deadly move. Finally, under Bai Feiyu's siege, this talented individual was reduced to ashes, dead beyond recovery. If these weapons could be obtained, then this war could last a long time, and even the victory of the Zhou kingdom wouldn't be impossible. Myself, Jiang Hong muttered, facing someone who was identical to him. Compared to the figure that appeared in the Blood Lake, this figure was more real. Those who chose the cauldron generally had the momentum to suppress the world, while those who chose the bell tended to remain unmoved by the winds of the east, west, south, and north, just like Jiang Heng's choice of sword. As he pursued an extreme level of lethality, it seemed that the strength of Master Zhong was even stronger than he had imagined, at least not inferior to the teacher of Cha Haisheng, Feng Ling. Whether in the Western District or the Southwest District, they were all very clear that Han Yi was the core of this battle. Using divine artifacts against the defenseless, Taraquis giant beast naturally had the upper hand. No one understood what he was trying to do, except for the old master who understood his intentions. The thin figure tilted slightly, reaching behind to grab the furry rabbit and brought it forward. Although the poisonous spider was still fierce, it could no longer pose a threat for the moment. It seemed like good news, but in reality, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. Not being controlled by the firewalls created by the siege hammer and golden cudgel, quietly circling to the back and blocking the way back. A tender child's voice rang in the ear, devoid of laughter, only filled with obedient anticipation. However, as a good leader, Director Liu would not lose his temper with his subordinates unless absolutely necessary, so he could only wave his hand and let Editor Chen go. At the end of the month, he swallowed his saliva. No matter how long he looked, he still thought Zhang Tian was the most beautiful sister in the world. The moment Lu Yao's hand was empty, a chill rushed in her wrist, and she frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Zhang Tian and Xi Ning were bound by contract. Unless their souls were extinguished, they would always depend on each other, a relationship closer than that of blood relatives. After today, everyone understood that there was no Master Chen in the entire Linjiang, only Master Yi who no one dared to shake. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel heartache for her. He and Tang Fei were the two people she valued the most, yet both held dark thoughts towards her. After a scene was filmed, Helian Yu received a call from Helian Jun while resting, so she took her phone to a quieter place. Sheng Yu was silent for a while before handing the soul lock mirror to Su Fengze. Su Fengze reached out to take it, but before he could touch the mirror, he withdrew his hand, instead looking at Sheng Yi with a serious expression. When Lin Rand took the initiative to kiss Mo Han, she knew he always liked her proactive enthusiasm, because it was this old thing that caused her to waste over 1,000,000 Xianjing, yet still couldn't absorb the top-tier spiritual energy of the core hall. Do you still want to deliver breakfast? I have time to chat with you, Wu Zihao decisively said. 105, Yoshino's ambition. Sister Yao Yao, I know this isn't your fault. It's all the Lord's own wishful thinking, but I still feel uncomfortable. Hong Zhun silently wiped the tears from her face, sadly saying, what I valued wasn't his strength. We once had sweet times together. I truly liked him, otherwise I wouldn't have been with him even if my father forced me. I know. It's all because he is so stubborn. It's all my fault for not being able to give him life. Kill. Let's take him down together. His bloodline divine power must have a time limit. Since he's going to die anyway, at least let him pay the price. The followers of Emperor Shi Tian finally expressed their stance, picking up weapons and rushing towards Cheng Wushuang. As for the Tianhuang secret technique, there were no restrictions. However, the Tianhuang secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. To activate the secret technique, one must cultivate Tianhuang true qi. Endless dust surged into the sky, and the surrounding mountains were also cracked, as if they would collapse at any moment. Everyone ran in the same direction, where the number of void beasts was relatively small, only around 1,000. At this moment, a Mercedes SUV drove over to the dock, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Could it be that the Lord of the Divine Continent has already left Chu Yi's body? That's impossible. Why didn't I notice earlier? The dancer never expected Yi Kuang, who had only reached Earth-level cultivation months ago, would become so terrifying that even the ancestors of the sect couldn't match him. Just as Lin Xian had guessed, if he could find out, why would he need to play this game with Lin Xian? So my sister is really at the Academy of Gods and Demons. Cheng Wushuang thought excitedly. He must find time to visit her, but not now. After Ma Xiyao left the Illusion Sea, Alice took a little effort to recover some vitality. Everyone looked at the deceased Wang Dongli and thought that Lin Shifan's delivered coffin was indeed put to good use. Others wanted to argue, but unfortunately, their strength was inadequate, and they ultimately succumbed to Wilson's fist, which was as big as a sandpot. After waiting a few more minutes, several big boss-like figures came in one after another and sat next to Lin Feng and the others. These people were clearly acquainted with Chao Shuai-jing and Boss Xia, and were politely greeting each other. At this moment, Wang Biao could no longer hide his talent and shouted loudly. The earth armor quickly manifested on Wang Biao, and a heavy earthy yellow light radiated from the ancient armor, enveloping Wang Biao within. Between Lu Feiyang and Long Jiao, there was a killing intent on Long Jiao's face, and he couldn't help but worry whether this Long Jiao still had his wits about him. But if he didn't, he would be in trouble. I'm not too sure, but it seems this guy is no ordinary monster. We know nothing about him. Even his attack power is beyond our understanding, Lu Feiyang said slowly, while staring at the toad across from him, constantly pondering. The Big Dipper was merciless, pinning increasingly grave charges onto the two. At a fork in the road, Su Zhe and others parted ways with the people from Adolf Academy. No one knew where the core base of the mutated beings was. Su Zhe and others were merely hoping for luck to see if they could find the base of these mutated beings. Fujihara found that his movements were delayed, as if an invisible force was binding him, making it impossible for him to move. Stop. After a while, Uncle Qin finally pointed, and the lightning finally stopped. Regarding Shun Qingbing's request, Li Feng did not object. After all, her injury had not healed, and it was good for her to go home and rest after work, providing a sense of belonging. Faced with his good brother for decades, Li Mingfeng, who really didn't want to curse, asked with a wry smile. 106, counterattack, set sail. Yoshino sensed danger, and he raised his hand to take the initiative to attack, dismissing any notions of overestimation or underestimation, believing that they couldn't be that powerful. The ground began to tremble, and several dark blades surged up from the earth. Nanqing let out a cold laugh. With one hand, he touched the ground, and the originally collapsed land instantly transformed into a water domain. Xiyao and Yoshino both fell into the water, and Yoshino, who had just been full of herself as a 6-star monster, turned into a drenched chicken, splashing around in the water. After some chit-chat, Shangguan Shuyong made his intentions clear and asked some questions about the charity graveyard and corpse drivers. Even so, having too much money didn't count as formally joining the battle. But even with 4 against 5, the Jingtian and Ri teams were still not at a disadvantage. The strongest among the 2 competing teams was also a peak 7-star mage, so they easily made it to the final 3-team melee. As agreed, Xiang Xiqing stayed in the car and did not come out, waiting for Lin Amping and Zhou Xianzhong to finish their discussion. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the more he wanted to explode. He simply didn't go home and went to a restaurant in the city to drink with his group of friends, without even considering that all his expenses were earned by his sister Xiatian, working hard outside. Among them were many new types of weapons, all of which were highly lethal and were also weapons of mass destruction. These were the first batch of weapons developed by the Huaxia Scientific Research Team after settling in Hell. Now, under the guidance of Bai Yao, the Baikun army had already grasped the second kind of rule of the 8th level and successfully comprehended the domain. His strength could completely match that of a 9th level commander, and if he assisted Grand Marshal Bai Mi, her burden would be much lighter. Before the words fell, Xiao Fan leaped, and a huge phantom of splitting sword condensed behind him, igniting with raging thunder fire, directly slashing down at the gatekeeper. Xiao Yu, who was knocked away, actually bounced back like a ping-pong ball after hitting the wall. So, he gathered everyone early in the morning for a meeting, just for this one sentence. Bai Wuxin sat in the soft chair in the room, and after learning the true purpose of this auction from Shangguan Shuyuan, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she laughed. Lu Xia had been missing for more than a week. During this week, Junlin and Yin Yuan had not given up on sending people in to search for Lu Xia, but the feedback was still that they had not found anything. Even Zheng Tian had disappeared as well. Thinking of what old Zheng had said, their worries only grew stronger day by day. Longxing's right hand swung the Zhang Tian Qi with precision, while his left hand flipped over and a talisman appeared in his hand. All right. Ningyi admitted that when it comes to the ability to ramble nonsense, he really couldn't compare to Chu Ran and willingly conceded. The news of Lu Tianhao gathering troops in Yingtiao City somehow reached Dong Zhuo, who was stationed outside Guangzhou County. Dong Zhuo actually sent soldiers to Yingtiao to ask Lu Tianhao to go to Guangzhou City to attack the Yellow Turbans together. After a night of doing good deeds, Ningyi was in a good mood and originally planned to use classic lines from heroic dramas. However, after speaking, he remembered it was night, not day, and changed his words. In the darkness, the night vision function of the White Wolf's wolf tribe glasses was automatically activated, allowing his eyes to gather light to the maximum extent and help him discern the surrounding situation. Sister Liang suddenly broke down and cried loudly. She really didn't expect that the young lad who had only stayed at the Changfeng Tavern for a year would be so loyal and would repay her in this way after so many years. Lu Tianhao discovered that after his explanation, Kai Yong and Guan Yu's expressions relaxed, as if a tightly wounded heart had finally let go, and upon careful thought, he suddenly realized, 107, the Shar clan? They must be looking for us, as we are the only tribe nearby with boats going out to sea. The male orc grinned foolishly and led them forward. Su Xiao then discovered that a number of wooden houses had been built in the jungle near the beach. These were the orcs from the seaside tribe, who had lived here for many years, relying on the sea for their livelihood. Not every orc could swim, so they crafted boats to go out fishing and occasionally sold their catch at the market. Lu Xuanyang immediately felt uneasy. This guy still had a backup plan. Even without the help of the local natural energy, he still had ways to kill them. The next day, the cold wind awakened, and although I was brought back without a scratch on my body, breathing evenly as if asleep, no one could wake me no matter how they called. She couldn't ignore such occurrences any longer. The military was not like ordinary people. If deaths occurred so mysteriously, those military bigwigs would definitely demand an explanation. Moreover, with so many people already dead, if no action was taken, the common folks would stir up trouble. William began to recount the events that occurred during the escort of an Xiyao back home after the failed capture operation. Just as we first met, the yellow rock stone demon and the spider queen were quietly waiting for us here, showing no intention of attacking us, their faces revealing an indescribable meaning. With 4 golden silk spiders crowding around the spider queen, suppressing countless green-eyed spiders. Such a horrific scene was even scarier than imagined, as human beings with humanity were limited in their imagination before the monsters. Not good. Lu Xuanyang also anticipated what might happen next. The Prime Minister was going to launch a powerful attack on him. A bandit swung a saber, aiming for an old man's head, and with a splash, blood sprayed several feet high, staining the air. The old man's head rolled onto the grass, and the bandit picked it up as proof of his success. If gods did not exist, then a 1,000-year artifact would not exist. Therefore, I can only tell you that these gods do indeed exist. Yu Jian looked firmly at Shengming, indicating that he was not lying. Lu Tuo stood still. Suddenly his muscles bulged, internal energy erupted, and boom, the cloak enveloping his upper body instantly burst into pieces, fluttering in the air like butterfly wings. Gently flicking the whip, the carriage smoothly headed towards the city gate north of Danma under the morning sun. We both had the same goal. However, I hadn't found anyone our FC department wanted to recruit, so I planned to go to Pingyi to take a look. Do you want to join? Tao Bao said calmly. Lying on the bed, Zhang Chun pondered those green gemstones, realizing that such gemstones were formed due to crustal movements, merging many local minerals, just like the song of Gongju Ema, a product of coincidence that might never have a chance to form again. 1 ice, 1 fire. 2 thunderous strikes. The effects of these 2 attacks were astonishingly similar, wiping out nearly 20,000 rebel troops in both directions combined. On May 12th, the National Assembly authorized the Asian Federation to hold a general election, and Su Chongji was elected as the general with the highest historical support rate. Muan Wan was originally smiling happily, but suddenly heard Tao Bao's 2 chuckles and immediately realized something was off. After several encounters with Jiang Hua, Mourinho had never succeeded, so he really wanted to face Jiang Hua again, but it seemed there would be no opportunity this season. In that dim light, the candlelight in Liang Gong's hand flickered twice and then extinguished. Thus, to prevent this situation from occurring, many people began to try to clear the levels themselves. It seemed that the iron-armored zombie could only choose one option. It was impossible to wear knight armor and still hold a bulletproof shield. 108, go to hell. Luo De was stunned, never expecting that the seemingly soft and cute female would be so vicious. However, he admired and liked this cruelty. Nanqing's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Right, how did I not think of that? This way, we won't implicate the Shark clan in targeting the seaside tribe. Sister, you're so smart. You're truly my favorite female." Mai was proud, but very dissatisfied with Nanqing's words. Suddenly, a thunderous crash rang out, shaking the door, startling Qin Yi, who instinctively jumped back a few steps. Clearly, to keep users on the Peanut Network, content is king. Peanut Network doesn't lack money now, with content of equal quality. It only needs to spend less than 1/10 or even 1/20th of the competitor's cost to succeed. Although there was no one else at home, Zhang Mingming still looked shy while moving around in the brightly lit living room. The giant's palm seemed harder than steel, and the golden light on his palm had a tremendous killing power against ghosts. The skin of the zombie that came into contact with the golden light instantly emitted waves of green smoke, rapidly melting like ice meeting fire. Rong Jia recalled the pressure that had enveloped the 2 of them like a mountain. That might have been the true attitude of the Queen Mother of the West. Li Qingqing's mother's profession as a priest was something Li Qingqing paid to have her mother change to. As for the dragon team under Li Qingqing, most of them were in the 10-level area, where monsters were between levels 10 and 20, perfect for them to scout. Look, players from Tianqiao have already started hunting players from the Ghost Country. Should we still let them go? Thus, thousands of players from the Great Hanming Nation also began to hunt down players from the Ghost Country. Therefore, from this scene, it can be inferred that there were probably very few players present who could withstand a single move from the Earth Dragon. No wonder even 100 level 50 S-rank city lords working together couldn't kill it. They could only suppress the Earth Dragon. If Ashikaga Yoshiyuki was the son of Ashikaga Yoshihide, He would have used all his connections to protect him. However, his father was Ashikaga Yashitomo, the one who killed his own brother and was always in opposition to the Oda family. So, he could only die. The moment his foot landed on the ground, it felt like stepping on a burning red iron plate, and with a hiss, a puff of green smoke rose, and then his entire foot vanished, as if vaporized. In his previous life, Su Shiqing had great respect for Gu Zhao, never showing such frivolous behavior. Now, seeing him like this, it was truly heartbreaking. Fortunately, the son was taken away by his elder brother. Otherwise, wouldn't that make this scoundrel into a lecher? Much better. He just took medicine and has already fallen asleep. Wang Hohat invited the two in and replied. Although they only touched for a moment, all signs since the battle indicated that to kill this pure-blood creature, one needed to attack from its strongest point rather than speed and body techniques. Zhang Jiayue was indeed not an opponent. During the fight, the clone realized that the opponent's overall strength was basically the same as his own, which made him feel quite troubled. How should this matter be handled? If the Xiao family finds out, they won't let us go. Huang Chunyin asked anxiously, seeing Qing Dai suddenly killed by the opponent. While Niu Gui and the Ghostface Hound were also immobilized, Su no longer hesitated and directly attacked Du Yinfeng. I don't know. Let's sleep first. It's late. Yin Yang closed his eyes, unable to hold on any longer. Perhaps stunned by the ascension of Ling Feng. The immortals flying in the air instinctively looked towards the person in the middle. Jiang Kai didn't know what the old lady was planning, but looking at her expression, it seemed to be an extremely difficult task. 109. The Celestial Song of the Mermaids. Rhoda swallowed hard, staring in shock at Su Xiao. He immediately knelt down and bowed his head to her, saying, Holy Maiden, you must be the Holy Maiden. Although we live by the sea, we have heard of the Holy Maiden's news. To see such a dreamlike figure appear before me, and even help us kill these two cold-hearted guys, I am truly grateful. Su Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, turned her head back, and once again displayed her harmlessly pretty appearance. She calmly waved her hand and said, I'm not planning to waste any more words with you. One win and one loss before, today we settle this. Yu Changsheng said seriously. Qian Shimeng returned in the evening, accompanied by Su Yuanan. Aside from me, he was the only bodyguard. I couldn't follow her around all day, and Su Yuanan needed rest. So it worked out perfectly. He took care of her during the day, and I took over at night. I was thinking of saying something, but the heavenly Tao wouldn't clumsily say something like poke me again, which would be foolish. After all, that would be extremely uncomfortable. Wen Feng Youwu brought Mu Li in. The hall was peaceful and calm, which was a bit unexpected for him. Yu Changsheng recognized the fat wolf mentioned by Baoyang. This hefty, blue-eyed magical beast was called the gluttonous wolf. True to its name, this gluttonous wolf was cruel and gluttonous, eating everything, not just humans like ordinary magical beasts. And I was just a small boat adrift in the ocean, easily destroyed at any moment. Of course, the most challenging part of accepting this inheritance was not understanding the secret method, but dealing with the oppression of will and consciousness. As the school bell rang, students poured out of the classroom in groups, chatting and laughing. Wen Yinggu returned to check the contents of the Bagua furnace and saw that one of Wen Inua's old undergarments had turned to ash. So she turned off the fire and brought the furnace inside. Then she bought 2 large refrigerators to store the monsters and humans separately. They were all placed in the great treasure mirror. He understood that when 16 Knights woke up, she would surely be sad not to see these people and monsters. Moreover, these people were sent by him, and he had the responsibility to bring them back. This was the residence of the courtyard head, representing the entire 7-state martial academy, and even the peak of the entire primordial world. Wait a minute, isn't she Li Mu's fiancé, E? Han Rawashi listened to the whispers behind her and realized that they seemed unaware of some matters. After finishing the aftermath, the brothers and sisters of Yilingjing finally gathered together again. After sharing their feelings of parting, they began to tease each other. She took out an axe, her palms sweating, and smashed it down on the lock on the door. However, because she was too nervous, she accidentally hit the door instead, leaving a mark on the wooden door and startling herself with a loud bang. The East India Company grew stronger and gradually occupied Madras, Kolkata, and another city, Mumbai. As mentioned above, they established 3 districts, each overseen by a provincial governor, turning these places into bases for further encroaching on other regions of India. Moreover, Ai did not act intentionally. From his otaku logic, it was merely about discarding unnecessary things. Because he often interacted with Wen Ming, David's pronunciation of Mandarin was much better than that of other Americans. Inspired, he posted a notice in the most conspicuous place in the restaurant. Spend over 2 yuan and get a pack of the best tissues. Do the wings of the cold crow really look this big? Bai has been leeching off my chicken soup for thousands of years. The god of the clouds complained. They would first use their available means to test whether the other party had the qualification to engage in conversation with them. With such an imperial weapon at hand, even if he encountered the same situation of being besieged as before, he wouldn't feel any pressure. 110. Shark Bully versus Evil Watermerefolk. Xiyao shrugged her shoulders and casually said, "There's no need to rush to explain to me. It's quite normal for a man to be unmarried and a woman to be unmarried." Hearing her indifferent tone, as if she really didn't care, Nanxing dejectedly lowered his head, feeling quite gloomy. Hop, hop, hop. Bubbles were rising from the sea, and soon, several mermen emerged from the depths, brandishing a spear with a seal's corpse on it. Luo Da's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the corpse. Normally, these two would have fought to the death upon meeting, but now it was different. With a common enemy, they could at least chat. Old Mai wasn't a doctor, and could only adjust normal human bodies, especially cultivators, but he was at a loss when faced with Yumu, whose body was a bit out of order. She had once doubted whether Lin you could escape from Tiangshuanzong alive, but the other party had been safe and sound all this time. Throughout the journey, she had seen too many impossible scenes. One could say that everything Lin Yu experienced was before her eyes. After speaking, he lightly raised his hand and slapped towards Fang Zheng, looking very relaxed, as leisurely as if he were swatting a mosquito. The people at the table next to them were loudly discussing something. At first, the three of us didn't pay much attention. After all, discussions could be about anything, and they had their own conversation while we ate ours, completely unrelated. While scanning the surroundings, a familiar figure suddenly jumped into his view. It was the yellow-haired guy from before. Right below. At that moment, Li Jin heard it clearly and cursed before sliding down directly. Thinking of this, Han Yue Xiao silently decided that she must treat Beitang Yeshuan to a big meal tomorrow, hoping it would help to calm him down. After saying this, the two began to fight again, while the bystander, A Bien, cheered them on, leaving ZG with a helpless expression. Tonight, I hadn't thought about going back. During the 6-fish dream period, I received a call from him, and I told him I was busy and wouldn't be going back to sleep. I was quite worried about Yu Zhu, not knowing if he could complete his mission. I was afraid something would happen to him, and I contemplated whether to let them come out. However, I didn't want Fu Xiaochuan to fall out with these business giants because of me. Lu Yang said the company was in a recovery period, and many businesses still depended on them. It was already late afternoon, the sun was setting, and the lights were coming on, yet Qin Sheng hadn't shown up at all. Bai Su had regained her short and cute stature, quietly adjusting her clothes, then lightly jumped to sit on a stool and poured herself a glass of water. According to that old man's rules, to enter Qinsheng, one must disguise themselves as a ghost. We follow behind the old man, each with a dazed expression, holding our breath, palms clenched around a handful of soil that the old man had brought out from Qinsheng. Thinking about the situation on the 3 battlefields, Ming Yuyan was still a bit excited, the blood and vigor in his bones fully stimulated. Indeed, fighting made one feel invigorated. Even for a peace-loving race like the Angel Clan, General Yin is quite fortunate. Could you introduce him? The third Prince Helian Ming turned to Yin Mu, his large face shiny, like the uneven surface of the moon, and even the exquisite deep blue brocade robe could not hide the ugly face on his big head. Looking at Yi Qing Feng with some concern, Yi Fanhua quietly asked Ming Yuyan, "Just a little bit should be fine, right?" Seeing Ming Yuyan so tense before, and now Yi Qing Feng had already drunk it, there was always a slight ominous premonition. Because of the fear of thorns, one dares not move forward, which destined them to be trapped in a deep well. Only by bravely stepping forward and being reborn from the flames, even if bloodied and scarred, could they at least see a glimmer of hope. I walked back to the gap in the floorboard, slowly turning around it twice, and indeed saw a golden skeleton at the bottom of the water. Old Walnut's last sentence sounded very much like him. He never repeated himself a third time when talking. Whatever he said, he would say it most twice, and after 2 times, it was up to you whether to believe it or not. 111. General Chengfeng. Su Xiao's words made the shark bully increasingly angry. He said fiercely, "All right, you evil water tribe actually have such malicious thoughts, and you still say it wasn't you? Our seal beastmen's corpses are right here. Do you want me to see you eat him with my own eyes to believe it? Do you think I'm a fool?" Seeing the shark bully's unwavering attitude, Nanxing and Mu Yi secretly gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. Is umbrella good or evil? If we say it's good, it ignores the lives of infants to conduct dangerous experiments, causing countless children to die. But if we say it's evil, it has saved even more children. Special attribute 2. Wheel of Fortune. When the enemy's military commanders exceed 1 and are besieging, strength increases by 5, endurance increases, and battle time is extended. Zhang Bao looked back and saw that Shui Ringgui had not pursued, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and continue running into the distance. The entire process actually took place in an instant, and then, with a ding sound, black and white lights crossed each other. Unfortunately, with a puff, the ice spike ultimately pierced the body of the underworld poison scorpion, but fortunately, it was already far from the heart. This was a forest. Looking up, there were huge tree crowns, and scattered sunlight leaked through the gaps in the crowns, forming mottled shadows on the ground. Using the light and shadows, Old Master Yuan turned in a big circle below, but did not see the cliff's edge. However, the next scene directly splashed a bucket of cold water on everyone's hearts. Liaoshi knew that most of the military strength in Jingzhou was concentrated in Jiangling and Xiangyang. After all, Liu Biao did not have complete control over Jingzhou. Even if Yang Jian were here, he would have dispatched a large army to attack Yangzhou, and it was likely that he also did not have full control over Yangzhou at this moment. Late at night, it was almost silent, and suddenly, Liaoshi heard the system's voice in her ears. Everyone knows that the first day of the Busy Friends group's listing will see a rise, and buyers who are lucky enough to get shares feel like they've won the lottery. However, no one knows how much it will rise. The skinny monkey had just bet both hands against the lame man's opposite side and turned green with loss, left speechless by the lame man's words. Knight Zhao Yu climbed the mountain as if on flat ground. Zhao Yun rode on horseback, tilting his head to look at the scene, feeling it was ridiculous. Hearing the noise, some martial artist students and instructors ran out of the classroom, subtly surrounding Wang Zheng. Song Shiqi's twin ponytails were tied high. A strand of hair brushed against Yang Miao's face, making her feel a bit itchy. Yang Miao couldn't help but rub her nose, inadvertently catching a faint scent from Song Shiqi's hair reminiscent of fresh oranges. If it were just one extreme law realm, Wang Zheng would find it a bit difficult to handle, but two would be easier, as their domains would inevitably collide, creating vulnerabilities. This gave Wang Zheng an opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi didn't care about anything else. He knew as long as he was alive, his family would definitely be safe. He took 3 water bottles and filled them with water from the water tank, placing them on the stove in advance. Upon seeing Leo retreat, Liang Qian stepped lightly and was in front of him the blink of an eye, delivering a straight punch with the force of wind and thunder. Su Huanqian understood this matter, but he had never brought it up. He just wanted to love Xiao Romu in his own way. Was that wrong? After Wu Jinru finished dancing, she moved forward, not yet satisfied with the somersault, and her fist stick flew out, hitting a branch of a maple tree, breaking off a branch as thick as a bowl, causing chestnuts and leaves to fall. Over the past few years, the Supervision Bureau had severely investigated these inspection stations, and every time the amounts discovered were shocking. The third Prince Xiao, he also used various severe punishments to serve as a warning. 112 Underwater City. Haha, Doug, your courage is growing. Are you intentionally stepping into our waters? Then why are you relentlessly pursuing our Prince Nanxing? What do you want to do? General Qing Feng squinted, a strong pressure enveloping Doug, who trembled. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to escort Prince Nanxing back. Doug began to speak nonsense with his eyes wide open. What was that all about? And why do I have to relay it again? Han Wantao was a bit confused by Zhang Guodong's words. Inside this green scroll was the information about this Nirvana treasure researched by the Fong family's appraisers. And there was only a little. As Lin Tao, the president of Osborne Industries and the leader of the Han Association, he had never dealt with Xue Su, so he naturally shouldn't recognize her. However, judging by Xue Su's appearance, it was possible she saw through Lin Tao's 2 identities. This kind of mutant with prophetic abilities was merely Lin Tao's nemesis as a person with multiple identities. Xiaopeng's shipyard was bustling with activity. The committee decided that of the 36 captured ships, those that could be repaired would be kept, and the rest would be dismantled, with the wood used to manufacture 30 class gunboats. Ignite. Qin Yuhan understood that this battle was unavoidable. She had prepared for so long just for this fight. The voices at the door came through the slightly ajar door, and these words made the honest old man feel alarmed. Zianyi and Hu Jun saw it very clearly. For a moment, the two looked at each other in shock, both dumbfounded. Although this marriage involved political considerations for the southern military power, there was no doubt that Qin Wan was definitely taking care of Gaoing. In terms of practicality, very few marriages could compare to this one, just like no noble lady looked down on Sui Yuan back then. Now, are they not regretting it? He did not ask about the He family, the family of Princess Yuzhong, or the Dingbo mansion involved in this matter, for a simple reason. First, It wasn't his concern. Second, since Princess Yuzhong had been judged so heavily, did others still need to think? Even now, the Hydra organization only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Such an enemy. Lin Tao really did not want to provoke. How many people in each unit have taken our benefits? If this continues, all the profits will go to him. And if everyone has no gains, who will look for trouble if not him? Lu Weiming continued. Everyone knows that buying a house is not a loss. So even if you offer money, people won't sell. If you offer a price they are willing to sell, it's a loss. Baiyu stated a very superficial truth. Gu Taisheng was like a flood beast. Now that he was released from a cage, he could be sure that from today on, the entire Luo Tian would be a bloody mess. To reach the school, one would have to rely on helicopters. However, although Mingjiang University met the conditions for helicopter takeoff and landing, mobilizing a helicopter to cross the city at such a time could very likely bring a large number of zombies directly to the school. Of course, it was nominally to help Lu Tao, but in reality, Lu Tao was also very clear that it was just supervision. I'm just hungry. Shang Qingli did not elaborate further, but it was clear that she was not joking. My child has been running his own company since last year. It was as if Lu Tao's mother was showing off, directly revealing the truth. Only these older generations chose to stay, appointing Cheng Lin, the son of Cheng Hai, as the new leader of the Tianshi Dao, seeking opportunities for resurgence. He stood tall in the hall, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, like the center of the universe, with everything in the hall and even the entire Han residence gravitating towards him. However, the majority in the prison were savages, and Yao Gui promised them hefty rewards. As long as they helped him get rid of Donghua Xiao, Longyan Village would offer a year's revenue as compensation. He acted without fear, ordering the immediate execution of all those who laid down their swords. In an instant, the entire prison was awash with blood. 113, the Empress's Choice. Sister Yao Yao, we're here. This is my home. After the mermen confirmed their identities and let them into the city, Nanxing's fishtail automatically transformed into legs, and he excitedly held Su Xiao's hand, introducing her to his hometown. It's really beautiful here. Su Xiao leaned in closer and discovered that the light she saw earlier was not from lamps, but from large luminous pearls radiating a glow, exuding a sense of luxury amidst simplicity. However, the two-peak law symbol realm cultivators behind Juno were not so fortunate. They lacked Juno's cultivation level and did not have a fourth-tier low-grade magical artifact for protection. The ominous energy seeped into their bodies, quickly eroding their meridians, even freezing their true qi. After saying this, he casually threw the bamboo stick in his hand to the ground and turned to walk out of the beach. For a moment, an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure erupted from all corners of the Spirit King Palace. The already thick spiritual particles shattered into pieces, making one feel as if being torn apart by the tidal waves. Xian Chao pondered for a long time, his footsteps covering every corner of this Elysium palace, and finally exhaled a breath. After visiting major cities around the world, Old Kai did not stop, but continued on to one modern city after another. All members turned their suspicious gazes toward Bai Tian simultaneously, and that profound look made Bai Tian feel on edge. Jinwan instinctively reached out to catch it. Just at that moment, Qing Li's speed unexpectedly increased significantly, rushing to her side and sweeping her leg, knocking the remote control out of her hand. Li Ling Tian thought of the threat from Yin Jun, and he had to admit that it was indeed a good way to threaten someone. Just as Shiro Amiya was getting frustrated, his opponent, Legay Barrow, instantly shifted his gaze to Aizen, looking ready to strike the moment Aizen attempted to escape. Aizen, being a special combat power of course, could not let him go so easily. For a moment, the entire space fell into silence, with only the sound of flames burning. Although this was nothing compared to the horrific smell of blood on the battlefield, when they caught a whiff of this blood scent, Yu Qing, Ignatius, and Old Ming all involuntarily frowned. How could this happen? Yi couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wasn't their side supposed to win easily? How could it turn out like this? The office where Lu Ming was located was quite special. The entire room extended outward, connected to the main framework of the building by only a few specially reinforced glass materials, resembling a duckbill cap suspended in midair. If all 10 pets were to be upgraded to a high level, it would take more time than it does for players to level up. Blood flowed from Nangong Lini's body through the tube into the other side of the curtain, where Nuo Minyu was, although it did not hit the corpse switch. It gave Reveilleur great hope, as he believed that this arrow was just a matter of aim, just as the fish was wondering when Nye Qing should leave. Uncle Yu arrived to take Nye Qing back to the capital. stating that the head of the Nye family had already learned about the drought here and sent someone to escort the Nye sisters back to the capital. However, some people in the Montes Empire did not do this. Instead, they planned to stab the Wei people in the back while the Amadas were fighting against them. Most importantly, the cannon fodder troops of the undead calamity had almost all died. Without a vast amount of cannon fodder to absorb damage, humans could concentrate their forces to deal with the legendary heroes of the calamity. Patchwick and Anubrecken were the ones who ventured deep alone and were surrounded and killed by the superior human army. Other calamity leaders did not want to repeat this mistake. After hearing him say all this, I suddenly seemed to understand why Gui Yuqing had reacted that way on the phone earlier. But how did it happen? 114. The Mermaid Queen is hanging by a thread. Elder Turtle said heavily, "It is indeed like this." Nanxing hesitated, "But I am not the Queen's biological son." Cough, cough, cough. "You are the son of my biological brother, with the bloodline of the divine beast water Qilin flowing in you. You are the heir of the Mermaid clan and should have the right to inherit. Otherwise, why would I need to make you a prince?" The Mermaid Queen struggled to rise, leaning on General Chengfeng's shoulder, gasping for breath and saying, "The main point is that your 8th grade talent is indeed." Luo Yutian was not injured. He just consumed a bit too much physical and mental energy, and he would be fine after a rest. The power of spatial distortion prevented Zhong Jing from moving, and the powerful breath of the Wind and Thunder Dragon mode was far beyond that of a single dragon's breath. Such immense power unleashed felt like it could easily destroy the heavens and the earth. Master Luo, according to my estimation, printing 20,000 copies of the first batch of flyers would basically achieve the effect you desire. It seemed that the soul-gathering crystal sensed that Ningyu's injuries were severe and began to autonomously heal his wounds without him consciously activating it. And there was no purple light spilling out. Of course, the former Soviet Union was not without its mishaps. When the devil donned the scientific guise, the things done could be quite shocking. The air within a few meters of Luo Hao once again became as solid as a copper wall. And the secret technique of the heavenly demon sealed all of Luo Hao's form changes. Don't be nervous. Let me tell you a story. Song Jianli ceased his cultivation. Song Jianlong knew that Song Jianli would not cut off his wings. He wanted to act cleanly and decisively, and that would not happen now or in the future. Song Jianlong suddenly craved to fly, feeling that flying was even more exhilarating than riding the wind. With his majesty ping and in place, let our special forces advance to Yanmingwen first, allowing General Li Jing and his army to follow closely. Do you know the purpose of his majesty's actions? Gao Shou asked. I did not delay any further and quickly began to stitch. The shorter the time, the less pain Qingwei would endure. Fortunately, although the first time was quite clumsy, I ultimately managed to stitch up the wound on Qingyue's shoulder, and I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. As soon as these words came out, the 3 mid-stage tribulation cultivators remained completely unfazed, as they had already put their faces aside. However, Bai Qi possessed the creation jade plate. Coupled with the cultivation of the path of creation and the first attribute of the path of creation, or rather, its special effect, was creation and evolution. It would be better to solidify 1's foundation a bit more, making 1's fastball more powerful. The improvement in the intimidation of the fastball would correspondingly enhance the power of the curveball. The landlord's wife's parents were both handsome and beautiful people. But why did they give birth to such an ugly landlord's wife? Moreover, the landlord's wife's 4 sisters were all very beautiful. Why was she the only one so ugly? I hurriedly tossed aside what I was holding and went to support Wang Lang. But Wang Lang shook his head and said he was fine. Auntie, I'll call that bastard as soon as I have the chance. Damn it. He.'s making my life miserable. When I encounter him, it's strange if I don't deal with him. Wang Guodong was also very angry, but to this, Grandma gave him a disdainful glance. She pointed at one of the formation flags, and that flag flew up confidently, rushing into the air suddenly. The fierce wind that had been blowing stopped abruptly, creating a feeling as if the electric fan had been turned off, which was very strange and magical. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the pupils of the two, or rather, it should be said that in the eyes of those who had shown puzzled expressions. When their gazes landed on Yu Hui, they simultaneously saw Lu Yong and, after a brief pause, began to slightly understand in their hearts why their coach had made such a choice. If it weren't for someone dying here, the room would still be eye-catching for its decoration. Perhaps it was because the tenant was a painter, so the walls were filled with paintings, some abstract, some sketches. However, Mao Qiqi was not someone who understood art, but she did know about corpses. 115. The magic of the holy female. Su Xiao saw her expression of shock, injury, and hesitation, and still said, "Do you not believe what I'm saying?" The mermaid queen shook her head and said, "You are the holy female. I believe what you say. I just didn't expect that the witch doctor in the imperial city would betray me. I have kept him by my side for decades, treating him with the respect of an elder, but I didn't expect he wanted to kill me. This matter cannot be accomplished by just one person. There must be more traitors surrounding you." The most famous scriptures in the Smiling, Proud Wanderer are undoubtedly the Sunflower Scripture and the Dugan 9 Swords, both martial arts manuals. However, the music score of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer is equally renowned, and for this incredible score, Mian was also somewhat curious. The formless inner strength condensed into a sword shape, but unlike the flying swords that Mian could control, the sword formed this time was like a needle tip. Difficult to see with the naked eye, but the quantity was countless. The title of Shuren was quite strange, but at this moment, it was completely overlooked by the shocked Lu Qingyu and Hu Dai. Sensitive Luo Yishuan, though her eyes were closed, could feel a hot gaze directly on her, without thinking. She knew it was Dongfang Yi looking at her. Now, on Earth, regardless of what one cultivates, they're all called cultivators. And the boundary has been changed to the Third World. In fact, hundreds of years ago, cultivators on Earth were referred to as practitioners, just like in the cultivation world. And the Third World was also called the cultivation world. Gula's body slowly tilted, the upper part sliding down, but the lower half was different, with a diagonal cut mark appearing at his waist. Ding, the sound representing the system prompt, made me duo tremble involuntarily. And then she heard the shocking news that left her dumbfounded. Looking at the gradually fading figure, Zhang Lin felt very envious. If only he had so many friends come to celebrate his birthday. Old Ginseng King was not so easy to fool, and his attitude was so firm that Yi Yong couldn't help but curse again. Of course, he didn't dare to speak ill of old Ginseng King. He was cursing himself instead. Maybe it's because I favored you too much, which made others a bit dissatisfied. You know, among the people we had dinner with that day, many of them have gone through thick and thin with me, and they are a bit jealous of you. Boss Zhou appeared to be quite troubled. This Meng Shuang was well-intentioned for her son, but whether she could rise to power still depended on her own fortune. Li Hui and Lu Yuanyu inside, without a plan, and simply found a big tree to lean against, starting to converse and comfort each other. One should know that the cultivation world has never been on good terms with these big families. They have been eyeing each other with disdain for not just a day or two. Hey, how did you know my dad is called Big Fool? My surname is Zhang. I'm called Zhang Ershao, and my dad is Zhang Dasha, Ershao said with a face full of surprise. Liu Bei took a bottle of water from the car and handed it to me. His eyes still held the warmth of passion, his face flushed, even making me feel his emotions. But at this moment, he was trying hard to hold back. Of course, this is just a personal matter, and you have the right not to answer. Hu Mingguang seemed to have known it would be like this and did not show any signs of disappointment. Forget about the apprenticeship. You can stay here for now. If anyone wants to go home, they can go back for a visit. But I hope after you finish your business, you can come to the imperial capital to find me and improve this great unity of traditional Chinese medicine. Guo said with a smile, and the 49 people nodded in agreement. Then, without giving Dan Chung time to respond, she took the arm of the front master of the Dongdong faction and entered the inner hall, where soon peculiar sounds of indulgence emerged. In a jungle filled with mystical beasts, Ling Feng was not afraid that the enforcement court would capture him for killing a classmate. Anything that happened here could be pinned on the mystical beasts, and, without evidence, they would have no way to deal with Ling Feng. 116. Delicious food captures the heart. The mermaids present ignored Doug and the witch doctor, standing calmly as if they hadn't heard what they said. Doug awkwardly cleared his throat, and it appeared that Her Majesty the Queen had her own arrangements. Since that's the case, I won't say anything further. Let's talk about Princess Dantang and Prince Nanqing's marriage, which is also the main reason we came to disturb you. What's the hurry? It's time for snacks. Let's eat first. So Xiyao smiled fondly. If he could be reborn in a higher world, then it would be very easy to break through. This is exactly. Soft intestines suddenly encounter myriad turns. Emotions cannot be cut, yet are still tangled. Sadness and misery weigh on the heart. How can the spirits still endure? If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. Ingij was still stepping on the bottom of a flower pot. Yet she didn't even know how she ended up in front of Qiyu. The hamster looked shocked, with so many high-level players wanting to join their alliance. This guy was so busy being happy that he didn't think about this matter at all. These two guys had an extraordinary ability to cause trouble. One could even say that they could survive until now, definitely due to the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, they would have been long gone. Lin Jingyu was meticulous, intelligent, and inherently had a sense of righteousness, making him a suitable candidate for the emperor. Steve shook his head with a wry smile. looking around but not finding his shield, probably taken by someone else, either that mysterious man in black or the Hydra that Nick mentioned. Usually, only the wealthy dare to spend money to enter, otherwise there would be so many poor people causing chaos. However, that way it was very likely that they would never have any customers. And Bosley expressed that he was worried sick about the business. There was often wine served to honor the master. As Lu Xian and his underlings went to the back kitchen to prepare wine and food, Chenyi stood by, serving Zhen Zhen and Chang'e, while the others all looked for a place to sit. Lu Chong, Lan Xin, and Li Hua sat alongside Zhen Zhen, while Duan Feng sat next to Zhao Shikue. Lin Yuran, however, thought differently. She felt that Yulan seemed very strange, as if she was hiding many secrets, but she had no way of knowing what those secrets were. Just when Gao Tingting was thinking about various possibilities, Wang Jiwei unexpectedly looked at her with a friendly smile. This was naturally the work of Huan Lan. His strike could easily send a prepared Yun Lang flying, let alone the gray-clad man who was completely unprepared and already severely injured. Please take a seat. Thank you very much for your trust in us. After Alva invited Chun Chung and the others to sit down, he casually found a stone bench to sit on himself. Xiao Kuang unconsciously glanced at Yin Moyu. This girl was very brave, and Lin Zheng must have thought the same. Jun Ziyu was in a worse situation. He was already 13 years old, and according to ancient standards, he could marry in 2 years. Moreover, with his status and upbringing, he was more mature than others. So, the sound after the storm made him feel uncomfortable all over. Now Chun Chung could see that the number of monsters in the desert was slowly increasing. He really didn't know how that pair of people had arrived here a few days ago. Just as Zi Cha collapsed to the ground, spewing blood, Fu Xiao and Hua Suye rushed over. Before Lu, Yi, and the others could react, they picked up the already dazed Zi Cha and turned to escape, leaving Lu, Yi, and the others stunned. All right, we're not fighting anymore. If this goes on, both sides will lose many people. I'll give you all our other second-tier treasures as compensation. How about it? We'll just keep the rings. Alfred, the leader who just robbed Chen Cheng, shouted urgently. 117. Princess Dantang's transaction. Doug looked at Princess Dantang in shock and lowered his voice, saying, Princess, we don't have this kind of agreement, right? A marriage with a merman? Who doesn't know that in this royal city, only Prince Nanqing has the strongest talent and is most qualified to be your beast husband? Who else can do it? The Mermaid Queen didn't expect Princess Dantang to express her thoughts so boldly. She looked at her with a higher regard and asked with a smile, since you can think this way, that's the best. This leap, especially from the rampaging black bear, made Lin Ruoxin worry that Xiao Yi would be killed instantly. Ding Shijun stared blankly at the other party as blood slowly trickled down from his forehead. Soon, his arm went limp, the gun fell to the ground, and his body slowly slumped down. Xiao Shi was almost furious, immediately interrupting Su Yanbang's words, slamming the table and pointing at Su Yanbang's nose, saying, Shut up, I don't understand. Do you understand? Or what does your older brother understand? Saying this, he shot Su Yanbang a glance, as if blaming him for saying something so ridiculous. Li Mu Yu was a bit surprised. Wandering through the graveyard, his mind was filled with chaotic guesses. Could it be that the entire village from last night died here? This seemed like a reasonable explanation, but Li Mu Yu himself was not very certain about it. At that moment, shouting suddenly came from the direction of the door, as if someone was shouting about an intrusion. Under Lin Zhao's full-speed dash, about half an hour later, Lin Xiao finally entered Xianyi County City, having encountered no dangers along the way. Blood? Are you referring to the one thrown out of the window just now? Old Wang smiled and snapped his fingers. An enormous fox outside stretched its long snout into the window, then opened its mouth wide. Her sharp gaze seemed to want to see through Zhang Ling. It was as if she wanted to fully understand his identity and background. Yangbin happened to infiltrate the Dagwang security system at this moment. Upon discovering he had management privileges, he tried to add 2 zeros behind the orders made by Dagwang securities traders. Next, the competition continued, with the next match being between 2 late-stage martial artists. As soon as both sides came up, they engaged in fierce combat. But unfortunately, their strengths were evenly matched, and no matter how fierce the attacks were, they couldn't achieve a decisive victory. Clearly, determining a winner was not something that could be done in a short time. She swallowed hard, wanting to call out, but not daring to, her throat making gurgling sounds in anxiety. Captain, what are you saying? How is this possible? Is your information true? Miao Yongyi stared wide-eyed at Wang Junjiang, unable to believe what he said. The agent excitedly prepared to execute, looking at the dazed assistant beside him, unable to help but shout loudly. The dean was very clever, Seeing who she hesitating, he immediately felt like cold water had been splashed on him, soaking him to the bone. Lu Tianyuan's expression was complicated. The other party had indeed hurt his feelings. However, he couldn't say anything. Yes, he really couldn't say anything. His clothes were a bit tattered, with frayed edges still holding some material threads, and many places were covered in dirt. He didn't know how long he had been wearing them. There was a strange, disgusting smell on him, like something that had died a few days ago. Thus, she finally had a personal pet, a spider that could emit particle beams and dismantle robots. You don't need to ask about this. However, don't worry. Just think of it as the three of us going on a trip and coming back, Luo, Yin explained. Tents were set up on the ground, and outside those tents, a large fire was burning fiercely. It should be. I used internal energy to melt the ice needles that shot into my palm, and only when I felt nothing unusual did I feel relieved. Seeing that Daba seemed to have forgotten the grievances from earlier, he also smiled. 118. Changed to another person for the marriage contract. The mermaid queen said in surprise, "Are you serious? Your father must not know your thoughts, right?" Princess Dante casually said, "He knows I love peace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the marriage request I proposed. Is the marriage something you chose yourself?" "Sort of. What about Nanxing? Did you choose him too?" "I have only heard of Prince Naxing's title in the royal family, so I chose him." Fukusin, in order not to disturb others, was reading comics. For those who perform acrobatics, finding inspiration from comics is the most suitable. Yin Qi looked at him, and his expression was hard to tell. Was it pity? Was it blame? Or was it some other indescribable, unfathomable emotion? "Hey," I called out to him, hoping he would wake up. But I also control my voice, afraid of disturbing others. Du Qianjie hovered in the air, coldly looking down at the giant wood tribe below. At the same time, a pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and Lan Yu stepped out from within. Her jade-like face resembled Du Qianjie by 70 to 80%, quietly standing behind him, ready to act at any moment. I knew. Yu Yin blushed but tightly held onto his hand, not letting him climb any higher. Although many people knew the principle of weakness in external steel and understood that this mechanical monster's interior was definitely not as strong as its exterior at this moment, everyone could only deal with its surface. Do as you wish. Lu Erfan didn't dare to go against her wishes, slightly closing his eyes and carefully communicating with the other party. What a joke! How could I do such a thing? Although shocked inside, the words he spoke remained calm. Humph, what remarkable confidence! Valira retorted while searching for flaws to exploit. Wang Dong turned his head to look at them, his gaze filled with both sorrow and pity. No one knew what he was truly thinking. Lowering his head quietly, Tang Xiao followed behind the people from Wan Xingmen, entering the Tianji Tavern, directly ignoring the cold gaze thrown by Mo Taya. "Yes, this is good, then I'll head back first," Yishiyu said, suddenly disappearing, leaving no clue as to where he had gone. At this moment, Lan Yu too appeared particularly detestable in Lan Lan's eyes, such a scoundrel. Even the cold smile at the corner of his mouth was a hypocritical prelude. Shangguan Zissou shook her head and said, "No, don't die, do you know? Immortals cannot die. Only ashes can be obliterated, don't die." Looking at Yunimo, she pleaded, "I beg you, save her, I beg you, lift the seal on her. I'll bow to you." Saying this, she bent down and bowed to Yunimo. At this point, Li Ziyuan opened the map, pointing to the movements of the puppet army along the border between Hubei and Huguan, moving all the way to the northeast direction of Huguan, towards Pingshan. After the border area of Hubei, his finger entered Pingshan, then turned toward the territory of Hubei. In Hubei, he stopped at the junction of Liqing and Pingshan counties. Qing Shui Sakura nodded, smiled slightly, wrapped her arm around Fu Can's, and jumped, taking Fu Can to the dock. For him, after overcoming the initial resistance, he truly enjoyed this unusual warmth from Li Ziyuan. He even comfortably rested his head on Li Ziyuan's shoulder. "How about I ask the master on behalf of this young hero for a few moves?" The middle-aged man spoke. The young hero looked at him gratefully. Lin Mei Man felt her heart sink. The senior brother mentioned by Yun Shui was naturally Yunimo, the one with great love. Gulinga had already gotten used to the dark environment of the secret passage and was somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden light. She opened her hands to shield her eyes, and after adapting to the brightness, she saw Yun Shuang's tense face. 119, that's too much from Doug. Yes, can you really do such a thing to your own kind? It's truly disgusting. Not to mention, the earliest evil water tribe, not even sparing the beastmen, nor their own kind, the merfolk, once boasted about wanting to taste the flavor of a merfolk, wondering if it was the same as other seafood. It's simply nauseating. Have they gone mad? A group of merfolk pointed at Doug and the others. As a result, the villagers in this village were not locals. They chose to settle here for various reasons. Thus, Luziching only brought in less than 8,000 people, of which only 2,000 were elite troops, and their momentum had greatly diminished. From Luziching's private perspective, many misfortunes were caused by losing troops. With such strong strength, Zhou Jinghong still managed to sustain until now, and with her 9th level cultivation, she was also a tough opponent. Some even praised Peng Lai. However, the cooldown time for the Hell's 3 strikes from Black Flame wasn't short. Even using the 3 strikes, it was impossible to instantly kill these monsters with more than 30,000 health points. She abandoned him. She set up numerous obstacles to prevent him from coming. He exhausted all means and risked his life to appear, but he couldn't compete with her concern for others. Huali was already able to see the situation inside the dilapidated temple, but after seeing clearly, her heart was mostly filled with surprise. Oof, do you think I would believe your words? Don't dream. I advise you to tell me about my brother as soon as possible, otherwise. I will definitely not let you go today, I said, tightening the ink box again, quietly thinking that with the help of the white fox and Fizi, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Ling Xian stared blankly as she walked back to her room, gently closing the door, and unexpectedly began to feel secretly nervous. She was serene and beautiful, ice-cold intelligent. She was oblivious to the outside world, yet knew what was happening outside the window, deeply concealed, unaware of how much she knew about her own matters. Any tactics evolved based on the basics of passing, running, and throwing. Lija believed that with the level of Lufu's 4 people, understanding it would be completely unproblematic. For days would be absolutely enough. Perhaps, Henson is one of the few coaches in NBA history who could even overshadow the players. Are you okay? Shiji's eyes still held some tears. But upon seeing Xiao Han covered in blood, she could no longer suppress her concern. Yuan Bei was not tall, his hair was somewhat gray, and his back was slightly hunched, but when he spoke, he still appeared spirited, warmly shaking hands with Wang Naijie upon entering. This Badu obviously belonged to the rare category of flying-headed individuals, relying on his unique ability of flying heads to become what people in the area thought of as a deity. After he washed the bamboo rat twice, Su Qian also brought over cucumbers and fruits found in the fridge. Suddenly faced with a change, Lija clenched his jaw but still tried to steady his mind, taking a deep breath and raising his hands. Secondly, since Supervisor Zhou has fallen, this position will be vacant. Someone has to fill this carrot pit, right? They need to perform well in front of the boss. Moreover, for a young man who has just returned from the army, sudden wealth might not necessarily be a good thing. You 2 little rascals, I'll deal with you later. Lin Yu smiled and led the 2 to the edge of the square. Every city has a street like this, with home textile shops on both sides, or a mix of home textile shops and wedding dress shops. Finding a place is not difficult. The taxi drivers in the Imperial City are known as all-knowing. Just describing the general situation is enough. What era is it now, with such advanced internet technology? Since it involves computers, there is no need to consider traditional methods for investigating this matter. One software can solve everything. After walking a distance, Chang Yinian stopped and stood still for a long time, seemingly unable to take another step forward, as if something indescribably terrifying lay ahead. 120. Open the seed interface. Perverted. Disgusting. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes and threw a ball of flame at him. The flames quickly wrapped around him, and Doug rolled on the ground in fear. For those living in the sea, whether it be mermaids or other beastmen, there is no doubt that fire is their greatest fear. Only a very few mermaids can awaken their fire element talent. They looked at Su Xiao as if she were a deity, especially Princess Dantang, who nodded approvingly. The old lady's intention was, of course, good. She did not want to send the chief family to the temple. Some things must be done with people under one's watchful eye. Countless people silently cheered for Lin Xian, and at the stands of the Red Guard army, Big Sister and Second Brother were also a bit confused, wondering if the momentum of the 108 brothers meant they truly intended to crush Lin Xian directly. After recovering from a serious illness, he first expressed gratitude for the Emperor's grace, and then, under a holy mandate, said he was going to visit the princess to express his gratitude for saving his life, thus gaining permission to enter the Chang'an Palace. Yang Iza and I entered. The room was a mess, but it was not hard to see that a lot of money had been spent on the previous decoration, which had many styles. However, the decoration was a bit excessive, making the entire room feel low in height and somewhat oppressive. Cultivation skills. Phoenix in the nest, Phoenix leading the 9 chicks, Phoenix appearing, Phoenix flying, Phoenix feathers and dragon armor. all birds facing the phoenix, phoenix sighing with tiger's gaze. A dull voice sounded, and Xiyao only felt a numbness in her arm as her body was shaken back, and the giant python's phantom disappeared. What's wrong? Why are you scolding my father? Xiao was taken aback and glanced at Xiong Beiming, then gently patted Samling's head and asked softly, in stark contrast to the calm outside, within Samling's body. The energy that had been building up was like a volcano erupting, bursting forth with terrifying power in an instant. No, you're very kind. Back then, you were so kind that you could cry for an ant. But I'm very sorry. I couldn't protect your kindness. I smiled at Lu Daqiang. After all, this day was the most important day of my life so far. I had to be in a good mood. What do you mean? I'm not here to drink. Ziyun Yuan frowned again and said with some displeasure, from last night to this morning, Feng Mu had not slept all night just to draw these blueprints and write out the operation modes of these factories. She hesitated, not wanting to meddle, preparing to leave. But suddenly hearing the conversation inside, her expression changed drastically. She couldn't help but step in a little. Liu's gaze fell on Galia behind Xinhao, showing a hint of pain in his eyes. If Galia could give him even a little response and importance, he would follow her no matter what. Unfortunately, to her, he was not even as valuable as the mud beneath her feet. Yes, it is the Qinling Mountains. No wonder I thought it looked so familiar. I live in Guangzhou, so of course am familiar with this place. It is this Qinling dragon vein that brings the favorable weather of the 800-mile Qin Xuan, the unparalleled splendor of the Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties. Ying Huiyuan slapped his forehead in realization. This child had already known when he was outside, but she just didn't want to expose it. Moreover, even if he was called in, it wouldn't solve anything. Leng Shuanger also looked incredulous, because she had not fainted. She confirmed that a year had not passed. Could it be that they started freezing him while Hao Jian was still alive? People die for wealth, and birds die for food. You should understand such a simple truth. The people you brought are already few, and you've seen the capabilities of the Eastern Yamans. Do you really think you still call the shots? I asked. This place of great misfortune did not come from nowhere. As an old hand who had been mingling in Beijing City for years, no one was unaware of this place. 121. Childcare Robot Nanny. Xinbao, sit inthe. Can I exchange seeds and plant them myself? Yes, host. You can plant whatever you want. The long winter is about to end, and once you give birth to this litter of cubs, you can start planting. Is the farming life about to begin? So Xiyao fed dust. But upon seeing her accumulating points day by day, her mood brightened. The total points had already exceeded 500,000. On the massive turtle shell left by Xuanwu, Jian Quan danced with his sword, striking and slashing, thrusting and piercing, each move calculated down to every action, every direction, and every position, until he could remember it all completely. With you as my support, not being sold is already good enough. At that moment, a side door in the room opened, and an elderly man with white hair and a beard, dressed in ethereal clothing, smiled at the vice president. The minister who was supposed to meet the Prince of Li suddenly twitched his eyes. This Prince of Li even brought concubines back to the palace? A few days later, Miao Kadi had fully regained her ability to move, but there were no signs of memory recovery. Zhu Imoge turned his steps, originally wanting to ask her some questions. But seeing her rare good mood, he decided against it. They would directly give you Yixing and Meng Liang 20% of shares. This was the result of the two secretly discussing it. As far as I know, Peng Sheng has great ambitions. He probably wants a rebel, which is why he has plundered so many treasures for wartime needs, He Yunjian replied. Qianqian, give me a little time. Lu Yi lay back in grass, wondering if he could continue to suppress his inner feelings. Lu Yi was not a heartless person. One could even say he was easily moved. Taking out the imprisoned and sealed soul from his sleeve made Qingli's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps it was only when he saw these that he would finally have some emotions that a normal person should have. As for the other three, upon hearing that Fairy Mu, you actually referred to the Taoist in the green robe on the screen as a senior, they were astonished. Could it be that this person, who was called a senior by the peak of the transformation stage, was from the Void Realm? However, someone like Ma CFO, the director of the Investigation Bureau, was a rare find among the hundreds of thousands of spies in the military, like a needle in a haystack. Dai Li would not provide bodyguards. If an ordinary man heard such words from a stunning beauty, he would undoubtedly agree without a second thought. Upon returning to the mansion, Xiao Dingtian heard the head of the Lin family announce that the Zhan family agreed to form an alliance. It was Lin Guanxi who was handing gold bars to the vice mayor, whose greedy expression contrasted sharply with the glistening gold before him. Qin Yuzhan's heart moved. On Xinyao's face, he saw a hint of Shun Mingtong's shadow. This time, Zhang Tu had become much smarter. At first, he no longer attacked with dense sword light, but instead made probing attacks to preserve his stamina. At this moment, Su Jinxi was different from before. Her heart was solely concerned about the poisoned Yao, wanting to resolve the issue with Lan Yu as soon as possible, obtain the dragon sword and the antidote, and return to the altar, so she showed no mercy to her subordinates. It shouldn't be him. Lu Jingyi has bodyguards with him, and he himself knows martial arts. It's just that his legs are a bit inconvenient. He should still be able to escape and protect himself. I don't think it could be him. Zhang Yang had already seen the male corpse, so he knew it wasn't Lu Jingyi. However, the road ahead was long and everything was unknown. Su Jinxi and the others did not let their guard down. First tell me how Tu Jianfeng is doing now. Is there any danger to his life? Zhang Yang's heart sank a bit, feeling that things might be beyond expectation. Tao Sheng finally understood. Hong Xian came to congratulate on the orders of the Moon Elder. Hong Xian was a homophone for the Red Thread, which must be the Red Thread Boy of the Moon Elder. The 3 flashes of red light. The first flash was in front of Shunlan's coffin, reviving Shunlan. The second flash was in the forest, rescuing from danger and saving my life. The third flash was for today's wedding congratulations. 122, the binding ceremony. Holy female, don't go. What will we do if you leave? Without your special desserts, everything will taste bland. With the holy female, this cold sea area has finally become warm. The merfolk looked pitifully at Xiyao, who could see dark clouds gathering above their heads, almost ready to rain. The turtle elder said, "The holy female can take other beast husbands to live in the underwater city. We don't mind." Li Tianshan was greatly surprised. Many mechanical beasts in this spatial world were actually left behind by Giguzi. Following Yang Qishua's hint, he forgot all the martial arts he had practiced and his abilities. He was just a swordsman now, with only a sword, and his only task was to defeat the gorilla in front of him. The onlookers were already stunned. Bashianhu's eyes widened in shock, and Yin Yushangren's brows furrowed, her whole body enveloped in cold air, her eyes as cold as frost, watching more closely. The old man's head resembled a split spirit of the 5 poison demon lord, causing all the cultivators who were fighting to stop and gather on both sides, leaving only Yishuan and the split spirit of the 5 poison demon lord in the center. Even several knife handles and blades were broken in half, and the shattered weapons scattered around, gradually losing their killing intent in the sunlight, as if returning to dust. Students who achieved rankings or performed well would easily gain the favor of great families and organizations after graduation. Therefore, the elite competition has always emphasized honor rewards, while material rewards were secondary. This voice made Xiao Chunjuan's hand stop in midair. His heart had long been shocked. No one had ever appeared beside him, silently without being discovered. And this voice made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold. After inquiring with the shopkeeper, he learned that there were actually many ways to make money in Goyu City. The most direct being to go to the guild outposts in various cities, such as the Mercenary Guild, Crafting Guild, Hunter Guild, Housekeeping Guild, etc., to take on tasks. For rich people like Shuran and Jiang Xian, 1,000 yuan was nothing. They could casually buy a pair of shoes for 2,000 or 3,000. And a piece of clothing would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000, while a few toys would cost several thousand or even tens of thousands. How about this? You also need helpers. Besides Qilin Emperor Master, you can take away any other top experts, Qin once said. During this time, the airship had already started to descend. And a few minutes later, the huge airship was fully landed on the ground. At that time, it was deep into the night, and Huang Gaoxiang naturally thought that a thief had entered the room. Without thinking, he opened the door to check. But he didn't see anyone in the outer room. So he entered the bedroom and happened to see Yu Feifei lying on the bed. He was just about to wake Yu Feifei to ask what was going on when he was mistaken for a bad person and hit. Tao Ran thought for a moment, but still did not go out to provoke him. Li Mingho was currently intermittently revealing everything he had done, and going out to interrupt at this time would inevitably complicate things. Just as the monkey was about to put the 2 old men into the cave, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered suddenly approached from afar. Mingi roared, continuously urging the giant's sword to slash down, putting in all his effort. He would not rest until he trapped Luo, who in the cycle of thousands of giant swords. Forget it, being a few years older shouldn't be a problem. The image of the can be directly imprinted in their minds, and they should have the power to fight after awakening. After all, the members sent by it are all heroes from the Overwatch dimension. The Jinwu lineage originally had a thin bloodline, yet this time it gave birth to 10 sons at once, which was a sign of the Jinwu clan's peak prosperity. Song Jiuyo did not use a reprimanding tone. But it was precisely this seemingly indifferent attitude that made several people even more anxious. 123, National Master Faction versus Beast King Faction. Xiyao and Nanxing walked out of the water unhurriedly, while Mu Yi pulled the rope back, forcing Jie to scrape against the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. Is this the southern wilderness continent? It really looks different from the northern wilderness continent. Xiyao looked around and discovered that the southern wilderness continent resembled an island continent. The climate here was much warmer than that of the northern and western wilderness continents, allowing her to take off her thick down jacket. Shenluchi found a deserted place to land, but after walking just a few miles, they were stopped by a voice. Thus, all the adjacent rooms were being watched by the external team members. When the sixth room was occupied by Chun Jiafu, the personnel and equipment that Han Guodong wanted finally arrived. Accompanying this was the cracking of concrete at the edge of the dock, exposing rusted rebar. The cargo ship moored at the shore, the containers in the yard, and the gantry crane were all suffering, with large steel structures rusting and becoming unusable in the thick fog. The monks from the Buddhist realm were alarmed. With more than 10 true monarchs frantically launching attacks to push back their opponents and rushing to provide assistance, they split into two groups, with half attacking Zhuangzi and Jining to interrupt their cultivation, while the other half rushed towards the giant to help it escape. Elder Sheng glanced at the jade slip on the table, hesitating to say something, but Jean Zimming had already left, making the decision for him. This might allow him to glimpse some secrets of the Night of Division. As per Zhou Balin's gaming experience, the more secrets there are in the secular world, the more opportunities arise. After finishing, Zhao Jia and Ding Yi began to beat the person on the ground fiercely, stopping only when they were too exhausted to continue. She said that if she hadn't been part of this outing, they might never have had the chance to ride in a helicopter in their lifetime. As James finished speaking, he focused his gaze on the front, on Ru Jiang Kanata, and then unleashed a special move born from his ability resonance. Zhou Balin noticed that the item description had changed from saying an artifact of an unknown ancient existence to revealing it as a part of its remains, which also resonated with the rumors of the Hermit Master from secular historical materials. Just as the two ships were about to collide with the cliff, the Big Wind ship suddenly turned around, blocking the path of the Thunder ship, with 50 giant oars extending from one side of the ship to support the ground, forcibly halting the Thunder ship's momentum and coming to a stop in front of the cliff. Yu Sheng could see that Ouyang Shui was nearly exhausted, so he chose to conclude their dual cultivation at this moment. But this step was also intense and a sprint, as Yu Sheng unleashed his strongest power back and forth between Ouyang Shui and himself, resulting in a complete eruption, which was essential for the balance of yin and yang. As for Qianing, Chuanri Changpu really didn't know what to say anymore. Although she had defeated her in the game purely because of her high attributes, in reality, she was completely no match for Qianing. So what? Hesitant, Hiyu impatiently asked about the white magic core. Now the gang suddenly gained 1,000 gang experience, which caused a huge commotion. Several gang experience scrolls had appeared, but they only increased by 10 or even just a few thousand, never expecting to have 1,000. Perhaps this was the highest increase scroll. Brother, we were just thinking of giving you the magic core, but Yu Sheng knew that this magic core no longer belonged to them. So he simply went with the flow and mentioned some conditions. Andy continued attacking relentlessly. If it were someone else, they would have gone insane by now, as this required extremely high mental strength, and an ordinary person could only hold on for a few minutes at most. On the bed, Shui looked at Andy and the others, and upon hearing Huan Yu and Yu Ru speak, she realized that the three outside were acquaintances of her sister from the game. 124, I am a divine doctor. I can suppress tsunamis, so your national master's talent and strength are impressive. Xiyao was also secretly surprised and was quite interested in the national master mentioned by Chunyu. Indeed, you usually can't see the national master. He rarely appears in public, and you can only catch a distant glimpse of him during the annual blessing ceremony. Seeing their interest in the national master, Chunyu poured a bucket of cold water on them. The sensation of the two hands returning at this moment left Chu Lingxiao somewhat amused and helpless. Facing the competition between the two, he found it hard to part. Alice had no objections to Anka's proposal, as long as they controlled their time spent in the tower. Some exploration was fine. What if they got lucky and found something? This top naval vice admiral had almost fully recovered from his injuries, except for a scar on his left cheek that was difficult to heal, which, combined with his usually stern face, made him look even more fierce and unapproachable. Mulan couldn't sleep, probably because of the upcoming battle. Whenever she closed her eyes, she was back on the bloody battlefield. Additionally, It was also about building a good relationship with this girl. If she had such good things in the future, she might come back to sell them at the rejuvenation hall. However, as time passed, her stamina began to decline, while the digital souls of the three became increasingly solid and harder to deal with. A feeling of tightness gripped Apiao's heart as she thought of Chinfeng, who had fought fiercely against the demon to help her escape. She couldn't let his sacrifice be in vain. Although Tsangtian was a great villain, he kept his promises. If he said he would give you power, he would give you power, and now he was going to implant a stronger digital beast into Sheng. It was unclear how long had passed when the dull sound of digging suddenly stopped, and a faint light appeared in the dim underground passage. The light was dim, and King Qin sat by the bed. Noticing that the Empress on the bed looked haggard, her complexion a mix of pale yellow and gray-black. Weakly opening her eyes and slowly raising her hand. After watching for a while, Zhao Ji, although he hadn't lost money, was quite unhappy and called Zhang Shangying over to scold him. I will set off in a quarter of an hour. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your lives. After saying this, Zhang Shuai closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Wang Momo smiled and agreed on behalf of the lady. Both the master and the lady were anxious, but the master still tried to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Drag them to Kaishiku and execute them for embezzling taxpayers' money. Gao Fangping waved his hand. According to the news from yesterday, Zhang Jian was temporarily fine. From the messages coming from Su Chu, it seemed that Feidongdao had encountered many bandits and local rebels, but fortunately, there was no crisis. With a loud shout, Wang the blacksmith lightly jumped to the top of the mountain. Then, with his hands clasped together, when he spread them apart again, a surge of yin and yang energy was emitted. If the sun star seemed like an unceasing ball of flame, then the moon star was like a block of ice that never melted. A Xing, who stood by and made sarcastic comments, seemed to realize that her previous actions were somewhat excessive. She kicked the lawn out of boredom while keeping an eye on the changes in Sancheng's expression. Abu gave 3 flatbreads, saying he originally intended to send them to Depai, but since his nephew was going on a long journey, he would give them to him to eat on the way. Moreover, Zhang Liao had put in a lot of effort to come to the Kai residence. The meaning of the few words he wrote was quite significant, especially for Kai Yong. Everything was going smoothly, like a rally car that had already passed the most dangerous stretch of road. Now, there was just a straight path ahead, and all they had to do was floor the accelerator and sprint toward the finish line. Coincidentally, she happened to see a trending repost on Weibo, where Lin Nan was seen dragging a suitcase alone along the street under the night sky. Confused, Lin Ran followed Feng Er to the outside of the banquet hall, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. 125, the National Master's eyes. Divine Doctor? The Beast King had a blank expression, clearly not very convinced. Su Xiyao smiled slightly and said, the Mermaid Queen was not in good health before. The Beast King should have heard a bit about it. I treated her in the underwater city, and now she's almost fully recovered. The Beast King felt a jolt in his heart. As the Beast King of the Southern Wilderness continent, no matter how well he got along with the Mermaid clan, he would always be vigilant and keep an eye on their movements. He was aware of the internal strife that had occurred in the sea area earlier. If he could summon him, it would be fantastic, Luo Fong thought excitedly. With him, would he still need to worry about the Qingyun refining ground? In the middle of the underground palace, a huge, 3-legged golden cauldron appeared, towering dozens of feet high and measuring over 10 feet in diameter, with purple-red flames raging inside. Although this event was a celebration for the Wood Leaf and Sand-Hidden villages, other ninja villages were also invited to participate in the CHNIN exams. At this moment, Orochimaru exuded a faint killing intent, which made even the 3 root members who had reached elite J-Nin feel uncomfortable, let alone Kakashi and Obito, who were only at the J-Nin level. We will notify the neighborhood committee to temporarily look after your son. As for your involvement in the child abuse that led to death, the circumstances are extremely cruel and serious, so you should cooperate with us, Chu Fei said, stepping forward with his colleague to handcuff the 2 and take them away. What a joke. None of those 5 soldiers were weak. If it weren't for the element of surprise, could they have fought so easily? To the east of Chang'an City, an old lady holding an embroidered needle suddenly had a gleam in her eyes. She abruptly looked up at the impending blood cloud. Then, a faint sound came from her body, as if something had been broken. Fortunately, the vital signs that were checked were still normal. After the doctors arranged Yushu and the others into the hospital room, they left. It was only then that he discovered the war fortress before the high platform was even more vast, stretching endlessly, with clusters of dark figures surrounding the battlefield on all sides. Old Master, the time has passed. It's time to enter the examination hall, Zhou Yinru said, still looking at Zhang Pu and the others, struggling to support himself. Don't rush. The training in Luai's will start next year. So this time when you return, I will only give you 3 months. If you haven't returned by then, just wait and see how I deal with you, Gong Shuechuan said with a kind expression. Like an elder teaching his descendants. No one knows the extent of the impending plague, how many people will suffer from it, or whether they can provide help to everyone passing by. At this moment, many things needed to be done, and many things could not be done. For the first time in his life, Luo Zhan experienced what anxiety and helplessness felt like. I will obey your command, Qin Shuang said playfully, joking with the emperor, which made him laugh heartily once again. I told you my man will kill you. He is the true hero of this world, Jiang Weiwei said. Tears welled in my eyes as I ran out of the courtyard. For more than 2 years, I had not stepped out of this courtyard. Everyone said the Forbidden City was prosperous, but I didn't know what the scenery outside was like. At this moment, I felt so helpless. Fufeng was my only relative in this world, and I couldn't let anything happen to her. I clenched my fists. The creatures on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau all share a common characteristic, a thick layer of fat. All right, Mr. Mo, I will definitely complete the task you assigned to me, Karina said respectfully, bowing to the man she referred to as Mr. Mo. With large strides, he approached her, wrapped his arms around her, and rained down domineering kisses on Lan Xinger's face and neck. The waves of desire emanating from Lan Xinger made it increasingly hard for him to resist. In a moment of urgency, he heard a ripping sound. Lan Xinger's entire outfit had been torn apart. 126 moved the magic array. Chen Yu ensured they were escorted all the way to the seaside tribe on the western wilderness continent. Thank you, Chen Yu. Nanxing's good brother shook hands with him and then waved goodbye. We need to return to the imperial city first. Our journey has already consumed too much time. Mu Yi looked at Su Xiyao with a smile and said, Yao Yao, this time we go back. I will formally take my leave and go to the northern wilderness continent with you. Okay. Lebote snorted coldly, then took the unconscious Qi Tong from Jean Luren's hands. At that moment, Brand and Lebote looked at Jean Luren with indifference, and a killing intent rose from their bodies. Tian Miao's expression shook when he heard the words Peacock King, as if this news was even more significant than the resurrection of Mo Mietian. The fleeing Bu Jingyun suddenly stopped, his extraordinary sword in hand. At the moment he turned, his arms exerted tremendous force, and a golden sword light sliced through the sky, heading towards the charging divine dragon. Minato looked at Itachi, worried that with Naruto's personality, it would be troublesome for him to execute a mission for the first time after leaving the village. The night raid base was still brightly lit. Jin Liren, Lebote, and Brand lay on the arena, surrounded by dozens of empty wine bottles, their drinking capacity quite abnormal. The staff in charge of reception glanced at the press card, then assisted in registering the check-in information before handing Liang Tian a room card. Then all the attacks were rebounded back to Shui Wuqing's side, who had now lost the power to fight back. Long Poju shouted that it was bad and quickly flew forward, placing the Wuchuan sword in front of him, using all his strength to block the incoming extreme cold. Oh, is it that mysterious? Could it be that you are some kind of prominent figure at our school? Gu Yangyang felt a hint of curiosity. As for the young man, he wore sunglasses, lazily leaning on the sofa with headphones in his ears, listening to music. This securities elite, who helped her manage stock affairs in her past life and bought a seaside villa with commissions, had a temper that still required a kick to move forward in this life. We've arrived. Qi Kizhui stopped in front of a beautiful and delicate riverside building with red walls and green tiles. This was clearly a bridge tower spanning the Shantang River, with the building resembling a delicate cloud resting above the verdant river. Tai Xian approached the crowd, lowered her head, and saw that although the skeleton's wrist was severed, its palm was still tightly gripping her right foot. Startled, Tai Xian activated her skills, and her internal energy surged towards the skeleton's palm at her ankle. Junior Sister Qian. This is Lei Changye, who has been specially authorized by the sect master to extract the annotated version of the Mozi 5 Elements record for a month. Xueqingyi said solemnly. Seeing that even when pressed, Gu Qinian remained silent, Lu Dan became increasingly anxious. In a hurry, Chang Lu and Wanner quickly helped her change clothes, her hair flowing loosely as they hurried to the Nye residence. All right, you don't need to answer me. Your stomach has already answered for you. Dan Xingjin teased Muwan. Calm, serene, relaxed, and casual. However, if you, as an insomniac, take a closer look at those who are sound asleep, you will find that some people's dreams are not peaceful. Bai Qinghuan felt someone touching her, so she opened her eyes and slapped the uncle directly on the face. The uncle was stunned and looked at her in disbelief, covering his face with his hand. When Muyu saw Mu Wan returning, the smile at the corner of her eyes became more pronounced. For this matter, Muyu had indeed made more plans, and Xiao had also made a lot of preparations. She knew that the key to today's compensation lawsuit was whether the amount they proposed could gain the support of the governor, which would determine the outcome of the case. And all of this relied on evidence. 127. A specialty in treating infertility. Yao has added another beast husband? Moze's voice was very dangerous. She should not have been allowed to escort this guy. He clearly had ulterior motives and took the opportunity to seduce her. In fact, it is not entirely. Xiyao awkwardly smiled, wanting to defend Nanxing for a moment. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to pursue him. It wasn't exactly that Nanxing seduced her, she just didn't refuse. Nanxing, however, confidently said it was true. Left Xiao Su and Huan Shiji were indeed correct, as she mentioned. The morale of the Rongjiang army was in chaos, and it would be easy to take them down, although he was no longer related to the Zhe tribe. Talking about Jia, the son of the saint, still made Jahai feel quite embarrassed. Really? He welcomes me. So he gives me money and wants me to have a good time in the county? Dennis said hesitantly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner, but Yao Chushi found the food tasteless, chewing on it without any flavor, her mind filled with worries. She reached out to Princess Yunyao, but the princess shrank back a little, appearing somewhat afraid of her. We're already engaged, you can't escape. Wherever I go, you can only follow. Haven't you heard? Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. After saying this, Yang Su felt goosebumps all over, awkwardly smiling. Sun Yu sighed helplessly when the reinforcements did not arrive, and could only issue orders for the Death Warriors to protect a dozen of Cao Cao's most important direct blood relatives as they broke through the main gate. The head of the capture team quickly sent a nimble servant over to climb the wall and seek help. Meanwhile, the noise outside grew louder. Having finished expressing their grievances, they began shouting to attack the government office. To be honest, such matters were like buying antiques, even if you accidentally bought a fake. It was still like Zhou Yu beating Huanggai, one willing to fight, the other willing to suffer. A young man in white, with a long sword tucked behind him, stepped forward and said softly, reporting to the general, there are a total of 8,000 enemy troops outside the camp, 6,000 in the center, and 1,000 on each side. Upon hearing such a disparity in strength, the soldiers in front of the large tent all laughed mockingly, and even the cultivators did not hide their disdain. 5 minutes later, Qi Tianjiao's wound had stopped bleeding, and Shui Bin helped her walk towards Lu Xinran's corpse. Love needs to sprout in a greenhouse. Only then can the flowers that bloom bear beautiful and lasting fruit. Guo Sheng and Su Huan both humbly declined, accompanying Bai Qiao to the door, but Bai Qiao firmly stopped them. As they watched Bai Qiao walk away, Guo Sheng let out a gentle sigh. Emotson was taken aback, thinking this was too weak, right? He hadn't even vented his anger, nor had he seen Yi Tianzi's terrified pleading for mercy. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and the surrounding martial artists tactfully retreated a bit, fearing they might suffer an unprovoked disaster. Currently, Ji Li's relationship with his foster sister had become very strained. In Zhu Xian's view, only by fleeing to another country could he ensure his survival. After all, she was just a foster sister. Even if she were a biological sister, given Ji Li's current state, if she angered him, he would still kill her without hesitation. She took the initiative to grasp his hand, pulled out a pack of wet wipes, and gently wiped away the dirt and blood on his hands again and again, patiently and carefully. But after he finished the sentence, he regretted it, wondering why he needed to explain this to him. This green-faced man probably already harbored the idea of tearing him apart. Of course, some special races can break through the limitations of rules during the process of cultivation, thanks to their innate conditions, such as the indigenous tribes on Wu Xuanqing. Leader, should we blow up the airport together, or let Corn Eyes place explosives inside the airport? Nikita asked Hawin via radio. Lori was rambling. She didn't want to listen at all, but there was no way. Her brother was just so chatty, and he kept going on and on. 128. Are you pregnant again? You all have normal constitutions. It's not considered infertility at all. Just adjust your diet and relax your body and mind, and you can conceive naturally. Looking at the rabbit tribe's little female and her 3-star beast husband, Xiyao helplessly said, males shouldn't just eat meat all the time. The diet should be lighter. You can take your little female out to play. Relaxing will lead to having little ones. This was already the 38th couple she had seen, just as the 4-armed earth ape was about to attack again. Chen Feng suddenly cursed idiot from behind and revealed a purple lightning mark. A beam of purple lightning appeared in his hand. Compared to Ling Feiyang's calmness, Qi Chong beside him seemed a bit strange. Ever since he got into the water, he had been very silent, following Ling Feiyang closely without saying a word. His gaze at Xian Xiao and the others becoming somewhat dazed. Not dead. Great. Song Li is not dead. Upon seeing Song Li's suddenly revealed figure, Qing Ying shouted excitedly. That's right. Feng Yin just sensed the main body and learned that the main body just came out from the Twilight Land. Zhou Yinfeng nodded, his smile never fading. She was naturally lively, and since accompanying Song Li outside, he had been staying in the imperial capital, spending quite some time with Song Kaiyan, who had already started to remember things, so she had an impression of Ning Qianxue. He thought that with Liao Hui's impressive status in the Baitsong clan, he should be quite confident in commanding an army with not very strong combat power. But unexpectedly, the answer given was like this. Although the Golden Pestle's aura was astonishing, they both could not control the weapons of the Tianke aura. They also understood that such astonishing divine weapons were immensely tempting for cultivators like Gomu and Duo Li, who practiced the Tianke aura. Unfortunately, aside from credit cards and cash, there was nothing valuable on the mysterious big man. Without needing Zhou Ling to speak, Chen Shihao automatically took the cash and put back personal items like credit cards. Now, Zhang Chunlei was thinking about how to escape safely. As for seeking revenge on Song Li, that was a matter for the future. Whether it's the spirit ancestor or the yin-yang sacrifice for Qin Tian, it was an absolute secret because these two things were too mysterious. If either was known by someone, it could bring him endless trouble. Su Xian clenched his fists, his tone firm and unchangeable, while Wu Buxiang secretly sighed. Was Su Xian really capable of the training of the Chengxi army? And what are you shouting about? Just as a terrified of air, reached out his dark and terrifying strong arm towards the direction of the sound. He grabbed the screaming person and flung them back, trying to stop air. Meanwhile, Zhao Dedeo's attack was relatively smooth, having entered the town, with each company commander leading the soldiers to clear each house one by one. The one running at the front was likely a noble from the Beihu. This arrow not only greatly wounded the morale of the pursuers, but also allowed the Beihu people to fully witness the might of the men of Dazai. No wonder so many people cheered. That's right, after the morning meeting, I sent a telegram to the internal line in Shanghai, and they replied, Zhu Sandao said. Luo Dabin, holding a keychain, walked to the dog hole's entrance, turned back, and said to the somewhat plump jailer, don't talk to him, don't provoke him, stinky dog shit. Let him stew in it. In addition, Isu also had 2 new cards in hand. One was a spell card that accidentally came out when receiving gifts in Silent City. After all, the events of the previous 3 generations of Thunder Shadow had been almost clarified as a third party not involved in that war. Although the exact identity of the Konoha ninja who assassinated Thunder Shadow had not been determined, it was certain that it was indeed someone from Konoha who assassinated Thunder Shadow. 129, back to the imperial capital. Hong Zhun couldn't help but envy. You really are the holy female, Yao Yao's sister. Didn't you just give birth to the 9-tailed fox cubs? You're pregnant again, so soon? This speed is truly beyond reach. I'm so envious. So Xiyao checked. If she were a modern person, she might think this was a mockery. However, in the Beast World continent, it was genuine envy. She felt helpless, Sister Hongjin. After giving birth to your first cub, you can continue to give birth. Xie Qingfeng said. That also requires tolerance, to endure what the world finds difficult to tolerate. To bear what is hard to bear in the world. That is responsibility, even if the loss of honor outweighs losses in body and finances. However, Jiang Qingce's joking words unexpectedly startled the lewd hospital director. After Jiang Qingce finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Han Yingying, who was full of sorrow, crying like a tearful person. The strong man immediately flew sideways onto the stone wall like a sandbag, lying on the ground bent like a large shrimp, holding his stomach and howling in pain, but he no longer had the strength to get up. At this moment, Yi Fan was hiding behind a large tree outside, silently waving his hand to create 2 clumps of mud and wrapping them into mud balls, turning around to look at the furious Gu Feiyun. Above, there was a huge national flag of Wangwei, with a deep blue background and a bright white crescent hanging in the middle. Simple, yet not simplistic. By 1 a.m., the main forces had advanced to the central region of Taiwan, and the Japanese troops there, upon seeing the large army outside, had already lost the courage to resist and immediately surrendered. Xia Hushi said, Call me Daddy Gon, living in the provincial city. Mom goes to Donghu. Daddy Gon eats with us and drives us home. Everyone looked at the fire in Yin Yi's hand, all silenced. Helpless. regardless of whether this deity is real or fake. It's better to worship first. Otherwise, they would die. He believed that if the vanguard army and the People's Party launched an attack this time, it would certainly catch them off guard. Guyan felt she should trust Moe Chin. Everything now was just a misunderstanding. Moe Chin had not betrayed her at all. And what Mamla saw was, in fact, just a misunderstanding. Moe Chin must also be troubled by her misunderstanding of him. Bayu. Qin Chuan hugged Veronica, who was passing by with Eliza, and rubbed her head with a smile. Brother Ouyang, I only want the secret of the cursed land. I can do without the rest. Zhang Yu glanced at Ouyang Hua and said. Gu Yin felt happy. Her feelings couldn't be expressed. And she couldn't use Gu Yan's unhappiness as an excuse to pursue her or to tell her straightforwardly that she could give her happiness and that she would never let Gu Yan feel sad or disappointed. Han Xin was his future partner, and now that he had chosen all the main roles, what did he still need Han Xin for? Iran? Meng Yanxin walked to the dining table, awkwardly tugging at her hair in front of her forehead, revealing a sweet smile as she greeted Gu Xiaoran. After sending his parents and father-in-law back, Qin Chuan also returned to the palace with Ilea. Old Master Duanmu's face completely turned cold, disregarding Huang Hai's identity as the head of a family, and immediately began to reprimand. Unable to think any longer, she simply jumped onto his back, covering his nose, attempting to wake him up by suffocation. However, what puzzled Mu Xianling was when Ji Wushuang had met Hua Chue Shui, as these two had no connection at all. Lin Yu opened his eyes and found that his true energy had expanded threefold, and there was a golden liquid slowly flowing through his blood. All right, Wu Xiangyu stood up and forced a smile. In the current Wu family, the elder was authoritative. How could she refute? Watching Lin Yu's figure disappear from her sight, Emoya felt a pang of sadness, guilt flooding her heart, and she started to sob. Before coming, she had learned all possible scenarios from the Fifth Prince, and now Taik was merely performing according to the script. Perhaps it was because Gu Huayan was the only person related to her past year. When her sister saw this face, she felt a long-lost warmth surge in her heart. Even though the Mo and Wu families had not yet become in-laws, the current situation was already quite clear. Even without a marriage alliance, the Mo and Wu families would form an alliance. Would there still be room for the Ji family to survive then? After the last incident, the old witch was even transferred out of the office, which really relieved the people in the office. Upon looking inside, she indeed found the cultivation method of the Qi refining realm, which stated that the Qi refining realm is divided into 3 stages: Qi introduction, Qi refinement, and Qi integration, also known as the 3 realms of Qi refinement. The two were chatting and having lunch when suddenly Tang Luo saw Su Lei, who had a table to herself with an empty seat next to her. It seemed that he had suffered severe lightning injuries, and the trace of lightning within him had not dissipated. He needed someone skilled in lightning techniques to drive it out, or he might still be saved. Wang Ziliang looked at Lu Sanner's injuries and said. Su Jie burst into a sprint, each step covering a distance of 1 or 2 zhang. With his powerful burst of speed, he surpassed many martial artists skilled in lightness techniques. In a short time, he reached the edge of the deserted island and jumped into the lake without hesitation. Suddenly, Su Jie felt a jolt in his heart as the cold energy from the ghost crystal entered his body. It first came into contact with Su Jie's golden vital energy, but seemed to realize that the golden true Qi was not to be trifled with, and then attempted to merge into Su Jie's bloodstone true Qi. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and was quite handsome. Although his strange Taoist robe was dirty and severely damaged, it did not detract from his charm. The men's 100-meter semifinal was about to start, and the head of the sports department was already calling for participants. 1:30, a family reunion. Who are you? Why are you holding my sister Yao? Nanxing looked astonished and rushed over to grip Su Jin's wrist, tossing him aside without hearing the latter's second half of the sentence. Hiss. Su Jin had no way to resist in front of Nanxing. He looked at Nanxing in surprise and asked warily, Who are you? Your strength is very strong, at least above the 8th rank. Nanxing lightly lifted his chin and said, Yes, last time a window was opened because of the smell from the bathroom, but this time, I smelled a fragrance and also heard some inappropriate sounds. Some people on the sidelines noticed that Shi Feng was trying to borrow the Yin soldiers. Once the Yin soldiers appeared, they were sure to capture people's souls, and the audience would inevitably be affected as well. I walked toward a ninja hiding in the shadows, while Yano Koji also approached a hidden RB ninja. Yano Koji struck first, and I followed. Su Jie sent him your photo, and, at that time, he really wanted to rush back. But by then, he had already been in a car accident, which was man-made. When Bo Qing mentioned the words man-made, my heart couldn't help but tighten. Looking at the man in front of me, who was laughing uncontrollably, I really wanted to hit him. Is it funny to be jealous? Is it really that funny? It made me so angry. I don't know if it's because this palace resembles the Ming Tang and the Luoyang, but it feels very familiar. Once inside the Great Hall, this feeling became even more pronounced. Gucci Han said that we must quickly send away the Dorgos to the Chun family and other dirty things, otherwise the Chun family would face disaster. Even loss of life. I asked him how to send them away, and he said it wasn't the right time yet, and we would talk about it later. At that moment, my second uncle was nearly insane. He once again cut open his palm, using his blood to nourish the corpse of his second grandmother. However, it was the soul of the second grandmother that needed to dissipate. Even if the body was intact, she could no longer be revived. The cave was pitch black, and after walking for a long time along the winding path, it seemed there was no end in sight. Don't come looking for me. You must take good care of Wong Wong and remember what he likes and dislikes. Okay, there's no problem with the technique. I, old bull, should also restore my soul power. Niu Taiju sighed as he glanced at the spirit cleansing pool. He had consumed more than half of his soul power here. It was time to replenish it for himself and his sister. It was so easy to shake those people off. Lu Yaoji thought of the fabric in the Chinquan bag and couldn't help but feel happy. It really was effortless. Xing Heng returned to the fire god mansion limping. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he saw his father, Zhu Ji, with a dark face, flames raging all over, pacing back and forth in the hall. Meanwhile, Shun Xinghua saw Xiang'er recite the incantation fluidly and finish the hand seal, but she fell into an inexplicable silence. Her expression was serious, and her demeanor was heavy. After leaving Kabul, Yin Shu's group arrived at Suttiport. At this time, Yin Shu's cargo ships had already increased to 3. However, she rented a ship that was fully loaded with rice. I didn't, it's not like that. We're just ordinary friends, and he's just staying here temporarily. I tried to explain, but my mom still looked doubtful. Do you have a fixed seat? Although Bai Qin secretly doubted whether Lu Yin had been wandering around with a plate among various delicacies without sitting down after arriving at the restaurant. After that, until the end of the final exam, Shirlu did not notice any more unusual behavior from Mamadan. The star show was originally scheduled after the designer's speech. Man Tianhao made a gesture to Yang Yali, and Yang Yali understood his meaning and moved the star show up. Sister, are you talking about an aphrodisiac? Did you really manage to make that thing harmless to the body's true energy? Jiang Xinyue asked in surprise. 131. Seafood risotto. What about the female who had previously been abducted by the Western Wilderness continent? How do you think they felt at the moment they were kidnapped? Su Xiao noticed that the female from a northern district had fallen silent and looked towards the other females. Tian stepped forward to speak, saying that once a female is captured, there is no ability to resist at all. If it weren't for the holy females helping to rescue us, we might have been violated and never returned to our homeland. If possible, I also hope to possess innate strength. Zhang Yaming's words made Aluo very happy, indicating that they would set off immediately and aim to arrive by the afternoon. For a moment, not reacting in time, instinctively reaching out to take the chips. Upon closer inspection, it was already in hand, making it awkward to refuse again. Beast, seeking death, is it? Suchi saw that the fighting corpse had broken free and was charging towards him. Suchi also did not back down and met it head-on with his broken soul. I ascent God of the underworld's guardian better. Life safety is the priority. It not only increases the basic defense percentage, but also boosts basic health points. More than a week ago, Luoxua Hanmei had just been promoted to a Tier 3 silver-level warrior star position and was immediately appointed as the minister of the warrior department. Many players dug things out of the ground, all of which were plants. None were related to treasures. Many players wanted to give up, but seeing large groups of players digging on the grass, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. What if someone found a treasure? Wouldn't that mean they missed out? Because even from the screen, those present could feel the warm scene, sensing the intimate relationship between Zhang Yaming and the pair of dolphins. No matter when, abandoning comrades to escape is disgraceful, even a shameful act. Even in unavoidable circumstances, strategically retreating and being forced to leave comrades behind will become an eternal regret and remorse. The insect race has the ability to absorb food genes for self-evolution. So even if the substitute heart is not a human heart, with the insect race's powerful gene fusion, it can still complete the heart and save Sun Nan's life. That's right, I'm not good at this kind of injury. But the 1000 Gold Hall on East Street is very skilled, the doctor said with a smile, pointing outside. Although it is unclear what kind of dragon god this is, since it has reached the level of a main god, calling it Dragon King is definitely not wrong. Huangfu Qingying and young Master Zhou Ci's expressions became serious as they nodded. Both knew that to enter the ancient city, they must first advance to the Nirvana realm, and they were well prepared for it. With Chun Shi as their protector, they had even less to worry about. Although the old man couldn't be sure if the effect was real, as long as taking it made the body feel a bit better, it was worth it. He immediately felt grateful to Gu Xiyu, increasing his impression of her. But clearly, the Yasha people did not feel the same. They even believed that disturbing them by self-reporting their numbers was the greatest slander and trampling of their honor. After being close with the black whirlwind for a while, several black dots appeared in the distance. Sean knew, without looking, that it was Jean and the others. I can't spare 20 or 30 people. We have car mechanics and milling workers, all of whom I dug from surrounding factories, at least level 5 workers, Tin Yu Jun said. So that's how it is. Li Tian and the others realized after hearing the explanation. Blood Shadow squinted and said, so what if there are many? We 5 can take a detour to avoid them and quickly enter the underworld to open the passage between the underworld and the demon realm. They definitely won't catch up with us. Professor and is currently collaborating with our newly introduced Professor Zhang Yihua on the research of turbine blade materials. You came just in time to participate in this project. Both of them are top experts in the country, and working with them will allow you to learn a lot. Lin Jinhua said. 132. Future planning of the northern wilderness continent. Ling Jia said happily, really? This rice can be grown? That's really great. Opening up fields is a simple matter, Bai Yin said. We originally planned to rebuild several cities and repair nearby areas for raising prey. Although winter is just about to pass, we must prepare for the next winter. After all, no one knows which will come first, natural disasters or man-made calamities. We need to be fully prepared. Su Xiyao basically wasted 2 weeks because he received counterfeit money. To save money, he could only run alongside the bus, rushing to the wholesale market and then rushing home. Feng Jianyoming's current statement left Kunsha Shuimi a bit stunned, and then she couldn't help but laugh. This approach is no different from that of a normal monster. She had previously suspected that this guy was just a dead human. Haha. This behavior is just that of an ordinary monster. So, let's just wait patiently. Wang Hu took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and smoked without caring whether smoking was prohibited in the hotel corridor. At this moment, Chu Gujuan was staring at Zhao Tianhu with a gloomy face, like a fierce tiger ready to pounce on its prey. The war aspect was her responsibility, and she had no deep thoughts about these matters. Since the elders had arrived, their lives were considered safe. With elders stepping in, no matter how powerful the two in front of them were, they wouldn't be able to harm them. As soon as Mr. Ma's words fell, all the leaders present looked at him with angry eyes and rebutted him with words. She realized that these two teachers were completely hitting her cute points. Just as Xiaobai was lost in thought, the beast tide had quietly approached Guao City. Compared to the overwhelming attack on Muduo, Giguzi was somewhat angry. During the War of the Gods, not all God King level NPCs participated in the battle. Lu Luo and the Wen family had been away from the capital for many years. Regarding the second lady, they had only heard about the disruption caused by the Jiang family's marriage back then, and nothing else was clear. After the afternoon banquet, news indeed came from Fuchintang that Consort Kong had been pregnant for more than a month. In addition, this was a sea of clouds where one could fish for clouds. Jun Mo finished speaking and smiled at Shun Yueshua, making her feel quite perplexed. Yibai had thought more than once that when he entered the starry sky and saw this person, he must thank him, and if possible, he would shamelessly seek to become his disciple. Therefore, Li Mu was not surprised that after the fall of Reinhardt, the Prime Minister of the Mo Republic, the true helm of the Mo Republic, spoke to him only about the customs and affairs of the Sujin Republic. No need. Finish the business and leave. You sit down. Lu Xiyan didn't show her any mercy. Obviously, Yibai should still be alive, but this state of being alive was quite terrifying to behold. Tang Zatsa was busy going crazy. Even Gu Ziyue and Lu Shaoqing across the ocean were complaining in various ways. The 13th prince was after all the biological son of the empress. No matter the purpose, it was only natural for her to want to reclaim her biological son. I grabbed Zhang Xuanchuan's hand and pulled her up from the ground, saying, I'll take you to a place and tell you something. My mind was in a fog, not knowing what Wan Yufeng brought me here for. The attitudes of those two strange men towards me were extremely bad, and to figure out the situation here, I could only start with them. In Xiangqin also valued the inheritance of the Yin family, and above the Holy Master, she chose to suppress her awakening, succeed the family head, and protect the clean land outside the world. I was seriously talking nonsense, feeling quite good, having gotten used to this way of speaking. If one day I want to trample the Bai family's holy light underfoot and make your former lover bow down to me, what will you do? 133. Cultivate and farm. Water element, fire element? Bai Yin was stunned by Su Xiao's talent and strength, somewhat incredulously saying, Yao Yao, I remember you only had one mental power before. Su Xiao said, yes, that's just one aspect. My talent and strength are increasing more and more now, and there will be even more in the future. Mu Yi teased, even the legendary holy female isn't as powerful as you. I also think so. Lin Mei Man remained silent, and then said to Zissou, what is he? How dare he shout in front of me? Yuan Chuan, let me tell you, I don't care what your identity is. If you anger the Lord, I won't let you go. As she spoke, a red light suddenly appeared in her eyes, piercing into Yuan Chuan's dark pupils. However, there are 3 highly skilled martial artists secretly protecting Miss Wuming. The man said calmly. Wang Ming, sitting on the sand, frowned slightly. He didn't know when a large, oddly shaped military knife appeared in his right hand. As for the aircraft manufacturing plant, I don't really understand these things. I have some suggestions for the Army's Schweb bowling. But when it comes to the Air Force, Schweb bowling is a bit powerless, especially when it comes to building an aircraft manufacturing plant. Damn girl, you're so clever. That Ma Shanran is my nemesis. The first time I saw him, my face turned red and my heart raced. My hands and feet went numb. Thank heavens, he was really saved back to his hometown by the giant spirit god. The master and servant laughed as they arrived at ancient Sage Town. Standing amidst the clouds and mist, Liang Ji was drinking and having fun with his favorite 4th concubine last night. And he got so drunk on ether that he didn't even know how he got to bed. What she paid was not just energy, but the painful torment of facing her loved one hovering on the edge of life and death. Fu Can deeply understood that feeling. Ka Lete was astonished. Did Jose's memories recover on their own? But no matter how, coming here at this time and directly questioning DeMoss was clearly asking for trouble. No, you're doing great here, Lan Yuming quickly assured, then turned his head and glared fiercely at Wang Bin. But half a minute later, he had to give up, while also marveling in his heart if there was anyone in this world with a thicker skin than Wang Bin. Yin Mo conjured a protective barrier and flew to Yu Linglong's side. Yu Linglong struggled to open her eyes and saw a man as jade-like as himself. Parting his dry lips, why has the immortal come here? His hoarse voice interrupted Yin Mo's thoughts. However, Long Tongue still felt it was unbelievable. In fact, he still wanted to go directly to the Tiger Roar Empire, find the Tianhu dance, and then clarify what exactly happened back then. Whether it was exactly as the Phoenix said, that it was using Long Tongue. He let him and Miss Shu learn some characters so that later in the city, he could work as a bookkeeper in those inns and restaurants. He bent down to bow to her. Xing Mu grabbed her, dragged her in front of him, and coldly pinched her chin, pouring the wine from the cup into her mouth. Murmuring, you said if we had died together 5 years ago. How good would that be? How could there be so many troubles now? He held her hand and gently wiped it with a silk handkerchief. Seeing Zhang Yao seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Yin Mayu understood he was just concerned, so she didn't blame him much. After a while, Gao Tingting returned, excitedly saying that a certain store was opening and nail polish was being given away for free. Yin Mayu was very happy and expressed her willingness to go together. She didn't really mind but mikingly always considered herself to be the future Fox King. So she might not be able to accept being treated like this all of a sudden. Commander, Fu Xiao and Hua Suya shouted, while Zicha had already chased down. They only saw a figure from behind. Li Shuai was no longer as innocent as when he first arrived. He understood what I was saying. Although he didn't know what he was thinking, he found warmth in his tight embrace. 134. The Spirit Fox clan has come to seek refuge. A group of people was blocking the city gate, chattering and arguing about something. Over the crowd, Su Xiao saw Su Lin, that timid and incompetent mother from her original self, her eyes red, talking to an older lady about something, her expression somewhat agitated. Oh dear, my poor child. How did you lose your daughter at such a young age? Who had the audacity to kill my capable young son-in-law and my beautiful granddaughter? The evil young master did not take Murong Ao's earlier unkind action to heart. He took out another strange bone box from his space ring and packed the box given by Murong Ao into it, as only in this way could it be carried. After all, that peculiar box couldn't be placed in the space ring. As Yu Miao Miao passed by Wei Jiuxiao, he suddenly reached out and pulled the veil covering her head. But on Dalian continent, that 99% of sweat was definitely not wasted. It was experience earned with one's life, allowing you to live longer in this treacherous environment. I must say, the designers of Dream are amazing. At least in terms of drawing skills, none are less than scholarly level. Looking at one perfect draft after another on the big screen, Jian Ran felt inadequate. The thick-browed man lightly frowned, withdrew his arm, put on his shirt and trousers from the bedside, and walked over to open the door. Upon learning that she still had the child, after a moment of shock and joy, there was a deep unrest. Camping outside temporarily, the conditions in the tent weren't good, but Yu Meow Meow didn't mind. Watching the boy clinging to his thigh and wiping his snot and tears on Shada's pants, all Shada could do was disdainfully try to kick him away. He spent 10 years working hard to achieve today's remarkable results, not just a month of luck. It was incense, the scent of incense. To be honest, the incense in our ancestral hall was all processed by Liu Banyue himself. Our village is isolated, and everything is self-sufficient. This incense has existed before, and there's nothing wrong with it. Village Chief Liu said. Li Jiao was still hoping that Shu Feng would hold her face to apply medicine for her. But who knew this guy was ready to walk away? A farce under Yi Xuanji's design ended perfectly. Ernie's father insisted on having Yi Xuanji take away a box of good wine and a good cigarette as an apology. Shu Feng shrugged, turned around, and left. After all, Han Chanqian was the aloof schoolflower, and enough people had already gathered around. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to get out. When Zhu Yuanzhang got serious, he hadn't even finished giving orders when a violent gun suddenly interrupted all of Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts. Since he understands a bit, why not have him compete with me? Liao Long raised an eyebrow, somewhat pleased. He never expected that the old donkey heir would dare to say that these three low-profile-looking guys would be extraordinary and dangerous beings, especially that San Pao. To be honest, he imitated leopards quite well. If you didn't know, you would think he came out of some wildlife park. He took out the Luoyang shovel, pickaxe, rope, military knife, universal engineer shovel, flashlight, compass, screwdriver, glass cutter, and other tools, packed them into his backpack, blew out the candle with a puff, opened the back window, and jumped out. Sister Ju is dead. Let's give her a good burial. Shu Yunlong looked at Wen Yinming and said this sentence with a heavy heart, then left directly. However, if you want to stop me this way, it's a bit ridiculous. Shu Feng still took his time, opened his mouth, and a stream of stars was released from him, shining brightly in the night, looking like the Milky Way. Only after old Huang stirred up Xiao Feng's emotional changes did he return to normal, forcing Xiao Feng to quiet down, and this silence lasted longer than when he first arrived, making Xiao Feng wait until dark. 135 perfect relatives. What? Still building? The residence isn't in this imperial capital? Then we don't want it. The old lady snorted. Is this how you're sending us off? I want this room. Just let them move out. As soon as this was said, the nearby orcs couldn't hold back anymore. Who could tolerate this? Right off the bat, they were asked to move out and vacate the room for others. Are they crazy? Ling Jia timely spoke up, Spirit Fox. When she turned back, Shangguan Xiaoming had returned to his true form, circling above her head. Xian Tiawu instinctively wanted to go in and wake up Zhong Yi, but was stopped by Yu Yangjin's hand. Before long, Li Dongsheng went crazy too, provoking himself, provoking Xie Jiangnan, and even provoking Chao Yu. Let's leave this void for now. If handled properly, inputting spatial information from here and infiltrating the world's laws could also be a good option. After receiving the call, Zhong immediately brought Wang Geng and Shidawai to the Helicopter Research Institute in Myakina on a military train, arriving in a hurry. However, after one night passed, early this morning, Zhang Maji pressured Zhong to take him back to the west bank of the canal again. From the moment the first soul stepped out of the black wormhole that seemed to lead to an unknown depth, until Bai Qi led his troops to salute Qin Shi Huang. There was almost complete silence in the Soul Town during this time. In the world where Wu Yinyong was, unlike Han Mingming and Luo Chun, there existed a chaotic place called the Jianghu. Chi-Chi was already 13, had developed, and in this situation, even if Xiyao didn't say it, she herself had begun to avoid the opposite sex. Auntie, may I ask which two eyes of yours saw Luermatzi at my house? Himai said amicably behind her. Everyone always knew that Cho Erden was ugly, but from a distance, when placed among a few fat people, Cho Erden actually looked the best. Watching them so spirited, even if they couldn't get first place, they were still quite pleasant to the eyes. The owner of the He Ping Hotel in the provincial capital is a person with a significant background. Their big hotel is also opened in other cities. How did you come out? Didn't you say you were still sleepy and needed to sleep a bit longer? Yun Chen raised his eyebrows at him, leisurely leaning against the doorframe. Shi Jingsheng paused for a moment and then said, I will help you take back the Rome family. That should belong to you. As she thought about this, Su Ning seemed to see large amounts of silver desperately trying to drill in her pockets, and she couldn't help but smile foolishly in excitement. She wasn't really angry. She just felt a bit embarrassed and was more afraid that the village chief would find out about this tomorrow. While busy with business at the company, Han Haojuan frowned in displeasure, no time, secretly thinking that it was a good hit. He directly hung up the phone. Uncle couldn't help but look at him seriously, trying to figure out what kind of person he was, if any noble here got into trouble. Wushan City might have to face consequences. Yin Shun curled his lips. These powerful people all seemed like they couldn't be seen, wrapping themselves up tightly. Unfortunately, they could never return. They had already reincarnated and started anew, with only Jing Mu remaining unchanged. It was just that the baby face was too deceptive. Jiang Han clearly noticed that Yu Hong was thinking, but had never considered how his stolen treasure ended up with Bai Chenxi. In fact, she suspected that Rong Yu's identity was not baseless. The moment that man appeared, she felt a special sense of familiarity. She opened her eyes, shielding herself from the glaring sunlight, and found herself lying on a comfortable bed, surrounded by elegant and luxurious furnishings that felt somewhat unfamiliar. If they hadn't used the secret treasure in the end, they might have lost, but that secret treasure was just too extraordinary. Lin Yu recalled, feeling that tangible evil aura reappear around him, full of heart palpitations. 136, a group of spoiled brats. Su Xiao also lowered her voice and said, "Yeah, I don't like them either. I still like you guys a bit more." She really did encounter such extraordinary relatives. Suddenly, she felt that Su He was so pitiful, having been oppressed by Su Zheng in the first half of his life, and now he still had to endure this old lady's temper. Impossible. So he was really angry. He glared at them and gritted his teeth, saying, "How could the Spirit Fox clan have such disgraceful descendants like you?" The entire floating mountain was experiencing a disturbance in spiritual energy, with vast amounts of energy being inhaled and exhaled, as if a strong wind had blown through it, creating a rustling sound. Security guards dressed in camouflage were patrolling back and forth in various corners of the estate, and at first glance, the security measures seemed quite tight. At this moment, the arena was already crowded with people, and those outside could no longer squeeze in. Many, relying on their higher cultivation levels, wanted to fly into the air to take a look. Those places were beyond his current abilities to breach, and anyone who could break through those areas was definitely related to those upper gods. Originally, the fifth group S opponents were Yilan and Jiang Zhishui, but it was changed to Wang Yu and Jiang Zhishui, with the map remaining the same. A full map sniper on the transport ship, killing 40 enemies. Yang Tian fell silent immediately. He knew that Nunu had suffered a great deal of injustice, but he was also confused. Although he did not care about others' opinions of him, he was concerned about others' misunderstandings of Nunu and Nunu's misunderstandings of him. In Wade's words, before the fourth final, he didn't know where James had gone. The disciples, who originally wanted to scatter uncontrollably and escape for their lives, were now being held back by the leading disciples, trying hard to suppress the thoughts of fleeing from this hellish place where they could die at any moment, anxiously gathering back together. Inside the giant egg, the spirit beast's bloodline was thin. Even if it broke out of its shell, it would not reach the level of Xianming Xuanwu and could not be considered a spirit beast. Wu Zijian called it Turtle Son, and calling it a turtle bastard was also not wrong. Under such a gaze, he felt as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing, frozen and icy cold. Then what could still attract the three over there? The fact that these three could not take anything away indicated that there was no need to worry for the time being. Splash! Ming Changong jumped into the water, and Lin Yu looked at the approaching Ming Changong with a cold smile. Secondly, Liu had already activated the smart brain permissions and had developed formulas for a dozen new drugs. Once produced, they would be enough to bring the company to its peak. When the company grew to a truly prosperous state, the A drug development plan would be restarted. But by then, the company would not be the same as it is now. Xiyao stared at Huajio for a long time before he couldn't help but fiercely kiss her, seemingly trying to confirm something with this action. "Auntie, the boat won't move. It must have hit a reef, right?" Jean Mile touched his forehead and guessed. Everyone shook their heads. Others had long exited the illusion, and Ling Tian was the last to leave the illusion. As he propped up the golden dragon's body, 10 crimson blood snakes suddenly sprang out from behind Yen Shi, each with its mouth wide open, rushing towards the golden dragon's body. The entire venue fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause that reached the roof. There was no pretense or constraints, which suited the designer's free-spirited temperament perfectly. In his unconscious state, Wu Yi dreamed of his family again. This time, his father did not scold him, but looked at him with pride. Several brothers stood behind their father, constantly smiling at Wu Yi. It was a happy smile, a reassuring smile. In the time it took for the three of them to say a few words, The voice of the second prince's wife rang out from outside the courtyard. Xiyao and Xiyao went out to meet her, while Feng Jing hid inside the house, only coming out leisurely after everyone had walked far away. 137. The beast husband who was forcibly stuffed in? Su Lin sighed helplessly and tugged at Su He's shirt hem. Su He then realized and said, "Since that's the case, let you stay in the room of Su Lin and me for now, and we will squeeze into Su Mo's room later." Su Mo squatted down, feeling wronged, and started drawing circles. Well, in the end, he was the one who got hurt. Su Xiao raised her eyebrows and looked at them. "Do you have any objections?" Her uncles shook their heads in unison, not daring to voice any dissent. The emperor had already made a decision. What else was there to say? They could only discuss the emperor's proposal among themselves. Fan Dajian followed behind and shook his head at Yuan Mao, expressing his disbelief that Hu Giang would gain anything from this trip. Tsunade watched Kakashi enter the piece of land that had been abandoned, revealing a thoughtful expression. After circling the shrine, Kakashi finally entered the dance hall that had been cleaned up first and sat down on the floor. For example, when you two are arguing in a cold war, what you are competing with is your endurance, to see who will be the first to crack and ask for peace. The Turks have 6 tribes, and 2 of them conspired to rebel, going through several months of chaos before ultimately suffering a crushing defeat and fleeing the capital, with their whereabouts unknown. Although the beta is fierce, the mask is still very sturdy, and Wang Jing's inspection process was not very difficult. It should be known that every day, tens of thousands of martial artists die on Qinqing Island, and even more are injured. Recently, there was an assassination attempt on the Khitan, and the assassin has still not been captured. Today, someone saw the assassin at Lord Zhao's residence. Lu Chong first spoke to Lin Yi, knowing that the tiger cat is aggressive. If it gets angry, things could get troublesome. After wandering around the city, they had purchased almost all the equipment, including ropes, iron hooks, etc. Of course, these were bought with the help of a stranger, who willingly offered assistance for a few silver coins. Just then, Murong suddenly felt an extremely vigorous holy light energy pouring into his body, like encountering refreshing rain in the dry desert. Every pore felt relaxed. Releasing Gong Yue, she leaned against the nearby wall, her waist bending weakly, gasping for breath. She reached back to touch something, but found nothing. The flying axe that had been thrown out and picked up several times that night was finally all gone, tossed away by him. As long as a few scouts were stationed at the mountaintop, any movement at the foot of the mountain could be seen clearly. So, the Tao family's team had barely left the village when the news reached the ears of Li Yud, the leader of Li family village. Indeed, you guessed right. But what's important now is whether there's anything I can help you with. Lu Yimeng said with a faint smile, lowering his head. Just wait, I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Wang Yilong said to Lin Yiting before running out the door. Not good, something's happening. With bleary eyes, Meng Longwei suddenly got up, grabbed the gun beside him, and ran outside, showing no signs of being drunk. Bai Shan's face was as pale as gold paper, his clothes soaked in blood, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his injuries were severe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More arrows rained down from the roof of the welcoming hall of the Taoist temple, knocking down his confidants and leaders one by one. The 6-winged angel's mentality was clearly somewhat broken. They couldn't fight back and didn't have the power to silence others, putting them in a difficult situation, leaving the 6-winged angel hesitating for a long time, not knowing what to say. Mo Xingyan knew what he was about to say, and seeing that he didn't fully express it, he felt no need to force him. It was unclear whether it was Yi and Wanshue's illusion, but she felt that his words carried deep helplessness and desolation. However, she didn't have the ability to analyze Su Guijuan's words and chose not to dwell on it. 138. A group of increasingly powerful beastmasters. Heaven forbid, is this how you speak to your elders? I am a grandmother of the Holy Maiden. Exactly, let us in. Is there a beastmaster blocking the elders at the door? This is simply outrageous. A group of people chattered, resembling gossipy ants. Nanxing angrily said, "What are you doing? I originally respected you because you're Sister Yao Yao's family, so it is only right that she should serve the organization after she comes out. This is what she should do." Later, she was implanted with a system, and unexpectedly, it actually matched with the system. Just then, a celestial messenger bird flew into the hands of the white-haired elder. He took a scroll from the celestial bird, and after reading it, his brow furrowed deeply. However, before opening this artifact, he waved his hand to summon the golden net. Under his control, the object wrapped into a spherical shape, with him right in the center of the spherical net. The Chahar territory was completely occupied by the Ming army, and the left-wing Mongolian tribes showed no mercy in following the Ming army. On the 26th day, the strength of the black and white twins was exceptional. But let us put that aside. Nan Feng's strength was among the best of all the people he had encountered. In Meng Fengrong's view, the high-achieving Jiang Zhou could clearly have a greater future. Jiang Zhou liked wooden masks, which was fine. It's just a hobby after all. As he tentatively descended toward the ground, he noticed many people walking by him as if he were just an ordinary passerby. If smuggling cannot be eradicated due to the incompetence of the Navy or collusion between officials and businessmen, then the Navy should be reformed, and the source of goods should be addressed gradually to gain control and establish regulations. During this joint process, some people were still arguing, believing that Konoha Hidden Village could not be so bold. However, the already defeated Sand Ninja Village stated that Konoha Hidden Village was indeed that bold. The claw was just a centimeter away from the throat, and a gold coin appeared in Li Ji's hand, just as he was preparing to make a wish when an unexpected change occurred. Chen Yutian was slightly taken aback and looked up to find everyone's gaze at the dining table focused entirely on him. However, whether out of goodwill or malice, in the current competition for the Jade Box, no one would choose to hold back. Yuan Song's dilemma felt like being confessed by 25 school beauties and not knowing whom to choose. It was simply a century-long dilemma. Zheng Ko blinked and then remembered that as the victor, he needed to accept an interview from the reporters after the match. As time passed and the sky grew darker, Bih Zhu could no longer hold on, and her breathing gradually became steady. She fell asleep. Tai Wei listened to the noise but did not wake her. He slowly sat up from the bed, lifted the quilt, and walked barefoot to the right side of the room. Not only was Zheng Ke looking forward to the two of them, but even the teachers sitting in the audience focused their attention on them. Jiahao closed his eyes to rest, needing to maintain his best state. For only in this way could he face all the challenges of Chuanmu City in the best condition. He had already made all the preparations. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly frowned at the dark traces under her feet, which happened to form the shape of a chessboard. The position she was in was the only place on the chessboard where the general could stand. Perhaps Benjamin's demeanor seemed a bit absent-minded, causing Cain to suddenly turn and scold him. However, Benjamin was somewhat unfamiliar with this name and didn't respond immediately. But according to the records, the second prince had drowned in a lake outside the royal city. Originally, the historical trajectory should have been this. In the 21st year of Hongwu, relations between the Ming dynasty and Goryeo deteriorated. King Wang Yu of Goryeo and his important minister Choi Yung marched into Ming's Liaodong, and the pro-Ming general Li Chengui, as the commander, disobeyed orders and returned to attack Kaijing, exiling Choi Yung and forcing Wang Yu to retreat. 139, don't give me face. The old lady did not realize she was wrong, muttering, "What is going on? I am your grandmother, and I do all of this for your own good. I'm just trying to introduce you to potential partners. It's not a bad thing. Even if you don't like them, there's no need to refuse like this. Hee. If you didn't refuse like this, you might as well let them climb into my bed directly." Xiyao squinted her eyes, dissatisfiedly glared at them, wondering what the old lady could do. Lu Yu leaned close to Director Ma's ear and whispered a few words. Director Ma suddenly turned his head and realized it was Ji Yuping. AI Zhenlin's arrogance. Although his words expressed gratitude, his demeanor showed no hint of it. The former owner was indeed a difficult person to deal with. After much negotiation, they ultimately wanted 70,000 taels of silver. In the distance, the sun slowly rose high in the sky, as if everything was gradually moving towards a fairy tale kingdom. Since that was the case, Wu Kanjun and Lu Lang would lead the vanguard, while General Wu would be in the rear, crossing the river early tomorrow morning. Li Zitong did not even ask Wu Yunzhao and made the decision. As soon as this bloodline power erupted, with a loud bang, Chun Fanren was blasted away. And then Yuan Qing'er floated up again, standing straight once more. Her entire aura changed, feeling very different. Fang Jinon wore a red velvet dress and styled her hair in a retro manner, fitting for Christmas. Upon arrival, she noticed others dressed in exaggerated and unique ways, perhaps for a performance. Just as Yang Yinglong's 10 carriages and 300 guards left, Xiaobin rushed into the dormitory and hugged Zhao Qiao tightly. Although the prince in front of her was very likely to be her future husband, for the seasoned Qin Xiao, as long as there was a chance for imagination, she wouldn't care who those handsome guys were, even if one of them was her husband. Lin Chuan smiled bitterly. Since Qin Biqing did not ask his name and treated him like a servant, how could he reveal his identity? He could only continue to communicate with her in the role of a servant. The princess leaned out of the carriage upon hearing the sound and seeing his disheveled appearance. She momentarily did not know whether to be surprised or angry. The attending doctors responsible for Qiao were all top figures in the medical field, each a recognized authority. Moreover, Sun Qi currently did not seem so incapable. His lack of experience was the best excuse. After all, Sun Rue had been studying governance for several years, and Sun Qi could not compare to Sun Rue. What was there to be embarrassed about? Although Hui Yu and She were not present, Chun Bai was secretly following, just like the hidden guards accompanying Long Yuan's 17 riders. Lord Cheng, as she spoke, Zhong Min had already slipped out from behind Zhong Jiqing, gracefully greeting Lord Cheng Mu with a bow. Today, she wore an exquisite embroidered skirt adorned with pearls, sparkling in the sunset, contrasting sharply with the dull, official robes around her. However, the actions of these bandits prevented this situation from occurring. Did they want to cover something up and not let anyone find out? Long Xiaofeng suddenly had this bold speculation in his mind. Jean Ping had been toiling here for so many years. Claiming she couldn't control the layers of officials below was just a lie. In her past life, Gu Zhais had spent over a decade in pretense and strategic maneuvering, and in this life, he ultimately became a death warrant in the northern lands. Do you think only the Tianshi sect knows this secret skill? In the world of martial arts, as long as it passes my eyes, it will naturally be integrated, Pei Maqian said with a calm smile. Lin Anyuan speculated that Duke Beatty would clone the child in her belly and tell everyone she died in childbirth. But the child survived. No matter what organization it was, when facing officials, they would not speak recklessly. For example, calling their own elder brother. They would not dare to call him Big Boss, but would change it to Boss. When Ma Gan saw this, he immediately felt his heart tighten. This was bad. Leaving a bad impression on Fifth Brother during the second meeting. How would he survive in the future? 140, find a cotton field. Ha ha ha, niece, are you joking with us? The uncles of the Fox tribe chuckled awkwardly, still struggling in vain. Who's joking with you? If you want to eat, you have to work first. The females in the imperial capital are all working. As males, you have hands and feet, and you're not disabled. Shouldn't you work and hunt? If you keep talking nonsense. Pack your things and roll back to the homeland of the Spirit Fox tribe. Xiyao placed her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowed. Clearly, her lake green chi-pao, with silver trim, accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a waist so slender it could be grasped by hand. When she moved, it was like a delicate willow in the wind, not an exaggeration at all. For ordinary princes and emperors, they were nothing more than the lowest of the lowly servants. Even looking at them was a huge favor, let alone working alongside them. Tongzheng City was different from Beishir City. For Tongzheng City to bear all expenses on its own, it would take at least a few years. Hu Dongmin's remark about it not being enough was no joke. At the very least, Wang Nua's wealth couldn't afford it, and it would be more feasible for a wealthy tycoon. Yes, that was the knot in his heart, a past he was unwilling to face, dirty and disgusting. No. Yili shook her head. When she returned, she found that the other car at home was missing, likely because the driver took Aunt Zhao to buy groceries. She was very hungry, but didn't know what else was available to eat at home. At bedtime, she left the lamp on. The lampshade was made of glass, and the warm yellow light that refracted from it was particularly cozy, ambiguous, bright, yet not glaring. It turned out that the sword used by the martial merchants was slightly shorter than an ordinary sword, while the Tianke sword, although a divine weapon, belonged to the long sword category. The two were so close that it was counterproductive for their performance. After the elevator dinged and stopped, Jiangse did not get off, but went back down to the first floor, wanting to get some fresh air. In fact, the injury wasn't that serious, and she could completely go home and recuperate. They circled until they stopped following them. Yu Wuxiao's faint voice drifted in, sounding so casual. As the carriage jolted, her ink-black hair swayed up and down, looking quite graceful. Mrs. Liu remained unresponsive, just slowly glanced at Yi Li before shifting her gaze away. She stepped toward the door but found it tightly closed, as if locked from the outside. If it were according to Yuan Changhuan's usual style, she would have kicked it open long ago. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. How could it be that when she reincarnated, Mu Xinian just happened to appear injured at her place? Everything that happened afterward was actually a meticulously designed trap, and she could only blame herself for being foolish. Plus, now that the internet is so developed, even the slightest stir can spark heated discussions. It's hard to know when it started, but this pure place gradually became murky, and the birth of internet keyboard warriors completely confirmed the pros and cons of the internet. The moonlight was like water, with a faint fragrance wafting, bamboo, shadows swaying. Turning through the long corridor, they had reached the back courtyard, and Song Shijiang was about to push the door open. However, Wei Hanchuan said that this company was named after the two of them, so naturally it was right for him, as the husband, to write these characters. Compared to Yi Shengtian, this cold man who always kept people at arm's length, Mu Beichen's image in the upper-class circle was much more approachable. But kidnapping wasn't to take his life. For the sake of his life was temporarily protected, so she only needed to kidnap him. But if someone wanted his life afterward, she wouldn't stand idly by. Gu Lingsu shook her head. Her injuries were all superficial, not painful. Instead, he had been poisoned and she feared he was enduring it silently. But last time, the news about how Yinsen's relationship was exposed. Although its truth was unknown, it indicated that everything might not develop as she imagined. Useless. I even said I would buy him a fighter jet. And he wouldn't drink, Su Zhan said with little optimism. 141. The transformation of the Fox clan uncle. The news about the cotton field quickly spread, and Ling Yun received the message from Su Xiyao and hurried to transplant the cotton trees. Besides the vegetable fields and rice paddies, they welcomed the cotton fields. The animals kept in captivity also began to give birth to young ones, forming a healthy, cyclical system. Su Xiao specifically asked Bai Yin to check if there were mulberry trees nearby when he went out, as places with mulberry trees should have silkworms, which could then be raised to spin cocoons. Suddenly, a sound erupted like the explosion of a car tire, a sound that no human could produce. An old man gave it to me, saying he was the previous leader of the Ming cult and now passed the position to me, teaching me the 9 yang divine skill. Thus, I became the leader of the Ming cult. A calm, yet powerful voice emerged from the ice cave, and the middle-aged man stepped inside with a solemn expression. As Yin Qing entered the inner room, he saw Jun Huaijin frowning in confusion while looking at the chessboard. The arrival of Qion Yinhen prompted many Buddhist practitioners to chant, while fear flickered in the eyes of other cultivators. The Tao Protector, the disciples of the Kunlun Immortal sect, exclaimed in pain. Zhang Fan remained indifferent, standing there as he coldly scanned the Kunlun Immortal sect side, causing many disciples to involuntarily take a step back, their hearts trembling. After hearing Yin Yao Yao's account, I learned that a very strange incident had occurred between Yang Mengyi and Lu Rong. Speaking too loudly might attract others' attention, while speaking too softly might not be heard at all. Although he was a self-media personality, he didn't want to be interviewed under such circumstances, without a certain distance. Even the casual inquiries of nearby elderly folks could drive one mad. Bai Qin looked at the 3 words sent by the other party in a daze. Come down. Did it refer to the literal meaning? A level of battle master. This level is considered acceptable among ordinary aristocratic families, but it is somewhat weak for a royal family. Mr. Yi, I toast you a drink. Our last meeting was hurried, and I didn't have the chance to chat properly. Today, since we have the opportunity to gather, I must toast you a few drinks, and I hope Mr. Yi won't find it bothersome. Tang Zun sincerely raised his glass. As an elder, you urged Yi Fan and Chu Mingyao to get engaged. Old Fu revealed his thoughts. Is the food and drink at the research institute safe? Yi Fan asked, as any tampering with it would be very dangerous. The heavy rain ruthlessly expelled the summer heat and thoroughly washed the capital clean. The air was filled with the fragrance of wet soil, and the tall willows had glistening droplets of water rolling on their green leaves, reflecting colorful light, enveloping the entire capital in a fresh atmosphere. The divine artifacts on the Shadow Emperor had all fallen to the ground, except for the dragon capturing gauntlet still worn on his hand. With one hand, he used the gauntlet to grasp the divine sword, but the other hand was unprotected. Grabbing the divine sword with bare hands, he had already bled profusely. Zhang Shujia was the last to come out. He lingered in the hall for a bit longer, chatting briefly with Liang Shiran. Upon hearing this news, Qiong Yazi wished he could beat up Huang Fushu, but he held back since Zayayozi was still waiting for his treatment. This was a unique skill of the shield fortress, the revolving gunblade, which could pull back the thrown gunblade through a very thin line. With one move, he forced back the 4 masters of the Zodiac, showcasing combat power that had exceeded human limits. Adding fuel to the fire could make the 2 major families of Wanpu Company fight amongst themselves, which would be the best scenario. He didn't expect to enjoy the absorption of spiritual power in the spiritual vein, even forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy from the camellia trees in Heshi County. I boarded the minibus with an excited confidence that felt ready to burst and called Ramon. At that moment, he felt his empty body filling up a bit. Each time the black inner strength was exhausted, it brought a new surge of vitality, and this time was no exception. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being crazily absorbed by Ling Hao's body, repairing and evolving it. 142, that was her shadow. Huh. The old lady, protective of her child, was instead confronted by her own offspring, and she was bewildered. After reacting, she looked displeased and scolded them. What's going on? I'm speaking up for you. Look at how exhausted you all are. Have you lost your minds? This capital really is unbearable. How is it unbearable? Mother, that's your own thought. The Fox clan's big uncle said excitedly. Today, I am fire, not an element existing alone. It's different from water, different from soil. Its essence is a phenomenon. Your will, my sir. Jack nodded, understanding the mage's last words. During the time the three stood here, certain famished monsters had already been lurking around, concealing themselves. The wolf walker's muscles gradually expanded, preparing for battle. She chose to silently venture into the underworld, the deepest door in her heart named trust, which he had not yet fully knocked open. The bandit seemed unfamiliar with the other party's home and paused for a moment as he passed by Aunt May's courtyard. By the time the moon rose, Shuli had not yet returned. The other courtyards had long since settled down, quiet as could be, with only Jiaxian lying in bed, anxiously awaiting news. Considering that the primary function of a city is to be inhabited, a city without residents can no longer be called a city. Perhaps that is not wrong. Shen Yongren carried a backpack, walking step by step toward the police academy's entrance, glancing back to see eyes filled with regret, confusion, relief, and schadenfreude. The guests all laughed, rising to the dance floor to dance. The lights in the venue dimmed accordingly. The bar was noisy, the music loud, making it impossible to hear one another. They could only lean close to speak. Moreover, it was filled with smoke, with people smoking everywhere. Bai Zhaji regretted coming as soon as she arrived. But Ding Xiangwei was enthusiastic, and everyone was in high spirits, making Bai Zhaji feel she shouldn't dampen their mood. She often dreamed about those things, but there were many gaps in the middle, such as why the two, clearly happy rivals, ended up facing each other with swords. If it were someone else, the dean would have kicked him out long ago. After all, someone like that in the hospital would eventually. After inquiring, I learned that since this year, more people have come to Hong Kong, leading to rising rental prices, fewer vacant houses, and even an increase in housing prices. Compared to Mubian City, Zhanbian City is much larger, and the position of General Wu Yong in Zhanbian is significantly higher than that of Lu Chun in Mubian. Thinking of passing through Shengjing, Xiao Guang's thoughts stirred again, and he could hardly suppress his longing for Yu Er. No matter what, he had to see her. Zhang Qingyin's expression was stern. He had zero tolerance for betrayal. Once he confirmed that Tao Xing had an affair, he would not show mercy. However, this job is very harmful to the eyes. Many people develop severe myopia or even go blind by their 30s or 40s. Bai Yaoyao looked around at the people, then at Ling Tiance, and shed tears of grievance. Tira had not yet thought of how to respond to Xian's question when she was defeated by the other party's terrifying gaze, feeling a chill down her spine. Unable to settle down, her eyes darted left and right, not daring to meet that gaze, forgetting to think about how to respond. However, when old lady Zheng and Mama Feng hurried to the front hall, they were stopped by Lord Zheng and Zheng Qingyan. Isn't it just dating? There are no marriage procedures. What is the big deal? A moment of doubt flickered in his heart, but he had to maintain a calm demeanor on the surface. However, he finally stopped swaying, stabilized the sword light, and began to circulate his true essence. One bullet after another was repelled by his true essence, pushed out by his muscles, and the wounds were writhing and healing. He believed that as long as he could withstand this blow, he would be able to escape. Next, it was Gong Sunling's turn. Gong Sunling's situation was special. Within her geographical map of mountains and rivers, there were thousands of masters at the Great Ascension stage, all on the verge of crossing tribulations. If Gong Sunling were to cross the tribulation, it would inevitably trigger all the masters to do so simultaneously, and the power of the heavenly tribulation would be beyond everyone's expectations. While condensing the first domain was undoubtedly important, it was a much more complex system project than condensing a characteristic. Haha, so we are a pair, Lin said as he held up the beautiful face that was so close. During these 3 days, Lin Feng's strength had been continuously improving. At this moment, his strength had thoroughly risen, making him a peak existence of the saint level. At this moment, He Zue truly relaxed his mindset. His task was to assist Wang Ming in promoting the Holy Hall in the Cultivation Academy and create a legend. Yu Cheng truly had no words for his suffering. After working diligently for more than a decade, a single miscalculation had brought him back to square one. In the original timeline, Hu Bucho inherited the ultimate skills of the Purple Robe Marquis and, after 7 years of hard training, defeated the Jiaxing Law King on his first attempt. The unusual sounds from upstairs stopped, and after a while, Wan Rinchi came downstairs, accompanied by a man in his 30s, of medium build and somewhat handsome. Everyone knew what Jiang Hedong wanted to say, but as long as it remained unspoken, there were infinite possibilities, right? Lance smiled slightly, adjusted his clothes, took a short break, and chatted with the old man for a while, casually finding an excuse to slip away. But this couldn't stop Di Natale's performance. After a spectacular lob, he assisted Falcao in scoring. Even though they ultimately lost the match 2-3, Di Natale was still the best player of the match. It seemed that the other party was indeed coming for us, and from their appearance, they looked like people from our Ninja United Army. Naruto spoke softly. However, Hayward beside Lance suddenly realized, feeling relieved. So Mr. Lance is a level 2 wizard. No wonder he seemed so confident and unfazed. 143, triple happiness. On the eve of Su Xiao's delivery, the imperial capital finally welcomed a joyous occasion. As the second prince, Ling Bo finally got to see the light after the clouds parted, preparing to hold a contract ceremony with Tian. Ling Jia announced this great news to the entire northern wilderness continent, as since Ling Sheng's incident, Ling Bo had been the ideal candidate for the next Beast King in his heart. The contract was with the eldest daughter of the Nine-Colored Deer clan. The imperial capital was rebuilt, and the disaster victims in the northern district were nearly recovered. You old fool, don't bully my Buddha, it's just a few life source herbs. Do you really have to go that far? The holy son of Buddha shouted loudly while evading. Xiliang's words were just cliches, implying that the Qing dynasty needed everyone to unite to overcome difficulties. The members of parliament were already living in luxury, and even if they overthrew the Qing dynasty, they would only earn a reputation as rebels. And if the situation became turbulent, wouldn't they lose everything? The Wang family father and son were overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Just as they left Luo Hongliang's house, Luo Hongliang changed his clothes and came out. Master, if this really happens, what should we do? Duanmu Cheng, as the first general, maintained a serious demeanor and pondered slightly. Finally returning to the perspective of abs, He Ming had been very happy just now. After 1,500 years, he was still the same, feeling that he was enjoying life even more and becoming younger. Jiang Xia was also an old fox. Although Chaoga defeated the Western Qi army, it still could not be killed. The public's enthusiasm for a matter is very short, especially for issues that do not relate much to their basic needs. To this day, Filian still faintly felt the bone-chilling cold brought by the chaotic gust of wind that flashed by his brain. Inside the Minuan Hall, a black light suddenly flashed and transformed into a figure that walked slowly to the highest divine seat. Looking at those weak citizens, as frail as dry twigs, Lu Jingping did not believe these people could break the siege. These two were the Master Huang Ming and the elder of the Thick Earth sect. At this moment, they were more anxious than anyone else, but their faces could not show even a hint of unease. As the pillars of the entire sect, if they could not remain calm, then the entire sect would surely fall into chaos, like loose sand, facing the demon race only to be slaughtered. His hand suddenly grabbed hers, but his eyes remained closed. The frost on his face had completely retreated, although his complexion was still pale. It was far from being as terrifying as before. In contrast, on Long Fei's side, because Tengu also had to participate in the competition, he didn't even have a single supporter. With Long Fei's protection, the other 6 team members were naturally brimming with confidence, immediately exerting their full strength to unleash their divine artifacts while targeting the head of the Ant Queen, who had just completed her reincarnation. With the halo of the war god, Qian Yuan was quite favored by some neutral ministers. Therefore, Qian Yuan's inclinations and choices would, to some extent, influence these people's decisions. Sometimes I feel that for us, this world may exist like a game, but for the NPCs in the game, this is probably the real world, right? With Long Fei's strength, he didn't even need to participate in such a selection competition. However, to earn the trust of these mercenaries, he had to join this selection competition. Ye's family handled the remaining spring bamboo shoots, and, at the beginning of the month, hurriedly went to boil water and then put all the processed bamboo shoots directly into the pot. Regarding Li Yaolin's statement, Tsunade scoffed. She had heard such words more than once or twice, so how could she be easily fooled? As the king of the south and the lord of the fief, equipped with various black technologies, Qian Yuan primarily accumulated merit through governing his fief and then utilized the merit and fortune granted by heaven and earth to cultivate. It seemed that Li Bai was a naturally gifted sword immortal, having an indescribable tacit understanding with this world of Yu, with not a hint of barrier. 144. The Debt of Gratitude. The contract ceremony concluded successfully amid a lively atmosphere. Tian and Ling Bo held hands and sweetly returned to their room to start their family planning. The sky gradually darkened, and the imperial capital's banquet officially began. Xiyao exchanged a lot of alcoholic beverages and seasonings at the supermarket, determined to make sure everyone would not leave sober. Ling Yun and the other beastmen hastened the ripening of a batch of rice, successfully harvesting a substantial amount. After diligently processing it, a portion was made into lamb dishes. Once he specifically went to our school to find Shen Yin, but instead, Shen Yin beat and scolded him, and he held a grudge about it ever since. Min Yuqing was the one who followed Murong Qianqian from the Yushu Xianzong, responsible for alchemy, and he also managed the planting of elixirs. With these spiritual springs, he was confident he could improve the quality of the elixirs and grow more medicinal herbs. Ding Baoqiang smiled as he took the items, lowering his voice to remind them. Please don't mention this outside. No matter how difficult it was to remain calm on the surface, she met his locked gaze with her side profile. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Old Zhao returned to the kitchen, heartbroken as he picked up the pickles scattered on the ground, muttering, "What a pity." The sesame pickles were made by him personally. From selecting the vegetables to the preparation, he was exceptionally meticulous. Bai Xiao turned around and saw Ronghua's carriage stopped by the roadside. The curtains on the carriage were not down, and Ronghua was sitting inside, silently watching them, his face cold as ice. Sheng Yu did not accept the money for the wild chicken. After yesterday's events, he could see that Zhong Matzi was a trustworthy person. Behind a running dog were 7 or 8 villagers waving hoes and rakes, chasing and reminding passersby. The two sisters Wu Ho Hot were not good people, and Ding Shuren was even more of a hypocritical scoundrel. Although Qiu Duanfu's words were praised by everyone, even he knew how difficult it would be to implement them. Those old scholars coming out of the beehive will be the first to oppose, arguing that only by enduring hardships could one rise above others. If they couldn't endure these 9 days of suffering, how could they be willing to serve the country? On one hand, he carefully studied the layout of the palace and the specific points of spiritual energy, sketching them out, and had consulted Lin Chinqing, roughly understanding that the yellow light was a huge formation. Li Chun's set Zhang ran down from his back, scanning the surroundings to confirm that these wolves had lost their ability to fight back before calling the 3. I need to know now, tell me. I'll eat by myself. Wei Ro held the rice bowl and took the chopsticks from his hand. I thought of many possibilities before I came. I guess your first 2 requests, but I didn't expect this last one. I have to say, you are too crazy. Isaac smiled bitterly. You sit down. Since I called you out, I don't want you to be too polite. To be honest, I have something important to discuss with you. Feng Yin watched Xiyao walk in, her expression unchanged. Her friendliness was just to pave the way for what was to come. Has it really been this long? Xiaxia found it hard to believe. If the emperor was as he was, how would he know that he had been here for so long without looking for her? The person who came was Yin Feng, known as Bai Luo, who was very straightforward. It was she who suggested that Su can take out the wine and not leave sober, and she was particularly generous, though her drinking habits left much to be desired. However, upon seeing the dirt on her clothes from the latrine, the good mood that had been hard to maintain suddenly plummeted. Leaning down, he kissed her slightly parted cherry lips, soft and sweet, the slippery sensation deeply penetrating. In Luo Xian slightly frowned. He knew that Su Wanru had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. This was the most important moment. Why was she staying in the sedan and not coming out? Zhang Julian had been here once before, when Peng Jin was just pregnant. He had asked him to come for a diagnosis. He was a thin, elderly man with white whiskers, one of the most esteemed doctors in Honga County. All the fear and worry that had been suppressed could no longer be controlled the moment they saw Lu Shi, accompanied by tears bursting forth. With Master Shijia's words, the brilliance of the Big Dipper surged even more. Suddenly, everyone in the purple jade pavilion felt a surge of light shoot up to the sky, and the previously whispering Xing, Luo, and Master Shijia had fallen silent. Gan Ning immediately ordered the fleet to attack. To implement this plan, the Qin military spies had put in considerable effort to understand the waters of the nearby sea, knowing exactly where there were rapids and where there were reefs. How could the description of the 4 types of creatures on the entire Sanxiong continent, contrasting humanity's baseness with the pride of the elves, lead to a union? Jiasu and Chengyu immediately nodded in agreement. They knew El Bu's character, that he had become increasingly utilitarian over the years, sometimes caring about his own face. But mostly, he would do anything to achieve his goals. Yi Ziluo called the company leader, feigning a family emergency, and requested all the vacation time he hadn't taken over the past 2 years. He was firm in his stance, not caring how unpleasant his boss's tone was, and hung up the phone. Then he called his parents, claiming he was on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a while. She was looking forward to the future developments of the Wu family and wanted to know what Wu Jiangxiong's eldest son, Wu Kuan, would be like when he learned that his uncle and younger brother were still alive, which was quite awkward for the legitimate eldest son of the family's branch. Please help, Mr. Peichi. Henry bluntly stated that he could not solve Falcon, being very straightforward. She had not put on makeup, but her cheeks were tinged with a captivating blush, and her eyes, both shy and angry, were utterly endearing. In less than 15 minutes, dozens of submerged demons had fallen around Lin Yin and the others, and the space was filled with a thick smell of sulfur, combined with the chaotic bodies of demons. To the average person, it would surely be terrifying. 145, a divine beast cub with an extremely low probability. Xiyao lowered his eyes and said, "Although I came to attend the second prince's contract ceremony, I mainly wanted to see you." Xiyao supported her waist and stood up. Xiyao saw her belly and pulled a sad smile. "Is she pregnant again? Congratulations." "Thank you. Can I call you Yao Yao too?" "Of course we are friends, but I don't just want to be friends." The 8 immortals ascend to the heavens, while the East Sea is under the rule of the Xiyao Demon King. At this moment, the heavenly court has directed its firepower at the Xiyao Demon King, yet both sides remain unmoved. It seems that the vanguard, the 8 immortals, will have to confront the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. Watching the show, it will be quite a spectacle. Han Fei Hanyun, a peak expert at the late stage of the quasi-saint level, has just obtained great merits from the legislative teachings. And with the opportunity to become a saint and the primordial purple energy, he has decisively eliminated the last remnant of his obsession, thereby achieving the position of a Hanyuan saint. Wu Shursin burst into wild laughter, patting the shoulders of Jesus and Muhammad, feeling quite accomplished. But his tone was not just a temporary address. It was clearly an encouragement for the two to call him the first witch in the future. Xiyao ran several miles along the road in one breath, and due to the unclear visibility, he was not intercepted by the soldiers. Only after escaping the dust-filled area did he dare to stop and lean against a boulder to catch his breath. At this moment, that was all he could do. It is somewhat ridiculous to say, in the last life they were married for 10 years, yet she had never bought anything for Hui Yuqing. Hearing the violent ape speak so arrogantly, and seeing the old black mountain demon with silver hair and snow-white eyebrows, wearing a faint smile, the martial Star Lord felt a chill in his heart, and immediately rode on a cloud back to the Star God Palace to answer the summons. It turns out that after the North Pole Emperor Zhuang took control of the 2 major continents, he built a palace in the fairy realm named the Star God Palace. Xu Fang watched Xiao Han's back with concern. Today, Xiao Han's condition had indeed relapsed a bit, although it was still within a controllable range. He was much weaker than a few days ago. However, with his appearance, he naturally did not dare to go to Yushu like this, fearing he would be killed by the enforcers of the Chan sect halfway there. "Finger, where is Linger?" Qian Xian tried to remain calm, but Karina could hear the tension in Qian Xian's voice. The referee was also stunned for a moment before blowing the whistle and pointing to the midfield, the goal counted. With a sigh, Mei Tianming placed his remaining hand on Xianyang's shoulder, and his expression became serious, with an undeniable determination. "Seeing that we still refuse to retreat." The blood demon white ape's eyes filled with blood red and murderous intent, making one feel a chill at first glance. The massive, sharp hand slammed against its chest, and the blood demon white ape opened its blood-red mouth, letting out a deafening roar that could shatter boulders. "No, in the future. Wait until you see what you look like now before making a conclusion." After saying this, Han Yu conjured a large ice mirror that appeared in front of me. At 8 in the morning, the system program woke the number 7 death soldier on time. All system logs were normal, and he went out, as usual, towards the general's mansion. It was his turn to be on duty today, and another tense day awaited him. The audience could not help but cover their eyes at this scene, not wanting to see what would happen next. "No, my name is Lin Yu. I am just accompanying these people on a trip. Let's have a drink together when we have the chance." Lin Yu introduced himself while shaking his head. Although not accustomed to wearing such fashionable and sexy clothes, in order not to become the focus in everyone's eyes, Tantai Wanner had no choice but to compromise once again. He was quite looking forward to tomorrow's Jade Exchange meeting, as it should be able to absorb quite a bit of spiritual energy. Lu Yinxue did not blame herself for not taking this opportunity to take revenge for Yun Xiaoyue, but instead asked with concern if he was injured anywhere. 146 Avatar Talent. The system will be upgraded periodically, and the host can use it with peace of mind. Su Xiao sighed lightly, having already missed the opportunity. How could she feel at ease? The host's points overflowed, and the reasonable draw times for the talent attribute roulette were about to be adjusted, for a single point increase. One could only draw a maximum of 5 times. What? 5 times? Inthe at 1 draw for 5,000 points? With my more than 3 million points this time, I should be able to draw more than 60 times. In short, the princes of Fran, each with their own hidden agendas, exchanged a few wary and mocking glances before dispersing. In the early morning, Yangshang quickly turned and walked into the room. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Yu Haoyang's focused and serious expression. So both of them swallowed their words and sat down on either side of Yu Haoyang, fully concentrating on watching him operate on the keyboard. The martial S words were already very clear, and Gao Zhe understood their meaning. However, he was still unwilling to accept it. He didn't understand what major issue he was facing that he couldn't resolve. Rui slowly walked into the living room, wherein Tai and Uncle Wang had been waiting for a long time, secretly discussing something. Qian Mo blinked innocently, feeling that ever since arriving in this human realm, everything they did seemed wrong, and everything they said seemed wrong too. The long dress trailed on the ground as Yizhen stepped onto the golden phoenix couch, her fingertips gently brushing over the clear phoenix carving above, her expression shallow. Her stomach had been slightly aching for a while, but at this moment, that little pain was nothing compared to the pain in her organs. Surrounded by computers as tall as bungalows, the reflections in the screens showed the figures of Yu Haoyang and the other two, their silhouettes intermingling in the hall, seemingly replicating hundreds of Yu Haoyangs in an instant. Just like Yangshang coming out in the early morning. Mother said that if you know you haven't caught a cold, but you sneeze several times in a row, it means someone is missing you. And if you sneeze several times in a row but then get stuck, it means someone is plotting against you. Don't move. Completely defeated by Feng Hua, the gray man was caught off guard by Feng Hua daring to touch him. And just like that, he was caught red-handed. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Do you have nails growing on your butt? Gao Jianshang rode his horse behind Sidu and found it increasingly strange. A constable, blushing, chimed in, Captain Kai, us brothers following you don't seek great wealth and honor, just want to fill our bellies. Now the Yamen doesn't give any rewards. Are we supposed to extort from the nearby poor people? If this continues, we'll have to beg for food. I didn't know the prince was here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you properly. I hope the prince won't take offense. Shun Xiao said lightly, and those who knew his reclusive nature didn't pay much attention, as he treated Prince Jiaolai the same way. Lei Kuan and the others looked at the faintly glowing horizon, realizing this trip was in vain, and were about to turn to leave. He exposed his flesh, with several bruises on his chest and back, but he didn't feel any pain at all now. Lin Ling, we're not what you think. I'm just here to visit. Lu Qingxi, feeling nervous, actually said this excuse. The overwhelming spiritual energy storm swept in from all directions, howling through the air, and suddenly bombarded the dozen or so figures on the opposite side, causing the space to twist violently from the chaotic impact. Thank you, son-in-law, I'm not thirsty, Qiuqing said hurriedly as she watched Li Yi pour a drink for her. Before the Heavenly Ranking Conference, the first event held was the Youth Potential Ranking Competition. Only those who stood out one by one in the Youth Potential Ranking could compete on the Heavenly Ranking. Cousins marrying each other is fine as long as they aren't direct relatives, especially since Li Yi and Wu Qiming are already more than 3 generations apart. To trace back to Empress Dowager Gao's previous generation, Wu Qiming should indeed be Li Yi's distant cousin. 147, Rainy Season Flood. Xichan went to a relatively distant place for inspection this time, returning in a rush and heading straight to Su Xiao's room to visit her. Had a son and a daughter? A faint smile appeared on Xichan's stern face as he walked over and gently kissed her forehead, asking if there was also a divine beast. Su Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Xichan, do you already know? Is it a prediction? Yes, it was predicted. It's a remarkable water qilin. Su Xie curled her lips. Although this rival was noisy and annoying, she actually had no depth. However, Su Xie still couldn't let her guard down. What if Lu Ye ambushed her from behind? With Lu Ye's reckless personality, she might really do it. A few experts had already developed the intention to retreat, but thinking that returning was also a dead end, they steeled themselves and charged forward again. Linga, are you all right? Chu Tianqing dared to rush over to help Feng Linger up, asking with concern. She was really scared. If she saw the true face of this man at this moment, would she really not be able to escape in the future? It has nothing to do with me, Luo Yunju said lightly. Everyone on the street was discussing this marriage, but it really had no relation to her. She didn't care at all and didn't pay attention. Hung Dao Yijian seemed to sense the meaning behind Lu Yunxi's words and looked up at the sky, instantly falling silent. Don't blame me for being sentimental. Yi Ziqing was really scared this morning. What if Mu Yinfeng doesn't come? What am I supposed to do? You don't respect me at all. You don't care about my thoughts. Su Xie glared at him angrily. The several large gift boxes in Wei Bao's hands, along with his extraordinarily handsome appearance, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Not knowing what this young man was up to, one look at Wei Bao's attire made it clear he was not someone from the palace. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lan Yuyan became even more pleased. Finally, she found an opportunity to tarnish Lan Shiru's reputation. If she didn't perform well, how could she justify this chance? Of course, for them, greater glory came from the recognition of King Devers on the platform ahead. Xiyao cursed and left, while Yuyan glanced at Tian Sheng and also left without saying a word. Thus, everyone left Shangjun and went to pay their respects to Dayu. In this way, with the support of the lords and repeated contests, Shangjun ultimately had to step down and pass the throne. At the age of 53, Yu officially ascended as the leader of the human race, establishing Ani as the capital, naming the country Xia, with the surname Si, historically known as Xiaoyu. Big brother, I'm back. With a booming shout, Palette's robust figure appeared in the hall. Indeed, this was understandable, as the power of the blood pool could only reach the peak of the third heaven at most, and breaking through to the fourth heaven was not an ordinary difficulty. Most of the disciples from Wuji Palace, with average talent, had remained at the peak of the third heaven and couldn't advance further. His heart became ethereal. The sword moved with his thoughts, and he instantly emitted a fiery glow, illuminating the surroundings. The strong wind blew, and he danced with his sword in the wind. Ling Duyu shook his head and waved his hand to wake Avril and Li Qiongxi. As soon as the two opened their eyes and understood where they were, they hurriedly bowed to Ling Duyu. Lu Er raised his hand and struck, but he wasn't hitting Yang Tianyu. Instead, he struck a beam of golden light rushing towards him from the air. Within the golden light, a strangely shaped branch shadow could be vaguely seen. When Lu Er's stick hit the golden light, there was a loud boom, shaking the heavens and the earth. Long-term contact with jade is beneficial for one's physical and mental health. This is the greatest manifestation of jade's spiritual energy. Boss Zhao continued, I have to say, this blood leopard is definitely at the level of a movie queen. It's a pity they don't go make films. Clearly, both sides knew each other's secrets. Yet both believed the other didn't know their trump card, engaging in a psychological battle. 148 Continuous disasters. Go, I must go. For the beastmen of the northern wilderness, I have decided to travel to the southern wilderness to find the national master. Su Xiyao had a look of heroic sacrifice on her face, but inside, she was overjoyed. She had already determined that the aura of the divine beast captured by the system when she was in the imperial city of the southern wilderness must belong to their national master without a doubt. Giving birth to a divine beast cub would at least score 3 million points. Just thinking about it made her eager to try. Sichin looked at her suspiciously. Since you know, then I won't hide it. It is indeed because you offended a certain lord, and that lord asked me to teach you a lesson. As for who that lord is, I believe you already know. No need for me to say more. The young man chuckled. There is indeed such a matter. But they only took a glance at Wu Shuang at the door and did not approach. Luo Wutong said thoughtfully, Nini retortit arrogantly. Teacher He's integrity is my weapon for arrogance. It will be even more fun in the future. Senior law elder, you must be joking. I just think your actions lack fairness. How could I dare to deal with you? Fan Shaoyan said. The critics criticized the war god, who cleverly rolled away. And the ones crying were definitely not just a few of them. Wang Laosan recalled the first time he fought against Cheng Liping. The opponent's brave stance and fierce strikes were like a fierce general on the battlefield. The people under him probably wouldn't even be enough for him to warm up. Gao Hida would not deceive him. If he had previously concealed details about the treasure map after the trip to the Gao family, Gao had completely submitted and was compliant, with no issues whatsoever. Brother, you haven't returned home these past few days. I assume you aren't very clear about the situation at home. For a moment, the room fell silent. Jinghe smiled, as if recalling something, and asked. In an instant, a rich fragrance rushed over, instantly covering the aroma of the dishes on the dining table. The moment she saw what was inside the box, Jinghe widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the contents in disbelief. Ame looked at his expression and felt particularly happy. Tonight, he definitely wouldn't escape like he did yesterday. Xiao Jing was irritated by her, and with the influence of alcohol, he turned around and pushed Gunyinyu against the wall, encircling her in his arms. The method was to squat in the magic tower and look for information. Saving a level 7 giant was such a powerful excuse. It might really be that some deity or Buddha was protecting him, or perhaps his ancestors were moved. Yao Jun truly recovered and even gained some amazing skills. which delighted the old man Yao. Of course, it also made Yao Jun feel incredibly guilty. Fortunately, it wasn't long after going out that she ran into Yao Jun, and with him by her side, she felt at ease. Yao Jun's skills were decent. If they really encountered bad people, he was fully capable of protecting himself. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged man to come up and flatter him, he hurriedly left the tunnel following the crowd. Under normal circumstances, Chung Xian would arrive earlier than her. When he saw her, he smiled and waved, pulling out a lollipop from his pocket and placing it in her palm. B-City University is situated in a prime location within B-City, where the huge campus entrance was already blocked by passing vehicles. Fortunately, Song Mion's parents were smart and had parked their car early in the school's internal parking lot. The energy weapons of the Cherry Tar people were extraordinarily powerful. The gluttonous demon that humans needed to shoot dozens of times with a heavy machine gun to take down was shattered into pieces with just one strike from their energy weapons. Yi Tianlang, if you can turn away from darkness and embrace the light now, maybe I can spare your life, Duan Ruiqiao said coldly. Xinglang got up and found a seat far from Zhao Moan. However, just as he left, a middle-aged, greasy man with a big belly and a round face sat down beside Zhao Moan. 149, 800 eyes. When she returned to the 3-story small house, Xiyao thought of her avatar talent and could not wait to sit cross-legged in the room and start contemplating. Outside was a continuous rainy season. Xiyao curled up and diligently used her avatar talent, holding back for a long time, and another Xiyao took initial form. This feeling was wonderful. As she opened her eyes, different perspectives appeared in her mind, instantly broadening her view. Is this my avatar? Brother Wong. Sometimes I really don't understand why some humans voluntarily cultivate techniques like the blood transformation demon technique. Because the conference room on the 30th floor was made of tempered glass. And Song Yi's kick was quite powerful. It directly kicked the zombie through the tempered glass, sending it crashing down. After a long while, Xiyao suddenly heard the still alluring male voice from the other side, slowly coming through the radio waves, and in an instant, tears fell. It was so sudden, as if a wave of emotions surged forth without warning. Xian Shuang was holding chopsticks, casually fiddling with the food on the other side of the plate. Seeing his conflicted expression, she said, "Well, everyone has their own preferences. Then you should try this braised eggplant." She picked up a few bamboo shoots and ate them with great delight, then pushed the plate away and brought up another plate of eggplant. "Where's Zhou Xiaoxiao? Go Mao. Where did you lock Zhou Xiaoxiao?" Zhao Lin asked anxiously after not seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's trace. "Stand by." After receiving the chairman's order, Commander Liu began to gather a company of troops. That old student had a large beard on his face, his hands trembling, singing passionately, his voice hoarse, while the drums played tightly in sync beside him. To Li Yijia, it was like playing the lute to a cow. Unfortunately, he was that uncomprehending old cow. The barely audible mockery was clear to Liu Yuebai. He knew that Jin Fangyan was using this to counter his previous actions. He didn't want Tang Miao to have long hands, but wasn't he also extending his own hands now? The totem on Jiwei had yet to find a more suitable master than Tian Yin, so it had not been revealed. It was considered a regret for Elon Mountain Villa. The vanguards could easily blend in by teleporting to investigate the whereabouts of the Heart of El. After Keto Sports University eliminated Pachuca, it caught the attention of football fans worldwide. They were not only the biggest dark horse in the Copa America, but also the biggest dark horse in the Club World Cup. Feeling the unreserved killing intent between the two, Baili Liuguang's lips curled into a faint smile. Under his spiritual sense, old Yao was lying on the bed, his face pale, while Yao Shidong was beside him, feeding him medicine. It seemed his injuries were quite severe, likely damaging his internal organs. Fifth Qingru shook her head secretly. No matter what, she couldn't just watch Yifan go to his death. CR7 jumped with Carvalho, heading for a header. Carvalho also jumped. He knew CR7's jumping ability and explosiveness were very strong, so he could only defend from below. Daoist Huang Zhu was joking. I wasn't foolish enough to get myself into such big trouble. Dagu was related to the Digga statue, so he piloted the Guts fighter jet to stop it with all his might. When he was shot down, just as the timing was right, Dagu transformed into light and entered the Digga statue, allowing Digga to successfully resurrect, beating up Gorzang, killing Myurba, and then fighting monsters all the way. Acting like a human babysitter, Nedona searched for Elena every day to learn flower fairy skills and cultivate her mental strength, gradually increasing her height. "Hey, why are you so fierce? It's not like I was the one who injured that big guy." Dongshin Miaozhu pouted and shouted. When Luo Min's gaze fell on the massive head of the Chu-Wai beast, her expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. How could she possibly take away such a huge head? Beverly's eyes had already lost their luster at this point. Her body swayed, and she fell down weakly. His strength was only at the 6th tier, and the gap of Xiaodi's 9th tier was simply too great. Therefore, with a casual stroke of his knife, Xiao not only shattered all of his protective true essence, but also severed his heart veins. Even the demon god couldn't save him now. 150 Hidden Area? Premonitory Dream? Xiyao almost forgot about this matter, and she started to sweat even more. It's strange. Does the clone's physical condition really have to be this poor? Why is it always breaking out in a cold sweat? Xiyao couldn't help but murmur, what doppelganger? Si-chun, with his fox ears, heard her voice despite her trying to keep it low and immediately pressed for an answer. Huh. Xiyao was very considerate of Zhang Xinru. Knowing that Li Xingye had been overseas for many years, she brought him here, hoping it would help him get accustomed. It seems that Sister Xiaoxiu's recommendation was indeed correct. Sabo chuckled and, after speaking, eagerly took the devil fruit and left with a moonwalk. To her surprise, after only a few days apart, this guy had turned his fortunes around and suddenly gained the approval of his family. No wonder she had been showing off. Hadn't her years of restraint been for this moment? At this moment, the Xianjin immortal sword shone brilliantly, not only cutting through the domain of the king of the underworld, but also cleaving his body and soul in half. She noticed that her grandmother's expression had clearly turned ugly, indicating that she was anxious and agitated. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him who had been eavesdropping all focused their attention and began to listen closely. Shanks, who took over the responsibility of the shop from Makino, entered the door and, as if he were the owner, skillfully took out several bottles of fine wine, placed them on the table, opened them one by one, guided the three to toast together, and then officially started their conversation. I think so too. Otherwise, why not let everyone switch rooms after working so hard? Mao Dalong had also been struggling with this for the past few days. The red-skinned monster wielding a giant axe was dodging bullets, directly starting to dance around despite the onslaught. Don't be so clever with your words. Inyu's face instantly turned very ugly, and he shook his long sword, causing the sword flowers to explode. After walking about 10 more meters, the path suddenly opened up, and the two groups of people converged. However, 3 more forks appeared ahead. The leader of the Monish tribe, standing at the front of the welcoming team, watched helplessly as the Xiongnu army drew closer, saw them knocking their bows, and finally witnessed a rain of arrows like dark clouds descending upon him. The key moment was when his head struck the ground. That impact was heavy, causing Hu Mingchun to faint, and a large gash opened on the back of his head, bleeding profusely. As the handprints separated, the misty traces disappeared, and immediately, a sword-shaped phantom split into 2 streams of mysterious yellow energy, rushing out from the depths of the Divine Sea, entering the Guan Yuan's Qi Sea, and slowly flowing into the palm. The Dou family's business is widespread, not only throughout the Central Plains, but also in neighboring countries, with several merchant caravans arriving. Master, aren't animals and birds afraid of fire? Shui Rengue asked, which was exactly what everyone wanted to know, so they all stretched their necks and listened intently. With the Emperor's command, the military and civilians moved to action. In an instant, Fangzhan broke apart, the Huai River flowed through, and the tranquil Qinhuai River began to silently flow, meandering through 10 miles of the Qinhuai River, carrying the golden dust of the 6 dynasties. The Marquis was indeed kind-hearted. I admire him. Gao Ping understood Wang Zhi's intentions before he finished speaking and was quite moved. This was truly thinking about the people. I shook my head and said, forget it. I wouldn't want to go through this trouble just to see the scenery. By the way, where's Zhang Quan? I haven't seen him since breakfast. And what about Xiyao? Without much thought, he suddenly exploded. The fog wall rolled, and the half-formed figure of Yi stepped out. Although his lower body was still made of fog, one could vaguely see a grayish silhouette. 151. The little cub is lost. After the golden light flickered, Xiyao and Nanxing opened their eyes again, now at the dock of the southern wilderness continent. The familiar sea was right in front of them. Having left the northern wilderness continent, the southern wilderness continent was clear and sunny at this moment, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight, making one feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Fortunately, they arrived before anyone could get moldy. Xiyao felt the power of the sun, basking for a while by the dock, her body becoming hot. Junior Sister 9, have I entered the Sword Palace? Is there no need for me to demonstrate my understanding of sword techniques? Qin Hao asked in confusion, looking at Chu Feng. Soon after, a bloody slaughter battle began. The methods were the same as Gan Ning's. All wealthy gentry and noble families with grain stored in their homes were completely wiped out. Gold, silver, and food were forcibly taken away. Just looking beautiful made one unable to resist looking twice. He naturally noticed the issue that Xiangxi mentioned. Why had Ziwu been overly polite to him? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a reason. When saints engage in battle, using the power of the laws, even if one side loses, they would only be injured and would not affect the power of the laws. However, if they collide with the law of destruction, not only would the person be injured, but the law itself would also be destroyed. In short, Cao Cao should be advised not to have a fluke mentality. Only by having the three major lords work together and exerting their full strength against the enemy could there be a possibility of victory. Situ Lanming walked alone in the National Talent Mansion, leaving blood-red boot prints on the path he passed. Situ Lanming wore a pair of silver battle boots, which had already turned blood-red after stepping out of the hall, the glaring color transforming into a war hammer, striking at the hearts of everyone attracted by those blood-red boots. Didn't T the teacher just say to fight decisively? Why is it now to proceed steadily? Gao Shun was puzzled. Jian San saw Li Yi suddenly go mad. Facing the evil demon alone and even able to sneer, he wondered if Li Yi's brain had short-circuited and immediately grabbed Li Yi's collar, wanted to pull him away. On one hand, he wanted to go to battle more than anyone else. However, the artillery in Yangzhou was stronger than his divine machine camp, and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry was even unable to deal with El Bu's elite. If they were to be defeated, even self-preservation would be difficult. When he rescued Xiangyu, El Bu remembered that in the eastern part of the outer city, there were few buildings and streets, mostly dilapidated houses, affecting the city's appearance. If that area could be renovated, it would definitely benefit the development of Shouchuan. Xinyuan Aoyan couldn't hold back any longer. He had been holding a belly full of anger and couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. However, facing the terrifying weight of nearly 10,000 pounds, the long-armed monkey also couldn't withstand it. Half of his body was pressed into the ground, trembling violently. Xingyu Feng gestured a few times at the arena spirit artifact, then stopped his movements, signaling the two to go up on stage. The Bloodkill still did not know that the Righteous Path Alliance was secretly plotting to annihilate them, continuing their usual patrols without any intention of leaving, preparing to wait for Xiaofeng and Kuan-Yu. Li Xiaoyu was shocked. Now that the sect leader's faction and the law enforcement hall's faction were roughly equal in strength, once a dispute arose, it was likely to result in mutual destruction. So no one dared to act first. Once Zhao Guangyan allied with external enemies, it could be said that the sect leader's faction would be in imminent danger. After the two reached an agreement, Chang Sheng set aside the matters of Quentin and Shandy and immediately rushed back to the Reincarnation Mountain, bringing along Colin and Eric. However, after arriving at Fallen God City, Batu said that it would take at least 10 days to reach Long Valley, which immediately troubled Chang Sheng. She spoke each word slowly, rhythmically tapping on Aunt Sue's body, causing Aunt Sue to tremble, a chill running through her. However, regarding slapping that bastard, Shun Sini felt no consequences at all. She just regretted not hitting harder. 152, everyone was shocked. The little cub, Nan Wu, sat obediently on Elder Turtle's shoulder after getting lost from her parents. She was quite scared and hid among a school of sardines all the way here. At this moment, the kindness radiating from Elder Turtle made her realize he wouldn't harm her, so she was willing to follow him. Just as they were about to reach the underwater city, they saw Chang Feng cautiously dragging something back to the underwater city with great haste. Chang Feng, however, could hear the captain's voice, but the captain couldn't hear him. The intercom only transmitted static interference, leaving him unsure whether his intercom was broken or if it was affected by the rain. This battery manufacturer was called Fima Tui. Although it wasn't well known in the electronics industry, it was quite famous in the domestic battery scene. It was after 10 in the morning when Xiao Fei and the others finally woke up. They had stayed out too late catching water monsters the previous night, and thus slept in a bit. Du Xintian responded and then hung up the phone, opened WeChat, found the location sharing, and shared his location with Zhong Feitian. Moreover, after the previous encounter, Wu Gongran had already realized he couldn't easily take down Shen Hao. Therefore, he put away the intention to take action and began to discuss matters according to the rules, ignoring the aura coming from the lean man before him. Xiao Yin simply spoke lightly, and upon hearing this, the smile on the latter's face became even more sinister. Behind Chinning Fu were Yin Hong, Fu Feiyang, Qin Xuanzai, Bai Qinyu, and Su Jin, all wearing armor and looking sharply ahead. The vampire of marquis strength was the main combat force of the family, the backbone of all struggles, supporting the vast family system, and was very powerful, while the Duke was even more of a master of the family. When Yi Wudao arrived at a passage, he saw a large number of guards rushing out from the cabin. As soon as these guards saw Yi Wudao, they immediately attacked him. In a critical moment, he slid to the side to dodge Mu Zhe's attack, and Luo Che let out a breath of relief in his heart, smiling as he spoke. Later, Wang Ru learned that he was originally unwilling to marry an online friend and strongly advised him to remarry. However, he was unwilling to bow to his family. As long as he didn't foolishly venture into the sea to provoke the ocean overlord, there shouldn't be any enemies on land for him. The red thunder struck beside Zhang Mu, patting his shoulder twice without saying a word, his eyes showing satisfaction. Zhang Mu grabbed Guan Yue's arm and quickly left the spot. He couldn't team meet Tiana now, or it would cause trouble. Jokingly, if he couldn't eat Cheng Laoda's meals in the future, just imagining that life was enough. On the other side, Kuan Wu finally stabilized his mind, looking grimly at the massive barrier glowing with white light, raising his right arm and suddenly sweeping it, causing countless mist beasts to roar passionately and rush madly towards the enemy. Brother Honglai, you will take good care of Sister Feng. Yer secretly tugged at Shangguan Honglia's arm and whispered. After both retreated a few steps, Yichen finally saw that the person before him from the Sanluo Palace was a middle-aged monk with a fat head and big ears, wearing a simple yellow monk robe, with a large string of brown-black prayer beads around his neck. Despite his face being full of flesh, he wore a cheerful and festive expression, because as long as he didn't deliberately output a certain attribute, the attribute of the purple gold power would definitely be averaged. Even if Luo Zhe wanted to output a certain attribute to the limit, he couldn't do it. This was discovered when making Li Feng's body. After you investigate the specific situation, if you can't handle it, we will send troops to conduct armed strikes on that projection site. Wang Tongdao, if time allows. We will also send others to investigate other ancient god projection sites. Treasures are never too many. 153. Plague. Wow. If I had chosen to become a male beastman back then, I might have ended up with the holy female by now. And I would be the one with a cute little cub. Princess Dantang felt extremely envious and stepped forward to touch the little cub. Prince Lufeng said with a strong hint of jealousy, Dantang, you shouldn't think too much. You're already female. If you like, we can also have cute little cubs. I will fulfill my role as a father. In the midst of such busyness, the soldiers had no time to mourn the deaths of their comrades who had once been by their side. Clutching the weapons that helped them survive the fierce battles of the day, they donned their armor and fell into a deep sleep, completely undisturbed by the noisy clamor of the camp. Ban stared intently at the seemingly ordinary shepherd before him, a look of wild joy gradually spreading across his dazed face. Then he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh out loud, a surge of grand spirit conveyed through his laughter that soared into the sky. For someone who liked to speculate on others' thoughts, no ruler would appreciate it. Shen Bozong felt the same, as his duty was to follow orders rather than waste time guessing his thoughts. Casually walking over to Ivy, Lu Yong quietly gestured for her to temporarily leave the tent. The third flag team advanced to consolidate the gaps left by casualties, battered stinky bean shields braced against spears and crossbow bolts. Speaking of the pent-up anger in Yu Shun's heart, it had indeed been building for some time. Yu Yang had been away for many years, which led to Yu Shun and his sister relying on their grandfather for companionship. Although they had no worries about food and clothing, they lacked paternal love. Watching the endlessly collapsing infantry, the soldiers in the back felt their own pain intensifying. Each soldier was a seed of Greenland, and Taya should not be a place where hope's blood ran dry. Li Guangbi's face turned ashen, his fists clenched until the veins bulged, and without a word, he left with his personal guards and the leader of the Imperial Guards. Lu Yang nodded knowingly, feeling a newfound respect for the Qian auction, and then walked into the auction venue. Just moments ago, the battlefield was chaotic, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a scene of birds and beasts scattering. The Blackwater gang fled, leaving behind several corpses, buried among the green mountains, unknown to anyone. Gani and others hoped to capture Chen Wei, using him as a shield. Even if they couldn't obtain a ransom, they could use Chen Wei as a hostage, making the opponent wary. If their side truly couldn't hold on any longer, they could use Chen Wei to save their lives. A blue light cluster dove down, colliding violently with the towering ice pillar that surged against the wind. A cold laugh escaped from Zhang Lai as he drew a gleaming sword from his waist. The sword's aura slicing through the opponent's vital energy, the blade resting against Ji Ning's neck. No need to trouble Mr. Fan. Mina felt speechless about her good friend, on their first meeting making things difficult for him, while her good friends Alice and Ruth looked eager, seemingly with a mind at ease. Li Feng remained calm and composed. The blue flame wings behind him bursting into flames, transforming into a stunning blue light that enveloped him entirely, leaving no part exposed. The deafening sound of collisions echoed endlessly as each side pushed their speeds to new heights, with two beams of light continuously clashing on the arena. The shockwaves spiraling out in circles, dazzling onlookers and prompting gasps of astonishment. It was this kind of nonchalant demeanor that secretly shocked Xiyao, who realized that the opponent had truly gauged their three-person team. However, this old woman of royal rank, despite her age, why was she called a matchmaker? The four symbols battle array was divided into the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise formations, each with its own variations. Yes, this matter is absolutely true. At that time, many experts from both the righteous and evil factions witnessed it with their own eyes, and no one could discern the origins of that punch. The young master, Xiyao, replied respectfully. The champion Ho was addicted to combat. The golden battle energy erupted once more, shooting towards the sky where Li Feng was, transforming into an unstoppable, terrifying punch. Yanxi simply took a shower, changed into long clothes and pants, and found her winter cotton jacket. In any case, it was better to collect first. If someone careless stumbled in here, it would be a bargain for them, right? Then everyone saw Mr. Wulong with tears in his eyes, drinking 3 bowls of pigeon soup over there, his mood finally improving a bit. Lei Zhao's muscles were tense all over. Everything he had done since arriving in this time and space had been investigated, which was no big deal, but Guo Xiao's speculation was exactly his initial thought. This feeling of having his inner thoughts laid bare before the other party was truly unpleasant. Most of the railroads in the West were his contracted projects. Hiring those poor Chinese people at meager wages, and the money the state gave him was far from just a little. De Qi and Xiyao listened quietly. Lu Hong released the leash of the mountain dog, drew the standard goose feather officer's knife from his waist, and swung it down at the old woman. The young man in the suit raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest, as if examining an antique, then sneered dismissively. Therefore, Lei Xiao had been going to Mingguang Temple every night recently, waiting for a chance to find Ruan Liandi's whereabouts. Ning Chu turned and walked toward the village committee, found the communication phone he had left on the table last time, and immediately called Lu Jin. Qian Duo slammed the table. Although he couldn't fully understand what Mo Fei said, he had developed ideas for improving the divine battlefield. Students from various places on the island voiced their dissatisfaction. Many felt they hadn't had enough fun with this novel activity. Then, the man slightly lowered his head, turned her in a new direction, letting her lean face to face in his arms, then lowered his head to seal her lips. Young Master Ji, this is your room. The nanny opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Her attitude seemed respectful, but her words conveyed indifference and distance. Kikij was indeed an excellent hunter. She was immersed in happiness and could still hear the rustling sounds nearby. However, before leaving, she glanced one more time in the direction Lin Zhao had departed, but she showed no signs of concern and returned to her dormitory. Perhaps due to excessive fright, seeing the corpse on the ground, she couldn't hold back any longer, leaning against the door handle and vomiting violently. Was Shisuo scared away? Sasuke thought to himself, further confirming the power of feng shui's thigh level. The kind of completely light-turned thought clearly indicated that she had cultivated the transformation system to a very profound realm. Yet even under such intense thought eruption, she was still able to feign weakness, which was already extraordinarily strong. Okay? Suddenly, a giant scorpion about half a meter long blocked Xiao's path, a second-tier magical beast. Shun Xiaoshan found the voice unbearable, simply took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and stuffed it into Lian Xin's mouth, taking her to the firewood room. She hung both hands around his neck, feeling the coolness of the boy's arms around her waist. Xian glanced at him. 154, the source of the plague. Plague? It must be an epidemic. A middle-aged male orc stepped out from the crowd, staring seriously at Su Xiao. You little female can also practice medicine? Don't get too close to them. If you get infected, you'll be sick too, and that will only add to our troubles. Hurry back home. I'm the shaman doctor of the royal city, and I will treat them. Master shaman. This little female is the one who helped the Beast King heal during our last visit to the Imperial City. The sound of gunfire from the shooting range made us very excited. It was exhilarating. The released martial artists, the living, and even most of the people Li Ming knows in the capital's 5 fiends are all here. It's been so long without any news. What are these doctors doing? Old Master Yi could no longer contain himself. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to know the results no matter what. Boom! The two colors seemed to battle in the air. Sure, Tianyi was still surrounded by a terrible radiance, but appeared dim. His eyes scanned constantly, as if a trace of mysterious power was flowing, with illusory symbols colliding in a bizarre manner. Yu Hong and others nodded. They knew that with their current strength, it was futile to contend against a master of the 9th level of the Emperor Martial Realm. Slowly turning around, when Su Tianyu saw Li Tianjin standing in front of him with a serious expression, he was startled and trembled, his legs beginning to shake. No! This was the strongest cry from Mo Li's heart. He could not bear the thought of being a soulless version of himself. Even if he possessed overwhelming cultivation, it wouldn't do. No way. Forge ahead and carve out your own path. The willow god responded from behind, like a wise elder whose every word was filled with wisdom. From then on, the overseas heavenly palace lost a starry demon, but gained a starry deity. The means were quite impressive. Gatling pulled out a bullet engraved with space magic from his pocket and loaded it into the gun before pulling the trigger. I furrowed my brow. Just as I saw that golden Qing's soul pill, a burst of cheerful laughter came from behind me. "Two immortals, may I ask we speak freely?" said the man to Li Shanda. Li Shanda and Dan Hong's earlier actions had completely shocked them. Someone who could fly and evade like that was no ordinary being. However, this time, leading troops into Xianyang should give him the chance to fight. With Meng Tian there, Hu Hai could at least hold on for a while. Right? He didn't want it this way. If I didn't fight him, he'd have to wait a month to be on the list again. This 9th master seemed robust and strong. But the illnesses accumulated from his childhood had only just been healed, and he indeed had recently recovered from severe poison. His body couldn't withstand too fierce a cold. And me, brother, have you forgotten Yina? Chun Yin rushed out energetically. In response, Qin Wei, who was temporarily in charge of the dojo, expressed understanding and even patiently called each student, reminding them not to give up their daily practice. In fact, who knows the situation on the other side of the mountain better than the emperor? Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was already clear about their calculations. Yet he still held onto a glimmer of hope that the two princes wouldn't scheme against each other. As for the Ning and Rong families, they had just finished their busy year, and there were hardly any relatives visiting anymore. Who would have thought that only one night later, on the 24th, Wang Shifeng suddenly reported that she had caught a cold. Since she had already noticed, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Jin Rongting simply stepped aside and let her understand clearly. Why didn't she question Jiang Li's words? It was precisely because she felt Jiang Li was not the type to speak without basis or make groundless accusations. 155, the solution. Take her as a master. Surrounded by seawater, the tribe's freshwater resources were quite scarce. They had only this one well and could only drink this water. It was better than dying of thirst, right? Su Xiyao understood the thoughts of the beastmen very well. After pondering for a moment, she said, "There are chicken feathers in the water, so there must be other things inside. Keep scooping until we find something." All right. Prince Lianxi immediately ordered the beastmen to continue scooping water. She thought it was because she was particularly sensible, but deep down, she knew that no matter what, she could never compare to her biological parents. Jin Shu had been enduring this, just waiting for the day her father would appear to pour everything out to him. If there were players who refused to admit it, there could only be two scenarios. One is that their abilities were not enough to take on the current main position of the Nets, and the other is that they were indeed passively fighting but refused to admit it. She looked visibly relieved, appearing to be quite troubled by the reporters usually. Liu Daoist felt a chill in his heart. From Wu Zhiqi's words, it seemed that Su Ji was not trying to save him, but rather had the same goal as the Western followers surrounding him, which was to seize his inner Dan. This aligned with Lin Quan's intentions. After sending Zhang Chuan back and familiarizing him with the things at his home, he returned home and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. "Shaq, why don't you have a good chat with Magic Johnson and let the Lakers trade for a first-round draft pick?" Barkley started suggesting bad ideas next to O'Neal. Characteristics: demon crocodile poison gas, collected from a source of the poison of the demon domain's poisonous crocodile. It carries a strong toxicity and enhances the user's resistance to poison magic by 5. Shen Gongbao remained silent, his eyes darting around, and instead of getting angry, he revealed an imperceptible smile. If in the entire universe, the effective fusion technique would be greatly reduced, like when Shieling and Myers fused, their power would only increase by a few %, completely unlike Gogeta, whose power multiplied several times. Suddenly, a crack opened in the outside downstairs, as if a wind hole had been opened, and a strong wind began to blow. Perhaps it was because he had been tense for too long. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he quickly fell asleep. Zhao Hui was so surprised and so in love with the boy who kissed her that her heart was filled with fantasies about the future. She embraced him as if she were embracing all her passion and courage, thinking she must work hard to get into college. Gong's brows also relaxed, as Lu Bu's background was not something he valued, but after seeing Lu Bu, his impression of him changed quite a bit. Just then, Viola approached Inshiran in a strange manner, her large white eyes making Inshiran a bit nervous. So they simply walked over to us, sensing our situation at that moment, and only questioned us with their eyes, while two voices from the VIP room answered their questions for us. Thus, we looked at each other, leaning in closer. I smiled lightly at the sound, poured the porridge into a bowl, gently scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Jean Yeshuan's lips. Even that guy who had an affair with her, John, didn't he leave in silence later? The egg pancake was ready, and Li Jinghua had also cooked the porridge and mixed in the cucumber. They sat down to have breakfast. A quarter of an hour later, the enemy's figures appeared in sight, with Yin Guan walking in the front. Zhao Hui practiced like this for a week, and her long-distance running speed indeed improved. Sometimes she would run several laps, because she thought that if she ran a few more laps each time, wouldn't it be much easier when running 800 meters? 156. Can I borrow your national teacher? Wow, so that's really the holy female. I really didn't expect that. Chun Ju felt dizzy and was truly envious and jealous of Nanqing. Prince Lianqi asked, "Did you come from a North Wilderness continent?" "Yes. I came to the South Wilderness continent this time to find the Beast King because I need his help." Since her identity was exposed, she no longer hid it and spoke frankly. "What kind of help so formal?" Ling Chun shook his head and said, "There's still no news for now. These past few days, I've tried to contact Ling Tao and Ling Kuan, but their phones have been turned off and I couldn't get through." "Hee. You dare to speak with only a 50 to 60 certainty? Do you know what kind of person the patient you are treating is? Even with a 70 certainty. You shouldn't take risks." Old Dr. Jean said. After all the people from the Underworld Serpent got off the car, they followed Chun Yunyan straight to the door. When they got closer, Chun Yunyan stopped, glanced at everyone present, and finally focused his gaze on Zhu Qian. If it weren't for this inexplicable pull from the void, he wouldn't know when he could break through his spatial domain. Closing the video, Qin Quan looked at Wang Qin's blood test report, lost in thought. Those black bugs he had seen with his own eyes couldn't he possibly produce fungal compounds like naked cat mushrooms? In other words, what exactly had Wang Chun experienced underground? Wei now felt a bit embarrassed. Confessing to a man in front of so many people made her feel her face flush. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Zhou Mao didn't hold back either, since it was a very special time. He nodded and stepped out the door. Following him, Towa Ayasu also went out, and then Huang Digong and the Japanese generals each led their people to follow the two. No wonder, with Liang Tian's protection, no matter how Du Kong and the others searched, they wouldn't find Zhu Hong. Meng Yao saw that Qin Tian really leaned in close, and without saying a word, she slapped him directly. The next second, not to mention Ma Tian, even Xu Chong and Chun Chong behind him had to take off their headsets to avoid the cheers and screams in the communication channel from hurting their ears. After finally being in such a good mood today, Rex didn't want to jinx himself and turn his good mood into a bad one. Bang! With a muffled sound, the monster was knocked away and fell to the ground, where it remained silent. Steve Ballmer got to the bottom of things successfully, and the billionaire revealed his true intentions. Rex didn't respond to this sentence. What Kel Sugad said was true. If Anubarak had been hiding underground all along, then Rex really had no way to resolve the situation. The arguments in the forum had stopped, and everyone was focused on waiting for the next moment to arrive. If it were before, Kai Pingping would definitely think that Ruo Ying's words were both inexplicable and unnecessary. The remaining players of the lawful faction watched as their fellow players fell into the sea one by one, turning into white light and dying, and couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Although they wanted to resist desperately, they could no longer form an effective resistance. The boss, the sea god S-Ghost, finally appeared, and his entrance was indeed extremely flamboyant. Not only did he carry a tremendous force, but it also came with wind, rain, and thunder, almost like a demon king descending to the world. Your master is so powerful. Why doesn't he take action himself? Why does he need my help? To me, it sounds like you're just bragging, said Xuanwold 7. Since they were allies, Sally did not refuse Doro's invitation. Being able to help Doro at this time would yield greater returns in the future. This is the goodwill of benevolent faction beings towards their allies. If it were a demon, they might suspect that Doro would engage in treachery later. 157. One person on a deserted island. I understand that naturally. The Beast King nodded, fully understanding Su Xiao's words. Our floods and plagues have ruthlessly taken many lives of the beastmen. The Holy Maiden has helped us twice, once by treating my illness and once by treating the plague. All right, I'll have Lian Qi convey the message. If the National Master is willing, you will be able to go to the... Xiyao said, all right, then it will be troublesome. The first Prince Lian Qi received the Beast King's permission, but wait, it was Lian Yunqing who called out, considering him young, persuading Xiao Ku to spare his life. Xiao Ku slowly awakened from the bloody slaughter and let the man go. When everyone saw that the collars around their necks had truly disappeared, their faces were filled with joy. Who would still care about the pain on their bodies now? After the people were thrown around by the fierce attack, they were filled with rage, drawing out a large knife from their waist and leaping up to chop down at Wang Hao. Yinhua, are you really Yinhua? Gu Wanli once again focused his gaze on Yang Yinhua. I just want to ask you, when will you teach your set of boxing techniques to my brother? Bai Wuti took a big sip of wine and looked at Lian Yunqing. The swimming fish technique could evade various killing moves during the fight and strike back against enemies amidst the killing moves. The combination of the two techniques complemented each other perfectly. After the bullets were fired, not a single shot hit the dodging Mussolini. This young man, however, was hit by a shot from the nearby Blackshirt army. This purple tail contained a tremendous force. If Lu Ting were to be swept by it, she would at least shed a layer of skin even if she didn't die. But the opponent was at least a late-stage golden core cultivator, which was indeed impressive. In the development of this military helicopter, the Kruber group gathered a total of 10 core researchers, all top masters in their respective fields without exception. Facing the assembled crowd, a tall and thin man in a suit from the Kruber group confidently introduced. The banner did not attract the invisible killer. He despised the killer from the bottom of his heart, so he was eager to bring the killer to justice. Previously, he didn't know about these matters, and even when he heard others talk about it, he always felt as if they were discussing someone else's story, which seemed not particularly related to him. And that feeling of anger was almost non-existent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan turned pale. He originally thought that the ancient phoenix was the consort of the Shura ancestor demon and would spare them out of consideration for the Shura ancestor demon. Is Qiu Mingxue really like Chunyu Yuyu? Chunyu Yuyu is not bad. I should pay a bit more attention to her. Besides, the reincarnation god is more benevolent than Qiu Mingxue. I feel. Chao Shui had a face full of yearning. Gu Chao clenched his fist after drinking all night yesterday. He was still a bit dazed, but he felt fortunate to be dazed because what he was about to do next was better done in a daze than when sober. A piece of news suddenly spread throughout the underworld, saying that Qin Ming Jiuying had already escaped into the underworld for refuge. The strong kept their heads down and reported in a deep voice. Not long after, when the hotel staff passed through the private room corridor, they felt a tremor and showed panic, thinking an earthquake had occurred. From that arm, an extremely terrifying celestial power surged out as the arm extended forward. All this celestial power burst forth, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if it wanted to cover this entire sky. In the 3 months since Zhao Baoyu left, the world's pattern changed again, divided into 9 major forces. Now, with the help of the Golden Bloodline, the Dark Race no longer feared the light and did not need to always survive on the Dark Islands. The only downside of this store is that alcohol cannot be taken out. One must finish 1 pot before ordering a second pot. So both alcohol-craving cultivators and food-craving cultivators can only consume inside the store. Facing the fierce offensive, Wu Ming was very simple. He just lightly waved his sword to cut through. Regardless of how many divine abilities there were, a single sword could break all methods. 158. She is the only color. The National Master responded coldly. Wu Yan. My name. Huh. Oh. Su Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at the white clouds swirling above Wu Yan's head, completely unable to discern the joys and sorrows within him, as if he had already removed all earthly desires. Can you cook? Wu Yan suddenly asked her. A little, she replied. Let's cook these fish and lobsters. The expression of the third prince of the demon cave instantly became serious, the dark light in his eyes deepening significantly. The hall erupted in chaos. The amount of information Xinyu provided was overwhelming. Fang Zheng had actually won over 10,000 taels of silver from Xinyu in the arena. How could that be possible? Had that useless guy become so strong that even Xinyu was no match for him? He also noticed that some old experts in the had already entered that area of creation to seize the internal source of power. Hueji understood Long Jingyu's words. On a road where no one else is present, one can carry. On a busy street where others can see, one must not carry. Thus, Hueji hurriedly walked ahead. This person obviously did not take Yi Zhuxing seriously. They had already learned from old Jiez that Yi Zhusheng had not been here for long, just a few months. Perhaps due to the male protagonist's halo, Ji Shuhan was either silent or his words were mostly constructive suggestions. Li Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He was confident that as long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to break through this layer of seal. A voice sounded not far away. And then, under the moonlight, the leader saw a boy slowly walking out of the darkness with an unknown robot. Boss, let's launch a frontal attack. I'll lead the fighters with the brawler, blade master, and swordsman professions to charge in. Our numbers are clearly greater than theirs. A direct charge will take them down. And we'll win this match. Fang Zhen, who usually spoke little, came over and said beside Qin Haonan. In Huaran's memory, it was the first time Huaiji dared to speak to him so loudly. If someone as foolish as him couldn't manage himself, how could he continue to survive in this temple in the future? Therefore, it was essential to crush the arrogance of anyone daring to resist him. Tang Di charged straight at the opposing team leader, but the members of the deep-sea mercenary corps, grinning, blocked him. Da Shui glanced si device, and a giant wave engulfed both Tang Di and the opposing team leader in the water. Where there was water, it was Tang Di's home ground. For him, everyone had come here. He now seemed like a minister wanting to atone for his sins, the first to charge out. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads and chuckled in unison. Robin also seemed to notice her own changes, tugging at her arms and pinching her thighs, as if this body did not belong to her. A deafening metallic clang echoed. The monster formed from blood-red lava bit down on the rapidly spinning sun-gold wheel. Its gaping maw, filled with jagged fangs, fiercely blocked the sun-gold wheel. After Hua Zhongwan finished speaking, 4 more generals appeared beside her, along with dozens of majors and tens of thousands of battle warriors. Of course, there were those who looked down upon this. They believed that battle itself required fervor and could not be avoided or feared, and Jiez's actions clearly insulted their view of combat. Everyone was somewhat confused, including those like Tian Yuan and the Vulture, who rushed out one after another, who did not understand. Xiao Luo gently nodded, instructing a few people to wait there while she walked up to press the doorbell. The purple water lily was beautifully shaped, with purple petals on the outside and golden in the center. Its flower language is dream and purity. It is said that its blooming period lasts only 7 days each year. 159. Gain the favor of the phoenix. That's innate, but I can't heal. Do you want me to cure your eye disease? Xiyao was about to ask the system if there were any elixirs on her interface that could cure eye diseases. Now, the main quest was issued, to gain favor from the divine beast phoenix. When the favor reached 100, she could activate the teleportation array to the realm of divine beasts. Xiyao looked bewildered and quickly asked in her heart, "What does it mean?" She then reached out and pulled him into her embrace. In that gentle moment, he had an idea. She was also playful in Haicheng and could easily see the other party's thoughts in such a situation. Su Jihuai smiled gently, thinking to himself, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Just seeing his face was enough to make her spine tingle. They could not keep the 50,000 troops inside Xinjiang. They either had to be killed or driven away. If the commander liked it, he could propose marriage one day. Zhang Lingming, who was driving, offered advice. Fortunately, there had been no pressure over the years, and he hadn't overdrawn his body. Rather, after quitting smoking and drinking, his health improved. Hearing the confident words of Emperor Xinghua, the ministers nearby felt slightly relieved, but the cold sweat in their palms still revealed their inner panic. Especially when she saw the other party's calm demeanor, she felt that all her emotions were unreasonable. Luo Wan had no choice but to jump up and down a few times to prove to the two that she was really fine. The wolf eagle's gaze was cold and resolute. It seemed to silently guard this land, preventing those spirits who attempted to disrupt harmony. Although it was on the silent altar, its presence was as steadfast as a mountain, symbolizing endless courage and protection. Looking at him from a distance, he appeared even more handsome. No wonder Shan Ruashi had become infatuated with him. If it weren't for her deep understanding of the temperaments of these young masters, having developed an invulnerable personality, she might have fallen for him too. Ingchun felt as if she were immersed in a honeypot. Her experience of crossing over was unique, encountering a different version of Sun Xiaozu, which was a blessing, not a curse. However, after crossing over, what she faced was a concubine that her mother-in-law forcibly pushed onto her. Did she have to let go this time too? The other burly man beside him was completely different. He held a plastic bag in one hand and was grabbing handfuls of chips from it and stuffing them into his mouth. I'm still not used to being called a monster by aliens. Shun Zheng stood with his sword, a strange smile on his lips. But just as he had run a couple of steps, she saw 5 men in black suddenly appear from nowhere, surrounding her completely. Yingxuan's heart was bleeding. She never expected that someone among her trusted maidservants would harbor ill intentions towards her. Determined, Yingxuan expressed her gratitude to Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li complained that Yingxuan was too unorthodox. The two chatted and laughed until Mrs. Li returned to her residence. So if there really is a day when the world ends, it won't be the intelligent robots that bring about destruction, but rather the humans who give the destruction orders to the robots. Just as Lin Yuefan was complaining, Jiang then had already changed into her riding outfit and stood before everyone. At that moment, even those who had previously cursed Su Long with all their might had to come forward to congratulate him. Chun Fengxi did not take Liang Intze's words to heart. He actually just wanted to salvage their previous relationship, but he always either tried too hard or couldn't get into Liang Intze's heart. Before this, even if Lin Cheng was powerful and recognized as the #1 on the dragon list, he wasn't acknowledged by some people because most of his achievements were within the borders of Huaxia, and the only notable one was killing Xie Tianfeng and destroying Mao Shan. At that moment, Yi Lingyi saw the stability below and was about to start reshaping her body and guiding Hua Wuji's soul to merge. She was at her most defenseless time. You like me? What kind of talent is this? Can you see what others are thinking? Or hear others' voices? Or sense the emotions and feelings of the other party? Xiyao could more or less empathize, as she had a similar talent, didn't she? I can see some of your talents, but not all of them. You have too many gifts. Wu Yin sat up, his dark red long hair falling over his shoulders, and those colorless golden eyes flashed. This annoying bad girl, did she sweep across his mouth just to have a taste? In this vast world, every realm has 9 levels, and the gap between major realms is like heaven and earth. Apart from rare prodigies encountered once in 10,000 years, it is seldom seen that someone can fight across major realms. But don't even mention 1,000 or 10,000 years. Even the century-old herbs, just obtained with great difficulty, are rare, let alone those that are millions of years old, which probably don't exist in the world at all. So when Zatuza pressured with his imposing aura, the dark energy of God Slayer, Yun Tian directly countered it. You came to our Chiyu sect today not to tell me that the nether seal is on you and that you want to re-emerge in the heavenly realm, right? The evil wind changed the topic. Blood splattered on Xing's face, sticky like glue, but without the coldness of glue. It was warm, carrying the deceased's body temperature. Luo Gu licked his knife-wielding wrist with his tongue, seemingly to reduce the pain to a minimum. However, after licking a few times, Luo Gu bit down on that wrist. Under the surging golden Buddhist light, Yu Ro's originally sorrowful face suddenly showed unprecedented fear. She raised her hand to cover her face, her whole body emitting black gas, and her slippery skin began to emit streams of black mist, making sounds like frying beans. At this moment, Ji Shui was in poor condition. Blood tears on his face were explaining something to Itachi. Then he stretched out his left hand, preparing to dig out his left eye as a gift for Itachi. However, Lin Shirin did not notice this, as the name Li Xuanhuan had already left her in a daze. There were no terrifying tremors of space, no shocking momentum of cracking the void. Chao Fan did not yet have the ability to achieve that step, but his spear still stirred up a strong destructive force. Su Chenxi looked at the puzzled expression on Director Jin's face and understood that this director had probably hurried over after receiving the news, knowing nothing at all. After Lu Feng arrived in this world, he wanted to find yellow phosphorus, but he couldn't find it after inquiring in various ways. With the time delay rule, 3 days equate to 3 years. Chao Fan was already capable of refining 4 pattern Dao true pills. He just lacked a bit of insight and practice with the physical pills. She had observed before that there were no surveillance cameras in Andorra's office, and she had secretly replicated the key to Andorra's cabinet while Lu Yuansun was unaware. At the same time, a powerful gravitational force attracted the Shurian sword, lifting it into the air, disappearing with a whoosh into the night sky. I also instinctively closed my eyes. Liu Kai was setting up the ritual platform, silently reciting the incantation. All combatants stand in formation. The mysterious yellow remains unchanged. The yin and yang delineate boundaries. The strange gates of escape are set. Liu Kai suddenly pressed down on the immobilization talisman, and an invisible ripple suddenly spread out. It was always like this, with an abnormal expression and a few strange words. Even if he didn't understand, he wouldn't explain a word. Fong Lei thought for a moment, stealing his resolve, and the light smoke was compressed into a sphere. Pointing his finger upward, a wisp of azure light jumped up, vanishing into nothingness. Lin Yi's calm heart was fundamentally different from the stillness that Xiang Ning entered. Yet, no matter how many paths there were, they would ultimately converge into one. There are different roads, and if one can walk to the end, the cultivators will meet. 161. Use delicious food to control him. Xiyao slept soundly until dawn. She stretched instinctively, and her hand suddenly touched a wall. Xiyao frowned and instinctively touched the wall, which felt pretty good and seemed quite sturdy. Is it Sichuan, or is it Nanxing? Xiyao mumbled, thinking she was still in the northern wilderness, and instinctively wrapped her arms around the other person's waist, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Following that, Shangwan Xin was somewhat speechless. Chunda's father was wholeheartedly counting on Chunda to make money. Although he had high hopes for Chunda's performance today, it was indeed not right to disrupt the rules for this reason. Fang Tianmu coldly stared at the pirate ship, using one arm to shake off the attackers. His black knife creating a black hole, with people, the knife, and the black hole working together to unleash an energy absorption on the two halves of the sea. Although their voices were deafening at the moment, soldiers among them were continuously screaming, and the faces of the screaming soldiers were beginning to rot. The city wall, suddenly attacked, saw the original defenders still holding their ground, but the common people were in complete chaos, especially when they saw Lu Zhan get shot and fall to the ground. With arrows continuously flying around him, they panicked and didn't know what to do, instinctively crouching down, completely in a passive position. The organ transplantation techniques of the spiritual healer were remarkable. With the cooperation of internal true energy, they could remove some organs from the dead and transplant them to the living, completing complex surgeries in a simple and rough manner, with a high success rate. However, despite this, few dared to recklessly intrude into the academy, not to mention the immense power of the academy. Even the countless hidden array patterns at the academy's gate would be enough to obliterate cultivators at the initial Tianquan level. It could enhance the overall strength of a race, allowing its descendants to gain the ability to achieve longevity without cultivation, making it the most against the heavens' existence in the 6 paths and 7 realms. Xin Yundao. Tianhao felt very scared, and after asking a question, looked around. There was no one in the room. The voice came from the loudspeaker. Mu Ziyun's face suddenly became calm, his lips curling into a wicked smile. When he looked up again, his gaze no longer held unease, but rather was spirited and vigorous. Niaoer had known despair. She knew the man was lying to her, precisely because he saw that jade pendant and recognized who she was. But she remembered the almost pathological desire he showed when mentioning her, which kept her awake all night, silently staying in the web of lies woven by the man. Although the third minister was called the strategist, he was not actually in charge. The deputy censor-in-chief managed the censorate, but was not in charge either. Only the prime minister, the chief of the secret police, the assistant minister of administration, and the deputy chief of the secret police held actual power. The rest were not in charge. Qin Ranran was such a clever little girl, yet she was stripped of her spiritual root by that guy Yuehua Zhenzuan and given to a mortal. Technical talents usually have a bit of a temper. The stronger the technique, the more pronounced it is. Drama has very low information content. One step, singing a tune. Another step, singing a couple of words. A line that only leads to rag clothes and old skirts can finish a segment of an opening advertisement. Just as he closed his eyes to pray, a surge of life energy suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire meditation array. To avoid sneaking over next time, thinking it was a black beast, ruining his plan to wish for a wife. It's like new parents always think their child is very impressive and excellent, but in reality, what they do is just ordinary. Because eagle-headed people are not good at long-distance high-altitude flying, they basically cling to the bodies of giant dragons. Liang Jie originally allowed the 2 ants to observe Li Renxiang experimentally. Without hesitation, he took the 2 away, watching as porters, merchants, and guards each left their memories with them. 162 was sealed. Ha ha! Wein, it seems you can't handle spicy food. You're about to catch fire yourself. Xiyao covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, if you can't handle spicy food, then don't add wasabi. It's fine, I can handle it. Wu Yin said this not to save face, but because she felt that the wasabi's spicy and pungent flavor was indeed overwhelming. After taking a bite, she felt the spiciness, but now she wanted to try again. With her mention, everyone suddenly remembered that Ji Jingxi had just been punished to kneel not long ago. Thinking about it, in the chilly spring weather, no one could endure kneeling on the bluestone for a whole night. Ji Jingxi didn't cry out in pain today, nor did he show any sign of discomfort. Just this composure was enough to earn admiration. Regarding this, the members of the CDA and Haima teams in the audience said nothing. They had lost to us in the second half of the competition and accepted it willingly, especially since we also defeated the EI team. They recognized our strength, so they had no objections to us making it to the top 8. The four masters began to chant the sutras for the deceased in unison, their words clear and their voices serious and deep. It was as if they had rehearsed it beforehand, perfectly in sync. Who am I? Yili felt dazed, unable to recall her identity, which made Lu Tianqing very angry. He pushed her hard, knocking her to the ground. He deliberately avoided Shui Huan and Ling Han, but did not leave the palace. Instead, he went to a man-made lake nearby. I'm also very happy to be here. Zhou Zikai gently patted the other person's head, his voice soft. Many times, he still really liked children. Yili did not see them off. In fact, she felt completely drained and just wanted to sit still. The reason she asked him to turn off the light was that any normal person would feel a bit disoriented after being subjected to such a situation for a long time. To check if he had any supernatural anomalies, the light had to be turned off. When the warrior ran into a long passage where no poison arrows had been shot for a while and finally relaxed, poison arrows suddenly shot out again. Feng Lingxi also smiled, agreeing that it was indeed the case. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have kept company with someone so lazy for so many years. When he looked, he saw that his wife had indeed calmed down, not making a fuss, but tilting her head and staring straight at him. Lu Chun guessed that after escaping from the king bee's pursuit, those young masters from the noble families had slaughtered most of the untrusted people, leaving only the most trusted ones, which was the reason for their heavy casualties. Team 3, take out those 10 or so people in the middle first. Team 2, quickly assess the enemy situation outside. The others hold your positions. Do not act recklessly until the situation is clear. At this moment, Rumis had just become much clearer. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that the result they had been eagerly anticipating would turn out like this. Although he didn't hold much hope for his efforts and had prepared for failure from the beginning, he still wouldn't give up easily until the very last moment. In the face of such a critical situation, he had to make a desperate attempt before he could truly give up. Xiyao was very sensible. She didn't make any excessive demands. As long as she knew Lu Yu wanted to bring her mother back to Chang'an, that was enough. Lin Ranqing said nothing but quietly held one of her hands, using the other to smooth her long hair by the pillow, looking at her with affection, filled with warmth and emotion. However, that said, if one truly provoked those who controlled weapons of mass destruction, and they were willing to pay a huge price to kill a certain innate master, that innate master would likely not escape death. 163. The rainy season is over. Xiyao herself felt a chill when she said these words. Could it be that it was similar to what she had imagined? The reason those teleportation arrays were abandoned wasn't because no one used them, but because they were no longer allowed to be used. Xiyao felt the goosebumps all over her body. Ceiling? That might be what it means. Wu Yin said, it's better for you not to know. There's no benefit in it. But aren't divine beasts the same? Zhuangba looked at Fa Changdiz. Fa Changdiz, we need to resolve our grievances properly. He wanted to kill Fa Changdiz. The deep scar on his face was left by Fa Changdiz at that time. Such swordsmanship, even if packed with those people from the Sword Ancestor Star, definitely qualifies for the top 3. After all, the Sword Sun is not an easy target, and his sword skills are terrifying to a certain extent. In fact, he might even qualify to challenge for the first position. Shenmu could not sense Wei Ai's aura. It was as if Wei Ai had vanished into the darkness. Wei Ai's strength was enough to leave Shenmu speechless. He felt no trace of perception from Wei Ai. What was even more incredible to him was how a person without perception could conceal their own aura. Some people even started to boast that Shan Jinghao was the world's #1 ADC. Anyway, most of the comments online are pretty foolish. By the way, there is no record in history that Qin Shi Huang was a fat man. Probably only our book mentions it in unofficial history. So there's no need to worry about Lao Fei suspecting me of talking about the owner of the grave he's going to dig up. After listening to it once, Han Gu curiously clicked on the option symbol behind the song and found that there was an option to generate sheet music. If his appearance and temperament really align with the character, he could also try for an audition. Although Ma Yu's mindset was high, his skills were not as good as Chen Xuanfeng's. Upon hearing the howling of the ghost prison's chilling wind, he immediately became confused and lost focus on continuing to operate the Tiangang Beidou formation. You should know that whether at Y base or elsewhere, awakened supernatural beings with special abilities are highly valued wherever they go. The Fae Emperor entered the second layer again. The second layer was the central layer, but after he launched his fully charged attack into the second layer, it was like a cow sinking into the sea with no response. Finally, Xiyao pushed the door open and went out. Hearing her footsteps fade away, Si Hanchu immediately rushed over and locked the door. She should have been a bit dazed for a while longer, but Dao Yi Jinjuan's words suddenly woke her up. No matter what, this was not a good time to be dazed. The deep muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon was replaced, and the metal shells shot mercilessly towards Hongjun. Bai Kai looked around the battlefield, which was quite tragic. Those fanchons were no match for these red-skinned aliens. Good, good. Yao Yu nodded eagerly. Just like that, Yao Yu happily followed the fifth prince home. Hey, can't you be a little more ambitious? It's just a Buddha. It's not invincible. For example, I could put some poison in my food and then poison that son of a dog. The last few words were squeezed out from between Yao Yu's teeth. Yiqi naturally did not retaliate. In fact, he was also stunned by this sudden slap, rubbing his slightly painful cheek with his hand and staring wide-eyed at Nai. In order to completely control this mecha, the headquarters required him to unconditionally execute any orders from the headquarters. Some familiar diners boldly asked, and everyone looked at Chu Yao with curious eyes. At that moment, all eyes in the square were fixed tightly on Li Xian'er. Although he knew that whether he was invisible or not was the same for her and him, proactively becoming invisible was just to avoid being annoyed by his own feelings. 164, let's have a good feast. Really? Bai Yin scratched his head and smiled gently. I'm already very grateful to become Yao Yao's beast husband. I almost completely became a beast back then. Now I just hope that Yao Yao and the cubs can grow up safely, healthily, and happily. I ask for nothing else. Si Chun helplessly shook his head and said, well, you will achieve your wish. After saying that, he turned and left everyone's sight, heading home. Pushing open the door, Old Z sniffed the smell of Long Fei in the air, but was even more puzzled. Both sides had it. Which one was real? Old Z looked towards the direction of the Fire Nation and chose to pursue the Shadow Clone's direction. Kubu La grunted unwillingly, but couldn't think of any useful methods. Facing Long Fei, he felt like a fish on a chopping board, unable to cause any waves. Downstairs, Lang Xiao confirmed again and again that this store only had a foul smell and no trace of Huamu Shi before turning to leave. In Xinyo Hezhou, only Jilun Mountain accumulated a lot of land. It is west of the Western World and east of the East Victory Divine Land. If the disciples of the Buddha Gate want to go west, they must pass through Jilun Mountain. In fact, the house was built simply but was spacious and bright enough. There were a total of 5 rooms, a hall, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. The backyard also had a firewood room, a chicken coop, and a donkey shed. Surrounded by high walls, Huamushi no longer had to worry about someone sneaking into her home while she was away. Confucianism was established, and in later generations, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and martial arts coexisted, while the other hundreds of schools became mere embellishments or faded away, insignificant. Moreover, the Silver Snake had added several more scars. Facing the sharp flying sword wielded by the opponent, the originally hard scales had been broken in many places, especially the red flying sword in the opponent's hand, which was even more powerful and could even absorb its blood, causing its aura and strength to gradually decrease. Wang Shun originally wanted to keep El Banzhong to serve him, but it ended up being a joke. Although he was quite annoyed with this old man, recalling their interactions over the past 2 or 3 months, he suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Speaking of which, this was the first person he could talk to after crossing over to the Song dynasty. Yumier squinted his eyes upon hearing this. While Li Ling's face remained unchanged, quietly watching Yumier. It was already quite good that I didn't clench my legs. Su Xiaoyuan patted his chest and cheered himself up. No need to say more. In any case, I am who I am. Let's go back with this. This place will be ours, Nobinaga said. Groudon's massive head appeared in Luther's mind as it approached him, staring deeply. Axie collapsed on the edge of the bed, tears streaming from her eyes. Delisa said nothing, simply holding her gently. Sharona was about to ask Luther and Mai if they wanted to play games together. But before she could speak, Karuna grabbed her collar and pulled her into the room, locking the door. However, Uncle Wong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. But unfortunately, he didn't have the right to speak ill of Zhao Yiming. Xiaji didn't even understand what had happened, so she, like Tachibana AI, looked up at the ceiling. Xia Ming even got up from her seat and covered Xiaji's ears with her hand. The sea around them erupted into a tremendous explosion, with each explosive wave rising like a dragon emerging from the sea, creating tens of meters high waves. Boldly, this is the North Ming Supreme Lord. Butler Lu shouted loudly. He had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, and his aura was like a dragon, quite intimidating. With a creaking sound, a car outside screeched to a halt. Mo Wu quickly hid behind the office desk to see who was coming. All right, everyone go back to your positions. Teacher Sakura walked into the classroom, clapped her hands, and the students, who were chatting elsewhere, hurriedly returned to their seats. 165, the Phoenix Cub is coming. This is Wu Yan's first time eating hot pot. He smelled the spicy and fragrant aroma and took a bite with some hesitation. The spicy flavor made his eyes widen. Just as he was about to speak, he started coughing with a flushed face. Cough, cough, cough. Is it very spicy? I've already adjusted the spiciness for you. Xiyao took a bite and thought it was pretty good. There are beef tripe here, which is perfect for hot pot, but it can also be used for spicy skewers. Su nanny. Zhang Xiaofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he looked at Garin, who was desperately fleeing, and suddenly understood something. I have been sold out. Zhang Xiaofei felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. I don't need you to manage this. The wedding ceremony is over. You can leave now. Wei Ming skillfully tidied up his clothes, calmed the pained expression on his face, and stepped out with steady strides. With one hand behind his back in a tall posture, he exuded an otherworldly elegance, like a prince not belonging to the mortal realm. The burning lamp moved his hand, and 24 calming sea beads sent all the stupa soldiers flying, including Zhu Long. After the children fell asleep, Yin Bingqian returned to the general's residence and saw Qi Mofan still drinking in the courtyard, merely waving his hand expressionlessly and saying, "I'm back." He went straight to his room, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a deep sleep without removing his makeup or taking a shower. The 8 directions suddenly erupted in rage, cursing, "What the hell? This is my inn. Would I kill someone here? Damn you. Who are you to accuse me?" As he yelled, his subordinates surrounded Mo and Wan tightly. Crackling sounds came from above, as something fell from the sky in large quantities. One after another, they descended and scattered everywhere. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be fragments of something, various shapes, with the one in front resembling a foot. At this moment, Liu Xing's thoughts came to a halt. Mo Wenjian didn't need any thought at all and directly chose the Dao fruit, the strength of the Emperor realm. What does it have to do with you, putting so much effort into stealing your sister's boyfriend, and you still have a nerve? Wenwan saw this and no longer held back, starting to retaliate. The Malaysian players wore long-sleeve sportswear during training. The training sessions for the Malaysian team were relatively simple, mainly focusing on passing and receiving the ball, with no intense confrontations. Time was tight, and Robin's troops could appear nearby at any moment. He instructed the demoning team to evacuate the woods and ordered the tanks to advance. The chief frowned and commanded. However, Gu Yin's swordsmanship was unexpectedly seasoned. Could it be true that a capable person can do anything? The Chinese team's frontline personnel were well organized, but the defense was lacking, especially in the center back position, where it was severely short of personnel. At least until now, no player with comparable strength to do Wei could be found. Under the gaze of many people, the two finished their lunch in the cafeteria, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, they separated and walked home when leaving the cafeteria. Wei Feng, taking advantage of the cover of the trees, moved silently through the jungle like a ghost. At this moment, he had already unleashed the wave pattern of the high-level martial arts, grasping the faint sounds around the surrounding jungle. When Duo Luo saw the terrifying night appear, he immediately tightened his body even more to prevent being detected by that night. For Duo Luo, mental control and mental explosion were 2 deadly skills he encountered that were formidable. This word was definitely a taboo in the Lazio team, especially in front of Drogba, mentioning it was no different from seeking death. Although Sang Chun was filled with hatred, he couldn't think of a better way to deal with the cunning Yang Xiao. After being cleverly redirected or deflected by Yang Xiao during his repeated inquiries, he could only watch them leave calmly after smashing the school building. 166, the first divine beast cub in nearly 100 years. I think so too. Xiyao lifted her dress and twirled around. Indeed, girls need to dress up. It brings joy to both body and mind. Wu Yin took a couple of steps forward and then stopped. He had the smell of fish on him and thought he would go inside first to take a shower. After a while, Wu Yin emerged, his body covered in steam. His dark red hair was wet and draped over his shoulders, and he seemed in a good mood. This expedition had its losses, but there were also gains. The biggest gain was the warhorse they acquired. The silver earned from the Tartar's head could only be considered second. How to distribute the spoils was also a headache for the two brothers. This land used to be a knitting factory, but due to poor performance, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Coincidentally, Qiao had helped the factory owner with a lawsuit before. After Qiao quoted him a fair price. It only took a few days for the factory to be transferred to Qiao's name. "All right, you speak properly," Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly. Li Yuanfu then recounted the reasons and consequences of him being kicked out of the Liu family. She searched the cupboard for a long time and finally found the marriage certificate. Then she walked to the living room and dialed Luo Zhiyong's office phone. And at that moment, Luo Zhiyong had returned. They went to the largest pharmacy. Although it was still early, it was already crowded. At noon, The weather suddenly became frightfully hot, with the sun scorching the earth, making everything around feel boiling. Tion had too many questions unanswered, but he felt he was getting closer to the truth. Sima Yue also found out about his physical condition. If they hadn't thought of many ways, he wouldn't have survived until today. The banner holders in front quickly ran back while shouting to clear the way. At that moment, they couldn't care about anything else. If Zhu Hozhao got injured, they wouldn't need to go back to face their parents and would rather commit suicide to atone. Li Aihua took the items and was a bit surprised. Judging by her appearance, Zhou Yimei was not someone who would buy things for her, and she suspected that it was Luo Zhiyong who bought them. If we talk about it reasonably, it really counts as a benefit. The process of giving birth would reveal a person's character clearly, and the treasures refined later would be stronger. Hanfen felt a sense of mystery surrounding the River of the Dead after hearing Gige's revelations. The enemy's high command acted decisively. Upon seeing the situation, they immediately adjusted their strategy, not only dispatching the troops prepared for airdropping in Yu, but also sending more warships to assist with the landing. Besides Hua Yuan and a few others, the 20th team followed closely behind Zhou Kuan, and even Yi Sheng and Su Suyu were there. No wonder that slave was laughing so hard his eyes were nearly gone. In such a short time, he earned more than a year's worth of silver in Qingdao. A master weapon craftsman is also of great assistance for thousands of gold, but unfortunately, once the arm is severed, this weapon craftsman might be finished for life. Understanding this, one must be persistent in facing life while also being optimistic. Facing death is also a continuation and chain reaction of life. He didn't even say it to himself, claiming that Grandpa Ban was testing Daitu's character and told him not to interrupt. Teacher Gu also enjoyed joking, saying that there were jobs, but no disappearances. The opponent completely did not expect Zhou Ming to act so boldly, but the opponent's combat experience was not weak either. As Zhou Ming approached, they immediately acted to block him. He should be sunbathing on the top floor. He said the sun there is very comfortable. Lu Chuan shrugged, indifferent. Once this move was made, a red light continuously shone and expanded on the surface of the blue moon Saint Lord, forming a huge halo that attracted countless vital energies. Entering a state of frenzy, I am the older brother, he muttered to himself, but seeing the baby looking serious, he decided not to say anything. 167. Something happened at the bottom of the sea. After having a baby, Wu Yin, this phoenix, almost held Su Xiao in the palm of his hand. He didn't let her do anything. If it weren't for Su Xiao's strong objections, he would have almost kept her from touching the ground. Wu Yin, don't exaggerate too much. I'm just pregnant, not seriously ill. Don't you know that as a parturient, one should move around more, otherwise it may lead to complications during childbirth? Su Xiao really couldn't stand Wu Yin following her around. If Wang Xingxin hadn't collapsed on the ground and heard Cheng Yaojin's words to Qin Xiong, he would surely be amazed at Cheng Yaojin's shrewdness. After all, he is the old demon Cheng. Although he only took half a step back, the expression in the eyes of the young man, in yellow, gradually darkened. The extremely sharp lightning elemental force contained in Yu Hao's finger was unexpectedly purer than his own lightning elemental force, which left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Cotton, known as by Daizi, was not fully utilized after being brought from the western regions to the Tang dynasty. Instead, it was planted in the gardens of wealthy households as an ornamental plant. Although there were Western Hu people selling white dye cloth, which is cotton fabric, the price was even higher than silk. All right, Shen Xingshua also knew that no banquet is good, and his mother's invitation for dinner was not sincere. But he certainly had to follow her through thick and thin. After saying this, he had Cheng Chumo and Niu Jianhu bring over a large box. When opened, it contained a military handbook that Wang Xingxin had printed long ago, complete with military regulations, various reward and punishment systems, and revised military songs. On the wedding car, Kesselin heard Cui Jun exclaim in amazement with the driver and groomsmen, and she chuckled beneath her large red tassel veil, filled with happiness and sweetness. Zhang Bao felt panic towards Lin Fan, while Duan Yidao felt more respect, a respect for a martial arts senior. After all, he was a martial artist. Benefactor, creating more killing karma is of no use. Cui Benefactor, please be merciful, otherwise the old monk can only advise you with death. The old monk with white eyebrows pressed his palms together, showing no fear. With countless thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Yang's focus returned. But when she looked back at the river, the playful green bird had vanished, clearly having run off during her moment of distraction. Gu Qing, why do you think this thing can fly? Li Ji asked with a puzzled expression while holding a paper airplane. She indeed needed to keep a closer eye on the situation in the crew for the time being, and regarding last night's awkwardness, she needed a little cooling off time. As long as he got what he needed, Once he left the moon-cutting sect ruins, he would go find Cheng Wei and the others later. 2 third-tier demon kings. One a crow covered in ink, and the other a poisonous snake glowing green. The ink crow attacked from the air, while the green snake attacked from the ground. "You beast, just wait for me. I'm coming over to make you die," Bai Yong shouted angrily, then hung up the phone. However, he couldn't afford to think about these things right now. A large number of cultivators should be arriving at any moment, yet there were no exits in this wasteland. Although Jiang Jun was a man, he was quite slender, and in terms of strength, he was indeed not stronger than Lin Fang. The people below gasped in amazement at Xiao Kai's movements. After participating in several training sessions at Xingyan Hall recently, Xiao Kai had made rapid progress. His steps more agile than before, weaving around Yilang like a snake. This place was indeed a gathering of stars. After all, it was the most prestigious film award in the country. Even just being nominated excited the actors, and those invited were usually very willing to come. Clearly, if one party opened their mouth, the barrier could be broken, yet both parties involved were being foolish. In Wudu, the token in Pei Songyan's hand had the intimidation of a soul-collecting messenger's token. Amidst the snoring of his roommate, Zhang Baiyuan, Lu Rue helplessly rolled out of bed and walked towards the training room. 168. Is there an anomaly in the land of divine beasts? Nanxing's eyes widened, displeased, saying, "That's impossible. Are you sick? How could the reward be my little female?" Wu Yin provocatively replied, "But she is already my little female." Upon hearing this, Nanxing could no longer hold back and swung her tail over. Wu Yin calmly raised her hand, and a barrier blocked Nanxing's attack. "Stop, everyone stop." Xiyao was also quite drunk. She quickly stood between the two of them to stop him. "Indeed, I will handle this aspect. By then, the news will undoubtedly leak out a bit, and I believe all the clans will definitely take the bait," the Soul Emperor said with a smile. However, perhaps due to the incomplete method or the excessively thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the best result would be at most the level of an internal martial arts master. Qi Si felt nervous upon hearing this. He originally thought that Qi Jianglin had directly refused, but now that it had come to Yaya's lips, it turned into an acceptance, which means there's still a chance, right? "I really didn't expect the names of the medicinal materials provided by the system to be exactly the same as those here. Is it a coincidence? Or is it destined by fate?" "What did you mean by what you just said?" Shimin Shuichio suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and asked Lin Yun in a cold, deep voice, "Did you hear any sounds?" Su Yi surveyed the dark surroundings, where a blue light spread across the heavens and the earth, like a black hole devouring everything. Not long after, 5 tattooed men entered the private room where Situ Yu and the others were, and the leading man was extremely tall and robust, with solid muscles coiling like a dragon around a tree, creating a visual shock that was definitely not just dead muscle built in a gym. If this was man-made and caused her father to be bedridden for a year, Jiang Sushi would definitely not let him off easily. "Get lost." The living corpse shot out in anger, and the spear instantly burst forth with a powerful spear light, sending Lin Tiancheng flying. No need. This thing works just the same. Don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Even if I can't defeat the opponent with this jade pendant, I still have a chance to save my life by admitting defeat, Fang Jun said. Feng Mingtang and several officials from the provincial organization department arrived in Lingnan, going directly to the Lingnan Municipal Party Committee building and arriving at Zheng Yigua's office door. Lu Biao had a clear understanding. All the movable troops in Jingzhou were concentrated in Jiangxia and Xiangyang, no less than 250,000, and there were no movable troops throughout Jingzhou. Leng Yuru was momentarily speechless, with more angry words stuck in her throat that she couldn't express. She shot a fierce glare at Chu Yinjia, just in time for a taxi to pass by, and hurriedly reached out to hail it. Unfortunately, the taxi seemed to not see her and continued driving forward. In addition, Jiang Beige might also need to talk to Xiao Mingzhu about leaving Zhou Ziyan, but Zhou Ziyan really didn't want to make a fuss about it. Another loud tremor came from the center of the ruins, accompanied by a piercing wail, and this time the tremor was even greater. The already mottled ruins actually collapsed again by half. Yet strangely, not a speck of dust was stirred up. Moreover, you cannot be unkind while expecting kindness in return. Ren Tianhao and his son treated him quite well, and he had no reason to let the Tianlong group be destroyed because of that. Xing Fei was completely stunned. Every word from the old man was like a heavy hammer, ringing in his mind. These ancient unknown mysteries were not known by many, even among the strong in the immortal realm. Yet now the old man told him everything. The entire space was roughly about 12 or 13 square meters, and the walls had not been painted. The night wind was not blowing in through the jagged brick seams. Although attacking civilian forces was not allowed, if Cao Cao were to turn around and ally with Yuan Shao, it was possible that he could take my Pengzhou first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's mind exploded with excitement, while Ren Fengyu felt anxious. 169 drought. I might as well go instead. Su Xiao said, as far as I know, there is a teleportation array in the West Wilderness continent. I happen to be planning to find Mo.ze, so I could check out the situation of the teleportation array there. Nanxing said, then I'll go with you. Wu Yin said, I'll go too. It's not safe for you to go alone. Nanxing replied, I went with Sister Yao Yao, and you didn't consider me at all? Wu Yin tilted his head. The first match can be said to be a performance by the Sweet Dream team, with San Yu and the Assassin's operations, Yulan and Tong Yao's powerful output, and Ming Yu's critical healing at key moments, all of which were conditions for victory in the match. Without any one of these, victory would be impossible. The leader of the Fox Odd sect put away the flying boat, as using this treasure consumes a lot of cultivation, so is not easily used. His figure turned into a streak of light and rushed away, heading towards the dreaded Shura, demon domain. Wang Xingxin ran back to the injury camp, shaking off the snowflakes that had fallen on him as he dashed into his tent. Outside the tent, he threw off his sheepskin coat and dove inside. The officer checking the roster in front of the cavalry mansion was not the captain that Wang Gui had gone to look for, but a lieutenant. This lieutenant was about 30 years old, very strong, and clad in iron armor, exuding a formidable presence. When he paused to look at Wang Xingxin and the other three, he whispered a few words to a nearby team. Qin and Cheng hurriedly called for Qin Yong to organize the people to hurry the horse-drawn carts to buy supplies. Soon, they set up several tables for a feast, and everyone in the village, along with the personal guards brought by Qin and Cheng, celebrated joyously. Xiaoyinhua passed by Hao Ming, gently knocked on a few places on the door, and then the door opened smoothly. I deeply understand the pain of being hunted, that feeling of being able to crush all of you one-on-one, but the opponent insists on playing one against many. That profound sense of helplessness is probably the situation she is currently in. Wu Xin couldn't help but be taken aback and hurried into the room, only to find that the Iron Captain Hushan was chatting and laughing with someone, and sitting across from him was his elder brother. He was surprised, and his expression changed several times, not knowing whether to go in or not. Lu Ping was slightly taken aback. He had not thought of this, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. Although Changde was polite to him, it was out of consideration for past friendship. Once this matter was exposed, he didn't want his brother to be in danger. It was very likely that he would go to the authorities to report him and hand him over. It seems you are still very loyal to the emperor. But aside from this, others do not respect the emperor. Amidst the conversations of the merchants, Ferrero's voice came from outside the door, and then the door was roughly smashed open by soldiers. Ferrero, leading the royal guards, charged in energetically. Order the fleet to dock on the land ahead. Tim casually instructed Nathan. The main force of the Zonghong was severely damaged by the Jin soldiers in Guangzhou. The elite of the Song dynasty, the Zong family army, had lost more than half, leaving only 20 to 30,000 under Nangong Wentian. You know what would happen if you dared to refuse Annie's invitation, right? Yo might said. He didn't mind taking time out of his busy schedule for this. The food supplied to these commoners is not bad. However, they can only stay here for a while. When it gets dark, they still need to continue on their way. Originally planning to sit tight in the rear after returning from this trip, it seems there is no need for him at all. Ma Zhou and County Magistrate Zhou are sufficient. Before long, Wang Jian and Wang Bin finished donning their armor, mounted their horses, and led their personal guard straight to the Tiger Bin military camp next to the Xianying Palace. This is the Xian district, specifically used to receive disciples from other sects participating in the grand competition, and it is still some distance from the Jia district. 170, Wu Yin has been summoned. I can still change the water. If you want a drink, I can change it for you again. Su Xiao changed a bucket of water for him again at the supermarket, fearing he wouldn't have enough to drink. This time, it was indeed bottled water, a full 17 liters. The container holding the water seemed a bit too magical. Chen Zhu stared fascinated at the bottled water. He found both the bucket and the water very curious. Moreover, I mentioned to you before that if it really doesn't work, you could try it out. Hearing Chun Hao say this, Lu Mingyao directly hugged Chun Hao's waist, standing on her tiptoes to rest her chin on his shoulder. One by one, they placed items down until everything was inside the 5-element 8-trigram diagram I had drawn. That's true, but you're really too bad for tricking me. After Yin Jimal discovered that her senior brothers were fine, she immediately stopped crying and smiled, her expression as radiant and beautiful as a rainbow appearing after the rain. Du Hongxiao and several attendants could only temporarily reside on Parrot Island. Their daily lives were entrusted to Chunmu. Over time, they became quite familiar with each other. Waiting and waiting, Gong Lei didn't bring a flashlight, and the underground room didn't reveal much. Accompanying me, Zhu Chikai kept bumping into things and eventually withdrew. I took it over, took a glance, and found that many of the immortals on it were unfamiliar, but their names seemed quite powerful, like heavenly generals and star deities. At that moment, Kangxi had a crooked smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on the direction where Xiao Zhuang had left, lost in thought. Just then, Xi held the shield and walked out, with Wu Ming following closely behind, confirming the surrounding situation before deeming it temporarily safe. Besides, they really wouldn't touch that money. After all, the Chun family village had been poor and looked down upon for so many years. Now that they had such an opportunity, how could they ruin it for money? Unusually, this place was filled with square cages, each imprisoning a ball of light, varying in brightness, some dazzling and glaring, while others flickered like a dying candle, as if they could be extinguished by the wind at any moment. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the pair of dark green eyes beside her suddenly opened wide, shining with the light of a leopard hunting in the dark night. The Wildcat S basement was the torture chamber. He had brought Nianji here before, so the route wasn't unfamiliar. Of course, Madame Bovary's husband was also at fault for not making good use of the nighttime to comfort his wife, allowing her heart to feel the sweetness of love. Lu Ruxu, do you know who you were talking to? Meng Ji's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. As the head of the wind spirit sect, when had anyone dared to insult him as a beast worse than a beast? Not finishing his meal, he handed the food to the boss, and Liang Cheng hurriedly chased after him, suppressing his impulse to confront him directly to avoid alarming the snake, following him from certain distance. What? Yi Tang was taken aback. The bubbling sulfuric acid lake before him was clearly not a good place. If a crack appeared in the energy shield, and a bit of acid seeped in, wouldn't he be disfigured? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet the reality between those thoughts remained completely elusive. At that moment, Luong and the others saw Lin Yun. Luong showed no reaction, his gaze vacant, emanating a terrifying blood aura. Didn't you need to knock before coming in? Qin Huai's words were seen by them as the male side's good situation being disrupted, said in a fit of anger, mentioning Cheng Shui's father. Lin Su had a deep impression. Back in Ji Xian, Cheng Shui was the teacher's pet in the class, partly because she was excellent in her studies, and partly because her family was very wealthy. 171. The sign of transformation. Phoenix favorability 5, current favorability is 80, and it won't be long before reaching the target. The words "it's fine, I'm not that reluctant" that were on the tip of my tongue were completely swallowed back. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled as she lightly nodded her head and said, I will. But who can come over from the divine beast land? Didn't they say before that you can only enter but not exit? Wu Yan's gaze was deep, and he said solemnly, as time goes by, it's not just us who are growing. Not willing to speak, huh? Can endure, can you? Let's see who is tougher. He didn't care about being gentle anymore, and with a blink, he raised his hand and gave a few slaps. Wang Zhong also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this time he would at least get beaten up, but he didn't expect the young master not to blame them at all. Ming Xingua and Xiao Yuwu did not intend to take the spirit fruit at this stage. After all, there was only one spirit fruit, and her cultivation was still low, so there was still too little she could comprehend. Therefore, Xiao Yuwu planned to take it after building her foundation, as the effect would be better then. Originally, Su Tang wanted to explain well. One was her good brother, and the other was the man she liked. She didn't want them to fall out over a misunderstanding. This can't be blamed on Su Tang for lacking moral bottom lines or being too ruthless. Luo Mu and Su Lu were not innocent when they caused the death of her previous self. The world was a uniform color, and as far as the eye could see, it was all a white expanse. The snowstorm seemed to become more violent around 10 in the morning, and visibility became extremely limited, making it very easy to lose direction. Ago listened quietly. Alex's tone remained deep, and Ago understood that even if he didn't ask, the teacher would still tell the stories of the past. Xiao Yuwu couldn't gauge the opponent's cultivation level, but it was estimated that the opponent was also a foundation-building disciple, while the other two male disciples were at the peak of Qi training. The sky was dimly lit, and in the dark room, the even sound of breathing suddenly stopped. Wu Qiong, who was originally sleeping in bed, suddenly sat up. At this moment, she felt quite disappointed. After sending love meals for so many days, the fourth master hadn't even let her in to see him or say a word. The senior brother once said that you have a fatal weakness, which is being overly emotional. Although I don't know what conspiracy you have in inviting me. Just in case, I took your Nangong brother to a good place. Sima Yu immediately contacted Lung Shuang and Jiang Shuriying. The two recalled the process of searching in Bei Yuzi's room and provided a name, Yamamoto Kazuo. In fact, the odds of gambling tend to favor the house, going to a casino set up by others to gamble. The chances of losing are certainly higher than the chances of winning. Aunt Su Ershu saw so many people in the yard and felt a bit intimidated, hesitating and not daring to go. Su-hung works at the police station. After all these years, he has seen all kinds of people and quickly realized Tang Lianhai's sinister intentions. The bare-chested man couldn't believe he had lost just like that. Upon hearing Jin Tingji's triumphant voice, he couldn't control his anger and charged again. I told you your brain is confused. You can't even remember your own son and someone else's. Mi Jia's mother said fiercely. At most, she would no longer share a house with her. She is now a single employee, and having that house is already quite good. No one knows how he struggled and fought, crossing the boundaries of past and present, to walk back from the underworld to the living world. Even so, the ferocious force of this palm still knocked Lin Yuan to the ground, and blood kept seeping out uncontrollably. Lian Beichuan pressed down on Song Yuding's wrist with hidden strength, forcing him to release Gu Qingdai. Yin Jie was indeed in a hurry and really headed toward the restroom, even knowing that he might be blocked inside by Gizi. He quietly retreated to the back, taking advantage of the battle between his disciples and Chu Ming, and surprisingly, Yu Songhai sneaked away. Gu Qingdai originally wanted to take her out for a stroll, but Chu He refused to leave the Yu Min dance hall. For her, this was the safest place. 172, a rampaging, star-level magical beast. Roar. Just as Mo Zhe finished speaking, a roar of beasts echoed from outside. Quick, go out and take a look. This voice was too familiar. Xiyao immediately ran out to check. The army of the Python clan had already mobilized, ordering the city gates to be closed. And the roar came from outside the gates, accompanied by the sound of something crashing against the city gates. Beast King, there are rampaging star-level magical beasts outside. No one knew why, but previously there was a statement that was barely acknowledged, and suddenly the whole city knew about this teacher-student romance. Besides bringing some entertainment value, what other benefits could it have? Compared to Wei Yi's ease at this moment, Zhang Jiming and Li Jiumin were in a much more awkward situation. Gobi material, Gobi gravel, due to wind and sand erosion, has a special uneven surface that can be made into pendants and other jewelry. Gobi material has visible cotton spots to the naked eye. In fact, its structure is relatively coarse and loose, with large particles that cannot be finely crafted. A man dressed in dark clothing rushed in, his eyes shimmering with the light of a storm, staring directly at her. Bakayuru, no matter what, we must defeat them. Charge forward. The Japanese army's commander was jumping around, commanding, but had no way to face the firepower of the Eastern Sea Fleet and was firmly blocked here. Subsequently, the 129th Division also went all out, the artillery fire becoming even fiercer, with all available weapons like howitzers, rocket launchers, light and heavy machine guns, and grenade launchers being used against the nationalist troops. Wang Huanji felt a bit exhausted. Why were his children all so troubling? While the descendants of the Gu family were all so extraordinarily talented. Strange, such a powerful spiritual energy field. Could there be masters cultivating in the wilderness god forest? At this moment, a boy around 17 or 18 stopped, looking curiously toward the depths of the woods. Feng Ruping looked at Feng Yinji and chuckled. The gold hairpin she wore jingled lightly, producing a delicate sound that would make anyone with intentions heart flutter. They had agreed to gather at 8:30 the next morning for a health check, but Jiang Jun arrived at the headquarters office building at 7:30. At the end of the cave, there was an irregular stone cave about 20 meters high and several hundred square meters at the base. Although Chan Fei had countless guesses beforehand, he was still quite surprised when he actually saw the light source. Returning to the city, Yihan's backpack was already filled with nearly 4,000 gold coins, having purchased the endless blade and several potions. What impressed Chan Fei the most was that this strange grassy land had different densities, and from a bird's eye view, it formed a large character shape, very distinctive. The two did not see Qin Yu and the three others, nor the bodies of the attackers at the scene. Only a few bloodstains were left after Qin Yu and the others killed the attackers. What? The attendants beside Takeda Shingen were all shocked and pale upon hearing this news. Reverse command, I am the commander of the Mage Legion, Peak Flame. It is an honor to cooperate with you, another mage player said with a smile. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. He didn't know when, but Zun Wui was pulled to a cosmetic shop. At this moment, Xue Wuying glared at Tian Xiaoyun, who awkwardly smiled. He had grown accustomed to this senior's temperament. He was the last to enter this foggy area, and now he had been captured by the fox demon. One could imagine the fate of the others. At this moment, Xiyao released the immortal mansion, and his true body entered the immortal mansion along with the ghost, beginning to advance relying on the power of the immortal mansion. All right, esteemed bishop. Xiyao held the long sword upright in front of his chest. According to the etiquette of the church, this represented a kind of authority, and when the sword was swung, it represented slaughter. Yu Jian looked at such a beautiful monster girl and really thought she was for a big health service, but unfortunately, she was half flesh and half machine, which wasn't very comfortable to look at. 22, Brother Yun, don't you want to see the appearance of these dark family members? They're always wrapped in black cloth, not showing their faces. It's quite strange, Lung Shui said curiously. Suddenly she thought of something, looking eagerly at Xiyao, as if she could master this power, she could take revenge. If she were to be caught off guard by the bulky monk and attacked fiercely, then Yin Xiao would truly not be able to escape. Whoosh! But unexpectedly, Lei made a feigned move, twisting his body in midair in a way that defied common sense, appearing in front of another person, and the black hook would fell as if it were a giant stick wielded by a god, crashing down heavily. All of you die. I said I would wipe out your Tianyu sect. Watching this scene, Lei Yu's eyes flashed with overwhelming killing intent. If there's a Netherworld Knight Tristan on the field, this card could be special summoned from your hand. Lu Yi's expression was complicated as he continued. You don't need to be too sad. Frosthide just regained her senses. Thank you for saving me earlier. Otherwise, I would have really died at his hands. Actually, I tricked you before. Frosthide looked at him pitifully. Chun Wei condensed a massive ball of lightning, which tore the ground apart during its flight. This was a 16 or 17-year-old boy who looked extremely strong, broad-shouldered, with thick black hair, holding a large bow. In the realm of the 5 elements, countless riches, worth billions of Baiyongdan, the Zhuke, were being assimilated by Su Li's Red Emperor Fire Sovereign Qi right before him. I didn't. Nishai Nanace frantically wiped the spot that had just been licked by the Great Eagle, still playing tag with the cat girl. The lower-level engineering lion was called over with a displeased expression. However, just as everyone rushed forward, a dull sound echoed, centered around Qin Xiaoyu, shaking in all directions. Those strong men spun in the air, several times before plummeting onto the hillside, not even reaching the standard of a golden treasure chest. No wonder you can only be ridden. Chun Wei shook his head and sighed. Justice and Xia both shook their heads in confusion. Su Yuaning and Ignar remained silent. As they spoke, the great eagle placed one hand on each side of Tarada Ranja's face, pinching the flesh and pulling it to the sides. Ask Aegis, on Xiaomiran, and Justice Audrey Hall all nodded solemnly. 173, your illusion and my illusion seem to be different. Su Xiao and Mo Zhe exchanged a glance, both seeing a look of understanding in each other's eyes. Su Xiao said, it seems like this was done intentionally. What? Who? Hong Ling and Hong Zhun asked in surprise. Su Xiao shook her head honestly and said she wasn't sure, but according to hypnosis, the sound of the whistle was very much like a suggestion. Once heard, it could lead to a violent phase. It seemed that seeing everyone unwilling to raise their bids, Aunt Phone let out a low growl, extremely angry. It appeared this person had grown old and made a poor judgment. The girl he had high hopes for ended up selling for such a low price. Fortunately, there was no loss. But now it seemed that it wasn't just a few scattered spots. They were clearly various attractions closely adjacent to each other, with the only distinction being some plants blocking the view, and the distances between attractions only meant they couldn't see each other. What now? Will they let it go? Looking at the two in front of him who appeared dazed, Yang Yang revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wu Ming, however, didn't react for a moment, and was only secretly puzzled as to why Lin Wanyu became so nervous upon hearing Long Ji's voice. But when he entered the thatched cottage and saw Long Xiaojun again, he finally understood why. Liang Yunqing paused for a moment. The reason he brought this up with Wenwan now was actually intentional. Liang Yunqing never fought battles without confidence, but whenever it came to matters involving Wenwan, he would lose his composure, whether 5 years ago or now. He couldn't think clearly. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei had a dark expression, water dripping along the lines of his face. Lin Wei realized this and hurriedly pulled out a tissue to hand to Su Bei. Please forgive her. She really didn't mean it. Mr. Wu, hello. Our boss has asked us to wait for your arrival here. Please follow me. A burly man in black protected the car door with his hand and respectfully said to Wu Ming. Su Xiang casually glanced and saw it was as expected. The history of the first pope of the Holy Hall, Exilid, recorded from the moment he became pope until the end of his life. "What's wrong?" Liu asked. Even though this iron tower was now called the Eiffel Tower, since Guo said so, it couldn't be mistaken. It seemed there were still improvements to be made regarding this Eiffel Tower. Perhaps it was a case of joy turning to sorrow. Underwater, Zhuofeng quickly twisted the net into a rope and passed it through the gill of the big black spot, pulling the net rope with one hand. Just as he was about to swim to the surface, suddenly, something seemed to bite his foot, and indeed it was biting, and it was getting tighter. He turned on the TV to watch Detective Conan. After a few minutes, he caught a glimpse of the phone beside him, rolled his eyes, picked up the phone, and dialed Gu-Liken's number. Lin Fan was a dragon body. He only needed to fuse a bit of dragon energy into this koi to ensure it was lively and jumping. On Chang'an Street, everyone was excited and restless upon learning that Qin Sheng challenged Tu Jiaoa, shouting incessantly. Yin Shuer smiled at Shangguan Lianer and said, "Sister Lianer, you practice well. I'm going to play with brother Nanjiao," and pulled Nanjiao into a side hall to play. Knowing she was aware, Yang Rong no longer hid it. Leaning back in her chair, her gaze indifferent as she asked her. In their previous lives, although they had endured some hardships, they ultimately lived peacefully and without disaster. Gu-Liken lay down for a while, then looked up at her, fatigue evident in his eyes, his tone low and languid, carrying a rare hint of coquetry. Swinging his arms as he walked into the office, Wang Kai's snoring was still loud. Zhou Yiying hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided to push open the bedroom door and walk in. Jiang Ping's expression changed, abruptly blocking Lin Fan's path. Gripping his arms tightly, eyes wide. No matter what old-fashioned game it was, as long as this point was achieved, even the most Klitsch D game would have people playing, and they would want to keep playing. 174, another precognitive dream. Jiang Xing, are you crazy? Jiang Xing, how did you get caught in your own trap? Wake up. If you don't wake up, we're all done for. A group of people had swollen cheeks from being hit, but they couldn't wake Jiang Xing. At this moment, Jiang Xing was like a puppet, being squished and molded by Xiyao. He did whatever she said, no matter how his companions shouted beside him. He couldn't break free from the illusion. Good, a Hui sneered, clenching his fist, his gaze locking onto Chu Feng, a chill instantly pouring out of him. But suddenly spotting a photo of Jun Xiaoyan in a police uniform on the ground, a suppressed hatred that had built up for 18 years all gathered in his heart. Night Yao Zonka said, directly shooting at the 4 liquefied gas tanks around. In an instant, red smoke filled the entire ancestral hall. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's expression was also extremely grim. Wasn't Hao Yuan useless? Why couldn't the crystal ball withstand his true power? Could it be that he really had the strength of a late-stage yellow rank? With Hao Yuan's talent and theoretical knowledge, he would definitely rank among the top 5 in the inner courtyard in the future. Finally, someone in the back seat reacted. Lin Muyang clearly felt Su Anren's face turn pale. Smiling, Yang Kitchen leaned closer to Su Anren, directly tilting his head to her ear. "Student Min, how did you perform this morning?" Mu Luo used her signature doll-like voice, her charming eyes sparkling. "Ha, better to be timely than to be early. Just right when I said I had no place to put things," Qin Hao said with a smile. The firepower focused on Lin Qingjie, suffering terribly. Seeing Zhang Jiming next to him fleeing from the beating was particularly eye-catching. Lord Li's matter implicated Song Qinan. Ling Qiong had other thoughts about the male lead for the withdrawal, so she persuaded Yu Gaoyang, saying that Lord Li's matter was suspicious and that he should wait a bit longer. Just as the chilling aura from Qing Shuang made Lu Zhuo's flesh tremble. A sword light suddenly flashed, breaking Dantai Xian's sword momentum in an instant. The 3 pieces that fell to the ground merged into one. And after a burst of strong light, Fan Di and the Black Cat returned to the real world. And this mirror would no longer separate. Just as Yanasi and her sister would not either. Wang Chun, long time no see. A cold smile appeared on the dark face as he looked at Wang Chun and slowly spoke. Ever since he learned that his parents would return to the country next month, Fang Cheng had been living a life counting the days. This place looked off, and Ling Qiong didn't dare to casually move her belongings, having to endure the heat. You should know that among the 4 extreme war gods, aside from the Arctic war god being the strongest as the eldest brother, having already reached the golden immortal realm, the other 3 war gods were merely at the Tai Xianxian realm. Himianer suddenly felt hopeless from a news she heard from outside about Brother Kaifeng. The 4th prince had already been imprisoned in the ancestral hall. Li Chun stealthily slipped to Fang Cheng's desk, initially flirting with Lin Qingjie, trying to get a piece of the action, but as the college entrance examination approached, classmates focused on studying, and Germany was seriously lacking the next financial backer. Mentioning her master, Yun Longjinren, Yang Fan instantly felt deflated. It made sense. As the eldest disciple of Qinglong Peak, many trivial matters in the sect were now managed by Yang Fan, and it's likely the master wouldn't easily let him go down the mountain as before, to wander around whenever he wanted. Only the two of them, Kei Lang, had no opponents to find. Therefore, the key to this battle fell on the two of them, as only they had no opponents obstructing them, allowing them to continuously push toward the execution platform. But fortunately, others were fine. What he hated most was why the waiter at that time didn't call him. If it had been him answering the phone instead of Wu Xuefa, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many unforeseen circumstances. 175. True and false holy females. Haha, well, that's Wu Yin. He is the national master of the southern wilderness continent and also the divine beast phoenix. He helped us stop the rainy season, exhausting a lot of his power. So I stayed on with him for a while. Xiyao smiled awkwardly and reluctantly explained Wu Yan's identity. You've been accompanying each other, and now you have a little one? Huh, how do you know? Xiyao covered her mouth in realization, discovering that among the remaining monsters, aside from the corpse fire and the scorpion lord, which were high-level monsters with special bonuses, all others have been replaced with monsters ranging from level 15 to 19, with an average increase of 8 attributes per monster. Yang Su and Li Chongqing at the banquet table closest to you, remained silent, each taking sips from their cups and exchanging pleasantries as if they were completely undisturbed by the external noise. Once she found Bai Yu, no matter what, she should be able to directly pull him into the space. Zhang Lingyun's expression was grim. He realized he had put himself in the wrong position again. After all, he was the head of the Sword Control Hall, the top authority. Even when Tan Yinhai was present, he wouldn't dare act like this. However, when Zhang Lingyun first invited Bao Tian into the hall, he had positioned himself correctly. Meanwhile, Harry, a swordsman, drew a slender sword from his waist as he stepped out, while Ryan wore a pair of very standard boxing gloves on both hands. Before he could finish speaking, Yaliel's body melted into a cloud, and the clouds in the cloud palace turned a strange black, dense like storm clouds. Hidden in the dark alley, Ryan's gaze fixed. He immediately spotted Inalu sitting prominently on a cloud ball in the center of the street, eating an apple. Our meeting was purely coincidental. I had just come down from the mountain. Shan Yu recounted the scene of first meeting Han Yue at the Huizue building, leaving Liao Xiong stunned. However, the concealment of listening to the wind had not yet been perfected, and he could not achieve true invisibility to others. A clear, translucent shadow could still be seen moving on the ground. In the backward, entertainment-lacking fairy tale world, bards were originally the most popular people. They wandered around, collecting various local legends and spreading them everywhere. They cast spells with music, making the audience alternately weep and rejoice, embodying the life of a wandering minstrel. Qian Yun sighed in relief. If the opponent wasn't too strong, then everyone could discuss and find a win-win solution. But he didn't expect someone would come to snatch the spirit turtle. Since it was a deep-seated hatred, they naturally wanted to kill Yang Qi. At that time, Huang Yuliang did not offer 10 billion taels of silver, but owed 100 million taels, meaning he used that 100 million taels in ways that could harm Yang Qi, even intending to use it to kill him. At this moment, the sound of hooves echoed from afar. The king's convoy had arrived. Upon seeing this, Li Ling quickly stepped aside, as he did not want to offend anyone. Whether it was Cersei or Joffrey, provoking either one would lead to significant trouble. Although he wasn't afraid, it didn't mean he wanted to take on hundreds of powerful guards alone. Moreover, Turtle Treasure didn't have that many spirit stones, but had bought Foundation establishment pills at the auction, so like many loose cultivators, he came here hoping for luck, vying for the spirit grass to refine Foundation establishment pills. Feeling the master's good intentions, Miju leaned against him, letting her tears flow freely, openly mourning for Tian Zhuangzizi, who held her favorite disciple tenderly, quietly closing his eyes. Beneath the moon, they appeared like ethereal fairies, draped in a layer of silvery light. Seeing Zhou Xingnan's cold and hateful attitude, the headless false emperor remained unfazed. The sect leader saw this and did not dodge. He swiftly circulated his internal energy, shouted loudly, and swept his large knife horizontally, causing all the flying iron feathers to be knocked down. The youth, seeing this, retreated repeatedly, jumping out of the hall. 176. They despise females. Mose escorted them all the way to the Universal Beast Forest, witnessing Su Xiao and Si Chun joining together, and then greeted Si Chun, asking him to take good care of Yao Yao before leading the beastmen away. Yao Yao, are you really going to the Eastern Wasteland continent? At this moment, Ding Xiang was still in a daze, thinking she was dreaming. I'm going to activate the teleportation array, directly locating the eastern wasteland continent. To prevent the teleportation array from cooling down, they chose to do so in the universal beast forest. Baixiao did not speak, but raised his hand to gesture, moving it left and right, up and down, while murmuring incomprehensible incantations. Everyone turned to look, unsure of what he was doing. And what about me? Foolishly thinking they didn't know anything, I clumsily revealed the biggest secret. So what should I do next? Cover up the lie? Therefore, several vice commanders said they couldn't sit idly by and had to take them away, looking for food. Their soldiers below almost immediately agreed. Later, Xiyao casually picked up a blood-slaughter demon sword, feeling light as a feather, as if it had no weight. Sometimes, choice is indeed more important than ability. Opportunities are in front of you. If you can't grasp them or make the wrong choice, you can't blame others for not wanting to play with you. Can you? This green light seemed to possess great power. After cursing, it stayed quietly in place, seemingly aware of everything happening here. After waiting for the outside to finish, Tang Yu actually left. What did they take their demon race for? A monkey to be toyed with? It was precisely because of the other party that I gained certain opportunities, and my strength increased significantly in a short time. In short, Tang Hongdo never expected that this burly guy studying criminal investigation would actually have such a delicate mind. Anyway, Tang Hongdo was naturally sociable, and after a few exchanges, the two really became close friends. So when it came to money, he didn't hold back at all. There is no place for you to speak here. Because of the flames, Han Bing had just advanced to the Holy King realm, and in the Celestial realm, his deterrent power was limited. So the three great holy monarchs did not take the 8 extremes holy monarch under their command seriously, coldly warning him. However, the water arrow shot against the sword wall caused him no harm and was easily repelled. Tu Chitong clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strong internal energy rushing through his body, and the legs under the blanket began to regain sensation. Although the medicine gourd still didn't allow him to get out of bed, claiming it was to stabilize his internal energy and prevent loss, Tu Chitong understood his own body. He was almost fully recovered now. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. Do you have eyes or not? Baitsong, who was originally sitting nearby watching the battle, was suddenly hit on the head by a guy from Dongsong wielding a stool for no reason. Naturally, he was angry and picked up a weapon to join the fray. Baitsong's Thunder Leopard could not stop the completely chaotic scene. The captain, who was peering through binoculars at a distant ship, suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Hua walking over with surprise. At this moment, Nangong Chu had already released the hand that was holding the dagger, but Blake still stood like a wooden man, maintaining the pose of swinging the knife, looking quite comical. She did not say anything more, just gave him a deep glance, slowly turned around, and walked back along the path she came, surrounded by lush mountains. The setting sun gradually descended, casting a layer of golden hue on the greenery. The sky was cloudless, and a gentle breeze blew, lifting the fallen leaves on the mountains, blurring the stars' sight. Large ships like the Guangchuan could not approach the coast at all. It was cold and freezing, with high winds and heavy waves. Those sea bandits could not possibly train for winter swimming, so swimming back was no different from suicide, completely cutting off their escape route. With Sheng Yuanhang present, Baitsing naturally did not dare to act arrogantly, but deep down she was displeased and casually responded with a perfunctory "un." Of course, this was also Lin Feng's way of getting him out. Although it was a bit overbearing, Lin Feng believed that this method would definitely bring the guy out. After packing up, Lin Feng planned to set off back to the city the next day, and tonight was his last night at home. Gently supporting the already unconscious AI Lu, he helped her into the cabin, restarted the engine, and maneuvered the yacht to move through the sea, positioning it close to another yacht that happened to be anchored in the center of the sea, carrying AI Lu, who was wrapped in a blanket, and continued to operate the yacht. You don't even know me, and you want to cooperate with me in business. Aren't you afraid your money will go down the drain? Fong Li asked curiously, even prepared for the other party to come questioning him, ready to help the Zhu siblings. But he did not expect the other party to propose such a suggestion. Picking up a cup of water, Fu Yin took a sip and did not quite understand what Qin Jingru meant by disappointment. Zhong Yuan Minfu was overjoyed. Usually, Ding Mei in the hospital always intentionally avoided him. Even for work, she would just say a few brief words before making an excuse to leave. What was going on with her today? Was she hinting at something? Was she giving him an opportunity? By the way, do you have any plans later? If not, let's have a meal together. I still have 2 comrades from the military training class over there, Fu Yin suggested. Li Si's expression also showed some surprise. He did not expect such a thing to happen at this moment, far exceeding his imagination, and felt even more astonished. What kind of response did the American government give us for the blueprints I sent last time? Fondly thought about his ongoing transaction with the American government. The two of them looked down from the sky and found no living creatures, so they flew to the already stiff corpse of the soul devourer. Fists radiating various colors, like the most dazzling special effects, smashed towards the old man in the black robe. After 7 turns and 8 charges, he was still firmly hit on the buttocks by that bamboo stick. Feeling the piercing pain, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but shudder all over. However, today's harvest was also considerable. After witnessing Dongfang Yuping's miraculous skills, the village chief was eager to win him over, generously offering a banquet, saying, "Tonight, everyone eat freely." "I guess so," Yin Hao said, touching his nose, nodding, while talking and putting away the corpse of the 9-tailed demon sparrow. Fu Hanchuan also unleashed his Zhuyin power, violently striking at the blood corpse bats that attacked from all directions. Under the Zhuyin power, one by one, the blood corpse bats turned to ashes in an instant. "All right, don't regret it." Yin Hao smiled faintly, and then he gathered a ball of flame in his palm and injected it into the medicinal cauldron of fighting fire. However, if she said she couldn't write poetry, she would become the target of ridicule by those noble young masters. It would be quite pitiful. A fleeting encounter doesn't necessarily evoke feelings. Qian Juanxin said, "When I first met you, I was just curious and never thought about marrying you. Who knew curiosity could kill the cat and leave you firmly ensnared?" The arrogant Hong Zhan suddenly became clear-headed, feeling both faint and cowardly, in extreme pain. Unlike previous days, several passageways at the airport suddenly closed today, and the gentle voice of the flight attendant echoed in the hall, reminding passengers to leave immediately, as all flights were canceled. 177, the talent that was stripped away. "You are outsiders, so you are unaware of the evolution here. As you said, the Eastern Wilderness continent is now a matriarchal society, where the Beast King is female. They have found new ways to obtain talents, so that they no longer need males, and we are the abandoned male orcs." The eyes of Chief Santa darkened significantly. Although he spoke of disliking females and wanting to drive them away, his actions still showed restraint. The press conference couldn't continue, and Su hurriedly pulled Qin Qinglong's hand to leave. The media reporters were relentless. In the chaotic crowd, Lin Bixiao's hair and dress were pulled and disheveled. Now, Luo Dashin clearly looked much better than when he was in the hospital. Back then, even ordinary people could tell that his health was poor, but now, both his spirit and health far exceeded his condition in the hospital. Furthermore, following Li Jiang was not something to be ashamed of. Having survived the 5th-level Xian Zun tribulation at 18 and possessing a clone of an 8th-level Xian Zun, his future achievements could be easily imagined. Coughing and chaotic spiritual energy spread through the air, and a violent cough erupted, followed by foam waste spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Is he really my husband?" I asked myself. My former husband was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. The most emotional moment was before he drank the poison, holding me tightly and crying. If I hadn't discovered it by chance, perhaps he would have only dared to hide my portrait for a lifetime. No matter how good the escape tricks were, they could only be used twice at most. Lu Xinghao knew he was really in trouble this time. After all, this was no longer just a matter of their own honor and disgrace, but it involved the reputation of the Xuanji Gate. The Xuanji Gate, one of the 6 holy places, actually dared not act when the Miaojiang holy place came knocking. If this got out, the Xuanji Gate would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the 6 holy places. The villager picked up the wheel, knocked on it, and touched that wheel, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. I was very worried he would put it in his mouth and bite. Fortunately, he hugged the 2 wheels and danced around the barrier, singing and jumping, and finally joyfully carried the wheel away. As for the strength of this blazing tiger, when Xin was quite aware, although it was now a 4th-level spirit beast, it would still inevitably die. As he spoke, he slightly bent down. The ends of his slightly rosy hair brushed past his beautiful face, quivering as it jumped in front of him, a pair of fox-like eyes shimmering with deep affection. When Tang Lei walked into this tempura restaurant, the bar looked similar to those he had visited in the past few days, featuring a long bar with several wooden high stools casually placed underneath. "Humph, don't you believe it?" Yu Jun turned her head away arrogantly, and then Tang Chung forcefully turned her head back. This move combined the techniques of Zhenghua Gang, the Shuei Shou, Jifeng Lianji, and the Demon's Heart's sulfur fire body. With dozens of hidden energy bursts was named. After the contest for the inheritance of the self-respecting sect, a new wave of turmoil arose, causing panic among disciples of various sections. Because this ginseng auction was an industry exchange meeting, there were no auction fees involved. After Tang, Lei submitted his bank card number. 11. 65 million yuan was fully transferred to his bank account. Listening to Nan Ting and Qingyu talking, Tang Chung forgot about himself. So he helplessly hung up the phone. Tan Zhouyu saw Yu Jun arrive and initially didn't want to pay attention to her. But when he saw Nan Jianrun had also come, he could only force a smile to greet them. In this era, there were no spring festival gala celebrations like in later generations, and it wasn't customary to set off firecrackers when the New Year's bell rang. It was still focused on frugality and saving. Perhaps this is my fate. How great it would have been if I had never met Linda Shang. If everything had never started, how wonderful it would be to just have myself. Gung Maoshan was so angry that he wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth, but only a sound came out of his throat. In the end, he remained silent, slapped the armrest, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of cola. She looked at the blurred figure above, and the next second, leaped down, splashing water on herself. She watched Zhong Xingxin come towards her like a prince. But he was not for her. She was not Cinderella, not a princess. Lin Huang's incident was unexpected, and Fu's family vented their anger. Yukan felt very aggrieved, but could only endure. But enduring once is easy. Can one endure for a lifetime? I don't want anything but to live a good life. He looked at me intently, his gaze firm. Stop. No more fighting. Wei Yu exclaimed repeatedly. He couldn't withstand even one of those blade arms or scorpion tails. If they continued fighting, it wouldn't just be a head full of bumps. However, the sisters had a date this afternoon, so they closed the shop early and left. On the other side, the snack shop owner had a deep face, generally unable to see what was happening outside, nor would they report to the police in time. Now, they were hoping a kind-hearted person would quickly call the police if something seemed wrong. Police are not just idling around. Once they chase after, it is hard to escape again. If it weren't for the surprise earlier, how could they have successfully intercepted a living person from the police? Zhu Ming trembled all over, slightly raised his chin, and I finally saw his face clearly. He looked very honest, with well-defined features, and with that outfit, he really resembled a proper monk. Zhuo was embarrassed rather than happy because the Yu family had not opposed Ning Yaobi before. He blushed and lowered his head. Prince Liao and the princess were captured, and at this moment, they were being guarded by a rogue in the center of the hall of the prince's mansion. Under the light, the rogue had long, disheveled hair. With a white ribbon tied on his head, wearing a brown outfit, and a samurai sword at his waist shone coldly in the light. She gently closed her eyes, her ink-like long eyelashes slightly lowered, and her plump lips tightly pressed together, highlighting her exquisite and charming face. If it weren't for her, Dream Beauty's plans would have truly succeeded. But why did she suddenly help me? 178. Seizing talent is not allowed. You, where do you come from? You have talent? You didn't run out of the Imperial City, did you? You intentionally came close to us. What is your purpose? We have nothing left to give. What more do you want? The leader of the Santa tribe was a bit agitated. He suddenly stood up. His frantic appearance made Si Chun also rise, vigilantly guarding in front of Xiyao. I do have talent, but I just mentioned it casually about the Imperial City. Luo Chun didn't have the courage to really go. Looking at the bodyguard from last time, he probably wouldn't even make it through the door before being kicked out. Unable to respond, Luo Chun could only use the distraction technique, asking his sister, who was watching the commotion. At the very least, based on Yi Xion's current value, it wasn't worth the price, unless Yi Xion could truly become a great deity. However, Chun Shiryo's rejection could not stop that white-clothed angel's crazy pursuit. Later, the person sent flowers and gifts, busying for quite a while, and still unwilling to give up on their love for Qin Shirlu. Hearing the voice of Ma Kangyi, the three who understood he had revived all revealed joyful smiles. As for the changes in his body, Ma Kangyi understood better than anyone. He thought the soul demon in front of him had tampered with his body and yelled, "What's going on? What have you done to me?" At the same time, a portion of energy was forcibly gathered together, intending to use the dark dragon spear to pierce the person in front of him. However, even though there was such a beautiful place to enjoy the scenery, I did not use it for business or decoration. Meanwhile, sitting in front of the television watching the Champions League final, China's national team coach, Camacho, unexpectedly turned to glance at Tang Zheng. Her hair was dark green, scattered behind her like waterweed, and her light golden eyes were filled with curiosity, with pointed ears peeking out. Over 90 of the fans were astonished that Tang Zheng scored 2 goals while suffering from a high fever, and they all expressed their admiration. In recent days, a special group of people arrived in Day Island, all of whom had extraordinary identities. Although they were now just retired elders, decades ago, they were all famous figures. Ding Xingxing's face changed colors repeatedly, as Yi Wutian's words were always insinuating and pointed. Don't think I won't dare. Yi Sun angrily raised his hand, but froze in midair when he saw Long Fu's red eyes. Han Sheng felt somewhat confused. It was clear that these two had come prepared, but he did not know when he had offended such formidable opponents. I saw it, thank you. Duo heir, Nu Feng Lianxing was here, and her heart finally relaxed. After saying that, Musa seemingly calmly walked past Mo Yiheng and Princess Xiyao towards the back courtyard, and when their expressions were no longer visible, the gloom on her face could no longer be concealed, and a cold aura emanated from her body. Time passed little by little. The third aunt's body began to tremble slightly, while Su Qianying knelt beside her, unable to stop crying, looking particularly pitiful. What to do? Master Ma, who was lighting a cigarette, said to Master Jiang, who was boiling glue, both looking heavy as they gazed at Zhenyang. After tracking for over a decade, the sudden revelation of the truth made Tai Xiaoyao's calm demeanor somewhat frightening. In fact, Su Feng also knew he wasn't entirely correct in what he said, and those words could easily offend people. However, in order to explain the matter and to help the villagers clear their medical ignorance, he spoke somewhat excessively. Momins latte. The intelligent brain had already searched through the communication records of Yi Dongxian and others, but there seemed to be nothing unusual, making him somewhat uncertain. Yuxin, Daixin, Qian, Quan Yiqian, Yin Chuan, Huizhou, Gu Mingjun, and others had all stepped into the hall, with Taishin calling out twice, but no one responded. The gods searched around, but could not find a shadow of the unusual history official. Suddenly, a faint, inaudible, strange cry came from the inner hall. Yueshun and Taishan exchanged glances and both entered the inner hall. 179, who was the person picked up? Hey. The royal city is a restricted area. Not a place for you idle people to enter. Get out. The area near the royal city was all black soil, with most of the comings and goings being females. The patrolling guards were countless, and any male beastmen disguised as females trying to sneak in were directly thrown out by the guards, lying on the ground and crying miserably. Please, let me in to find my female. My child is also inside. Luo Yu, are you okay? Seeing Luo Yu surrounded by red light, Ning Xinyu stepped forward, looking somewhat worried. Because this was the entrance on the other side, it was quite bright, with the faint light from the rainy day perfectly showcasing Ning Xinyu's curvaceous and charming figure. What do you think about Cecina's bold claim that the remaining teams can compete for second place? An Italian Milan football reporter stood up to ask. I know what you're trying to do. Xiao Mingyu slightly opened her eyes and saw the curtains held by Lu Yaoshi, also feeling the cool breeze blowing from behind, suddenly smiled and said, I am ready. The rest depends on you. After saying that, she closed her eyes again, waiting. The second half began, but it seemed like a replica of the first half. Everything returned to the starting point, with the Perugia players pressuring Cecina fiercely in their half. Huang Jian explained, unlike some stars, who need to bring 4 or 5 assistants to shoot a movie and live like emperors, Ti Tsonghai was a very responsible leader. After listening to Pan Shuoyan, he fell into deep thought. It won't happen. The beautiful eyes fixed motionless on the extremely beautiful yet untainted flower, Miao Ling confidently said. She seemed to firmly believe that this light blue flower was the celestial spirit flower that could show illusions. After absorbing the energy of the heavenly thunder last time, the power of the thunder bow and secret thunder arrow was enhanced, capable of killing even spirit realm experts, let alone the lightning net created from its essence. After watching the match against Perugia, Xiao Lei couldn't calm down, taking advantage of some work breaks to thoroughly review some of Gao Chuan's recent matches. Upon arriving at the refining room, Gu Yun first activated the formation inside, confirming that no one could enter without his consent before he began to meditate and adjust his state. Yun Sui went to play in the haunted house and escape room with her brothers in the morning, had a hot pot for lunch, and watched 2 movies in a row in the afternoon before returning home. Who said this is milk powder and peach crisp cookies? This is eggs fried in oil. So fragrant. Cheng Jiqing, eat it while it's hot. Wang Hong's face was truly thick-skinned, as if yesterday's refusal never happened. But ultimately, it was Chongjin who left him a mess that could no longer be cleaned up in the eyes of the world. No, my mother won't leave. Once she helps the crown prince achieve his wishes, she will be the crown princess of the Eastern Palace, equal to Lin Yanqi. At that time, she will naturally find a way to bring my mother back. I will arrange it well. For these 3 days, you just need to stay in my temple. By the way, you should bring back something from other worlds that can prove your words, as mere words cannot convince me. A flash of white light passed, and Athena turned back into a statue, leaving and returning to Mount Olympus. Looking at Li Ruolin's guilty face, Lu Xiaowei's mind unconsciously brought up his brother's face. Of course, Yue couldn't possibly not come to pick up the elders. What he initially said about him and Yi Mengjie and not caring about anything was impossible. Putting on the talisman, Xiyao Yinfeng felt an invisible shackle that had been placed on him was unlocked, and he suddenly realized how absurd it was that he had never been willing to speak. 180. Who is the real holy maiden? Ding Xiang? A figure jumped into his mind. It had been too long, and Ding Qian struggled to recall in his mind. Finally, he saw a girl who looked exactly like Ding Xiang, smiling warmly at him. Ding Xiang, is that really you? After Ding Qian came back to his senses, he slowed his breathing, afraid of startling her away. Yes, big brother, you don't recognize me anymore? Ding Xiang cried, tears of joy her face. Something happened? What could happen? Even if something huge happened, it has nothing to do with me. Lazily holding Fuduo in her arms, leaning against the soft, big pillow, Yushi felt so comfortable. If the topic wasn't about the Yu family, it would be even better. Hearing the eldest madam say this, those people rushed to beg for forgiveness, regardless of whether they were truly at fault, and started blaming each other. Seeing this, Goshen quietly tugged at Mama Chen's clothes, and she hurriedly bowed and went to arrange things. Zhu Jiong wanted to ask, but seeing Wu Zhongguo's expression, he decided against it and quickly lowered his head to eat. This can't be real, right? Why didn't I notice it just now? Xiyao asked in surprise. If it weren't for Lin Yi's words, he wouldn't have known that such a situation had occurred. After hearing this, I chuckled, but felt a bit strange inside. Why did the class teacher's father speak so oddly? It was as if there were hidden meanings in his words. James also furrowed his brows. Didn't Chalmers's words slap Chris Bosch in the face? Did this guy still have any brotherly feelings left? Everyone was teammates and good brothers. Why say such things? But before he could jump out, he suddenly stopped. A dangerous instinct surged in his heart. Although the guards in the mansion had relaxed a lot, she didn't dare to be careless. This instinct had saved her life countless times, so despite having no signs, she still trusted her intuition. Ren Guanyu's brow twitched. His concerns were indirectly confirmed by Yu Lang's words, and it was now almost certain that the illness of Guanshan Daoist was somehow related to Zhao Yuezhenren. In my view, the elite troops led by Cao Shuo heading south numbered only about 150,000 to 160,000, although they were seasoned warriors. They had been fighting continuously and were already exhausted. I was stunned. Ever since I arrived in Hokkaido, too many strange things had happened, and I hadn't had time to sit down and sort out my thoughts seriously. I had been rushing forward in a hurry, indeed feeling lost. Young lady, tomorrow when the second young master slaps the 10,000 taels of silver notes in front of the madam and the eldest young lady, that would truly be a breath of fresh air. Our good days should be coming. Bai Tao was clearly still lost in her beautiful fantasies. As Lu Bad Tao approached, old Master Long had slowly caught his breath. Clearly, he also knew he couldn't be too angry. Ancestor, my Lu family is from the Four Clan family. When we die, the ghost of the Four Clan family wouldn't dare to go against the ancestral teachings of the Lu family. Lu Cini replied solemnly. There's something I need to handle, and it's inconvenient to tell you. Lu Bad Tao casually replied, seeming very indifferent. Old guy, I think you're confused. Zhao Nye scoffed with a disdainful smile. When a second hard clash between Motari and Thornton was about to begin, the three of them struck simultaneously. Ligber agreed to Preville's proposal. In fact, he had to agree even if he didn't want to. As soon as the battle began, they suffered significant losses. If they didn't change their combat strategy, many would likely be dissatisfied. After all, this fleet wasn't just for the British. Liang also timidly said, yes, yes, and stopped speaking, returning to that cold expression. 181. Hurry up and slap their faces. A competition? The one who wins is the true holy female. Is there such a saying? Su Xiao made it clear that she didn't believe it. Jean Chun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Of course, it wasn't that simple. There's a place on the eastern wilderness continent that carries the blessings of the beast god, and only competitions held their count. Why am I doing this? Didn't the holy female notice? The beast world continent has been turbulent recently, with various natural disasters occurring frequently. When selecting representatives, the holy female requires not only high popularity and good image, but also an important condition: no negative news. The weapons sent by Xiang Baya and Sheng Rimen are merely second or third-rate items used by their armies. This is something Wu Di could guess without even trying. Most of their own army uses second-rate weapons, so expecting them to produce a large number of first-rate weapons is clearly unacceptable for these two countries. However, this cheap master seems a bit like an old mischievous child. Moreover, he said he would meet in the divine realm. He probably didn't expect that the world she is in now has too thin spiritual energy, making it uncertain whether she can ascend to the immortal realm, let alone the divine realm. Never mind, that's a distant matter. The ability to release magic barriers. Master the element of wind. Using this ability, one can instantly mimic the effects of wind-based magic. At the edge of the swimming pool, Yi Zheng, waving and awkwardly smiling, stood with Hu Beiji, the winner of the third match, feeling utterly insignificant. The seventh princess was taken to Lu Ocha by Yi Ji, which released her sealed acupoints. It took a while for her to awaken from her confusion, and then she was overjoyed. Sima remained silent, finally removing his robe's hood and smiling in response. When the seventh princess saw his appearance, her smile froze, and she stared at him in astonishment. The queen rushed in, disregarding her demeanor, and felt annoyed with Zhang Shui, pretending to be still confused and not responding to her calls. She didn't linger long. The disarray and traces on the bed were enough to make everything clear. In the end, she took a sharp blade, kissed, and caressed Zhang Shui for a long time, and then left. Master, jealous swears here, willing to follow your footsteps for a lifetime. Everything is at the command of the master. Jealous's eyes were peculiar, yet she suddenly knelt before Wudi, making such a vow. When Zhao Jingse and the others came out, Zhang Shuzhen had already put a basket of water peaches into the jeep, and Zhao Jingse did not refuse. In the countryside, if you don't accept what others give you, it can cause awkwardness, and Zhao Jingse understood this principle. Suddenly, the blood-red electric net trembled, and a sinister smile appeared on Wudi's face as he pressed his hands together and then suddenly released. Before coming, the Singapore investors had told them that Singapore would be relatively warm. They thought it would be around 10 to 20 degrees, but it turned out to be 30 degrees. Chun Fan also knew he was facing Yangshunren alone, not knowing what unknown threats lay ahead. Gently embracing Ji Yuping, Gao Hongfei's heart was filled with tenderness, along with a surge of great ambition. Fang Zhizhong had to pick up the car in New York first. Fang Rishu left a jeep for Fang Zhizhong to inherit. As he spoke, Wu Yunzhao suddenly exerted force, and the white horse beneath him accelerated sharply. Yang Yinping and his three brothers cheered. Good horse. These contradictory rumors were not meant to deceive Zhuo Liangyu into believing any one of them, but to make him think more. After questioning, Shen Xiaoming wished she could give herself a slap. How could she ask such a question to a 5-year-old child? A two-parent household is not necessarily happier than a single-parent household. For the child, a constantly arguing, unloving two-parent household is worse than a single-parent household where they depend on each other. Zhang Jiao had been trapped under Mount Buzhou for 1,000 years, and his soul had long been damaged. If it weren't for this, how could he willingly go along with Chun Fan's wishes and actively confront He Wuchang? Of course, as long as you remain loyal to me, that death contract will not be needed, and you will still be like normal villagers. I was stunned, a twinge of pain and a sense of loss in my heart. What happened to me? This pain seemed to be imprinted on my heart thousands of years ago. Did I do something? The fathers and mothers who came together sat down and quietly waited for Yu, Yi, and Chun Jinhui to perform. Miao Ketty was left speechless, and as soon as Miao Kaiyan didn't catch her, she hurried back to her room. Of course, there were only 30 children's portions. As for the parents, they had to solve it themselves. After all, 30 children were already a lot. King Xiangyong wiped away a cold sweat, focused, and saw an unfamiliar person. He watched as the person approached the horse and stroked its neck, and the horse obediently calmed down. With so many professionals at home, Uncle Dad would absolutely not intervene in something like braiding hair. After a round of performances, the two dads played several pieces based on the places they had visited. Guess what I want to do? Lu Han said with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Yimo's face, his warm breath gently brushing against her face, making her heart race. However, this east also had a hint of southeast direction. If one were to say how safe it wasn't entirely safe. Ling Yuran didn't think so. She always felt that Yulan was acting strangely, as if she was hiding many secrets. But she had no way of knowing what those secrets were. As Ming Xian continued to advance, the surrounding heat became increasingly evident, and the sound of breathing grew clearer, confirming Ming Xian's suspicions but also intensifying his unease. However, having gone through many experiences, Ming Xian had a certain level of composure and still calmly approached the source of the sound. He quickly explained to everyone his speculation about the Yin Prefecture Army's feigned attack. By voluntarily returning the reward, he aimed to prove his innocence, so that Zhang Xian wouldn't think they were secretly colluding with Zhu Nao and being treacherous. The specialization in the Divine Action sect was to recruit students skilled in speed and stealth. We will know in the future, Niu Feitian said. After 100 years of inheritance, the Hell Gate must be filled with experts, It would be difficult for us to settle things with one strike, which could lead to disaster, Yu Chun said cautiously. 182. The perilous follow-up move. Orchid. Ding Xian spotted a beautiful and gentle female among the crowd, joyfully waving at her with tears of happiness. Orchid also saw him, her eyes lighting up as she waved back. Ding Xian, that person is your sister-in-law, Orchid. I didn't expect her to be here. Once we reunite, I can officially introduce you, Ding Qian excitedly informed her. Ding Ling couldn't help but nod, hoping they could. She was so happy that she momentarily forgot Gu Chuanjiu and Xiao Mai had said they wouldn't accept red envelopes. If this was Sima Ying speaking, to avoid provoking Sima Ying, Xiao Wan would temporarily accept the result of letting Xiao Xinfeng in. Then she would use various dating techniques she learned in her previous life to launch various romantic offensives, believing that one day she could make her sing conquer in front of her. The vivid imagery of a few lines of lyrics revealed the life form of a grassroots singer. They didn't dare to approach, fearing that the man would suddenly draw a knife and stab them, as he looked like he was willing to risk his life. Go. Why not go? Don't worry, we definitely won't do anything to make you uncomfortable. When we get there, we will definitely be obedient citizens, Zhang Ning said with a smile to Tang Zheng. Lu Qingsheng watched the group leave, her brow slightly furrowed. She didn't want to cause trouble, yet trouble always found her. This family now fully believes that her sister did nothing wrong and that it must have been someone else who sneaked in while her sister was out and the door was left ajar. On the side of the Frost Demon Army, Gu Zhaolei, Taiyin Huanin, and Xia Wu appeared together, their presence overwhelming and magnificent. Shortly after, General Huang personally came to meet them. Murong Sun had seen General Huang in her previous life and even played on his shoulders. Back then, he was robust and imposing. Now, however, he had silver hair, making one sigh at how time ages people. The sky emitted countless sounds like waves, yet no river could be seen. The sound came in layers, surging like waves. Just by listening, one could feel the terrifying power. The history of the Qinghua Mercenary Corps is longer than that of Long Yuan and Zhao Ming, and it seems the position of a leader is hereditary. By the time it was Luo Xian's turn, it was hard to say which generation it was. Oh, and my dear, don't worry. When the time is right, I will take the initiative to tell you what I know. Bai Muxin decided not to tell Qin Wanyi for now. By the way, sister, I have something to tell you. Come over here. Lin Shuang glanced at the tightly closed door of Zhong Ho's room, seemingly aware that someone was quietly lurking to eavesdrop. Snorted and pulled her sister aside. Then why don't you drive a train, fly a plane, or pilot a spaceship? Sun Linlin, seeing Zhong Ho's extraordinary charm, was already a bit annoyed, and upon seeing him being vain, she hit him without mercy. Many soldiers were killing for the first time. Witnessing the Wolf Coalition soldiers they had just killed and brothers killed by the Wolf Coalition, one by one began to feel nauseous. Forced to, Feng Xiaojie joked with them. These experiences were necessary. Without them, one would never progress. Wave like a stone dropped in water, Punch Tyrant's punch directly split the old man in half. Yet Punch Tyrant kept observing the old man's corpse because he sensed from the old man's eyes that he was not dead. His life force still existed, bouncing around like a heartbeat. His gaze was so serious that it made Long Xia's heart feel a bit afraid. But after much consideration, she still nodded. Yes. You stab, I will stab. Such a tone seemed to imply that Wu Junwei wouldn't dare. The scene fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of flames exploding could be heard. Ling Hao was covered in blood, yet seemed oblivious, displaying a face full of defiance. 183. Magic Stone. Before they could understand what it meant, the middle-aged man tried to get up, but his leg was broken, and he rolled on the ground in pain. What has happened to me? Pei Tang woke from the illusion, biting her own mouth until it bled, screaming in pain. My butt. Jean Chun covered her rear, her face flushed with pain. Damn, what kind of ability is this? At that moment, inside the Lingxian Palace in the front hall, Chu Yu was seated, with Du Yuan on her left and Elder Ming Yi on her right, while disciples Zheng, Mei, and Zheng Li sat beside them. Because these black uncles' homes were almost completely barren, there was nothing of value to him. Not to mention, just a few extremely beautiful receptionists at the entrance proved everything the previous newlyweds had said. On the way, he also encountered many other students here for further training, but these people's ages were all noticeably older than Chun Hao. At that moment, a silent sorrow radiated from Chun Hao, a pain that struck deep into his soul. Even though Li Fongfong had broken up with him, it didn't hurt as much as this. The surrounding space felt distorted, and even the stone bench he was sitting on slowly sank into the ground under this pressure. The shell landed several hundred meters away from the enemy train's left front, only causing a burst of flames and smoke. On such a fast-moving train, hitting another train that was also moving at high speed with a mortar was extremely difficult. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to a significant deviation in the shell's landing point. Suwu never expected this. Everything came so suddenly, and he was humiliated in front of all the princes. He couldn't help but feel furious, but he maintained a relatively calm exterior as he observed everything. The princes looked at General Su Wu with confusion. Wang Yujian was sweating in his palms, staring at Lord Su in shock. He was providing services for the trade of medicinal materials between the Han and Hu territories. Li Yuxing and Lu Yizhong were helping at Brother Kent's warehouse. The thoughts of those young military officers had somewhat changed. They felt that this time they were definitely going to lose. The communist forces had only one company stationed at Rooster Mountain, and even Colonel Huang's regiment couldn't handle it. After suffering a complete defeat, it seemed unlikely that they could take it. However, Zhao Baocheng was still somewhat uneasy because this matter had already spread, and Liang Feng's was hardly a secret recipe, right? Even if it was given to him, it was merely a sign. Could it really save lives and promote revolutionary humanitarianism? Forgetting about the desire to fill his stomach, Tian Fan peeked at the large group of people walking towards the civilian houses, thought for a moment, and immediately escaped from the other side. However, what Sumao never dreamed of was that his report had not yet been submitted, but a call from his superiors had already come down. However, to be serious, the delegation sent by the people of Jingzhou this time was indeed surprisingly luxurious. Third, caring about people's livelihoods and worrying about their suffering. For example, in Taizhou CC, the seawall had collapsed, and whenever there was a tide, the water flooded Taizhou, causing countless households to be affected. The local area was called upon to resolutely issue an edict to defend the seawall, which stretched for hundreds of miles and affected countless people. That person was dressed in a red robe, and at first glance, it was clear he was not from the mountain villa. He must have come to handle business at the villa. Nowadays, there are very few people in the basketball world who can be compared to him because his performance is indeed outstanding. Ha! Good, there will be generous rewards. Facing everyone's congratulations, King Zhao Dan laughed heartily, changing from his previous dejection, revealing the demeanor of a king without worry. Still indulged in beauty, King Zhao Dan remained the ruler of Zhao. Firstly, if it is a blunt weapon injury in the strict sense, the bone fractures presented should be radiating, meaning that the central injury caused by the blunt weapon spreads outwards. The most obvious manifestation of this type of injury is a central depression with linear fractures around it, somewhat resembling bullet-hit, bulletproof glass. 184. Being pulled into a dream for help. Don't do this, Yao. Sichen was startled by her actions and hurriedly tried to stop her. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was like a fish on the chopping board, unable to do anything. Don't worry, Sichun, everything will be fine. I will save you. Su Xiao had a cold expression on her face. The moment her palm touched the stone, countless suction cups wrapped around her, continuously draining her innate talent. Su Xiao, can you sit up and talk? The masked man hurriedly walked to the side, secretly cursing why the BTT organization would send such an unreliable person to help. The emperor slightly turned his head. He was a rational man. Although he had once been curious about Mao Liyan and even felt a hint of affection, he would not let himself be carried away until Mao Liyan's identity was clear. Sometimes I feel that although I have adapted to that world, this place is ultimately where everything I am familiar with exists. So when I am in the modern world, if you're not by my side, I always feel like I am drifting, Lu Jian said with a sigh. Lu Ming turned his head to glance at the electronic clock on the experiment table. At this time, Ouyang Inger had probably already arrived at the company. There was no point in staying any longer. Harrow returned to the main tent. With the surrounding fire-type magic crystals emitted warm heat, dispelling the cold on his body. In the past, even on snowy days wearing armor, Harrow would not feel cold. The emperor said lightly, perhaps it is because of me that everyone is burdened. He seemed to be addressing everyone, but his gaze was clearly on Mao Liyan, as if speaking directly to him. Nan Rahanyu was the same, staring blankly with her sister at the tall figure in midair that controlled everything, looking up in admiration. The visitor had already sat on the stone chair in his room, gracefully lifting the teacup with fingers as slender as scallions. Long Jinyu did not enter their room, but waited in the outer hall, reportedly because Long Xiaoyan was asleep, and Long Jinyu did not want to disturb him. Who are you? What are you doing here? A deep voice startled by E. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man in a beige t-shirt with a short stubble beard, dirty all over, standing silently with a very low presence. Since you're here, why hide? Come out, Ling Wei. At that moment, Zhu Li's gaze suddenly shifted and then landed on a giant tree not far away. How does it feel to hit me with a bullet? Do you think you feel accomplished? and Ru Lai's words carried an unspoken chill. On the other side, although his chest still ached, Chunli could breathe smoothly now. He couldn't help but glance at Guichu, who was still lost in thought in the corner. He saw the creation tree slowly approaching Tang Zihan, and then it unexpectedly opened a giant mouth resembling a human's from its treetop, about to swallow Tang Zihan. Knowing that his master's injuries had not only not healed, but that even the third-tier flying sword treasure had been completely destroyed, the group of disciples immediately stood in front of Yifei, ready to block Tong Youyu's attack. Whoosh! The circle of dust suddenly turned into a gust of airflow rushing towards Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng quickly summoned the dust avoidance pearl, 3 large beads floating around him, and the vast sand and dust immediately dissipated, revealing the hidden King Ji. The people aboard the spaceship, compared to the natives, certainly had broader experiences. However, compared to this individual who had mixed in the universe for 30 years and even participated in the legendary battle of the Huangfu Star's destruction, now qualified to guard planets for the Earth forces, they were vastly inferior. Jinsher didn't know how to respond to Zhe Jin and could only awkwardly nod in agreement. Although he once thought he loved Tang Ruiyao, now, compared to his feelings for Han Xiaowei, he only felt that his initial admiration for Tang Ruiyao was just a naive appreciation, not true love. 185. Main and side quests are parallel. Jin Shun awkwardly smiled. Look at you. You've made me start rambling. I didn't mean it that way. Whether you are rambling or not, you know in your heart. Yao, we are here. Ding Xiang and Ding Qian came from another direction into the beast forest, approaching them, and saw such a tragic scene. Along with them were also the females who had been watching from above earlier. Su Xiao simply spread her hands and said, "No, this is my last concession. 3 days later, if I see any person from the temple, I will kill them." Ji Cheng shook his head and said to Yin that there was no other way, while a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the past, with a powerful figure like Li Qing in charge, there wouldn't be any major issues. But now that these two were leaving at the same time, it felt like losing a pillar, leaving an emptiness in their hearts. Even the righteous sects cannot last long, let alone the demonic sections. The Tao sect, claiming to be the #1 sect throughout history, has long been destroyed, proving that no matter how strong the power is, it's useless. Yes. How could I not agree to my sister's request? Jiang Feng pinched Su Yu's face. The premise is that Sichuan can occupy smoothly. How confident are you? Bane looked at Kading. Ying Xiao, look at me. At this moment, upon seeing Ying Xiao's appearance, Luo Shui's eyes suddenly turned red, and she swiftly attacked with her single-edged sword, immediately unleashing a streak of blue light aimed directly at Ying Xiao. No, something's wrong. Yun Jia, while running alongside the carriage, suddenly realized that since this morning, a boss had been speaking nonsensically, and the carriage was gradually becoming heavier. Everything seemed calculated. This Middle Thousand world is basically unexplored, with various spiritual herbs everywhere, yielding a bountiful harvest. Lu Huan's current combat power remains unknown. How Lan came to France this time, and doesn't he want to cause too much trouble? Otherwise, it would be much more problematic to deal with later. Most people would be misled by Yi Zhao's profession, believing that the Sword Saint's combat power lies in instantaneous explosive force. But when Yi Zhao transitioned to a dragon blood swordsman, the iconic dragon might would make everyone wary. The Ouyang Ning in front of me doesn't seem foolish. Why did she make such a mistake? Observing the world, there are too many bizarre occurrences. Rivers flowing backward, old people becoming young again, a series of unknown phenomena unfolding. As if people could clearly see the scene from over 10,000 years ago when the immortal martial emperor led 1,000,000 divine generals into the primeval chaos. It's all right. My mom is busy teaching my dad a lesson right now. I heard she scratched Wang Chunhua's face today, and that brat ran back to her mom's house crying. A gust of wind blew, causing my anxiety to rise. My body began to tremble uncontrollably, signaling a rapid drop in body temperature. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. Luowen raised a glass of champagne to the attendees and then drank it all. Above the courtyard, auspicious clouds floated, with streams of milky white, celestial energy blowing like a spring breeze, the pines swaying gently, green shades everywhere, truly a fairyland. A treasure land for cultivation. The Qi Long has arrived. It is clear that in this calm sky, there is a direct passage to Earth. Of course, actions with a performance aspect often have weak attack power and are full of flaws, making them merely visually appealing, much like Taekwondo, which is recognized worldwide as just a show. Zhao Taiju stopped, looked back at Han Feng, and believed that Han Feng wouldn't say this for no reason. There must be a conspiracy beneath. In the great hall, spiritual energy surged wildly. His palm was over 10 meters away from Ling Jinshin, but it had already transformed into a visible air current in midair, slapping hard on Ling Jinshin's face with a loud pop. A loud noise shook the air. When the sword energy met the fire dragon, it immediately erupted with a strong wave, and the fire dragon was directly cut in two. However, the old lady's body couldn't help but tremble, and she quickly retreated. "All right, I will have Lu Sahan send a car right away." Gan Liang nodded and then took out his phone to call Lu Sahan. Just now, Gan Liang naturally noticed the hatred in Zhao Jin's eyes. Two strangers meeting for the first time developing hatred. If Gan Liang hadn't known in advance that Zhao Jin and Lin Mabai were cousins, he probably would understand why he was being targeted for no reason. But I still pinched my nose and began to pick as long as it looked acceptable. I could infer the previous use of the bottle based on its shape or the remaining stickers on it. Although many stickers were already unreadable, the judgment of the bottles generally wouldn't be too far off. I would also clean them. Looking at Yi Feng's pale face, Su Qing's eyes immediately showed a hint of joy, but it quickly returned to indifference. "Princess," he stopped me from saying what I was about to say. That kind of authority and seriousness I had never seen on his face before. To be honest, at that moment, I was so intimidated by his aura that I couldn't say a word. "Who are you really?" "With Yi Ti on strength. He is probably a top figure in the Go Academy, almost the pinnacle of the current Go world. How could he have no fame at all?" Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the crowd, Gan Liang and Jiang Yuyin had no choice but to raise their glasses and drink a cup of wedding wine together. As the black piece fell, it completely blocked the white piece's momentum, allowing the player to gain a large territory, capturing more than 10 pieces. Lei Hu took the spirit stone, and, upon seeing it, his eyes lit up with joy, clearly very satisfied with the quality of this spirit stone. Such a top-grade spirit stone is undoubtedly a treasure for monsters. He shivered. His gaze fell on Lu Zirue, and it took a while for him to realize what Lu Zirue was saying. The banquet hall was very large, and the crystal chandelier hung down from the ceiling, crisscrossing through the air, sparkling with dazzling colors. The luxurious decoration of the entire hall could be described as resplendent. Therefore, Li Hongzhang kept this note until after school. He dared to quietly open it to see what was written inside. The content was actually very simple. Meet behind the school's big banyan tree after school. The dust on the ground and the branches that could pop up from nowhere were not very friendly to suit pants and leather shoes. "I have my own way to handle this. Let us leave here first." Eber looked at these high elves who were still cutting down trees, called out to Chan Ti and Alamil, and left, retreating back into the forest. 186, the seductive voice. Su Xiyao was completely exhilarated. This was an unprecedented high score reward, comparable to giving birth to a mythical beast cub. "Jin Bao, what's going on? Is it really this intense, right from the start?" Su Xiao couldn't help but ask the system. The value of main quests and side quests is automatically generated. The value of saving the Beast World continent is very high, so the points will be substantial. Returning the orcs' talents is also a very good deed with significant meaning, so the points are due to two reasons. First, Situ Jun himself has considerable prestige, and second, the Halian gang is powerful, and third, it is also because of the elder who is accompanying Situ Jun in chess. When Guhan appeared, Ling Huzong felt a shock in his heart because he could already faintly sense a trace of killing intent from Guhan's eyes. "I thought you were going to take out some treasure, but it turns out to be just 2 pieces of yellow paper," Lei Ming said with frustration. "We plan to travel and get married, and we don't intend to hold a wedding." Lu Xuanhuan leaned against Yi Hongxi, a smile of happiness on his lips. The prince he admired was bringing news about the Chun family's actions to Lu Xian's palace. Lu Xian had not been summoned to the palace today, just in time to receive news about the Chun family's movements. "And Wan, just take a look." Yi Qinghan's voice carried a hint of pleading, along with a trace of anticipation. Fang Haobai was about to respond when a couple suddenly jumped out beside him, holding a camera and microphone. But they all appeared to be of Asian descent. The finances have always been managed by Su Yuan. "If I bring it up rashly, it would completely tear our relationship apart," Siyu said, rubbing her temples, feeling a bit tired. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed, and then the man in front pulled her close, his large hand wrapping around her waist. Looking around, Dodo's gaze landed on the terrace in the south of the banquet hall. The thick, hanging velvet curtains gently swayed, like a tranquil lake's surface brushed by the wind. Lu Man's face turned red, biting her lip and saying, "Don't mind me." Seeing Ma Wang and Bai Zomping had stopped and were looking over, she could only stomp her foot and rush over. However, for someone like In Lake, who came from an ordinary background, Such wastefulness was absolutely intolerable. Dongmin Qing snorted, patted his empty pocket at his waist, and drew his knife, making everyone understand his intention. They had no wealth, but had weapons. And only by robbing others could they avoid being robbed themselves. Four white gun shadows sliced through the void, shooting straight up into the sky. A shadow passing through the eyes of the seraphim cherub, his right hand extending to grasp the holy lance Longinus. On this day, Dugahong topped the player leaderboard, the largest and most classic ranking in the game, where only recognized experts and sect leaders could appear. However, the reason for Dugahong's ranking was due to the player's declaration of chaos. As the flying claws reached, the thick fog in the distance suddenly dissipated, revealing a dilapidated, black wooden sailing ship that seemed to have emerged from centuries ago. We should be most clear about Yi Goyan's strength. Back in the day, he was captured by the Holy See and forced to flee, living under an assumed name. As a result, the current pope took direct action, and Yi Goyan almost lost his life at his hands. Although Yi Goyan escaped the calamity, he could never be found again afterward. Chao Sin's eyebrows twitched, his face turning pale. He gently placed the phoenix in the elf's palm, allowing Yuer and Xiang to come over to protect the heartbroken elf. He leaped up a tall tree, his cold gaze searching the surroundings for the enemy. In the midst of flying through the air, Du Yuan suddenly felt a sense of unease creeping in. This feeling accompanied the ominous anxiety that gradually invaded his heart. This sight was truly frightening. There were probably over 1,000 wounded lying on the ground, and the medics were overwhelmed. 187. The green has disappeared. How I come into contact with it? Xiyao was completely baffled, recalling faces in her mind. She had met many people. Where could she find someone who could counter the fierce beasts? Ha ha ha, are you scared? If you're scared, it will be better to cooperate with me. Otherwise, once I leave here, you won't escape the fate of being eaten by me and becoming my servant. And I might spare your life. Unable to hear Xiao's voice, the fierce beast thought Ban Ruoshui was looking at He Qing Fan with disdain, clearly bothered by the way he was eyeing her mother. Although she understood it was not He Qing Fan's fault. After all, her mother was dressed too provocatively. Any man would glance at her a few times, which was understandable. Yet she still felt very uncomfortable and even disliked it to the point of loathing. Guchan was about to say no, but his shoulders slumped as he clearly felt half of the spiritual power in his dantian diminished, his face turning blue with anger. Jiang Bufan couldn't help but smile and said, "Everyone, there's no need to doubt. This honor of the one-word joint king was personally requested from the kingdom by the 7th princess." A year passed quickly. The chaotic world of the past has now entered a state of order. The once polluted prison area is now peaceful, with fields everywhere and newly built cities spread across the land, all thriving under the auspices of the great merchants. At this moment, all darkness was illuminated, and light appeared at the moment the orange juice flowed down the esophagus, suddenly manifesting in its own world. Only the divine soul power that originated from the true self could still operate slightly, allowing the cave to perceive what was happening. Otherwise, it would remain motionless like countless beings outside, unable to determine life or death. The boy's long black hair was tied in a ponytail, with a white cloth ribbon over 4 feet long, tightly secured by a white rope, hanging behind him. It was unclear what the cloth contained, but was certainly not an ordinary item. The two drifted downstream, playing for an hour, and once their interest waned, they paddled their boat back to where they started. Although neither side had the awareness yet, there was plenty of time ahead. Who knew how this friendship would evolve? However, she dared not gamble, fearing that even the slightest possibility might lead to her mother-in-law being unable to come out again. When they were about a meter away from Lung Bing, Wang Chun stopped, took a deep breath, and was about to reach for Lung Bing's hand when a figure suddenly blocked his way. It was actually Luo Ju, the fool from the Luo family. The crystal ball slowly floated from his hand, gradually enlarging, revealing Lin Yi on the other side, appearing in the image flash from the light gate. Long Xiaotian had few subordinates, so he had already alerted several families in different directions to increase their vigilance. He didn't know how they had managed to be ambushed so easily. Soon after, under the combined effects of miraculous medicines, a strong body, and internal energy, apart from a few serious wounds that needed time to heal, other external injuries were not serious. Doqi was not angry this time. Instead, he was somewhat touched and said that Sangu fir only grows in the extreme cold of the north. And the heavenly soul mud can also be found in the Wuxiang spring within the 4 symbols secret realm of the temple. Standing still, the sky darkened, gradually covered by dark clouds. and a strong wind brought light rain that felt cold against Inthe's face as he looked up at the sky with a hint of anger. Adapting to the environment takes time. Standing on tiptoe at the entrance, trying to see further, he could only blame the dark clouds for hiding the truth, forcing Inthe to delve deeper inside. Wang Chun had already said enough, and Dong Lixin had also given a promise during the time before she left. The Zhongwang Society could ally with the Bawang Society, and if the Bawang Society encountered difficulties, the Zhongwang Society would do its utmost to help. 188. The land of divine beasts is opened. No, that's not it. Jin Chun shook his head seriously. It wasn't that simple. So what do you really know? When I took over as the clan leader, my elderly grandfather told me a story before he passed away. Our beast deity ancestors have always been protecting our increasingly prosperous beast world continent. But there are always hidden dark forces that want to subtly steal everything that belongs to us. A long time ago, when Rui rested for 3 days and could finally speak normally, Xiyao wouldn't stay in a hospital all the time and returned home on the 4th day to buy ingredients to cook soup for when Rui. Wang Tao, who was already terrified and at a loss, suddenly turned his eyes and rushed over to pull open the bathroom door, but the next moment he froze. This black sticky substance, called red fire glue, was a combustion aid developed by the Zhao family for steel smelting, used mostly for steelmaking, but occasionally had some special uses. He charged straight ahead, plowing through everything in his path, pedestrians, vehicles, stalls, killing and destroying them all, his arrogance overwhelming. To his surprise, he had dispatched Generals Zhou Bo and Chai Wu to ambush the Yingbu army, and had ordered Chao Can, stationed in the center, to be ready to assist at any time. Yet, according to battlefield feedback, the Yingbu Army's offensive was surprisingly weak, with both sides locked in a stalemate. Evenly matched, Xiyao chuckled awkwardly, released his grip, turned to the door handle of the back seat, opened the door, and quickly climbed into the car. Today, Ning Yao took the initiative to seek out Yang Simu, an outsider, for a duel, which ultimately came to nothing. This matter would surely spread to the ears of all the great families. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At this moment, he was completely at a loss, unsure how to face this sudden truth. She exchanged a word with the Bai family and then went to the front hall. Noticing Xie Yuchen, who was dressed in official attire, and couldn't help but size him up. Although Han Wang and Hou Junji were deposed, once Li Chengxian took the throne. Why couldn't they be reinstated? Therefore, Shao Kai immediately pulled me aside, pretending I had said something to him, and then walked back to the soldiers with a dark expression. Lu Qianxiu could only show a mix of anger and amusement. Unfortunately, after staring at him for a while, he couldn't find a way to teach him a lesson. There were only the two of them here. He certainly couldn't really beat him to death, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. After being angry for a while, the Doshun girl still endured it and quietly sat by the fire at the cave entrance to keep watch. As soon as he recited the incantation, he heard Mo Shu roar, sending up a 1,000-layer wave straight towards his boat. If Danny Eyes dared to refuse, it would immediately equate to belittling the enemy and becoming a public enemy. Even though his identity and status were somewhat different now, he ultimately could not do such a thing. Both the taste in his mouth and the object he spat out proved that what had been blown into his mouth was indeed sand. As for the remaining customers who had not spent much time with the shopkeeper, including the Demon Emperor Jun and Chao Tuo Zhouqing, they were still pondering whether the shopkeeper had any deeper meaning. However, just as he was breathing heavily with excitement, the staff in his hand lit up with a barely noticeable glow, a cold force coursing through his body, and in an instant, it felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head. The excitement on his face gradually disappeared, and he looked disinterestedly at Mei Ye, who was still lifting her skirt. True words? Mo Zhonglian's tone was always calm, and his face showed no extra expression, making it impossible to gauge his mood. The final destination was naturally the church. Galantis had already returned to her usual office, seemingly having given instructions ahead of time. Allowing the moment to pass smoothly into Galantis' office, where the other party was also waiting for his news with an official demeanor. 189, the beast is coming. The white quadruped, covered in a layer of snow-white fur, gazed at her with innocent eyes that were deep blue, emanating a faint golden light. Little one, are you all right? You almost got buried in the dirt. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine. She raised her hand to touch his head and found that there were 2 horns hidden among the fluff. Su Xiao asked him in confusion, "Huh? What kind of beast are you? I've never seen you before." Si Chung recalled his initial conversation with Gong Yimingmei, where the other party calmly mentioned the news from his sister. Considering the impression of the organization members that Mingmei shared, It seemed understandable that the similarly background Hybra would gossip as well. Although it had been almost 2 months since the divorce, Cherry still felt something for Chinbin, who was hugging and kissing her. During the time Li Mu stayed at his residence, he felt the safest, free from any worries. The eunuchs did not suspect him, and even the party members gradually became his subordinates. Seeing Su Yi's murderous intent revealed, they no longer dared to delay and immediately urged their mounts to flee in a panic. Zhang Hao, you're ruthless. Remember, I, Humimi, am not someone any man can just toss aside, Humimi said fiercely as she walked over from the window. After a while, the 3 elders arrived, and when they learned that Li Mu intended to execute the county magistrate and needed their signatures as witnesses, they all readily agreed. If it weren't for Ji Shuhan being burdened by the most disgusting and ugly emotions in this world, he would actually have been quite fond of Ji Shuhan. Look, this is the beautiful clothes and shoes Mom bought for you at the mall. Come over and try them on. As she spoke, Mom walked towards Cherry, extending her chubby white hands, but Cherry pushed her away. Conan signaled for the others to look, but the expressions of the onlookers were filled with confusion. Time passed in silence, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Elisa had not woken up, she could still feel something touching her face, causing her brows to furrow slightly. However, the sudden disruption of the New Year's atmosphere drew discontented gazes from everyone towards the 2 people involved. Yet she held on and did not show a hint of fatigue, taking a deep breath before opening her eyes again, her gaze cold as ice. Lu Dashin ignored everything and unleashed his meteor hammer move, Gold Rooster Cracks Rock, charging forward. It was like a big rooster. If Dong Zhanyan took a hit on the head, it would be quite something. During their recent journey, Suho frequently communicated with Qin Lai, and their relationship was quite good, so there was no awkwardness. Haizi, speak more politely. Nanfeng pointed at Haizi, unable to stand his attitude. The old ancestor, Tianfeng, nodded, saying, although we are meeting for the first time, you must have sensed our cultivation level. Yu coldly looked at them, filled with hidden resentment. How dare they disregard her like this in the past few days? These islands floated and sank, but it could roughly be seen that they were divided into several levels. She couldn't find a man more suited to red than Jin Xiuqin, nor one more outstanding than him. Dong Zhanyan unabashedly poked the young man's eyes with his finger. The young man sneered even more, casually waving his hands, not taking Dong Zhanyan seriously at all. All right. I really don't know who he is, but I heard from the dean that he's a big shot. I just helped him change his dressing, since his injury is on his back, and he was lying down. I didn't see his face, but from his skin, he seems to be a very young person, Qiu Jing said. You go help General Shui. Long Tianyang told his subordinates. At this moment, casualties in the chaotic battle were inevitable. Except for those who needed to maintain order, Long Tianyang sent everyone else to assist Shui Ringwei. Is she a bad person? The 9-tailed fox, a native of the divine beast realm, quickly led them to a paradise. Here, there was a peach blossom forest. Interestingly, half of the peach blossoms were blooming, while the other half was laden with fruit. Hurry inside, this is our home, the 9-tailed fox said as it dove into the peach grove, and Xiyao followed in. The fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, intoxicating everyone. Using the destruction A4 laser sword in hand for illumination prevented Luo Tianhuan from suddenly crashing into a wall. And he was glad he had leveled up to 35 just in time. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome. It was evident that in places with high spirit particle concentration, the difficulty of absorbing spirit particles would naturally increase, so the host should adapt to the environment of the virtual circle as much as possible before the next battle. The system replied. Yin Laohu was serious and responsible about work. After taking a day off, he still cared about the team's affairs. Yimiao rubit hertemples, feeling a slight, throbbing pain. She didn't know what was wrong, nor dared to speak for fear of revealing that she wasn't herself, so she could only nod. Every time she thought about this, Xiao felt frustrated. Initially, both sisters had a crush on the Yi family's child. However, Dad thought her sister and Yi Jingchong had a better chance, so he kept supporting her sister while maintaining a wait-and-see attitude towards her. Wearing a worn-out shirt with most of the hem frayed and patched black pants, her sun-scorched face was lined with wrinkles, but upon seeing her come out, those aged hands pulled her over to sit beside her. Moreover, it seemed that Outing had never brought up this topic again, which made Yu a bit worried. Everyone who had seen him liked him very much. Grandpa, Grandma, maternal grandpa, and maternal grandma adored him immensely. When Li Qi and Song Ying arrived, they didn't want to leave. They were even considering relocating for the baby. He didn't believe she genuinely cared about whether their family was doing well. She probably wished they were doing poorly to maintain a psychological balance with those 3 useless members of the second house. The Dawn-class flagship was equipped with 8 Xiongwang superfighters. Although this type of fighter was standard for the Apocalypse fleet, it was still a version from decades ago. The Apocalypse fleet now used the 3rd generation of Xiongwang superfighters. These people all claimed that they owed their legs to the panacea and vowed to be loyal to the Lord. But who would listen to him? As long as he confirmed there was not much danger, the fat man could fall asleep and sleep until the sun was high in the sky. If he could defeat the first fleet, then he wouldn't have to remain under its command for long. He believed this would definitely earn him Lu Chuan's respect. As the sleep pod slowly closed, Baiye's consciousness sank into a state similar to dark sleep, like entering the sea. Ramos felt no waves in his heart. It wasn't the first time he had been surpassed by Messi, and he quickly sprinted back. However, when he re-examined the information about these people and their movements, he realized he seemed to have overlooked something. This 500 billion investment already announced Longting Company's stance. A fight to the death. A real fight to the death. This was just the first day, and they had already reached this extent. Seeing that he still had the energy to joke, Li Manjun had already confirmed that his mental state was good, not as terrible as his brother-in-law, Qian Dongxing, thought. Returning to the club, Marcelo and Carvajal were the most advantageous contenders on one side. He not only lingered in front of Yang Qingyue's stall, but also said some teasing words to her. If good friend Ding Na knew that the boy she had a crush on, Wang Yingui, rejected her because he liked her, how much would Ding Na hate herself? Yes, hurry and let Yuexin hand over the things of this elder. Otherwise, don't blame this elder for being rude. The second elder stepped forward with his chest out and shouted at them. How outrageous! The queen is pregnant. Yet you treat her this way and even drive her out of the palace. Bai Lisan shouted in anger. She looked so beautiful today, especially those soft lips, which seemed to be tempting him at every moment, inviting him to taste her sweetness. Judging by the reactions of these people, the Idle Cloud Pavilion must be a great place. Since Chun Fan brought it out at this time, it indicates that talking inside is definitely safe. The lanterns hanging along the way had riddles written on them, and Gun Yin was holding a rabbit lantern while eating the candied hawthorn one from guessing the riddles, discussing what the riddles on the lanterns were with Nan Li. Soon after, some voices were heard. Someone was coming. She tried hard to open her mouth to make a sound, but found she couldn't do it at all. Xiyao became displeased, directly tearing off the cloth strip over his eyes and looking at the few bridesmaids in front of him. The application prospects of the future Changjiang 3000 series turbofan engines are also quite broad. In addition to being standard for the C929 wide-body passenger aircraft, it can also serve as the power for the future larger C939 wide-body passenger aircraft. Of course, by then the thrust will need to be increased, or perhaps a 4-shaft layout will be adopted. However, he soon became troubled again. It wasn't that he was afraid that the betting company would not pay him, but he was worried about how to get to the United States. However, thinking about this now is meaningless. The money is already in hand, and he can't return it, right? After leaving the property center, Lin Haozong drove Jiang Mingli back to Jiangdao Shuren University. Don't worry, I'm already making arrangements. The new member, Yao Ji, is looking for a secret base. By the way, we'll develop our own business empire in Shenhe City, Jin Sixing said. So Zhang Bei could only pray that Ning Hongxian will be transferred to Tiling when his Wanxiang city was completed. This was because he needed to find another backing for himself. Zhuo Lifeng had a smirk on his face. He understood that his plan had succeeded. Of course, he didn't expect Lu Xiaochong to be so impatient, revealing his true self after just one night. Under Fong Lei's gaze, the stern-looking Huidong took a deep breath, then picked up his dedicated phone and made a call. 191, it's Si Chen's family. Su Xiao stared at her healing light and thought, indeed, it's true. It's strange that Si Chen never mentioned this to me. I thought there were no gifted females left in the Beast World continent. What? Who did you just mention? Xian thought she might have misheard and couldn't help but ask again. Su Xiao blinked, half smiling, and said, You heard me right, I just mentioned Si Chen. Do you know Si Chen? The Zhao kingdom also had eunuchs and had set up specific officials to manage the palace's gatekeepers and monks, which is called the eunuch order, currently held by Miao Xian. Before she could finish her words, she was immediately dragged into a room by 2 burly men, who cuffed her hands behind her back and forced her to kneel on the ground, unable to move. A member told Ning Fuchen that it had indeed been arranged, and the location was right there. When Ning Fuchen pressed him for details, he could only shake his head because he no longer had the qualifications to participate in such meetings. He had been captured. AI Qiao Qiao picked up a spoon, first tasting a shrimp, then sampling a piece of tofu, and lastly, sipping some soup. The two trembled in fear. while Zhao Kuo in front of them looked like a wolf king betrayed by his subordinates, staring at them with red eyes. If his anger turned to flames, he would likely have scorched them both. Due to her awkward relationship with Fu Shijin, Lin Jejia prepared soup for the two of them, and Guqian stepped back to let them eat first. Although the face in front of her was as pale as paper, those clear and gentle eyes made one feel at ease. At the request of Ing Changru, the bride must be picked up from the He family in Gangxiang. Thus, Lin Jejia moved into the He family's villa 2 days before the wedding. In the distance, a figure came striding forward, wearing green pants, a red shirt, sunglasses, and with hair slicked back, dragging a shabby suitcase. One must know that Chu Yinji's current position was entirely the result of the emperor secretly supporting him. The emperor went to great lengths to elevate him to the position of crown prince, even sacrificing his other 2 sons to pave the way for him. How could he now support an infant to balance him? Nearby, the only thing that could shield Su Lin's spiritual sense from detection was that special room. Deep in his mind, some things that should not be recalled and some very embarrassing matters flickered like slides in his memory. The killing caused a massive bloodshed, leading to a complete failure of the demon attack on the Wanyao plain. Master, do you know what illness she has? Su Xiao asked nervously, looking at Hua Shancheng. After missing this opportunity to spend money, the Kueiguang group had not encountered a project that required long-term, large-scale funding and operation again. Don't even think about her flirting with you. Even if you flirted with her, if she didn't spit on you, it would mean she was interested. Although leaving Zhang Sun made him feel complicated, the thought of staying by Su Lin's side for guidance and improving his martial arts made him excited. In the distance, on the sofa, Chang Jiqing lifted her head sharply, fixating on the new agent girl. I just feel that pursuing Yang Hao is too easy. In less than half a year, we got together without any difficulty. Who would believe it? The chairman of Kueiguang Group had worked for so long, and for the first time, the balance in his account exceeded 1 million. Guangge, are you talking about me? Boss Dai finally came back to his senses, unable to believe it. All the attention-grabbing things were done by Wang Fun, which made him overlook some details. He never expected that such a show-off as Wang Fun would let him be the main character. Could this be the reward for withstanding pressure earlier? However, with the obstruction of these 2 terrifying demonic auras, the figure of the demon man had already vanished in an instant, only to appear several dozen meters away, looking at Ji Xing with a sinister coldness on his face. Let's rewind time to 2 months ago, at Zhui Yang's home in a seaside villa in Barcelona. The chubby Liola and the big sister Zhui Qiutian arrived to discuss transfer targets with Zhui Yang. That night, Zhui Yang and the chubby guy chatted enthusiastically, while Zhui Qiutian, who had not expressed an opinion, made a decisive conclusion. Wang Fun was like many protagonists in cultivation novels, continuously purifying materials, not due to wasting star cores or being a perfectionist, but because it was necessary for construction. Don't fight for now. I'm here to talk business, said old Zhang, seeing the boss of the other side appear, and immediately change his tone. Looking around at the icy surface of the pond, feeling the cold water continuously stimulating his body and even his soul, Ka Xiao couldn't help but ask after getting goosebumps. Will I be affected, specifically in that aspect? Upon learning that he didn't know how to become that Beast King for the time being, Wang Fun felt a bit disappointed. He forcibly suppressed his curiosity about how to become the Beast King and turned his concern to the consequences after becoming that Beast King. Then, these crystals stopped growing taller and began to grow sideways, eventually connecting into a piece, transforming from a light wall into a metal wall, thus completing the crystallization construction of a canister. Without further thought, Xylock knew that most areas on Glypus 2 had already withdrawn personnel, leaving only some assistants in the experimental area overseen by Ein. The sudden change left Zhang Honglu dumbfounded. After looking at the urgent report handed over by Yao Shu, he could only sigh skyward. Even if one side is defeated and dies, the other side will inevitably suffer serious injuries and pay an unimaginable price. At this moment, once again struck by the fallen god contract, Ing Tiandao Zun still did not pay attention, even too lazy to mobilize energy to expel this thread of mental connection from his body, killing and robbing treasure. Though Yi Qianqi was called the evil sovereign, he had never done such things. If he were really that kind of person, how could he have exchanged a heavenly level technique for the Wolf King with Luo Han? Wow. So Sister Shue's father is so powerful, he managed to take down so many industry scoundrels at once. I doubt any other company S-boss could do that. Zhao Kersen expressed her opinion. After a long-winded boast from a PE teacher, the students finally dispersed and could move freely. Once they entered Ziyun Peak, it meant they would face the attacks of the powerful demon beasts there. 5 shadow clones, under the protection of Susanoo, placed their palms on the back of Mingwe, injecting the scion power within them. With this influx of power, Mingwe immediately felt a different change in her body. 192. The Swampland. Ain't yun. Don't you know what kind of beast Xiaobai is? Xiaobai was a name Xiyao casually gave. She didn't even know if what was in her arms was a beast man or an ordinary beast. I don't know. I feel like I've never seen it before. Xian looked for a long time and still couldn't figure it out, decisively shaking her head. As long as you give me the beast, I'll leave here. Even if the cloud-treading beast was controlled by evil energy, it could still speak coherently. The power of the Dragon Wolf King was simply too strong. Sun Dasheng could clearly feel that he was definitely not a match. Going nearby to grab some strong men to use as cannon fodder for the siege, Wang Xinyu had long since cleared the nearby area. The local villagers had already fled. Where would Wu Sangui find people to use as cannon fodder? After finishing the meal, he finally pulled out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. As the screen lit up, a dozen missed calls stood out prominently. Now he had advanced to the Golden Core stage, and moreover, he was at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. This cultivation was comparable to a major practitioner at the nascent soul stage. If all his divine powers were unleashed, he wouldn't fear even a 9th-tier demon beast, right? After all, Zhao Hao and others' goal this time is to use the Yuan-shot Demon Shadow clone inside the Kunwa Hall to achieve their own purposes. The turning point from weak to strong begins with the true and false Monkey King. After the true and false Monkey King, Sun Wukong becomes much more docile and his abilities are significantly weakened. Why is that? He bombarded them with questions one after another, leaving the two of them no time to think. One Clea, who was gnawing on a hind leg of a demon rabbit, rolled her eyes at Lin Feng's arrangement but said nothing more. She actually liked Talanya a bit and did not mind teaming up with her for tasks. However, Junro Matsura did not expect that his selfish and foolish thoughts completely dashed the last glimmer of hope for the 106th Division, turning this unit from a heavy loss to being completely annihilated. Before the smoke cleared, Carlos waved his hand, and his two subordinates hurriedly rushed into the broken doorway. However, to his surprise, he suddenly heard several bare roars from inside, and then the two subordinates who had just rushed and retreated again. Roar. The Lord of Tianhu let out a earth-shattering roar, and his entire form radiated endless rings of light, exploding into the sky with a punch that shattered the universe. Countless gray light bursts, continuous and layered, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and earth, reaching the golden light pillar that vibrated open. But what was he doing on this island? Has he already made this place his base? Or like us, is he part of the invading side? Zhang murmured. Even a powerful martial god like Hai San did not dare to venture deep in, so there must be great horrors inside. The main thing is that Zhang Hao did not believe that Hai San was deceiving him. Rather, he hoped to recognize the reality and leave here immediately after reaping the benefits. The more wine they drank, the more they talked. Of course, it was mainly Song Xiangping and Kuang Zi who spoke a lot. Li Chun had too many secrets on him and needed to stay clear-headed, but he did not refuse to drink the wine. Zhang Hao's consciousness entered the Buddhist kingdom, and the divine tower now radiated pure white light from top to bottom, incredibly sacred, even with sounds of the Dharma emanating from it. You mustn't let your cousin see you like this. Ling was a bit anxious, wishing she could pour everything she knew directly into her brain. This green jade fairy bottle not only imprisoned, but also gradually dissolved a person with its inner ghostly energy, completely destroying their magical foundation, until finally there was nothing left but bones. However, Qin Xinyu had a protective treasure, so he was not afraid of the ghostly energy within the fairy bottle. If it weren't for realizing the deep meaning behind Shui Xian's words, I am also surnamed Lin. Lin Miao did not intend to accompany her mad son, who was still in the North Sea Immortal Workshop. Okay. 193. The fire-type divine beast that loves to fight. The nine-tailed foxes turned around and surrounded them. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yao, are you okay? Where's the cloud-stepping beast? Xiyao said cheerfully. I'm fine. The cloud-treading beast is locked inside. Huh? Locked inside? But isn't there nothing in the swampland to keep it from coming out? Yeah. Can the cloud-treading beast stay in there forever? I used my talent, a spatial barrier, and also employed an illusion technique. Her heart was very chaotic, and she needed to calm down. Slowly getting up, she walked to the altar in the shrine, where the tablets of past priests were placed. Strolling across the boundary line so boldly. Are you trying to tear apart our agreement? Qin Shi Huang looked coldly at In too, his tone for the first time carrying emotion. If he had been just a few steps late back then, he would have lost not only Tang Tang, but also his Sun King. Yes, young master. That person I saw was a farmer. Nothing suspicious about him, but the old turtle in his hand weighs at least dozens of pounds, as big as a grinding stone. I fear that old turtle is a bit unusual, Xinda Zhuang said. The ancestor of Bodhi slightly nodded, ignoring the people. They frowned at the blood-red passage. All I want is that opportunity. Yin Yuchao, who already knew what Fu Shubua had done, quietly spoke to his wife. Hey, does it have to be so serious? Can't I just make a friend? Mu Feng shouted. Bai Rong had been sent to rest early. These days, she often showed an unmistakable expression of fatigue. She had overlooked that his body had just recovered. She really shouldn't have dragged him around with her every day. Qing Rang sighed in relief. This is something I'm most willing to do. I will definitely drag him by the ear to you. Dad, just wait, I know where he's hiding. Saying this, Qing Rang hurriedly went out, guessing that her father must want to have a drink with her elder brother, and was preparing to buy a few jars of good wine on the way to pick him up. At least he knew how to do the right thing. So in this case, he would strive for it. And it would certainly depend on whether he had truly made changes regarding this matter and what had caused it. Sensing the change in the aura around the water pavilion, Dabu Qiani smiled, his figure floating again like a butterfly dancing among flowers, and this time the change in his moves easily broke through the water pavilion's tight defense. The white light several times cutting through the water pavilion's clothing. Well, from today on, you'll be our tea shop's external manager. The matron seemed to have thought for a long time before making the decision. There were too many questions in her heart that she wanted a voice. But looking around in confusion, where was the person she was thinking of now? Ma Yun was after all a modern man, though a bit scared. He still mustered the courage to shout, "Supreme Lord," urgent as if receiving an order, and casually threw the self-defense weapon, a large stone he had picked up from behind the rockery, into the well on the left, only to hear a splash. When the young man went down, Yin Tianheng exclaimed, "Hai Kuei, you're not dead?" It was strange why Hai Kuei was not dead, as if he was expecting him to die. Both sides were stunned, and a joyful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Han's face, seemingly unable to help but run a few steps toward her boat. When they were all ready, even Zhao Kahan and Jia Jin, who received the news, hurried over from the hotel. The black dot in the sky grew larger and larger, descending ominously, and all the Fushi warriors looked up, not knowing what it was, until with a bang, something fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Finally, 2 days before Jian Su set off for America, Alexander brought the dress to Jian Su, looking very haggard, as if he had stayed up many nights, causing Jian Su, who had asked Alexander for help, to feel very guilty. When the front desk saw her, they asked, initially wanted to point to the right, where there was an electronic board hanging on the side door. Did you not see that? This house was very large. Xian Hall and Qingying residence were the two closest courtyards, but still a bit distant. Miao Ran and the others were dumbfounded, feeling that the educated youth they were talking about was simply from a different world and era than the educated youth life they experienced. In his life, he had secluded himself in the deep mountains, cultivating his character, and had never engaged in killing. During his first fight with someone, he didn't have time to react and lost his arm. She was watching TV when Zhang Ti and I came in, saying nothing, just sitting directly on the sofa, staring at her, not knowing what he was thinking. In the Lingxiao Palace, behind the drooping pearl curtains, the mysterious and majestic immortal emperor still sat in the main seat. The immortal officials standing in the hall, as usual, bowed their heads and remained silent, continuing to express their awe and submission. When Qin Wan saw the word Taoist, she instinctively became alert. Listening to Fan Nan's explanation, it did seem somewhat reasonable. Her powder was colorless and tasteless. After these two woke up, they wouldn't feel anything. Just think they were too happy and drank too much. Before she finished speaking, she had already been pinned by the man, trapped between his chest and the wall. Those raised in a century-old family, even if they were servants, were different from ordinary maids. Looking at Shan Yang's behavior, one could tell she was not a servant of the Chu family, but rather a companion brought by Madame Chu as a dowry. They had been digging for the soul-devouring stones here for several nights, but the scale of this soul-devouring stone vein was almost beyond their imagination. A meatball suddenly fell from the sky, heavily crashing onto the arena, causing the stone-made arena to shake violently a few times. Really? Liang Dong looked at Freddy with amusement, knowing that this guy must have set a trap for someone last night. But suddenly, the smile vanished. The king also laughed. Even the few battle generals who had already knocked the corpse king down were stunned for a moment, not knowing why the mission suddenly ended. In the Shushan sect, the sword saint, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, looking in a certain direction with an extremely serious expression. And one more thing, not much. Mainly because there isn't much firewood, and there aren't many vegetables either. I'm just afraid that everyone will have just started eating when it runs out, which would be bad. It might be better to let them go back to eat instead, to avoid them following you around asking. Huang Yu had indeed considered this. Zhang Xiaozhu's voice was huge, almost shaking the entire corridor. Tang Ke was also taken aback by this sound. Mom, can you tell me what I should do to be the best? Li Xiaoqin half closed her eyes, quietly asking her mother. This year, I raised 2 batches of pigs in total. The first batch sold for 5 million. Because it was raised with the money earned from the winery's profits don't need to be counted. 194. Are you really pregnant with a phoenix cub? Zhu Xian looked up and down at Xiyao, disdainfully saying, even if it's a female, isn't she from the Fox clan? Wu Qing, what are you joking about? The offspring of the Fox clan and divine beasts can't be compared to our Zhu Ke clan. You should wake up. Go persuade Wu Yan more. He is the strongest among the Phoenix clan. No wonder our princess can't forget him. Wu Qing glanced at him and said, Here, we value free love. You can't even beat me, and you still want. Madame Ho saw her son's outstretched hand, the broken skin swollen and red, and immediately held him, crying heartbrokenly. Second, as his soul power level rose to level 20, his strength was further developed. Now, he can use the summoned entity of his martial soul to fight, completely distinguishing it from the previous hand-to-hand combat. If it gets out that a team comes here to scavenge a large amount of food, who knows what unexpected events might occur. Lu Zhenming's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Yu, his gaze not resembling that of mortal, but rather giving off the feeling of I am looking at a god. She had previously harbored thoughts of death. But a single word from Yu Cheng reignited her heart to continue waiting. Because it was morning, the first class had not yet started, and the surroundings were noisy, resembling a chaotic market scene. Meanwhile, not far away, Yuan Zun's entire face turned cold, sinister, and mocking, seemingly indifferent to how these people acted. In the pitch-black night sky, the silver moon hung high, its faint light draping the earth in a layer of silver gauze, looking particularly mysterious. Huang Chun immediately reacted, changing the technique in his hand, wanting to draw the sword back and then use the second style of listening god. No, he needed to use the strongest move to end it quickly, while also thoroughly incapacitating him. Wu tossed Lin Yu a newly made jade talisman, which could be considered applying what he learned. This was also a necessity, as Lin Yu couldn't carry it with him. If he lost it, it would be a lot of trouble. If the motherland needs me, I will transform into a vast ocean, merging into the boundless sea, guarding the borders for the motherland. 24 multifunctional fighter jets began to equip large-scale lethal weapons. And the Ning Shuang also started to slowly move, with the main cannon ready to fire at any moment. However, Lin Wei did not notice this. He only felt pain for the sacrifices of the soldiers. Although these people joined the Lin family with the intention of making money, no matter what, Lin Wei regarded them as brothers. The director told me to instruct you to jump into the opening dance like everyone else later, without any extra movements, the staff said with a smile. After countless missions, everyone had survived near-death experiences and returned unscathed, but unexpectedly this time, in their own country, on their own territory, they were taken down by assassins. With an unwilling look in his eyes, he slowly fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound on his abdomen, looking shocking. It is said that Song Shangjuan was elegant and charming, with a peculiar habit of always offering the other party a cup of fine wine before killing them. Known as the gentleman of wine, I offer you a cup, urging you to the Yellow Springs, but little did they know why Brother Song had become like this. The prince was slightly surprised and asked with a smile. Long Tianwei felt a change of fortune after hearing this. Indeed, there's always a way out of despair, and even the most difficult tasks from a system can be resolved. Many team members caught the meaning in Xiang Ying's words. This was about forcibly seizing Zhao Lu's shield. And Zhao Mu, who had the resurrection technique, was right in Changchuan. Killing him and reviving him would be the way to obtain Zhao Lu's shield. Everyone fell silent. These people could show off their might and take advantage of a favorable wind, but when it came to a critical moment, none could stand up to the challenge. Fortunately, Feng Jingshu didn't think of the surveillance in the elevator. If she had known, her face would probably be red all day. 195, it's an egg giving birth. Seeing their expressions, Xiyao could only summon the teleportation array again for them to see. Such talent, I have never seen before. Being able to summon a teleportation array means you can go anywhere, right? That's great. And that's not all. The talent of the holy female is even more than you can imagine. Xi Yin recounted what had just happened again, and Su Xiao's talent left them all stunned. Zhu Xian laughed and said, "So, does that mean we can reach the old home of the Changke sect tomorrow?" Hu Zi said with a smile. "The servant has already gone to summon the imperial physician. I heard it was Dr. Meng who went," Ding Zhou said, a strange look appearing on his face. The unique fragrance of flower tea, combined with the mellow aroma of green tea, was simply meant to complement the beautiful scenery. Su Miaojing let go of him and prepared to pull him into the room to warm up by the fire. At that moment, Shun Yinshe, who had just returned after dealing with some matters, saw her being held by someone else and still holding the other person's hand. The jealousy in his eyes surged, accompanied by a hint of sinister killing intent. However, Zhou Wuqian knew that things would not be that simple. If he didn't spend a lot of time managing various affairs within Hongxing, he would likely miss the opportunity to open the secret treasure of Hongxing 10 years later, and everything would turn to nothing. What was happening now was merely a fleeting dream. The leaders of the tribes nodded in agreement. Having lived on the grasslands for a long time, they were well aware of the sky and confirmed the prediction of snow. Even though today was a good day, Yao Chushi didn't dress too extravagantly, unlike Xiyao, who seemed eager to adorn herself with hairpins and other accessories. Luo Marin spontaneously composed a poem titled Six Beauties Admiring the Falling Plum Blossoms, while Qin Kalin, not to be outdone, sang a short tune against the cold wind, coughing twice in the middle as if choked by the wind. Qi Koja, seeing that Perry stole the spotlight, quickly interjected, "My king, I suggest we return home via the Great Qi Kingdom. The Romi Army's camp is only 60 miles from the capital of Great Qi, while the luxurious Jitawa city back to Romi Kingdom is still 120 miles away." Ji Xinliang felt very guilty. Clearly, she had overthought things and had just been angry at Xiaoyan. Joi glanced at the row of bodyguards outside the porch, frightened to the point that his legs went weak and his face turned pale, only able to nod and unable to say a word. Grandma Gue looked at Xue Mingzhu and Lin Wanwan and couldn't help but smile. She realized she had been led astray by the two young ladies, who were actually a grandmother and granddaughter. So what was there to worry about? These three main herbs were simply non-existent here. Fortunately, Chu Xiangxi was already prepared in her heart. After all, they weren't even on the Baibao herb appraisal, which proved that these three main herbs were extremely rare and precious in the Sea Kingdom, and it was normal for no one to have seen them. Meanwhile, hidden in the dark, a figure in black clothing, with eyes as dark as a hungry wolf, watched this scene, a cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Lin Wanwan glanced at Xue Rue with some embarrassment, regretting her momentary mistake, but something still needed to be said. "Even if you and Dad don't agree, I'm still going to marry Brother Yin. I want Brother Yin to know that in this world, I'm the only one who will never leave him." Jin Wanxin's words were resolute. Perhaps she was so angry simply because Ming Si had called off the engagement on her coming-of-age day, which had embarrassed her. After a few days without seeing each other, Vice President Xiao had become increasingly eloquent, his words growing sweeter. Jin Wanxin sat down leisurely, her movements very graceful, then placed her bag neatly, her long legs naturally crossing over each other. However, Bai Yuqing turned to look at Feng Buhui very seriously and said, "I'm not joking with you. I mean it. Don't you like to doubt?" 196, a leader in generating spiritual energy. "Go ahead, eat with confidence." Su Xiao actively pushed the food in front of them, reminding them to be careful not to burn themselves, as there was soup inside. "First, sip it up to drink the soup," she said. "All right, I'll give it a try." Elder Xuanwu smiled and didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a soup dumpling. According to Su Xiao, he first drank the soup and then swallowed it in one bite. His weathered eyes now unexpectedly released a yin-yang vortex, resonating with the yin-yang Dao. The initial display already showed signs of potential. The powerful Dao force could swallow mountains and meteorites, creating an immense sense of oppression. If he cultivated it to perfection, how terrifying would that be? The altar was very ancient, etched with countless complex patterns densely packed. This was not something an ordinary formation master could carve. It required a very high level of skill. Otherwise, not to mention successfully carving it. Even if there was a possibility, the lack of Dao force would force them to stop. The officer entered the hall and recounted the divine eyes he encountered on his return to the capital. At that moment, the fourth prince Yin Zhen was idly sitting in the hall. Both Wang Darren and Yin Zhen were astonished upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe such strange occurrences existed in the world, and expressed a desire to meet Mu Hui for verification. The people of the Bright Heaven were solely focused on fending off the counterattacks from Qi Hua and Ouyang Haoyan, oblivious to the sudden sound from behind, as a massive sphere came crashing in like a train. It had been some time since they had come out. It was time to return to the Luo realm. Long Xinglin thought after a moment. Later, by Zhantong's son, by Qin Tian, who was also by Fuling's father, had been waiting at the entrance of the Xuanhu secret realm for his father by Zhantong, which led to the news that by Zhantong and others had entered the Xuanhu secret realm without permission and never returned, becoming common knowledge. Neither of them wanted to stay there long, yet unexpectedly triggered one of the prohibitions. Jiang Yu struck with his fist, unleashing power like a landslide against the cave entrance, bombarding it furiously. If they couldn't break through, there might be an abnormal change inside the cave, something that foundation-building cultivators couldn't withstand. During this time, people began to arrive one after another behind Dao Peak, with the most eye-catching being the young monk dressed in a purple golden robe. However, this newly realized move was indeed powerful. If he had known it earlier, perhaps Wu Tianlei would have already vanished by now. Long Xinglin smiled, his fair hand gently stroking the sky-blue card, which felt cool to the touch and was quite expensive. It turned out she had never trusted Neglis's self-introduction, but a dimensional beast couldn't possibly seek help from an existence inferior to itself, right? Looking at her infant-like sleeping face, Gong Xiaoxia had a faint smile on his lips. Even he himself was unaware of it. Gong Xiaoxia and Su Yifeng returned to the villa first, together dragging the man out of the car and tossing him onto the living room floor like garbage. Listening to Mo Lingren's words, Wang Xiqing was truly furious. Why wouldn't Mo Lingren help her? The Mei family had already sent someone to tidy up the garden, and she even specifically asked the capital commander for a few days off for Qin Xiao. Rather, as the system said, Xiyao spoke without reservation, especially when stating his abilities and pointing out others' shortcomings. Such blunt honesty could easily make people laugh and cry or even ignite their anger. Zhuang Minru hugged Jiang Beibei tightly, her expression of heartache genuine and unfeigned. I silently thought for a moment, then looked up at Yi Hansheng. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be like this. Saying this, I push him away. Yi Hansheng frowned. I knew he had little patience, and perhaps he had already exhausted all his patience with me. Now, Poison Fong was already 60 years old, no longer at his peak. However, his body had been enhanced to the upper level of the apocalypse. Although his bodily functions had declined somewhat, it wasn't much, as years of experience had sharpened his innate insight even further. 197. The tree of nature was withering. It could be said that it was because the power of ferocious beasts was growing stronger. The phoenix sighed lightly, her expression sorrowful. At this rate, the land of divine beasts would be destroyed in an instant. I had someone dig up the nearby soil, and the black beneath was becoming increasingly evident, even glowing slightly red. This meant that the evil aura of ferocious beasts had already infiltrated the vicinity of the tree of nature. If we didn't stop it, the power of the tree of nature would be exhausted, and the ferocious beasts would devour it. Lord Mo, please don't harm him. I won't leave. Ningyu pleaded tearfully as the officials drew their knives, intending to rush forward. At that moment, a Xiongnu soldier was momentarily blinded by the flickering flames and lazily raised his head to look toward the fire. Furthermore, she didn't want everyone to feel that today, which should have been a very happy occasion, had been ruined by her, and that everyone would blame her. Naturally, she didn't want to bear this black pot. Your subordinate will come right away. A coroner who suddenly appeared responded and hurriedly ran over. Lu Biao nodded gently at Kai Mao's words, but his furrowed brows never relaxed. Bai Wuhen waved his hand, appearing extremely pleased, casting a sideways glance at Yi Xiao, as if to say, I'm more popular than you. This drop of Emperor Qi Yan's imperial blood was absorbed and refined by Xiao Yifeng to a full 80%. I'm afraid things aren't that simple, right? Qi Yuzhen's sarcastic tone was quite uncomfortable to hear. Based on my understanding of her, if those words came out of her mouth, it was likely that she had obtained some secret information. Since it's already completed, why is the young master still lingering here? Ningyu was the first to break the deadlock. The white-haired old monk showed compassion, looking at Xiao Fan and the obstructing Princess Xiyao and others. Even Tang Guang was within his sight. Wu Hao and Xiao Qing'er stared blankly at the scene, dumbfounded, hardly believing the strange sight before their eyes. He is a child. True, but we should see whose child he is. If Yang Hong knew that the young man in the seat was Han Wei's son, he would probably understand. Could it be that it was haunted? Everyone felt uneasy, anxious, and fearful, looking around nervously, yet they could see no ghosts. In his memory, more than 10 hours had already passed since he woke up, and it was still daylight. Bai Sun directly ignored everything and started cursing, his vigilance at its peak, making various speculations and simulating solutions for various emergencies. The sword body spun and danced before him, illuminating the world with the radiance of a thunderfire cloud, descending suddenly in an instant. After 3 months of getting along, Yu Jingyan's relationship with Di Qing and Chao Jingxiu was quite harmonious. In fact, the key to Yu Jingyan's victory was that he incorporated some softness from Tai Chi into his hard Qigong foundation. Hearing from others about Li Ling committing suicide for him was somewhat distressing, but it was far less painful and frustrating than reading this letter. The car drove further away, already reaching the suburbs. Fang Qiqi looked out the car window with a puzzled expression. Xing Ning gritted her teeth and reached for the dagger hidden in her pillow. But before she could even touch it, Lu Yi had already thrown both the pillow and the dagger out. His internal energy was so powerful that the pillow flew out and smashed the table. Zhang Yufei crossed her arms and raised her head proudly, her eyes coldly fixed on their departing figures. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a left turn led to the instructor's office, where many students were queuing inside, waiting to collect their belongings. Although she kept a low profile and didn't announce it to the outside world, she was naturally very familiar with her family's possessions as the young mistress of the He family. He was almost like a worm in Fire Lord's belly. He knew exactly what Fire Lord was thinking. Otherwise, he would never dare to risk bringing his brothers to Fire Lord's territory for a stroll, as that would be far too dangerous without any assurance. Even upon watching it a second time, Fred still found the scenes in the video shocking. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Wang Chun repeatedly replayed the events of that night in his mind. Suddenly, there was a movement beside him, followed by a faint fragrance. However, in the end, she said nothing, did not move, but her eyes slightly glistened with moisture. Wu Yong received a good review. Even though others have been trained on how to keep accounts, they could not compare to Miss Qian. Wu Yong thought about what he needed to do the next morning and planned to check on the grocery store. Another year had passed, and he wondered how much it had developed. He always felt he would be surprised. The glowing orb that had just appeared instantly shattered, and in that moment, the guards saw 4 figures rush into the entrance of the ancient elf ruins. Surprised as they were, they still had to respond honestly. The only time she found relief from her suffering during her imprisonment was when answering questions. Nitya painfully knelt on the ground. Even though there was a significant difference in physical structure between androids and humans, the decree of death still caused her considerable pain, seemingly injuring her artificial soul. It was only because she was not human that she escaped the calamity. Otherwise, she would have fallen dead like an E. The 3 ministers were also dumbfounded, desperately trying to come up with a way to dodge the issue, but after thinking it over, they didn't know how to argue. At that moment, they could only think of a way to gloss over it. 198. Wu Yin has been eroded. Clearly, the only one who had acted strangely just now was Xiyao. The chief of the divine deer tribe was shocked. Who are you? What did you do to the tree of nature? Do you know how important this tree is to our divine beast land and the beast world continent? Yes, it must not be touched. The chief of the illusory butterfly tribe also anxiously inspected the tree of nature, fearing it might be damaged. Why are you acting so fierce? This is my daughter-in-law. Yu Zhe poured all his true energy into his hand. Then, taking advantage of Lin Yi's unpreparedness, he threw a punch. Many foreign friends, upon hearing this news, traveled from afar to report actively. A leader without strength, I don't believe it. Dare to bet. With such a leader, the Batian gang will sooner or later have someone betray. Someone said. Song Chung frowned slightly, then looked up and typed a few words on his phone screen, leaving people momentarily speechless. Why do you say that? Obviously, at this moment, Song Chung was completely unaware of everything, looking innocent. The people in the hall felt a chill at the sight of the bloodied golden glasses, and some with a history of misdeeds couldn't help but tremble. Hearing Hua Xinyan's words, filled with helplessness and indignation, everyone smiled bitterly. This was indeed a big problem. Didn't they say that wearing a black dog whip prevents curses from getting close? No mistakes, no jumping words. I asked. In fact, there were plenty of opportunities. It was just that Ning Dafu couldn't wait. If he couldn't break off one of Li Ziyuan's hands tonight, he certainly wouldn't be able to sleep. After saying that, I took a shower, then pulled out bedding and made a makeshift bed by the sofa, lying down and quickly falling asleep. This was normal. The Qingwan legend was indeed a divine bird from ancient times, and the fire phoenix was even a legendary phoenix. Zhenro had her back to Zhenjiang. They were only 2 or 3 steps apart. Upon hearing the sound, Zhenro turned her head and saw Zhenjiang already attacking, leaving no room to evade. Yet, her aura was silent, like a frail old man in his twilight years, exuding an inescapable sadness. After all, Sheng Wanxiu was a doctor. He would surely find a way to relieve her pain and help her keep the baby. By the way, I can't be the only one thinking of you. You have to remember to think of me too, okay? Gu Xiangbei ruffled her hair randomly. He usually had a busy schedule and earned quite a bit, but at most it was only 50,000. Now being able to receive 500,000 each month made him extremely happy, and he quickly agreed. Once again hearing the words of rejection, Zhang Yao shivered all over, unable to suppress the acidity in her eyes, and hot tears unknowingly rolled down her cheeks. Heartbroken, she said, "What if I have a noble background? In the end, I'm just a broken body." Her frail body swayed precariously. Her eyes filled with a grayish, death-like aura. Yi Qingluo could almost conclude that everyone in this war king's mansion was selfish and only cared for their own people. After hearing the nurse's words, Song Wei knew that this injection was inevitable, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and extend his arm. Throughout this semester, she had been studying hard every day, aiming to get into Ling Muchan school. Xiyao brought her to the Su family. You might not understand this yet. These are high-level talents I recruited from others. Manager Deng, Director Zheng. They will handle many things well, so you don't need to worry too much. They're also absolutely loyal. Of course, they were recruited from the Empire Group. There is no need to inquire about how to get out of this so-called trap. Jun Yinqing knows that with her current strength, it is absolutely impossible to do so. Even without the title of the son of the city lord of Haijun City, her strength is enough to command respect from many. However, with the sudden increase to the level of elemental force, the cultivation methods the corpse kings practiced before are no longer applicable, making it difficult to fully mobilize the elemental force within their bodies, which greatly hinders their future strength. If there's nothing else, I will fight you to the death. Yikwan glaret, completely ignorant Yun's playful demeanor. Hey, which senior brother or sister has condensed their core? The disciples on the Ling Su platform were discussing the heavenly phenomena of core condensation appearing in Green Willow Bay. Young Master Jun, is what you said true? Mu Qianfan began to tremble all over, disbelief and joy overflowing in his chest. In her heart, that immortal-like figure had nothing to do with lofty, untainted words like purity. Yang Yunxi was startled and instinctively thought that Julie must have some bad news. She immediately stood up, looking at Gu Qingyu in fear. Young Yunxi Sigit, still not understanding how she had offended Empress Li, to the extent that the Empress would go to such lengths to have her killed. When he returned with Song Tianyan, he had said that it wouldn't be difficult to take her in, but to enter the 5 sects, she would have to rely on her own abilities. Li Shen, you actually brought a living person to the spirit palace? Aren't you afraid of Lord Evil King's wrath? One of the evil spirits spoke with a cold gaze. If he could successfully cultivate, then Chun Hao would truly have the ability to protect himself and establish his life. The Liu family ancestor, Liu Deli, was in the sky, surrounded by 4 extremely dense black mists. 150,000 troops had all gathered. They only needed to conquer the eastern county to lead their forces into Xiyao. She wholeheartedly began to cultivate, repeatedly practicing the 9 refinements of immortal cultivation. And she did not notice that the mirror she had casually tucked into her collar had begun to glow again, this time emitting a purple light instead of golden light. Hua Jiu sighed as she left the Lingyun Hall, and just as she stepped outside, she heard the sound of a window opening in the inner hall. When she turned around, she was struck on the forehead by a jade slip with a bang. 199. Do you have a name? Wu Yan, come on, defeat this annoying guy. Su Xiao lowered her voice to cheer for Wu Yan. Damn it, you little female, are you looking for death? Wu Yan raised his eyes and stared fiercely at Su Xiao, gritting his teeth, his gaze bursting with killing intent. As long as I kill you, I can completely control this phoenix. He touched the ground with one hand, and the ground beneath Su Xiao began to crack. A wave of black gas surged from the fissures, inch by inch wrapping around Su. Inside the package were all personal clothes, especially that playful belly band, which made Lin Mu's eyes widen. He slowly picked it up, opened his mouth, but couldn't say half a word, due to high intensity and long hours of work. Chen Shijun was diagnosed with a brain tumor and even fainted during a flight. How is this possible? How is this possible? Astrologer Daryl seemed to see something that surpassed his imagination, completely breaking his understanding of power. Seeing Wang Xiao run away directly, Song Zhao was a bit puzzled, wondering if there was something wrong with her face or if her makeup was too heavy that day. Good morning. Thank you, host. I am reporter Lee from CCTV, and I have a question for Mr. Jobs. Hello, Mr. Jobs. My question is, this should be your first visit to China. What is your impression of China's image during this visit? Reporter Lee asked. It's okay. You have to accept it even if you can't. If you feel overwhelmed, you can keep yourself busy to forget everything. Jobs continued. Jia, you spent more than 10 years traveling through the major mountains and rivers of the world, using the chart of the stars to correspond with those who possess star fate, and finally confirmed all those who had star fate. calculating the time when the killing calamity would begin. Su Chun and Nan Feng nodded. After taking a group photo, Ming Chun greeted them and walked down, as he was about to participate in the second round of the competition. Since he had already joined the student council, he would gradually adapt to this environment. After all, if he wanted to become a capable person in the future, he needed to have various experiences. The person on the bed opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. Zheng Qingfeng looked at Pei Xiuxiu beside him, who was casting a slightly shy glance at him. Shui Kai wouldn't let him off easily. Shui Tao furrowed his brows, looking thoughtful, and nodded. Back at the Qin residence, after Li Yuan returned, he found no one there. He was so anxious that he wished he could immediately grab Li Chun and ask him where his people had gone. What? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Why doesn't he go and rob them? Damn, I just said he was already dead. In a cave, a muscular man said viciously. What? There is more information? Damn, do you think this is a recruitment? Tang Zhongkai was somewhat amused and exasperated, originally thinking it was just casual talk. But now they even got the other party's resume? You wouldn't be an undercover agent, would you? Ing Wu Huan scrutinized, but the girl's gaze was very firm. Just like when she confidently said she knew everyone earlier. Long Yusin couldn't help but recall Lin Zihan's image in her mind. She was the first person she couldn't understand, and also the first person she had feelings for, but gave up on. Gu Shaoran looked indifferently at all of this. Meeting Gu Xingming's sharp gaze, he reached out to grab Su Xiaoqing and said to Gu Xingming, that green tea. Xiaoqing asked me to keep an eye on a long time ago. Dijio wore a black robe, deep and dignified, exuding a subtle aura of stability and restraint. With a furry collar around her neck, she faced the wind and snow, her dark pupils only briefly sweeping over them before averting her gaze. Su Xiao glanced around, noticing that Mei Ping'er and Xia Zinko were also present. Everyone else was there except for Lu Yian and Chu Xiaomei. I'm not quite sure. When we arrived, the staff at the TV station didn't mention anything. Do you know who it is? Zhang Yuan turned to her classmate and asked. 200 Phoenix Egg. Wu Qing and Si Yun were both females who had given birth, and they were guarding Su Xiao's side. Does it hurt? Do you need me to collect some spirit energy for you? Wu Qing always wanted to help. Her memories of giving birth to Wu Yin were somewhat distant, only recalling that it hurt for a long time back then. Giving birth always made people feel pity for the females. It's okay, I'm about to give birth soon. Su Xiao calmly exchanged for a quick childbirth pill and swallowed it. Wu Yong, trembling with fear, arrived at Fan Tiren's office. Generally, Wu Yong would only meet with the deputy county head He Jiaxiong, so the opportunity to report directly to Fan Tiren was rare, making him very nervous. Upon seeing the attack from Wentiange, Tang Tianbao quickly turned to fend it off, choosing not to kill Wentiange, as it was ultimately his own fault. He then furrowed his brows tightly. Li Wei's strike directly caused the plump elder to bleed from all 7 orifices, with a collapsed nasal bone, half of his teeth gone, and his face disfigured. Wang Feng and I remained silent. Perhaps Lu Qing was not being sarcastic, but his words awakened a deep pain within me, and old wounds began to throb again. We mainly need to pay attention to 2 late-stage out-of-body practitioners, namely the first young master Zhao Yunfei and the second young master Sun Wubbing from the last session. The others are not to be feared, Wentiange said arrogantly. Suddenly, his emaciated right arm shot out with a whoosh, slicing through the air like a sword aimed straight at Li Wei's neck. Ling Yi showed no intention of stopping it. The rules were such that as long as both parties agreed, no one could intervene. While others were fighting for their achievements on the battlefield, what about me? I was stuck in this empty, cold room. Almost all the council members had gone to the battlefield, aside from a few left behind at Laming Fortress for logistics. There were no members left here. Without members, who would come to the noble council? On the outer side of the castle, to compromise on defense, the elves had to abandon their pursuit of delicacy and beauty. However, they could not tolerate the rough human style in their living environment. The imposing atmosphere carried a gentlemanly humor, unlike other wealthy heirs. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a hint of a male god vibe. When Alan saw Li Jinger react this way, his face darkened, and he coldly said, "Are you doubting my abilities?" As the spell was cast, the demon power of the crab spirit was still intact. 2 crystal blades, as thin as a cicada's wings, appeared in his hands, floating above his palms, with an invisible aura around the edges, silent and difficult to detect unless engaged in combat. Chun Xiaojun actually had such a hidden move. He hadn't expected it at all. He wanted to erupt in anger, but with so many eyes on him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The 8-toothed ferocious ape, unlike humans, possessed immense divine power in the heavens. Once it practiced martial arts, Its strength would far surpass that of humans at the same level. In the past, Nalan would have felt utterly ashamed, but today she sensed that the tone was affected, that Duolon was being affected, showing everyone her own responsibility, while also indirectly boasting about her abilities over Nalan. If she hadn't been asleep, the thief wouldn't have succeeded. Did Chao Gu really leave watching like this? Uncertain about his return date, this question lingered in Li Jinger's mind all morning, but did not affect her work mood. A massive beam of light gradually engulfed Lu Shuqing's figure, as if tearing him apart, the dazzling light scattering everywhere, making Yun Piaoying unable to open her eyes at all. These people shouted twice, startling everyone around, and the mountains instantly came alive, waking birds and beasts from their dreams, swirling and flying about in chaos. 201. It turned out to be Bai Zhe. Wu Yan opened his eyes to look at her, his voice gentle. Yao Yao, the baby is very healthy. He can hear your voice and is eager to break out of the shell to see you. Su Xiao exclaimed, can you feel what the baby is thinking? During the hatching process, I can sense the emotions the baby is transmitting. That's truly wonderful. You can place your hand on the eggshell. Really? Shen Maching knows a bit about it. I heard he is Imo, Shuang's first love, but why is he involved with him again recently? Fu Zhixia still hadn't figured out why a smile suddenly appeared in her eyes when Su Mayan tugged at her sleeve. She turned around, as if a lightning bolt had struck above her head. But they could immediately name his parents, and upon closer inspection, he looked quite familiar. It must be the same family. She took a big bite of the whole meat roll, happiness overflowing from her face, and continued to eat several more, almost choking on her throat because she was eating too hurriedly. Thankfully, Song Weiyu had the foresight to bring a cup of water. Of course, all of this was probably planned by Xiyao behind the scenes. Without Xiyao, who could make Wishiwetran obediently confess? Unbelievable. It's too coincidental. The possibility of it being a trap is quite high. Liao Yishan hesitated and said, when I crashed into Ma Jiao, I instinctively reached out my hands and pressed them in front of her. This time, I must cultivate to the true God realm after completing the mission. Otherwise, I'll be restricted everywhere, which is really frustrating. Su Tian sighed, once again activating the heavenly wheel, and after a few minutes of time reversal, he stopped again. Emotions were on the edge of losing control, and tears surged forth like a river about to break its bank. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a faint chill. I've used this fake fall trick myself before. He admitted it, but I really don't know what it feels like in a professional league. My people said they didn't find anyone suspicious nearby. It seems they only have 12. Chuan Tian said, while leading the way into the private room. I was pulled back by Yi Qi. After the Qingxian Daoists' 4 burning palms dissipated, the aura that saved Shun Feng and the others also vanished without a trace. Yet, the Qingxian Daoist still bowed deeply, not daring to breathe. The man looked at her with intense eyes, holding his breath and nervously waiting for the impending verdict. Although Su Yunliang looked quite good and was a rare beauty, he didn't care about cherishing beauty. Zichen, calm down. You and Momo must have some misunderstanding. Seeing the two at odds, Shihao quickly tried to mediate. He didn't know what had happened between them, but he understood why Su Momo would go home alone. It seemed these two had issues beforehand. Olympiacos players lacked the technical skills of their opponents, but constant defensive interceptions were necessary. However, being unable to break the opponent's possession for a long time intensified the frustration in their hearts. Beneath his feet, a stout python dragon flicked its long red tongue, glaring fiercely in support. In the early morning of the outskirts of the capital, a gray and hazy sky loomed overhead. The chilly air making the back of the person lying on the ground feel damp and uncomfortable due to the dew. Listening to the hushed voices around him, Yun Yichu felt extremely uncomfortable, anger swirling in his heart, just as he was about to scold harshly. It's not even late at night, and you've already started fighting? The drunken gambler really dared to say anything. Thank you, manager, Tang Yao said sincerely. Becoming an illusionist does not mean being omnipotent. There are some things he must rely on others for help. In countless films, games, and biographies, Qiyu is often portrayed as the final villain or big boss, demonstrating how renowned this ancient figure is. 202. The Fruit of the Tree of Nature. Su Xiao glanced at it twice, casually placing her hand on a female illusory butterfly and using her purification talent. A wisp of evil energy emerged from the female illusory butterfly's forehead, and her pained expression eased significantly. Is this evil energy? The illusory butterfly clan leader gasped in shock, puzzled as to why evil energy would suddenly appear and infiltrate the bodies of the clan members. This wasn't about manipulating them into puppets, but rather making them sick. Perhaps not. This place is located at the corner between the steel refining district and the gray earth district, adjacent to the tail end of the Tyre River, serving as the central point for external transportation in Steel Classic City. Lu Feng applied ointment to Long Qiuyan, instructed her to sleep on her side, and told her not to touch the scar at all that night. Karsa decisively chose to give up. Silas could outperform Ornn by an unknown margin in the early game, and the opponents in the mid and top lanes were both controlling champions. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Xinglan, Qiao. How much did you earn? Nader asked, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Yi Xinglan. After exhaling deeply, sure, Yihao felt that this newcomer truly had ideas, skills, and the rhythm-boosting ability that is most scarce in the current top lane position. First, every soul beast killed means one less. If not for making money or obtaining soul rings, there's no need to increase the killings unnecessarily. Ever since returning from the Great Buddha Temple, Madame Guo sat on the bench in the courtyard where Ning Xiao once sat, seemingly transformed into a statue. It is very difficult to establish a world of equality for all, and there seems to be no reference for any path forward. His gaze was still searching for Wu Tianyan's position, and upon seeing Wu Tianyan's figure, he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Gingtian smiled confidently, believing you will see for yourself. He extended his hands, ready to engage in a fight with Jack. As for this matter, I have my own plans. No need for you to tremble here, nor do I need you to babble nonsense in front of me. Do you understand? At this moment, Tang Chun said coldly, activate. It felt as if his vitality had been drained away, and Su Yiming's energy was suddenly consumed by a large amount. Originally, Liang Siki and Qin Shuyan were wearing formal suits, and Xiao Ruan was already feeling a bit irritated. Now, seeing the reporter's stance, Xiao Ruan felt even more sour, as if a jar of mixed flavors had been overturned, allowing the reporter's flashlights to stab at her eyes. Consul Edward was a middle-aged man, but he looked more like an elderly person, dressed in well-crafted leather boots, silk trousers, and an exquisite white tailcoat. His neatly combed hair had strands of white mixed in, and the traces of time had left deep wrinkles on his face. Lu Ning's technique was unheard of. However, it is certain that Lu Ning's craftsmanship is superb. Lu Ning's movements also contained an indescribable beauty. Even as the leader of the Crystal Water Serpent clan, Bihai did not understand these things very well. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh as the sound of missile launches continued to ring out, ground-to-air missiles shot out, trailing grayish-white smoke, heading directly toward the target. All right, Shun Zhongnan chose to compromise and did not continue to pressure Lin Lang. After all, this matter cannot be rushed. Hanya, who had lived 2 lives, could easily see through Mu Qingyue's thoughts, especially before her death when her good sister specifically emphasized that the reason for killing her was that Lung Zishuan only had eyes for her. When they learned that Fang Shan was a core disciple, they did not display their previous politeness, but instead showed a hint of vigilance. The few patrol officers also understood the gravity of the situation, dared not say more, and directly turned to put on their clothes. Please don't tell me that the monster you are talking about is inside here. Lu Xiao complained while pinching his nose. He could hardly imagine what kind of monster would be born in here. 203, you little cub. Yes, it's true. I was just using my new talent, and accidentally. Su Xiao did not reveal the identity of Xiaobei's. Although what was in front of her was Wein. He had been possessed by evil energy during the day, so she still needed to be cautious. A new ability? It was the creation of life. It sounded very vibrant. Wein leaned over and ate the fruit. After finishing, Lu Yi did not leave, but instead squatted at the entrance of the Kai residence, waiting for Kai Yong's audience, under the surprised gaze of the guards. 13 had me hide in his carriage and leave through the East Hua men. When the guards were about to lift the curtain to check, 13 poked his head out and said coldly, "The master has urgent business. Step aside." The guards did not dare to obstruct him too much, so they all retreated and let them pass. The people at the banquet had probably long been accustomed to the indulgence of this third prince. Although they had witnessed this scene, none showed much surprise. Only my father, mother, and Yinner kept glancing over at me, and I knew they were worried about me. Just like that, I held on for an entire afternoon. In the evening, the door was opened again, and the person who came in was unfamiliar to me. They should be subordinates of Zhang Ning. "Hey, I've been looking for you these days. Why haven't you returned to the dorm?" A somewhat familiar voice interjected amid their laughter. He knew this guy was wealthy and ran a security company, but he didn't expect him to have so many assets. Just when Shizei was under immense pressure and needed a vent, this guy came along, completely unaware of the trouble he was causing. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Shizei had no feelings for her. It would be strange if you were to pity her. The Tianyuan guards with action power moved again, but this time they were split into two teams. Their business with me was not finished yet. So, can we leave directly? If that's the case, it might be similar to Yu Zongxing being controlled by someone. After a harsh cough, Sun Ming didn't know what to say for a moment. As an adult, he couldn't argue with a bird, and besides, this was the old man's pet, so no matter how dissatisfied Sun Ming was, he didn't dare to act otherwise. They wouldn't be in trouble. And Kwa is here. Su Huinan Vivisa. But Su Huinan knew in his heart why Gu Ming called from Kwa's phone, and why he was so anxious. So Kwa must have something going on. This old man was found by Nan Tianba, and the others after Ma Qingfeng left, in a pile of dry grass by the village, and after some misguided guidance from Nan Tianba, he concluded that Ma Qingfeng and Hai Wushuang were the culprits behind the village massacre. Lin suddenly stiffened for a moment, but then was unharmed. Looking ahead, Han Bing and a few others, responsible for the main defense, were covered in a thin layer of ice and snow, unable to move like ice sculptures. Although the possibility of persuading Dad was only 2 out of 10, we didn't want to give up after all. He was our biological father who gave us life and raised us. My brother also said that if things really could be resolved peacefully and legally, he would take action himself to settle things with Dad. The class representative stood up and called out, "I used to do this job, but later I felt I should give others a chance. So, in the second semester of junior year, we elected a class representative. And this job was done by the class representative. It's nothing, just called you over to chat." Iron Fist was surprisingly kind. A tough guy suddenly gave off a super friendly vibe, making people feel something was off. Yinlu also talked to Lin Daoluan about Huang Zhizhou's matter, explaining how he planned to help Huang Zhizhou appeal and use it against some adversaries, doing his best to assist Ma Juntai in to rise to power. The troops that escaped were also disheveled, disarmed, and in rags, worse than beggars. 204. Give the fierce beast something good to eat. Wu Yin looked eagerly at Xiyao, not knowing when we would be able to return to the deserted island. Xiyao immediately understood that this guy was craving seafood. She proudly said, "Don't worry. To reward you for hatching the eggs, I'll exchange a seafood feast for you later." The shops in the mall were already open, including seafood restaurants. So having seafood was definitely not a problem. I was also hungry, so let me prepare some food for everyone. Lin Yumei missed her family and wondered how her brother had been over the years, and how many levels he had developed with Shuer. If it were in her previous life, at Lin Xingxuan's age, he would have had generations of descendants by now. Poor Tsangin naturally took the blame for Han Bing, who had no intention of explaining it all. After Lin Yumei cleared the mechanism array, Han Bing rushed forward and hugged Lin Yumei, disappearing like a gust of wind in front of Tsang Yun. "Can't I tell? That's why I want to ask," Old Wang said. The big yellow dog understood and raised its head to spit out a white sphere, which floated above its head with a faint white light. Seeing Shen Yun's face turn pale instantly, large tears streamed down her face, and the doctor found it difficult to continue speaking. He clearly saw Tang Feng's ankle right in front of him, but when his knife was only 3 inches away from the ankle, that foot suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without saying a word, Zhang Donghai quietly held Zhao Qiaozhen's waist. And soon Zhao Qiaozhen fell into a deep sleep, with Zhang Donghai following her into dreamland. Tong Shuang, Shuangnyang Li Zhu thought to herself, looking at Tong Shuang's back. She was truly terrifying. The path inside the cave was very spacious, wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through, and there were no pits or uneven spots on the walls of the passage. Even the corners were unusually smooth, unlike anything formed naturally. After Feng Xiaoxiao took over the villa, many client details were still left in the office. She was a shrewd person and directly used this client information to send a message to everyone, informing them that the villa was reopening, and the medicinal cuisine business would continue, and it would be even better than before. He turned to look ahead and saw that in just a moment, the cave was already filled with green vines. The vines continuously emerged from the cave walls, crisscrossing and sealing the interior, while on the ground, hundreds and thousands of flesh worms were closing in, already at the entrance. Second brother, that celestial being contacted all the loose cultivators in the mortal realm to take me down completely. Otherwise, how could my avatar be destroyed? I refuse to accept it. The demon of desire shouted loudly. The disappearance location is 4,500 meters from the sea surface. I've already sent out 3 batches, all of whom vanished here. After speaking, the monkey pointed to the screen and drew a circle. In the cultivation room, Chen Xian opened his eyes, and the crimson aura of the blood refining body technique slowly faded away. He then got up and walked toward the Sushin Hall. At this moment, 6 senior sisters, including Fu Xueqing, had gathered in the hall. When they saw Chan Xian walking in with a radiant expression, the senior sisters looked at him in surprise. Tiange, is there something wrong with me? Meng Riyun, being exceptionally clever, had some inkling of what was happening since she first felt unwell. In recent days, although Guitian had smiled when he saw her, she could sense his doubts, and she noticed right away. 15,000 cavalry lost 2,000 men. It's really not worth mentioning. This attack will only anger the Xiongnu, and the subsequent attacks will be even fiercer and more terrifying. The robots form a line, divided into several teams, taking turns to attack without leaving any blind spots. I want to see how long you can keep dodging. Let's go home and take our parents on a trip. They haven't been anywhere in so many years. The dog said to us. Upon hearing the threat from the smiling tiger, Su Qinyang actually stopped in his tracks. This made the extremely tense, smiling tiger secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qinyang was smiling at him, that smile resembling that of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. 205. The habitat of Baize. It is also true, the main body of Xuanwu can be considered a turtle, and its lifespan is indeed long. Su Xiao nodded eagerly, saying she wanted it, and thanks, Sister Wuqing. Wuqing's smile became even brighter as she handed the little cub Yu to Wu Yan's arms and went to call her friends. As dawn broke, a group of divine beasts flew in from the horizon. Once they landed, they walked towards the tree of nature. It must be Elder Wuqing who called us here, right? The 5 elders were not fools. Seeing the sudden surge of power from Hua Wugui, they understood a bit. Although they didn't know what martial arts Hua Wugui practiced. Anyone with some common sense in the martial world knew that only the devil's sect could instantly increase one's power several times. Xiyao. Huang Yishan greeted with a forced smile, immediately offering a Nanjing 95 cigarette. Shumping agreed, and, accompanied by several highly skilled dark guards, stopped to wait for those coming behind. While Lu Xiao, who was walking ahead, somehow also knew and turned his horse around to follow. Could he long from the hospital for me? He must die tonight. Li Zhao's tone was ominous. He hadn't killed long before to leave a way out for himself and the brothers of the Emperor Xiong. Now that he had completely fallen out with the Crown Prince's faction, it was time to show his cards. 7 Layers Mountain. Don't you know what 7 Layers Mountain is? Tai Su was slightly angry. It was indeed Lien Xiao who could make him this serious. Shiru, in this life, having loved is enough. There is nothing else worth pursuing, right? We will forget the past. I will live well with Shangwan Ao, and I hope you can let go of all this. Yang Shimin said softly, holding Shangwan Ao's hand. After Chen Yin finished speaking, he felt embarrassed and quietly moved aside, distancing himself further from Zheng Wan. He didn't expect him to suddenly confess his feelings. Even though he already knew his affections, facing him like this made her unsure how to respond. And she couldn't help but blush. Last time, when his mother went to Luojiao Mountain, he wasn't taken along. His father seemed fine on the surface. But behind the scenes, dozens of trees as thick as a bowl in the back mountain inexplicably broke, including the one he carved marks on to measure his height. It had been 16 years. Xiao Lao remembered it clearly. The Crown Prince was 10 years old then, and he had never seen him again after that. And I can't eat, Li Ruo said boredly, while Yi Qingxing and Yi Miaoqing exchanged glances in silence. She tried to sort out her thoughts, but the more she tried, the messier it got. She took out her phone and saw many missed calls from Xiao Aming, several of which were new records from the afternoon. She felt a surge of anger, both sore and fearful. I took a leave, I made you some soup, try it, and see if the taste is right. As I spoke, I didn't notice Ji Tingyu's expression, but focused on serving him the hot soup. With a soft sound, the battleship's belly hatch opened, and several dark red mechas jumped from the hatch onto the ruins below, totaling about 75 mechas. Teasingly looking at Lung Dianchen. Lan Yuqin also didn't understand why it felt like Lung Dianchen was so far away, as if he was thinking about something else entirely. In the living room, only Aunt Chun and Fanning were sitting on the sofa, engrossed in watching a TV drama, occasionally discussing it. After shopping, they were supposed to eat out, but I worried that Yi Han Shang hadn't eaten, so I told Song Fong I had a stomach ache and couldn't eat out. Song Fong was half convinced and said she wouldn't go shopping with me again, but she was just joking. Time passed slowly amidst their worries. And Lan Yuqin also walked over from the blood drawer room. After 6 bottles of blood, even if the ancient power in my blood was scarce, it felt as uncomfortable as drinking camphor oil. 206 natural power. He and I shared the same thoughts. Rather than continuously saving the tree of nature, it would be better to purify the fierce beasts. Su Xiao straightforwardly told everyone about their decision. Purify the fierce beasts? All the beasts looked at her in disbelief, thinking she was talking nonsense. How would you purify them? The fierce beasts wouldn't just sit here obediently for you to purify, right? Zhu Xian looked at Mama Jean, who was moving things in and out repeatedly, working hard like a laborer. Liang Muzong said that the process of life is destined to have adventures that transition to tranquility. Whether it's brilliant or mundane, all the tumultuous adventures will eventually pass, and all the colors and noise will eventually fade away. Shulan, we will take this path to the pure land of the dead, so we won't be pursued by the enemy. Speaking of which, he had long known that Hu Yang had a knack for songwriting and had always wanted to ask his uncle about it. But as a chronic procrastinator, he had dragged it out and let it go unfinished. Constantine Clement brushed off the dust on his body with disgust, staring at this oasis town. Coupled with his outstanding appearance and sufficient topic hype, making it to the top 4 was not surprising. Guanghui just noticed a sweater in the bag, which was a piece of clothing she had picked out while shopping with Muzi, thinking it would look great on Muzi, so she bought it. Every detail was vivid in her mind, and all the details were so beautiful and passionate that even the sunlight in her winter memories seemed to carry the warmth of summer. At this moment, the two of them had unknowingly delved deep into the inner city of Yinyang City. Suddenly, the two bizarre creatures, Yin Xiang and Yang Yi, charged out from either side, each with 3 heads and 4 legs, 6 wings of mystery, 8 eyes, and 10 images glaring at the two of them. The most obvious greenery was the willows, with their branches sprouting tender buds, softly drooping down. Against the backdrop of the sky, they swayed with one fluffy branch after another, truly illustrating what it means to have a multitude of green threads hanging down, as if waving at us. Extremely cute. After Chun Taizhu finished this sentence, he heard applause coming from behind, and both Shun Qingqing and Chun Taizhu were shocked to see that it was old Master Shun, who had been standing behind them all along. Yao Qingmu, who was eavesdropping from the window, was startled and patted her racing heart, unwillingly pressing her eye closer to the hole she had poked in the window paper. At 6 p.m., I arrived as promised at the Xinhua Duhua shopping mall located in the city center, where Chu Chu said she was recently working. Yanan, come and get your life. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and the sound of weapons scraping against each other echoed in the wind. Yao Qingmu leaned against the wall by the door, amused as she watched him fidgeting endlessly. She knew he liked flamboyant robes, which was why he always chose brightly colored clothes to buy, catering to his tastes, which could never go wrong. Thinking of this, Zhongyu couldn't help but self-deprecatingly laugh, feeling envious of his son, who got along so well with Tong, In, and Yu Hao. He should be happy, but why was he feeling jealous? Thinking of how happy his son looked tonight, Zhongyu felt relieved again, considering it as celebrating his son's birthday. Yi, you're awake. Eat something first, Qiao said with a beaming smile as she looked at Yi Qingsheng, holding a large plate. The plate had a bowl of spicy and sour vermicelli soup, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a cold 3-shredded salad. Before handing it to Li Wei, Zhangzi didn't forget to open the bottle cap for her, as instructed by Lin Yuan. His kisses fell like raindrops, crazily kissing her eyes, her nose, her lips, his palms wandering between her charming curves. During this time, since she returned from Beta Mountain, there had basically been no one following her. It seemed Morong knew he couldn't follow her anyway, and simply gave up. At that time, he only intended to use Lin Rong to kill her. What she would do next was no longer within Morong's concerns. 207, restored to adulthood. Su Xiao tilted her head and asked, Little Bai, is it there? Are you going there? Bai Zhe lightly nodded, his attention completely drawn to the center of the lake. Okay, I'll take you there. Su Xiao got up and waved towards the lake surface. The ice layer immediately froze the lake water, creating an ice path leading straight to the center of the lake. Let's go, we'll go together. Su Xiao swaggered onto the ice, and Xiao Bei's followed closely. This world has been born, so there is no longer a need for a creator god. Thus, he has long ceased to be a creator god. The laws of heaven and earth operate on their own and have their own power, because the attributes of demon spirits are mostly evil. Compared to most neutral or even conservative spirit tools, they're simply not on the same level. Even a few combative spirit tools are no match for the violent aggression of demon spirits. Tonight, we'll have to go hungry. Don't worry, I'll find a way for us tomorrow. For now, let's rest well. There's no need to worry, wolves can't climb trees. As Qi Tianning took a step back, a white light emerged from his sleeve and struck the approaching sword directly. The frantic beast roars continued, and in the twilight, more and more human soldiers screamed in agony. Zhang Jiaming's face grew even uglier. From the beginning until now, according to incomplete statistics, the soldiers from his garrison brigade have already lost over 30%. and the remaining soldiers were still barely holding on. Defeating the evil was merely to better maintain one's authority and to prevent the Fengyi tribe from permanently becoming slaves of Chaoge City without any thought of rebellion or progress. After all, this was just a beautiful hope, a hollow thing. What? Zhongli Yuxuan, upon hearing Bai Ju's words, jumped up from her chair, startling Bai Ju with her sudden movement. When she saw Chu San, the former third-in-command of the medicine gang, he looked listless, with a bitter expression on his face. Su Yeren pulled down the clothing from her shoulder and broke into a gentle smile. After a long while, Wei Ziki finally stopped coughing. After gasping for breath for a long time, a strange flush appeared on his pale face. He had not been focused on this before, but at this moment, he noticed the oddity of the stick at a glance, and his thieving nature immediately revealed itself as he spoke and reached to grab the stick in my hand. Jiang Mu wanted to stop her, but was utterly powerless. After thinking it over, Jiang Mu despairingly found that she had only one road to take. Mo Yu suddenly remembered Ruo Shui's old profession and hurriedly found a piece of paper to write down Junmo's birth date. Ruo Shui had lost too much blood the day before, and now to expend her vital blood to calculate Junmo's location was somewhat exhausting. But thinking of Junmo's disappearance, which might entail danger, she set aside everything else and began to deduce based on Junmo's birth date. The more she thought, the more afraid she became. She would have settled for a few scoldings beforehand. Why did she bother to argue with them? Now it was bad. She had violated the door rules and killed a fellow disciple. Perhaps her mother would also be implicated because of her. The remaining people, with layers inside and outside, except for those serving old Lady Yi in the courtyard, had all dispersed. My jaw almost dropped. I turned around, looking at the blind man with a mix of laughter and tears, only to see the blind man looking at me with a half smile. The reason I couldn't recognize this coffin door at first was mostly because the energy of the coffin board itself had been absorbed by the corpse inside. If not for touching it with my hand, I truly wouldn't have been able to distinguish it. No, didak dofan. What do you mean by calling me when you can't sleep? It's easy to misunderstand, okay? Lin Xiao teased upon hearing this. This shout was a greeting, and after calling out, he lifted his foot to continue on, looking as if he had no intention of having much interaction with Mu Yunyan. At 5 p.m., within the Eastern Military District, the battle was intense. Among them, the strongest was a young man using ice attribute abilities. His face showed no signs of youth, steady and solid. The battle utilized clever techniques, targeting the most vulnerable spots of the wild beasts. 208 Bei's shut up. Bei Meng, whether in childhood or adulthood, preferred sweet dishes. He loved roast goose and milk pigeons, and after trying squirrel fish last time, he fell in love with it at first bite. He simply couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and obediently stepped forward to eat. Little white Bei Meng. All right, Bei Meng, are you feeling better now? Sort of why? Do you need something? If it weren't for seeing Lu Zong quietly listening to Su Han and Ren Jian's conversation, Bei Meng wouldn't have spoken. After Su Han put down her phone, she casually asked, "Why did Gao Ming reject your manuscript?" Later, Shen Nong managed to calm everything down, but at that moment, the curse of Tianji Yin also struck him through the storm sword, which was very bad news. When Jiang Han was stared at by this old man, he felt as if he had been seen through thoroughly, a very unpleasant experience, but he remained composed, waiting for the other party to speak. That night, MOG simply greeted and then, reeking of alcohol, went straight to the room across from him, where Han Jiang and Luo Ming had previously stayed. Shen Lu Qianhe was also somewhat displeased. This was the time for her to be alone with her master, who was so blind to come and disturb them at this moment. Jiang Han did not use his cultivation power, not because he didn't want to, but because in this place his entire cultivation seemed to have vanished, and he could only use a tiny bit. He couldn't even summon a weapon, let alone fly with a sword. Han Xin closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, calming the sadness in his heart. Tian Shi had followed him for many years, serving as his deputy since his time in the Northern Army, and had always been loyal to him. Now, thinking back to the days in the Northern Army felt like yesterday, yet he had already been dismembered by the Xiongnu's chaotic blades. Eating, of course we have to eat. You've praised it to the skies, not eating would be a waste. Jiang Han looked righteous, implying that whatever it was, it must be eaten. The howling wind transformed into a whirlwind that swept everything, crashing toward Miyamoto Li, who was trapped by the zombies. Luo Lai felt a strange sensation. This bizarre creature seemed to be observing him with a pair of eyes, yet there were no eye-like organs on the sandworm's body. Luo Lai slowly moved towards Yan Tianxin's direction, feeling a gaze following his movements. The Xuanwu cavalry commander Zhang Liao and the White Tiger cavalry commander Zhang, he greeted the military strategist. One squad Xiyao got out of the carriage. The two generals stepped forward to bow and speak. Behind them were thousands of imposing cavalry soldiers, all dismounting at this moment. At this moment, once they emerged, the entire clan was invigorated, and everyone felt a deep sense of pride in their strength and prosperity. However, how could Qianjun, who was eager to seize the Lingzhu, allow the Xianling firebird to escape? After hearing the two's exchange of insults, Qianjun suddenly swung his sword to repel the azure dragon and rushed swiftly toward the Xianling firebird. Yifeng, how did you come here? Humei clearly did not expect to see Lin Yifeng at this moment. With both hands tracing a mysterious trajectory, chanting a spell, a ripple appeared in the space. And then Lin Long and Jiang Chun appeared sneakily in the valley. Along the way, Zhang Zishuan kept acting cute and playful, stopping and going, while Lin Yifeng willingly took on the role of photographer. Looking at the two tall and honest soldiers, Cayenne also smiled slightly in response. Today, her cloth dress and hairpin were indeed their suggestion, and their conversation with Wang Fong that day was also amusing. On the mirror's surface lay a pitch-black copper bell, which at this moment rang madly, causing the entire palace to shake. The Xiyao alliance lacks such strong figures, so as long as these old fellows are brought in, how could the Xiyao alliance not grow? Wei Qingfeng would not really walk away. Not only did he not leave, but he also held her even tighter. 209. Come out and hit me. What? He is by Zhe. Everyone heard what Su Xiao said, and they were instantly disillusioned. He was quite handsome, but unfortunately, his way of speaking wasn't pleasant. Wu Qing commented darkly. Being handsome is innate, and speaking unpleasantly is also innate. Bei Meng felt no shame, but rather pride. How can you blame someone for having self-awareness? Regardless, Beast God, how should we proceed? It's not just a feeling, but a certainty, even if I don't want it myself. Under the pressure of the great universe's will and the higher dimensional observers outside the box, it is undoubtedly going to happen. Shang Yan. Qin Shanian suddenly stood up, interrupting Shang Yan's words, looking at him with a difficult and stiff expression. Of course, this is predicated on your true surrender. If it's just a feint to deceive the other party, then no matter what, the Xia army will concentrate their forces to eliminate you, no matter where you escape to. Lu Li sent the private message, feeling satisfied in conscience, and couldn't be bothered to care if the other party saw it or replied. The wind blades cut through the body, gradually transforming from white marks to red swelling, and finally began to crack and bleed. This seemingly lengthy process became very rapid under tens of thousands of wind blade attacks, as if just stepping into this realm of wind had resulted in severe injuries. A desolate melody suddenly played, a familiar tune, the song Spring River, Flower Moon Night rippling across the lake surface. With the silver moon in the sky and the floating sea surface. Since the Han people are unwilling to leave, let's attack the Temasek they occupy. The second prince had long been dissatisfied with Xia country's seizure of Temasek and several other places from the Shirley Fashi kingdom. Relying on these strategic locations, the Shirley Fashi kingdom was able to collect a large amount of taxes. The attendees around were all amazed. Even several security personnel from Dimai Fong looked at him with admiration. Get lost. Do you believe I'll cut you? Hu Xiang'er's soft chest trembled. Her face flushed with shame and anger, yet she was helpless against Chun Fan. Outside Lingshu City, terrifying divine energy shockwaves were raging, and neither side could do anything to the other. Both were in a stalemate. The demon pill fell into the clean bottle and transformed into purple powder, which also integrated into it, while the chaotic purple lines on the bottle's surface twisted into the shape of a mirage. Until evening, the two arrived at this peak. It was called a peak, but it was more like a flat top. After all, there were many rock-type and ground-type demons in the mountains digging holes, and some high rocks had already collapsed. On the other side, Kunwu Yi finally stabilized his mind, looking grimly at the massive barrier glowing with white light. He raised his right arm and swung it fiercely, causing countless fog beasts to roar excitedly and rush madly towards the enemy. When Duga Ming took action, there were only two outcomes. One, the Heavenly Emperor continued to extract the already exhausted army's strength, barely maintaining invincibility to avoid being killed by Duga Ming. As for the safety of the Near Sea King, he wasn't worried at all, even if captured by the Navy, as long as he didn't appear. The Navy couldn't do anything to it. Approaching the shore, the two boarded the island, and the Sea Cat was sent home. In this sea, the Sea Kings were the least lacking, and with his ability, finding a sea beast for transport was extremely easy. Nami was speechless. Ever since she met this man, she had never felt comfortable, always being at a disadvantage, Unable to fight back or escape, she could only follow Shiminjuan with her head down. The innate lifespan of 120 years. A grandmaster at the extreme can live for 500 years, and a great grandmaster can live for 1,000 years. As for celestial beings, their lifespans are even harder to estimate. Of course, this is calculated based on the best condition and the longest lifespan, as unexpected events often occur. Various forces lingered in Huaxia for a full half-month. After half a month, they each bid farewell, leaving Huaxia to return to their respective stars. Of course, a few races discussed with Zhu Huang about wanting to stay in Huaxia to cultivate, and for long-term considerations, Zhu Huang did not refuse. 213 by Shefershish. Beast the beast gritted its teeth, saying you can't do it. Even if you merge the power of the tree of nature, I've been plotting for a long time. According to the current strength, it's still uncertain who will win or lose, so stop talking big here. Tisk, evil cannot overcome righteousness. Do you understand? You withdrew the power of the tree of nature, and I've already found the weak point here. I can emerge from underground at any time. The beast suddenly rolled over underground, causing the ground to shake, prompting Xingzi, who was sitting nearby, to twitch her ears. She wanted to get up alertly but thought better of it, and silently continued eating. Those demon races and the heavenly master token can be considered Li Xinyan's true big secret. Young Master Ning's words are reasonable. Qian indeed misjudged. A voice came from afar and quickly reached the building, followed by a tall, slender, handsome man dressed in gray cloth, leisurely walking in, exiting the college entrance examination venue. The card raised its head to look at the dazzling sun in the sky and the slowly floating white clouds around. Shi Zhongqian, with a pale face, looked up at Ning Ke opposite him, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. Yu had told him before that this young man, Yu Shun, was not bad. If possible, it would be best for the military department to make contact. Zhu Yuanzhong is currently paving the way for Prince Zhu Biao's royal power. Once Prince Zhu Biao ascends the throne, Ning Ke will naturally become the crown prince, and Yin Wujuan will want to build a good relationship with this royal grandson. However, the most crucial thing is that Hua Qingyu has an older sister, Hua Qingjia, who has been studying abroad. However, the loss of fatigue points is hard to make up for. It is estimated that after dealing with 7 or 8 void creatures, the fatigue points will be completely depleted, entering a state of severe fatigue with crazy blood loss. Song Qingjai felt quite pleased seeing her like this. Being able to express her thoughts outwardly is indeed rare. You want to ask why the night team would choose an obscure defender, right? Another commentator said, I certainly know. Yours. Suhan's words made her face turn red, probably because she was nervous. Boss, the young master knows he was wrong. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate further. So let us leave it at that. Yiga said, the magic net is a magical network that covers the entire world. Anyone with the qualifications of a mage can connect to the magic net and obtain spell models and cast spells after expending a certain amount of mental power. Converting a believer requires mutual interaction between the priest and the believer. If the other party holds a resistant mindset, then conversion is often unsuccessful. Seeing the light, Qin Feng immediately discovered their signal and informed Si Mufeng of their location. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, then, swish, it went into the net. Suddenly, the whole venue erupted in cheers. A last-minute goal is always so thrilling and can excite the audience immensely. Han Muxia, I let you off once, and today you do it to me again. You are really bold. Zhang Zhankoe stood up, raised his arm, and pretended to strike. Please, rest assured and quietly watch from the shadows. Luo Wuxing said with a bit of a rogue demeanor, then turned her not-so-plump backside towards the ice river. In the 5th minute of the 3rd quarter, the two teams were tied at 60-60. Although Zhang Yunji's performance was very eye-catching, he also did a great job controlling his fouls. However, the gap in strength between the two teams was simply too large. And even though Zhang Yunjia gave it his all, the score remained close. To return to the city, some pretended to be sick, while others loosened their belts. As long as they could go back, people were willing to do anything. Therefore, many confident players were specifically waiting for the unlock at 12 o'clock to experience a challenge. Indeed, the commander of this operation was Bai He, which was intentionally done by Lu Feng to help Bai He gain experience so that he could lead troops independently in the future. 211. Raising another cat or dog. The divine beasts willingly devoted their power, and beams of colorful light projected from them, all focusing on Bei Meng. Bei Meng extended his hand, and the tree of nature spread its branches to rest on his hand. In an instant, immense power spread to the tree of nature. Boom, boom, boom. An unprecedented natural force filled the entire tree of nature, with green halos rippling outwards, accompanied by the orders from both sides' main generals. The sound of the official army's drums and the roars of the Liangshan warriors once again echoed along the 800 miles of water, and the killing aura spread once more. Lin Shihao was familiar with these people, and they were all familiar with Lin Shihao. They were all part of the same circle. Who didn't know whom? Enough talk, how does that car feel? At this moment, Lu Su looked at the few people and asked, and they regarded him as if he were a fool upon hearing the question. Therefore, even if they were really getting married, they should use the excuse of Long Ning's mourning to keep it simple. How did it turn around to be so lavishly arranged? As time went on, the distinctions of strength and weakness in the game gradually became apparent. The wealthy were naturally the elite in the game, while those unwilling to spend money could only grind levels and fight monsters, hoping to obtain valuable equipment from them. Zhang Qing knew that Ding Disun's expression of surprise was not due to Li Jin's appearance, but because Li Jin looked familiar. Qianming's pirate reputation had surpassed Su Zhao's, and now on the leaderboard, Qianming was in first place, Kuta second, and Su Xiao was third. The gap among the three was not too large since killing enemies did not yield pirate reputation. The more he thought about this matter, the more irritated he became. He had lost face in front of that seductive person today. Su Xiao jumped from the red tree, leaping several times among the soap bubbles in mid-air before landing on the ground. In fact, not only the commentary is like this, the fans are also very realistic. In competitive sports, it is always about winning or losing. The heroes of the human race became Luo Zheng's bodyguards, ensuring that Luo Zheng's soul would not be eroded by the soul leeches. The guards, while wiping their sweat, also wanted to wipe their tears. "Oh, master, please don't ask us anymore. If we had known, we would have told you earlier." The Stone Soul dynasty did not have a designated heir, just like in contemporary times. No matter how many supporters the third prince had, he was still not named the crown prince. Upon entering the narrow passage, Mei Yang felt the darkness ahead and could not see clearly. She immediately circulated her inner energy and, with the help of her divine sense, suddenly everything around her became bright and clear, as if some bright lamps had been lit. However, going on vacation also made her lazy, and she clapped her hands, picked up a wine glass and half a bottle of red wine, and walked into the room. "Don't say you cover your face. Even if you turn to ashes, I still recognize you as Lin Shihao," Xiyao said with a choked voice. This time, Xiyao was willing to take out her body, and with 4 people sitting, it was just right. Of course, this car was naturally less impressive compared to Wei Qinan's luxurious Lincoln. "My lord, there's no need to panic." The young man said this one sentence, then shook his folding fan, surprisingly closed his eyes, and began to rest. When they reached the square entrance, Mei Yang saw her 4 senior brothers standing at the door, waiting for her. Liang Qingsheng was as flawless as white snow. Xiyao absolutely did not want any dirt on this white jade figure. Upon seeing the scar, she decided to eliminate it, just when he thought he could escape. The ghost fire was very excited, but he never expected that 2 burning candles behind him would hit him directly, followed by a puff of green smoke rising in the dark void. However, just as she touched the gloves, a current directly entered her body, and in just a second, she fainted. She had seen him downstairs earlier and hurried down, even forgetting to take her keys, which proved how urgent she was to go downstairs. Gu Weiren naturally knew this and smiled with some pride. 212, I'll call you Wonkai. At least she had solved a big problem, and Su Xiao would give her the reward she deserved. Bei Meng liked to eat sweet and sour dishes, so she exchanged many sweet and sour delicacies and placed them in front of him. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, pot wrapped meat, braised kidney slices, and vinegar fish fillets. She got him all the delicious food, and I'll prepare you a big bowl of rice. These dishes are quite good with rice. Su Xiao really exchanged a large basin of rice for him, completely full. Although I was ready to jump up, I felt uncertain inside. The determination it just made was wavering with some fear. However, it seemed that if I couldn't find a way out, even if I wasn't swallowed by the rising fire dragon, I would still be turned into dried meat by the scorching magma. But the shop owner under Ding Ying took out a mix of good and bad jade rough material for Song Yi to see, completely depending on Song Yi's judgment. Ding Ying didn't mind taking advantage of this wealthy man. The wedding was quite simple, but it was still a significant event in Taiping Village, where everyone in the village was invited to hold a grand banquet. Originally, there was no such custom in the village, as everyone was just happy to have enough to eat, and who had the time to host a banquet? This is actually similar to protecting the Hokage. Not only are there public ninjas, but also secret umbu, with both groups not interfering with each other, making the system more complete and essentially without loopholes. In this way, the children who grow up will have the etiquette ingrained in their bones, forming an instinct. It is often said that good families and young ladies refer to this kind of people. In fact, the two most important and complex steps can be omitted, leaving only the need to reinterpret the form of Xiyao with the most sufficient strength and concept. The method mentioned by Lord Zhonghan didn't work very well, and Xiang Rang's tone was a bit fierce. Based on the power increase of Sword Saint Wei Wukinghong, Dragon Lance Warrior Quanlan Sui Yue, and Forbidden Spell Master Ho, if we calculate now, the strength of Ying Chun might be stronger than the combined strength of the three. Therefore, Duan has always been so cautious, not daring to run outside. But now, staying here is not a solution either. Wait, is that possible? By judging the trees outside, Duan at least knows that these trees absolutely cannot grow back to their former state within a year or two. As the saying goes, after great chaos comes great governance. Because after great chaos, most people have died, the land has become rich, and the common people are living well, thus great governance follows. Louis Weisha seems to have known Bu Yunxiao since high school. Rin had a black line on his forehead. They're already in high school. What about a few years later in middle school? In this era, it's really hard to survive. They say they have long admired the divine might and have heard of the great name, wanting to see us display our might. But in fact, they're just a bunch of cowards afraid of being affected by a nuclear bomb. On the plane, Long Hao kept complaining. Feng Yue gave up all defenses, like a beast betting everything, wanted to tear apart Dongfang Qing's throat. The shockwave generated by the explosion threw me aside, flying to another place. I used all my strength just to barely stabilize myself. Rin suddenly felt that something was off, but before he could react, Yin Jun had already walked ahead with a victorious posture, only tossing him a graceful back. Rin was just messaging Han Bing to tell him he wouldn't return to the dormitory tonight when Han Bing showed an ambiguous expression upon hearing it. Yao Tian had been silent for a long time, and Yang Dianfeng knew that Yao Tian was currently in a state of confusion. So at this moment, Yang Dianfeng also pointed out a way out for Yao Tian. Ao Shui then saw the apron hanging on her body and felt a bit of a sting in her eyes, closed her eyes, and then crisply said, "Okay." After speaking, she didn't wait for Su Huinan to say anything and went to the bathroom by herself. Back and forth, Su Fuyue's home looked completely transformed, and by the time the housekeeper handled everything properly, a whole day had passed. 213, return the talent. Okay. Biming agreed very straightforwardly, raising an eyebrow and saying, "This is a small matter. I can finish it in a minute by myself. If you say this in exchange for food, I agree." Su Xiao lightly tapped her head. A child to be taught. Wang Kai also spoke up. Exactly, such a simple matter. No problem, it's on me. Bei Meng looked at him disdainfully for a moment. You're just a little one now, thanks a lot. Xiang Yu laughed heartily and once again turned his body to change direction, still aiming to lock onto that Qi family powerhouse. It should be known that a single character impact is a mysterious level martial skill, and it has been praised by the strongest candidates in their Wind and Rain City. With considerable power. I'm sorry, you've been given face, and the minute is up. I turned my head and continued walking towards the basement door. There was another key point. He Fuqian's ability to gain Su Daofu's heavy trust was not just because of his loyalty, but also due to his extraordinary insight and on-the-spot adaptability. The four people from away rank came to the door openly, not looking for Celestial Master Sun Un, nor for Lu Dun, but for Su Daofu. What does this indicate? The previous contract signed with him was a thunderstorm, soul scattering, and now this contract is a heavenly thunderstrike, greatly reducing his cultivation. For him, the mutation of spiritual power was already a significant difficulty, and how would he handle the soul, which he was completely unskilled at? At this moment, the so-called divine herb lamp bug flew above our heads, starting to hover overhead, and the surroundings lit up again with a green light, rising a sense of disgust from the bottom of my heart. Young Master Yu's full-day arrangement not only shocked El Zhu, but even Qin Yuan was greatly surprised. The injury to the brain nerves below the pituitary gland would definitely have sequelae. Fortunately, the overall brain was intact, which would not affect memory and intelligence. But treatment and recovery would take a long time. Lu Oli thought of Santos's current appearance, and her face couldn't help but twitch. Seeing the severe injury that left half his face gone made her eyes red. What are you planning to do next? Old ancestor Lu Yun asked the question that Kong Hui had once asked. After all, Yuan Fudong had been in seclusion for so many years. And coming out with such strong power, according to the usual patterns, he should do something. Thinking of the heavenly tribulation, Yuan Fudong looked up at the sky, feeling a bit excited. Unlike other cautious cultivators, Yuan Fudong actually felt some anticipation towards the heavenly tribulation. When he was in the mortal realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, and large-scale heavenly tribulations could no longer form between heaven and earth. The last 4 words from Zhang Rui could almost be described as being squeezed out from between her teeth. Hong Zhou liked to act spoiled at this moment. He nestled in Yifei's arms, obediently counting his fingers while speaking unclear childish words. Zhu Gaming was currently at the initial stage of Yinsha, equivalent to the initial stage of mysterious level in ancient martial arts, while Wu Lingyue was at the peak of the late stage of Ling Shi, equivalent to the peak of the late yellow level. In the future, there will be a place I can go where no one will think I'm sick, and there won't be anyone as outstanding as Li Xiao. When they look at me, they all seem like bad kids, much worse than me. They're the ones the police want to catch. I'm just a student that the teacher doesn't like. Who says rhythm and blues is commercial? Who says rhythm and blues is cliché and outdated, lacking novelty? Who says rhythm and blues can only follow one model? Susa shook his head with a smile, not getting entangled in the topic any longer, and instead shifted the discussion to the banquet. Because this time the Zheng family has offended someone we cannot afford to offend. After saying this, Su Wenci hung up the phone. Going around in circles, they returned to the original issue, and Huang Zhen was once again criticized for being disloyal and unfilial, unjust and unrighteous. Faced with the superpower phone witching, the expressions of Qin Mu and Jieking also became serious. Sigh, such a character is not someone a commoner like me can meet. The middle-aged man shook his head, indicating he had never seen such a person. 214, I like you. Congratulations, host, for completing the main mission of retrieving the missing talents of male orcs in the Eastern Desolation Continent. You have gained 2 million points. The electronic voice of the system echoed in her mind, and Xiyao looked at the gradually increasing points, feeling very pleased. The Eastern Desolation Continent is gradually getting back on track, and I plan to visit the Southern Desolation Continent first. After all, I have been a national master there for so many years. Disappearing without a word, the Beast King must be at a loss. So, now Lian's demands of Tung Sun are not high, as long as he can maintain and develop the games he has drawn. In fact, he wanted to continue. But Lin was not good at small talk, let alone initiating topics. Deliberately pretending to be enthusiastic and eloquent sometimes made him feel awkward and embarrassed. How? Lin had one hand resting on her pillow and the other wandering over her smooth, warm body, completely awake. Interesting, seeing you're not quite awake. I'll wake you up first and then ask you some questions. Lin Fei laughed heartily and raised his hand. However, upon seeing the visitor clearly, everyone lowered their guard, and the old leader calmed down a bit and approached. In the starry sky, brilliant battles unfolded like fireworks, blooming everywhere. Kaisa's Tianren number 7 resembled a golden cross, particularly eye-catching in the universe. This is the saying that someone will deliver a pillow when you're sleepy. He was initially considering how to respond to the old leader, but now he had a choice. Han Feng also counted the days, so he had a relatively accurate concept of time. Faced with Chun Feng Lai's desperate lunge, Liu Yu could remain unperturbed, but that didn't mean he could handle his wife's tears. Han Feng was a person who liked to make friends. Mo Wei's personality was also quite good, but occasionally he had strong principles. Wrong is wrong, and imitation is imitation. This is indisputable. And even the biggest excuse cannot cover up the fact of deception and exploitation. He noticed that the wild grass on the prairie beneath his feet was not of uniform height. The grass on the west side was a bit taller, generally 2 to 3 meters high, while the grass on the east side was somewhat shorter, only less than 1 meter. The crazy bull occasionally looked back, keeping an eye on the movements of the combined ape spirit, naturally noticing its slightly trembling body, understanding that it was a natural reaction. Every demon clan about to enter the trial corridor reacted this way, and some even more pathetically, unable to move before entering the trial corridor. After all, everyone is from the Qingxian sect, yet they resort to such means. If given the chance, I must fight Gu Tsai, Ling Yu said resentfully. Secondly, because Supervisor Zhou has fallen, the position of supervisor is now vacant. Someone has to fill this carrot pit, right? They must perform well in front of the boss. That day she went to school for an exam, and before waiting for the results to be announced, she bought a plane ticket back to City A for that same day. She didn't bring many clothes with her. In fact, most of her and Ning Ning's clothes were in City A. This time she returned. It was just right to pack everything up and take it back. Lin Sixian glanced over, her expression, only saying not bad, with no further comments. In the Holy Land, Chiba still didn't know that one could buy and sell magical tools used for cultivation outside. Even ordinary treasures would be put up for sale. 60 or 70 people threw bricks at more than 20 blind people, and the scene was as easy and casual as bowling. It looked like a very incongruous thing, yet it appeared right before their eyes, making it hard for those who had never seen that person to believe. He rounded his arms and hit backward after finishing the forward strike, truly a rare sight in the martial world, sending that thug fleeing in panic. Moreover, the special nature of generals like Elbu had long been noticed by the two of them with their professional eyes. Throughout, Li Tianyi had his phone half raised, with the camera focused on those gatekeepers and people like Old Li and Director Luo. The military police interrogation room had countless kinds of torture devices that Yuanji didn't know about, but each device could make one wish for death, choosing death over suffering the punishment without hesitation. Chai Hua's brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed. Wasn't this the breakthrough opportunity he had been yearning for? Yi Feng found it incredible. He tried to pick up a piece of firewood and brought it down forcefully onto another. The tremendous recoil made his hand tingle, but it had no effect. Under the gaze of everyone present, Li Tianyi first took a pack of tea leaves from his bag and placed it in Grandpa Ma's transparent glass teapot. Then he went to the kitchen to get a kettle of water and set it on the boiling platform. Previously, Shen Gongbao had invited some experts over, but there weren't many who were willing to participate in the Fengshan War, fearing the fate of death and destruction. Following the last intention left by that man, Xianggang Tian tested by merging his divine sense into the so-called spiritual wood. As the divine sense merged in, the spiritual wood in his dantian gradually began to react. The supreme true wheel that had been cut off by the man unexpectedly hung again at the tip of the spiritual wood. "Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please return to your seat immediately." A flight attendant rushed forward to greet Xianggang Tian upon seeing him come out. "Have some tea, have some tea." Zhang Yang held the kung fu tea and invited Leopard Brother to calm down, while he himself drank first. Zhang Yang came today with confidence, not because of Lord Huang, but because of Aunt Mei. "Yin Qing," I exclaimed in shock. This beggar, though dirty and chaotic, did not prevent me from recognizing his face. He really looked exactly like Yin Qing from 1,000 years ago. No wonder Wei Wei had exclaimed just now. Could he be the reincarnation of Yin Qing? The onlookers by the roadside burst into laughter. "You!" The man grabbed my shirt at the chest and raised his other hand to hit me. 2:15, I brought Biming home. After spending a night in the Eastern Desolation continent, the remaining Divine Beast clan members planned to leave one by one. Wu Yin glared at Biming with unkind eyes. Last night, he had finally snatched the right to sleep with Su Xiyao from Nanqing. As a result, Biming had already sneaked into their room first, even provocatively patting the seat next to him, asking them to sleep together. He was simply the most shameless troublemaker. Biming noticed his gaze and smiled. Bai Qianying was momentarily stunned, remembering that her master once mentioned that in her great-grandfather's generation, there seemed to be a few cultivators who could refine energy, but those were merely legends in her eyes. She never expected that one day she would also become a cultivator. "Don't worry, it definitely won't happen again in the future." "I didn't expect that melody could have such a great impact on one's soul," Liu said awkwardly with a smile. Looking at the sun slowly rising in the distance, the sunlight was bright, making the old man's face rosy. He squinted his chaotic eyes, then narrowed them slightly and continued walking toward the place where the sun was rising. From behind the old man, his shadow was stretched long by the sunlight. The young boy still held his blue fan, though it had become a bit dirty, and his blue clothes were also covered in dust. Having learned from the previous experience, Lin Ju would never tell Lin Boyong about this matter. He no longer trusted Lin Boyong, because in Lin Boyong's mind, his own son was still his own son, and once he turned around, he would tell Lin Ku and others, while Lin Ju trusted Lin Ku and them even less. The man in black roughly pushed Shun Lian aside, but with all his strength, not only did he fail to push Shun Lian away, he staggered back several steps instead. Ling Ji was immediately startled and quickly raised a purple barrier from the ground, trying to protect herself. Although Shun Lian tried his best to save her, unfortunately, the impact of the bus was too terrifying, and it continued to crush down on him. Even a deity couldn't save him. This was not like the time of the great Zhou's founding. When you have nothing, you fear nothing because there is nothing to lose. But once you possess the whole world, taking risks becomes foolish. Losing means losing everything, and winning is merely adding flowers to the brocade. This truth was suddenly understood by Guochong at this moment. Wang Lunian began to build rapport with the bodyguards, saying he knew their boss, then claiming to be sworn brothers, and even saying he was the nephew of the third uncle from a neighboring village. making Shenlian really want to kick this fat guy to death. Where did he get such an unfortunate relative? Ever since she expressed her desire to eat rice noodles and go out after Ouyang Ji refused her, she already knew that eating rice noodles wouldn't allow her to easily escape from here. Today's Kinglan Empire was not very lucky. In the first round, they faced Huang Wuye, and in the second round, they also faced Huang Wuye. Yi Qing Luo could almost conclude that the people in this War King's mansion were all selfish, only caring for their own interests, especially that red-painted clothing rack directly facing the bed, with its wide sleeves and narrow waist. The big red wedding dress, sprinkled with gold, made the entire room's red impossible to ignore. So what exactly is your repeated targeting of classmate Yi Qingluo for? Mastery frowned. The team leader must be feeling quite miserable. Yin Xiaoi slightly lowered her eyelids and leaned her head on Xiao Jin's shoulder. Such ambitious people naturally wouldn't give up their goals. He was creating opportunities for himself. The previous dreams of becoming rich seemed like mere illusions, making people feel very unreal. In the delivery room, Su Yao's family waited anxiously with Zhang's parents until good news finally arrived. The three children unknowingly arrived at the rockery, and then Angel and Arno both said they were tired and couldn't walk anymore. Ji Lanqian's fingertips still held warmth, her eyes following his hand as he drew the divination. Slender and fair, quite pleasing to the eye. As noon approached, Qiao Nan knocked on the office door, asking Jiang Ying if she wanted to go to the cafeteria for a meal together. Qi Miao Miao and Fong Sini were at odds, their conversation creating a tense atmosphere as they glared at each other. As long as Qi Miao Miao was present, their live streaming room would have traffic. As long as they could create highlights and topics, the staff could get promoted and raise their salaries. Just then, a sound transmission talisman flew into Huiyun City, directly locating Lin Feng's aura and landing in his hand unnoticed by the others. A head of black long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, slightly curled, with a cream-colored wool collar revealing a swan-like neck. Jiang Ying slept until late morning. If it weren't for her phone ringing on the bedside, she might have slept longer. Qi Miao Miao silently praised herself for making the wise decision to sleep in today. Ji Lanqian glanced at the rearview mirror, and a figure flashed by. She pursed her lips and pretended not to know anything. Ha ha ha! The entire venue erupted in laughter because Wang Xiu's earlier appearance was indeed too comical. They say love is poison. It can kill two people in love and sometimes can also kill others. These days of interrogation have already tormented me greatly. However, fortunately, I feel nothing. So this physical pain is at most just causing my skin to continue rotting. Of course not. This belongs to you. And there's only this one. Absolutely not. Ying quickly said. Yanli smiled mysteriously and said, if you don't eat and sleep well now, how will you have the energy to play with the Liaodong 5 Island Alliance at night? The palace where the prince resides is indeed different, magnificent and dazzling. Grand in scale. Yin Xiao couldn't help but praise it greatly, but didn't notice that the person beside her looked a bit off. His own damage didn't increase much. When facing Morgana, should he be honest or more aggressive? Wang Xiu asked himself, but his subordinates showed no mercy. Hu Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, standing up from Lu Wanru's side, looking at Li Batian and others with eyes filled with killing intent. The carriage slowly moved along the road, making Zhong Lishuo feel uncomfortable. As the carriage approached the palace city, Zhong Lishuo increasingly felt a strange feeling towards this city he once longed for. A feeling that contained desire, fear, dread, and much excitement. 216 Salt Field Dispute. The salt field was enclosed, with orc guards from the Tiger clan blocking the entrance. Several orcs dressed in animal skins were gazing longingly at the salt from the entrance. I only have 10 monster crystal cores. Can we buy just a little? The short-haired male orc pulled out the monster crystal cores wrapped in animal skins to show them. This is all we have. The strongest male orc in our tribe is only at the 3rd rank. The highway has already been evacuated, so we should retreat first. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yuan Shao said expressionlessly, and after speaking, he planned to turn around and lead the way out. Fate. Dian Wei invaded the Dingling tribe, and the territory occupied by the Dingling tribe belongs to today's northwest Inner Mongolia. This area is a fertile grassland for nomadic peoples. If Hanification is not done, it will cause disaster in the future. Then Zhang Yao and Baby exchanged affectionate glances, slowly moving closer before embracing passionately, as if they were truly facing separation in life and death. This was not just a show. Zhang Yao was also using this opportunity to hint to Baby that their conversation could be overheard by others and could only be drawn on her back. It seems that she would still have to hide aside, Her fear of zombies was somewhat alleviated, but she was still the same with ghosts. And the path of courage still had to continue. Of course, she wouldn't need their help. How to blow things up was Inthe's business. And starting a fire and chopping firewood were naturally tasks for a How and Offon. You didn't do it now, but you will definitely do it later, so don't feel innocent. Bye-bye. After Xiyao finished speaking, he directly pulled the trigger, and Jean Ruffung fell in response, looking at Xiyao with a face full of disbelief before dying. Unable to understand how he died, Nam Li Chen's enchanting phoenix eyes glinted with light, her alluring face showing no expression, her gaze steadily looking forward at Master Mu. Don't come back. The discomfort in your body is beginning to frighten and bewilder her. She stared blankly, gently shaking her head. The king of Dian once learned the divine cultivation method from Lu Kuan, but he did not have the fortune to become a deity. For years, he was unable to successfully enter meditation until he passed away. As soon as I said this, the king's face alternated between red and pale, a mix of shame, anger, and fear, leaving him speechless for a long time. Gu Biluo's cheeks first flushed with anger, then blossomed into a gentle smile, like a breeze brushing her face, rippling a faint blush. He must be afraid of being rejected, which is why he came up with this idea, her red lips lightly pouting, saying, "This liar." Cursing or not, my heart felt as if it had been smeared with honey, and a smile lingered like rippling waves. As we walked to the parking lot at the beach, Lin Feng had already reached Wu Jing's car, helping her open the door, intending for her to put the child in the car first. However, Wu Jing shook her head, signaling Lin Feng to get in the car as well. At this moment, under Su Rong's command, the Western Yang army surged forward like wild horses once again. The current strategy was to combine both vertical and horizontal approaches, pulling the mother to their side and directly saying something to resonate with her. When the new card was activated, he logged on to WeChat and indeed found a friend request from Sidu Xiyao sent around 3 in the morning. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Qing, who had been holding a big knife, had already sensed the strange movement early in the morning and cleaved the evil spirit that had been hidden in the mountain in two with one strike. It was the first time he had seen someone react so calmly to a handgun, and this was in the police station. Upon arriving at the villa, since they had already shown their faces yesterday, the two entered the villa without obstruction. I did not let such emotions show a hint on my face, nor would I let them occupy my heart for too long. I simply smiled at him with tears in my eyes and said, "I'm sorry, I understand. I have always believed." Then Gu Yusin felt a sense of loss and took Su Mo's hand, wanting things to be as they once were. 217. I will set the price. You're not in a position to speak. I don't want to talk to you much. Bring your clan leader over. Su Xiao didn't want to waste breath with the Tiger Clan leader. The Tiger Clan leader widened his eyes, urging the others to take action. Hurry up. Tie up this little female. The other Tiger Clan members weren't foolish. Knowing the strength of Biming, they dared not step forward. You fools, are you not listening to me? But he did not speak. The prince of the Gozu kingdom also remained silent, and others, whether willing or not, could only watch as a Feng and Tai Ying left. By the way, this reminded Mu Shimei that back then, she had sent the 13th prince, who was riding a horse, to a place with a bumpy ride. And after being awakened by a doctor with a needle, she only said to the person beside her, "Don't let the empress and my mother know," and then fell asleep again. This girl really needs to rest for a while. As for the matters of the divine realm, let's set them aside for now, the elder said with concern. At this moment, Zhang Kuei, who was being cooled down by Li Daniu on the martial arts stage, stared blankly at Li Daniu's room. Before coming to the Xiang residence, Lin Hanxi had already known that Lung Wuchen was not simply accompanying her back to her family, and she had been unable to fathom what other matters he had, while Lung Wuchen kept his mouth shut, which made her uneasy about the matter. So you came all this way just to seek entry into the White Tower? Bradley stared blankly at someone, still wearing a poker face. Today, she found a job, although it was a rather embarrassing one, but the pay was high, and her parents' medical expenses could be resolved, which made her feel good, and she pressed the button with one hand. He stood up, walked to the other end of the room, and looked at the painting hanging on the wall. The person in the painting, he wanted to embrace her, realizing that what belonged to him was not Qing Wu, just this painting. He had merely dreamed, and his dream had ended before it even began, sealed with a permanent period. Feng seemed to have seen Lin Hanxi long ago, politely raising his teacup, as if toasting her with tea instead of wine. Lin Hanxi was taken aback, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and quickly withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit flustered inside. The Wang family was the enemy that caused third brother to be exiled. The main house people didn't think about revenge, and instead, directly established a relationship with the enemy. The next morning, After lingering at the Shako power supply station for a while, the two set off for the ferry power supply station. In the car, the two seemed like a couple in a Cold War after an argument, neither looking at the other. Chu Yang was too lazy to care about her, played with his phone for a while, and then continued to rest his eyes. Zhang Qi walked out of the office. Within moments, all the shadow guards in the room disappeared, and the door was closed, leaving only the empty dish that had just been eaten on the table. The imperial physician and the maids behind the curtain endured their discomfort, trying to pull Ning Wang away from Wei Qingge, exerting all their strength, but it was futile. Below the viewing platform, watching Zhang Qi appear suddenly like a divine soldier in splendid attire, everyone was stunned. As soon as these words were spoken, the cries for help nearby suddenly paused for a second or two, then resumed desperately. "Don't worry, master." Sun Wukong adjusted his suit and put on sunglasses, not for show, but because his appearance was not too friendly, afraid of scaring people. Now it even involved the families of Kangwu and Yangzhou and the royal family. Chu Yunj immediately sent someone to probe the leader of the bandits, but got the result of him biting his tongue to death. Tang Sun was somewhat nervous, but seeing Guanin's uneasy expression, he felt much more relaxed. In recent days, Marshal Long Destide and two other legendary powerhouses had frequently moved to bring back the strong ones scattered around the sun never set's capital. Meanwhile, on Faust's side, the royal family had also revised the rules for the dimensional passage, allowing strong individuals heading to the land of dusk to be directly transported to the sun never set's capital. 218. The competition among males. Xiyao is indeed a foodie, and her way of thinking is quite different from others. Along the way, Xiyao also found plants like cinnamon and star anise, almost getting uprooted by the force of biming. There is no need for that. I just need to take a few branches and some bark, and later I can use my wood-type talent to stimulate their growth. Xiyao hurriedly said something to stop him, otherwise he really would. I took the bus back to Linhai City, returning to the hotel where Haichao and I stayed. It was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and it was only at this moment that I felt a strong sense of hunger, realizing that I hadn't really eaten properly since morning. Haha, Xia Fan was amused. What an interesting barbarian. His mind doesn't seem to be very sharp. Bodyguard A's eyelids twitched. Luckily, he had deep skills and didn't lose his composure. But he still complained in his heart. "Do you think I'm a laborer?" I took a step back, trying to find a hint of emotion on Huang Ximin's face. But there was nothing to be found. "Time to eat." A faint voice came, and Luo Jingyang's tall figure had already walked into the restaurant that Chen Mohan had just exited. Moreover, in terms of rank, Xizhan was roughly equivalent to a prince, while Sun Yinling, as the prince consort, was merely a baron, his status lower than that of the princess. Zhao Bingyan probably didn't expect me to openly provoke her. Her face, swollen and red from anger, was now somewhat twisted. To conceal her loss of composure, she angrily adjusted her beautiful glasses on her nose and shot me a fierce glare before striding out of the cafeteria. Zhang Minglang booked a KTV over at Bagua Ridge, instructing Lin Qiqing to arrange for those colleagues who hadn't been drinking to drive everyone over. In the end, there wasn't enough space, leaving only Lin Qiqing and us. They had all been drinking, so they had to take a taxi. Yixing was a boy who knew how to enjoy life. He rented a position that was relatively far in, thus avoiding the surrounding noise. Xia Fan found it really hard to guarantee that there weren't more master-level experts within the offering courtyard. If they, like Xinyenda, knew about the poison the masters and were trying hard to cover it up, they would definitely do their utmost to kill him. At that time, he would face an unusually large and powerful number of enemies. By that time, with the blessing and support of the Abyssal Will, he would no longer fear any existence in the Abyssal world. The remaining talismans, such as Heaven, Earth, and Mysterious, are made for Tao practitioners targeting the realms of Jedon. Huayuan, Qi training, soul cultivation, and body cultivation. Heaven level can harm Dan realm. Earth level can harm Huayuan realm, and Mysterious level targets Qi training realm. Moreover, in terms of strength, he was far stronger than the others, which allowed him to lurk in the distance without being discovered, thus eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. A distant, high-pitched voice came, and Ouyang Ting's eyes shifted. He leaped up and jumped onto a large tree. These Chinese medicinal herbs were refined by a pill-making puppet, which can be said to maximize their medicinal effects while also avoiding the toxicity that could result from improper processing of traditional Chinese medicine. Nowadays, the luck of the great Liang has faced setbacks, and it is on the verge of collapse. Thus, a new human seal is beginning to gather here to inherit the new dynasty. After tasting the fragrant Qingshan tribute rice, everyone present lit up with excitement in their eyes. Chao Luan kept asking if this rice could be sold to Lu Yuan Company, while Lu Yoshu asked if this rice could be planted in the village. Steady. The burly elder Ho shouted angrily, and this sudden attack startled the illusionist who had been hiding behind the 6 people, causing her to stumble back. During this time, she had been trying to heal her injuries, but unfortunately, the pills in her hand didn't seem to work well. Ha ha ha, what are we waiting for? Let's go together. Xian Xiao stood proudly, his hair and robe billowing without wind, his fighting spirit enveloping the entire cloud roll platform. Before Lula and the others could react, a gust of wind arose, and a stern-looking man appeared on the spot. Holding a piece of letter paper, she didn't open it. This feeling was strange. Clearly, what was in her hand was just a useless letter, yet she felt quite at ease. The car finally stopped at the bottom of the Lijiang apartment building, and Yang Jinxin anxiously followed her sister upstairs. She watched her sister calmly change into a blue floral cotton cheongsam, let down her hair, washed off her exquisite makeup, instantly transforming into the plain, yet pure and lovely Yang Jinxin from her memories. That day, he shouted loudly to express his anger when suddenly that eerie and frightening childish voice appeared again. But ordinary me really can't aspire to that kind of life. I can only think about it appropriately in my mind. I must recognize how vulnerable I am in the face of reality, and I must work hard to earn money. Having a home of my own in this concrete jungle of a city is enough. I truly never expected that just a simple patrol would lead me to this situation, and I might even lose my life immediately. Thinking of Yilang currently being there, could it be that Yilang has already awakened, and Zhang Xiaohua came to deliver a message to him? The night we parted a month ago, I received a message that day. I never deleted it, but that call has never gone through. When I opened my eyes again, Yang Jinxin was lying on the pillow, and Huadong was supporting himself, looking steadily at her from above, his eyes filled with unutterable pain and affection. Remembering the kiss just now, Yang Jinxin couldn't help but blush, turning her eyes away and daring not to look at him again. Xie Zheng could only think about what kind of reason he could use to let Dai Zhang lead the Shengqi army to march again, which would also be good to distance them from the capital, and ideally, to make sure he wouldn't return for a while. In the car, Ma Wulong didn't mention the matter of old Luo. Presumably, he thought I had already dealt with old Luo. Your Majesty, the people in Chang'an City are all cheering for the new policy. Wei Zhongxian stepped forward a couple of steps and took out a memorial from his sleeve. Moreover, this time, the court probably wouldn't be able to manage the situation anymore. The written document couldn't be refuted, and no matter how unwilling Zhao Ming was, he would have to suffer this silent loss. Lin Guohao was thinking of applying to the higher-ups because his previous pass had expired. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Guohao, a team leader from the Safety Management Office. Lin Guohao introduced himself to Qin Yang with an expressionless face, his voice filled with weariness. Anyway, in the eyes of others, he was just a failure now. No matter what he did, it wouldn't be worse than it already was. After saying this, he took out 2 candies and gave one to each of the 2 girls, keeping the rest in his pocket to eat himself. Until they stopped at the entrance of an inn in the southern part of the city, he turned and walked inside. Outside, the lackeys of the Sun family quickly surrounded him, causing a commotion in the inn, flipping tables and smashing chairs. 219, are you raising a pet now? I really can't do anything with you. Si Chan sighed heavily, his eyes filled with melancholy. Bai Yin smiled gently, saying, as long as it's what Yao Yao likes, then it's accepted. Su Xiao touched her nose and suddenly felt a bit guilty towards them. This damn sense of guilt. It felt like she was stealing from them. And in fact, it really was. Yao Yao, I'm hungry too. Wang Kai jumped up with excitement. Ha ha, is that a sword? Do you think you're a knight from the Middle Ages? The leading black man laughed wildly when he saw Qin Shaojia pull out a sword. The burly man with a beard hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself, slapping his right hand on the storage pouch at his waist, producing a wrinkled, slightly yellowed talisman that seemed to have endured countless years. Master, I do have some thoughts, but I'm afraid if I say them, you will get angry, the butler said solemnly, his expression somewhat grave. What on earth is going on? Li Changkong picked up the wooden box, opened it, and took out the 9-wand celestial pair to play with. The scholar hurriedly called for Li Xiujuan, who ran back to the sick room to bring the video recorder and handed it to the nurse, who then entered the delivery room with the camera. I'll spare you for now. What Jizi snorted coldly, and then mysteriously vanished. Qing Yun immediately spread out his spiritual sense, but helplessly found that his limited spiritual sense could not detect the whereabouts of Huijizi and Lan Xiaoli. If this movie gets made, I think it will definitely be a big hit, Qin Shaoji felt. In this day and age, isn't peace the main theme? The first move of the wild wind blade technique, storm rising, surrounded Li Chongkong with a whirlwind of dazzling blade shadows, forming a wind dragon that howled and charged at Martin. At that moment, Xianyuan Xiao had already escaped back into the dense forest. Listening to the spirit beast gate on the plains, where everyone was cheering and the beasts were roaring throughout the night. There's a wine party tonight, and the organizer invited me, so you all come with me tonight, Tang Ming said, looking at Xiao Chun. At this moment, although Zhu Yujian still had a resolute expression, determined and unrepentant, and appeared generous and calm in facing death, the act of leaving Yinping City with his family still gave off a sense of desolation and loneliness. For this, you took a risky step, which is to pin these crimes on Xia Shi. I don't know where you found out about Xia Shi's past experiences, but you must have put in a lot of effort to frame him, right? Tang Yin saw this and coldly snorted, directly kicking the rushing bodyguards, sending several of them flying to the ground, knocking them out cold. Li Zhejuan said, "All right, considering those panda eyes of yours, I'll let it slide. I'm going to call for a cup of tea," as he pressed the summons on the table for Tang Ying to bring her a cup. Northeast, behind the second tree on the left. Dawn report. He and Su Anxiao were together. The wall was built safer than I was. The empire of the martial world used these methods to motivate the martial kings to expand the territory for the empire. More importantly, to fight for a larger land for humanity, until one day, turning this martial world into the realm of humanity, which was also the rules set by the ancestral dragon, truly farsighted. Its body was so huge that it naturally weighed a lot. Therefore, when it fell and rolled, those who couldn't jump off in time were instantly crushed to death by its weight. Xi and Jinyu suddenly nodded in realization. No wonder Lin Jinyan insisted on running the shop. It truly had special significance for him. The brilliant light wings were released by him, and because they were far larger than the wings of ordinary bloodkin, they immediately filled the entire room. 220 weaving clothes. This braised pork was indeed a perfect mix of fat and lean meat. Taking a bite was juicy and oily, and the taste was truly delicious. Suamo was so moved by the food that she nearly cried. A bowl of rice, and just the braised pork was so fragrant that her mouth was full of oil, finishing a whole bowl of rice. The stir-fried pig heart was also super delicious. I could eat 3 bowls of rice. 3 bowls? I could eat 10 bowls. Did you fall into a rice pit or something? After the old bandit grandpa came in, Shang Mengqi suddenly froze. He originally thought Qiu Jingchun was lying to him, but he didn't expect an old man really came in, looking to be in his 60s or 70s. I spoke confidently, recounting how I came from Earth. The zombie virus outbreak there, and the matter with Lumai from Jinyuan Star. Ernyo and Mumu knew my background, but aside from them, Su Nuo, Qin Feng, and Nangong Wentian were all dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Before everyone could come back to their senses, a trace of malice flashed in Ji Shumin's eyes. She must take revenge for that slap. Thinking this, she immediately put on a bright smile. Heaven knows how fake it was. It was clear that he had already recalled his first avatar. After a long time, Lei Li recalled all his avatars. Your Majesty, I have been wronged. I fear Lu Minghuan wants to use the same method to frame me. If he succeeds in his scheme, it could disrupt the court's order. Your Majesty, please think twice. Meng Shiju knelt on the ground, offering good advice. At this moment, Xiao Reng finally understood why Ma Pengshi said at that time that one should not act recklessly when one has lost their heart. He only acted decisively when absolutely necessary. The next moment, the sky full of sword light dissipated instantly, and the figures of 2 young cultivators appeared directly in front of the Minghua Jinren. It was the unruly Xiao Reng and Bai Qingtian. Now the demon sword was also pondering how many backup plans Qiu Shaozi had that he hadn't used, and how much strength was visible and how much was hidden. Truly disappointing. Didn't she always want to pick flowers? Why is she suddenly timid now? Don't forget you're facing a fool. What is there to be afraid of? Zhong Qing cheered herself on. This bamboo pole was of uniform thickness and just the right length. She had never paddled a bamboo raft before, but she had seen it on TV, so she wouldn't be too flustered. With her weak body, reaching the shore was quite a challenge. As she saw the shore, Zhong Qing took a deep breath. I'm afraid that if I get too deep one day, I'll be scared, or if one day you threaten me, I fear I won't be able to help but kill you myself. Because I am the poison monarch, I am different from your Yinhua sister. I am a heartless person. And the result? The blade was perfectly lodged in the stone crevice right next to his ear, its force overwhelming. Tang Han sat calmly on the sofa, carefully considering how to win over this Qin sister if this matter was resolved. She had promised to accompany her for a whole night. Now the question was whether it would be 8 times or 9 times. Thinking of Yanhua, the crow consoled herself, as expected. The girls in the ferry building were not normal, just as the people on the first floor said. Zhou Lianying was pierced by a long spear again, the spear tip passing through the gap between his ribs, crimson blood gushing from the tip. Ma Jinzong, feeling helpless, immediately ordered an assault on the city. Due to the limited number of cannons and their low power, after a round of frantic volleys, the thick smoke dissipated and the sturdy city walls remained standing, showing no signs of damage. Originally, AI had planned to take some time to learn martial skills, exploring a path that combined the advantages of warriors and mages. Now, with a ready-made profession to reference, it saved AI a lot of effort. 221. Seized the shop. Bai Yin was stunned, his eyes blank. Yao Yao. What does this mean? Has this orc gone mad? Why is he in our room? Xiyao spread her hands, saying, I just wanted to tell you about this situation. But you all weren't listening to me seriously. This person is like that, always showing up here recently, and he has such a thick skin, not all bothered about sleeping together. Bai Yan's expression darkened. Recently. Tang Xiao thought for a moment and still felt it was better to check the other areas in the room to see if there were any useful clues for himself. When Tang Xiao thought of this, he directly turned around and walked towards other places in the surrounding rooms. The air suddenly became tense, and the densely packed crowd fell silent, miraculously not making a sound. Sure enough, as soon as he made a move, Tang Xiao summoned the box of wraiths, unleashing a powerful beam of spiritual light towards the Golden Sea Demon. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded. When Xiyao looked at her phone and saw it was from Lu Jingwei. Lu Jingwei didn't expect when Xiyao would snatch something, and for a moment, there was no way to retrieve anything. At that time, several people had just entered and many of their powers were still not very proficient, so they didn't act immediately. After a few months of cultivation, everyone's strength had firmly stabilized thus providing more assurance for venturing into that sea area. 8 million cut down to 3.5 million. This was a half-and-half split. I knew when I made this request that it was a bit excessive. However, it wasn't unreasonable. That night, when Shui Yeshua stood on the wall of Xianyuan Outyan's courtyard, her eyes collided with the scene. A crescent moon hung high, casting silver light over a patch of vibrant red, white, purple, and blue poppies beside an ancient zither, where the white-clothed Xianyuan Outyan sat. Moreover, the biggest benefit was that Tang Xiao not only restored his own power, but the mark on his chest had also disappeared, making it impossible for the man in black to track him. Yi Xiaoro looked intently at Li Chunxiao, her brows slightly furrowed, with serious and determined eyes. The captain carried Tang Jiao and ran in the opposite direction of the gunshots, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye, dodging Chun Feng's punch. Heracles was about to counterattack, but with this dodge, although the possibility of Chun Feng changing moves was basically ruled out, Chun Feng still used the most incredible technique to change his move, and that punch still slammed towards Heracles. In the back seat, Yin Juanli and Li Hong exchanged worried glances. At the same time, those arms became like tentacles, stretching out from both sides, with only one target, Qian Feishu. At the festive racetrack, drums were beating, colorful flags fluttering, and the air was filled with laughter and joy. Nearby, merchants selling local specialties were showcasing exquisite accessories and ethnic foods to tourists, looking quite novel. Until dinner and bedtime, CC still didn't ask, and Tian Xinhua could no longer hold back. Once everyone had fallen asleep, he quietly slipped into CC's room, where she was changing in her nightgown, ready for bed. Miao Yu accompanied Yang Jiuqian, and both moved swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, they had already left Wujun City. Continuing forward, when she appeared at the end of the mist, she found Xiao Chun was about to reach out to touch her body of slaughter. She was about to make a move, but hesitated, realizing that Xiao Chun was there, yet nothing unusual was happening. If it weren't for the old man mentioning it, he wouldn't have known that the plane where Earth is located had such a significant background. A superplane even more terrifying than ordinary planes? How could this be? I've lived in this plane for so many years and didn't notice anything? Shui Xiaobai thought to himself. In fact, there were not many people in the sensorate today. At the end of the year, all departments were doing their final wrap-up work, preparing for a break. Usually, there were very few deputy censors on duty, and most of the tasks were handled by the sensorate and supervisory censors dealing with some trivial matters. The rumbling sound was incessant, and the light and shadow were chaotic and intricate. The dissipating aftermath also stirred up the dust, covering Feng Yu and his horse, with only the sword energy of Yun Ting cutting through the dust to barely reveal the situation inside. Seeing the two tigers in a cozy manner, Everyone decided not to disturb them for the time being, letting them enjoy this reunion time. However, when Fong Yi slowly approached, they seemed not to notice at all, each engrossed in their own matters. The vast sound still echoed across the sky, as if it came from ancient times, filled with a heart-stopping aura. The thousands of disciples in the Dragon Hall felt as if a mountain pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Upon receiving a letter from Wei Yin, Lu Yong instantly burst into laughter, thinking that Wei Yin was quite lazy. Tian Feng and Lu Gui also laughed after reading it. Although Old Zhu had experienced the power of purple thunder, he had never been directly hit. At most, he suffered from scattered electric arc attacks. Even so, it remained vividly in his memory. Lu Yong had another secret team, an elite group with only 3,000 members, each equipped with a long weapon, a short weapon, and, more importantly, each person also had a crossbow. Vaguely, it seemed there were 16 filthy cages floating in the air, each holding a figure. Old Zhu was very displeased. Sun Wukong only accepted the bet on Tian Yu winning, hearing the repeated claims of Tian Yu's inevitable victory, which completely demoralized Zhu Tianpeng's side. 222. Better hurry up and replace him. Xiyao is stationed here, and the several uncles of the Fox clan don't dare to make sound. They have no interest in setting up stalls to sell things. The big uncle of the Fox clan even dismantles the stage, curling his lips and saying, "All right, give me a stall. Mom, you said it, so this stall is mine. Don't let others occupy it later." He knows very well that he is just using them as a shield. The old lady of the Fox clan has an uncertain gaze. When she wakes up, the room is dark. I slightly open my eyes, and, apart from the dim yellow light from the lamp at the head of the bed, I can't see any other light sources. The next second, I begin to realize the seriousness of the situation. The carriage is luxurious, with a specially designed and manufactured canopy on the roof. The wheels of the carriage are made of white iron rims and rubber. Don't doubt it. They are indeed like the wheels of modern cars. Meanwhile, Qiufeng, seeing his father lose composure, looks at him with some confusion. Now that his elder sister Boa is not around, he has to take on the responsibility of caring for his younger sisters. Wu Song uses the dialogues learned from the television in the brothel of the Northern Song dynasty, and surprisingly, he fits right in. The matron initially thought Wu Song was a first-timer and could be easily taken advantage of, but now she holds him in respect, feeling he is an experienced hand in the brothel and thus doesn't dare to neglect him. He has always thought that the Buddhas in their Buddhist realm are too noisy when chanting scriptures, but he didn't expect that they are just as chattering in daily life. Truly annoying. In the next 1,000th of a second, the arrow on the crossbow shoots out, flying along its predetermined path without deviation. Then half of it pierces into a body, the tail of the arrow slightly trembling in the air. Please wait a moment. Ladies, I will go invite my lady," the butler said as he walked out of the hall towards the backyard. Luo Peng heavily pointed at the blood hole in his chest. This wound serves as a constant reminder of his lesson this time. However, actually like this seemingly cold and aloof mature woman. Beneath their high cold masks, they all have hearts as hot as magma. Binzi gazed at Gu Hui's back, unconsciously licking his lips, startling Chen Zue into breaking out in goosebumps. "I dare not. It's just that the Empress asked me to assist with the 6 palaces, and the Empress is someone who cannot tolerate sand in her eyes. So I must be loyal and responsible." Before Su Pin could finish her words, the Empress let out a cold laugh. "Since you are here, why are you still lingering?" A familiar voice floated from behind. The killing intent of Chu Fan is not something anyone can endure. His heart is growing colder. The bodies of 6 strong men fall to the ground, their eyes still wide open, but their expressions are terrifying, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Zizhu rubbed her swollen eyes with her sleeve, cried for a long time before finally stopping. "Let's go." Xian, he gritted her teeth and firmly took his hand. After a tense struggle, they finally made it to the other side, so nervous that they skipped the process of bantering with each other. In the end, when Mu Fongjin wanted to help her down from the wood, Gonsong approached with a dark face and drove the scoundrel away. While speaking, General Xiang produced a military token in his hand and placed it on the table, then sat down and drank. At this moment, another person attacked her, and she didn't even change her position. With a swing of her long sword, several strands of bright red blood blossomed like plum blossoms on the white silk on her face, extremely bizarre. Straightening her back resolutely, the wet marks at the corners of her eyes were quickly evaporated by the crimson aura. She remained unmoved, still coldly speaking. Xiao Chuqing was not discouraged either, deliberately throwing one thick spiritual plant after another towards Fong Zilin. For a moment, the sound of iron chains echoed in the stone chamber, and Feng Ziline's brows furrowed tighter. The 3 black lotus flowers on his head were about to coalesce, but kept dispersing unsteadily, then coalescing again, then dispersing. 223. Si Chan is sick. Su Xiao spread her hands. He is not my beast husband. He even argues with me. Just get used to it. In the future, he will be my beast husband. Bei Meng added. So you're going to pursue our Yao Yao, and you still talk to me like this? Do you believe I can make Yao not want you? I don't believe it. The Fox Clan elder was extremely frustrated. Which tribe are you from? And what kind of beast are you? Speaking so rudely. I need to have a good talk with your parents. The Witch King immediately became more enthusiastic, introducing Jiang Yun to many things from the era of war, and recommending him to meet the current Witch Emperor. However, due to the cracked appearance, the efficiency of storing magical elements decreased, and, as a power source, it would reduce the success rate of device creation by about 10, so it is not recommended for equipment manufacturing professions. Whether it is elite riders or a regular number of miscellaneous soldiers, they basically face death. Just look at the ghost soldier charging straight at Li Linhao. Jiang Yun waved his hand, and the chairs and jade cups made from primordial wood fell into the sight of the holy mountain. He made a gesture of invitation and sat opposite Fairy Jingyi, drinking and discussing philosophy. At this moment, Su Miao Miao suddenly recalled her recent blatant insults towards Yang, Yi, and Duanrong. Thinking of this, she could no longer control her emotions, and a strong sense of regret and fear immediately occupied her mind. At this time, the monster's face, covered with ugly skin, had almost completely shed, revealing a gaunt face. It trembled and reached out its hand to Mo Chun, and that face was Zhang Zili. 8 blood darts pierced through the bodies of 6 people, entering from the front and exiting from the back, hanging behind them, with drops of heart's blood dripping to the ground from the sharp dragon-tooth-shaped blood darts. Xiyao, the real person, noticed the words secret method from Jian Chen's mouth. What secret technique has such a powerful effect that it can instantly weaken a master's strength? After discussing among the 6 clan leaders, they finally nodded in agreement to gather the elite warriors from each clan and set off overnight. With a chilling tone, everyone held their breath, standing still, not daring to move. Gu Qiyu smiled awkwardly as she watched Lu Jian walk towards her and sit next to her. Regarding the current situation, Li Wei was not anxious, because she had already said that if the enemy's attack was too fierce, they should retreat decisively. The truck had completely lost its direction, over a kilometer away from their defensive fortifications, and at that time, the soldiers only needed to run back. He had gone out adventuring with Big Scar back then, and that period was almost their most difficult time, often going hungry one moment and full the next. But it was precisely because of this special environment that the two developed a deep friendship. The process was painful, but the result was sweet. Ever since Ji Qingyan started studying traditional Chinese medicine, everything around her has been changing. The diagnostic techniques have become more refined, and the number of patients has increased. Even living in the suburban countryside, patients coming for consultations are endless. After most of the major problems were resolved, it was already the end of December. The 3 paused the design of 3 drones and shifted to Zhou Li and Li Ying starting to design the control software, while Chu San seized the time to review for the upcoming final exams. As usual, some audience members sought to take photos with Qin Luo and asked for autographs before leaving. Qin Luo welcomed everyone and spent over 10 minutes satisfying these fans' requests. After sending them all off and tidying up a bit, Qin Luo returned to the office area. However, she couldn't quite understand how she had just learned that the authority of the Temple of Heaven was her father. But how did he know? Ji Qingyan thought about her concerns and had no intention of drinking. So, she wanted to decline a bit. 224, it's going to become a divine beast. After Su Xiao waited for the medicine to take effect, Si Chen's temperature did indeed drop a little. Beep after the electronic sound. Su Xiao saw that the number on the forehead thermometer reached 40 degrees. It had dropped by 10 degrees, but he was still in the high fever stage. Could it be that the body temperature of beastmen is naturally higher? The temperature of the holy female, the high priestess, was abnormal. She was definitely ill. The shaman told her that even the healing spell couldn't cure it, and then spoke about the situation of the competition over the past 2 days. Haoqi advised both of them to rest, while he took the ice muscle bone lotus to the accompanying medical officer to prepare the medicine. As for why I wasn't discovered appearing in the sky, I certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fly over openly again. Although I had never fought anyone before and didn't know magic, haven't I seen pigs run even if I haven't eaten pork? The Bucks performed normally, shooting 12 out of 26, with 4 out of 9 3-pointers. The Bucks emphasized fast breaks, leading in attempts over the Nuggets. But the Nuggets' incredibly high shooting percentage made their offense seem extraordinarily efficient. To be honest, if I said the person I liked was Shun Hong, not only does he already have a marriage contract, but his wedding is imminent, and I can't understand his intentions. Saying it would make it even harder for people to believe. After a period of time, Mo Yu Huang discovered that Mo Beichen, who he had originally not taken to heart, had changed unexpectedly. Wang Jin pointed at Meng Food with a relaxed expression, but his gaze was directed at Mallory, implying, "Look, he has said such things. What do you think I should do?" Xiang Bai, who had never been in a relationship, felt a bit at a loss, but he knew his feelings. He had fallen for Lu Ru, but how should he pursue her? Mu Feng knew that if he were found to be the one who killed Murong Yu, Murong Bo would definitely not let him off. Even the Biyun sword sect couldn't protect him. Just now, that enormous aura of the giant eagle had transformed into a mini version, landing on the shoulder of the youth. After Lin Hua resolved the issue of eating, he put down the phone and walked towards Chun Muqing. Hakurai Raimu did not respond at all, but her battle-ready posture told Yagakuro Iron her answer. Li Xiaoyang had been confronting Tong Pingsheng, and although they did not fight again, the expressions on their faces were equally serious. After practicing the Xin Kong Ju, Jiang Ping went to sleep. The next morning, he got up early, took some necessary items for monitoring and tracking someone, and left his residence for the first chosen location, People's Park. At noon the next day, Jiang Ping met Li Qian at the agreed place, and the two spent the entire afternoon alone together. They first went to watch a movie and then spent half a day wandering around a nearby shopping mall, enjoying the feeling of being in love. Perhaps it was still very precious to him at that time, but what use was that? No, this definitely couldn't be the reason St. Mario left this treasure. There must be deeper details that he hadn't considered. Anyway, with the sponsorship of these wealthy people, he wouldn't lack money. Throwing money, and throwing more money felt refreshing in a way he had never experienced before. It had been a long time since he played games. Lianzi sighed, pressed the button for a new game, and started playing. Although Shirley was already at the 6th level of Qi training and had decent night vision, she couldn't see things as clearly as during the day. She was alert and puzzled in her heart, and at the same time took out a mining lamp collected from G-City and turned it on. Drops of light tears, condensed from holy radiance, fell from midair, creating ripples, just like the current state of mind of the divine envoy Vivian. 225, do something romantic. Unfortunately, the little cub Mion was still too small. She barely stretched out both hands to hug the amethyst into her arms, her smile instantly radiant. That cute little appearance melted the hearts of Si Yun and Si Chi, calling her little heart and little treasure. The female little cub was still the cutest, Si Yun sincerely exclaimed, doting on Si Mion to no end. The younger sister was still small and didn't know how to talk well. Once she could speak, she would. However, she didn't know that this remark provoked the wrath of Yin Ruoxue, which would eventually bring disaster to Lin Feng Huang and Bai Yuxiang, a catastrophe of cleansing innocence. She called Tong Niuer to rise up in defense, busy and struggling. While running, she thought, who was hitting whom? Between customers, or between employees and customers? Who was injured? Was it serious? Was there a risk to life? The Holy Light Abbot set up to this point, deliberately leaving a cliffhanger, picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip, and slowly said, "The Buddha lamp. According to my observations over the past 40 years, as long as it doesn't rain on New Year's Eve, one can see from the top of Tianqi Peak. But over the years, who would climb to the peak on New Year's Eve?" He didn't know that this long spear was called the Red Refining Gold Spear, one of the 3 legendary artifacts widely known in the martial world. The unconscious Nighthawk was also thrown out, and Yuan Wei struggled to hold it in his arms, feeling a trace of breath before finally letting out a long sigh. Although that demon was severely injured due to its original space shattering, its cultivation was still there, and it naturally had a conflict with my Demon Corpse clan. The stone wall was as bright as a mirror and as green as jade. From a distance, it looked beautiful. Coupled with the peak reaching into the clouds and surrounded by endless clouds and mist, it made the light and shadow appear ethereal and unpredictable, resembling a fairyland. Huanting looked at Mu AI like a freak, slowly unfolding the paper ball in his hand. The paper had nothing but many disordered creases. I seem to have forgotten what instruction Daipino gave. What was it? Heikeling scratched the back of his head, furrowing his brows. The Sai Tianxian had the most chivalrous heart. Hearing this, he called out loudly, disregarding his outer clothes, leaping off the couch and running out the door. Upon hearing this, Sister Sun's eyes began to well up. To know that a man could do this for her was already something to be proud of, not to mention such a moving affair. The other party could completely hide in the darkness and then suddenly appear from behind, using sharp blades to injure the Ming army. Zhu Chongwei naturally knew because the Tang king had died at his hands. Months ago, he had met this legendary feudal lord for the last time. However, at that time, Zhu Yujian had already been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. If you're just a poor person, then I'm sorry, even if you join here. You can only use ordinary devices, and once they break, you won't be able to repair them, and can only continue to be a waste or find a chance to make money to repair them. As long as this scroll is still here, she has enough confidence to better face various difficulties. But during that encounter with the three-oath sovereign, due to time constraints, she didn't have time to use it. This was Zhang Yinzu's first time seeing Xiao Changkai like this with this tone. Although he had never spoken harshly to Zhang Yinzu before, that was because in his eyes, any peer of his son was someone else's child. The Sanda's dominating body armor and steel bone, the ninja's shadow clone and substitution technique. The former's two skills were both dominating, while the latter's two skills were both teleportation. These skills allowed them to break through firepower suppression in an instant. The Blue Angel's blessing transformed into a blue light, surrounding his head, making him feel instantly clear-headed, with a significant increase in observation ability. Regarding this, all anyone could do was limited. At that moment, in the rescue room, the experts issued a second critical illness notice for Captain Peng. The young doctor instructed the nurse to observe at all times, and then went to help. 226, by Zay's little cub. The sky was as blue as the ocean. A gust of wild wind swept across the wetland, and the vast reeds swayed in the breeze, with the leaf tips already adorned with purple flower spikes. Not long after the nouveau riche finished his phone call, two police cars were seen driving from the east, screeching to a stop at the entrance of the slow-motion bar. However, even if they didn't rush in, I thought such a big hole would sink to the bottom of the sea. The Wolf King's eyes lit up. Ever since the World Tree lore had problems, the werewolves had been troubled by food shortages. Shun Tu Ying was furious. He once again failed to control his rage. But this time it was different because he didn't intend to control it all. Xiao Jun, I'm glad to see you're okay. A middle-aged man in a white police uniform walked over to Wang Xiaojun and said. Suddenly, while Yoxiang's massive body exploded with a bang, and in midair, there was no trace of person left, only a cloud of blood mist. I certainly understood that if it rained, not to mention anything else, the bonfire couldn't be lit, and their shelter had already been emptied out, leaving nothing behind, let alone dry firewood. Moreover, she had many interactions with the young master by Fei Yong, often appearing as a pair, inseparable, which inevitably led to speculation. The Wolf King assigned the task to Qiao Shi, who had been hiding in the shadows. Clearly, she was more suitable to recount what happened last night. Discovering the situation, Ma Tianzi felt a chill in his heart. He never expected Qi Yu would choose assassination, and the skill in assassination far exceeded his imagination. After so many people died, they only realized this, which was truly unimaginable. I had long had a countermeasure. In an instant, I struck 3 swords, each one not matching his momentum, but combined, they could weaken his sword force to the point of being unable to advance. Ezreal walked along the quiet street while fiddling with his phone, passing by Sona, who had been staring at him, but Ezreal seemed unaware of her. Outside stood a very imposing man. His words had previously seemed quite gentle, but his appearance and actions were very capable. However, he no longer sought so much. Being able to leave was the best outcome. He pushed open the dormitory door, and the air outside was thick with humidity. Yang Sinan took a deep breath, feeling as if she had been refreshed. Her spirits lifted. Surname Wu? Why the surname Wu? Jioshi's expression gradually softened. A surname held too much meaning for her. Of course, during her time in the Yang family, she had vaguely guessed some things, but when Yangbin told her everything in detail, Jioshi truly accepted that surname. However, these people blindly chased their dreams, ultimately causing disharmony in family relationships and becoming unable to recover after suffering a huge blow, leading to a mundane life thereafter. But it wasn't long before Qi Yu sensed the arrival of the big white cat. Before she could do anything, the cat's head emerged from the bushes, its large head resting against Qi Yu's body, pushing Chana aside, looking for affection. Jiang Ling stood up and glanced at the 2 solid figures glowing with light. As his strength improved, the strength of the summoned martial spirits naturally rose as well. Zhou Yu's current strength should be at the initial level of Xuanji, while Jingrong, due to insufficient memory recovery, was still at the level of Tianbian. Jiang Mu Yuan originally planned to check the Shuntian Yamen again, but given his current situation, it was certainly not possible, so he simply turned back to the Ningwu Duke's residence. She got into the car with Gu Yangsheng and the emergency doctors and nurses brought him an oxygen mask, set up an ECG monitor, and performed basic measures. Perhaps such a profound kiss made both of them a bit intoxicated. Afterward, they tightly embraced each other with one hand while intertwining their fingers with the other, surrendering to the surging emotions, allowing themselves to be immersed in it, regardless of age. Don't worry, this ring won't make you faint, nor is there any test. The spirit of this ring has already turned to ashes. Otherwise, how could there be no spiritual power surrounding it? The tyrant explained to Zhang Sheng, who was worried. Looking at Su Yunran's extremely pale face, after pondering for a moment, the imperial physician deeply sighed and withdrew his hand. The return grain distributed in the village was indeed insufficient, and Zhang Ming was organizing people to go hunting again. This time, Xiyao did not help. She remembered the last time she was besieged, the resentment of those wild fairies and spirits towards her. She really couldn't favor them at this moment. Otherwise, it would truly create causality. Gu Yunjin had actually gotten used to Jiang Mu Yuan's busyness, but for some reason, today upon hearing it, she felt a bit uneasy. All right, old sister, it's been over 10 years since we last met. It's that time again, let's drink something good. Old lady Zhang took off her outer coat and sat cross-legged on the kong. The Zhang family smiled and invited her to sit inside the kong, waiting for Gidge to bring the dishes up. Hearing no movement inside, she thought Chung Guoguang was asleep, so she gently pushed the door open, holding the medicine bowl and slowly stepping over the threshold. The room was still as dark as usual. However, the sunset light was faintly filtering through the window paper, illuminating the faint black figure sitting on the edge of the bed. Of course, Xiaoyu definitely did not touch her. He truly had no intention of being indecent, merely grasping Gong Yuding's hand. He said one thing, but Hanbin's plan was that it would be best if Zhang Lei was enraged and directly eliminated the crows during the meeting, so that he wouldn't have to adhere to the initial conditions. Li Xing was just pondering where to find a place full of fire when, unknowingly, he spoke his thoughts out loud. Jiang Shenwu's heart could not calm down. He gasped for breath, and cold sweat actually appeared on his forehead. From the moment he stepped into this place, he was swept by a wave of spiritual power, and the oppressive force seemed to want to crush all his flesh and blood. At dawn, the pale blue sky was dotted with a few remaining stars, and the earth was hazy, as if shrouded in a silver-gray veil. 227. Breakthrough to Divine Beast. For several days, Bei Meng was in front and behind. Su Xiao wanted to eat something, and Bei Meng personally served it to her. If it weren't for Su Xiao repeatedly refusing, Bei Meng would have wanted to feed her himself. Everyone in the imperial capital, under Bei Meng's loud announcement, knew that Su Xiao was pregnant again. Everyone happily came to congratulate her and brought many gifts. There were homegrown vegetables and game they had hunted, delivered one after another. Living in this vast world, isn't it still restricted by many limitations with the freedom of life and death? In contrast, the pure spirit body has a long lifespan, not inferior to celestial beings. Lin Moer stared at the endless sea in the distance, worriedly saying, her delicate features now devoid of spirit. While he was considering whether to crush that thing with his bare hands, he heard Zhu, now, say something else. The two shook hands, feeling a sense of affinity. Of course, it wasn't the kind of disdain for his father, but rather the domineering aura he possessed, with strength and charisma, making him worthy of friendship. Naturally, this was due to the supremacy of strength. With a loud bang, Cassius raised his sword high, clashing with Baker's dragon claw. Dharma managed to catch it and then sent it into his mouth. After that, his body shone with golden light and finally returned to normal. Zhang Yi calmed down. He couldn't do anything, having tried cultivating long ago, thinking he had some energy within him, but now he felt nothing at all. If he continued to cultivate, it would be a futile effort. Madame Shun's eyes turned slightly red, as scenes from the past floated in her mind. Her hands trembled slightly as she suppressed her inner turmoil and stepped forward. Song Jiwu and Hua Qi brought people to settle in the dense forest, waiting for Yu Qing and others to come over once everything was ready. The scene only stopped when the two figures disappeared at the door. I tiredly closed my eyes, curling my entire body into the sofa, my cheeks rubbing against the soft blanket, yet I couldn't warm up no matter what. I thought it would be like before, without any suspense, and the gossip object would definitely be Qin Huaiyan. I didn't expect that when she sat down, the name I heard from them was Gu Dongsheng. Finally, when he extricated himself from the long queue, the look on his face was dark. He had wasted his precious time at the traffic lights. He thought, forget it. With 1,000 words, facing that miserable face I had caused, I couldn't say a single word, only letting out a faint sigh. The old man had this temper. tough and hard-headed, and even when he softened, he had to pretend to be tough, which Lin Mu had long gotten used to. The ugly guy kicked out by Lysanda howled, as Lysanda's kick condensed chaotic energy, causing the already severely suppressed ugly guy to cry out in pain. Hey, are you crazy? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The protector of the Dali Temple, Ning Ke, coldly stared at the central figure, Xia, his expression fluctuating. After all, this was the old nest of the Tianlong family. If his true identity were discovered, he might really not return. Just when both sides were in a standoff, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. Lysanda's voice suddenly echoed from the valley below. Lin Tianlei nodded. Lin Mu rarely spoke so seriously with him. He looked at Lin Mu, wanting to see what kind of flowers he could come up with. Meanwhile, Kong Li and the forensic doctor along the way were unaware of the situation, still chatting and laughing as they walked with us. While Yang and I became quietly vigilant. Although Fu Shijin seemed to be oblivious, Lin Jiejia could no longer compete or immerse herself in it, biting her lip to suppress any sound. It's okay, friends help each other. Loyally placed his hand on Lin Shuangshi's shoulder for a few seconds before leaving. The sword spirit was waiting for Ling Yefeng to make a choice. This matter couldn't be resolved by avoidance. 228. Transform into a dragon. Other divine kings sighed internally. Although they looked old, they had actually surpassed 100,000 years of lifespan as formidable beings. Each one could be called an ancient monster, no longer possessing the vigor of their youth. Luckily, Guye's good habit of collecting drywood blocks for emergencies finally came in handy. At last, both sides erupted simultaneously. The golden shield expanded violently under the urging of his life essence, and the Vajra 8 strikes, blocking in front of the flying sword. You had been more exhausted than this before, so why was it like this now? There must be something wrong with his body. After returning, he had to take him for a thorough checkup, otherwise he couldn't feel at ease. Indeed, it was the moonlight stone used in crafting magical artifacts. Using it on a magical tool was a luxury, so it was not surprising that I could manifest the sword-light division. Xiao Lingsong replied with a smile. I don't know what to do now. Uncle and Aunt didn't report it. Only the Lung family is looking for me. At the airport, when Yang Chufei saw Jiayu's figure, tears streamed down like a flood. However, at that time, no one knew what had happened. Even the invincible from the ancient monarchs had come to investigate, but found nothing. Jiang Xinyu pouted, putting on a pitiful look. The latter remained indifferent, determined to leave. But suddenly, with a thud, a large cauldron appeared in front of Gu Tian, blocking Chun Kuen's palm. Everyone looked up at the person on the large cauldron. A very graceful figure stood atop it. Bai, who was well known for the Jinlo Zong of Donghuzu, felt extremely fortunate to see Wang Xiong's secret method today, and I and my junior brother were at Wang Xiong's disposal. The person speaking was Bai Suinhai, mentioned earlier by Wang Jinzhan, a member of the Yingguei sect, with late-stage foundation-building strength. In fact, currently, there are 3 types of rockets in China that can launch on the SSO track: Long March 4B, Long March 4C, and Long March 2D, with a payload capacity ranging from 2 to 4 tons. A launch is indeed expensive. Only national and military satellites can enjoy them. Lan Sumin, Ouyang Mafei, Liya, Xu Xinyu, Qin Xuan, Ji Feier, and others like Flames collided and burned in this virtual space. They felt an indescribable anger and anxiety due to the incident involving Feng Yihao, saying it was just so, but their eyes had already started to observe everyone's reactions, especially Lan Shumin's. Feng Yihao simply picked up a discarded wooden stick from the ground, pointing at a social youth who was also holding a stick. The previous design relied on 2 inner circles with a total of 13 engines that could vector control the nozzles, while B10 only had the 3 central engines that could move. While complaining, Shen Lu discovered a familiar object beside Fu Cheng and walked over to see the whole picture. Under the perspective of a global live broadcast, Lu Liang was put in special shackles, changed into a humiliating prison uniform, and walked into the prison. I still can't be completely sure, said Chu Yang, telling her the 2 important discoveries about the tiger. Of course. Fu Xinyue smiled and stuck out her tongue, her gaze shifting to Jiang Wan beside her. The Li family was about to kneel, but the next moment she saw the 2 men holding her being kicked away, startling her, thinking another brutal man had come. Her body trembled uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. I thought Yuan Zi would hate Shin Beitong, but unexpectedly, at this moment, she still showed no signs of remorse, abandoning all morality to hold onto a man who had caused her such great trauma. There was once a trace of pity for her, but now that trace of pity had completely vanished. Yang Xian and Ji Jingxi both came from very high backgrounds. Although they had faced hardships and setbacks, they had never felt the life of the common people so closely before. If the west side of Xuanqing is solemn and silent, then the east side is bustling and chaotic. Traveling along the Xianchuan River, it feels as if two worlds have been divided. Yi Xian said no more. His palm drew in, and the sacred demon scroll flew over. After infusing his true essence into it, Yi Xian's soul power followed, as if entering a vast sea of clouds. The words of the Purple Flame Emperor were indeed sincere. After all, cultivating a future powerhouse who could look down upon the world was something to be proud of, and in this regard, the Purple Flame Emperor believed they were the same. She was anxious and could not afford to treat it with courtesy. Without a second word, she decided to force her way in. However, the other side seemed to be well prepared. As soon as she struck a pose to break in, hundreds of guardians surged out like a tide. The dragon fist met the sword energy and shattered instantly, and the might of the sword energy was unstoppable. After cutting through the star dragon fist, it spread out, charging towards Long Jingtian. Over the past 3 days, progress was minimal, but there were subtle improvements. The illusory sword lotus was already able to complete more than 14 leaves, yet still could not complete 21 leaves. Once achieved, Lin Wushuang's sword insights would reach 50% of its potential. At the hour of Shun, the boat docked at a quiet and picturesque bend of the river. The seventh elder of the Gu family spotted this place at a glance and sent a message to Gu Shernua that he was going to disembark to enjoy the scenery. Oh, I see. Li Pinger sat down leisurely and glanced at Long Yun beside Di Luofeng. Just as Lin Diani completed his 64th consecutive win, another highly anticipated contestant, Tong Meiyao, stepped up to compete. Listen up, everyone, the young master has ordered that this time 30% of the rewards will be given to the brothers. As for Cadden, who was waiting for him in bed, in order not to wake his beloved cat apprentice, Guyi had to let her suffer a little for now. 229, someone stole something. Huh, how strange, what are these things? Why can't I find anything good? The person muttered to himself, rummaging through everything from the first floor, not missing a single room. What are you doing? Do you need me to help you? A voice that seemed to smile echoed in his ear, and the person instinctively responded, Sure, you, just as she was about to seek help. She heard that because the main gate of the border city of the great DM kingdom was wooden, it could not withstand such a violent impact from the soldiers of the Jin Feng kingdom for long. After a moment, a melodious yet slightly melancholic flute tune echoed into this desolate graveyard. It seemed that some spirit energy flowed into the water through her hair tips, and the water reflected a shadow of an unknown time, place, and person. The one who came to answer the door was a man in his 60s, hunched over but wearing fine clothes. It seemed he was from a recently prosperous family. He should have been called Inthe, but having gotten used to calling him Yang Huai, Wu Qian planned to continue calling him that. Alas, knowing that so many banned weapons were hidden here, we can't go in to investigate. It's so frustrating, a police officer said angrily. Wu Hua was not polite either. He nodded to Zhou Homing beside him and sat down at Ouyang Qing's table. Xiong grinned mischievously at Jieyu, deliberately using his chopsticks to snatch the chicken breast that her mother had given her. So, I have one last fantasy to share with you. When I turned my eyes, it seemed like a stroke of inspiration, and I made a decisive judgment, whether right or wrong, since I had nothing to do anyway. In the past, although I had thought this way because of my love for my youngest child, I had never regretted it so firmly. Hart had already dashed out of the tent, just as Martin's scream ended. He had slept in his clothes at night, fearing something might happen. This was also why, as a general, he still politely nodded to a Shiyin in return instead of disregarding her like Prime Minister Do. Long Bing rarely smiled at Mo Fan, feeling extremely surprised at this moment, not expecting such a thing to happen, which exceeded his imagination. He never thought such a thing would occur. However, her face always carried a hint of helplessness, and so many events had unfolded, making him feel extremely helpless, far beyond his imagination. In its place was a strange black frog, wearing a golden crown on its head. Lu Ling suddenly looked up in the direction where Li Mi and the others were. Now his body seemed to resonate with something, creating an intense desire for completeness. Just as the villagers were still searching through every cave little by little, the flying Junbuyu and Yinyu also arrived in the cave. This was a large city, seemingly not much less than a revival city. Fong Li looked down from the sky, judging in his heart. Even if it wasn't Tiwei City, it was among the largest cities in Wei County. He signaled to Lena with his spirit sense to fly closer for a better look. The morning light of the next day was splendid, the sun shining brightly, pouring all the heat and light accumulated overnight onto the earth. Early in the morning, The ground was already ablaze, with smoke rising everywhere, as if heavy rain was imminent in a few days. It could be said that the flame spirit pearl can both suppress and amplify, serving dual purposes, and is quite miraculous. Even as sometimes effective optical invisibility genes and self-generated bioelectric currents similar to an electric eel. They either died at the hands of the angry citizens of various main cities or managed to escape back to their own main cities using the return scroll in time. 2:30. This is a marriage scam. Mom, are you here to steal from Yao's house? Su Lin felt a headache when she saw the Fox Clan old lady. How can you do such a thing? Everyone in the family is in the imperial capital. You could have discussed it with us. What do you need to steal? The magic beast crystal core? Are you trying to buy something? Oof, by what? These are clearly meant to be offered to the Antelope clan. The third uncle of the Fox clan snorted, seeing through it at a glance. Senior, you and T kill someone and then capture them. Would you? That wouldn't be in accordance with the rules. Qin Feng hurriedly reminded him, after circling around the coffin twice. Yin Liani did not expect that she would return to a corpse one day. Jiang Huiyun had been outside all along, while Hu Tingshun had been accompanying her, though she was unaware of it. In the blink of an eye, two palms covered in curse patterns suddenly clasped together, forcibly pinching the blade of Sui Han Yin's sword. Oh, how could that be? I love my country too much. Mishur hurriedly saw the three off, instructed the guards to give silver, then turned back, locked the door, and the inside was silent. There were relatively few cargo ships, and they were all large ships, clearly belonging to big trading firms. It would be best if it were as you said. Jiang Jing snorted coldly, only then willing to stay with her. You'd better finish everything in one go. Hu Tingshun turned his back to him, showing no mercy. The old man's words were strange, but I was focused on the Buddha amulet and the corpse, so I naturally didn't pay much attention. The jade hairpin looked ordinary on the surface, but it felt particularly cool to the touch, even on the hottest days of summer. It felt like an ice pop. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance emanating from the hairpin. Murong Qing you stare at the bright yellow figure until he completely disappeared at the door, then turned to look at Murong Qing Wan, who was still holding her chopsticks. After eating a bit, Lung Hao Xian felt a warmth in his stomach, and it was no longer as uncomfortable as it had been at first. The initial hint of drunkenness had also been suppressed. Jean she did not expecting how to agree with her nonsensical statement, leaving her momentarily stunned. Why is this happening? Does the Prime Minister really not understand? If it weren't to protect Wan Wan, he would have wanted to immediately cut this ruthless man into pieces. What do you think? I'll go to Sudu in a couple of days and ask around. Chao Chong said boldly. It's no problem. I will order them to chase to the Zhang River. If we still can't catch Xiao Run by the Zhang River, we'll stop the pursuit immediately. Gan Ning has already entered the river and will turn to the Zhang River to meet us, Zhou Yu said with confidence. He looked at the two bodyguards, but they also did not notice anything. Sun Yongren was still talking to himself, completely oblivious to Yi Tian Yun's movements. 2 days later, Zhang and the others arrived at the Xia city with a large supply of grain and cattle, accompanied by Mengde and Deng Ji. 2 months had passed since they had parted unhappily, and he said he never wanted to see her again. He truly meant it. Yesterday was his 25th birthday, and she thought that even if he hated her, he should let her, as his nominal wife, be by his side on such a special day. Shall we eat this? Chung Fei Fan directly found an empty seat to sit down, appearing very relaxed, as if he was a regular at this night market. Li Ziyang unhesitatingly picked up the Xianling sword from the ground and swung at his shoulder. Just now, the Emperor's decree appeared, and its booming voice spread throughout the underworld, causing the entire Wang's Death City to erupt. Although Qin Ping did not have a deep understanding of elixirs, he was still quite skilled and had a basic judgment. Indeed, it seems that this person, the Queen Mother, was hesitant and didn't know how to continue, which made Li Ziyang even more curious. 231. Teach the Antelope clan a lesson. You tricked us, Fox clan. Do you think we were just decorations? My mother may not be the best, but you are even worse. After using my mother, you still want to kick her away? Take my iron hook fist. They exchanged blows, and the Fox clan uncle, eager to protect his mother, directly threw a left hook. Ouch! It hit the old antelope's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Damn, the Fire God envoy is too awesome. The Sand People tribe leader is nothing compared to him, Li Fei thought inwardly. After Wan Meng finished speaking, she realized there was no sound, quietly opened her eyes, and found the front was empty. Li Bai glanced at Wan Meng's bulging belly and carried her and her son back into the room. Without thinking, Di Renjie reached behind him and hugged Wan Meng. Feeling something slippery in his hand, Chi Su Yao began to accuse them of being heartless and unreasonable, which clearly resulted in 3 of them giving him a beating, a typical case of taking advantage and then playing innocent, Who else should we hit if not you? He thought that if he let the two of them dither here any longer, they wouldn't be able to go back. However, even Sun Tzu could not have imagined that Zhou Yu, after getting drunk, had a thought process as a military strategist that was beyond his imagination. Due to the stimulation of drugs, she became much more spirited, her eyes finally sparkling, and her body seemed to be filled with energy. Li Qingqian couldn't help but smile secretly. She was still angry that her father easily submitted to Lin Kuan and his son last night. Gently nodding, she already knew that Yang Huang was such a responsible man. He would never be timid, cowardly, or evasive. At a young age, he was like a comet falling into this world and would definitely become the brightest star in it. Since Lin Yuheng's family was publicly excluded from the clan by Lin Gua, Lin Yuji not only lost the title of the eldest son of the Lin Gua Duke S Mansion, but also lost the protection of the Lin Gua Duke S Mansion and became a discarded child of the family. Going out, Hualing Feng suddenly turned around, and his usually gentle eyes emitted a strong hostility as he looked at Hui Yuning with a glimmer of murderous intent. Jean Tong Tong in the room probably heard what I said on the phone. She didn't say anything, which was very much like her style. But I knew very well that she hated me to the core. He was still the same, always subjectively judging things, and once he made a decision, it was unchangeable. They had already been introduced, so we couldn't just stare, introduce myself, and introduce the watermelon. The Demon Queen's lips curled into a faint smile. Her slightly upturned vermilion lips were incredibly charming, but her pretty face suddenly changed, and with a wave of her jade hand, a section of the starry river shattered instantly. The golden bell expanded again, seemingly intending to surround and suppress Yi Fan Tian's ancient divine mountain. Qin Tian Ao's dark tiger eyes glinted with a faint light as he subtly assessed the man before him. Although he was exceptional in every way, he was too mysterious and powerful to be someone he could entrust his life to. Moreover, Qin Tian Ao hoped that Qin Hong could marry his son, though he would never force her. Please, I was merely stating facts. I had no intention of making you laugh, okay? You couldn't control yourself. I felt quite helpless. Am I not handsome? I am indeed the #1 in our school's top 10 heartthrobs. Oh no, Jiang Lan. He intends to take you back for punishment. We have to think of a way to escape quickly. Yi Hao Yang shouted urgently in the earpiece. Jiang Lan trembled and raised her hand, and Edward grasped her hand, his icy grip sending a chill to the bottom of his heart. Min Yunshu looked up and saw a white bird flying in the morning light, heading straight for Lin Shi Palace. 232. The heavy rain continues. The Fox clan elder sniffed and said shyly, I know. It was my blindness that allowed someone like this to deceive me. Boo-hoo, it's still very sad to think about. But I'm also very glad that my sons have never fought. Now, for me, they've beat up that bastard, and I am very happy. She patted the faces of the Fox clan uncles one by one to express her gratitude. Finally, when she looked at Xiyao, there was deep guilt in her eyes, and she lowered her head and said, when the evil dragon heard this, his expression slightly changed, and he laughed. Isn't that your lover? After the evil dragon finished speaking, his entire body moved around amidst the intertwining lightning, proudly boasting in his words. What should we do? Just wait for her to fall asleep again? Who knows how long it will take her to fall asleep again? What if she stays awake all night? She didn't know why she was so heartless at that time. She didn't even hug him or give him a name. Just then, a sharp sound suddenly pierced through the thin window paper from outside the window by the bed, and a green shadow shot directly through, entering the room and aiming at the few people at the table. Inside the carriage, Qihao frowned at Qihao, who seemed to be more at ease alone with Qihao than before. Those who could become scouts were all skilled soldiers. After all, scouts could approach the enemy to gather intelligence, map out routes, and find water sources. They had to be able to hide, and when discovered, they had to be able to escape. Without good horsemanship, archery, and martial arts, one could not become a scout, and the risks for scouts were much higher than for ordinary soldiers. Yes, young hero, king of the underworld Jiang Shirley, king of the 7 underworlds Bei Kaoshan, king of the 5 underworlds Jiozhong Jiao, and Lishanshur of the celestial realm, especially the king of the underworld Jiang Shirley. The departure of the 4 underworld kings from Lingdo City was equivalent to them completely giving up on Lingdo City. But what about this white-clothed young man in front of us? He was nowhere to be found while the 4 burly men inside the Wanxin gambling house were fighting fiercely, their fists and feet creating a storm of blows. Although 2 oil lamps were lit here, making it look quite bright and clean, the dark outside environment and the bars in front made Lu Jun realize that he was actually in a prison. He looked at Su Jinsheng, whose gaze towards him was calm, yet probing. He suddenly didn't know how to start speaking. Wei Yuan wanted to have her own quiet time, and this was meant to be a rare enjoyment. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhiheng appeared out of nowhere. His arrival not only interrupted Wei Yuan's precious quiet time, but also stirred a few inexplicable feelings of dislike in her heart. After hearing this, Yanxiu unusually fell silent, hesitating for a long time, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. However, because of this, when the court sent a greedy and corrupt governor, the iron-faced and selfless Pei Xian naturally became a thorn in the governor's side. In the end, he was found guilty and exiled to Shaman Island. Meanwhile, Su Manqing stared blankly at this scene. After experiencing the initial shock, her gaze towards Liangshan revealed a kind of fervent expectation. For her, the more mysterious Liangshan was, the greater the hope of saving her father. However, the CIA was not to be easily manipulated by Dewey. They proposed to hold a press conference, requiring Qianlong to declare at the meeting that they had not faced any criticism from the CIA, but were merely cooperating with the CIA's investigation, and that the entire process was conducted in a friendly and peaceful atmosphere. Regarding the incident at Lingyan Pool, as the person involved, she naturally knew everything clearly. If it weren't for Lin Fei's interference, she would never have fallen into the Lingyan Pool unprepared. "Are you okay?" Yi Tianfei jumped down, revealing a gentle smile as he ruffled Wang Xueqing's hair, completely devoid of any previous coldness. Such an important matter, she had to inform Talari at the first opportunity. Otherwise, Talari would definitely hit her again. 233, the score has passed halfway. Xiao Xiao was shocked. The ginseng doll did not return to Shishir village because of the special aura on Yuluo, and had even completely left the area. Li Zhihai impatiently waved his hand, and the person was thrown out again, lying on the ground, looking particularly pitiful. The stone wall quickly closed with a rumbling sound, followed by the lighting of soul-guiding lamps in the passage. The food in this world was extremely unappetizing. Only the fruit wine was decent, with very low sweetness and quite palatable. Gung Shanshan took her friendship with her bestie to the extreme, constantly exploiting Tang Keek's soft-hearted weakness, lowering Tang Keek's guard, and successfully getting her a second cup of wine. "Are you sure I'm the only child of my parents?" Tang Hongyu suddenly asked. The true powerhouse of the Blackbeard pirates. Yu Zhishiliu was enveloped by a huge black cube, with the sounds of swords clashing occasionally coming from within. Luo Tsue found it boring, so she secretly slipped out when no one was home and accidentally bumped into Wang Guzi, who was digging in the village. This is what a normal situation should be like. A growth rate like Luffy's is abnormal. Xiaoqi corrected Rayleigh's statement. Maybe it's not red ink. After all, there's a saying that using human blood to dot the eyes of paper figures will bring them to life. It's okay. It's okay. You should rest well. Nian wanted to ask something, but after thinking about it, she decided to let her rest. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this method was feasible. She could even see the 5 million lottery ticket beckoning to her, her big eyes shining like light bulbs. Now, Yi Luo's soul power has surged, enough to cast the soul control technique on a Qi master, and coupled with the fact that this guy's soul was severely injured, he had no attacking ability at all, only able to watch helplessly as his soul was controlled by Yi Luo, ultimately becoming Yi Luo's servant. That's right, it's life force. Originally, this life force was as mysterious as the divine soul, hidden in every cell of the body. When the three of us came down, the sect master had already told me that this time, a practitioner above the respect level appeared on the continent, and he wasn't from the upper realm. The purpose of our descent was to capture this person and hand him over to the upper realm's sect master. Therefore, compared to Zhang Zishuan's own energy, that little bit of division seemed utterly unattractive. "Child, you must be strong. You are Prince Gelman of the Kirin Kingdom," and his deep gaze was filled with sorrow. This unfortunate fate should not be borne by such a young child. Shining Tian wanted to stop Li Huai, but it was too late. Slap. That slap was loud and resounding. Did he think it would end like this? It seems Shun Ingtian still underestimated Li Huai. Li Huai steadied his stance, lifted the chassis of the speeding car with both hands, and in an instant, the car was overturned by him. Is this fool on some kind of medicine? Does he think he is very loyal and righteous? But Li Huai didn't even bother with him. And what was there to talk about life and death together with Li Huai? It was truly laughable. Lan Zhao Snow. You should know that they had signed a life and death contract. If Zhou Xingyun were to cruelly cripple their internal strength, they could not hold him accountable. After all, he was very rule-abiding and had not harmed a single hair on them. Murong Jiu lay quietly, not stopping, as that large hand groped randomly inside her fur coat, making her feel unbearably hot. Moreover, judging from previous events, compared to Xiao Zhufeng, This Fu Yi was easier to provoke and more likely to tell the truth. At this moment, Long Shui already held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, clearly ready to have a showdown with the Great Serpent. Oh, you don't have to spend your money. You don't care how expensive it is. Just eat your fill. We'll sit diagonally across there and wait. Not only Mu Mu Hua was looking forward to the people from the Mountain River tribe coming to collect the salt, but everyone from the Mu Mu tribe was looking forward to it, especially their leader, Mu Mu Xianhuang, and the high priest. Then let's get to know each other first. He grinned broadly at Tong Jun, rare to see his expression become lively because he encountered a kindred spirit. Bai Feng waved his hand, and suddenly a storm stirred in the air. A tornado 100 meters wide rushed from afar and stopped in front of everyone. Feng Huai and her grandmother were not on good terms. Although they hadn't fought to the death, she was unwilling to return home to listen to her grandmother's endless nagging. Therefore, after a semester of effort, she finally managed to transfer her job and went from being a university lecturer to a junior high school teacher. So that's how it is. Shimen Jue Shui suddenly understood. With this premise, not only was the Sheng Yuan kingdom very safe, but even the Bai family was living quite peacefully. However, Shimen Jue Shui was no longer the same as before. His strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Moreover, having practiced the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique, as his cultivation level increased, the true energy within him became increasingly thick. This was a tremendous help for opening the Qi Sea. In just one step, Liao Ming had already entered the isolation layer, and nothing unexpected happened. The onlookers outside felt a sense of relief, but continued to restrain themselves, watching Liao Ming to see what his next move would be, so they could better judge whether they could enter without any issues. 234, the jealous male. She really drank it. Bei Meng looked curiously at the little cub in her arms. Seeing Su Xiyao wake up, she brought the little cub to her. Yao Yao, you gave me a female cub. She must be the cutest little female in the world. This was Bei Meng's first encounter with such a creature, and he thought his cub looked beautiful no matter how he saw it. Paternal love surged instantly. Let's give her a name. After the fat kid entered the house, he only mentioned that Tang Feng and Xiao Xiao had gone out to eat with other friends and then sat in silence with Hao Zi, leading to a hasty end to dinner. Yin Feng was excited and immediately stepped inside, but as soon as he entered, a shadow suddenly came crashing towards his face. Master Guan's sudden outburst immediately attracted the attention of the remaining 6 resurrected immortals. Xing Zhe had been silent, but when the Star Master spoke, he had no reason to remain quiet any longer. After the previous encounter with Jiuju's disciple and Jiuju himself, Yiqiu had consumed all the pills on him, and now he had hardly any left, so he prepared to replenish a bit. Pei Feng was full of jealousy, but she still didn't want Jia Qing to go out smelling like a vixen. I am Jiang Taichu. Jiang Yuxian hesitated slightly and said. He still looked like he had black hair and black eyes, so he casually picked a name for himself. The Jiang surname needed to be retained, and as for Taichu, it represented chaos. After chaos comes the primordial, and since he possessed a primordial world, then Taichu was fine. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up, eagerly hoping the other party would agree quickly, so they could be neighbors and discuss the great Tao every day. They had both obtained the flawless immortal blood realm, which would give them plenty of common topics, and she could repay her kindness. Luli certainly would not ask for the reason just because the other party was doing nothing. The pre-match conversation time had long passed, and it was now officially battle time. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one, and Luli had no obligation to care about the other side's days. From then on, everyone could see the trust Emperor Zhengqing had in Prince Tang and his determination for this battle. Child, you've grown up, really grown up, and the bigger you get, the closer you are to your stepmother Su Luo man. Instead, your biological father has become like a stepfather. At this moment, although there were still 3 vacant spots in the parking lot of the bathhouse, with signs prohibiting parking, Feng didn't care about that and shouted, just park there. The GL8 parked firmly in that spot, crushing the yellow plastic sign, and the security guard on duty immediately ran over. Yan Qing looked coldly at her mother, who secretly pinched her father, making a two gesture with her hand, indicating that this was the 20th table her father had smashed this month. After finishing the sacrificial rites for Gu Yuzhen, Jin Qing entered the palace to see Gu Rue Shui, detailing her plan for the medical school. This is not my limit. Chang'an stubbornly took a step forward, coordinating with the sword momentum's footwork. I will never do this again. Echoing Tua Li's words, Dunyang's eyes sparkled with tears as she promised. Today marked the 3rd day of the rebel siege on Iced Li's castle. In the highest point of the castle still flew the red flag, symbolizing Great Rome, fluttering in the wind. Just now, Ming Xiyao and the others had sent the news back, and everyone was so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, with many cheering. One could see Jian on the large fish's body, constantly tapping and tracing something with his hands, seemingly making grids or dividing regions. The middle-aged man, surrounded in the center, held 2 long swords, fighting back against 5 adventurers without falling behind. He opened his hands, and the center of his palm began to melt as a skull rose from that spot, eventually landing in his hand. 235 twin cubs. In the capital, songs and dances filled the air, while Xiyao sat a bit farther from the bonfire party, supporting her already round belly. Today was the big day for the Fox clan's big uncle. He had finally found a match in the capital with an older female. She was a female hippo and had had other beast husbands before, but her fertility was too low, and as time passed, seeing she couldn't bear offspring, they all left her. The Fox clan's big uncle didn't mind her low fertility. In fact, they weren't sure if Elon too was in Japan. This time, they only came to test the waters. So when Kato Kayomesa didn't provide Elon too as agreed last time, they didn't feel deceived, but rather decided to observe in the dark. With a swift motion, Rin Ping Sheng flew back, carrying Mo Wen Tian, while a sword source had already followed, vowing to detain him. He did have a waste token for the Xiao Lu camp. He had specifically obtained it by handing in 100 spirit stones during his last entry into the city, but he did not expect it to have such a function upon entry. However, if he offended Luo Fongming just to kill Lu Hao and indirectly lost the potential benefits of this ancestral Dragon Cave trip, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The reason he still received medical expenses was that he was still on the examination list, protected by the most basic rules of the Ability Masters Association. The pirates wanted to know the defensive situation in Water City from him, but Lord Shun was tight-lipped and wouldn't give anything away. In the end, the pirates decided to throw them into the water to feed the fish out of anger, but unfortunately, a tsunami occurred during the execution. It was the agitation of the divine beast Kuan that caused a large ship where Lord Shun was located to capsize, and he managed to grab onto a life. Su Yiqing was worried about eavesdroppers, so he didn't have too much communication with Lu Hao at this place, and instead took Lu Hao directly away. The person who walked out from behind the main stage was none other than Kong Bai, the genius previously referred to by everyone as someone who had definitely become an intersect disciple. The main reason for the withdrawal was that the current head of the Su family didn't want Su Mengrong to have the opportunity to cultivate inside. In an instant, the venue turned into a valley, and amid the endless explosions, everyone looked at each other in horror. "Thank you, uncle, I was very touched. I only said thank you to Huang Tao's father. I didn't say anything more. Sometimes, words don't need to be too many, as long as they are kept in the heart. The Grand Empress does not love gold and jewels, but prefers talismans, which shows how great the charm of this thing is." After returning to my room, I called Xiyao, but she told me that she and Master Go were waiting for me in the hotel's tea restaurant. I couldn't believe my ears, so I asked again to confirm that she was indeed in the hotel's tea restaurant, and Master Go had not left either. "How'd he know someone was looking for you, Mommy?" Louis Chen asked, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Then, regardless of whether Yiming Shan spoke or not, she turned around and slammed the door shut. However, he was filled with joy because he had a strong premonition that this iron cloth shirt was real, not a fake technique. Therefore, Yuan Feima arrived early at the Xiao family, not entering but waiting until Xiao arrived, and then greeted her with a smile. The others, upon seeing this, scrambled and rolled forward, seemingly losing the aggressive momentum they had when they arrived. Later, many people in Beihai City who mingled in the underworld gradually began to understand that the Changhong Hotel was not only protected by Somali pirates, but also had Li Fei as the big boss behind it. So they reined in their thoughts of causing trouble at that venue. Feng Qingyu followed behind Long Yi, walking unhurriedly. Although Long Yi was anxious, he knew that the Empress was not someone he could command. After all, even the usually domineering emperor had to give the Empress some respect. "Zhu Dian Li, you must immediately tell Shernua about Murong Xiao's situation. You must." And Mu's eyes were filled with anger as she shouted at Chu Tianli. 236. The truth of the future. "Are you okay, Si-chun?" Su Xiao's mind was in a haze, and a burst of white light exploded in front of her, making her feel dizzy. She almost thought she was seriously ill, but after a while, she recovered. She raised her eyes and saw Si-chun staring blankly, furrowing her brows and asking, "Did you foresee something? It's strange, why didn't I see it?" She looked down at their clasped hands. If it were before, they would have. Although singers usually decide on their songs in advance, there are times when they might change songs at the last minute before going on stage. However, it is generally not common to choose to change songs, as the songs that have already been decided are usually practiced more often. If they change songs at the last minute, it must be for a special reason. Lu Qi needed to gather more information, and naturally, the best source was the base's mainframe. Tao Hua smiled, feeling too lazy to bother. However, for the past couple of days, she felt something was off. People walking beside her in the academy looked at her with strange expressions. And even the two teachers who had always been nice to her seemed pained every time they saw her, making Tao Hua quite depressed. Clearly, the four-eyed monster had never encountered the true fire of samadhi. He looked uncertainly at the ground where his arm had fallen off, where there was already nothing left. Master Su was still muttering to himself, completely ignoring Zhou Hongzhu's ashen face. As long as no one splashes dirty water on me again, it's fine. Li Qianqian pouted in complaint. Song Miao Miao had been inquiring for a long time, but only managed to find out these things, which made her feel a bit disheartened. Back when she first entered the Gao family, she figured out everyone's background in less than a day. Xiaolang, believe me, my sister really said that. I'm not lying to you. Mrs. Feng was frightened by the murderous intent in Xiao Renan's eyes, and she couldn't care about being sad anymore. She started to cry pitifully. Now that the Kuei-Nyo has long been extinct, or perhaps as long since mixed with other species, it is impossible to create another Kuei-Nyo drum. When the veterinary class saw Xie Yumming striding to the podium with a stick, they thought he was going to show some kindness by wiping the not-so-clean blackboard. But to their surprise, he boldly wrote his name on the blackboard. Song Shui felt a familiar soft warmth approaching from behind her, and before her was a snow-white fluff. After thinking that Ling Jiao was a slave of Bai Lu, Song Shui said again that within 5 meters, as long as it didn't cross the line, there would be no problem. The sun gradually moved from the east toward the center. In this season, it was quite desolate, with withered trees lining the roadside, and a few leaves hung lonely at the treetops. Watching Xiyao seem unable to wait, moving restlessly around her, Su Yujia felt a wave of immense tension. Curiously, she crawled from the sofa over, and when she got closer, she realized it was a plane ticket from City C to Frankfurt. Continuing to walk. Upon hearing this, Jinghua also realized that there must be an issue, but ordered without showing any signs. 2 bailiffs walked in front, holding lanterns, their bodies trembling slightly. Yu Shangyun, however, chuckled lightly, a momentary intense emotion flashing in her eyes, her smile much more sincere than before. Hearing that Qinlong was fine, Nangong Mingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but it felt as if her chest had been heavily struck, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhu Kei and Bai, who were somewhat surprised that Mo Tong hadn't mentioned the letter left by the Underworld Emperor, but seeing Mo Tong's expression, they didn't dare to expose it and kept quiet. With the sound, Su Mu headed toward the kitchen, watching his mother wildly chopping vegetables with a knife, filling several large bowls. He looked a bit nervous. If things were really going to be like this, it was likely that Su Qingqiu's identity was indeed extraordinary. 237. The dragon cub has arrived. She had gone out early in the morning, met A Mion, and confusedly went to get a marriage certificate with him, while her mother at home probably still knew nothing. The Fire of the Moon seemed to have a preference for red long skirts. Today was no exception, with her long hair simply tied back, leaving a fringe that could cover her right ear. It was actually the scene of the night legend. So exciting. I love zombies, said excitedly as he listened to the gunfire. When Jiang Tong borrowed the spirit stones to place a bet, Jiang Ping had already stepped onto the path of refining the spirit, and had no idea how many spirit stones Jiang Tong had actually bet. Regarding the divorce, although all previous efforts had been in vain, now that Xiao Huizhu had returned in her true form, the divorce should not be difficult. When everyone saw Wu Xian walk over, their bodies instinctively tensed up. After all, the destruction caused on the opposite side was too severe, but no one was foolish enough to raise a weapon, especially Lu Hui, who directly shrank behind Wei Ming, not daring to look at Wu Xian. It's unbelievable. Lu Tianxing stood at the door, looking at the boundless figure glowing with green light, and said in surprise that he had never seen a battle master who could level up just by sitting and talking. Li Tianhin and the others were also very surprised. Ziyu, don't worry. What should come will always come. Wu Ying gently held Ziyu's shoulder, noticing that Ziyu was very nervous. She was about to return to the sect, and what awaited her was still unknown. Often the unknown was the most terrifying. On the path of refining the spirit, Jiang Ping hesitated as he looked at the steps ahead, clearly feeling the pressure on these 2,000 steps. The suited man's mouth was big enough to hold an egg. Staring blankly at Wu Xian, unable to utter a word. The tail was already open. The Yellow Emperor descended upon Qi Yu. The human body was full of vitality like the sea. At such a time, it was called the past, and Sun Chongning had already opened the necessary paths to embark on cultivation. Wang Qingyan did not comment on the obvious state enhancement behavior of the Sword Saint of the Miyamoto clan, as there was no need to reveal any ultimate skills if weapons were not used now. The green-robed mage in the tree obviously sensed the power of these people first, completely severing the practice with the magic array and exerting all his strength to hide his aura, hoping not to be discovered by this ruthless team. The disciples understood the teacher's meaning and would no longer touch upon his matters. Jun Fuxiao said calmly that at least in this place, it was still possible to actively seek solutions. However, since the Imperial Capital Academy opened to recruit students, people from various countries still eagerly came to seek to enter the academy for cultivation and study. Jun Fuxiao had never been as flustered as now, unable to control what greater impact those matters would have. Lin Tianyao naturally knew what he meant, but he wouldn't tell him the real situation. Sun Chongning said this while continuously throwing punches and kicks, just making some stances in midair. The flick of his wrist was just a very ordinary action. Yet looking at it, one couldn't believe that it was the vicious technique that had almost dislocated Ho Tie's arm just moments ago. While the two were still talking, suddenly a strange sound grew louder, like a sound wave spreading from within the cave. Muzi was outside the window, watching intently, secretly admiring the queen, who had a composure that was beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Yin Shui silently chanted my medicine box 3 times in her heart, and instantly, a medicine box appeared in midair. Just as Yin Shui was about to reach out to grab it, it was snatched by Lu Zhong. However, in fact, this heavenly demon was not the true means of the demon ancestor. It was merely a diversion. While his real reserve method was to leave a trace of his primordial spirit in the sword of extermination, hoping for a comeback. Seeing his expression, Li Jian felt hopeful. This guy should have some unspeakable secrets or something he couldn't accomplish. The two powerful figures competing for control of the body would inevitably fight fiercely. They couldn't help here, and it might be dangerous, so it was better to leave first and wait in a distant place. Although Hutu had achieved enlightenment and even reached the earth level, her path had already diverged greatly from the traditional Witch Clan's cultivation methods. More than a month later, Jiang Lu's leg injury was almost completely healed. Lei Yu urged him to find a way out together. Jiang Lu made a stick out of a branch and steeled himself to drive away snakes. When there was no response from the ancestral Qilin, after the great 5 elements extinction divine light, Wu Dao directly used the true trump card of the innate 5 directions array. Although the attack was fierce and unmatched, it was still done with ease. With a knock and a sweep, the void shattered like a mirror. Plum blossoms stretched out from the several meters high red wall, reaching from within the city to the foot of the Shaoshan mountain, appearing like an endless sea of flowers, and the faint fragrance drifted 10 miles away, still strong. "Ha! You're so beautiful. You even want us 3 sisters to accompany you. If it really comes to that, will you be able to get out of bed tomorrow? I see you being so charming outside. With so many beautiful women in Hollywood, you don't need us to drain you dry. You must have already been emptied out," Ailia said disdainfully. Zhu Fongling returned to the villa before the school started. When she saw these two, she naturally recognized them, but she didn't say anything. She just linked arms with Jiang Mingxi and occasionally chatted with Yan Luo in whispers. 2:38, it's time to leave. Nanxing couldn't hold it any longer. He pushed the door open, and the moment he saw Su Xiao, he hesitated again. Su Xiao opened her eyes, a look of realization in them. She finally understood why this group of males had been acting so strangely lately. She almost forgot about Si Chen's abilities, unexpectedly. Even the future she wanted to leave was foreseen by him. "Nanxing, what do you want to tell me?" After giving birth, Su Xiao lightly tapped the brick in front of her with her fingertip, as if murmuring something, until she pointed to the 4th brick and pulled it hard by one corner. Moreover, the sacred body of the fiery sun cultivates in the flames, which is truly efficient. In just 3 days, a peak martial artist at the 3rd level showed faint signs of a breakthrough. The man squinted his eyes, watching the direction He-Ching's left, his lips slightly moving, revealing a cold smile. Its skin is made up of a complex material, predominantly phosphorus elements, and is very flexible. Due to continuous battles during this time, his ammunition supplies were running low. Before replenishment, he tried to find other substitutes to make up for his lack of lethality. However, when the two sides made contact, a crisp sound erupted, like striking a metal block. Those hands seemed almost like they were made of something other than flesh and blood. She picked up the bag on the chair and walked out of Qi Yan's villa, The door opened and closed, and the living room returned to silence. A faint voice sounded, calm and composed, as if discussing a very ordinary matter, completely ignoring the half-step martial master in the air and the 20 or so martial kings. Her delicate and beautiful nails tore through the man's skin, leaving a long blood mark on his face. After all, including in Pinyin, everyone was in the range of level 20 to under 30. Their circles were two different matters. At this moment, Lu Shixin seemed to enter that ethereal state of mind again, feeling no fatigue. The last time Lu Shixin experienced such a state was when his parents passed away. The nurse had reminded Lu Shixin to rest, but he had refused, feeling that such a state was rare and hard to come by. Can we not mention this anymore? Lu Shixin felt this would be the biggest stain on his life, calling his future father-in-law a brother. Just thinking about this scene was truly hard to describe. All right, see you at the old place tonight. There are only a few media outlets in Korea, and many reporters are naturally familiar with each other. Sharing these non-exclusive news photos is not a problem. Just as these two disciples were still arguing about whether to bet or not, a strong voice sounded behind them. Moreover, training heavy cavalry is very costly. Xie Jiqing went bankrupt just to train 200 heavy cavalry, and this was only possible with the full support of Feng Rong. Without the fine horses from her family's stable and her help in business, she could never afford to maintain 200 heavy cavalry and 300 light cavalry. Feng Rong was her lifelong support. Ji Ming felt that what he said was not an exaggeration. No matter how many times he saw it, he would be amazed. However, it didn't seem that bad. Perhaps it was a bit too harsh. So, Shina Masaki added a tone of comfort. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Seeing that the Xiongnu spoke Mandarin fluently and clearly, Huang Mantang urged his horse forward and engaged in archery combat with the Xiongnu. Both were exceptional riders, skilled in archery, and arrows flew everywhere, competing equally. Yin Feng was indifferent, saying that not long ago, these two had apologized to him, and now they were acting this way again, suggesting that their previous apology was not sincere. I want it. Xie did not rush to get off the camel cart. Instead, he had someone set up a screen and curtain before dismounting. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head and smiled bitterly as he watched the person leave, contemplating that staying in this place of conflict was unhelpful, and it would be better to seek Jiang Shuin's whereabouts in the martial world. Even if it was irretrievable, it would fulfill a wish. 239. Returning to modern society. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. The little ones have all grown up, and from being nurtured under Su Xiao's knee, they are now able to hunt and support their mother. After Su Xiao gave birth to the divine beast cub, she sealed her belly and never had another child. Bai Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Su Xiao would no longer leave them. Even after 20 years, the still incredibly handsome Bai Ming threw the mischievous Wang Kai to the ground. Soulful, I just want to eat some fermented food. As a friend, she should help out, right? However, before she could speak, the doorbell rang again. Just as Hung Yinlin was thinking about whether to find some cultivators to understand the rest of the situation, in the morning, everyone changed their clothes, and disciples from various departments gathered, whispering to each other. With no one making loud noises, the atmosphere was heavier than usual. Even so, Xiao Gu was not seen. Tang Lichuan was originally outside the hall, but after a while, Zhan Hu came to call him up, saying that the elder department wanted to see him. With things being this way, how could they still insist on doing it like this? What were they really thinking? It was just that Du Yue and Hong Xijia were only exchanging 2 years of time. Now that the deadline had arrived, it had to be returned. The 9th prince, Gu Mingyun, was stable in the palace because his maternal family, the Ningwa Duke's residence, held military power and had the support of many important officials, while the other princes were scattered outside the palace. First of all, with Chang Yi's identity, if he appeared in front of the provincial team coach again, it would inevitably be awkward. Although she would accompany him, she still couldn't bear to see him ridiculed. When my aunt came to find me again, I told the truth that the two forms were plotting, but my mom didn't believe it at all, saying I was just wanting a man and was a shameless slut. When he opened his eyes, he saw Han Jinyu sitting beside him holding their son, and he suddenly felt very warm. It was that medium, the one you accidentally opened. Remember that if you die in this world, you can never go back. What exactly is your and father's identity? Qingqian's voice was very calm, even very composed. However, the seriousness on her face betrayed her heart. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, many countries had no Sun Linfu, and once they declined, they would never have a chance to rise again. However, the state of Wei became a unique example during this time because of Sun Linfu. But the descendants of the state of Wei did not accept the teachings, and each generation became more and more unruly. 3 bullets, each hitting the target. one hitting the chest, one hitting the hand, and one even hitting the forehead, yet his body only leaned back slightly. The bullets did not penetrate, just fell down, leaving some blood marks on the skin, merely breaking the surface layer of skin. Seeing that the introductions in the store were almost done, Hua Ming wanted to see how his grandfather was doing, so he instructed his subordinates to open a VIP room, serve tea and snacks, and then went downstairs after a few words. Andy, Ami's voice was a bit stiff. After all, it was the first time encountering such a scene. Speaking of which, Zheng Hong was truly an unfortunate child. Her parents had 2 children, and her brother Zheng Yong was 7 years older than her. Xiao Wu replied, "The new law has been notified to all regions, and I can confirm that every citizen understands our new law. Additionally, our national roads have been built quite well, connecting most territories, although some roads were built hastily and the conditions are not very good. Once spring arrives, they are all muddy. I have ordered them to expedite the repairs. Thank you very much." The official's face immediately relaxed a lot, and he was no longer polite with Yishi. "I scooped out 2 bowls, Ayu. You and Yuta go deliver them to Sister Xiaoyun. It won't taste good if it cools down. The fish in the pot is almost done. Just wait until you come back to cook the shredded meat." I placed 2 bowls next to the man, who nodded. 240, the conclusion. All right, the host has left the Beast World continent and successfully exchanged for the wish of rebirth. The system is about to leave the host's body. Goodbye, host. The system emitted a farewell electronic voice. Xiyao felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. "Jinbao, after all these years, I've gotten used to having you by my side. It's really hard to let you go all of a sudden. The host will be able to live the ideal life in the future, but the system doesn't need to be used." Zheng Yu quickly said, feeling relieved inside. As long as it's a living person, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He imagined Fu Yi was also confused by him at this moment, perhaps thinking that his protective work had gone wrong. At this moment, Liu Bei seemed to have regained some fighting spirit. Liu Bei was like a spring. Without pressure, there would be no motivation. The greater the pressure, the more motivation there would be. After starting the new main quest, Zheng Yu noticed an additional family interface in the system. Upon clicking in, he found that it recorded information about various families he had come into contact with so far. I haven't been foolish enough to that extent, but there's nothing wrong with letting those young orcs maintain their competitive spirit. Ba Ji glanced at the young generals who had just volunteered. After Air spoke, there was a brief silence, followed by a burst of laughter. Even the immigrants watching from afar joined in the laughter. System prompt. You have failed to block the opponent's charged attack. Your strength is far weaker than theirs, and you lost 68 health points. The myriad stars swirled above Imo Xingqian's head, absorbing the power of the universe's stars for his own use, forming a storm of stellar power in a mere instant. From the twisted expression on her face, the side effects of the Judicator's power had already filled her consciousness. He firmly believed that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. At this moment, there would be no shortage of opportunists within his sect. After the first group was captured, Li San continued to cast spells invisibly, capturing members and transportation from each group, just as Su Xinlan and the others were worried. A sound of footsteps came from outside. The two exchanged a glance and ran outside together. With a loud boom, as Ao punched out, a massive mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. Just as he turned around, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Looking closely, he saw a thin figure rushing towards them in the night. In chaotic times, government control becomes increasingly difficult. A large number of common people have died or fled, and the government has no idea how many people and how much land it can tax. The officialdom is also increasingly chaotic, with deception and corruption filling their own pockets, wielding power to oppress the people. Yu Qingdu has been through this once, and she can't keep pretending to be an atheist, because there are always things in this world that cannot be judged by scientific criteria. She trusts Gu Feng and believes what she says. Murong Qingwan raised her hand and fiercely wiped the place he had kissed, applying so much force as if she wanted to rub that piece of skin raw. Who is the new monarch? He had no intention of knowing and didn't want to wade into murky waters again. The Song family has supported 3 generations of monarchs, witnessing enough joys and sorrows, blood flowing like rivers. Isn't that enough? He has lost his most outstanding son and grandson, and this time he cannot afford to lose any more descendants. After hearing Teacher Wang's words, Xiao turned back to look at Hu Ao with a questioning gaze, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth of Teacher Wang's words. So the question arises, if one speaks too early, it can easily lead to a situation where the clam and the stork struggle, allowing the fisherman to benefit. If one speaks too late, then everyone bears the risk of losing a total of 15 attribute points. In the blink of an eye, He had transformed from his previous human form into a standing green-faced lion, resembling a half-beast. 241. Extra. In the sweltering summer, Xiyao was leisurely enjoying ice cream at an ice cream shop. The large screen in the store was still playing a trailer for Si Chen's latest international film. And when his cold and handsome face enlarged on the screen, she could still hear the screams of a group of little fans. Ah, Si Chen is so handsome. He is my favorite actor, and he will definitely win the Best Actor award this year. I like him too. After all, he is no gossip at all. No. At this moment, I suddenly saw Ning Zi smiling, and that smile was very terrifying, with the corners of her eyes and mouth nearly pushed to their limits, making her face look less and less human. Regardless of the type of combined attack, the output brought by Yi Qingsheng will undergo a qualitative change. Moreover, this guy had already received a 10-point bonus when he evolved the fireball earlier, so strengthening this spell chain has become his best choice. She knew she would ultimately get rid of this child. Since this morning's attitude of Lu Zimo, she had no intention of keeping this child. Upon diving under the central platform, she discovered that this platform was actually an inverted cone-shaped structure, with 6 flat surfaces on the conical face, each with a large hole. Since receiving her mother's call at 4 in the afternoon, she immediately asked for leave and then hurriedly drove to the provincial city airport. Yi Qingsheng glanced at the crowd and chose to ignore the last skeleton warrior, focusing diligently on attacking the Gate of Death. After knowing this, Tang Zhu did not speak. He was aware of everything and felt that Lan Yuan was wrong. Lin Hao had helped their siblings so much. How could they rob his man, spend his money, and even kidnap him? After a while, Zhou Qian over there had already organized the exploded items. Some level 30 white gear, level 20 green gear, and materials, but nothing particularly valuable. After quickly tidying up the items, they set off again. The most critical item was, of course, the password that would allow them to re-enter the 3rd level. After asking for the relevant password and verifying its authenticity, Li Wei used several methods in a row. And after repeated comparisons, he finally felt relieved. Li Yuanqing entered another fork in the path, one he had not entered when looking for Zhao Qihua. Standing next to her was an elderly man with graying hair and a hunched back, pushing an empty wheelchair. If so, don't ask me. I really don't know. Linda fell into madness again, unsure of what to do, not knowing why this child appeared. What's going on? Why hasn't that black dragon been killed? What are we eating tonight? I still want to eat the meat of the dragon from the Emperor's realm. The fat monk said gloomily. He was not afraid of strong enemies attacking, no matter how powerful the enemy. Even if they were a god of war, he had ways to deal with them. But the inexplicable cause of death that even the gray cloak guards of the Deep Red Empire couldn't detect was a bit frightening. When we are struck and awakened to the divide between reality and fantasy, this rainbow-colored river is our safe harbor. At this point, what else could Su Jinxian not understand? This was Su Jinlong's trap. It was laughable that he had become a turtle in a jar and was still complacent about his scheme. However, this process was very long. It might take several days or even months, depending on the recovery condition of Shiryu. The boss naturally did not believe it and insisted on seeing the actual item before continuing negotiations. With no other choice, Guo Dahai had to take risks and began his actions at night, preparing to pick some fruits to take away. Mo Tion's explanation was reasonable and steady, without a hint of guilt, and Su Huarong's expression gradually calmed down. It's your own physical condition that has problems, which especially makes people hate you. Marcia is articulate and quick-witted, using postmodern deconstructionist sentence structures that even stumped Master Thompson. Then she casually walked over and explained the background and consequences. Synopsis. After surviving for 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Su Xiao dies and is transported to a beastly continent where males are scarce. Here, orcs who do not receive mental comfort eventually devolve into beasts. To survive, Su Xiao binds a childbirth system and awakens an SSSSS-level mental power. With white tigers, wolf kings, mermen, and 9-tailed foxes, all her beast husbands become her tools for producing offspring. The higher the talent of her offspring, the more points she earns. She unlocks level 1 supermarkets, level 1 pharmacies, and level 1 spiritual springs to create a brand new beastly empire, rising to become queen.